Family, who understands? I awakened my inheritance and got rated level, and the system directly gave me 6 PathsObito. Just as I arrived at my doorstep, a 2-meter tall killer was waiting for me with an axe. This wave directly made me run away in panic. I tell you, today, I really hit the jackpot. No, wait, I ran into bad luck. Just after awakening my inheritance, I was all excited to go home. And guess what? At my doorstep stood a nearly 2-meter tall guy with a chin like a shovel, and in his right hand was a gleaming steel axe. Before I could react, I heard a ding in my head, and the system triggered a red alert, saying this guy had an extreme malice value towards me and was a killer, specifically here to take my life. Family, who understands? How is the script starting on hell mode? Want to know why this big guy is after me? We need to rewind time a few hours back when I was in that crowded square, waiting in line to awaken. Let me tell you, that scene was packed with people, all squeezed under a towering black stone tablet, like a market. Everyone's expressions were richer than those of comedy actors. Some were so nervous they looked like they were about to pee, some were green with envy, and a few were self-satisfied with their noses in the air. People next to me were chattering about how the school beauty from the girls' high school, Su Xiao, awakened in a level Haruno Sakura. I was like, wow, a level. Someone even shouted that they wouldn't mind going back to burn incense for their ancestors if they got a level. Just then, the old man hosting the ceremony slowly called out, "Next, Zhang Hao." Goodness, my buddy is as round as a ball. And as soon as he heard his name, his legs were shaking worse than if he had been electrocuted. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I gave him a punch from behind. Are you going to be a coward with that body? Toughen up. My name is Qin Shi, and I've been in this world for 18 years, waiting for today. This world is nothing like our peaceful Earth. It's filled with unknown beasts that pop up out of nowhere and attack people. Fortunately, there's always a way out. These inheritance stone tablets have appeared all over the world. Just touching one allows you to inherit the abilities of various anime characters. Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, and even Bear Infestation. It's a riot of possibilities. My buddy Zhang Hao tremblingly placed his hand on the stone tablet, and with a flash of light, a few words popped up. Tony Chopper. The old man squinted and flipped through a book as tall as himself, raising an eyebrow. Pirate type inheritance. Chopper, level B. Young man, congratulations. My brother was dumbfounded at that moment, looking at his hands in disbelief, then hugged me tightly, crying like a 300-pound child. Old Sheen, my family has been pig farmers for 3 generations, and finally, I have achieved something. Woo. I patted his muscle, happy for him as well. A level is considered above average in this coastal city, and he should be able to land a decent job in the future. He wiped his nose and insisted on waiting for me to finish my awakening before leaving. Next, Qin Shi. Here it comes. I rubbed my hands, silently praying for blessings, and pressed my hand on the tablet. With a buzz, my vision went dark and then bright. Everyone around me disappeared, and I found myself standing in a void. This is the legendary inheritance space, surrounded by countless colorful bubbles, each representing an anime world. While I was looking around, I suddenly heard a ding in my mind. Detected that the host is in the inheritance space. The God-level inheritance system is activated. Damn, I was immediately excited. After 9 years of crossing over, my golden finger, my system, you finally woke up? Finally, you didn't embarrass the army of crossers. I quickly opened the system, and a large red gift bag exploded with a bang, complete with fireworks effect. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Eye of Inheritance, which allows you to see the inheritance information of those who harbor malice towards you. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Physique Child of All Realms, which allows you to perfectly utilize all inherited powers. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Inheritance Narrative Type, 6 PathsObito. As soon as the voice fell, a golden flame flew out of the system screen and entered my body. Immediately after, a phantom in a white robe, carrying a jade pendant and holding a staff, appeared before me, with a left eye of the Rinnegan and a right eye of the Sharingan, looking exceptionally handsome. The phantom spoke, its voice like thunder. Are you my inheritor? Bestow my power upon you. Boom! The phantom rushed into my body. I instantly felt like my whole body was submerged in lava. My eyes burned painfully, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed down. I instinctively covered my eyes, feeling as if something extra had been added to my eyeballs. A black tomo, slowly spinning. When my consciousness returned to the square, the people around only saw me placing my hand on the stone tablet and then closing my eyes. On the stone tablet, 4 large characters clearly emerged. PathsObito. The inheritance of the Uchiha clan. The old man hosting the ceremony dropped his enamel cup with a clang, water splashing everywhere, and frantically flipped through the big book, mumbling about a Uchiha Shursui from 300 years ago who sealed the Nine-Tails Fox, his eyes shining with excitement. But when he flipped to that page, his voice gradually became smaller as he read. Uchiha Obito, Konoha Chunin, perennial underachiever, died in the Battle of the Godless Bridge, low aptitude, barely rated level after finishing. The light in his eyes suddenly extinguished, and he sighed, as if to say not every Uchiha is amazing. I was dumbfounded. The system clearly said supreme inheritance, and it became level in your hands. When I heard him reciting, the Battle of the Godless Bridge was gone. What about Akatsuki, Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, 6 paths mode? I thought, good heavens, did the author of this inheritance book not pay for membership? Did they not watch Shippuden at all? Calling the sage of 6 paths level, isn't this just a factory assembly line? The old man cleared his throat and loudly announced, Chinshur, narrative type inheritance, level B. Then he came over and patted my shoulder, comforting me that level is good enough, and with practice, I could also become a beast hunter. Beast hunters are the strong ones in this world who specifically hunt beasts, and it's the dream of all of us. The old man was quite generous, saying he was also a Naruto inheritor, level Irika Yumino, the mentor of Naruto. He took out a ninja backpack from his bag and handed it to me, saying he was seriously injured 10 years ago and could no longer use ninjutsu, so he had to step back. Inside are some ninja tools and a high-quality ninjutsu scroll. Take it, consider it a favor, and hunt more beasts in the future. His gaze was so determined that I couldn't refuse. I took a look. That scroll and ninja tools were worth at least 300,000 in the market. This was a big gift. I solemnly accepted the backpack and bowed to him. As I turned around, a kid who had just awakened as a level sound ninja came up asking the old man if he had anything to give away. The old man raised an eyebrow and snorted from his nostrils. Get lost. My good buddy Zhang Hao and I were walking home, and he was so excited he was spitting everywhere. Old Chin, we both got level. This is amazing. My mom said if I awaken a Clevel, she'd treat me to a week of braised pork. Now that it's B, I should get a month. I laughed and teased him for being unambitious, while also planning for tomorrow's graduation ceremony. It's an annual grand event in our coastal city, where all major universities come to recruit, with the most prestigious being the military's direct Beast Hunter Academy. To get in, you have to be first in the graduation ceremony. While I was bragging with my brother, on the other side, the real mastermind had already started laying out plans. In a luxurious villa several dozen kilometers away, the school beauty Su Xiaoxiao, who had awakened the rank Sakura Haruno, was in her family's training arena, beating 2 servants until they spat blood. Her father, Su Baizong, the only active 2-star monster hunter in Linhai City, watched indulgently from the side. A butler came over to report that he had already communicated with the parents of several other A-rank legacy students to give them a beating, then some money, ensuring they wouldn't dare compete with Su Xiaoxiao for first place. Su Baizong nodded, then remembered something and asked, did old Wu, that Irika guy, give a student his backpack today? The butler replied, yes, his name is Chin Shur, a Brank legacy student, living in the lower district. As soon as Su Baizong heard this, he laughed and his eyes turned cold as knives. A Brank, and a country bumpkin from the lower district at that, thinks my Su family would use resources to smooth things over? Go, send a Meng over. I want that kid to not make it to tomorrow's graduation ceremony. Goodness, this old man is really trying to take my life for his daughter. Of course, I had no idea about any of this. After parting ways with Zhang Hao, I found an open space and began to figure out how to become stronger. The system kindly popped up, directly activating the stat allocation feature and giving me a bunch of training tasks. Looking at the options like throw shurikens 1,000 times and run 30 kilometers, I fell into deep thought. The system is right, only through diligent practice can one progress. So I decisively chose the third option. Learn a crank or above ninjutsu. Reward 1 skill point. Legacy value 100. Humming a little tune, I took out the high-quality ninjutsu scroll that Irika had given me and tore it open. Ding, you have mastered the ninjutsu. Windmill manipulation, 3 great swords. I was taken aback. This ninjutsu involves controlling shurikens and kunai with steel wire, relying on surprise and requiring high insight. Isn't this tailor-made for my Sharingan? The old man is really a good person. Ding, task. Completion, gain 1 skill point. Would you like to use it? I directly clicked on the 3 blades. Ding, your 3 blades have been upgraded to LV2. Due to advanced skill learning, your basic skill throwing technique has passively upgraded to LV2. Wow, buy 1 get 1 free. I feel like I've instantly gained a ton of muscle memory about this move, as if I've practiced it tens of thousands of times. I casually grabbed a ninja tool and threw it. The shuriken spiraled around a small tree, and the wire quickly tied it up tightly. The kunai on the other end made a stylish turn, and with a thud, it nailed into the trunk from behind. Whoa, so cool. With this, I also received 100 inheritance points, and I directly leveled up to LV2, unlocking the body double technique, and my spiritual power doubled to 2 cards. The system even congratulated me and gave me an extra skill point. I didn't rush to use it, but instead honestly started practicing the most basic transformation techniques, substitution techniques, and clone techniques. I practiced for more than 4 hours until my spiritual energy was completely drained, and I was almost exhausted when the system notification sound finally rang again. Ding! 3 bodies technique enhancement training. Task completed. 3 bodies technique upgraded to LV2. Reward a low-level spiritual energy fruit. A green fruit fell from the sky and accurately hit my nose. I had the pain and swallowed it in one bite. A warm current instantly spread throughout my body, and my dried-up spiritual energy was immediately replenished. Aside from feeling a bit tired physically, my spirits were exceptionally high. Looking at the sky, it was already filled with stars. I packed my things, bought some candy, and headed home. My home is the orphanage in the lower coastal district. 9 years ago, when the demon beast attacked, I lost my parents, and it was Principal Hong who took me in. Seeing that dilapidated little building with its lights on from a distance warms my heart. Brother Chin is back. A few children saw me and rushed over. I gave them some sugar and asked the little girl, holding her, if she was good. The little girl nodded and then suddenly pointed to the corner of the orphanage, whispering in fear, "Brother Chin, that uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. He's really scary. We all dare not go over." I followed her and saw a man who was 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build and a metal shell covering his chin. In his right hand, he held a sharp steel axe. Ding! Strong malicious intent detected. Skill, Eye of Inheritance, activated. Detecting source of malice. Detection complete. Unfolding inheritance information. Source of malice, Amon. Profession, assassin. Inheritance, One Piece World, C-Class Inheritance, Monka. I'll tell you, the killer from the Monka lineage is called Amon, and he is just a moving fool. He came right up to me and drew a line, saying either I chop off my own leg or he would help me chop it off. Hey, his attitude is worse than foot odor. I directly led him to a dark little alley beside us, and he thought he was safe, acting all tough. I asked him who sent him, and he had the nerve to say, "You're not qualified to know," which almost made me laugh. "Fine, you want to say, huh?" Without a second thought, I threw 2 shurikens right at his face. Let me tell you, my LV2 throwing skill combined with my Sharingan in such a dark place is basically a human auto-aim hack. But this old fox reacted quickly, raising his broken axe and blocking both shurikens with a clang. I was so mad, and this kid dared to sneak attack me. He let out a howl and charged at me, wanting to engage in close combat. Am I going to let him have his way? I countered with a half-human high windmill shuriken flying right at him. The alley was that narrow, and with his build, there was nowhere for him to dodge. Guess what happened? Goodness, he jumped 3 meters high on the spot, performing a super jump right over my shuriken. I immediately channeled my inner actor, putting on a face full of despair, betting he'd fall for it. When he saw me, he looked stunned and was so happy, swinging his axe down at my forehead. Huh? He swung at empty air. Obviously, that was my clone. By the time he realized it, I had already transformed back into the shuriken and circled around to his back. Let me tell you, this was a textbook-level sleight of hand. As soon as he turned around, 7 or 8 shurikens tied with wire were already slapped on his face. He was still there banging his axe, but what happened? By the time he reacted, his body was all tied up like a big crab, securely bound by my steel wire. Ninjutsu, the 3 great swords. I yanked with both hands, and with a thud, the 2-meter-tall man went down. Now he panicked and started shouting, No, 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 it's the Su family. The Su family sent me. You can't kill me, otherwise. They want to let you go, and they want to spare the orphanage. Threatening my family? Goodness, you just pressed my delete button. I ignored him, pulled out my short knife, and walked over step by step. He was still babbling, and I stabbed it right into his heart. Want to kill me? You deserve to die. I gritted my teeth and pushed the knife in deeper. Threatening my family? You deserve to die even more. Do you even have the right? After that killer kicked the bucket, let me tell you, my legs went weak, and I collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. After all, it was my first time killing someone, and that feeling. It was truly unbearable. Just then, I felt a sharp pain in my eyes, and guess what? Ding, ding, ding. The system notifications went off like crazy. Single Tomo Sharingan evolved into Double Tomo Sharingan. Goodness, can you actually level up gear in a life-and-death battle? Insight, replication ability, and illusion ability all upgraded. Plus, I got a free interrogation illusion. And it's not over yet. The system chimed again. Kill enemy. Gain 200 inheritance points, level up. I went straight from LV2 to LV3. I also unlocked 2 new skills, Shadow Clone Technique and Lion's Roar. I even managed to unleash the Lion's Roar. I was wondering if this system is favoring the pairing of Zhua and Ming. It's all about fairness, right? I immediately dumped all 3 skill points I just got into it, and my strength skyrocketed. After dealing with the corpse, only 2 words were on my mind: Su family. The largest family in Linghai City, with the head of the family being a 2-star demon hunter. His daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, has an A-class legacy and is also a strong contender for the champion of this graduation ceremony. Alright, this grudge is set. I was still hesitating, but now it seems that I must secure the championship of the graduation ceremony and the spot in the Demon Hunter Academy. Only by entering the Demon Hunter Academy and becoming a military person can I fully protect the orphanage. Back at the orphanage, Grandpa Hong pulled me aside and, good heavens, fished out a black pill from his pocket after rummaging around for a while. It's a military grain pill. I was a bit overwhelmed. The lowest quality ones cost at least 50,000 bucks, which is nearly all the possessions of the orphanage. The old man is putting all his hopes on me. I didn't hesitate, took it, and simply thanked Grandpa. He patted me and said one thing: come back safe. The next morning, I went all out and ran 30 kilometers for my morning jog. Can you believe it? After finishing, the system directly notified me that my physical skills had upgraded to LV2, and I successfully unlocked Lion's Roar. After washing up and changing into a practice uniform-like school outfit, I headed straight to the graduation ceremony venue, People's Square. My chubby buddy Zhang Hao was already there, holding a bunch of medical school flyers. His legacy is Chopper, which fits well. I told him that I only had one goal: the Demon Hunter Academy. Just then, the ceremony began. On the podium, sitting next to the mayor, was an arrogant-looking old man in a mink coat, who must be Su Baizong, the head of the Su family. While I was staring at him, I suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a woman wearing a fox demon mask sitting at the edge of the podium. I activated my Sharingan to see what this woman was all about, and to my surprise, just one glance made me feel like I was being targeted by a prehistoric giant beast. Goosebumps all over. The sign in front of her said, Demon Hunting Academy. Exam officer? With that aura, she was definitely no intern. How could such a big shot show up for a selection in a small third-tier city? However, this was actually good for me. I was initially planning to keep a low profile, but now that I saw such a big boss here, I had to make a big splash and surprise the Su family. Soon, the arena competition began. When the matchups were announced, my buddy Zhang Hao turned pale. He was the first to go up against Su family's young lady, his dream goddess, Su Xiaoxiao. He was as excited as a lovesick puppy, and I quickly warned him to be careful. This woman was definitely not an easy opponent. He didn't listen at all and happily went up on stage. The match started, and Zhang Hao foolishly went up to greet her. Hello, Su Xiaoxiao, I'm your fan. To which the young lady smiled and walked over, grabbing his wrist. Snap. She directly broke it. Zhang Hao screamed in pain, but the smile on her face grew colder. A lowly commoner from the lower district. How dare you admire me? After saying that, she punched him right in the chest, and I heard the sound of bones shattering from the stands. Zhang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and flew far away, desperately trying to surrender. But that crazy woman didn't give him a chance. She jumped on him and slammed his head onto the stone bricks of the arena. With a loud bang, blood and teeth flew everywhere. Holding my brother's bloodied and battered face, she shouted to the audience, You commoners, in order to win you over, I pretended to be a sweet and silly girl. But now that I'm finally going to the Demon Hunting Academy, I won't have to breathe the same air as you anymore. Ha ha ha. Family, who understands? This character collapse was even more thorough than the shared bike outside my door. She laughed maniacally, raising her fist to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Hao's heart, while the referee turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. I was so anxious that I wanted to rush onto the stage directly when suddenly a booming shout like thunder erupted. Stop! A figure leaped onto the platform like lightning. It was Old Wu, the retired big shot who was presiding over the inheritance ceremony. He walked over step by step, his face as grim as water. Su girl, you've already won. There's no need to start a massacre here. Only then did Su Xiaoxiao slowly raise her head, still wearing that fake smile on her face. Oh, it's Mr. Wu. I heard that 9 years ago, you sacrificed your foundation by using forbidden techniques to save those lowly people in the urban area, and as a result, you lost your position as the guardian of the demon hunt, which was taken over by my Su family. I really want to see how much face you have left to sell me. Haha. Let me tell you, Su Xiaoxiao's face was grinning like a puppet with its strings cut, bloodthirsty and crazy. She clenched her right fist, and her spiritual energy surged into it. as if she was going to deliver a fatal blow. That fist, carrying the wind, was about to smash down onto Zhang Hao's heart, who was lying half dead on the ground. My heart was in my throat. With that punch, not to mention a person, even a bear would be turned into meat paste. But guess what happened? Just when her fist was less than a centimeter away from his back, time seemed to stand still, and Su Xiaoxiao's fist suddenly froze in midair. She stood there like a wax figure, completely motionless, her arrogant smile instantly replaced by terror. I was shocked. A binding technique? With my Sharingan, I could see clearly that Old Wu's hand seals were so fast they left an afterimage, but it was just the most basic D-level ninjutsu from Naruto. This technique was supposed to only slow someone down, but look at Su Xiaoxiao's expression. She was completely immobilized. Does anyone understand this? A D-level ninjutsu completely pinning down an A-level powerhouse. Even if Old Wu was seriously injured, his strength was still far ahead. This was the true value of a top-tier monster hunt. Old Wu didn't even glance at Su Xiaoxiao. He was so nonchalant as he quickly walked over to Zhang Hao, shoved a pill into his mouth, and without saying a word, directly picked him up and left. Throughout the whole process, he completely ignored Su Xiaoxiao, treating her like air. Once Old Wu was far away, Su Xiaoxiao let out a hum, like a robot that had lost power and could finally move again. She twisted her wrist, her chest rising and falling with anger, her face turning green. On the podium, her father, Su Baitsong, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Pushing away the maid beside him, staring hard at Old Wu's back, and squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Old fossil. Well, this feud just got bigger. Once Old Wu left, the referee, who seemed to have been asleep, finally woke up, cleared his throat, announced Su Xiaoxiao's victory, and then started the second match. I wasn't in the mood to watch, so I quietly walked over to the corner of the square and sat down to adjust my state. Let me tell you, at that moment, I had only one thought in my mind: Su family. Just wait for me. The last two matches were ridiculously fast. The competitors, clearly of similar strength, fought like they were acting, their eyes devoid of any light, casually exchanging a couple of moves before deciding the winner. Just as I was wondering about it, the referee's voice sounded again. Fourth match, Su Yu from Upper City Baixing High School versus Qin Shi from Lower City High School. Here we go. Before I could even move, a small, skinny, bald man jumped onto the stage. A few classmates beside me were whispering, and when I listened closely, I was shocked. This guy's background was quite impressive. Originally the son of a gang leader, he ended up killing his own father and went to become Su Baitsong's godson, even changing his surname. He was young but ruthless and lecherous. A girl from our school had been bullied by him before, and when her parents went to seek justice, they ended up severely injured, forcing the whole family to move away. Su Yu waited on stage for a while, and seeing I hadn't come up, he arrogantly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is that guy named Qin Shi scared of my Su Yu and forfeited? Ha ha ha. He must have been feeling smug, thinking that the assassins dispatched by the Su family had already dealt with me, so he just needed to go through the motions. He even signaled the referee, who immediately understood and walked onto the stage. Ahem, contestant Qin has forfeited due to personal reasons. This match goes to Su Yu. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes nearly popped out. Qin Shi, was leisurely walking up to the other end of the stage. Sorry, I hope I haven't exceeded the time limit. Let me tell you, at that moment, the expressions of the bald guy and the referee were priceless. They looked like they had seen a ghost. They never expected that I would appear alive right here. Su Baitsong on the podium also narrowed his eyes and glanced at the old butler beside him. The old man suddenly knelt down, trembling like a sieve, cold sweat pouring down. A Ming couldn't have failed. Something must have gone wrong. Su Baitsong closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, and said lightly, "Forget it anyway. I have other dogs arranged. As for you, you're dismissed from the butler position. Go back to being a lowly servant." The old butler's face instantly turned ashen. I watched him lying on the ground, his eyes full of resentment. Hey, the internal strife in the Su family is quite a show. On the stage, Su Yu snapped back to reality and sneered at me. So you're Qin Shi, huh? Since you dare to come, then get ready to crawl down later. He was the second insurance arranged by the Su family, specifically to take out those of us who were more troublesome among the B-levels. To ensure he could fight, the Su family had poured resources into him, and I heard they even fed him those black pills that could forcibly increase inheritance value. I met his provocative gaze, and my mind buzzed as the Eye of Inheritance activated. Wow, all the information came out. B-level inheritance, Dark Pegasus, level LV3, skill, Black Death Fist. I had seen Saint Seiya, and this move was poisonous. Being hit would result in acute Black Death. Seiya nearly fell to this move back in the day. LV3? I was also shocked. I had to work hard to level up to 3, yet he got there overnight just by taking drugs? It seems the rumors about the Su family's banned substances are true. I walked onto the stage, and no matter what monsters he had, today they all had to bow down to me. He let the lowly citizens of Lower City see the gap between us. Suyu twisted his wrists and ankles while putting on a black glove covered in poisonous spikes. The poison of the pepper fish, just touching it could kill. Take this. Black Death Fist. He shouted, his fists raining down like raindrops, moving so fast they left afterimages. But so what? Let me tell you, in front of my Sharingan. His fists, which were flying like sparks, looked like they were in slow motion, frame by frame. Unable to hit me at all, I moved like a ghost, dodging left and right amidst his punches, as if I was taking a leisurely stroll. In just 5 seconds, he threw over 20 punches, then his movements slowed down, and he ended up leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, completely drained of spiritual energy. Looks like you're out of gas. I stood there calmly, twisted my ankle, and now it was my turn. As soon as I finished speaking, I instantly disappeared from my spot. Don't look for me, I'm right here. Just when that bald guy was wide-eyed looking for me, my voice came from beneath his feet. He suddenly looked down, and I'd already slid over to him. Supporting myself with one hand, my right foot raised high, and I kicked him solidly on the chin. Bang! A few teeth mixed with blood flew out, and he was kicked straight into the air. Body technique, lion's roar. I jumped up, and in midair I rained down blows on him. He couldn't fight back at all, only able to passively take the beating. Just as he was about to land, I executed a mid-air flip, delivering a powerful whip kick to his stomach. Boom! With a loud crash, the marble surface of the arena cracked under the impact. Suyu let out a miserable scream and fainted from the pain. I slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from my clothes, and dragging him by one leg like a dead pig, expressionless, walked to the edge of the arena and directly tossed him off. Then I turned back and coldly glared at the dumbfounded referee. Announced the result. The referee swallowed hard and shouted, "In this match, Qin sure wins." I stepped off the stage, and the entire square exploded with excitement among tens of thousands of students. Is it possible to be this strong right after awakening? I felt like a weakling in front of him. Well done. Let these people who look down on us from the lower city see what we're capable of. In the lower district, in a restaurant, the TV is live streaming the match. The owner, holding some sunflower seeds, excitedly says to one of his chefs, Old Hong, "That's your kid, right? Wow, that's impressive. Don't work overtime tonight. Go home early, cook a few dishes to take away. It's on me." The first round of the match ends, and there should be a 1-hour break. Just as I was about to sit down, the sound of gongs rings out. The referee, holding a microphone, shouts on stage, "Everyone, the leaders have urgent matters to attend to, so we won't take a break. Let's get on with the match." A few contestants have sudden diarrhea, so we're temporarily adjusting the order. Next up, female high school student Su Taodao from No. 1 High School versus Qin Shi from the lower district high school. No way. This excuse is too ridiculous, right? A collective upset stomach? Did the Su family treat all the contestants to a diarrhea meal? It's clear they want to wear me down with a rotating battle. Fine, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? I stand up abruptly and stride toward the arena. A tall girl with short hair walks up opposite me. Ding! The Eye of Inheritance activates. A-Class Inheritance. Chusun Momo from Death God, LV3, knows several types of ghost arts. I secretly complain. How did this tall girl inherit from such a petite figure like Chusun Momo? The girl struts in, head held high, posing as if she's here for a fair duel, then begins reciting a long incantation. Oh, Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, all manifestations. Fair? If I hadn't seen your LV3 level, I might have believed it. A red fireball shoots from her fingertips, and I slam my hand down to the ground, deploying a smoke bomb. With a loud bang, smoke envelopes me instantly. The red fireball explodes in the smoke. She nervously stares at the smoke when a shuriken flies out from within. She hurriedly dodges, and as the smoke disperses, I stand there unscathed. Such fireballs can't catch me. I suddenly exert force, moving so fast I seem to disappear. She is startled and quickly retreats, shouting, "Binding art number 39, round shield." A circular light shield appears in front of her. I charge in with a series of kicking attacks, and with a crack, the shield shatters. Just as I was about to pursue, a loud crash. A massive rock falls from above, smashing a large chunk of the arena where I had just stood. What the heck, that rock was invisible. I've been tricked. Ha. Su Taodao, who had already retreated to the edge of the arena, is laughing so hard she is in tears. "You stinky man from the lower district. What qualifications do you have to duel me fairly?" I've prepared this meteorite with a scroll and made it invisible with curved light, just waiting for you to come. She keeps bragging about her tactics, saying it's a sin for someone like me from the lower class to breathe the same air as her. Is this your plan? A voice sounds behind her. Badass. She instinctively responds, then freezes, cold sweat pouring down her face. It's my voice. She turns around in terror, only to be met by my fist. Bang! She covers her bleeding nose and crashes into that massive rock. Your moves have no effect on me. I shake my wrist. She is so scared she turns to run, still try to use curved light to become invisible. I told you it's useless. Under my Sharingan, her little bit of spiritual energy flowing is as obvious as fireflies in the night. That move you just did was good. I extend my right hand, aiming at her fleeing silhouette, just to test it out. I begin chanting in front of her, "Oh, Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, all manifestations. Family, who understands?" I actually learned her skill on the spot. A tennis ball-sized, red fireball forms at my fingertips. Chase the enemy. Destruction art number 31, red fire cannon. The fireball zooms out, hitting her squarely in the back as she screams in unwillingness. The powerful explosion directly blasts her off the stage, crashing to the ground. Her face charred and unconscious. I blow on my fingertips, knowing exactly what happened. I saw that invisible rock as soon as I stepped onto the stage. The one that charged was my shadow clone, while I transformed into a shuriken to sneak around and watch her performance. As for why I could use her ghost arts, you chanted the incantation in front of my Sharingan. Didn't that equal handing me the skill manual? Ding! The system prompt sounds, defeating an A-class inheritor, earning 300 inheritance points, plus the 200 from defeating Suyu, exactly 500. Level up, LV4. Wow, the rewards are maxed out. 5 skill points, plus the fireball technique, Phoenix fire technique, and 2 earth release ninjutsu. I even triggered a lucky reward, a one-time silent healing. This is a huge profit. I turn to the referee, announce the result. The referee, trembling, announces my victory. The students from the lower district go completely wild, cheers ringing out. Qinshi is awesome. B-class crushing A-class. That Su Tao Tao even tried to sneak attack. Serve her right. How dare you look down on us from the lower district? I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. I walk off the stage, and the students automatically clear a path for me. Just as I sit down in the rest area, I hear the referee announce the next match. Female high school student Su Xiaoxiao versus Baixing High School's Lin Pingji. I look up, and Su Xiaoxiao is still snuggled next to her father, Su Bai, not moving at all. She even throws me a shy smile that sends chills down my back. On the stage, a burly man has already stepped up. I hear someone next to me say, "This is one of the 4 A-class inheritors, named Lin Pingji. His dad is a supervisor at the Su family's company. This guy is a genius inheritor, a formal member of the Golden Dawn from the Black Clover, proficient in rock magic both offensively and defensively. However, this guy stands on stage, looking dejected, his fists clenched tightly, trembling all over. After a while, I seem to hear him let out a long sigh. Then, with all his strength, he shouts, Lin Pingji. Forfeit. He actually forfeited? I kind of expected it, but hearing him say it still shocked me. This is the graduation ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if he loses, it's still a stage to showcase himself. The admissions teachers from the universities below instantly darken their faces. TCH, too scared to even fight. What a coward. I see he has been scared silly by that girl from the Su family. Such a person, how can he qualify for the Monster Hunting Academy? I heard he could use rock magic. We at Juzhou Architectural Institute even wanted to offer him a special admission. But now it seems, TSK, he is unworthy. I tell you, the people in the audience were completely stunned at that moment, with boos echoing everywhere, almost blowing the roof off. That guy named Lin Pingji was just standing there on stage, his head bowed, so low it was almost stuffed into his pants, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and his lips were bleeding from biting them. It made me wince just watching. The referee was urging him to get off the stage. Sounding like a broken gong, it was so annoying. Then suddenly, this guy went completely mad, shouting with red eyes, "I'm not willing." Just then, the old man from the Su family, Su Baitsong, on the podium spoke slowly, saying, "Oh, give a young man a chance, let him fight." His daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, didn't even glance at the stage. Then the old man, let me tell you, pulled a slick move. He smiled at Lin Pingji and said, "I think your parents must be very proud of you." He emphasized the word parents heavily. Family, who understands? It was a blatant threat. Sure enough, Lin Pingji, who had looked like he was ready to eat someone, instantly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant as soon as he heard parents. He staggered down the stage, muttering 2 words, forfeit. Watching his lost soul-like figure, my anger surged up. Do I even need to guess? It was 100% a threat involving his parents. The Su family. All right, you guys are something. I told myself, I'll remember this debt, and one day I'll make you pay it back with interest. Just as this matter passed, the referee, as if nothing had happened, started calling the next group. Goodness. My spirit perked up instantly. The next group was Chun Fu against Tao Bai Bai. Xiao Fu, my childhood friend. I sat up straight immediately. I saw a girl with twin ponytails, looking incredibly cute and tiny, with a doll-like face and 2 little tiger teeth, like she had walked out a comic book. But don't be fooled by her appearance. She was known in our school as a top student in science, and when it came to competing, I was terrified of her. We grew up together, and she was like a little tail following me around. But in our senior year, everyone was busy, and we hadn't seen each other much. I remember that Xiao Fu's inheritance is B-rank Jinx, the genius girl who loves to tinker with bombs and firearms every day. Sounds impressive, but in this world, she is considered relatively weak among B-rank combatants. However, her mechanical talent is truly top-notch. But when I glanced at her opponent, my heart sank. Tao Bai Bai, A-rank inheritance, the #1 assassin from Dragon Ball. I overheard people discussing that this guy can kill with his tongue, a pure combat-type monster. At that moment, I had one thought. Xiao Fu, please don't get hurt. I remember she once said that her dream was to get into the Tiangong Academy, which is the best science and engineering academy in the 9 provinces. Her father was a frontline artilleryman who died when a shell exploded. She wanted to go to the Tiangong Academy to prevent such tragedies from happening again. This girl has ambition. I immediately told her, go for it, Xiao Fu. I believe in you. After reminiscing, I quickly pulled my attention back to the arena. The match began, and Xiao Fu, holding 2 pistols, fired a flurry of shots at Tao Bai Bai. But when I used my Sharingan to look, I realized that they were all blank rounds, no bullets. This silly girl still has a soft heart. Tao Bai Bai moved like a ghost, dodging every shot. As the opponent closed in, Xiao Fu suddenly scattered a bunch of metal balls from her waist pouch. As soon as the balls hit the ground, they extended spider-like legs and rushed crazily towards Tao Bai Bai, followed by a series of explosions. As the smoke cleared, Tao Bai Bai wobbled a couple of times and then fell with a thud. The referee slowly approached and started counting, reaching 10 without the person getting up. The B level defeated the A level. The audience erupted, cheers ringing out, all saying this girl is so inspirational. The admissions office staff's eyes sparkled, eager to recruit her. But something felt off. I stared intently at the stage, replaying the earlier scene in my mind. My Sharingan saw it clearly. It wasn't that a bomb exploded on Tao Bai Bai. He kicked it himself, triggering the explosion with his previous speed of dodging bullets. Those little spider bombs couldn't have even gotten close to him. He lost on purpose. Why? I suddenly looked up and happened to see Xiao Fu's face. She won, but there was not a trace of happiness on her face, even. I sensed sadness. She silently left the stage, sitting in the farthest corner from me, her head down, ignoring everyone. There was something eerie about this. Soon after, the last match of the quarterfinals began. A descendant of Chada Taihu faced off against a descendant of Hu Uld. The 2 strong men exchanged blows on stage for over half an hour, going head-to-head until both were exhausted. The referee counted, and the one named Li Cha, the descendant of Chada Taihu, finally managed to rise unsteadily, narrowly winning. My spiritual power has almost recovered. But just at that moment, the referee suddenly shouted from the stage. The 3rd round of the competition starts now. Li Cha, who had just finished his match, was taken aback. Wait, referee, is there no break time? The referee shot him a sideways glance. The leader is in a hurry. No time for that. The draw is like this. Blame your bad luck. Li Cha wanted to argue, but the referee ignored him. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, he heard the referee shout from behind. Next match. Li Cha versus Su Xiao Xiao. What? Li Cha was dumbfounded. I just finished a match. He chased after the referee wanting to say something, but suddenly, he felt as if he was hit by a train from behind. With a loud bang, he was thrown out and crashed directly into the railing of the podium. On the ring, Su Xiao Xiao calmly retracted her foot, looking completely indifferent. The referee ran back, raised his hand, and announced, Su Xiao Xiao wins. Wow. At this moment, the entire crowd of students exploded. Sneak attack. Shameless. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes is not a skill. The curses rose and fell. Are villains this arrogant these days? Zhang Wei from the dorm next door said he couldn't stand it anymore. And what about Su Xiao Xiao? She lazily picked up the microphone and scanned the crowd. You're not convinced? If you have guts, stand up and let me see. Her arrogant demeanor clearly indicated that anyone who stepped forward would face consequences later. The audience instantly fell silent. The Su family in Linghai City is like a god. Oomph. A bunch of lowly people. She laughed contemptuously. I'm not convinced. I can't hold back anymore. I walked straight out of the crowd, step by step onto the stage, looking at her coldly. I refuse to accept this. And let me tell you, Su Xiao, I will fight my way to the end and take you down. The things your Su family has done will all have a price to pay. My voice ignited the suppressed anger in the entire venue. Yes. Why are they so arrogant? Jean, go for it. Defeat her. The shouts echoed through the sky. The scene was like a concert. Su Xiao's face turned green with anger. The referee next to her quickly stepped in to mediate, shouting at the top of his lungs. Next match. Qin versus Chun Fu. In the semifinals, it's me against my childhood friend, Chun Fu. Xiaofu walked onto the stage. And this time she didn't bring a gun. Instead, she was holding a teddy bear that was almost as tall as she was. Even from a distance, tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, her expression filled with despair. Her lips moved slightly, silently saying to me in a way only I could understand. Qin. Brother Qin, I can't. Mom is in their hands. Forgive me. Forgive me. As she spoke, she moved forward. Then, she raised the bear in her arms. A flash of red light passed by. The next second, there was a deafening explosion. Boom! The terrifying shockwave knocked over the students in the front row, and the entire arena was shrouded in thick smoke. The hard stone floor was blown to pieces. Everyone was stunned. This was not a competition. This was a damn suicide attack. As the smoke cleared, I stood unsteadily, covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked person. In front and behind me were two nearly shattered light shields. Binding technique number 39. Circular fan. I had seen others use it in previous matches, and I copied it with my Sharingan, saving my life. I looked up, and at the other end of the arena, Xiaofu was lying in a pool of blood. Her clothes torn, her body covered in horrific wounds. Chun Fu. I rushed over, dragging my bleeding leg, and took off my shirt to cover her. Just at the last moment before the explosion, I saw that she had tightly embraced that bomb bear with her body, taking most of the blast from me. Qin. Brother Qin. She struggled to open her eyes, blood spilling from her mouth, saying, I'm sorry. Don't speak. I quickly took out the only military food pill from my bag, trying to feed it to her. But she refused to eat, using her last bit of strength to say, I'm sorry, they told me. It was just a tranquilizer. I didn't want to hurt you. After saying that, she fainted. I pried her mouth open and forcibly shoved the pill inside, then carried her off the stage. Stay calm. I told myself I must stay calm, but rage was boiling in my chest like a volcano. In an instant, everything became clear to me. This had been the Su family's scheme from the very beginning. They first had Tao Bai deliberately lose to Xiaofu, so that she would face me in the next round. Then they kidnapped Xiaofu's mother, shoved a powerful bomb into her hands, tricked her into thinking it was a hypnosis dart, and forced her to detonate it on stage. Their goal wasn't just for me to lose. They wanted me dead. I handed Xiaofu over to the arriving medical staff. The doctor saw me covered in blood and urged me to get bandaged up quickly. I shook my head. These superficial wounds were nothing, because Su Xiao was already smiling, stepping onto the stage. Final showdown. Su Xiao obeisensi. The referee roared. The enemy wouldn't give me a moment to catch my breath, I knew that, and I didn't need it. Take good care of her. After instructing the doctor, I turned and walked back. With each step I took, the wounds on my body healed a little more. By the time I reached the edge of the stage, all my wounds had scabbed over, as if nothing had happened. The LV4 system reward, silent healing, really came in handy at a critical moment. Healing this quickly, you really have some skills. Su Xiao licked her lips, her gaze like that of a predator, but if you dare to challenge the Su family, you'll understand what class disparity truly means. I stared at the venomous woman on stage. Her information instantly appeared. A-class Air, Haruno Sakura. Skills, incredible strength body flicker technique. Shadow Clone technique. You think just because you're standing on the same stage as me, you're qualified to fight me? She giggled, and with a flick of her hand, dozens of scrolls fell out, blue and purple, as if they were worthless. A blue refined scroll costs 200,000, and that purple epic one is worth 2 million, but hard to find. This woman is simply throwing money around. I wonder which one to use. She casually tore open a blue disposable skill scroll. Water release. Water barrier. A wall of water rose up from the ground. She tore open another one, a disposable skill scroll. Reversal of heaven. The water wall began to spin rapidly, transforming into an offensive and defensive water vortex. Ha! Now your cannons and physical techniques are useless. Her expression twisted as she tore open the purple epic scroll. Come forth, my servant. A disposable summoning scroll with spirit clone. As soon as she finished speaking, 10 wooden figures appeared out of thin air on the stage, instantly transforming into 10 identical versions of her. These clones can use all my ninjutsu and can't be killed. Just wait to be tortured to death. This whole operation took less than 5 seconds. I had just stepped onto the stage, and she had already set up her fortress and army, preparing the battlefield before the fight. Truly the shameless style of your Sioux family. I sneered and threw a smoke bomb, still trying to play the same old tricks. The Sakura in the water wall disdainfully tore open another scroll. Wind release, gale dance. The strong wind instantly blew away the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, 2 of me appeared on the stage. Only 2 clones? Go get 'em. With her command, the 10 wooden spirit clones instantly vanished from their spots. Using LV2 body flicker technique, they surrounded my 2 clones like ghostly shadows, their fists filled with green spiritual energy, smashing down hard. Boom! The stage was smashed into several large pits, and my clones turned into smoke. Both were fakes. Haruno Sakura was taken aback. Just then, behind one of the wooden figures, a piece of rubble exploded, revealing my true self. Smoke bomb cover, clone technique to lure the enemy, transformation technique to hide, all in one go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The kunai in my hand accurately struck several wooden figures in the head. Ha! Caught you off guard, didn't I? I told you, wooden figures can't be killed. Sakura screamed, get him! The 10 wooden figures immediately turned around and charged at me again using body flicker technique. Sharingan activate. I instantly copied their body flicker technique, my speed skyrocketing. In an instant, the stage was filled with shadows racing around. I played around the water vortex, occasionally tossing a kunai to distract her. Damn it, you're like a mouse. Stand still and don't run. Sakura shouted angrily, starting to frantically tear scrolls. Water release, fire release, wind release, earth release. Various ninjutsu came raining down on me like cannonballs. But I was too fast, not a single one hit, and instead, her own clumsy wooden clones ended up in trouble. One had its leg cut off by a wind blade, another was buried alive by an earth wall, and one unfortunate soul was directly turned to ash by dragon fire. In less than a minute, she had taken out 3 of her own little brothers. Damn it, why can't I hit you? Sakura completely lost it, tearing up 2 more scrolls. Suddenly, I stumbled, feeling dizzy. Jinjutsu. Haha, you finally revealed a flaw. Sakura was overjoyed, immediately commanding the remaining 7 wooden figures to rush in. Clang! My double-hooked Sharingan spun rapidly, breaking the Jinjutsu in a second. But it was too late. The 7 wooden figures had already surrounded me, their fists filled with incredible strength smashing down from all directions. If they hit me, I would be turned into meat paste. In that moment of life and death, I suddenly smiled. Just as I wanted, I suddenly spread my hands wide and pulled back. In the air, several shurikens that had been shot out earlier and stuck into the wooden figure, the connecting steel wires instantly tightened. Ninjutsu, windmill technique, 3 great swords. I suddenly exerted force and yanked, and the few wooden figures that charged the hardest were instantly tripped by the steel wire, crashing into each other with a loud noise, rolling into a pile like gourd babies. Su Xiaoxiao's shock face was simply more spectacular than seeing a ghost. Let me tell you, her CPU was running at full capacity back then, and she finally figured out how I set up this trap. That's right, those shurikens I threw out before weren't just random. Each one was tied to a specially made invisible thread. I was parkouring all over the place while her 7 wooden lumps chased after me, and before she knew it, the entire arena was filled with my threads. She was still there yelling, Su Wang, you little thief. You've stolen all of Su Tao Tao's skills. Does anyone understand? At this point, she's still arguing about copyright. I couldn't be bothered to respond to her. I just put down on the thread in my hand and unleashed one final blaze, sending you all off. Fire style, great fireball technique. Let me tell you, after upgrading the fireball, its power is simply incredible. A fire dragon shot out from the thread in my mouth with a bang, instantly igniting all the threads in the arena. The entire platform turned into a huge, fiery spiderweb. The 7 wooden puppets didn't even have time to scream before being burned to 7 piles of black ash. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and she pulled out a scroll from her space ring. Wow, another epic one. It's called C for Garuda, and it sounds like no good. This girl went crazy, grinning as she said that once this thing detonates, it would turn into countless invisible bomb spiders that would explode a person from the inside out. She also boasted that with revival and water barrier to protect her, she wouldn't die, but the audience around would be doomed. She actually wanted to take the entire audience down with her. She kept saying it was all your fault. They would die because of you. This move left me dumbfounded, trying to turn black into white, huh? Just as she was about to tear the scroll, she suddenly realized, hey, where am I? She was looking around in a panic, and I thought, sister, can you guess where I am? Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, and a hand shot out, grabbing her ankle and pulling her down. That's right, it was me. I had already used Earth Escape to dig under her feet. Her so-called revival and water barrier, claiming to have 360-degree defense, can defend against the sky and the ground, but can it defend against underground? I used heart decapitation technique to cut off her escape. Now, she was panicking, knowing that detonating the bomb inside her shell would mean game over for her too. She quickly threw the scroll away, propped herself up with both hands, and used her super strength ninjutsu, trying to pull herself out. As if it were that easy, I leaped up from the ground, soaring through the air, and delivered a fierce whip kick. Body technique, lion's roar. With a loud thud, my foot landed solidly on her forehead, sending her crashing back into the ground, leaving only her head above the surface, looking like a radish sprouting from the earth. This took her by surprise, but she wasn't knocked out. Her Sakura Haruno heritage is quite resilient. Once she regained her senses, she was furious, blood all over her face as she cursed at me, saying things like, "You won't die well, and I'll kill you," with a look in her eyes that seemed like she wanted to swallow me whole. The students around us were so scared that they backed away. What about me? I'm not angry at all. In fact, I'm laughing. I squat down, grab her hair to make her look at me, and I say, "Kill you? That would be too easy for you." In the next second, the tomo in my eyes starts to spin. Genjutsu, Sharingan, interrogation technique. For someone like you, physical attacks would be considered polite. I need to deliver a little mental shock. This girl is getting all worked up, and the Jinjutsu effect is maxed out. Then, everyone in the room witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. The head of Su Xiao, which was left on the ground, suddenly started screaming like crazy. "Help! Monster! Don't eat me!" It was utterly hysterical, with saliva and sweat all over her face. I directly played the role of King Yama in the world of illusions, making her start to judge her own crimes. Goodness, her mouth opened like a floodgate, talking about how she was jealous of a classmate's pretty hands and had someone chop them off, how she practiced on her family servants, and later, fearing that their relatives would report her, sneaked in at midnight to slaughter the whole family, and how she accepted bribes to frame good officials. One case after another, the audience's fists were clenched in anger. The entire square erupted instantly, filled with voices denouncing the Su family. I seized the opportunity and asked the most critical question: where did those medicines that can enhance the inheritance value come from? Her eyes were vacant, and she numbly uttered a few words we made a deal with. "Zhu." Just that one word, "Zhu," acted like a switch. She suddenly shuddered and actually broke free from my illusion. The fear on her face was more terrifying than seeing a ghost in the illusion. She screamed that it wasn't me who said it. "You forced me. Zhu, what kind of organization is this? What could make her so afraid?" I was pondering when I caught a glimpse of a figure flying over from the podium, seemingly treading on air. Wow, moonwalk. The 6 powers of the Navy from One Piece. A warning from the system blared in my head. The incoming person was Su Xiao's father, Su Baitsong, an A-level inheritance. Rob Lucci, the strongest of CP9 in 800 years. That killing intent was thick, almost suffocating. This is bad. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. I quickly formed a seal. Binding technique number 39, circular shield. 3 circular light shields appeared right in front of me. Su Baitsong was incredibly fast, landing on the arena in just a few seconds. He didn't even glance at the still spinning water barrier and simply extended a finger, gently poking it. With a pop, that combination defensive ninjutsu, which even I had to avoid, burst like a water balloon. Then, with 3 more crisp sounds, my 3 circular shields were punctured by his finger like soap bubbles. Finger gun. Is this the power of the demon hunter? Terrifying. I had just enough time to react. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. I instantly split into 3 and dashed off in different directions. And guess what? That old man's target wasn't me at all. He raised his foot, gathering airflow, and executed a storm kick aimed directly at his own daughter's head. He was going to kill her to silence her. Su Xiao understood too and cried out in fear, "Dad, don't kill me. I'm your daughter." Su Baitsong was so cold-blooded, saying he loved her while showing no mercy with his foot. Seeing that it was too late, I panicked and shouted towards the audience, "FUCK, woman, how long are you going to keep watching this?" Boom! Su Baizong's foot came to a stop right in front of Su Xiaoxiao's nose. It wasn't that he softened. It was because a sword, a silver-white long sword with a blue handle and golden guard, was blocking his foot. I didn't know when, but the woman wearing the fox mask had already stood next to Su Xiaoxiao, silent and unnoticed. Su Baizong was shaken back several steps, asking gravely, "Who are you?" The woman didn't even acknowledge him, instead turning to look at me, her voice like a lark. "How did you discover me?" I pointed at my eyes, and the Sharingan slightly rotated. "Rely on it." Oh, the Sharingan can see through spiritual energy. That makes sense. She actually still had the mood to mutter to herself. Su Bai, who was ignored, was completely enraged. His muscles bulged. Yellow leopard patterns appeared on his body, and he transformed into a half-human, half-leopard monster. Cat fruit leopard form. Spiritual energy surged instantly. My heart sank for a moment, thinking this was bad. I was betting that the woman from the Demon Hunting Academy was here to investigate the Su family. But what if she couldn't handle it? We would both be done for. However, that woman seemed oblivious, still smiling at me and saying, "Are you worried about me? Lady, you really have a big heart. Why don't you take a look at your opponent?" Su Baizong didn't care about that. He spread his hands, and his 10 fingers turned pitch black, ready to unleash the flying finger gun. Draw. Towards the audience below, he wanted to force the woman to save someone. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Baizong felt as if he had been struck by a giant hammer, darkness enveloping him as he fell forward. Just before he collapsed, he realized that the long sword that had been resting on his shoulder had suddenly struck him hard on the back of his head. "You old fool. You think you can play with me?" The woman in the fox mask shook her sword and said angrily. Then she turned to look at the still dazed Su Xiaoxiao on the ground. "Oh, sorry, almost forgot about you." After saying that, she struck again, knocking Su Xiaoxiao unconscious as well, pulling her out of the ground with one hand. I was stunned at that moment and stuttered. You are Lin Rong? The genius girl who has dominated the cover of the Demon Hunting magazine for years, the youngest 5-star demon hunter. She smiled and took off her mask. With golden hair and blue eyes, so beautiful it was unreal. I didn't even look at her face, but stared at the golden hair sticking up on her head, swaying in the wind. In my excitement, I directly shouted out her nickname in the fan circle. "No mistake, you really are the Hair King." Lin Rong's smile instantly froze. "You, still, say it." In the next second, she appeared in front of me, and with a sharp knock on my head, everything went black and I knew nothing. When I woke up again, I was already lying in the orphanage bed. Grandpa Hong was holding chicken soup, with an expression that said he understood everything, saying that a beautiful blonde had carried me back and even gave me a set of battle robes he wore during his 99 blind dates when he was young, telling me to keep going. I really would thank her. Grandpa Hong said that the girl wanted me to wake up and go find her at the Konoha noodle shop in the east of the city. I had no choice but to step out in that old suit. I got on the cat-shaped bus and watched as people outside tossed capsules to transform into electric bikes. And someone was on the phone with a snail. It felt like the world was becoming more and more magical. When I arrived at the Konoha noodle shop, I lifted the curtain and saw Lin Long in a tank top, eating rice balls heartily. She invited me to sit down and even ordered a bowl of yao ramen for me. She told me that this noodle shop was an information point for the Demon Hunter Academy, and the news about the Su family colluding with it was reported by the shop owner. As she spoke, she handed me an envelope, which was the admission notice from the Demon Hunter Academy. "From today on, you're one of us," she said with a smile, patting her thigh. "I almost forgot. Senior sister has a gift for you." Then she rummaged through a small white shoulder bag for a while and surprisingly pulled out a purple scroll, an epic skill scroll. She casually tossed it to me, saying, "Take it, I have no use for it." I opened it and exclaimed on the spot, "Wow, lightning release, 1,000 birds. This is the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage." Lin Long smiled proudly at my captivated expression. I just put away the scroll and was about to eat noodles when I asked her how the Su family father and daughter were doing. "Well, let someone else answer that for you." Lin Long smiled mysteriously and waved her hand towards the door, and just then, he arrived. I turned around and said, "Hey, isn't this Old Wu?" Before I could say anything, Old Wu spoke up first. "Your buddy Zhang Hao is safe, don't worry. My heart has finally settled down." At the graduation ceremony, Zhang Hao was almost sent away by a punch from that Su Xiaoxiao. I couldn't hold back my anger at that moment. As for the father-daughter duo from the Su family, Old Wu rubbed his temples, wearing a face of constipation. Let me tell you, those two were tougher than diamonds in their mouths. After interrogating them for a long time, we didn't get a single useful word out of them. The moment we mentioned the column organization, they froze like a computer crashing, going completely blank, their eyes not even moving, probably under some kind of spell without knowing it. Instead, their housekeeper spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Old Wu continued, saying that a year ago, a mysterious woman approached the Su father and daughter. That housekeeper was also quite noticeable, secretly peeking through the door crack, and to his surprise, the woman's face was covered in moisture, as if a humidifier was on, making it impossible to see her face. Moisture? Sister Lin Long suddenly perked up, muttering, could it be water-related abilities? I was confused and couldn't help but ask, what exactly is that organization? Sister Lin looked at me and tapped the table, saying, all right, you'll have to deal with it sooner or later. This organization emerged 3 years ago. There aren't too many of them, but each one is ruthless, and they've climbed straight to the top of the dangerous organization rankings. Chin, let me tell you, if you encounter their people, don't hesitate. Turn around and run. She paused, lowering her voice significantly. According to our intelligence, these lunatics can control demon beasts. Control demon beasts? I was shocked on the spot. Who understands this? Demon beasts are our human enemies. Creatures like Geuka, the demon beast, and even Grey Wolf are all monsters from another world, incredibly fierce. Humans have studied them for so many years and still barely understand them. Yet this organization can directly control them? This is simply outrageous. Sister Lin chuckled at my naive expression. Do you think demon beasts are the only enemies in this world? The top organization 2 years ago was called the 100 Ghost Group, led by someone with the legacy of a ruthless character, and all their subordinates were lunatics seeking immortality. Before that, there was another group called All Sex, which also caused a lot of anger and resentment. Many of our seniors in the academy fell victim to these organizations. As she spoke, her gaze turned cold. Just as I was about to ask something else, she suddenly poked my mouth with a finger. Junior, don't rush. You'll know everything when you get to the academy. She said this while playfully pinching my cheek. She then turned to Old Wu. So, did the father and daughter confess to any other crimes? Old Wu nodded. After being tortured, they confessed everything. Over the past 20 years in Linhai City, they've been responsible for thousands of deaths, maintained connections with the underworld, and completely undermined the local government, committing numerous crimes. They deserve to die. Sister Lin snorted coldly. I'll personally escort them to the inheritors' prison in Jiuzhou, Advanced City. Let the warden there give them a soul-searching package. We must dig out all the secrets in their heads. As we chatted, Sister Lin suddenly took out a small wooden box from her pocket and pushed it in front of Old Wu. Here, Old Wu, this is for you. Old Wu opened it and his eyes widened. This is blood bodhi. Damn. Does anyone understand the divine medicine from Fengyan? It can heal serious injuries and enhance power without any wounds. This thing would definitely be a limited UR if it were in the card pool. Old Wu was so excited that his hands were shaking. He had old injuries left by battling monsters. And with this thing, not only could he heal, but his strength would also surge dramatically. Just as he was about to decline, Sister Lin waved her hand impatiently. Don't refuse, it's from a principal, and there's a task. The Su family has fallen, and the nearby cities need someone to maintain order. Wu Manda, she suddenly became serious. Do you want to be the monster hunter stationed in these 3 cities? Old Wu stood up straight with a snap, his eyes turning red. 2-star monster hunter Wu Manda? I promise not to disgrace my mission. All right, it's settled. We're done. Sister Lin waved her hand grandly. Uncle Lu, bring out 3 pots of liquor. She looked at me sideways with a provocative expression. Can you drink? If you can't, go to the baby table. I was really fired up at that moment. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm a Northeast guy from before the time travel, and I can't be cowardly at the drinking table. I filled my cup to the brim and raised a finger. Sister Lin, do you know what my nickname is? 1 cup down? No. I held the glass up in front of her, saying, let's keep drinking. Good lad. Sister Lin's eyes lit up, and then there was nothing after that. I only remember clinking glasses, shouting let's go, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the orphanage bed with a terrible headache. My grandfather came over holding a bowl of chicken soup, looking all curious. You're awake? It was that beautiful girl who carried you back. All right, before she left, she asked me to tell you something. My grandfather cleared his throat and imitated Lin Long's tone, saying, she said, I've seen many incapable men, but it's the first time I've seen someone as incapable as you. Little one, tell Grandpa the truth. How far have you 2 really developed? At that moment, I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. My lifelong reputation, all ruined. I held on to my chicken soup, buried my head, and said nothing. My face has been lost at my grandma's house. 3 days later, I stood at the port, looking at the ship that was about to take us to the academy. Wow, a lion head bow and a skull-sailed sail. Isn't this the Thousand Sunny of the Straw Hat crew? I felt like I was directly transported to another world. Chun Fu and Zhang Hao were also there, and I was curious how they had healed so quickly. Chun Fu, with her double ponytails, chattered. We were lying in the hospital at first, but then a super beautiful big sister came to see us. She waved a sword sheath over us, and with a flash of golden light, we fell asleep like we were in a hot spring. And when we woke up, all our injuries were healed. As soon as I heard it, I understood. The noble phantasm of the king of the stupid hair, the ideal land far from the mundane world. Using this thing to treat such minor injuries, Sister Lin Long is quite a good person. My mood instantly brightened. We boarded the ship and sunbathed on the deck. A ticket costs 50,000 bucks, and Zhang Hao, the fat guy, gasped in surprise. We were chatting about our destination, Chang'an City, when suddenly a woman's scream came from that direction. I turned my head and saw a spirited young man with hair dyed like a parrot, holding onto a girl from the neighbor's house and spewing foul language. The woman I have my eyes on isn't going anywhere. The people around were keeping their distance, saying that this guy was the spoiled son of the biggest family in Liangzhou, the Yuan family, named Yuan Million, who had done all sorts of bad deeds. The girl's brother knelt down to beg him, but was kicked away. The girl was so angry that she wanted to hit him, but was grabbed by the wrist by a person behind him, dressed in a raincoat and looking like a lizard. Monster! The girl turned pale with fear. Yuan Million looked smug. That's right, he used to be a monster hunter, and now he's my bodyguard. Little beauty, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother, would you? The people around didn't dare to speak up. I was infuriated at that moment. Stop it. I pushed my way through the crowd, grabbed that brat's wrist with a bit more force, and he yelped in pain and let go. Before he could threaten me, I laughed. So you're from Yuan family in Liangzhou, huh? I know all about it. I recited all the dirt from that Monster Hunter magazine back to him. Your ancestor inherited the thousand-handed pillar. Impressive. But what about now? Your family is just a major family with a single inheritance. No longer the number one family in Wood Release. You're a useless waste with an inheritance that doesn't work, not thinking about how to relieve your family's troubles, but still daring to tarnish its reputation. Do you think your family would stand up for you if I taught you a lesson? As I spoke, I activated my Sharingan. That kid was stunned by my intimidation. Then my gaze turned cold, and I suddenly drew a kunai and thrust it towards the air beside me. With a clang, the invisible short blade was blocked by me, and the figure of the lizard man bodyguard revealed itself. I looked at him and sneered. Mei Wen, be level. Mei Lei Weng. Inheritance has invisibility ability, right? It was you who got your admission to the Monster Hunting Academy revoked 5 years ago due to misconduct, wasn't it? I pulled out my admission notice and waved it in front of him, making it clear that I am the genuine article. You expelled student are using our academy's name to deceive others. Who gave you the audacity? The lizard man, Mei Wen, turned pale as I exposed him, but he stubbornly retorted, a poor student dares to stand up to me? Seeking death. He said that, but inside he was panicking. However, his pig-headed boss Yuan Million was not having it and pointed his finger at me, shouting, Mei Wen, beat him up. Let him know how to write the word death. Mei Wen had no choice but to act. He was quite cautious, taking out a device that looked like a power-level detector from Dragon Ball and putting it on his eye. Beep, beep, beep. He scanned and saw I was only below inheritance and instantly felt relieved. He sinisterly said to me, Kid, today I'll teach you a rule. Don't offend people you can't afford to offend. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Let me tell you, this guy's invisibility is genuinely impressive. It's like some divine alibi. My Sharingan can't even see him. But he plays dirty, and I'm even dirtier. I directly used binding technique No. 26, curved light, and made myself disappear. So it's a contest of who can hold their breath, huh? Bring on. I had already prepared 3 shurikens connected by thread in my hands. A minute later, he couldn't hold it any longer, and just as he reappeared, I flung the 3 shurikens at him. Did he think dodging them would be enough? Naive. With a flick of my hand, the threads under his feet and around his waist tightened instantly, binding him up like a big rice dumpling. You wanted to hang me up and beat me, right? I sneered, kicked off the mast of the Wanli Sunshine ship, and jumped down fiercely, using the Sharingan to perform windmill. 3 great blades. The threads pulled tight, directly hanging that lizard man upside down in midair. I picked up his fallen glasses, put them on, blew off the dust, and walked towards the already scared Yuan Million. The guy was still shouting, Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Yuan family. I turned on my glasses and saw, an F-level inheritance. I smiled and twirled the shuriken in my hand, slowly approaching him. You can scream all you want. Even if your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. 3 minutes later, another figure appeared on the mast. I clapped my hands, done. The girl who was saved and her brother came over to thank me profusely. But I always felt that her brother looked at me strangely, his hands also slippery. Just then, the captain arrived, a muscular little guy, smoking a pipe, with a unique style. Yuan Million thought his savior had come and was shouting loudly from above. But the captain picked up a thick hemp rope from the deck, and without saying a word, whack, he lashed it right up. Let me tell you about that scene. It was like a public execution. The captain was both smoking and cursing. Damn it, how dare you cause trouble on my ship? You should know who Lei Bo is afraid of. A washed-up noble family, and they still don't know how they'll die. After finishing up with the person, he tossed the hemp rope aside, walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and his eyes were full of approval. Hello, young man, I'm Lei Bo, the captain of this ship. You have spirit and strength. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. After saying this, he directly offered me a super upgrade, saying he would elevate us all to first-class cabins. I tell you, he really knew how to navigate social situations. He pulled a black card from his pocket and handed it to me, saying it was their family's limited VIP card. From now on, riding their ships, trains, or planes would be on house. I was a bit dazed at the time, and the gas from the onlookers nearly knocked me over. The chatter around was like a press conference, mentioning the Lei family's black card, one of the 9 great noble families, and that the head of the family was the president of the Tiangong Academy, leaving me stunned. One moment I was a poor student, the next, I was a guest of the Lei family. Captain Lei Bo was particularly sincere, saying the most impressive thing about their family head wasn't talent, but the ability to see people, claiming I was destined for greatness, and that giving me a black card was a win for him. With words put this way, what could I say? I could only accept it. After handling my side, he turned to comfort the bully girl and upgraded her cabin too. She was very sensible, bowed to me, and insisted on knowing my name, saying she would repay me in the future. I, being someone who can't stand this kind of thing, quickly waved my hand, saying it was just a small favor, and I introduced myself as Qin Shi. Before I could finish my polite words, I noticed something was off out of the corner of my eye. A chill shot down my spine. Without thinking, I threw a shuriken, which zipped past the girl's hair and embedded itself into the ship's hull behind her. Everyone around was dumbfounded, and the girl turned back in horror. Then, I will never forget that scene. Behind her floated something, a white bone mask, a dark body, with a big hole in the chest, drool almost dripping onto the deck. My system chimed, Void, Death God Dimension Monster. Good heavens, what a crossover. The next moment, the whole ship exploded. Ghosts. Monster invasion. Screams erupted, and the deck instantly turned into chaos. Even more ridiculous from the sea, like dumplings being dropped, one after another, these things called Void were emerging. I quickly threw another shuriken, but it passed right through. The system notified me of physical attack immunity. Of course, I knew that. Who has ever killed a ghost with a kitchen knife? I gritted my teeth, pulled the thread, and unleashed fire style. Fireball Jutsu. A fire dragon followed the thread and slammed into its face, causing it to scream and evaporate. Successful exorcism. But the problem was, there was a whole enhanced squad of these things. Taking advantage of the chaos, I quickly let down the 2 live treasures I had previously suspended. At this moment, I couldn't let them become roasted skewers in midair. As soon as Yuan Million landed, he was paralyzed with fear, but his lizard-man bodyguard, Mei 1, had some skills. He slapped Yuan Million's back, and the 2 of them seemed to disappear. Those Void couldn't see them, just as several unlucky ones were being sucked away by the Void. I panicked and shouted, "Don't run around. These things are called Void. Physical attacks are useless. They can pass through walls. Use elemental attacks, water, fire, wind, thunder, anything works. Take them down." Saying this, I demonstrated with another fireball. You wouldn't believe it. This move was really effective. A brother in a suit, trembling, took out a mushroom and boom, it exploded into a cloud of poison, actually killing one, which made me laugh. Was the Teemo legacy coming out? Now everyone gained confidence. And Captain Lei Bo was even fiercer, directly having someone bring over a flamethrower, taking off his shirt, and roaring, "Dare to cause trouble on my ship." A fire dragon blasted out. That was imposing. Under his command, those who could use elemental attacks formed an outer circle, while the sailors used the flamethrowers as shields. Finally stabilizing the situation, I directly activated the calling mode here. Breaking the way, Chapter 31, Red Fire Cannon. I tell you, once my Sharingan is activated, those phantoms floating around look like they're in slow motion to me. I can hit wherever I aim, 1 shot for each, not wasting a single spirit bullet. Zhang Hao and Chun Fu also joined the battle. One transformed into a deer and spraying wildly with a fire extinguisher, while the other threw spider sonic bombs, trading blows back and forth. But the problem is, these things just keep coming. The more we kill, the more there are. I realized then that to catch a thief, you must catch the king first. There must be a mastermind behind it all. I rushed out as bait, and the system indeed responded. Ding, malicious source detected. Found it. It's on the lion statue at the bow of the ship, floating with a demon core on its chest. That's definitely it. But the problem is, it has too many minions around it. It's practically a sea of phantoms. The only way is to find that lizard man and use his invisibility skill to sneak up for a decapitation. As a result, when I ran over to say that, Yuan Million was directly clinging to his bodyguard's thigh, refusing to let go, saying, "No way. You want to get me killed? May 1, you can't leave." Then this guy even suggested a terrible idea, wanting May 1 to take the two of them away on a speedboat, using us as bait. Damn. I was furious at that moment, and Captain Label was ready to take action. What happened next? As soon as he activated his skill, he disappeared in a flash. And by the time he reappeared, he was already on the speedboat at the stern, sailing away. Truly unbelievable. Once those two ran, the morale of the group instantly crumbled, and several people tried to escape as well, only to become phantom snacks. We couldn't wait any longer. I braced myself and charged in, finding the way. Chapter 39, Circular Shield. A light shield enveloped me, ready to play the valiant hero. Just then, Captain Label stepped forward. "Chin kid, are you saying that as long as you can get a little closer to that leading phantom, you have a way to kill it?" I nodded, and he burst into laughter, then pulled out a can from his pocket, with the words spinach written on it. I was dumbfounded at that moment. He gulped down the spinach in one go, and then I watched him transform from a chubby uncle into a muscular man with 8-pack abs, exhaling like a dragon. My legacy is B-grade, Sailor Popeye. Wow, this is real transformation. Without a second thought, he grabbed me, the glowing orb, and shouted, "Handsome Captain, take the shot," and threw me out. The feeling was more thrilling than a roller coaster. As I landed, I was just 50 meters away from that boss. That thing panicked and started sucking minions to evolve, rubbing a big red ball in its mouth. It was A. The system warned that evolution would be complete in 5 seconds. 5 seconds? That's enough. I gripped my right wrist with my left hand, and with a loud bird cry, my right hand exploded with electric light. I transformed into a blue lightning bolt, and with the body flicker technique, I was moving so fast that I could barely control myself. The small couldn't even touch my shadow. Just before it could unleash my hand, charged with lightning, pierced precisely into its chest, right into its demon core. The demon core shattered with a crack, and the devastating it was about to unleash went awry, creating a water column dozens of meters high on the sea surface. As it turned to ash that dispersed into thin air, I won. Just as I sighed in relief, I felt my whole body go limp, my spiritual energy completely drained. Oh no, I overdid it with the show-off. I was still floating in midair, right above the ocean. Even moving was a struggle, and I could only watch helplessly as I dropped like a stone. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on the lawn of a cruise ship, my hair still wet. Great, I was indeed fished out of the sea. My body was in terrible shape. Just as I wanted to sleep a bit longer to recover, a mechanical voice suddenly chimed in my head. Ding, host awakening detected. Now proceeding with kill reward settlement. Let me tell you, the moment that system alert sounded, I instantly wasn't sleepy anymore. Wow. Just like clockwork, every month when payday arrives, the kill reward was here. A screen popped up with 3 options. The first, in simple terms, it was like reincarnating too. 0, becoming a ghost. The advantage was immunity to physical attacks, but the downside was permanently saying goodbye to being human. I immediately passed. What a joke. I still want to be human. The second, it's like the signature energy cannon from Death, shooting out a spirit bomb, definitely powerful. The third, spiritual power gift. Permanently gain 1/5 of the blue bar from that big. A countdown of 10 seconds began, ticking away, making me extremely nervous. I tell you, while it's indeed cool, the blue bar is fundamental. No matter how flashy your skills are, if you use 2, you'll run out of energy. And isn't that just like that old teacher who would be panting like a dog after using a divine skill? No blue, what can you do? 3, 2, 1. Just at the last moment, I slammed down on option 3. Ding! It worked. The system informed me that the big named Jillian had a full blue state of 30 bars. I directly took 6 bars, permanently. My total blue amount jumped from 10 bars to 16 bars. Family, who understands? This was like trading a bird gun for a cannon. By the way, the experience from killing the monster also leveled me up, giving me 5 free skill points, plus a new sword technique called Moon Crescent Dance. I was puzzled. When did Obito learn to use a sword? The system directly shot back at me. If you don't want it, this system could take it back. Hey, Look at that little temper. I quickly admitted defeat. Brother, I was wrong. Yes, 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 why not take something given for free? The key is being flexible. After the reward settlement, I slowly sat up. As soon as I moved, wow, a 300-pound giant baby pounced into my arms. Its chubby arms nearly squeezing the life out of me. Old Zhang. Zhang Hao. I pushed his big head away in disgust. We're both guys. Don't make it weird like that. It's gross. Only then did he let go of me. I noticed he was soaked too. I was quite touched and asked if he went into the sea to save me. But then Chun Fu ran over and draped a blanket over me, saying, Zhang Hao wanted to save you, but he couldn't T-swim either. In the end, it was Captain who jumped in and fished you both out. Me. All right. Just as I was saying this, Captain Rebo came over. He slapped my shoulder with a big hand, his eyes full of admiration. You kid, you really did it. He shouted like thunder. I gave you the black car before because I saw you had guts. Now you've taken down that beast, saved me, and saved everyone on the ship. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me, Bo. If I can't solve it, my family will help you too. I tell you, that feeling is amazing. Brother Lei Bo said that the thing I killed wasn't an ordinary mob, but a one-star demon beast, an elite monster. As he spoke, he had someone fish out an ore from the water and handed it to me. It looked like a one-star ball from Dragon Ball, shining brightly. This is called a demon stone. The captain, smoking a pipe, had a serious expression. Only killing a star-level demon beast would drop this. If you crush it, you can randomly obtain a treasure or a skill from the world of that demon beast. What you kill belongs to you. As soon as I heard it, I thought, isn't this just opening a blind box? My hands were shaking at that moment, and several people around were looking at that orb with green eyes like hungry wolves. Without saying a word, I exerted a little force in front of everyone, and with a crack, I crushed the orb. A flash of light, and I suddenly had a knife in my hand. A pure white blade with a pure black handle. It looked incredibly cool, like a tang knife. The system's notification sound immediately rang. Ding, the host has obtained the weapon Zanpakuto from the world of Death Note, Shirkai. Wow, what incredible luck. They just gave me a set of sword techniques, and now I got a Zanpakuto. The system added that this knife belonged to a certain captain, and if I could unlock its initial release, I might activate that captain's power. Captain Rebo also came over to take a look, and he recognized it right away. Ah, it's Shirkai. Xiaoqin, your luck is a bit off. He kindly reminded me that since I have the legacy of the Hokage, using a weapon from the world of Death Note would cause a conflict of powers, greatly reducing its effectiveness. He advised me to quickly sell it on an auction site like Wanbage, estimating it could sell for 500,000 to 600,000. Little did he know, I have a cheat. I was agreeing with hum and out loud, but inside I was overjoyed. Power conflicts? Not a thing. My godly physique, child of all realms, is all about me wanting it all. Whether it's Naruto or Bleach, to me, they're all family, perfectly compatible. This system is simply the Cyber Buddha of 2025, saving all beings. All right. I gave a light slap to my waist, calculating the gains from this wave, and it felt like I was overflowing with rewards. It seems that I chose the right path in demon hunting. After I took a shower and changed into clean clothes, I stood on the deck enjoying the breeze, but my mind calmed down. I found Captain Lei Bo, and when our eyes met, I knew something was off. We were both on the same wavelength. You noticed it too? He said, his voice lowered significantly. I nodded. This time, the demon beast attack didn't have any gray mist. That's right. Captain Leibo's expression was serious. We have a gray mist detector on this ship, but this time, it didn't detect a thing. This indicates that these demon beasts are intentionally raised by someone in this sea. I continued his words. Who understands family? Raising demon beasts privately in the Jojo Kingdom is no different from hiding a Gundam in the third ring. This is a serious crime that could cost you your head. Captain Leibo told me that after I arrived at the academy, I must report this matter to the principal. I nodded, but I harbored an even bigger secret in my heart that I didn't mention. More shocking than someone raising demon beasts is that the big void creature can evolve. The system clearly informed me that it was forcefully enhanced from an ordinary first-tier mob into a one-star elite monster. This matter has never been taught in textbooks. This water is much deeper than I thought. Just as I pondered life, a survival party had already started on the deck. Many passengers came over to toast me, and I responded with yogurt. That fat guy Zhang had already buried himself in a pile of food, eating with grease all over his mouth. Suddenly, with a snap, a flash almost blinded me. I turned my head, and a big-eyed cute girl was pointing a camera at my face. As soon as she saw me looking at her, she quickly put away the camera and rushed in front of me like a gust of wind, grabbing my hand with sparkling eyes. Hello, I am Dunk Xiaoman, an intern reporter for Demon Hunting magazine. Your name is Qin Shi, a freshman at the Demon Hunting Academy from Linhai City, 1. 74 meters tall, currently single. And your favorite action movie from Sakura Country is? I was so scared that I covered her mouth. I turned around and saw that fat Zhang Hao was winking at me not far away, with a roasted duck stuffed in his mouth. You old rascal, I'll make sure to bring you to justice. I really don't want to be famous, so I tried to slip away quickly. But this girl wouldn't let me go, almost shoving a voice recorder in my mouth, insisting on asking me, what motivates you to face terrifying monsters all alone? I complained in my heart. Isn't it true that even if I don't go, I would still die? But on my face, I just smiled faintly, adopting a mysterious expression, and directly delivered a profound theme. Behind me stand 100 passengers. We are fighting the enemy together. So how can I be considered a lone warrior? Besides, as a student of the Demon Hunting Academy, it is also my duty to protect the civilians. With a red tassel in hand, how could I not bind the Azure Dragon? After saying this, I took advantage of her daze, quickly slipped away, hiding my achievements and fame. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, that scumbag rich second generation, Yuan Million, wasn't so lucky. He had fled on a speedboat with his lizardman bodyguard, May 1, but ended up lost at sea with their fuel running out, leaving the two fools waiting to die. Just when Yuan Million was thirsty and hungry, the neighbor girl he had teased on the boat suddenly appeared at the bow, her little feet splashing in the water. Let me tell you, that scene was as bizarre as it gets. Yuan Million, the lecher, thought his luck was turning, nearly drooling as he pounced on her. Just then, May 1, the lizardman bodyguard, was about to shout a warning when suddenly, a grotesque blade made of flesh pierced through his back. The one who attacked was the girl's brother, who had now transformed into a hunchbacked monster that couldn't even stand up straight. This monster called himself the lower rank of the 100 Ghosts group, codenamed Nu, and the delicate girl at the bow had an even more impressive codename, Water Column. They sang in harmony, directly revealing their secrets. The big creature I killed was actually their experimental subject. They wanted to see if they could achieve the incredible feat of fusing demon beasts with humans. Yuan Million, the fool, was stunned and still wanted to fight back with a fire extinguisher. But the water column girl just gave him a glance, and he was immobilized. Then, the most terrifying scene unfolded. The monster named Nu opened his mouth and forcibly extracted Yuan Million's soul from his body, crunching on it like a snack. After finishing, he used a disgusting ability called the raccoon dog, swapping the prince, shedding his human skin and directly burrowing into Yuan Million's body, taking his place. The new Yuan Million stood up, moved his limbs, and even dared to lewdly gaze at the water column. But the girl merely turned her back to him, sneering coldly, completely dismissing him. A terrifying spiritual power erupted from her, gathering behind her into a massive shadow, a woman's figure, stunningly beautiful. But her long hair was made up of countless twisting, screaming venomous snakes. The word sea monster Medusa made a guy named Nu's legs start a cramp. He trembled as he stammered, Is there really someone who can fuse demon beasts into their body? But guess what? This guy was not afraid at all. His eyes glowed even greener, like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years, and he was licking his lips, mumbling, I wonder what the soul fused with a demon beast tastes like. At that moment, I thought, brother, your thoughts are very dangerous. Sure enough, just as he was about to move, he found himself frozen in place like that Yuan Million before him. A silver chain emerged from the tips of the young lady's fingers, flying over and pressing against his forehead. The pressure was so intense it felt like it was going to crush me into a piece of paper. That guy immediately backed down, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered and begged for mercy, mentioning the cooperation between the two leaders and saying he wanted to continue the mission. The young lady stared at him expressionlessly, and in the end, she retracted the chain and coldly said, Next time you dare to speak nonsense, this chain won't just be pressing against your forehead. It will go straight through your heart. The guy was so scared he lost his mind, no longer daring to complain, and obediently started to clean up the corpses on the ship, throwing the lizard men and such into the sea to feed the fish. While working, he was still complaining, saying that Yuan Million's body was too trashy, panting after just a couple of moves like an 80-year-old man. And then, of course, he couldn't keep his mouth shut again, starting to fixate on me. He was drooling and saying that the boy named Qin Shi was the best, and if he could eat him and take over his body. I tell you, before he could finish his words, the girl at the bow of the ship suddenly stood up. The chain, this time without even a warning, directly pierced through his chest with a thud. That guy let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, looking down to see a fist-sized hole in his chest, still emitting black smoke. Even worse, The chain had directly nailed a black bug that looked like a monkey from his back. Goodness, it turns out this guy had 4 lives, like a cat. But this move had directly taken away one of his monkey lives, even causing his soul-eating skill to be discarded. Now he was completely enraged. His limbs turned into meat and eyes wildly dancing around, shouting, "Water column, are you crazy? Just because that kid spoke for you. You want to turn against our ghost team?" But he could only shout, not daring to make a move. Because he could sense that the girl's killing intent was almost solidifying. If he moved again, he would pay for it today. But strangely, the girl turned around, facing away from him, looking at the sea, seemingly a bit dazed herself. She was probably thinking, what just happened? Just because an outsider wants to kill a kid I just met, I reacted so strongly? Who understands? It turns out this girl had such a big issue hidden in her heart. She remembered 10 years ago, when she was just a little girl, being bullied by a group of thugs on the street, dragged into an alley. At that time, there were so many passersby, but none dared to stand up. She wondered if there had been a boy like Chinsure to stand up back then, would she have ended up like this today? Thinking of this, her hatred and anger surged again. But as soon as she recalled my face on the cruise ship, her raging heart inexplicably calmed down. Chinsure, I want to protect him. She made up her mind, suddenly turning around, her killing intent even stronger than before. She stared at the guy named Nu, speaking each word clearly. Today, I spare your life. Remember this. That boy named Chinsure is an important piece for me. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, I'll twist you into a twist and soak you in formalin as a specimen. That guy's throat was rattling, but in the end, he still lowered his head. There was no choice. The gap in strength was too great, and he had to submit. The girl finished giving her orders, told him to wait for the Yuan family's people to make contact, then dove straight into the sea. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. A huge whirlpool instantly formed on the surface of the sea, as if Godzilla had gone into the water, and then it quickly returned to calm. A few days later, we finally arrived at our destination. When the ship docked, oh my, it was a sea of people. Trains, ships, planes, everything was there. This was the largest transportation hub in the 9 provinces, Chang'an City in the wasteland. Chunfu, and Zhonghao, like Lu Laolao, entering the Grandview Garden. We're holding our suitcases, our eyes wide open. Skyscrapers, Totoro buses, alpaca taxis, it was incredible. Zhonghao was the most excited, pointing at the square across the street and shouting, "Old Qin, look, the welcoming teams from each college." I followed his finger and took a look. Wow, this welcome event is way too extravagant. The wealthy ones drove over a dozen Maybachs to clear the way. Some were riding Harry Potter's broomstick in the sky, pulling banners. And there were bands inviting beautiful senior sisters to perform on site. But the most impressive had to be Chunfu and their Tiangong Academy. They directly brought out a 24K pure gold airship. Upon closer inspection, isn't that Enel's Arc Maxim? Truly a wealthy academy, can't mess with them. Zhonghao quickly looked for their Jiuzhou Huadahua Academy, and what came over was an ambulance. When the doors opened, 8 pink chubby figures got out, holding signs and shouting "Hanny Hanny," with a stunning nurse senior sister winking in front. Zhonghao was drooling on the spot, muttering, "Alma mater, I love it." Next came the classic farewell scene at the station. Chunfu and I exerted great effort to stuff the sobbing Zhonghao into the ambulance. After sending them off, I started looking for our Yaoshao Academy's contact person in the square. Guess what? After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find them. Eventually, behind a fountain, I discovered a guy who seemed to be the contact. He was 2 meters tall, had curly hair, wore a green eye mask, and a green coat. Isn't that Akiji? As I approached, I saw him focused on his phone, cursing, click the tower, I've never won." Then a victory sound came from his phone, and he finally looked up and noticed me. He gestured at the photo on his phone for a long time before confirming that I was the new student Chinsure. He introduced himself as Qing Ji, a newly arrived lecturer, and told me to call him Brother Ji. He also explained that his outfit was called Role-Playing Method, which could speed up cultivation. I thought to myself, isn't this just cosplay? I looked around and asked him, "Teacher, am I the only new student? Other colleges are bringing in people in droves." Jiga smacked his lips and said, "Our college has a low enrollment, and most of the students who come here are rich second-generation kids with private jets to pick them up. It's rare to see a poor student like me who comes with a free boat ticket." As he spoke, he clanked and pulled out 2 sets of gear from his coat. My eyes lit up on the spot. I'm familiar with this thing. It's the vertical maneuvering equipment from Attack on Titan. Seeing that I recognized it, Jiga made things easier for himself, helping me put it on while chattering away. He said this was the equipment he got after killing a beast for the first time, and later he modified it, replacing the claw hooks with powerful suction cups. With the press-up button, whoosh, he could fly like Spider-Man. After I was all geared up, he suddenly flashed me a mischievous smile. "Chin, did you understand? You have to keep up, or you won't make it to the academy." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off like a rocket towards the distant clock tower, his voice lingering in the air. "Oh, and be careful if you break anything, it'll come out of your allowance, haha." I knew exactly what this old man was thinking. He just wanted to give me a taste of reality and let me know how harsh society could be. He must have thought I was a newbie, already all over the place. As he zipped between the buildings, he turned his head back to look. But when he did, he was stunned. I was smoothly following right behind him, bouncing, gliding, and retracting the rope all in one go, even better than him. He was immediately unconvinced, thinking, "I'm an S-class inheritor. How can I not keep a B-class newbie in check?" So he took a sharp turn and led me straight into a complicated area of the city called Tiantan Garden. That place had low, messy houses, clotheslines, and dense electric wires, looking like a maze. Let me tell you, this time, the situation has turned from showing off to kneeling down. He was so flustered that he almost got hit by a clothes-drying rack, and then nearly got decapitated by a kite string. In the end, he was splashed with a basin of foot-washing water that smelled of salted fish from an upstairs aunt, which was a real wake-up call. As for me, I was clean and tidy, with a posture as elegant as a ballet dancer. What can I say? It's all because I have the Sharingan, predicting your predictions. When we reached the school gate, teacher Qingji didn't say a word, left with a dark face, and flew away, probably looking for a quiet place, leaving me alone in the wind, all confused. "At least tell me how to report in, hey." I was complaining when a crow flew over my head, cawed, and dropped an envelope that said Freshman Self-Service Enrollment Guide. Wow, this college really emphasizes self-service, huh? I opened the envelope, and inside was a room key card. Osiris read 304. I was stunned at that moment. Isn't that the dormitory ranking from Yu-Gi-Oh? GX? Osiris read, the lowest tier. I arrived at the dorm carrying my luggage, and when I pushed the door open, I saw 3 bunk beds with desks underneath. And in the corner, there was an air conditioner covered in dust. Although the conditions were average, compared to the pigsty of a 10-person dorm I lived in during my previous life, this was simply paradise. I had just chosen my bed when the door slammed open, and 2 men in black came in. Then, an old butler quickly rolled out a red carpet. Following that, a chubby, rich, second-generation heir walked in. Upon seeing me, he immediately greeted me warmly. "Roommate? Lightning monkey." Saying this, without a second thought, he pulled out a green water ghost, a green water demon, and shoved it into my hand. Just as I was about to refuse, he took out a Gucci wallet. I tell you, I'm definitely sticking with this guy. I'm going to cling to this big thigh. His name is Pei Buyong, a B-level inheritance with the game of Mutong. While we were busy flattering each other, the door opened again, and a golden-haired kid rushed in, pale-faced, and headed straight for the bathroom, vomiting. No need to ask. He must have been overwhelmed by the 3-dimensional maneuver gear as well. His name is Li Shani, and his inheritance is my wife Shani. The 3 of us had just met when a loudspeaker in the dormitory blared, calling the new students to gather at the square. When we arrived at the square, I was stunned. To the north of the square stood a huge mountain, with 7 gigantic statues carved into its side, each standing 300 meters tall. Isn't this the Hokage Rock? Are they paying tribute here? Pei Liao explained to me that this is called Principal Rock, featuring the 7 past principals of the Monster Hunting Academy, who were carved into the mountain while they were still alive. The 3 of us were chatting when the students gradually arrived. I glanced around, and wow, the levels were distinct. Those in red uniforms, like the 3 of us, were all B-level inheritors, the most numerous. Those in yellow uniforms were A-level inheritors. As for the few in blue uniforms standing at the front, lined up neatly with their noses almost pointed to the sky, they were all S-level inheritors. I counted, there are a total of 9 people. Pei Liao stroked the stubble on his chin and said in a low voice, "This is already quite a lot. In previous years, having 5 or 6 S-levels was already good. It is said that the growth rate and potential of S-level inheritances are far beyond what we B-level students can compare to. They are the true chosen ones and will be the high-end combat power of humanity in the future. I have to tell you, the S-level inheritance is impressive. But guess what? Old Pei, that guy, leisurely said, "Oh, that's my family S butler, S-level, graduated from the Demon Hunting Academy, owes my dad a favor." Hiss. At that moment, I and Li Shani couldn't help but gasp. An S-level big shot is your family's butler? Dude, does her family run a mine or a mint? Just as I was about to dig into Old Pei's extraordinary family background, someone suddenly coughed in front of the square. A teacher wearing a green eye mask. The one who came to pick us up, Qingji, cleared his throat and said, "Quiet, the leader is arriving." Leader? We looked around for a long time, but didn't see a ghost. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the sky, and a helicopter was hovering right above us. I quickly activated my Sharingan to look up, and wow. As soon as the cabin door opened, a muscular old man without a shirt jumped down. No parachute, no equipment. He just plummeted down like a meteor. At that moment, my mind went blank. The impact landed squarely in the middle of our group of students. Wouldn't that crush a bunch of us? The students below instantly erupted into chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions. On stage, teacher Ching Ji covered his face, looking as if he couldn't bear to watch, mumbling, "Why does the principal always pull this stunt every time he shows up?" At his age, the principal, boom! With a loud bang, the entire square shook. That old man was hovering 3 meters above our heads, seemingly with nothing beneath him. Yet the ground below cracked open like shattered glass, with dark fissures appearing everywhere. My pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Damn, this is a spatial rift. A single step shattered the space. What kind of divine power is this? That old man, our principal, glanced down at the chaotic students below, frowned in dissatisfaction, and then stepped forward, walking on the shattered space as if it were a staircase, making his way to the podium. He picked up the microphone to test the sound, then disdainfully tossed it aside. Ha ha! A signature maniacal laugh resonated, making my eardrums buzz. "Welcome, you little ones who have just grown wings. I am the principal here. Bye. For the next 3 years, I will be your nightmare." I tell you, the audience instantly erupted. Bye. He is the Bai Chi principal who single-handedly defended the Great Wall 10 years ago, fighting against 100,000 monsters and saving the entire Chang'an city. The strongest man in the 9 provinces. He's alive. Does anyone understand? I've met my living idol. I was also shocked. Bai Chi. This is the legendary figure who has dominated the cover of Demon Hunting magazine for years. His legacy is that of Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the pirate world. No wonder he is so fierce. The students below were going crazy, some shouting "I love you, principal," others asking how he got an 8-pack, and one guy even took off his shirt, claiming his legacy is Zoro, saying wearing a shirt affects his sword drawing. Goodness. The atmosphere was off the charts. "Everyone quiet down," Bai yelled, stomping his foot, and the podium cracked with several visible fissures. "You standing here proves you are the elite who have eliminated countless others. So I want to see pride in your eyes. As students of Demon Hunting Academy, if you don't have a bit of pride, what are you even doing here?" As soon as he said this, everyone straightened their chests, a sense of pride filling the air. However, the old man suddenly shifted his tone, raising his voice sharply. "Having pride doesn't mean you can get carried away. Look at the uniforms around you. Different colors represent different levels of legacy. From the day you awakened, the gap has already been etched into your bones. This gap is a chasm, let alone comparing to demon beasts. They are born tough and strong, as large as mountains. What do we humans have? So, do we just accept our fate? Do we kneel and bow our heads when we encounter demon beasts on the battlefield?" With his furious roar, an incredibly terrifying pressure erupted from his body, crashing towards us like a tsunami. I tell you, in that moment, it felt like a huge stone was weighing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My heart felt like it was about to burst. It seemed as if with just a thought from this old man, we would all perish on the spot. Next to me, Old Pei and Lishani both fell to the ground with a thud, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Old Pei even started snoring. His mental fortitude is really something. As for me, relying on my Sharingan, I managed to hold on, though my face was a bit pale. But seeing my classmates collapse in droves around me made my heart race. This must be the overwhelming presence of a king, right? It's simply unreasonable. A minute later, that life-threatening pressure finally dissipated. Everyone gasped for air as if they had just been pulled out of the water, and some even vomited on the spot. Although people had recovered, their spirits were gone. Everyone lowered their heads. The previous arrogance had vanished completely, and the entire square was filled with a heavy silence. Some began to question their lives. Some felt they'd never catch up to those S ranks, and even some were already considering giving up on avenging their families. In this atmosphere of despair, the principal suddenly punched and shattered the entire podium. "Lift your heads up," he roared. "You must never lose your proud hearts, no matter what." Why? Because on the battlefield, if you fail, you will die. Your loved ones behind you will die. The countless compatriots of Jojo that we protect will die. I tell you, you have no retreat. The only choice is to fight with all your might to become stronger. Stronger. Strong to the point where no one can reach you. To ensure that you can survive. to ensure that those behind you can survive. You have no other choice. The strong live. The weak die. We, the Jojo demon hunters, must be strong. As long as you are here, Jojo is here. Demon beasts, forbidden to walk. Let me tell you, after this speech, it directly revived everyone's spirits. The students, who were just listless moments ago, now had red eyes, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, shouting that they wanted to become stronger. The roar was so loud that it almost lifted the sky. Just as the atmosphere was ignited, Principal Bai waved his hand and said, "All right, time is tight. Let's start the first activity, a simple tour." Simple? I don't believe you. Suddenly, a handsome teacher walked out, with a magic book covered in four-leaf clovers floating in front of him. The principal stretched and said to that teacher, "Arno, it's up to you, fly steadily." The teacher named Arno had a look of despair. "Principal, with so many people, I'm afraid my mana will be drained." Although he complained, his hands didn't stop moving. He muttered some wind magic incantation, sky wind arc, and then a gust of wind suddenly arose, lifting all of us, over 1,000 people, into the sky. I activated my Sharingan and saw that beneath our feet was a gigantic arc completely made of wind. The principal was the first to jump to the bow and lay down to sleep. Teacher Qingji followed suit. At that moment, I had one thought. The teachers at this school are all about being laid back. The wind arc carried us north for nearly 2 hours, passing through Chang'an City and countless abandoned cities. Those broken walls and ruins made people's hearts heavy. Teacher Qingji, who didn't know when he woke up, was holding a loudspeaker explaining to us that this was called a buffer zone, meant to give us humans the last time to retreat in case the border defense line was breached. Hearing this, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. After flying for a while, suddenly, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. On the horizon, a wall appeared. No, it wasn't a wall. It was a continuous mountain range made of steel, towering into the clouds, with no end in sight. Above the wall, there was a towering red light curtain, completely isolating the inside from the outside. The wall was covered in fierce claw marks and pits, with indelible dark red bloodstains. This is one of the 9 demon suppression passes of our Jojo, the Great Wall Pass. Teacher Qingji's voice came from the loudspeaker. 300 years ago, the first principal transformed the 4 red suns formation of the Naruto world, establishing 9 demon suppression passes to keep the demon beasts outside the national borders. The wind arc circled at the foot of the Great Wall, and suddenly, the crazy old principal woke up, pointing outside the wall, and said, "Arno, go through." Teacher Arno's magic book almost fell in shock. "Principal, don't joke around. Beyond the wall is the demon realm, filled with gray mist. If we run into high-level demon beasts with so many students, what are you afraid of? With me here, what is there to fear?" The principal dug in his ears and pointed at the red light curtain ahead. We looked in the direction he pointed, and the light curtain actually opened a gap. "I set this up a month ago. Let us go." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the wind arc could only fly towards that gap. At that moment, Teacher Qingji suddenly announced, "New students, next, we will go outside the Great Wall Pass and dive into the gray mist." The students immediately erupted in protest, saying this was a death sentence. Teacher Qingji's face turned serious, his voice cold as ice. "The Demon Hunting Academy, to put it bluntly, is a military camp. You are all soldiers. It is your duty as soldiers to obey orders. Now the commander has given an order. Do you want to disobey? You have 30 seconds. Anyone with objections, step forward. Withdrawing from this activity is equivalent to withdrawing from the Demon Hunting Academy." The venue fell silent. As a result, my rich second-generation roommate, Old Pei, tremblingly raised his hand. If withdrawing means I can drop out, then I choose to withdraw." Good heavens. It was like a scene from a domineering CEO dropping out of school. Teacher Qingji glanced at the roster and sneered. "Can't escape, can you? Your father specifically instructed that even if you die, you must die in the academy. By the way, your father donated 100 billion to the academy and is an honorary director. So, classmate Pei, sit down quietly." Old Pei immediately went silent, muttering, "This overwhelming wealth ultimately couldn't be avoided." Since no one else opposed, the wind arc slowly passed through the crimson flame barrier. I took the opportunity to ask Teacher Qingji beside me, "Teacher, this barrier is like the 4 red suns formation in Naruto. It must require someone to continuously supply chakra, right? But I don't see anyone casting the spell." Teacher Qingji looked at me approvingly. "Use your Sharingan to take a look." I immediately activated my Sharingan and looked towards the steel Great Wall. At that moment, I was completely stunned. In my field of vision, the entire wall resembled a gigantic torch, crazily drawing in massive amounts of spiritual energy from the demon realm outside as fuel. This spiritual energy is from demon beasts. Clever. Teacher Qingji nodded, but his expression became extremely serious. However, it wasn't just the demon beasts. There were also us demon hunters stationed here. Whether it was the demon beasts that were killed or the demon hunters who died in battle, their spiritual energy would be absorbed by this marvel, becoming the fuel to guard the 9 provinces. He stared directly at me and said word by word, "So, do you understand now, classmate? The true demon suppression barrier is not this steel great wall, but those who are willing to sacrifice their lives for humanity, the people." At that moment, my mind buzzed, and I stood up, deeply bowing to the majestic great wall. As we passed through the barrier, the sky instantly darkened, and a gray mist enveloped everything, with various eerie howls echoing around us. Below the wind boat, the terrain became bizarre, filled with strange plants and bones. Just then, a cry for help came from below. A 4-person team was running towards us in a panic. Teacher Arno lowered the wind boat, and when those people saw us, they looked like they had found their saviors. Breathlessly shouting, "Run! Run! It's the beast tide! The beast tide is coming!" They saw that we were all inexperienced newcomers and were so anxious that they stamped their feet. And without looking back, they dashed towards the Great Wall. Teacher Arno also panicked and prepared to start the wind boat to get us out of there. But guess what? Old Man Bai Chi, upon hearing this, was not shocked, but rather delighted. He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Gulalala! Beast tide? Great! Our luck is really good." He turned around and shouted at us, "Thousands of newcomers. Don't just stand there, rookie soldiers. Hurry up and line up according to the previous formation." What a great opportunity. Only by truly witnessing the terror of the monster beasts will you strive harder in your future studies. Strive for what? Let me tell you. Just as the white-bearded principal finished speaking, the teacher Qingji next to him couldn't bear it any longer and was about to advise him when the principal glared at him, saying that instead of wasting time talking, he might as well get to work. Wow. Teacher Qingji was so frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Rank has its privileges. He could only put his hands together, and the cold air poured out like an air conditioner turned to the maximum. Whoosh. Family who understands. That was the legendary freezing fruit ability. With a crash, the ground rumbled beneath us, and a thick ice wall over 3 meters high shot up from the ground, forming a large ice box that completely covered us thousands of people, sealing us tightly from above. This ice wall was quite high definition, like a 4K screen, clearly showing the scene outside. I stretched my neck to look outside, and in the distance the forest was filled with rolling smoke and dust, the ground shaking as if it were in vibration mode, getting closer and closer. The howls of countless monster beasts were like a chaotic dance, making my eardrums buzz. The next second, there was a loud bang. The beast tide had arrived. Countless monster beasts could not stop in time, crashing into the ice wall one after another, as if they had drunk fake liquor. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Blood, shredded meat, and eyeballs splattered all over the wall like tomato sauce smeared on it, and with chunks of fruit in it. Students close by couldn't handle it and immediately vomited, contributing their lunch. A bunch of inexperienced folks were throwing up all over the place, and several girls cried out in fright. Guess what happened next? Our amazing principal. Looking at this horrific scene, not only was he not afraid, but he laughed heartily. He licked his lips, and his eyes were like he was looking at a plate of appetizers, saying, "This is just the beginning. We need to add some more excitement." At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that the old man was up to something. Sure enough, he stood up bare-chested, pressed his hands against the ice wall, and shouted, "Duong, Duong, Duong." The 3-meter-thick ice wall was suddenly riddled with dozens of large holes. Teacher Qingji was completely stunned and shouted at the principal. "What are you doing?" The principal, as if nothing was wrong, clapped his hands and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fix it. Do you want them to die? I really want to give the newcomers a little shock, right?" In just a few seconds, more than 30 demon beasts charged in, howling. The whole team instantly went into chaos. "Oh my God, help! Don't eat me, my meat is sour." It was a cacophony. The guy next to me ran faster than Bolt, still shouting back, "As long as I run faster than you, the demon beasts won't catch me." Family, who understands this plastic friendship? The scene was chaotic. Many people weren't even injured by the demon beasts. They were purely trampled by their classmates, blood everywhere. The principal saw this situation and his face turned dark, spitting out saliva. Useless. A bunch of useless people. He shouted at the teachers to only save people and not to fight the monsters. "I think I've figured it out. This isn't a school opening ceremony at all. It's clearly a large-scale live-action battle royale. But amidst the chaos, there are always a few tough characters. Those 9S-class elites in blue uniforms didn't even run away. One golden-haired handsome guy wearing sunglasses was smiling like a villain. With a snap of his fingers, a few invisible, thin lines shot out and turned a cotton candy monster into a sieve. Then there was a girl with short brown hair swinging a star wand, chanting a spell, and a fire sprite flew out from a cloud card, instantly turning a dog-headed man into ashes. The S-Class inheritors are truly different, focusing on a dimensional strike. But we were in a much worse situation. My yellow-haired roommate, Lishani, was unlucky enough to be surrounded by 3 Digimon. One was a goblin beast wielding a spiked club, another was a small demon beast throwing darts, and the last one was a mushroom beast playing with mushroom bombs. My brother was so scared he sat down on the ground, crawling with all fours, crying and calling for his grandpa. Just as those 3 Digimon were about to give him a thorough interrogation, my big brother, Lao Qin, sprang into action. Several shurikens flew out and interrupted their attack. Lao Qin rushed over to Lishani, helped him up, and calmly said, "Yellow hair, you go help the others with Lao Lu. I'll handle these 3. Lao Lu is our other roommate, Pei Bouillon. Let me tell you, the bond between the 3 of us is as solid as if we had sworn brotherhood." Lao Qin patted the dazed Lishani and faced those 3 raging Digimon alone. I saw Lao Qin's eyes flash with a black jade, and with a pull of his hands, the 3 monsters froze in place as if their pressure points had been hit. Upon closer inspection, I realized that those shurikens were connected by threads finer than hair, instantly tying the 3 of them into a big zongzi. Lao Qin puffed out his cheeks, snorted coldly. "General, fire release, great fireball." A massive fireball surged along the threads, and with a bang, the 3 Digimon disintegrated before they could even scream. A system notification rang in my head. Experience points and skill points received, feeling great. Lao Qin's move was clean and efficient, but unfortunately, it was too chaotic for many to notice. However, outside the ice wall, the white-bearded principal saw everything clearly, stroking his beard and chuckling. "Huh, this kid has potential. I like him." Gradually, many students began to realize, hey, these monsters don't seem that fierce. Fear turned into anger, and one by one, they started to fight back. A small girl about 5 meters tall swung a meteor hammer and smashed a slime into mush. The guy who was trembling in the corner just a moment ago took down a rabbit with 1 sword strike, standing triumphantly over his spoils, his chin nearly reaching the sky. Soon, the dozens of monsters that charged him were wiped out by us freshmen. The beast hide outside had also vanished. With the crisis averted, everyone felt capable again, their faces filled with pride. But guess what? The principal chuckled again. He walked to the edge of the ice wall, placed a hand on it, and shouted softly. Oh my, that massive ice wall that had consumed half of teacher Qingji's spiritual energy and covered the entire playground crumbled instantly, like it was made of paper. As the ice wall collapsed, we discovered that the forest outside was ablaze, a sea of flames. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble with loud thuds, as if a giant were walking. The principal then leisurely spoke. "Let me share a little knowledge with you. The beast tide doesn't come for no reason. They are fleeing. Just like wolves chasing a flock of sheep. These little creatures are being driven by an even stronger presence." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic figure emerged from the sea of flames. It was covered in bright red scales, with horns on its head and a pair of membranous wings on its back. The heat wave hit me, and I felt like my eyebrows were about to singe. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Isn't that the Elder Dragon from Monster Hunter? Its forehead is even shining with 4 stars. My God, those people who were so arrogant just now are now as weak as noodles, their faces whiter than paper. Is this the true beast? We're doomed. We're like ants. I don't want to die. The confidence I just built up was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, chilling to the bone. The crowd began to stir again, but there was fire all around with nowhere to run. Just as the Flame King Dragon spread its wings and prepared to dive, Principal Whitebeard stepped forward. His right hand extended, and his fingers clenched tightly. Let me tell you, with my Sharingan, I could see it clearly. The whole space twisted. The explosive dust spewed out by the Flame King Dragon was pushed away by an invisible giant hand, all swirling around us. Is this the power of the Tremor fruit? It can even interfere with space. It's simply a cheat. Our principal walked step by step to the front of the Flame King Dragon. That small body, in front of the giant dragon, exuded an aura like a primordial beast. The Flame King Dragon bared its teeth, but dared not move. The principal approached it, facing the dragon's massive head dozens of meters high, and swung his fist upward. Bang! although he didn't actually hit it. The Flame King Dragon reacted as if struck by an invisible uppercut, howling as it flew away, even losing a tooth. Just one punch. A punch from afar. That 4-star Flame King Dragon lay on the ground, exposing its belly in submission. The dignity of the dragon? Worthless in the face of absolute power. The principal jumped onto the dragon's head and waved to teacher Qingji. Little Qing, come here, you speak dragon language, help me translate. He patted the Flame King Dragon's head, cleared his throat, and said, you have two choices. Either be my mount or become roasted dragon. The Flame King Dragon hesitated for a moment, and the principal frowned. You don't want to? Then I'll roast you. Dragon tendons and dragon skin are both good things. As soon as the words were translated, the Flame King Dragon swiftly got up, carrying the principal and flying into the air, behaving quite obediently. Half an hour later, we were flying back on that swaying wind Arkansas beside us. Our principal, bare-chested, rode the imposing Flame King Dragon, laughing heartily. Gulalala, today I'm a dragon knight. Oh yeah, fly. The Flame King Dragon felt aggrieved, roared twice, but was met with the principal's foot on its forehead. What are you roaring about? Fly steadily. Don't you know I get airsick? If you don't behave, I'll roast you. I had only one thought at that moment. This old man is so annoying, but also so handsome. By the time the ark finally landed, Teacher Arno had exhausted his energy and was almost drained. As our group got off, we all started to vomit. Teacher Qingji was also leaning against the wall, dry heaving for a long time, before finally picking up the loudspeaker and weakly announcing, today's visit ends here. See you at the square tomorrow at 7:30. The cafeteria opens at 6. Hope you enjoy your meal. That last smile of his, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When our group of starving ghosts rushed to the cafeteria, everyone was dumbfounded. Where's the cafeteria? In front of us was a huge lake, and what was rolling in it wasn't water, but a fragrant hot pot broth. In the center of the lake floated a giant fish-shaped boat, with Bartai Restaurant written on it. Good heavens, I exclaimed. Isn't this Sanji's restaurant from One Piece? To eat. Do we have to cross a hot pot lake? Just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, Teacher Qingji and the others came over with a few carts, smiling and saying, can't get across? No problem. I have food here. Feel free to take some. We leaned over to take a look, and everyone fell silent. The food consisted of just two things, a bloody piece of raw beef and a cup of green, bitter vegetable juice that smelled like it would make you vomit. One student protested on the spot, can we eat this? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Teacher Arno sneered, dogs wouldn't eat it? Once you enter the demon realm, you'll know how lucky it is to have raw meat to eat. Whether you like it or not, the training tomorrow won't be reduced. As soon as he finished speaking, those S-Class big shots showed their skills. Some summoned flying brooms, some directly used flight techniques. And that guy with the string fruit shot a string at a bird in the sky and swung over like on a swing. Most people could only grimace as they received a portion of raw beef and bitter vegetable juice. The guy next to me took a bite, turned green, and swallowed it down with tears in his eyes. It was so disgusting. It was so disgusting. I tell you, the guy next to me turned green, yelled, and ran away, saying he would rather starve than endure this torture. Most people couldn't stand it and returned to the dormitory on an empty stomach. And guess what? My amazing roommate, Qin Shi, actually walked over without changing his expression and asked the teacher for another portion. Goodness, that raw beef still had blood on it. He took 2 big bites, and that green stuff, which looked like dishwater, he drank in one gulp without batting an eye. I was dumbfounded, thinking, dude, is your stomach made of iron? Then he wiped the blood off his mouth and calmly said that he was taught not to waste food since childhood, and then stated that he was going to the lakeside restaurant for a feast. I was still wondering how he got past that. After all, it was a boiling hot pot lake. The next second, he started muttering something under his breath, and suddenly a light ring appeared beneath his feet with a duong sound, like a floating skateboard, and he zipped out in a flash. That posture, you know, the Naruto run. Who understands, right? He was so fast. He left a streak of lightning behind, even faster than my buddy's jet ski. Incredible. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the location. Wow, the legendary Bartai restaurant. The deck was filled with the aroma of meat. It was mouth-watering. Pei couldn't have reserved a seat for him long ago. Also in Osmai Ruimata Valkadin, he began scanning the entire place, counting like a machine, muttering that out of 1,000 freshmen, less than 300 had shown up. And what did we get? A cup of plain water per person and a plate of boiled beef with no salt. At that moment, I thought, so all our efforts just led us from a hellishly difficult cafeteria to a newbie village-level boiled meat gathering, right? Just when everyone looked like they were constipated. A middle-aged uncle with a beer belly, curly eyebrows, and a cigarette in his mouth walked onto the stage, looking like a chubby version of Sanji. He called himself Chef Dashin and cheekily asked us, "Do you like the food I prepared for you?" As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted. "I flew all the way here just to eat this? You're testing us with this?" Everyone's grievances were about to lift the roof. The chef flicked his cigarette, clapped his hands, and suddenly, a cart filled with mountain delicacies and seafood was pushed out from behind. Takoyaki, seafood fried rice, juicy meat skewers, and even a wedding cake taller than a person. The aroma was so intense that I was almost drooling from a distance. The chef spat and provocatively said, "Want to eat? Simple. Just withstand one of my moves, just one, and you can take whatever you want. Who can handle that?" Immediately, a chubby guy went up, and my buddy Pei couldn't help but say that this guy was Ding Zhua, an A-class inheritor, a Kimchi Choji. He immediately used the expansion jutsu, making his fists as big as sandbags, and boasted that even a cow couldn't withstand his punch. What happened next? The chef Uncle blew smoke in his face, slowly lifted a foot, shouted meat chop shoot, and boom. The chubby guy was kicked out like a cannonball into the hot pot lake outside the restaurant. Instant kill. Pure instant kill. Luckily, teacher Qingji froze the lake water at the edge of the boat. Otherwise, he would have been boiled into a red braised pig trotter. The chef cracked his neck and became even more arrogant, saying that you all could go together. Sure enough, 10 people rushed up, but they weren't fighting him. They went straight for the food, but their movements were weird, like marionettes, and they looked terrified. The uncle got angry, his aura changed. I felt a jolt in my heart. This was the observation haki. Light was radiating from his feet as he shouted Demon Wind Kick, and in just 2 seconds, all 10 people were kicked away and crashed onto the ice. Then I realized that one of the S-class freshmen was causing trouble. A guy with sunglasses and golden hair, named Minggu, inheritor of S-class Doflamingo. Those 10 people were his puppets, aiming to take advantage of the chaos to attach his parasitic thread to the chef. This move was dirty, akin to the 2025 version of electronic cricket battles, highlighting the sneakiness from behind. Just as the chef was about to break free, all the S-class guys charged in. A beautiful girl who looked like a big star came up and cast an illusion, and my buddy Pei couldn't help but say that was his fiancée. I was shocked. You really kept that under wraps. Then another red-haired guy with a gourd, inheritor of Gara, used sand coffin to wrap the chef in a sand sculpture. There were also people manipulating ice and gravity, chaining together a combo that completely restrained the chef. I thought this was stable, right? But guess what? That chef suddenly released a dark aura, armed color hockey. With a bang, the sand and ice exploded. His foot never came down from the beginning to the end, and finally stopped right in front of Ming Ji's nose. 1 centimeter, just 1 centimeter. It took 9 S-rank fighters working together to barely block his attack. At that moment, I had one thought. Is this really a chef? This is a Navy admiral, right? If even an S-rank is beaten like this, who would dare to step up? Half of the people in the restaurant left. Then my celestial roommate, Qin Shi, finished all the boiled beef on the plate, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He walked to the stage, quite excited, saying that it was a rare opportunity to fight against a strong opponent. Without saying a word, he performed hand seals, ninjutsu, shadow, clone technique. Bang! 2 Qin Shi appeared, throwing shurikens. The chef was quite leisurely, dodging like he was dancing, even commenting, "Kid, you've got some skills. B-rank heritage producing S-rank effects. Your talent is the highest I've ever seen." Just as he finished speaking, the chef used a shave to flash in front of one of the Qin Shis and kicked him explosively. He thought he had one and laughed, saying, "Got you, didn't I?" But that was just a clone. The real killing move was behind. The other Qin Shi unleashed a crackling electric flash. Folks, it was Chidori, an epic skill. The smoke the chef was holding fell, and for the first time, he showed a change in expression, saying, "Good guy, a newbie has mastered an epic skill. The new generation surpasses the old." But while he said this, he didn't slack off and got serious, saying, "Kid, you're fast. But let me teach you what speed really is." Another shave, directly circling behind, a devil wind kick, hitting Qin Shi right in the abdomen. My heart has turned cold. It's over. This time I'm definitely finished. As a result, the one who got kicked was another clone. It also exploded into a cloud of smoke. Just at that moment when the chef was stunned, a voice came from behind him. "General, Master Dashin." The real Qin Shi had appeared behind the chef, with 1,000 birds making a sizzling sound, pressing against his waist. It turns out that one of the shurikens he threw was transformed by himself using a transformation technique. This tactic, this cunning, I'm directly kneeling down. The chef was impressed, slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with admiration, and said, "I really have become weary." I actually let a newcomer outsmart me. He told Qin that over the years, he was the second newcomer to take one of his moves in a one-on-one duel. I curiously asked who the first one was, and after thinking for a long time, he said it was a very beautiful girl named Long, who is now an impressive demon hunter. Lin Long. After all this time, Lin Long was also that fierce back in the day. Qin won, and the chef let him go get some food. As a result, he didn't want any delicacies, but instead picked up a plate of boiled beef. The chef was stunned. Qin licked his lips and said, "I've never eaten such delicious meat in my life." At first, the meat tasted bland, but after swallowing a whole piece, there was an extraordinary fragrance that lingered in his throat, making it unforgettable. Upon hearing this, Master Dashin narrowed his eyes into a slit and suddenly patted Qin's shoulder. "Good kid, you have good taste, haha. This piece of meat is not just boiled meat. It's a special dish I made using 12 special spices from the demon realm. Let me tell you, this thing has 12 kinds of spices, and each one only enhances a small piece of meat. If you eat just one bite, it's no different from chewing with shavings. But if you eat the whole piece, wow, those 12 flavors explode in your mouth, blending and elevating into something incredible." Master Dashin's expression at that moment was something else. He looked at me like he had found a long-lost son, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He waved his hand, and those bottles of fruit beer on the table were mine. And that is not all. He also pulled out a small square box from his pocket. When he opened it, goodness, a golden potato pancake, and on the side, there was even a thoughtful packet of ketchup. I was completely taken aback. Who gives potato pancakes as gifts? But Master Dashin had a mysterious look on his face and said this was no ordinary pancake. 3 years ago, he went on an adventure to the demon realm with teacher Qingji and, after facing numerous life-threatening challenges, managed to get a recipe from a temple. That temple housed an ice wolf demon beast, and there were traps everywhere that almost took them out. This potato pancake was the reward for clearing the challenges. He was particularly proud, saying that this thing is called Mon Potato Pancake, and it took him 3 tries to make a perfect one. As soon as I heard it, I thought, who among my family understands this? Isn't this referring to the specialty of Watts continent? No wonder. This thing isn't something to eat. It's a mobile blood bag. For monster hunts below 2 stars, as long as you're not completely dead, taking a bite will fully revive you on the spot. Doesn't this mean you have an extra life? I can once again crazily test the limits on the edge of danger. As soon as I saw the box, crystal clear and engraved with a formation, I knew it must be expensive, and I said I couldn't accept it. But Master Dashin directly shoved it into my hand and said, "Young man, this is not a gift. This is angel investment. When you enter the demon domain in the future, use this box to bring back any good ingredients you find. He'll either pay you or trade you for other dishes." Wow, this is a venture capital move, focused on promising future returns. I just tucked my treasure back into my seat when the fat guy, Pei Buyong, slumped in his chair, rubbing his belly. "Lao Qin, you're amazing. This meat is absolutely incredible. Luckily, I listened to you and ate it all." Next to him, the blonde-haired Lishani was still stuffing his mouth with meat and pointed at me, shouting, "The key point is the meat? The key point is Lao Qin. My goodness, the B-level inheritance is hitting harder than the S level." Then he started getting emo, saying that in our dorm, there's a son of the richest businessman in the 9 provinces, a freak with explosive combat power, while he's just an ordinary person feeling immense pressure. It's hilarious. What a fancy dorm. I think it's a celestial dorm. Pei Buyong directly tossed a can of fruit beer over. "Stop talking so much. Drink up. College roommates are lifelong brothers." The next day, let me tell you, drinking messes things up. The 3 of us overslept, and we rushed to the square, where teacher Qingji's eyes were almost ready to kill us. And guess what? The principal himself was also late. A muscular old man with no shirt ran onto the stage and snatched the microphone. "Sorry, I drank too much. But I can be late, you can't." Not convinced. "Be me first." Wow, this principal is quite domineering. I like it. Then they started dividing classes. I thought it would be complicated, but the principal just pointed his hand. "That cross-eyed one. Yes, you on the right. Everyone take 10 steps to the right. You guys class A1. The whole place erupted. This is too casual. But I saw clearly when he pointed, all those who were assigned were wearing yellow uniforms. Exactly 30 people, no more, no less. This old man, he is not just pointing randomly. He is like a human big data scanner. Soon, classes A and B were all divided. And the 3 of us were particularly lucky to be in the same class, Class B7, with our homeroom teacher being the familiar teacher Qingji. But those 9S level big shots in blue uniforms hadn't team moved yet. Pei Buyong, the gossip, came over and said they were the supernova class. And their homeroom teacher was even more heavyweight. Just as he said that, A big brother with a face that screamed, "I'm not to be messed with," walked over. Pei Buliang said, "This guy is called Chi Quan, S-level Scarlet Dog inheritance. Back in the day, during the internship for demon hunting, he chased into the demon territory alone and wiped out a terrifying organization called Quan Jing." I thought to myself, wow, ISNT, that the villain organization from under one person? Why is it coming to open a branch here? Pei Buliang was still there counting on his fingers to educate me, saying Chi Quan is also one of the candidates for the next principal. There are several other candidates, like the cute girl with the hairpin inheritance from Fate, the genius boy with Ulquiorra's inheritance from Bleach, and the principal's son who has been missing in the demon territory for 10 years, inheriting from Hunter Chairman Netero. As for the last one, he pointed his chin at the side. When I turned around, wow, Teacher Qingji was shyly scratching his head. I was shocked. Senior Qingji is also a candidate. Pei Buliang had that "you just found out" expression and said, 3 years ago, he single-handedly froze the sea for 800 miles, killed 9,000 demon beasts, and became a god in one battle. I looked at this amiable teacher in front of me, completely unable to connect him to that image. After the class division was done, the principal announced directly, "Entrance test." Upon hearing test, there was a wail from below. A handsome teacher named Arno waved his hand. "Wind magic, sky wind arc." A big ship rose from the ground and took us to the back mountain. When we arrived, it wasn't a small grove at all. It was a complete misty illusion. The entrance looked like an amusement park, with a statue of a fat guy wearing a pot on his head and the sign "Red Dave's Paradise." When I saw the sunflowers and zombies painted on the door, my heart sank. The vibe was too strong. Could it be Plants vs. Zombies? Teacher Qingji came over and handed us an electronic tablet, saying this is just a game instance. If you die, you respawn. The tablet records survival time. The longer you live, the higher your score. The class with the highest total score gets a reward, and the last place has to clean the toilets for a month. As soon as this was said, everyone rushed in like crazy. Then let me tell you, even more outrageous things happened. As soon as we entered, the principal opened a betting pool outside, letting the teachers bet on which class would win. Teacher Qingji initially didn't want to participate, but when the principal said, "Those who don't bet now 1T have bonuses at the end of the year," he immediately pulled out 20 chips, 2 million, and bet it all on our class B7, his expression like he was going to the execution ground. As a result, at the beginning of the match, our class lost 2 heads right away. The first live broadcast camera went to Lishani, who thought staying still was the safest, just sitting there doing nothing. The next second, a purple carnivorous flower popped out of the mist and gobbled him up. 3 minutes in, and he was the first to die. Teacher Qingji's face turned green. Then the camera switched to Pei Buliang. This fat guy was even crazier. He found a monster called Wugua and actively sought death. That earnest, eager to be killed look stunned Wugua, who then jumped up and fulfilled his wish. Wow, our class B7 started off by giving away 2 heads. And Teacher Qingji outside was probably so mad he was about to smash his mask, just when the whole crowd was laughing at our class. The camera finally focused on me. I tell you, the mist was filled with things. If you stop, you'll be surrounded. So I kept moving and found a place with fewer monsters, then actively stopped there. I wanted to see what these living creatures really were. I drew my knife and got into position. Outside the screen, Teacher Arno was shaking his head. "Old Qing, how come your student ISNT moving? Is he tired already?" But this time, Teacher Qingji clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the screen. "Arno, I'm afraid you're going to guess wrong this time. If anyone in our class can last until the end, I bet it's this student." Arno took a closer look and was also surprised. It really is. You see his defensive posture. He actively chose this spot and is waiting for those plant monsters. The next second, the camera pop switched away. I tell you, at that moment, those 2 teachers were so angry they spat out a beautiful sentence in the language of the 9 provinces. The camera turned back to me. Wow. As soon as I stood firm, I heard 2 whoosh sounds and 2 green things flew towards my face. I slashed back with my knife. Bang. I split in half. Taking a closer look, I was dumbfounded. Family, who understands? ISNT this just a pea. A pea the size of a bowl. Then following the direction they came from, I saw a plant with a head like a cannon, wriggling towards me with 4 leaves. I directly pulled a metro old man looking at his phone posture. "This is the pea shooter, right?" "Wow," I exclaimed. "So this secret realm is from Plants vs. Zombies. Crazy Dave, it's you. But this survival version is too outrageous. The plants are actually our enemies." That pea shooter was quite energetic, blasting away at me. But in front of my Sharingan, that speed was like slow motion replay. I twisted my waist and turned my head, dodging all the shots, just taking it easy and relaxed. I thought to myself, Just dodging won't work. I need to test if my knife is fast. I charge forward in one swift step, and with a swish, I delivered a clean cut, bisecting it. Just after finishing the cut, I was still wondering why there was no reward for defeating a monster, when suddenly, with a ding, my beloved system came online. Ding. Time-limited secret realm task activated. Plant harvester. Wow. Within 12 hours, defeat 30 different types of plants. The rewards are 10 skill points, 1,000 inheritance points, and a spirit summoning technique. Let me tell you, that spirit summoning technique just burned my CPU. Among those big shots in Naruto, who doesn't have a flashy summoning beast? The third Hokage's monkey, Orochimaru's snakes, they are just too cool. The best part is the system also grants one special summoning opportunity. What does that mean? It means that as long as I can withstand a monster for 15 minutes, the system will forcibly bind it to me. ISNT this a unilateral clause, but I get to be the overlord over others. I was overjoyed. The system also told me that if I survive for 24 hours to complete the task, there's an extra grand prize. The teachers didn't mention this. Huh? Keeping it a secret, right? Alright, now my motivation is at an all-time high. Just as I was thinking, another bouncy little gourd came over, looking furious. It was a gourd monster. I know about this thing. It self-explodes like a truck. I wouldn't confront it directly. I flicked my wire, whoosh, and climbed up a tree, posing like I had a gun, and shouted, third technique of destruction, red fire cannon. Boom. One shot took it down, clean and tidy. Past progress, 230. Next, I used my Sharingan and discovered a patch of ground below, densely packed with red dots, all unmoving. I thought, ISNT this just a potato landmine? I took out my shuriken and used them as throwing darts, bang bang bang, blasting them everywhere, causing dust to fly. The system was chiming. Solve another one. 330. Just as I was enjoying myself, I heard a girl screaming for help. I parted the bushes and saw, wow, a lowly in our class B uniform looking. Ahem, youthful and endowed, was being chased by a big-mouthed flower. I immediately dressed her up in my mind, thinking of a maid outfit and white stockings. Let me tell you, the visual was like a cyber bodhisattva descending to the world. Ugh, what was I thinking? Just as that big-mouthed flower was about to swallow the girl, I shot another red fire cannon from afar, boom. A precise headshot. Hero saves the beauty, bring it on. Past progress, 430. After saving her, I made a quick getaway, hiding my achievements. What if this girl clings to me? I am a serious person. Just as I was leaving, that girl turned around and saw my handsome side profile, and I heard that she had already decided on a name for the child. As I was hopping away, I thought, saving people like this ISN, gonna work, my abilities are being exposed. I need to keep a low profile. I need to develop. I rummaged through my backpack and pulled out a cat face mask. ISNT this the same one that Kakashi wears in the Umbu? I tried it on, and it couldn't even be cut with a knife, so I put it on. Just as I put it on, ding. System prompt, mimicking ShiGets. Inheritance points, 500. I was stunned. Wearing a mask counts as cosplay? I instantly understood. This is the legendary role-playing method. No wonder our Shinji teacher wears an eye mask. In principle, by laughs every day, it turns out it's all for gaining experience. These 500 inheritance points level me up. LV6. I also unlocked a new feature. A 6 cubic meter personal space. The most explosive part was yet to come. The system hit a jackpot and directly gifted me 1,000 explosive tags, along with the corresponding ninjutsu, fire release, explosive flame array. Family, who understands? 1,000 tags. Outside, one tag costs 10,000. This is 10 million being thrown in my face. I fell off the tree laughing. I declared on the spot, from today on, Deidara is my half-brother, and explosions are art. I allocated all my skill points, looking at a panel full of LV2S, feeling invincible. With 10 million in hand, I walked with a breeze, wearing the mask and continuing to grind monsters. If I saw someone fighting a monster I had already defeated, sorry, I'm in a hurry just passing by, projecting an aura of cold indifference. After grinding for 3 hours, I had only gathered 7 types of plants. Just when I thought this game was getting a bit boring, outside the forest, it was already in chaos. I tell you, those teachers actually held a party outside, eating hot pot and singing songs. As a result, our teacher, Shinji, got into a fight with the head teacher of the Supernova class, Chi Quan, over 10 plates of beef tripe. Chi Quan was so foul-mouthed, saying our class B was garbage. Teacher Shinji got furious right on the spot, using Ice Fist against Magma Fist, almost tearing the square apart. In the end, it was Principal Bai who intervened, holding them both down with a finger each. Then the principal set up a bet, wagering which class, ours or the supernova class, would score higher. The stakes were those 10 plates of beef tripe and a legendary item called the key to the Hall of Heroes. Teacher Qingji accepted without a second thought. I was sweating for him through the screen. There were 9 S ranks on the opposite side. Just then, a man's voice echoed through the forest, claiming to be Crazy Dave. He said the trial period was over, and the game difficulty had been upgraded. Suddenly, a countdown appeared in the sky. Dave announced that the number of plants would increase tenfold and would refresh their positions every hour, with no safe zones anymore. 9 hours until nightfall, and zombies would attack. The only way to survive was to start killing plants like crazy, exploding cards, and using plants to fight zombies. At that moment, the entire forest was in an uproar. Those classmates who wanted to take it easy were sent away by the newly refreshed squash. I could also feel it. The fog was thicker, and the air was chilling. As I turned around, with a clang, my knife struck a round flying object, instantly frosting over with a thin layer of ice. In the vision of my Sharingan, a blue pea shooter wobbled over. It was the ice shooter. I tell you, this thing is not to be trifled with. Not only does it deal high damage when it hits you, but it also inflicts a slow debuff that lasts for 10 seconds. I activated my Sharingan, and to my surprise, 10 enemies surrounded me from all directions. This situation felt like I was being wrapped up like a dumpling. But guess what? I wasn't panicking at all. I was a bit excited. The more, the merrier for experience points. Right on the spot, I opened my system panel and said, "System, level me up. Shadow Clone Jutsu, max it out for me." To my dismay, the system quoted me an exorbitant price for leveling up to LV3, offering me 3 skill points. I almost choked. 3 points? Why didn't you go rob a bank instead? It was only 1 point from LV1 to LV2, and this was 3 times the price. I wanted to negotiate with it, maybe get a discount, or even pay in installments. But guess what the system said? Fair trade. No credit. Fine, I'll give you that. It's just 3 points, right? I'll pay in full. Am I the kind of person who lacks money? Ding. The skill points were deducted, and my Shadow Clone Jutsu shot up to LV3, allowing for 4 clones. I casually asked how many points it would take to reach LV4. And good grief, 10 points. I cursed and closed the panel. That is not how you rob someone. But 4 clones were enough. I clapped my hands, and with a bang, smoke dispersed, revealing 5 of me on the scene. Although I felt my strength diluted a bit, it was more than enough to handle these mindless foes. Brothers, let us go. 5 of me, 5 directions, each taking on 2. The ice peas were shooting at us like rain, but I didn't give them a chance. I unleashed my ultimate move right off the bat. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A stream of fireballs shot out of my mouth. Let me tell you, it looked like a machine gun. With the Sharingan's enhancement, my predictions were spot on. Every fireball accurately collided with the ice peas, obliterating them. Then, the remaining fireballs drifted and ignited the roots of those archers. Fire beats ice. Fire beats wood. Double the advantage. Anyone understand this? In just a few seconds, all 10 icy archers were wiped out. I recalled my clones, gained experience, and even dropped 2 icy archer cards. What a profit. I picked up the cards and realized, wow, it really is a tower defense game. Once summoned, they can't move. I tucked the cards away and continued forward. Before long, I arrived at a flower bed. Let me tell you, the scene was bizarre, filled with sunflowers, each sporting a smiley face. The light was so bright that the fog dispersed. I was puzzled. I didn't need sunlight to use cards. What was the point of this? Then I thought, oh, maybe it's for use as streetlights at night. Got it, let's harvest. I charged in with my knife, chopping away at the sunflowers. They were so dumb, just standing there smiling without fighting back. Just as I was getting into it, my Sharingan suddenly picked up something unusual. Hidden among the flowers was a little red thing with a face that seemed to say, "What are you looking at?" I focused and realized, holy crap, a spicy pepper. Anyone who knows what this is understands. This thing is a self-destructing foot soldier. At that moment, one word flashed in my mind: run. I activated my body flicker technique and dashed out. Just as I took a couple of steps, there was a huge explosion behind me, and a wall of fire engulfed the entire flower bed. Luckily, I reacted quickly and used earth release to burrow underground. Otherwise, I would have been sent for electric shock therapy today. Crawling out from the ground, I was dazed and covered in dirt. That pepper was too sneaky, a classic ambush. The moment you see it, it explodes. Such a cunning move. When the fire extinguished, I looked again. Wow, the entire flower bed was burned clean. However, there was a pile of cards on the ground. Sunflower cards, and even 2 spicy pepper cards. I felt like I was fishing after a pond explosion, stuffing cards into my pockets one by one. This operation was like a risky investment, almost costing me my life, but the returns were indeed high. But then I thought, with a drop rate of 1 in 5, and I found 2 pepper cards, that means there were at least 10 of those sneaky peppers hidden in the flower bed. My scalp tingled. Thankfully, I know Earth release, or I would have been done for. Counting my loot, I had 50 sunflower cards and 3 spicy pepper cards. And my quest progress had increased a bit, so satisfying. Just as I was feeling good, I heard a girl scream for help. Upon hearing that voice, I sensed something was off. It had that kind of high-pitched tone, not a hint of fear, just pure technique. This was definitely a trap, but I'm the kind of person who likes to see what kind of trick it is. I put on my cat-faced mask and followed the sound. When I reached the riverbank, I saw a girl splashing in the water, claiming to be entangled in water plants. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she started painting a big picture for me. Save me, and I'll give you all my cards. I have a powerful cherry bomb. Seeing I was unresponsive, she sweetened the deal. If you save me, I'll agree to anything. Even after we get out, she even threw me a flirtatious glance. Family. I'm familiar with this script. It's a classic bait and switch, right? She even pointed to a lily pad on the shore, saying if I stepped on that, I could get across. I smiled and said, all right, I'll come to your rescue. I pretended to be infatuated and walked over, lifting my foot to step on the lotus leaf. Just when the girl thought she had succeeded, I paused my movement and smiled at her. Sister, with your little skills. Do you think you could trick me? Not even close. As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly retracted my raised foot and executed a spinning kick. Using the sea-level body technique, lion's leap, directly kicking at the lotus leaf. With a bang, it turned out there was indeed someone hiding underneath. A golden-haired guy wearing sunglasses jumped out of the water, pulling himself up to a tree with a silk thread. I recognized him, the S-level inheritor from the new students. The user of Doflamingo's ability, Mingo. He had blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly shaken by my kick. He angrily asked me how I discovered him, but I couldn't be bothered to respond, directly throwing a smoke bomb, bang, and 2 of me appear in place. Shadow clone technique, activate. When the golden-haired guy saw this, he laughed, thinking, oh, you want to play clones? Coincidentally, I can do that too. He waved his fingers chaotically, as if knitting, and created a clone with silk threads. How dare he compete with me in creating clones? The essence of a clone is to make the opponent unable to distinguish between true and false. But in front of my Sharingan, all clones are clear as day. His clone, made of threads, looked like it was glowing in my eyes. And I could see exactly where the real body was. So if you wanted to play one-on-one, I charged at his real body with 2 of me, knives in hand. It was a complete gang fight. Mingo blocked one of my blades with his 5-colored thread, but the other blade stabbed firmly into his body. However, something fell off. It felt like stabbing into a cotton pile. When I looked again, the body I had stabbed disintegrated into a pile of threads. Oh no, I've been tricked. Hee. Mask Kid, you really dared to underestimate me. I heard the golden-haired guy's mocking laughter from behind. It turned out his clone could switch places with the real body. With a flick of his hand, countless silk threads twisted into a thick whip, super spiral whip, sweeping horizontally towards me. With a loud bang, the surrounding trees fell like tofu, and my 2 clones were cut in half, poof, poof, turning into smoke. The golden-haired guy saw this and started laughing crazily. I won. I've killed another ignorant little brat. But before his laughter faded, he realized something was wrong. My 2 clones didn't bleed when they were cut. Fake. Both were fakes. As he was in shock, he felt a chill in his chest. Lowering his head, he saw a knife had already pierced through his back. I stood behind him, gripping the knife handle and pushing it forward an inch. Sorry, S-level classmate. I said coldly, General. Ugh. Wow. Mingo spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering to lean against a tree, screaming you. How could you be there? How could you? I can't even be bothered to deal with him. What is there to explain to this young master of the underworld? It's just about using ghostly techniques to become invisible, sneaking up from behind, and delivering a fatal blow at his moment of pride. Besides, I've already figured out his pathetic moves when I was watching One Piece. I have the intelligence advantage, and he thinks he can win? He sees me not speaking and gets even more agitated, shouting at the girl in the river. See ya. Hurry up and heal my injuries. The girl in the river trembles in fear, but your injuries are so severe, if I treat you, I might die too. Don't worry, if I defeat this old cat, I'll help you heal. Mingo glares at me fiercely, and the wound on his chest is surprisingly sewn up with threads, temporarily stopping the bleeding, but his face is as pale as paper. Seeing that the girl is still hesitating, he yells directly, if you don't help me, I'll kill you right now. I just realized that there was an almost transparent thread connected to his finger, the other end of which was around the girl's neck. The girl was choking and rolling her eyes, only able to cry and agree as she raised her hand to chant a spell. A beam of light fell on Minggu, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The wound on his chest rapidly healed. Meanwhile, the girl in the river began to vomit blood, and a matching wound suddenly appeared on her chest. Wow, the injury was transferred? This ability is just too overpowered. I stood still, wanted to see what these so-called top inheritors were really made of. In 10 seconds, Minggu fully revived. He dusted himself off and grinned at me menacingly. You little brat, you actually didn't T-attack while I was recovering. You dare to underestimate me. I will make you regret it. The girl in the river was still shouting for help, but Minggu, looking impatient, moved his fingers, tightening the silk thread, and directly slit the girl's throat. She turned to ashes and was teleported away. With the annoying fly gone, we could continue to play. Minggu twisted his neck, cracking it. That girl was your companion, and you actually. My voice turned cold. This game was clearly about surviving as a team, yet he treated his teammate like this. Minggu sneered, companion? Don't make me laugh. A piece of trash is worthy to be my partner? ShiGets, just a bottle of medicine. Once used up, the bottle is naturally thrown away. What? You feel sorry for her? Don't worry. I'll send you down to accompany her soon. Oh no. Wait. I said I would make you wish you were dead. You have to wait until I get bored before you can die. While he was spouting threats, he wasn't idle. He pulled out a tube of yellow serum from his $50 million watch and injected it directly into himself. When I saw the letters on the vial, KW74, the human enhancement serum from Corpse Brother. This thing could greatly increase strength and speed in a short time, but had huge side effects, causing immense pain. Ugh, it hurts like hell. Damn it, it hurts. Minggu was sweating profusely, but the resentment in his eyes deepened. Kid, this is all to deal with you. Let us start. The second round, he howled, his index finger flicking, and threads shot out like bullets. This was his thread attack. Binding Path 39, circular fan. A light curtain appeared in front of me. The threads hit it, making a loud bang, directly cracking it. The power was outrageous. KW74 had enhanced his abilities too much. Seeing one thread wound work, he directly switched to a Gatling-style thread attack, shooting wildly. With a crash, my circular fan shattered. You finally can't hold on anymore. Haha. Minggu laughed, but what awaited him was a massive fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The threads were afraid of fire, so he had to stop his attack, relying on the speed boost from the serum. He sidestepped and kicked towards my waist. His toes were attached to 8 sharp threads. This move was called Foot Shave Thread, and its power was much stronger than the previous 5-colored thread, capable of splitting a building in half in anime. Goodness, if that kick landed, my waist would probably be split in 2 on the spot. But he was fast, I was even faster. Will I let you kick me? Dream on. Just as his toes were about to touch my clothes, I dove into the ground in an instant. Earth release, Earth Dragon hiding technique. Those who understand will understand. He stepped into empty air, creating a big pit in the ground, angrily shouting and cursing at me like a rat. I thought to myself, why are you so anxious? The big surprise is yet to come. As he was looking around for me, I reached out from under his feet, grabbed his ankle, and yanked him down. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. It sounds scary, but to put it simply, it's a tunnel warfare technique, pulling him into the ground like a radish, leaving only his head above the surface. I just crawled out from the dirt beside him, patted my hands, and looking at his frantic head, I said, buddy, the way you were in the dirt looked way cooler than just now. Your drug effect must be wearing off soon, right? And guess what? This guy had turned into a groundhog and actually grinned at me, laughing maniacally. I immediately felt something was off, and the next second, my whole body froze, unable to move. It felt like I was lifted by an invisible string, suspended in midair. Goodness, I was literally hanging up. He spat at me from the dirt, fiercely revealing his secrets. It turned out that everything he did before, from the string shots to close combat, was not to hit me at all. He was secretly setting up strings in the air. This move was called Meteor, a high-level parasitic string that could only be used when on drugs, capable of controlling even whales. This guy was high on drugs, only showing his head from the dirt, and threatening to treat me like a doll, saying he would gradually tear apart the face under my mask. Let me tell you, his expression was twisted like an abstract art piece. He was grinning menacingly, and then he heard me laughing too. He exploded, yelling at me, asking what I was laughing at. Can I really hold back my temper? I shot back directly. I said, S-level idiot, didn't you hear me clearly? I said, it's over. He was still there mumbling something, and before he could finish his sentence, the ground that was burying his body suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! A huge fireball shot into the sky, and his head took off from the ground, scattering dirt like a celestial maiden dispersing flowers. Who understands, my family? This S-level boss was blown up into a QR code by me. What do you call this? This is called anticipating his anticipation. Long before he got close, I had secretly buried 10 detonating talismans in the ground, just waiting for this big smart guy to walk right into my trap. As Kakashi-sensei would say, those who don't value their companions are the trash of trash. When all his threads fell down, I was just about to cut with my knife when suddenly my mind buzzed and the system came. It said I had completed a pseudo kill, meaning the person didn't actually die, just got eliminated, but I still got the rewards, just with a discount. As soon as I looked at the reward options, wow, there are 3. The first one is the Shadow Rider line, which can create clones to take hits, but I already have the Shadow clone technique, so it's just overlapping abilities for me. Pass. The second one is the Parasite line, which is the one that controlled me earlier. This one is quite interesting and can be played in creative ways. The third one just gives me a little bit of mana, but it's not impressive. At that moment, my mind lit up. Isn't this just a score farming bug? I caught the S-rank players one by one, eliminating them. But then the system directly overheated my CPU, saying I was dreaming. The pseudo-kill rewards can only take effect once for each person, and that's already the maximum benefit it could offer. All right, I chose that parasitic line, feeling that it would come in handy later. Cleaning up the battlefield. Let me tell you, that's the most satisfying part. In the pit he was blown out of, I found a bunch of Plants vs. Zombies cards, like cherry bombs and potato mines. The most ridiculous thing is, I actually dug up 8 golden fertilizer cards. Folks, golden fertilizer. This thing is like a stimulant in the plant world. Just one can turn a pea shooter into a Gatling gun, and he had 8 of them. Luckily, plant cards can only be used at night. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would eliminate whom today. Following the principle that a thief doesn't leave empty-handed, I ran to the riverbank and fished out the cards dropped by his female companion, and casually cut down all the tangled seaweed and lotus leaves in the water, turning them into cards. Looting corpses is truly a joy. It was satisfying, but then the problem arose. This forest is like a maze. Where to find the next S-rank fool? Just as I was worrying, the system chimed in again, saying my Eye of Inheritance could upgrade in the secret realm. In simple terms, it activated a radar for S-rank players for me. Full map visibility, got it? I directly chose the nearest light point and followed the navigation to get there. Wow, I crossed a patch of grassland, and in front of me was a small desert. In the desert stood a guy with red hair, carrying a big gourd on his back, and he had a love symbol tattooed on his forehead. Isn't that Gaara? His cosplay is quite elaborate. When he saw me approaching, he took one look at my B-grade student red uniform, and his nose almost went up to the sky. He coldly told me to stop, or else I'd be dead. I couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so I directly drew my sword. My actions represented my attitude. Just do it. When he saw that I really dared to take action, he looked down on me even more and said, "You, with your B-class inheritance, dare to challenge me?" He raised both hands, and sand began to swirl around him, saying that this was his territory and that his strength would double. Then whoosh, 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 a bunch of shurikens made of sand flew towards me. As soon as my Sharingan activated, with a flash of a knife, in less than 2 seconds, I cut all his sand shurikens back into sand. I shook the knife and said, "Hey, Edo, can you take this seriously? Are you just going to mess around? If you don't unleash your big move soon, you won't have a chance. We're not only determining who's stronger, but also deciding life and death." At this point, he finally realized I wasn't an easy target. His expression turned serious, and without saying a word, he began frantically manipulating the sand to wrap himself into a ball. Did he really think he could charge up a big move in front of me? Does he take me for a fool? I grabbed my right wrist with my left hand, and with a sharp sound, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. When he saw the special effect on my hand, his face turned pale, and he quickly used sand to set up a barrier in front of me, trying to trip me. But I directly used body flicker technique, maxing out my speed, leaving behind an afterimage. Just as his sand barrier was not fully formed, I unleashed 1,000 birds, piercing right through him. He looked in disbelief at the large hole in his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, turned to ash, and was teleported away. Then I heard a chime in my head. It was still the pseudo-kill reward, but this time it was even better. The system prompted that since we both inherited the Hokage lineage, his skills like Sand Shield, Third Eye, and Sand Hand could be directly learned by spending skill points. ISNT, this the legendary looting a corpse? It emphasizes sustainable resource exploitation. Is there even a choice? Only children make choices. I directly selected Spirit Power Gift, and then spent 3 skill points to acquire all his ninjutsu. I tell you, as soon as the system notification sound rang, My spiritual power instantly increased by 1 card. Hey, even a mosquito is meat. Then I spent those 3 skill points without a second thought. Sand Shield, Third Eye, Sand Hand, a 1-click triple combo. Just like that. Alright, with the skills in hand, it's time to prepare some ammunition, right? This sand ninjutsu, without sand, wouldn't it'd be like a Gundam without fuel. Just standing there taking hits? Without saying a word, I started moving sand into the system space, directly stuffing in 1.5 cubic meters. Now I feel secure, overflowing with a sense of safety. System, open the map. Let us find the next S-level treasure. As soon as I finished speaking, 6 light spots suddenly appeared in front of me. I glanced at the map. Alright, it's you, the closest one. Guess what happened next? After walking just a couple of steps, wow, my eyes were met with a dazzling golden sight. It almost blinded me. When I focused my eyes, whoa, a cornfield. Corn throwers all over the mountains. ISNT, this, just sending me experience, babies? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, swaggering my way in, thinking I had to get a bit closer before making a move, right? But I was still 10 meters away from that ridge. Just 10 meters. Those corn throwers suddenly turned their heads in unison, hundreds of them staring right at me. I was dumbfounded and instantly remembered what that NPC Dave had said earlier. The detection range of these plants is dynamically refreshed. Who understands this, my luck? I just happened to step right on the refresh point. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was unreal. Countless corn kernels came pouring down on me like rain, delivering a saturated strike. I've been thinking about clearing the area with a big fireball, but now great. They had already initiated the attack. Is that all? I sneered, though I acted tough. My hands were quick as I chanted rapidly. Binding path number 39, round barrier fan. A light shield buzzed open above my head, and the corn kernels pelted against it like hail. When this wave of attacks passed, I looked up and saw, hey, the light shield was covered in cracks, but at least it held up. Just as I was about to mock them for such weak power, let me tell you, I had never seen corn cobs that massive in my life. Good heavens, they were like battle axe missiles, whistling down from the sky. Oh my, corn cannon. If that hit me, I'd probably be sent straight back to the fountain. My mind was racing. I poured all my spiritual energy into it, my lips nearly sparking. And finally, just before that thing landed, I stacked another layer of the round barrier fan. Boom! A huge noise. The shockwave flipped me over. I got up, covered in dirt, looking at the big pit next to me, still feeling a bit shaken. Neither of my 2 shields held up. They just deflected its trajectory. The power of this thing was simply the artillery of the plant world, terrifyingly so. Fortunately, this big guy had a long cooldown. And while I was charging up for another big shot, those little corn throwers started BU again. I finally understood. The little ones were responsible for suppressing fire, and the big one was responsible for delivering the final blow. This coordination was miles ahead. Try to play fire coverage with me? I simply tucked my hands in, silently reciting, System, 3 sand ninjutsu, each adding a bit. Then I made hand seals, LV2 sand shield. Here we go. Sand surged out from beside me, and in 10 seconds, a thick and solid sandball enveloped me completely. Just as I finished, the second corn cannon shot arrived, boom. Guess what? The sandball didn't budge an inch, not even a crack. LV2 sand shield, that is how tough it is. Hiding the ball was safe, but I was also blind. But that was no big deal. I had already thought of a countermeasure. A small eyeball, made of sand, quietly flew out. Ninjutsu. Third Eye. Live broadcast of the battlefield situation. Then a big hand, made of sand, pinched 5 explosive tags and shot them out, accurately airdropping them next to that corn cannon. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of explosions sent that big guy flying into the air. Done. Danger averted. Now it was my turn. I bit down on a few prepared sand thread between my teeth, took a deep breath. Ninjutsu. Great fireball technique. The gigantic fireball shot along the sand threads, bursting into the cornfield and instantly igniting everything. The entire cornfield turned into a sea of flames, burning clean. While cleaning up the battlefield, I was overjoyed. Not only did I collect a bunch of small cards, but crucially, I even found a shiny golden card. The corn cannon. Guys, I hit the jackpot. When luck comes, it really can't be stopped. With this big weapon in hand, I continued following the system's arrow. Along the way, I casually burned a patch of pumpkin field and cut a few streetlight flowers, watching the task progress bar fill up. But not long after, I stopped in my tracks. Before me was a pitch-black area, so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, only scattered points of light, making my heart race. I threw a few Phoenix Fire techniques to scout ahead, and when the flames illuminated the area, good heavens, it was a swamp. I was really anxious. My intuition told me that something was wrong with this place. It was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the system prompted that the next S-level target was right in this swamp. At that moment, I thought, maybe I should just forget it. As long as I have the Green Mountains, I don't have to worry about firewood. It's not worth risking my life for a personal achievement. Just when I was about to turn around and run away, a cry for help came from deep within the swamp. Help! Help me! I was taken aback. This voice sounds a bit familiar. Listening closely, I realized, wow, isn't this the big star fiancé, of my iron buddy, Lao Lu Muyang? She's the inheritor of card captor Sakura. Now I'm in a dilemma. Should I save her or not? After all, she's my brother's woman. Just as I was torn between the two choices, she shouted again. Is anyone out there? I'm Muyang, and I have money. Whoever saves me, I'll give 1 million in cash. I told you, just as I lifted my foot to slip away, it was instantly retracted, and my face was filled with righteousness. It's no longer about money. It's for the brotherhood. I saved his fiancée. So that rich guy Lao Lu should at least give me a green submariner, right? All right, for the sake of brotherhood, I'll wade through this muddy water. I turned around and first went into the woods to make a few simple torches. Then, I infused my feet with spiritual energy and stepped directly onto the swamp, moving as if on solid ground. Not far ahead, I saw the big star stuck in the mud, with only her head above the surface. I quickly put on my cat face mask. After all, I still had to hunt others, so my identity had to remain a secret. When she saw the firelight, it was like seeing a family member. Hurry, classmate, pull me up. I didn't move, just squatted by the shore and reached out my finger towards her, beckoning. She looked confused. What does that mean? Money, do you understand? I said in a strained voice, 1 hand for the money, 1 hand to save you. Her eyes darted, and she raised her left hand, which hadn't sunk yet, revealing a red gemstone ring. This is my storage ring. There's a million inside. Pull me up, and I'll give you the ring and the money. Before she finished speaking, a sandy hand swiftly snatched the ring and landed it firmly in my hand. You. She was so angry that her face turned pale. I waved my hand and said, Don't worry, buddy. I get paid to do the job. It's all about professionalism. As I spoke, another sandy hand reached over, grabbing her arm and pulling her out. Just as she was about to come out, her expression suddenly changed dramatically, and she shouted at me, Watch out. I looked up, and wow, 3 colorful mushrooms were bouncing towards me. Their eyes looked like mosquito coils. Don't let them touch you. That girl shouted in a hurry. I got touched by one of those things and just fell asleep. I glanced at her and thought, Do you really need to say that? I'm an old player of Plants vs. Zombies. Isn't this just the hypno shroom? Trying to hypnotize me? Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A few flames accurately hit, turning them to ash. After pulling this girl up completely, she picked up her magic wand, and her demeanor instantly changed. A floating card made her levitate in midair, and little wings sprouted from her back. Another light card illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. I couldn't help but marvel at how versatile this magic card Sakura's legacy is. She can do anything. Once the darkness dissipated, I realized the swamp was filled with all kinds of mushrooms. It was practically a mushroom paradise. Isn't this a great place to farm? I raised my hand and shot a kunai, taking one down. Just as I was about to go on a killing spree, her voice floated down from above. Cold and disdainful. These are all my prey. If you dare to move another, I will kill you. You're no longer useful. Return my ring to me, and then obediently do as I say. Maybe I will spare your life. I raised my head slowly, wearing a mask, and looked at her. Burning bridges after crossing the river? Are you sure? She laughed contemptuously. What? Threatening me? With your mere B-grade inheritance. Killing you is easier than killing these mushrooms. I looked at her, paused for a moment, and then asked, Can I ask a question before you kill me? Are you really Pei Liao's fiancée? As soon as I said this, her expression changed instantly, looking as if she had eaten a fly. You actually asked me that? Forget it. You're going to die soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. That fat guy from the Pei family, so fat and ugly. How would he be worthy of me? If I hadn't heard that he could become the head of the family, I would have bothered to get engaged to him. Right now, I'm an S rank, and he is just a B rank, destined to be a nobody in the future. Why should he marry me? I've already had my dad call off the engagement. A B rank thinks he can marry an S rank? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. What a dream. After she finished speaking, my expression under the mask instantly turned cold. I had been a bit hesitant, but as I slowly drew out my knife, hearing you say that made me feel relieved. I should thank you. You're about to become the nourishment for my growth. I stared at her and said slowly, Miss Mu, haven't you heard the saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't bully the young when they are poor. As soon as I finished speaking, I charged out, my blade thrusting straight at her in midair. Zulfast. Her face changed in shock, clearly not expecting a B-level like me to attack so quickly. She hurriedly threw out a shield, which clanged as it blocked my strike. The shield seemed to have eyes of its own, flying around her. No matter how many angles I tried, I was blocked. Taking advantage of this moment, she flew up a bit more and then threw out a mirage card. In an instant, I was surrounded by mirrors, the world spinning, trapped in an illusion. She looked at me, who was dazed in place, and landed triumphantly, her wand transforming into a long sword, ready to deal me a chilling blow. Just as the tip of her sword was about to touch me, I smiled. In her terrified gaze, my blade, moving at an even faster speed, pierced in her body with a soft thud. You, how could you escape the illusion? In my eye socket, the black Magatama slowly rotates. My family is playing with illusions in front of Sharingan. Isn't this just like showing off a big axe in front of Luban? Even the grass on the grave would be 3 feet taller than others. I kicked her wand away, then jumped up like a spinning top, delivering a powerful lion strike right to her chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly kicked into the mud pit by me. Without her wand, she could no longer fly and could only watch helplessly as she sank deeper and deeper. I crouched down, looked at her terrified face, and slowly said, "Miss Moo, you made a mistake. The person who can save you can also kill you." As she was completely swallowed by the swamp, the system prompt sounded as expected. Bingo! Rewards credited. Since it was a pseudo-kill, the reward was discounted, offering 4 options: Kuro card, illusion, float, sword, and a spirit power gift. The spirit power was insignificant, so I passed on that. I already had the Sharingan, so the illusion card was useless. The float card wasn't a flying card, making it somewhat useless. In the end, only the sword card was left. I originally thought that having a Zanpakuto and then getting a sword would be a bit redundant. But there was a line in the description that said, as the development level increases, there will be unexpected effects. I was intrigued and asked the system, what effect can this thing have when fully upgraded? The system displayed it, and I was stunned. LV1 is a regular small sword. LV2 can cut elements, and LV3 directly unlocks a hidden feature, the floating sword. Wow, floating sword. Isn't that a flying sword? This is cultivation. I always thought Cardcaptor Sakura was a shoujo manga, and now you're telling me it's a cultivation manga? Why hesitate at all? Choose it. Choose it. I immediately spent all 4 skill points I just got and upgraded it to LV3. You didn't even ask? The system complained. I couldn't be bothered to respond and casually threw the card away. The card transformed in midair with a swoosh, turning into a shimmering silver-white longsword that flew around me with a whoosh. Sort of flight mode, but the spiritual energy drains quickly. I felt it, and in less than a minute, I had burned through 5 points of spiritual energy, which most people couldn't afford. But it was so cool. Just as I was enjoying the thrill of flying with the sword, the marshland beneath me suddenly started to shake, as if some big creature was about to emerge from below. The surrounding mushrooms also went crazy, twisting and rampaging, rushing towards me in a dark swarm. I thought to myself that it wasn't good, so I wildly controlled the flying sword to kill, but the more I killed, the more mushrooms appeared. As I cast a fireball, flames shot up into the sky, but then a bunch of blue mushrooms with ice blocks on their heads popped up from the swamp, diving straight into the fire and extinguishing my flames with their cold air. What a guy. Using ice mushrooms to put out the fire. Huh? Let me tell you, this is not firefighting at all. It's simply trying to send me off. I pushed off hard with my feet and just jumped away when suddenly a blue mushroom exploded right where I was standing, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Luckily, I have the Sharingan and noticed something was off beneath the swamp in advance. Just as I was catching my breath, I widened my eyes and wow, the entire swamp floor was densely packed with red dots. I was dumbfounded all this time. The real mushroom army was hiding in the mud. How could I tolerate this? I ran while forming hand seals, and sand poured out from the system space, wrapping me up into a ball. Sand shield. Just as I secured myself tightly, it started pouring mushrooms from above with a sound like a heavy rain, thudding against my sandball. Those sunlight mushrooms and enchantment mushrooms were particularly heavy, recklessly charging at my sandball with their heads, splattering juices everywhere. Countless, simply countless. They kept crashing down endlessly. Fortunately, my sand shield was tough enough. For a short while, they really couldn't break through. Then after a while of this bombardment, suddenly, the whole world went silent. Let me tell you, that feeling was particularly eerie, just like in a movie when the boss is about to appear, and all the minions are too scared to move. A tremendous sense of oppression descended instantly, and the swamp began to undulate like ocean waves. accompanied by a thudding sound like drums. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this noise definitely indicates something huge is coming. I can't keep being a coward. I instantly released the sandball and wanted to run, but the ground was covered with stationary mushrooms, leaving no place to step. Can this stump me? With a flash of my sword card, I activated my sword technique. A white long sword shot through the air, and I grabbed the hilt, being pulled up into the sky. The moment I flew up, I couldn't help but glance down. And just that one glance nearly made me fall off the sword. A gigantic, pure black mushroom cap slowly rose from the swamp. And beneath the mushroom cap were a pair of blood-red eyes. My mind buzzed with just 2 words: destruction mushroom, the ultimate nuclear bomb in Plants vs. Zombies. Once this thing explodes, nothing will grow. With its eyes, I felt it could flatten the entire swamp. Fly, fly for me. I crazily poured my spiritual power into the flying sword, instantly maxing out the speed, shooting towards the edge of the forest like an arrow. Behind me, that gigantic destruction mushroom fully emerged, its mouth puffing up. Boom! A black mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. I was right at the edge of the explosion, and the destructive energy blasted me away, crashing heavily onto the grass. I spat out a mouthful of blood, my body covered in wounds. No, if I don't get treated soon, I'll be eliminated. I struggled to sit up, pulled out a golden potato pancake from my pocket, the Mondstadt potato pancake, and took a big bite. Let me tell you, this thing is truly miraculous. The wound is visibly healing, and my nearly depleted spiritual energy is rapidly increasing. In 3 minutes, I'm back to full health. I ran to the giant pit created by the explosion, looked down, and saw nothing but charred remains, not even a single hair left. Thousands of mushrooms, and not a single card dropped. What a loss. Just as I was sighing, suddenly, a palm-sized stone tablet floated out of the black mist and landed right in my hand. Immediately, a middle-aged man's voice echoed in my head. Haha, congratulations. Little guy who survived. Wow, isn't that the voice from the beginning of the game? He said that this swamp explodes on time every time. And I was the first one to come out alive. So this stone tablet is a first clear reward and a real treasure that can take me out of the secret realm. He even called himself Dave and wished me to live a little longer. I looked down at the slate in my hand, which was painted with a destruction mushroom. The information directly entered my mind. A one-time use item that, when infused with spiritual power, can summon a destruction mushroom the height of a person, which will explode within a minute, powerful enough to kill a 3rd-tier demon beast. At that moment, I was both excited and scared. I was happy because I had gained a nuclear-level trump card, but I was afraid that if I accidentally slipped up, I would be done for. I quickly asked the system, Bro, is it safe to keep this thing with you? It won't go off, right? The system was incredibly confident in this system's space. Even a bomb that's already exploded would be stopped. All right, that reassured me. I just put away the slate and was about to use the Eye of Inheritance to find the next target when I noticed a light spot on the map that was not only very close to me, but was also rapidly moving towards me. Hey, I haven't even gone out to hunt yet, and the prey has come right to my doorstep. This saves me some trouble. I just sat down by the pit, put on my cat face mask, and set my blade aside, casually waiting like that. Before long, a muscular man with 3 swords strapped to his back came running over. Wow, those biceps, those 8-pack abs. He definitely looks like a super VIP from the gym. 3-sword style. Zoro inheritance? He saw me and ran over with a look of surprise. Hey buddy, you were attracted by that big explosion too, right? Let me tell you, that noise earlier scared me so much that I lost the urge to take a dump. He was talking while looking at the giant pit, clicking his tongue in amazement. Then his eyes lit up when he saw the sword beside me. Oh, a fellow swordsman. I'm Soren, Zoro inheritance. We're both sword enthusiasts. How about we practice together? He rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. To be honest, my family runs a sword dojo, and I can't find any opponents back home. So I came here to look for skilled fighters to spar with. My intuition tells me that you are very strong. I looked at his honest yet eager expression, and I couldn't help but feel amused. I slowly stood up, dusted myself off, and picked up the knife. Just for show? I'm not doing that. I lowered my voice deeply, saying that knives and swords are for killing, not for kids playing house. As soon as I said that, the muscular guy named Swallow's eyes lit up. That's right. That's how my dad taught me. If you don't have the determination to fight for your life, all you're practicing is just for show. He clapped his hands, looking at me like I was a long-lost brother. With the atmosphere reaching this point, I had to keep up the act. I held the cat mask in front of him and coldly said, Do you know why the principal made us take the exam here? It's for a life-and-death trial. If you can't even dare to fight in this safe realm, how can you call yourself a swordsman? As soon as I saw his eyes light up, I knew it was done. I had burned out this guy's CPU. If you want to fight me, fine. I crossed my blade, pointing it directly at him, but our match will determine both the victor and the fate. Do you dare? Goodness, this guy was completely stunned by my intimidation, his eyes filled with admiration. What a presence. This is exactly what I lack. Classmate, you are truly my idol. He excitedly asked me what my name was. I coolly flicked my knife. Swordsman, just speak with your sword. The reason I talk so much is that I'm afraid he might realize he can't win and run away. So where would I get the reward? It turns out that verbal deception is the strongest ninja technique. Sualong was tricked by me and ended up drawing 3 knives with one in his mouth, mumbling woo-woo. I'm willing to bet my life. Sualong, the 3-knife swordsman of Tianyan City, please teach me. I smiled slightly, holding a sword in my right hand and a card in my left. I, a dual-wielding swordsman. Please give me your guidance. He was taken aback. I clearly only had one sword, right? Just as he was puzzled, a gust of wind sounded from behind him. He instinctively turned and blocked. Clanging as he parried, my flying sword transformed from the sword Kuro card. In the next moment, I charged forward, striking lethal blows, while the flying sword searched for blind spots around him to launch sneak attacks. There was a series of clangs as he was forced back repeatedly. In just half a minute, we exchanged hundreds of blows. He finally managed to seize an opportunity to push me back a step, laughing heartily. This is exhilarating. Classmate, you are the strongest peer I have ever seen. As he spoke, he actually assumed a Aido stance, wanted to show respect by receiving my ultimate move. One sword style Aido, Lion's Roar. A flash of light passed, and he instantly appeared beside me, slicing me in half with a single strike. It's over. Just as he revealed a satisfied smile, I suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. Fake, fake. His jaw almost dropped in shock. The sword was indeed fast. But unfortunately, you got cocky. In front of him, 3 of me appeared simultaneously and applauded him. He was dumbfounded. When did you use a clone? Just when you close your eyes to gather your strength. Saying this, the 3 of me charged forward with swords drawn, moonlight dance. He clumsily tried to block us with 3 swords, but the power of the clones was divided. However, in the moment he gasped for breath, my Kuro flying sword stabbed straight into his back. All 3 of his swords were occupied by me. Should he block with his head? Clang! The flying sword pierced his back, but didn't go in too deep. A black pattern began to emerge on his back. Damn, armament hockey? I was shocked at that moment. This guy has talent. To comprehend it so early. Just as I was surprised, he broke free, drew the sword from his back, gasping for breath, blood flowing down from his wounds. I had only just grasped it not long ago. You are really strong. Thank you, opponent. He smiled with a pale face, tightened his grip on the sword, and said, Now, let me show you my strongest sword technique. This is my gratitude to you. Wait a minute. The 3 of us spoke at the same time, and then bang, 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 all turned into smoke. The Sarong people were dumbfounded. 3 are all clones? My true form finally revealed itself, and I said softly, You are a true swordsman. I will personally accept your thanks. Only then did he realize that from beginning to end, he had never even touched my true form. He first smiled wryly, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh? I've come to the right place. He struggled to get into position, and the 2 blades spun around like windmills at high speed, charging towards me with a whirlwind. Ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. I watched the blade wind rushing towards me, and my heart ignited. What a powerful move. What man. Without a second thought, I activated my Sharingan. The lightning of Chidori instantly enveloped my arms, maxing out my speed. Come, let's fight. I charged forward with my sword in hand. In a flash, we clashed hundreds of times, neither of us backing down. I admit, in terms of swordsmanship, he is stronger than me. But I'm sorry, my friend. I know more than just swordsmanship. My fingers twitched slightly, and the parasitic thread that had long been wrapped around me suddenly pulled tight, causing my entire body to twist in a way that defied the laws of physics, dodging a knife with my head down and feet up. At the same time, a sandy hand emerged from behind me, grabbing for his knife, and the swirling sand instantly covered his face. An opportunity. With my right hand holding the sword, I thrust upwards, aiming directly for his throat. However, just as the tip of my sword was about to touch his neck, his knife stopped. I was taken aback for a moment, quickly steadying myself and walking over to him. He had his eyes closed, tightly gripping the knife, with a smile still on his lips, standing there without a breath. In the sunlight, he stood like a statue. Who among the family understands? This guy truly burned himself out. I patted him on the shoulder, and as the breeze blew by, his body transformed into light spots and dissipated. S-Class Inheritor. Soren, eliminated. After this fight, I was so exhausted that I sat down on the ground, my whole body sore, but inside I felt a burning fire. It was exhilarating. Just then, the system notification sounded, saying that I gained profound insights from this battle, and my Sharingan evolved. The double Tomo directly turned into a triple Tomo. It wasn't over yet. The reward for pseudo-killing Soren also arrived. Experience and skill points were in hand, and then came the 3 choices for rewards. Armament Hockey, 3 sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds, spirit power gift. Do I even need to choose? 3,000 worlds is the 3 sword style. I can't just have a sword in my mouth, can I? As for Lion Song, I had secretly copied it with my Sharingan earlier. So, without hesitation, system, I choose Armament Hockey. Ding! A new power was born within me. I try to wrap hockey around my fist and punch the ground, creating a small pit. And my hand didn't hurt at all. What a divine skill. Immediately after, I leveled up again. My spirit power limit increased, and I automatically mastered a new ninjutsu. Illusion technique, Sharingan, and to top it off, my luck was through the roof, directly leveling me up to LV3. I feel the surging power within me, satisfied. Fighting is indeed the fastest way to become stronger. I activate the Eye of Inheritance again to search for the next target. On the map, the 2 light spots closest to me are actually right next to each other. Are these 2 allied? It seems like the next battle will be 1 against 2. Hey, 1 against 2? That sounds interesting. It's just the right opportunity for me to test out how strong my new skin really is. I put away my Zanpakuto, don my beloved cat mask, and start parkouring through the woods like a ninja. I was just about to start, and guess what? Outside the forest, those teachers are in an uproar. Another guy was thrown out of the main gate, completely naked except for his underwear. Wow, isn't that the big muscle guy from Zoro's Legacy? He got up, brushed off the dust, and was still laughing. Ah, I really can't die. This place is perfect for practicing my skills. That last fight got my blood boiling. He was having a blast, but his teacher, Chi Quan, looked green with anger. Let me tell you, his expression was just like someone who just found out their stocks hit the limit down. He pointed at the eliminated students, spitting out words in rage. What happened? What on earth happened? It hasn't even been 7 hours. Out of our 9 in the Supernova class, 4 have been eliminated. Did you guys go in and fight among yourselves? Or did you accidentally stab yourselves in the back? Have you no shame? While he was blowing up, that Zoro guy completely ignored him, showing off his chest and biceps, laughing as he walked towards the resting area, clearly not caring. Teacher Chi Quan was so furious his head was buzzing. Just as he picked up his water cup to take a sip and calm down, that damn live-streaming robot started broadcasting again, in that annoying voice. Yeah, we've welcomed another eliminator. Why do I say another? Because he come from our strongest Supernova class. That's right. It's already 4. Unprecedented, folks. Teacher Chi Quan, this isn't just a spanking for the students. This is clearly a public slap in your face. With a puff, Teacher Chi Quan spat out a mouthful of water, which even had traces of blood in it. Wow. He was so furious, he almost vomited blood. His boss, Principal Bai Chi, who looked like a white-bearded man, was still drinking and enjoying the spectacle. Ah, Teacher Chi, don't be sad. There's always a first time for everything. Today, haven't you made history? Ha! Now Chi Quan couldn't hold it anymore. He suddenly stood up, his fists almost burning like magma, and angrily headed towards the resting area, clearly wanting to find out who eliminated his precious students. As he left, the other 2 teachers, Qingji and Arno, laughed even harder, eating hot pot and singing, as if it were New Year's. Suddenly, an owl flew over and landed on Qingji's shoulder, hooting in his ear for a while. Qingji's face instantly turned serious, and as soon as the owl flew away, he immediately grabbed a scroll and ran to the principal. Principal, the secret message from the sculpture has results. I tell you, what I hear next will directly burn my CPU. Teacher Qingji lowered his voice and said, Principal, the beast attack on the Wanli Sunshine cruise ship was not an accident. It was planned by someone. The planner is an organization called Ju. Oh, the principal frowned. Yes, we found that there is a coastal city near that sea area, and Teacher Lin Long had previously handled a case involving the Su family, discovering their contact with Ju. Coincidentally, the time of death of Su Xiao, the daughter of the Su family, coincides exactly with the time of death of the great beast Jillian. Was an autopsy conducted? The principal asked. Yes. Qingji nodded. The forensic expert Qin Ming's mentor, Teacher Qin Ming, personally performed the autopsy and found that girl had no heart. Goodness. I gasped in shock. It's Ju's heart connection technique. The principal's face darkened. This organization not only learned the method of sealing beasts into human bodies from Naruto, creating human pillars, but they also developed this evil technique. Qingji said exactly. They transplanted human hearts into the bodies of beasts, allowing humans and beasts to act separately. But their lives are connected. If the beast dies, the person dies too. That Su Xiao was the human pillar of that great beast Jillian. They used a morally questionable rich girl as a pawn, simply to conduct experiments. What kind of experiments? I suspect they want to turn human hearts into beast cores. Qingji's voice trembled. In several cases we investigated earlier, those beasts briefly flashed with the light of beast cores. But they self-destructed quickly. But this time, the one from the Wanli Sunshine Cruise ship succeeded. It condensed a beast core and evolved into a one-star beast. They succeeded? The principal slammed his fist on the table. Using human hearts as beast cores. What the hell do these madmen want to do? Qingji fell silent for a moment, then dropped another bombshell. Principal, there's one more thing. We traced the clues and found out. Zhu has collaborated with the 100 Ghost Group. Now, even the principal couldn't sit still. The wine jug in his hand frozen in midair. How could these two unrelated organizations collaborate? We discovered a yacht near the Wanli Sunshine Cruise ship, belonging to the Yuan family of the 9 great families. They said their young master Yuan Million was also on the boat and miraculously escaped. However, in our investigation team, there is a teacher, Tang Ma, who inherited from Kamaho Toma, with his imaginary killer right hand, a casual touch on the steering wheel, bang, a corpse appears. It was the invisible bodyguard of Yuan Million, who was ambushed from behind and stabbed through the heart. The wound was the signature method of the 100 Ghosts group. Additionally, during a soul search on a prisoner in Impel Down, it was discovered that a member of Zhu had an ugly creature from the 100 Ghosts group following him. The two clues matched up, basically confirming everything. After hearing this, the principal was almost pulling out his beard. 2 top criminal organizations teaming up. This is no small plot. Yuan Million has issues. Send someone to investigate. I want to see what tricks they're trying to play. Qingji nodded. By the way, we also have a spy from the 100 Ghost Group mixed into our academy, among this batch of new students. The principal sneered, looking at our misty forest. ISNT, this one of the reasons we are conducting this trial? Let them play. They can use whatever tricks they want. Once that little ghost makes a move, we'll catch them all. The scene cuts back to me. I had no idea so much was happening outside. I was still huffing and puffing my way along. An hour later, I was stopped by a bridge. The bridge surface, good heavens, was densely covered with spikes from Plants vs. Zombies. Just looking at it made my feet hurt. I had a sudden inspiration and thought of the water yo-yo I played with as a child. So I built myself a 360-degree panoramic skylight mansion out of sand and rolled over. The sandball's defense was top-notch. The ground spikes couldn't penetrate it at all, and I even picked up a bunch of cards along the way. Halfway through, I ran into a tough opponent. The Pro Max version of the ground spikes. The steel spikes. I chuckled to myself. It was the perfect opportunity to try out my new skill. System, activate armament hockey. The LV2 armament hockey covered the sandball entirely. Turning it black, I drove this black behemoth straight ahead, crunching everything in my path. What steel spikes? They all turned to dust. 5 minutes later, I easily crossed the bridge. I glanced at the mission progress. The plant harvester was about to be completed. Awesome. After walking for another half hour, the temperature suddenly dropped, the trees around were bare, and the ground was covered in snow. Great, I've reached the ice and snow map. The Eye of Inheritance indicated that the target was on the mountain, so I rubbed my hands and ran up. Just as I reached the top, I saw a flat area where a group of people was gathered around a campfire having a tea party. About 10 B-level inheritors in yellow uniforms were crowding around an S-level big sister. The woman was dressed like she was going to walk the red carpet, sitting on a tree stump covered with a blanket, leisurely sipping tea. One of the yellow uniform guys jumped down and blocked my way, his chin almost pointing to the sky. Stop. Another one, trying to cling on. Our big sister said she doesn't accept trash in red uniforms. If you know what's good for you, hand over the plant cards on you and scram. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. What if I don't want to? That guy went straight for it, cursing while trying to reach in my pocket. A flash of a blade. With a scream, his disobedient hand flew off. I didn't give him a chance to react, stepping forward and raising my blade, and that guy vanished in a flash of light. You weren't wrong. He wouldn't really die anyway. I sheathed my blade and said, then I'll send you to the elimination zone. At that, everyone exploded in anger, and the remaining 9 in yellow uniforms instantly surrounded me. The big sister in the mink coat, Jing Zi, also stood up, her eyes filled with shock and anger. You dare to make a move? I looked at her. Isn't she the one inherited from Inoue Oraheim? I sighed. Sister, I don't want to waste time. You let them watch, and let's have a one-on-one, quick battle. How about it? Jing Ji suddenly burst into laughter. Are you out of your mind with that mask on? I have 9 people on my side, and you're all alone. Why should we fight one-on-one? Get them. Sigh. You don't listen to good advice. I shook my head and quickly formed hand seals. Ninja technique, shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 5 copies of me appeared in place. The 9 people in yellow uniforms were dumbfounded. Jing Ji shouted from behind. What are you afraid of? Clones are just paper tigers. Their strength will weaken. Get in there. Weaken strength. Is that so? With my mask on, the corners of my mouth curled up wildly. The 5 of us formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire release, grand fireball technique. 5 massive fireballs rained down. The 5 were instantly burned to ashes and eliminated. The remaining 4 ran away in fright, crying for help. Now, only she and I were left on the field. You see, we're back to a one-on-one situation, aren't we? I charged forward with my sword. 3 clones attacking from 3 directions with a moonlit dance. Jing Ji finally panicked and shouted, I refuse. 3-day shield. An orange-yellow, triangular shield appeared in front of her. My sword struck it, making a crisp sound. Good defense, but how many times can that thing hold up? My right hand crackled with lightning. Chidori chirped, and I directly launched an attack. Crack! The shield shattered. Just as I was about to unleash my second Chidori to finish her off, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation on my scalp and quickly performed a backflip to escape. The giant rock, like a shooting star, crashed down where I was standing just moments ago. Thousands of birds, break for me. I leaped up and struck the boulder with my hand, shattering it to pieces. I slowly turned around and fell to the ground. Not far away, a boy in a blue school uniform, with his eyes tightly closed, was holding a cane sword aimed at me. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I smiled, flicked my left hand, and a cloud card flew out, transforming in the air into a white longsword. In my eyes, 3 Tomo were slowly rotating. I told you at that moment they had me sandwiched between them, thinking they had it under control. I looked at them and directly said, Don't be nervous, you two. You have already been surrounded by just me. I tell you, as soon as I said that, the 2 S ranks on the other side were completely stunned. I first glanced at the big-chested girl, Jing Ji, right? But to be honest, she's not the main threat. The real danger is the guy next to her with the staff sword, Yisheng. Goodness, this guy has inherited the power of Fujitora, the admiral with the gravity fruit in one piece, who can both wield a sword and unleash the gravity attack. His skill level is off the charts. I'm really curious to see how much of his Master S abilities he has learned. On my side, I'm dual-wielding 1 knife and 1 sword, and I'm going to smash it right in his face. Clang, clang, clang. I tell you, this blind guy really has something, even though he can't see. He's wielding that staff, sort of like he's got radar, parrying all my storm-like attacks. But the big-chested girl on the other side is a bit funny. She's been aiming for a long time, her fingers almost sparking, but she's too scared to unleash her skill. What is it called again? The Solitary Heaven/Shield? It has great power, but it seems to only have 1 chance. If she fails, she'll have a long cooldown. She's definitely cursing in her heart. Why don't you just stand still? Let me take you out in 1 shot. Family, who understands this tense battle atmosphere. It's making her impressive chest rise and fall like the waves, making me feel like I'm about to get seasick. Over here, I'm pressuring that blind guy. After all, I've activated the swordsmanship cheat for the Kuro card, and a mastery level of swordsmanship is no joke. In just a few moves, the guy was forced to retreat repeatedly, looking like he couldn't hold on much longer. Suddenly, he jumped back fiercely, slamming his staff blade into the ground, and shouted loudly, Hell Journey, 5 times gravity. Damn, I felt a sinking sensation under my feet, and it was as if I had been hit by a mountain, crashing down to the ground. The weight of Fujitora's fruit is no joke. When Jing Ji saw me lying down, her eyes lit up as if she had found money, and she let out a roar to unleash her ultimate move. I refuse. This skill has a bit of a clunky wind-up. It can't be used without shouting it out. A blade of light came rushing over and hit the target perfectly. It worked. She let out a long breath, her face blooming with a smile, probably thinking, that damn masked man, although a bit handsome, has still been taken down by me. But what happened? A roar came from where I was lying. Ji, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Jing Ji was stunned on the spot. That voice, wasn't he her teammate, Yisheng? Rubbing her eyes again, she was bewildered. Where's I on the ground? The one who was bloodied from her own ultimate move was her blind teammate. How? How could this be? She was so shocked that she took several steps back. I was clearly attacking that masked man. Where is he? That blind guy was about to spit blood from anger, clutching his chest wound, yelling, "Are you blind? He has always been behind you." Jingji suddenly turned around, and my cat face mask was right in front of her, smiling cheerfully. Awake? I stretched lazily, the three-tomo Sharingan in my eyes slowly spinning. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Beautiful lady, look down at your feet. I prepared a little gift for you." As she looked down, her face instantly turned pale. On the ground, 10 talismans written with the character explosion had already been stuck to her legs. "Bye-bye." I formed hand seals with both hands, smiling brilliantly. This explosive power, even with your dual Tengen shields, you won't be able to recover from it. Ninjutsu, explosive flame formation. Boom. With a loud bang, blood-stained snowflakes flew everywhere. S-rank inheritor, Jingji sent off just like that. Z. Upon hearing the explosion, the blind guy went crazy, shouting wildly, "What kind of sorcery did you use? Why can't he even notice you beside her, and is hitting me like she's possessed?" I chuckled. What could I say to him? I couldn't exactly tell him that I activated my Sharingan and had been trapping his naive teammate in a Genjutsu from the very beginning. Could I? In her eyes, I was fighting you and being suppressed by you, but in reality, I had long slipped behind her to start tagging. If it weren't for the fact that you're blind and immune to Genjutsu, you'd be caught in it too. Stop calling out. I shook my head. Even if I didn't use Genjutsu, the two of you still couldn't defeat me. What did you say? He forced himself to stand up, trembling with anger. He must think I won by underhanded means. How could two S ranks possibly lose to a B rank? What I mean is, I said coldly, even if you're at full health now, you still are my opponent. As soon as I finished speaking, I waved my left hand, and the white long sword formed from the Kuro card whistled as it shot forward. That guy was also bold. He brandished his knife and clashed with my flying sword. Suddenly, he let out a roar. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. An eerie aura instantly wrapped around his staff blade, and with a fierce swing, my flying sword was smashed into the snow like it had been hit by a dump truck. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and commented, "Dude, is Fujitora's gravity blade used like this? When he swings it, mountains flatten, but at most, you could be considered a heavier version of a brick, right? What a waste of such a good ability." Stop talking big. He thought he had disarmed me and was charging at me with his sword. You still don't understand. I shook my head, my right hand already resting on the hilt of my Zanpakuto. The correct way to use a flying sword is to deploy it like a drone for suicide attack. Boom. Bang. The explosion was triggered by 3 detonation talismans instantly igniting on the hilt of the flying sword embedded in the snow. That blind guy had a real sense for danger. He smelled gunpowder and tried to run, but it was too late. The shockwave from the explosion knocked him off balance, revealing a huge opening. For a master swordsman, that moment was more than enough. I sank my body down, my right hand suddenly exerted force, and with a swift slash of the sword, I executed one sword style, Iato, Lion's Song. The blade flashed. I instantly teleported from 50 meters away to right in front of him. The sword had already been unsheathed and returned to its sheath. He looked at me in disbelief. A line of blood slowly seeped from his neck. What? A fast blade. Thud, he fell to the ground. S-rank inheritor, Isheng eliminated. Double kill. I handsomely wiped the blood off my sword with the snow. Feeling pleased inside, Zoro's move was really cool. The system started ringing with rewards. Defeated S-rank Jingji pseudo kill, reward reduced. Defeated S-rank Isheng pseudo kill, reward reduced. I decided to open Jingji's reward first. I rubbed my hands together, but when I opened it, I was left speechless. There was only one option. Spiritual power gift, taking 1/3 of that big-chested girl's spiritual power. Damn, what good is that little spiritual power? Not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. What about her amazing shield skills? The system explained that those skills require a spiritual object called Shield Shun Li Hua to use, which I don't have, so it filtered them out for me directly. I just exploded. I spent 10 explosive symbols. I'm losing money like crazy. The host can also choose killing reward. 1,000 inheritance points, 2 skill points, 1 killing point. Killing points? This is the first time I've heard of this. The system says the special point can only be obtained by killing people, and when I reach LV10, I can unlock a new feature to exchange it for good stuff. Alright, I'll listen to you. I choose the killing reward. Anyone could harm me, but the system won't. Ding, the reward has been delivered. Next, let's open the rewards from Yixing. Wow, this time it's some serious goods. 01, Gravity Knife, Fierce Tiger, 02. Hell Journey Gravity Enhancement, 03. Spiritual Gift, I was so shocked at that moment. Gravity Ability, Fujitora's Gravity Fruit. Isn't this much better than any flashy shield? I was just thinking about specializing in ninja skills, but as soon as I saw this, one thought filled my mind. I must have it. System, I choose option 2. Hell Journey. I screamed. The first skill, making the sword heavy, is too low level. The second skill directly creates a gravity field, making all enemies kneel and sing my conquest. This is the essence. Family, who understands? It's all about that collecting obsession. The system seemed to sigh. Rewards have been loaded. Hope the host enjoys collecting. Can I not be happy with a new skill? I immediately started to experience it. Double gravity at LV1. Not bad. I directly pumped skill points into it and leveled up to LV2. Oh my. My legs sank and I almost fell to the ground. This feeling, it's almost 5 times the gravity, equivalent to a 120-pound person suddenly becoming 600 pounds. Who can handle that? I gritted my teeth and spent 3 skill points again, system. Maxed out LV3. With a bang, 10 times gravity. I almost got crushed into a pancake by my own weight. I braced myself with my hands on the ground. Every muscle in my body was screaming in agony, barely managing not to kneel. This thing is too insane. It not only restricts speed, but also consumes stamina at an outrageous rate. After 3 seconds, my blue bar was almost empty. However, I suddenly thought of Goku's training methods on King Kai's planet in Dragon Ball. Isn't this a ready-made training artifact? But this thing consumes so much blue energy. I can't hold on for long. So, I rolled my eyes and started to act in front of the system. Sigh, system, look at how weak I am. If one day I get ambushed on the street, you'll be left all alone. The system was silent for a while, probably stunned by my CPU tactics, and actually sent me a training mission. Mission: gravity training. Maintained for 3 hours under double gravity. The system provides spiritual energy consumption. Reward: inheritance value 200. Basic physical technique upgraded to LV3. That's more like it. I immediately accepted the mission. My body suddenly felt heavy as double gravity hit me. I started to head down the mountain, and to my surprise, as soon as I got down, I was stunned. This isn't a snow mountain. It's like a Plants vs. Zombies map from the Ice Age. There were ice shooters, ice watermelon throwers, and ice mushrooms everywhere. This mountain is hard to descend. Without saying a word, I activated a light shield circular fan with my left hand and conjured a fireball cannon with my right hand, charging down under double gravity. With the dynamic vision of my Sharingan, it felt like I had auto-aim. I ran and shot, taking down a little zombie with each fireball. But there were too many plants. Before long, my light shield was shattered, and a storm of ice peas and ice watermelons came crashing down. Damn, can I catch a break here? I formed hand seals with both hands and used the Earth Dragon hidden technique, diving straight into the ground. Holding my breath and running wildly underground, I also buried over 50 explosive tags along the way. Just as I was about to run out of breath, I popped out from the foot of the mountain. Looking back at the sea of plants, I smiled. Thanks for the farewell, my friends. As a reward, let me give you a grand fireworks show with a hand sign, ninjutsu, an explosion. It's art. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hillside was blown away. The huge explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing the snow on the snowy mountain to start collapsing. Wow, it's so big. Seeing the avalanche coming at me, I took off running. When the snow stopped, the hillside that was once full of plants was now a vast expanse of white, incredibly clean. I turned back and started digging out plant cards from the snow piles, like I was treasure hunting. Although it was hard to find, looking at the thick stack of cards in my hand, this was a big win. But let me tell you, the weather system in this cursed place is definitely a bit off. Just a second ago, I was freezing at the top of the snowy mountain. And then I came down to the foot of the mountain, and in just a few steps, bam, I was in a sauna. The thermometer must be off the charts, probably close to 40 degrees, and I felt like the soles of my shoes were about to melt. I was wiping sweat while complaining, thinking about how extreme the weather was. I couldn't go out without risking catching the latest mutated flu virus of 2025, right? Just as I was pondering, the Eye of Inheritance reminded me that the next S-level target was nearby, and it hadn't moved for quite a while. I wondered if this guy had turned into a refined iron plate. How could he endure such hot weather? With my doubts, I moved forward, but the fog grew thicker, to the point where I felt like I had entered the Silent Hill film set, with visibility down to 5 meters. Just as I was nearing the place, I suddenly heard a rustling sound of water. Water? I followed the sound. To see clearly, I had already activated my Sharingan. As a result, when I looked, I was taken aback. It was a small lake, no, a natural hot spring, steaming. Of course, hot springs are not unusual. But what was unusual was that there was a girl soaking in it. Long curly hair floated on the water surface in that scene. I tell you, It reminded me of the iconic moment when Li Xiaoyao secretly watched Zhao Linger take a bath. My feelings were exactly the same. I quickly crouched in the bushes, my three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, maximizing my field of vision. This isn't peeping. I'm seriously observing my opponent. With a figure like that from behind, how great must she look from the front? As I pondered whether to sneak in with a curved light invisibility technique for a one-hit kill, or to use an illusion to lure her to the shore to avoid any tricks she might have up her sleeve in the water, I suddenly heard a sound from the bushes beside me. Thud. A shadow came crashing towards me. Hey, what a lonely collision. That was just my shadow clone. I had anticipated this. A woman who dares to bathe so boldly in a place like this must have some defenses. My real body was already hanging upside down on a nearby tree, standing high to see far, making it convenient to gather intelligence. I did a backflip and jumped down from a tree. When I focused my eyes, I saw something that looked like a blue little shark but had two legs. Isn't that the round-land shark from Pokemon? I couldn't help but laugh and said, so it turns out the one soaking in the hot spring is the successor of Sinnoh champion Cynthia, Zhulan. Nice to meet you. This girl has quite the background. Her parents are top breeding masters, and she herself has inherited Cynthia's legacy. This roundland shark is the initial form of Cynthia's signature Pokemon, Garchomp. Although Pokemon look cute, their combat power is no joke. The roundland shark missed its attack, got angry, and stomped its feet in place. Then it let out a cry, and a cloud of sand rose up and headed straight for my eyes. Oh, sand attack? Trying to blind me. Huh? How naive. I quickly formed hand seals and used the Earth style, Earth Dragon hidden technique, sinking myself underground in an instant, making the sand attack miss entirely. Just as I was about to emerge from under her feet for a surprise attack, the ground shook with a loud boom. She used Stomp. I quickly drilled out of the ground, and as soon as I showed my head, a steel fist came straight for my face. Bang! A sandy hand directly grabbed that fist. I completely crawled out from the dirt and looked at the other Pokemon I had caught, a blue dog-like creature, Ryu. Hey, Zhulan's two ace Pokemon are both here. Looks like this girl has developed quite well. All right, let me see what you little cuties can do. I drew my Zampecudo and slashed forward. That Riolu was as agile as a monkey, not only dodging my blade, but also counterattacking with punches as fast as bullets. Bullet punch? Unfortunately, under my three-tomo Sharingan, your fast punches are in slow motion. I swayed left and right, dodging all of them. The round land shark beside it wasn't idle either, its claws gleaming as it slashed over. Dragon Claw? Wow, that's a mid to late game skill, and you've learned it already? Two Pokemon, one close range and one long range. Their cooperation was seamless. But after fighting for a while, they realized they couldn't touch me at all, and instead, they were often burned by the Phoenix fire I occasionally spat out. No way, no way. Are you tired already? I scoffed. I'm playing with you at double gravity. With your strength, wouldn't you be treated as a dessert by the big demons outside after leaving the newbie village? After saying that, I swung my hands. An 8 kunai with transparent threads flew out. Ninja technique, Sharingan manipulation, windmill, 3 great blades, with a sharp pull of the threads. The two Pokemon were directly tied together and crashed into each other. I then added a sand shield, and a big sand ball completely locked them up. Reflect well inside. Thank me for not killing your initial forms. Who told you to be so cute? After dealing with the two little ones, I turned around and saw that Zhulan was frantically running towards the shore, wanting to grab her clothes. Trying to run? I solemnly extended my hand. String fruit, parasitic thread, several invisible threads directly stuck to her, immobilizing her. I said, I'm shaking my head through the mask. This is being live-streamed. What will those directors outside think? How inappropriate. This girl was completely flustered, her face flushed red, and with a crying tone, she said, You better kill me. Otherwise, I'll hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. I thought to myself, what is this all about? Why does your bath affect me? But who understand my family? With my Sharingan activated, I can see everything clearly, even a mole on her back. Can I even say that? I can only star my performance. I cleared my throat and pretended to say, Don't worry, classmate. With this thick fog, I didn't see anything. Since you want to be eliminated, I'll help you along the way. Using long-range skills, I promise not to get close. Outside the dungeon, we're still good classmates. So please don't hold a grudge against me, or I'll be waiting for you by the hot spring every day. Her face turned bright red, interrupting me. All right, stop talking. I won't hold a grudge against you. Just do it quickly. It's so cold outside the water. Fine. I took out the cloud card sword. A white long sword appeared out of thin air, and with a wave of my finger, go. The sword pierced through the fog, and before she could react, a red mark appeared on her neck. She struggled to turn around to see my face. but all she saw was a blurry mask before it turned into light and disappeared. Phew, done. I always felt this was more exhausting than fighting someone for real. Suddenly, I slapped my head. Oh no, her clothes. They were left on shore. Isn't she going to be out there bare? I'm just a kind-hearted person who can't stand such things. I formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A burst of flames erupted, directly turning her clothes to ash. All right, I burned your clothes. Now you definitely won't be bare. I clapped my hands, truly a helpful person. Later, I found out that she was in the elimination zone, originally thinking I was quite gentlemanly and strong, even a bit admired. But then our class's iceberg-faced Chihuahua ran over to ask her for battle details and carelessly mentioned, I suspect that masked man has a visual enhancement eye technique. Let me tell you, that girl broke down on the spot, crying out, masked man, you big liar. I want you to take responsibility. Now, I can't wash myself clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Of course, that was all later. At that time, I was enjoying a bath in her hot spring, using sand to massage my back, which was incredibly comfortable. The system rolled out the rewards, but there wasn't anything good. Just 1,000 inheritance points and 2 skill points. I looked at my experience bar, 3,900, 4,000, just one step away. With plenty of skill points, I leveled up immediately. Chidori reached level 3. Armament Hockey reached level 3, and Lion Song reached level 2, boosting my combat power to another level. Then, I opened the map, preparing to find the last 2 S ranks. But when I looked, I got a jolt. 2 light points were clustered together on the map. One bright, and the other was actually black. The system told me that the black point represented someone who had been killed, but not eliminated. I was stunned. Can people really die in this game dungeon? The system didn't explain further and told me to find the answers myself. Fine, I'll go. I pinpointed the last light point and sprinted over. While running, the system notified me that my 3-hour gravity training was completed, rewarding me with 200 inheritance points and leveling up my basic body technique to level 3. As the gravity disappeared, I felt light enough to fly, and with one punch, I could shatter a large rock. But the real surprise was still to come. Those 200 inheritance points filled up my experience bar. Ding! Level up successful. LV8. Reward. 3 skill points. Then, the system started the lottery. Host luck exploded, drawing the strongest body technique. 8 gates. I gasped in shock. 8 gates. The youth of Guy. The system also said that this thing requires basic body technique level 3 to learn, and I had just leveled up. It was drawn for me, and you say there's no favoritism? I don't believe you, but I like it. I immediately spent 3 skill points to open the first 3 gates. Open Gate, Rest Gate, and Life Gate, unlocking the first 3 gates and acquiring the Lotus of Inner. After adding my points, I felt even stronger. My speed increased significantly. Not long after, I reached my destination. But when I looked up, good heavens, I had stumbled upon a mass grave. It was almost dark with chilling winds, swirling fog, and faint cries echoing. The atmosphere was intense. I followed the sound of crying and saw a red-haired girl in a school uniform squatting on the ground, crying. When I asked her what was wrong, she said her toy bear's eyes were bitten off by a dog, so she dug out the dog's eyes and put them on the bear. Now she can't find where she buried the bear. I felt my scalp tingle. What kind of creepy story is this? I just complained a bit, and that girl's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, facing me while her body was still turned away, looking like a doll from a horror movie. She screamed that I stole her teddy bear and that she would burn me alive. A red fireball flew towards me. An A-grade inheritance? Playing with fire in front of me? I immediately shot a huge fireball back at her. My fireball instantly engulfed hers, wrapping her completely inside it. The flames soared into the sky, and guess what? That girl was screaming in the fire, yet she wouldn't turn to light and be eliminated. She actually struggled and crawled out of my fireball. I was dumbfounded at that moment. This thing is really not human. Not just not human. Let me tell you, a layer of red energy shield emerged from her body, like a golden bell. My mind buzzed, and I realized, wow, this flame, isn't this just Annie from League of Legends? That little girl who always hugs a teddy bear and plays with fire. She was shouting to give her teddy bear back and was breathing fire at me, like a mobile flamethrower. Can I indulge her? With a swift body flicker, I smoothly reposition and follow up with a combo, using the Sharingan to control the windmill and a big sword. Then I hit her with Earth Style, heart decapitation technique, directly pressing her into the ground, burying her tightly. I pat the dirt off my hands, thinking that she should be eliminated now. But let me tell you, this is where it gets strange. As soon as I activated my Sharingan, I saw several faint threads connected to the girl, leading to a tombstone nearby. I immediately understood. Was she playing puppet show with me? I shouted at the tombstone, "Stop hiding, come out." Then, a figure wrapped in black cloth slowly walked out. He introduced himself as Scorpion, and my heart sank. My resentful roommate had previously taught me that there was an S-class tough guy among the new students. A descendant of the puppet master Scorpion from Naruto, with a mysterious background. Everyone who knew him was dead. Does anyone understand? This is just the typical villain entrance BGM, right? That guy was even more explosive. He chuckled, moved his fingers, and suddenly, over 30 people dressed in our school uniform stood up from behind the tombstone. They were all new students participating in this trial. Each one had hollow eyes, stiff movements. All were puppets made from corpses. My anger surged up instantly. Using my classmates' corpses as toys, can this still be called human? I shouted directly at the system, "Give me a boost." Skill upgrade. The lion song instantly evolves into Death Lion Song. Then, with my armed color hockey wrapped around me, I opened the 8 gates to the 3rd gate. Green steam erupted from my body, and let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like a humanoid Gundam, facing that group of puppets. I didn't say a word more. I've avenged your grudge. Then came a slash, Death Lion Song. A flash of light passed, and with a boom, 30 puppets were all neatly cut in half. The Scorpion on the other side looked dumbfounded. His face was like a puzzle, his features nearly skewed in shock. He was still there in disbelief. "How could you break my Hunter Machine performance?" I couldn't help but laugh, buddy. "Do you really dare to call those 30 100? Your math teacher must be crying in the bathroom." But to be honest, I knew very well that this guy was definitely not an ordinary newcomer. He was mumbling something about Lord of the Demon King, Grant Blood, and in an instant, I connected the dots. Isn't this the infamous 100 Demon Group? The broken organization created by Kibutsuji Musen's successors. Those guys are afraid of the sun after turning into demons, but this guy clearly participated in activities with us. I made a quick decision and immediately went in a verbal attack mode, shouting at him, "We already knew about your little scheme at our school. The teachers are coming to catch you right now. Your plan is over." Guess what? He actually believed it. Scared out of his wits, he ran away in a flash. Good thing I was a step ahead. Otherwise, I would have been done for today. Honestly, after opening the 3rd gate, my legs felt weak. Like I had just run a 1,000-meter fitness test. I was thinking about making a quick escape, but guess what? I hit a wall. I wandered around this graveyard for 10 minutes and ended up right back where I started. Just when I was getting a headache, the principal's voice echoed across the map, announcing over the intercom. He said that an undercover from the 100 Ghost team had infiltrated and was on drugs, making him very strong, so everyone should run. However, here's the key point. The principal said that whoever can eliminate him will be rewarded with a legendary piece of equipment or a skill book. I was thinking just a second ago that a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses, but the next second I directly sought fortune in danger. Legendary level. Who can withstand this? I immediately opened my my Eye of Inheritance, and followed the arrow to find it. Guess what I saw? That Scorpion was standing in front of a giant grave mound as tall as a 5-story building, surrounded by blue flame runes, each containing the soul of a student. Damn, this guy is performing a sacrifice. If he manages to shake out the treasure from the grave, we're all done for. I was just about to reach out when suddenly a chill swept over me, and a lot of ice spikes shot up from the ground. A silver-haired guy stood there with a knife, his eyes hollow. Another puppet, and it's S-rank Sure Hitsugaya. That Scorpion crawled out from the woods, looking smug, saying, "Look at my latest masterpiece." As he spoke, the veins on his arm burst, and red chakra threads, no, blood threads, connected to that puppet. Blood demon technique. Puppet enhancement method. Damn, the puppet's aura suddenly changed, and it was muttering, "Sit upright in the dual heavens. Ice will round." It directly initiated its release. Folks, a newborn puppet, and it's using its release on me. This is simply abstract art from 2025. Hail like icebergs were crashing down from the sky, and we clashed with blades and swords, neither giving way. I was just about to pull out a card to boost my strength when I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. A frozen magic circle lit up on the ground. Damn, playing dirty. Without thinking, I used Earth Escape to burrow underground. I thought about capturing the king first, launching a surprise attack from below. But as soon as I grabbed his ankle, that feeling was rock hard. It wasn't flesh at all. The guy turned around, and a gun barrel extended from his mouth, spraying bullets at me. Luckily, I had a backup plan. It was just a shadow clone that went in. I emerged from the other side, looking at that scorpion-like body, as stiff as a wooden lump, and I understood everything. This guy had transformed his entire body into a mechanical puppet to avoid the sun. He was hiding in this graveyard, using his minimally modified human organs to secretly activate blood demon techniques. Waiting for an opportunity, He was ambushing students who carelessly entered the grave. But what exactly was he trying to do? I shifted my gaze to the massive grave mound deep within the withered forest. What on earth is hidden in that big grave mound? Just as I was pondering this, I had no time to think further. That little puppet was charging at me with a knife again. All right, let me show you what Uchiha's worth is. I formed seals at lightning speed with both hands, and a burst of phoenix fire shot out, with several fireballs seemingly firing in rapid succession, hitting him square in the face. Guess what? The puppet countered with a slash, and with a swoosh, a crescent-shaped ice spike shattered all my fireballs. Goodness, have you even learned T sure hits a guy as Ice Dragon Spiral Tail? You really know a lot. But then I had a flash of insight. Hey, I found a flaw. You see, that guy in black hiding behind could either control the puppet or activate the mechanisms on his own body, but he couldn't do both at the same time. ISNT, that a weakness. I was clear in my mind and directly threw out a card. A white flying sword suddenly hovered in midair. The man in black was still there sneering, thinking, a flying sword? Quite a flashy trick. But my S-Class puppet is no pushover. As he spoke, he moved the thread, and in front of the puppet, a huge, thick ice wall suddenly rose, known as the Ice Barrier Formation. He thought I was foolish enough to try to break through his ice wall head-on. I laughed. My flying sword made a sharp turn in the air, bypassing the ice wall and stabbing directly towards him. What? He was stunned, but reacted quickly, cackling as he said, "You want to sneak attack me? I am the strongest puppet." His arm lit up with runes, and with a whoosh, thousands of mechanical arms burst forth, wrapping around my flying sword like a swarm of snakes, instantly entangling it tightly. He was feeling triumphant, chuckling, "Your flying sword is useless." Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. He felt the connection to the puppet severed. He stiffly turned his head and saw that the little dwarf puppet's head had already fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, I was still in the position of sheathing my sword. It was in that moment when he was flustered dealing with my flying sword. Now's the time. I vanished from my spot and reappeared with my sword drawn. One sword style Iato Lion Song. With a slash, the little dwarf puppet's head was instantly severed from its body. I flicked my sword, and a layer of pure black dominance instantly wrapped around the blade, pointing it at him coldly as I said, "Do you have any other toys? If not, the next one to die will be you." I had this plan in mind since he used an ice wall to block my fireball. I would use a flying sword as a feint to force him to relinquish control over his puppets. Then I would personally go in and take out the soulless puppet with one strike. Perfect. That man in black finally got scared. He knew his useless puppets would just be a free meal. Time was running out. The big boss from the school would come to catch him in half an hour. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take matters into his own hands. This guy pulled down his black hat, and with a few clicks, his face transformed into a wooden mask, and a glowing green scorpion tail shot out from behind him. Damn, scorpion spirit. This guy turned himself into a scorpion. Did he think that would be enough to win? Would I let him have his way? I first threw a smoke bomb, then began to gather Chidori in my hand and charged forward with a crackling sound. When he saw me charging straight at him, he laughed, thinking I was just a straightforward brute. He extended a pipe from his arm and sprayed at me. But it wasn't ordinary water, it was strong acid. It would dissolve anything it touched. Relying on my Sharingan, I dodged left and right, but it was getting dangerously close. He grinned, and suddenly a bunch of poison blades shot out from his palm, piercing right into my body. He was feeling smug, saying, "Ha, I win." But before he could finish, I, who had been pierced, poofed into a wisp of blue smoke. Family, who understands? It's 2025, and there are still people who don't get the worth of shadow clone technique. He was dumbfounded. When he turned around, my real self had already used light bending invisibility to sneak behind him, and with Chidori still crackling on my knife, I pierced through his heart from behind. I coldly told him, "The outcome is decided. Sorry, puppet master, but your head is mine." I drew my knife and retreated, keeping a safe distance from him. This guy was full of poison, and I didn't want to be taken down by a last-ditch effort from him. He lay on the ground, his breath growing weaker, and before dying, it was as if I could see his past like a revolving lantern. What a poor fellow, born disabled and abandoned by his parents. He was used as a monkey by a circus in a city of sin, and then beaten half to death by thugs. In the end, he was saved by the leader of a group called the 100 Demons, who gave him the blood of the Demon King, named him Scorpion, and then filled him with motivational nonsense about how all humans are guilty and that we must take revenge on the world. Sigh. He was just a poor soul, completely PUA'd. But he wasn't afraid of dying. He feared his leader's plan would fail. He glanced at the large grave mound, seeming to think there weren't enough sacrifices, and then guess what he did? He plunged his scorpion tail into his own chest. He also pulled out a black iron rod and stabbed it into his own temple. Damn, what a ruthless guy. He was using his own soul as the final sacrifice. Before he died, he released a cloud of poisonous mist, mumbling about how the captain's plan would definitely succeed and that all humans should die. Then he completely expired. As soon as he died, the entire grave mound began to shake wildly. A ball of blue flame emerged, and inside was Scorpion's soul, which was immediately absorbed by the mound. Next, a charred, rocky giant hand reached out from the ground, followed by a large head with ram's horns and magma fire. A 10-meter-tall monster crawled out of the grave, with 3 stars glowing on its chest. Damn, a 3-star demon beast, Shadow Demon. The sense of oppression was intense. I only had one word in my mind: run. I immediately used light bending to become invisible, but it was useless. That thing's lava-like eyes locked onto me directly. It could see my soul. I sprinted using instant movement, but it leisurely chased after me, even taunting me through mental communication, playing cat and mouse. Could I hold back my temper? I stopped running and turned to face it. Although that fear aura made me uneasy, my 6 paths of pain's inheritance wasn't for show. This little bit of mental pollution was nothing. I let out a cold laugh. Do you think I was just running away earlier? I clapped my hands together. Fire release. Exploding flames formation. Let me tell you, my run wasn't in vain. I had already plastered 100 explosive tags all over the graveyard. Boom. With a loud explosion, I blew it to smithereens, taking advantage of its weakness. I wrapped my armed color hockey around my blade and delivered a lion's song, opening a big gash right on its chest. It let out a painful howl. I thought to myself, it must be severely injured now, right? But what happened? That guy opened its mouth and crunched down on the scorpion's soul like a snack. And then, all its wounds healed in a second. I was momentarily blinded. How am I supposed to fight this? It has its own spring water, or what? I can't win. I can't win. A man knows when to bend and when to yield. I immediately activated Plan B. I sheathed my blade, formed hand seals, and used Earth Release to escape. I dove underground, while that shadow demon chased me on the surface, still able to lock onto my soul's position. It thought it had one, but as it chased, it realized something was off. It seemed to be spinning in place. Haha, that is hilarious. I had long discovered that this graveyard had a ghost wall effect. I wasn't affected underground and slipped out from the boundary. That ghost-type monster was actually trapped by the ghost wall. Now that's what you call being in the right profession. I surfaced from the ground outside the graveyard, watching it still thrashing about inside, its eyes blood red. It clearly felt I was just a few meters away, but moments later, the perceived distance would stretch far away again. Let me tell you, that guy was just there raging in frustration. He was howling at the sky, almost ready to bow down to the heavens, asking why this was happening. It's hilarious. If you ask me, the GPS I set up for you, can it not confuse you? I was crouching behind a mound of earth watching the show when suddenly the sky darkened. My heart skipped a beat. Wow, day and night are switching. Isn't this just the time that Principal By mentioned when he would come in with his galactic warship to catch people? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the space beside me cracked open with a sound like breaking glass, creating a large opening. A head poked out first. It was Teacher Qingji, wearing a mask, with shifty eyes, mumbling, "Principal, outside is a graveyard. Let me take a closer look." But before he could finish his words, bang, he was kicked out through the crack, landing in a classic flat sand falling wild goose style. Principal Bai came out holding a wine flask and his 40-meter-long sword, cursing. "What the hell are you observing? Are you here to shoot a VLOG for a few minutes?" As soon as they landed, seeing all the puppets I had bisected on the ground, Teacher Qingji was heartbroken. "Principal, someone turned our students into figurines. It's too cruel. This must be the work of an undercover agent from a 100 Ghost group." Principal Bai took a swig of wine and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. Just a small scene. This forest comes with resurrection armor. They won't die. At most, they'll just suffer a little psychological shock. We can send them some compensation for emotional distress later." Then the two of them followed the footprints and found the corpse of the scorpion. Teacher Qingji took out a high-tech syringe, stabbed it into the corpse, and drew a tube of blood. The liquid in the syringe instantly turned into a lump of black mud. His expression darkened. "Report to the principal. Verification complete. It's him, the undercover agent from the 100 Ghost group." But he was puzzled. This undercover agent was at least a 2-star big shot, with combat power stronger than many graduates. Who could have killed him? Principal Bai laughed and began to boast about his glorious deeds from his youth. "What's the big deal? Back when I was a freshman, I could have gone 50-50 with him in a fight, la la la." Just as he was bragging, he suddenly pointed into the distance and laughed. Look, isn't the clue coming right to us? I followed the direction he pointed, and wow. Isn't that the shadow demon who just went insane for being trapped by the ghost wall? It finally came out, and as soon as it saw the principal, its eyes turned green, probably starving and thinking a buffet had just arrived. Haha, here come two more for a side dish. It was drooling, sprinting right in front of the two, wanting to activate some sort of demon king aura to scare them. But what happened? Principal Bai looked at it as if he was looking at a little pet, laughing heartily. I thought it was something, turns out it's just a shadow demon. This thing, back in my day in the demon realm, I wouldn't even use it for barbecue because there wasn't enough meat. Just right, I have something I want to ask you. So please don't die too quickly. The next moment, let me tell you, that scene was simply one-sided bullying. 1 minute, just 1 minute. The shadow demon's hellish rock armor, 5 stories high, was smashed to pieces by Principal Bai's punches and kicks like a demolition site. The lava flowing from it was almost cut off, and it looked at the bare-chested old man in front of it, barely alive, with eyes full of fear. It had been quite arrogant, wanting to mark the principal's soul. But when it probed, holy cow, that soul aura was like an ancient giant beast's, nearly scaring its own soul out of it. It was directly stunned, lying on the ground crying out, "Big, big, big brother, don't step on me, my skull is going to crack." Principal Bai stepped on its head, and the flames beneath his feet automatically parted for him. It was quite domineering. He even played tactical humiliation. "Little brat, can't you eat souls to heal? Come on, eat one and let me see." The shadow demon, trembling, conjured a girl's soul from its hand, just as it was about to bring its mouth closer. Principal Bai's expression turned cold, and with a swift motion, he severed its arm. Folks, who understands this? This operation highlights that I allowed it, but not completely. This is simply the most popular cyber trap of 2025, featuring an element of surprise. The shadow demon was almost crying, "You let me eat, and then you chop me?" But didn't dare to say anything, only howled in pain. Teacher Qingji, unable to watch any longer, not out of pity for the shadow demon, but fearing the principal would actually kill the only lead, quickly advised, "Principal, restrain yourself, restrain yourself. This is still an important source of information." Only then did Principal Bai ease up a bit, but he was still cursing. "Dare to touch my student? I must let it experience what it's like to wish it were dead." Saying this, he threw another punch, caving in the shadow demon's chest. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Teacher Qingji thought, "Fine, let's just join in." He cracked his neck, revealing a fierce smile, and a blade of ice directly pinned the shadow demon's other hand to the ground. The two of them, one middle-aged and one elderly, surrounded the massive demon beast, giving it a thorough beating and teaching it a good lesson. In the end, they reduced it to about a third of its original size, resembling a small mutt. And after using up all the celestial beans, they finally began the interrogation. The shadow demon, not daring to say no, spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, directly selling me out. It was a masked man. He was standing next to the corpse when I came out. "I know where he is. I can take you to find him." Then, it was collected by Teacher Qingji using a treasure called the Amber Cleansing Bottle. Just as Teacher Qingji was about to use some complex tools to break through this ghost wall, Principal Bai patted him on the shoulder. "Why go through all that effort? Isn't it just about getting out? Let me handle it." While the principal and the others were busy, my system notification sounded like rain, constantly ringing. First, it was the reward for taking down the scorpion. Wow, it directly gave me a big one. An S-rank ninjutsu, the 100 machines manipulation, drooling just looking at it. But unfortunately, there were too many prerequisites, like wanting to buy a Lamborghini, but not having a driver's license pass. Finally, when I looked at the slaughter rewards, I directly took off from the spot. 3,000 inheritance points, 5 skill points, and a full 10 slaughter points. The system told me that because the scorpion truly sought death, its soul was gone, so it was a true kill, and the rewards were super doubled. But that's not all. The previous secret realm task for brushing plants was also settled. Another wave of skill points, and, importantly, it gave me a spirit summoning technique, plus a special contract opportunity. At that moment, I was already imagining what would come next, like the Blue Eyes White Dragon or the Battle Greymon. I'd be swaggering around in the future. Of course, I had to survive for another 15 minutes first. This had to be carefully planned. With a full 23 skill points in hand, I couldn't resist spending them right there. Let me tell you, when a man has money, he turns bad. When I have skill points, I want to splurge. System, max out the 8 gates of Duanjia for me. Swish, 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 spending 9 points directly pushed me to the 6th gate, the Jing Gate. It even gifted me a master-level body technique and a move called Peacock Dance. Then, the main event arrived, my Chidori. 10 skill points, upgrade me. As soon as the system notification rang, I almost shouted out loud. Congratulations, host. Chidori has been upgraded to a higher level ninjutsu, Raikiri. Wow. S rank, ninjutsu, Raikiri. Kakashi's signature move. This time it's a complete upgrade. The remaining points are all added to the parasitic line, making the skill even more stealthy. I'm really enjoying myself. The principal and teacher Qingji suddenly fell in front of me from a spatial rift. The principal's gaze was like an X-ray, scanning me from head to toe. Are you the masked kid? I felt a chill run down my spine. It was over. The truth had come to light, and they had found me so quickly. Was this going to be a reckoning? My mind was already planning an escape route, using the 6 doors and the instant movement technique, wondering if I could get away. But guess what happened? He came up, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, you're not bad. Being able to defeat the undercover agent of the Hunter Ghost team, you're just a bit worse than I was back in the day. Keep it up." Then he drew a big picture of a dream and tried to leave. Hey, was I going to let him just walk away like that? I quickly called out to him, "Wait. Principal, the reward. The legendary reward you mentioned." He looked pained, rummaging through his pockets for what felt like an eternity, like he was constipated. Finally, he shakily tossed me a scroll while mumbling under his breath, "Next time, I need to prepare more decent stuff." I received the scroll and saw them about to leave, so I shouted at them, "Wait a minute. Principal," I had an unhappy expression. "I've given you everything. What else do you want?" I'm curious, so I ask, "Are students just curious? Then how should you leave?" Principal laughed heartily when he heard it wasn't a request for something. "Want to go out? That's easy. Watch closely." Then, he raised the supreme knife in his hand and made a slash at his own neck. Blood spurted out, and he fell straight to the ground, lifeless, and then his body disappeared. I was petrified at that moment and turned to look at the only remaining teacher, Qingji. "Teacher Qingji, is it true that even you can only commit suicide to get out?" Teacher Qingji smiled helplessly. Besides exploiting the bug of the day-night transition to enter, we haven't team-mastered any other means of entry or exit. Moreover, let me tell you, this dungeon is not some low-level secret realm. What's inside is called the power of causality, and getting involved with it is troublesome. Forget it. I won't chat with you anymore. If I let the principal wait any longer, that old man will explode on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, conjuring an ice spear out of thin air. He gave me a sly smile and said, "Classmate mask. I feel like we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." Then, with a thrust, he stabbed the ice spear into his own chest. I watched helplessly as he also transformed into light spots and disappeared. I was standing there, and everyone was stunned. Looking at these 2 bizarre individuals who would commit suicide over a disagreement, I have to say, for the first time, I deeply doubted the quality of education at this school. What on earth are they teaching here? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I should quickly find a place to open the scroll the principal gave me and prepare for the night. I casually found an empty spot, far away from that graveyard. Just as I was looking for a place, the 2 bizarre figures appeared again in the elimination zone outside the forest. One was an old man with his shirt off, and the other was a tall, handsome guy wearing a mask. Every time they played dead like this, they had to drink some alcohol to calm their nerves. The white principal shook his empty liquor bottle and strode out, calling back without looking, "By the way, Xiao Qingqing, no one is allowed to investigate that masked student, whether openly or secretly. Just stop it. Especially that Chi Quan. Those unlucky kids in his class have been mostly killed by the masked student, and they must be fuming right now. Tell him, this is my order. Don't go looking for trouble with that kid. Even if you guess who he is, keep it to yourself. Otherwise, I will make him pay." As he walked, the white principal suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky with a serious expression. My observation hockey was at its peak, and I had a feeling that I wouldn't live for many more days. This student might just be the savior of our Jojo in the future. "Principal, why are you here again?" Teacher Qingji next to him rarely interjected. "Last time you said a strong enemy was coming, and you might die in that battle." As he spoke, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from him, and his tone was ice cold. "No matter what enemy it is, if they want to kill the principal, they have to step over my dead body first." The principal looked at his protective demeanor and smiled with satisfaction, then gave him a loving iron fist to the head. "If I die, with your mediocre skills, how do you expect to defeat the enemy? This time when we go back, I'll give you extra training. With your level, how can you take over my class in the future?" As soon as Teacher Qingji heard about the special training, his earlier bravado instantly vanished. "No, I don't want your position. Special training, next time, definitely next time." After saying that, he tried to sneak away, but the principal grabbed him by the collar. "Want to run? Let me tell you, you have to sit in this position whether you want to or not." "Principal, bye. Old man, by Chi. Please let me go." Outside the forest, the screams were getting farther and farther away. I finally managed to open the golden scroll that the principal gave me. Then I was stunned and rubbed my eyes hard, and a gasp echoed throughout the forest. What? What the heck did I just see? Does anyone understand this? Besides those incomprehensible runes, there was a drawing of a kunai styled like a trident on the cover, with 4 big characters written on the handle, Sword of Endurance. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, the signature move of the 4th Hokage in Naruto, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. I instantly jumped up from the ground. How do you use this thing? Simple. First, you stealthily mark a spot or some unlucky guy, and then no matter how far you run, as long as you think about it, zoom, you're instantly teleported there. It's simply a divine skill for sneak attacks, escaping, and showing off your skills. What are you waiting for? Learn it. I immediately tore the scroll. In an instant, a massive stream of information surged into my brain, and the usage method of the Flying Thunder God was directly engraved into my DNA. Ding! The host has mastered S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, current proficiency level LV1. The system's prompt sound also rang out. I sensed it and found that this LV1 Flying Thunder God had quite a few restrictions. The spiritual energy consumption was huge. It took a long time to set up the mark. The teleportation had a 1-second delay, and only 1 mark could exist at a time. Damn, this beginner phase is too weak. I probably need to level up to LV3 to have that kind of back-and-forth teleportation effect like the 4th Hokage. No, like me, the kind that splits the sky with style. System, consume 1 skill point and upgrade the Flying Thunder God to LV2. I shouted confidently. Upgrade failed. Reason, not enough skill points. The system replied coldly. Host, don't try to look big when you don't have enough money. Wait, wasn't it always 1 point to level up to LV2 before? This is an S-rank ninjutsu. Do you think it's cheap stuff? The price can't be the same. I suspect you are maliciously raising the price. So, how many points do I need to level up to LV2? Informing the host. Upgrading S-rank ninjutsu requires 10 skill points. 10 points. I looked at my remaining 1 skill point, and my heart sank. System, just close it. Looking at this 1 skill point, I feel bitter. I just experienced the feeling of being rich, and in the blink of an eye, I was brought back to reality. This long road of working, when will it end? I sighed through my sword, the Kuro card, out, transforming it into a flying sword. Then I spent almost half of my spiritual power just to barely inscribe the unique Flying Thunder God technique onto the flying sword. Sigh, thinking about how the 4th Hokage casually threw dozens of specially made kunai during battles. My actions really seem eye-watering in comparison. But at least, the future is promising. I just finished gathering the Clow cards, and my spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet when a greasy middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed across the sky. Hee, players. Are you having fun in my paradise, Daves? Let me count 1, 2, 352. Over 600 people have already been eliminated. Survivors, the night is coming. We're about to enter the 2nd phase of our game, Nightfall. Darkness descends, and all the mutated plants in the forest instantly die out. Not only that, countless zombies from the dark world have arrived, and they love eating your brains. Survivors. Resist the attacks of 12 waves of zombies, and try to survive as long as possible. The first wave of zombies is coming soon. I hope you don't get your brains eaten right from the start. As soon as the voice stopped, the last ray of light vanished. And it was so dark that I couldn't see my fingers in front of me. Let me tell you, it was ridiculously dark, with no moon or stars. Even with my Sharingan, I could only vaguely see some points of spiritual energy, like fireflies. Wait, spiritual energy? I suddenly realized and quickly tore open a few plant cards. 2 sunflowers jumped out, smiling and starting to glow, instantly illuminating the area. Not far away, 30 ragged zombies were shambling toward me with a disoriented gait. Indeed, they were zombies. I thought so. The broadcast said all the plants had died, so why was there still spiritual energy flowing? The zombies in front of me were just the most basic, ordinary zombies, slow, weak, and as fragile as paper. Wasn't this just an appetizer? I wasn't worried at all and tore up 2 pea shooter cards. As soon as the 2 shooters appeared, they automatically started firing at the zombie horde. However, I noticed that the pea shooters, which could run during the day, turned into fixed turrets in my hands. Wow, this has completely turned into Plants vs. Zombies, hasn't it? With just 2 pea shooters, the firepower was still a bit lacking. As the zombies approached me within 10 meters, I finally started to move slowly. I pulled out several kunai, wrapped with silk threads from both hands, and threw them out with a whoosh, not to shoot the zombies, but to pierce through them and pin them to the trees behind. See Wushun Hai Wu-in. With a puff on my cheeks, a massive fireball erupted. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball instantly spread along the silk threads, forming a giant net of flames that engulfed the group of zombies. But that is not all. As the tomo in my eyes spun, I violently pulled the silk threads, crossing them left and right. Ninja technique, Sharingan manipulation, windmill of the great blade. Those fiery silk threads tightened under my control, binding all 30 zombies together like Zongzi. The flames roared even fiercer, and in less than a minute, the first wave of zombies was completely wiped out. The 5th hour after nightfall, I am lying on a tree, munching on an apple, and it is so sweet. In front of me floats my flying sword, engraved with the flying thunder god symbol. As soon as I think of it, I can teleport there instantly. The more I think about it, the more it feels off. As a bearer of the Hokage legacy, the principal just happened to give me a flying thunder god scroll from the Hokage. Isn't that too coincidental? If he had given me some other skill, I might not have been able to use it at all. Could it be that that unreliable old man has already seen through my identity? Just as I was pondering this, Dave's greasy voice came again. The 5th wave of zombies is about to arrive, number 30. Please, surviving players, get ready. I looked into the distance, and in the darkness, a group of zombies wearing metal buckets on their heads was staggering towards me, moving even slower than the first wave of ordinary zombies. Metal bucket zombies? I examined these guys. They could take a lot of hits in the game, but it seems I didn't draw the Magnet Shroom card that counters them. But do I need it? I absolutely don't need it. Under this tree, where I am, I have long transformed it into a plant fortress. 50 sunflowers light up this area as bright as day. In the front row, there's a defense line made of walnuts. Behind them are squash and big-mouth flowers, ready to take a bite out of anyone who comes close. Further back, there's a dense army of pea shooters, especially the ice-shooting ones paired with torchwood. Let me tell you, that is a true ice and fire combo. And it doesn't stop there. Behind them are cabbage, corn, ice watermelons, and various throwers, all focused on a 3-dimensional attack. The core position, right under this tree, hides my ultimate weapon, the corn cannon. I even built a solid sandball fortress around it with a shield of sand, leaving only the cannon's mouth exposed, feeling completely secure. There is also a circle of cacti around, specifically for dealing with flying enemies. Looking at my flawless plant formation, I comfortably stretched and yawned. As those buckethead zombies approached, they stepped right into the spikeweed traps I laid out. Before they even reached the walnuts, their bucket helmets were all pierced off, turning them into ordinary zombies, who were then instantly taken down by the shooters behind. Sigh, this is already the 5th wave, from ordinary zombies to barrier, pole vaulting, newspaper zombies, and now bucketheads. Each wave has 30 of them. What is the point of this difficulty? I yawned again and fell asleep right on the branch. I'm enjoying a peaceful time here, while other students are facing tragedies. Some have been eliminated after being surrounded and beaten by dozens of zombies. Some have fallen while running, helplessly watching the zombies catch up and scream in despair. There is also an unfortunate one who was forced to the edge of a cliff. Looking at the densely packed zombies, gritted his teeth and jumped off, thinking it was better than being eaten alive. Outside the forest, the teachers are still gathered in the square. Teacher Arno, yawning, complained, "It's all the principal's fault. He went crazy as soon as he came out of the forest and smashed the live-streaming robot with a punch. Now we can't see any of the students' embarrassing moments. We can only wait here." Teacher Qingji chimed in. All the S-level students have been eliminated, so the remaining ones probably won't last long either. Of course, maybe someone can hold on until the end. Arno waved his hand. This is already the 5th wave. The cards are all used up. Besides, if the zombies can't be killed, they will just keep piling up, and you can't shake them off because if you run too far, the game will teleport the zombies right next to you. There is really no other way but to face them head on. I don't know how long it has been, but suddenly a loud bang startled me awake from my dream. I rubbed my eyes and saw zombies falling from the sky. A little zombie tied with a rope screamed as it pounced towards me. Bungee jumping zombies? I squinted and saw that the sky was full of these airborne troops. They were coming straight for me, but I didn't move, just smiled and watched. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the treetops, a flash of fire and a loud bang erupted, turning them all to ash. Did they really think I was just sleeping? I'd already filled the treetops with cherry bombs. They were my alarm clock. I looked under the tree, and my eyes almost popped out. What's going on? In addition to the bungee zombies in the sky, there were balloon zombies floating in the distance, and miner zombies with headlamps were popping out of the ground. Not to mention the pogo zombies and football zombies. The buckethead zombies I had seen before were also mixed in a massive crowd, and their numbers had already exceeded 100. My once indestructible plant defense line has now been shattered. The nut wall is gone, and all the big mouth flowers are dead. The shooters in the back row can no longer hold on. Although the corn cannon is still firing, the minor zombies have already started to dig at its corners. My goodness, how long did I sleep? I just pulled out my Zanpakuto, ready to join the battle, and Dave's voice rang out again. Yawn now for the game report. Game time, 24th hour, the last round of the night has arrived. Current number of survivors, 1 person. The game will end in 1 hour, during which a large number of zombies will continuously appear. The difficulty of the final game for the last remaining survivor will be significantly increased. Just a reminder, historically, the number of players who cleared this level is 0. Survivor, since you can't clear it anyway, let's both get off work early, don't struggle. Just get eliminated sooner. It's good for you, good for me, good for everyone. I was speechless after listening. How come this dungeon NPC is like a chatterbox? And I took a nap for a whole 6 hours, and I ended up being the only one left in the entire game? This dungeon is really underwhelming. After being attacked by so many zombies for 6 hours, it still didn't trigger my alarm, and now it blames me for being inactive? Fine. A team game has turned into a solo one. Just as I was complaining, Principal by outside the forest, looking tired, asked, "What time is it? How come there's still a kid not eliminated?" Back in my day, I only lasted until this point. A teacher beside him reported, "Principal, there's one student left, identity unknown because the live-streaming robot was destroyed by you." Huh. The principal laughed heartily. "I have my reasons. It's the last hour. Just wait." Teacher Arno curiously asked, "Principal, I heard the last round is extremely difficult. Even you couldn't make it back then?" Principal snatched his drink and took a big gulp, reminiscing, "The zombies before were not much harder than killing a chicken for me back then. But that last round. TSK. It's something no human can pass. If the difficulty of the previous rounds is F, then the last round is Super S. Because all the zombies that appeared before will come out with new powerful zombies, and their numbers will explode. That level is called Endless Zombies. Survivor. I hope you enjoy this round of Endless Zombies." As the game announcement finished, I hung upside down on a branch, watching the tide of zombies rushing from all directions, and twisted my arm. No wonder no one could clear the level. Who could withstand it besides a genius like me who gets stronger through hard work and talent? I just drew my Zanpakuto, and the blade suddenly became scorching hot, almost slipping from my hand. Detected a large number of dark creatures, triggering the killing desire of the Zanpakuto, attempting to awaken. Time-limited task activated. Master of Zombie Extermination. Task requirements. Kill 700 zombies. Task reward 1. 3,000 inheritance points, 30 skill points. Task reward 2. The system will collect zombie energy to awaken the Zanpakuto, and you will have the opportunity to unlock the Shirkai task. My eyes lit up at that moment. 3,000 inheritance points. 30 skill points. Wow. The system must think I'm having a hard time and just gave me a cheat, right? The most important thing is my Zanpakuto is finally going to awaken. It's said to be a captain-level Zanpakuto. My sword wants to awaken its sealed memories by slaying monsters. Huh? I'll make it happen. I laughed, gripping my sword. Just right, I've rested enough. Time to stretch my muscles. I jumped down from the tree, stomping on a newly emerged minor zombie, and with a swift motion, I slashed several balloon zombies. Then, I formed hand seals with both hands, and foreshadow clones appeared in an instant. I wasn't in a hurry. Instead, I was waiting for the zombie horde to completely break through my last line of plant defense. When they clustered together densely, I raised my eyebrows. The time had come. Along with my main body, 5 of me formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 5 gigantic fireballs roared from 5 directions, and the night wind fueled the flames, instantly igniting all the plants and zombies. A sea of fire, reaching to the heavens and the earth. Ding. You have currently killed 250 zombies. Before the flames even dissipated, more zombies surged out from the darkness. There were those holding iron gates. The dancing king of zombies summoning his minions, and the doll-boxed zombie clutching a bomb box, all in a grand procession of hundreds. Endless zombies, huh? I chuckled softly, formed hand seals with both hands, and used ninjutsu, sand shield. I instantly created 4 more sandball fortresses, combined the remaining plant cards with golden fertilizer, and spawned 4 corn cannons. With 5 cannons, I began a relentless bombardment toward the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The huge corn shells rained down on the zombie horde, and I activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan, charging directly into the fray with my Zanpakuto, dancing with the zombies amidst the explosions, relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. I was always able to dodge before the blasts, then accurately locate those puppet box zombies, rushing over to snatch the boxes from their hands and using Shuinpa to swiftly retreat. 1.5 seconds later, with a loud bang, all the zombies around them were blown into the air. I looked at the dense crowd of zombies in front of me, gripping my Zanpakuto tightly, my gaze sharp. This game got one thing wrong. Even if I was the only one left, I could still clear it. One sword style, Aiajutsu, with a flash of the blade. The zombie in front of me was instantly cut in half, while using my sword techniques to carve a path. I quickly harvested zombies using my Shuinpa and the explosive boxes from the doll zombie. Earth release, decapitation technique in my heart. I dove into the ground to dodge a corn shell, then burst out from beneath a dancing king zombie's feet, delivering a slash that turned it to dust. Let me tell you, once the dance king fell, the remaining backup dancers were simply moving experience packs, so slow that I couldn't even be bothered to look back. If a corn cannon fell from the sky, it would wipe them all out in one go. Easy work. And that guy with the metal door and the snowman zombie? I used a phoenix fire on them and cooked them both in one shot. They died on the spot. Phew, let me tell you, after this combo, I lost 1/10 of my blue bar, so I quickly sat down cross-legged to regenerate mana. I was still thinking, is this all there is to the endless mode? I haven't even filled my KPI yet. Just as that thought crossed my mind, good grief, a whole convoy came rolling in from the horizon. I was dumbfounded. In the front row, there were a full 30 ice vehicles. Everywhere they passed turned into ice roads. This thing is most afraid of ground spikes. But I had burned them all away with fire earlier, so isn't this just pure annoyance? In the second row, there were sleds with 4 little zombies in each, running fast on the ice road, but once they got off the ice, they were useless. The third row was even worse, catapults. The people hadn't even arrived, and the stones were already whizzing through the air. Can you even handle this? No martialesix. I was furious at the time. Remote control, huh? Fine. I directly activated the gravity fruit ability and created a gravity field around me. The stones coming at me just turned and hit off course. Then I took out the Clow Card Sword. Let me tell you, this thing is like a fighter jet among drones. It was just like playing a video game. I could hit wherever I pointed. I suddenly realized, who understands this, family? These zombies are all driving convertibles. Isn't the driver just a living target? I had a thought, and my flying sword swooshed past, taking out each driver one by one. Then the convoy crashed into a mess, a chain reaction of collisions. And the scene became extremely chaotic, making me laugh until my stomach hurt. After clearing the convoy, my task progress was only 600-700, and I knew something big was coming. Sure enough, the ground began to rumble. Good heavens, 10 giant zombies over 10 meters tall were coming, carrying utility poles, with a small zombie on their backs. Isn't this just gargantua? The strength of a 1-star monster. Behind them were over 80 rugby zombies, running faster than anyone else, charging straight at me. I can already imagine the teachers outside, especially that old principal, probably bragging with spittle flying everywhere, saying something like, back in the day, I almost died here. Luckily, I broke through and awakened my conqueror's hockey. But who believes that? They're probably packing up their things, getting ready for me to be carried out. These zombies want to play tactics, letting the football team hold me back while the giant zombies come in to take me out. As if I'll just use my left hand to wield the Kuro Card Sword and my right hand to wield the Soul Slayer, dual wielding. Then, lightning release, thundercut. Instantly, both weapons are wrapped in purple lightning, crackling with sound. It's just too cool. Aren't those football zombies wearing iron armor? Isn't that a natural conductor? I directly opened the first gate of the 8 gates, activated my Sharingan, and transformed into a flash of lightning charging into the zombie horde, slashing at their iron masks. Have you ever seen lightning skewers, folks? 80 zombies in 1 second, all down. After dealing with the front troops, those 10 big guys have also come up. One of them stepped on the zombie I just electrocuted, and the lightning surged over them, but they didn't react at all. I suddenly remembered they're holding telephone poles, which are already insulated against electricity. The details in this game are impressive. The 2 giants simultaneously swung their telephone poles at me. Do you think I'd let you hit me? I used Flying Thunder God, instantly teleporting to the flying sword I had thrown into the forest earlier. These big guys are quite persistent, chasing me into the forest and destroying trees. I saw that this 1T work. They're too tightly packed together. If I hit one, the other 9 will come and pile on, even hitting their own. There is no choice now. I can only go big. I directly sheathed my knife, slammed my hands on the ground, and applied heavy gravity. Let me tell you, my blue bar dropped like a waterfall. Those 10 big guys were all slammed to the ground with a bang, their bones cracking loudly. Their biggest advantage is their size. And their biggest disadvantage is also their size. Too heavy. But that little zombie on their backs could still crawl. Impressive. However, it was too late. I had already buried 200 explosive talismans in advance. I brought my hands together. Fire release, explosive flame formation. Boom! The entire forest lit up. The world became peaceful. I used the flying thunder god technique to flash back to a safe spot, looking at the mushroom cloud in the distance, concealing my achievements and fame. This wave consumed 1/5 of my chakra, which stung a bit. Just as I was sitting down to recover chakra, I suddenly felt a terrifying pressure hit me. I activated my Sharingan and saw, good grief, 5 massive energy balls. This time, I really kicked a steel plate. I was completely dumbfounded at the time. Where's the promised Dr. Zombie? Why are there 5 bizarre creatures instead? Some are from Egypt, some wield guns, some have knives, some are flying in the sky. And there's even one on the ground singing and dancing rap, being all non-mainstream. The system scanned, and they were all 2-star monster-level bosses. I felt my heart sink. Isn't this just like playing Warcraft with a team of 5 against a crazy computer? It felt like my life had reached its peak. It also seemed to be an end. I was contemplating whether to end it all with a dignified exit, when suddenly, ding, the system notified me that the task was completed. 700-2700, exceeding expectations. I received a reward and immediately leveled up to level 9, plus a recovery potion. The most crucial part was that the lottery gave me a B-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release chakra mode. I couldn't help but laugh. Is this what you call random, system? Last time it was 8 gates, and this time it's lightning armor. Are you afraid I'm not dying slowly enough? This is truly ahead of the game. Then the system directly hit me with, what's wrong? Don't want it? If you don't want it, I can exchange it for something else. And I guarantee you'll know what true randomness is. I was sweating at that moment, quickly saying, no, brother, I was wrong. Just kidding. Who understands this lightning release chakra mode? Family. It's the same skin as the 4th Reikage. My whole body is wrapped in crackling lightning, fast and hard. Isn't this just the lightning armor? Wearing this outfit, I'm the fastest one in the whole place. I immediately started learning it, feeling every cell in my body dancing wildly under the electric stimulation. It was so exhilarating. But this initial power was definitely not enough. So I waved my hand and said, system, give me some points. And guess what happened? Ding, 10 skill points. I was furious at that moment. Are you robbing me? The system calmly replied, secret ninja technique, a symbol of nobility. Are you leveling up? Next level requires 15 points. I held back. I won't level up for now. My buddy has more important things to do. That is to max out my life-saving skill, Flying Thunder God. This thing, when low level, is just a blink that crashes into walls. One careless move, and I'm right in front of the enemy. At a high level, I'm the dad of instant teleportation across the entire map. Without hesitation, I dumped 25 skill points into it and brought it to LV3. The skill points I just got were instantly down to 1. Family, the moment of abundance is always so fleeting. But the effect? It was explosive. Countless insights about spatial movement flooded into my brain, and I felt like I could teleport better than I could walk. But the best part was yet to come. The system chimed twice and granted me 2 derivative skills. One is Flying Thunder God technique, and the other is Flying Thunder God slash. Now it's completely different. In the past, if I wanted to place a teleportation mark, it felt like I was constipated, struggling for ages, and by the time a battle ended, my mark still wasn't ready. Now, let me tell you, in the time it takes me to sneeze in your face, I can tattoo you with teleportation QR codes all over. As for that Flying Thunder God slash, it's even more sinister. The second Hokage used this technique to backstab Madara's brother back in the day. I can casually throw a shuriken and teleport with it, slashing your throat before you even realize what's happening. Second Hokage, your ninjutsu is truly devious, but I love it. Just feeling great. I remembered there's still a reward I haven't claimed. The second reward from the limited time quest, my Zanpakuto Awakening. As soon as I opened it, the knife in my hand buzzed and began to deform. The handle turned into something resembling a purple old tree root. The blade turned completely black, like a piece of high-quality charcoal, and even the sheath transformed into a cane for the elderly. I'm confused right now. A surge of heat came from the handle of the sword, and the system notification arrived. Initial release task triggered, flowing blade like fire. Task content: kill 10 2-star or higher dark creatures to unlock. Does anyone understand this? My mind was buzzing at that moment. Flowing blade like fire. Old Man Yamamoto, the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Oh my god, did I just get a hidden version of an SSR? This is the fire-type Zanpakuto with the strongest attack power. I can feel that even without starting as long as I inject spiritual energy, The temperature of this knife can instantly soar to 1,000 degrees. This is great. I looked at the 5 zombie kings standing like pillars in the distance and laughed. Don't say you are 2-star monsters. Now my eyes. You are just 5 pieces of firewood waiting to be ignited. Come on, the final battle. Let's do this. I directly threw out the Clow card sword, stepped on it, and activated my self-created sword technique, aiming for a stylish move. In a flash, I flew to the top of the 5 zombie kings. The opposing zombie king doctor reacted the fastest, cackling with a laugh. His Egyptian lion mech opened its mouth, and a blue wave swept over, summoning a large number of mummies and death zombies. The vulture warplanes in the sky also began dropping electromagnetic spheres. I let out a cold laugh and instantly threw out 10 kunai infused with the flying thunder god technique. Just a second before the electromagnetic ball hit my face, I disappeared and reappeared next to a kunai on the ground. In front of me stood the mightiest melee fighter, the giant zombie king, the sword-wielding hero. This guy was like a solid iron lump, wielding a sword taller than me and swinging it down at me. Good thing the sword didn't hit me. Its blade aura flew out for dozens of meters along the ground, carving a trench. But I have the Sharingan. Your movements are like slow motion to me. I easily dodged. All right, no more playing around with you. I unleash my full power. 8 gates. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dismissal gate, 5th gate, open. Boom. Green energy steam erupted from my body. But that's not enough. Lightning release, chakra mode. I am surrounded by green light, mixed with purple electricity, crackling and popping, almost turning into a cyber disco ball. My speed skyrockets to the limit, and in one step, I rush to the 7 or 8 meter high shield, leaping into the air. I directly stepped on his arm and started parkour on his enormous body. That guy roared, and his palm, the size of a fan, reached out to grab me. But in my double accelerated state, his movements were as slow as Tai Chi. I slipped through his fingers, and the black Zanpakuto in my hand had already gathered blinding lightning. Lightning release, thundercut. In the blink of an eye, I had circled around to the back of his neck, and with the Zanpakuto wrapped in immense thunder, I struck down at his neck with one slash. I landed steadily, shaking off the green blood from the blade, not even looking back. With a loud rumble, a huge head rolled away. The sword-wielding hero was down. One down. Just as I landed, several black bombs came flying at my face from another direction. It was that long-range, attacking gunpowder fiend. But I have the flying thunder god. I appeared directly behind that summoner, Dr. Zombie King. His army of Egyptian zombies had just reacted and turned around, while the vulture fighter jets in the sky began to stir up tornadoes. A pincer attack, huh? All right. I slightly crouched my body, slowly sheathing my Zanpakuto into the cane-like scabbard. One sword style Iato, death, lion's song. Suddenly drawing my sword, a terrifying high temperature erupted instantly. My figure moving so fast that it created a sonic boom. The ground was directly plowed open. All the little zombies in my path were knocked away, burned to ashes. And at the back of the zombie army, the zombie king doctor and his broken mech were like a thin sheet of paper, sliced in half by me with a swift motion. The whole process was lightning fast, 10 seconds, then another second. To be honest, after using all 5 gates for so long, I feel like my body isn't even mine anymore. Every muscle is screaming in agony. Those bastards didn't even give me a moment to catch my breath. The remaining 3 zombie kings bombarded the spot where I had just stood with indiscriminate fire. But I was long gone. I directly used Flying Thunder God to ascend into the sky, appearing next to that vulture warplane. This iron bird shell is too hard. My flying sword can't cut through it. No problem, I have plan B. Big guy, get down. I directly activated the gravity fruit ability. Hell Journey. The surrounding space's gravity instantly increased to 10 times. That iron bird crashed down with a loud bang like a weight, plunging straight down from the sky and creating a huge pit on the ground. The gunpowder master below was still frantically throwing bombs. As I dodged, I sneered. So, you only know how to explode, right? 300 detonation talismans floated out from around me, and under the effect of 10 times gravity, they fell with the precision of stones, sticking all over the vulture warplane that was still struggling in the pit. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosive flames shot up into the sky, and there was nothing flying anymore. One more down. At this point, I had reached my limit. My spiritual energy control was becoming unstable, and my body swayed, causing me to fall directly from the flying sword. Right below where I was falling was that gunpowder master. He saw me dropping like a kite with a broken string, his eyes showing impatience as he held a bomb, waiting for me to land and collect my head. Guess what happened next? I could transform again. Just as I was falling, my body suddenly twisted, and I clenched my fists. 8 gates of Duanjia. 6th gate, Jingmen, open. A green spiritual energy storm erupted instantly, and I transformed into a cerulean beast. Physical technique, peacock strike. I let out a beastly roar, my fists moving so fast that they left no afterimage. The friction of my fists against the air generated high-temperature flames, spreading like a peacock displaying its feathers. With hundreds of fiery fists raining down like a meteor shower, all crashing onto the powder demon. Boom! Amid a series of dense explosions, it, along with all the bombs on itself, turned into specks of light. After finishing this set of attacks, I was completely spent, collapsing straight to the ground, my body feeling like shattered porcelain, unable to move at all. The last zombie king, the dance king holding a microphone, was also severely affected by the earlier explosions. It viciously tossed aside the broken microphone and pulled out a speaker about its height from somewhere, stepping towards me with it in hand. Seeing me in this near-death state, it even whistled mockingly, raising the speaker high, ready to bring it down on me like a mountain. I lay on the ground, looking at it, and instead I laughed. Brother, have you ever heard the saying that villains die from talking too much? Take another look at what's beside me. What is that? It then noticed that next to me, I didn't know, when there was a dark, angry-looking mushroom. Haven't you tried it? I squeezed out a few words with my hoarse voice. This time you really have to taste it. This is the taste of death. As soon as I finished speaking, the shape of the destruction mushroom began to rapidly expand. The last zombie king was scared out of its wits, threw down the speaker, and turned to run. Haha, run as hard as you can. I laughed loudly on the ground because you can never escape the range covered by death. A blinding light shone. A huge mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and the terrifying explosion consumed everything. Did you think I would exchange one for one with it? Naive. I had already shot my flying sword several kilometers away into the forest, and I was holding a healing pill given by the system in my mouth. Just a second before the mushroom cloud rose, relying on the last bit of recovered spiritual power, I activated Flying Thunder God. In the next moment, I appeared on a tree in the forest, and then the branch broke, and I fell headfirst. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Although my whole body was in excruciating pain, at least I survived. 5 zombie kings, all taken care of in less than 5 minutes. With this operation, I even want to give myself a perfect score. I'm lying on the ground, gasping for breath, when a somewhat melancholic middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoes throughout the space. Congratulations, the only survivor. I really didn't expect this game to be so twisted, and yet someone actually cleared it. Hey, handsome, I'm talking to you, don't sleep. Anyway, there are no more zombies. You cleared the game. Let me get off work 10 minutes early. As soon as I heard it, I laughed and said to the air, reward me, and you can get off work. Secret Realm, Dave's Paradise, first clear successful. Clearer, Chin Sure, player Chin Sure. You have completed the first clear of the Secret Realm, and the first clear reward will be issued. First clear reward. This is much better than a regular reward. Plants vs. Zombies Encyclopedia has been issued. The first clear player will gain the right to enter and exit the Dave's Paradise Secret Realm at will. No sooner had the words left my mouth than, with a loud thud, a thick book landed directly on my scarred leg, making me shudder in pain. I gritted my teeth and picked it up to take a look. The cover was Plants vs. Zombies. Opening it, I saw it filled with various plants and zombies, which could be summoned by consuming spiritual power. I flipped to the last page and shouted into the air, damn it, this entire guidebook is just characters from Plants vs. Zombies 1. Where did you get so many bosses from the second level? Can't you handle it? That impatient middle-aged man's voice sounded again. First challenger. Why are you talking so much? This secret realm is still evolving. We've initially discovered new types of zombies. Can't you just practice with them? As for those peculiar bosses, this secret realm hasn't fully evolved yet, so your guidebook only includes some of the zombies. A secret realm can still evolve? I tell you, that voice rang directly in my head, sounding like a big shot saying, what do you think otherwise? Our secret realm has KPIs too. We need to self-iterate and update, okay? And then it said, I'm the first passer. You're fated to meet me. Come play often in the future. Right after that, it yawned and said it was tired, that if it weren't for me, it would have closed the door long ago and told me to hurry up and scram. Family. Who understands? This secret realm highlights a lack of professional ethics. My body started to fade away with just a brush, and it was about to force me offline. In a moment of desperation, I quickly slapped a Flying Thunder God mark on a big tree beside me in the last few seconds. This is my resurrection point, and I must be able to come back. Then I hurriedly pulled out a cat face mask from my pocket, snapped it onto my face, and before I could even tie the strings properly, I was kicked out and returned to the forest entrance. Hey, I'm out. I don't know who shouted. And dozens of teachers in the square all turned their heads in unison. Their gazes were like searchlights. When I looked at them, wow. Each of them had dark circles under their eyes, looking like pandas. Teacher Arno beside me weakly complained, "Of course, you little brats didn't come out. How could we teachers sleep?" I could only awkwardly smile and say, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." To be honest, after being kicked out, I felt surprisingly good. All my injuries were gone, my blue bar was completely full, and I felt energetic, especially since I had actually slept for a solid 7 hours. "Why are you wearing a mask?" A teacher noticed something was off. Just as they were about to surround me, Principal Bai, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up, lazily stretched, and then, with a flick of his left hand, I felt as if I was being pulled towards him by an invisible force. "Kid, you did well." Principal Bai glanced at the big clock in the square, then patted my shoulder with satisfaction. 10 minutes left until 24 hours. Looks like you, like me back in the day, fell to the last 5 zombie kings. To get this far, not bad, not bad. The younger generation is indeed formidable. At that moment, I was like, dude, which eye of yours saw that I fell? I was just getting into the groove, okay. But he didn't give me a chance to explain it all. He just looked around and announced loudly, "From today on, this new student is my personal disciple." Normally, he would still be with his original homeroom teacher, but after 7 o'clock every day, he's mine, and I'll personally give him extra lessons. As soon as he said this, the whole square erupted like a vegetable market. The principal, a personal disciple? Our school can only have one among the students. Exactly. Even the talented senior Lin Long was only chosen in her junior year. How can a freshman become a personal disciple? Moreover, a personal disciple is the face of the school and will compete in the 100 school championship. And here he is, wearing a B-grade student's red uniform. In 300 years, when has any of our 3 colleges ever had a B-grade personal disciple? I told you, the voices of those teachers are getting more and more outrageous. At first, they were just discussing my level, but later they directly started personal attacks. You guys think this masked man might be the principal's illegitimate son? It's possible. Look, he doesn't dare to take off the mask. He must look exactly like the principal. Family, I really can't hold back this wild imagination. It's burning my CPU. Just when I was about to flip the table, there was a huge bang. Principal Bai punched the ground, and the whole square shook like an earthquake, cracking open several large fissures. He shouted with full vigor, "Chatter, chatter. If anyone can last until the last wave in the freshman trial, I won't just give them the title of direct disciple. I'll hand over the principal's position right now. Is there anyone?" The whole place fell silent. The principal waved his hand. "All right, disperse. If you haven't slept all night, go to sleep. If you can't sleep, go practice in the secret realm." When that group of teachers heard about extra practice, they ran faster than rabbits. Before leaving, the homeroom teacher of the supernova class, Chi Quan, shot me a fierce glare. That look was like a knife, and let me tell you, this grudge has been established. In the blink of an eye, there were only the principal and me left in the square. I was just about to take off the mask when he waved his hand. "Keep it on for now. The later your identity is exposed, the safer it is." The direct disciples of the 3 major academies are all on the assassination lists of those dark organizations. I paused for a moment and then asked why me. He glanced at me and took a sip of his drink. "Why not? Because you're good looking?" Then he set a time for me. "Starting tomorrow, every night from 8 to 10, in this square, I'll give you special training. Kid, this special training won't be easy, so make sure to rest well." After saying that, he staggered away, and halfway through, he suddenly turned back and added, "I think your homeroom teacher, Mr. Qingji, knows this very well." I was stunned on the spot. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Qingji? How does he know who my homeroom teacher is? By the time I reacted and wanted to ask, he had already disappeared. When I returned to the dormitory, Huang Mao, Palian, and Li Shani had already come back. As soon as they saw me walk in, Palian shouted, "Old Qin, you're amazing. Our dormitory's representative. Truly a man who perseveres until the end." I walked to my desk with a smile and found a lunchbox, a box of milk, and a scroll on it. "Oh, the lunchbox was delivered by logistics. Everyone gets one," Lishani reminded me. It was only then that I realized. Having stayed in the secret realm for a whole day and night, I wasn't even hungry at all. It really was a game dungeon setting. Pei Bouillon, drinking Wangzai milk. Added, that scroll was given out by Teacher Qingji, saying our class ranked first in total scores, and this is the reward, distributed according to individual performance with different qualities. While speaking, Pei Bouillon pulled a broom out of his storage watch. "Mine is a fine quality, which is broom." Lishani also pointed to the new belt around his waist. "Mine is also fine quality, storage belt." Then the 2 heads leaned closer. "Old Qin, you've held on for so long. Your reward must be amazing. Come on, let's see what it is." The three of us huddled together as I slowly opened the scroll. Hiss, let me tell you, that purple light nearly blinded my eyes. Pei Bouillon gasped. Purple. Purple? This is an epic skill scroll. Goodness, epic. This thing is a treasure that's priceless in the market. I quickly looked at the description on the scroll, which depicted a big-breasted woman in green clothes. Her hands together emitting light. Palm Immortal Technique. A-grade medical ninjutsu from the Naruto world. Incredible. Palm Immortal Technique. I was just worrying about not having a healing skill. Previously, I relied on Master Dashin's cooking or the random reward of military rations from the system when I was injured, but now, this urgent need is solved. Without hesitation, I tore the scroll, and instantly, the usage of the Palm Immortal Technique was engraved in my mind. This trip to the secret realm was truly rewarding. Just as I was about to reflect on it, Pei Bouillon pulled me over. Come on, old Chin, we need one more person. Let us play Do Diju. Tomorrow the school officially starts. We have to have a blast today. Come on. Three of a kind. Pei Bouillon threw out 2 cards, shaking the last one in his hand mischievously. I only had 1 card left, a friendly reminder. It's a big joker, haha. Li Shani sighed. Can't afford it. Old Chin, it's up to you now. I looked at the 11 cards in my hand, feeling conflicted. Pei couldn't help but feel even more triumphant. Don't struggle. Can you beat me with 11 cards? I shook my head, then smoothly played my cards. A straight, a bomb, a pair of 2s. Done. Pei couldn't close his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Old Chin, with your cards, still pretending. No one understands playing dumb to catch the big fish better than you. I laughed out loud while they were shuffling cards and picked up a nearby class schedule to take a look. Beastology, Survival in the Demon Realm, Introduction to Roleplay. What the heck, there's even cooking. The schedule is packed, and why is there only 1 week's worth of classes? Pei Bewley explained while shuffling. This week is mandatory courses, and after that, we will start our demon hunting internship. Our demon hunting academy isn't just about being a good student in the classroom. The internship mainly involves dealing with the mess caused by inheritors and the gray mist in the country. Tasks are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Completing tasks can earn credits, contribution points, and rewards, and contribution points can be exchanged for treasures and skill scrolls at school. After hearing this, I nodded. Isn't this just an early entry into society? Practice makes perfect, it's pretty good. Sigh, I really don't want to do tasks, Pei Bewley sighed. It's both dangerous and troublesome. I just want to be a slacker at a second-rate university. I patted his plump shoulder, thought for a moment, and decided to tell him about encountering his fiancée, Nightingale, in the secret realm. Of course, I left out the beginning and the end, focusing on the key point that she was dissatisfied with him and was planning to go home to break off the engagement. Who would have thought that after hearing this? Pei Bewley's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there really such a good thing? I was stunned. You don't mind? My ass. Pei directly called his butler. So excited, it was unbelievable. Hello, butler. Big news. Go to a 5-star restaurant and buy me 10 main dishes and bring a few bottles of fruit beer. All right, bring a bottle of yogurt for old Chin and hurry up with the delivery. After hanging up the phone, he beamed at us and said, with that young lady Mu Yang's temper, whoever wants her can have her. I wanted to cancel the engagement for a long time, but my old man didn't agree. Now that she brought it up herself, I couldn't ask for more. I didn't expect this benevolent inheritance to have such benefits. It really encourages listening to advice. I exchanged a glance with Li Shani and thought, well, we don't understand the world of the rich. The next morning, the 3 of us rushed into the classroom, still feeling the effects of last night's drinking. I had beer duck just as the bell rang, and we were met with a scolding from Teacher Qingji, ending up sitting at the back, looking dejected. Today, Teacher Qingji was wearing a suit and teaching about monster classification. We had learned about monster tiers in high school, so I wanted to repeat that. Today, he asked everyone how else we could classify monsters besides by strength. He scanned the room and immediately fixed his gaze on the 3 of us. Pei Bouillon was forced to stand up and hesitated for a long time before saying, By size? Teacher Qingji's face darkened. Li Shani trembled as he stood up. By which alternate world they come from? This answer was acceptable, and Teacher Qingji nodded, saying that the most common sources were the worlds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, and Pokemon. Then his gaze landed on me, and with a smile, he asked, Chinsure, do you have any other ideas? I thought about the task of the Zanpakuto and replied, there are also attributes. Not bad. Teacher Qingji nodded in appreciation, saying that attributes are also important characteristics. Currently, we have discovered that the many beasts can be divided into 18 attributes. They are normal, Fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. Listening to this series of terms, I was instantly stunned. These attributes sound too familiar. I thought for a moment and suddenly slapped my thigh. Aren't these the attributes from the Pokemon anime? As a result, Teacher Qingji was still boasting at the podium. These 18 attributes are the research results obtained by the old professors of the Heavenly Craft Academy after decades of study. I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment. What is this? You call this decades of research when you're leeching off Pokemon's settings? How shameless. Teacher Qingji noticed my lack of reaction and continued. Of course, the 18 types are indeed complex, so the professors made a simplified version. Light, dark, fire, earth, wind, water, and divine. These are used more often in our demon hunting. My goodness, 100,000 grass mud horses galloped through my mind. Not only did they copy Pokemon, but they also didn't spare the attribute settings from Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster cards. These old experts are truly talented. So, classmate Qinshu. Teacher Qingji smiled at me and continued to ask, what use do the attributes of Demon Beast have for us in demon hunting? Without thinking, I answered, you can deal greater damage to the by using attribute restraint. I remembered the densely packed type effectiveness chart from Pokemon. Back in the day, to become a qualified trainer, I put in the effort akin to memorizing vocabulary for my college entrance exams and learned the entire type effectiveness chart. Guess what? The teacher actually used the Pokemon theory to teach us. Teacher Qingji was eloquent at the podium, saying that we, as inheritors, have type advantages just like Pokemon. For example, the inheritance from Demon Slayer is particularly effective against Dark-type monsters, and the inheritance from Death Note counters Ghost types. I thought, isn't this just the Bane of Darkness? It sounded so mystical. Then he projected an image of a big cat engulfed in blue flames, claiming it was the Two Tails from Naruto, a 6th-tier monster. I thought to myself, I know this thing. It's just a big flame cat. The teacher specifically emphasized that this creature is fire-type and must be dealt with using water and ice. But then he changed his tone and said that if we ever encountered one, our only skill would be to run. Use every means to escape. Who understands, right? After all that talk about dragon-slaying techniques, it turned out he was teaching us how to flee. It was ridiculous. Finally, when the class bell rang, let me tell you, the scene was spectacular. The teacher wanted to drag on the class, but my chubby brother Paolu was the first to explode, shouting that the cafeteria was a battlefield and leading the charge. The whole classroom emptied in an instant, leaving the bewildered teacher, Qingji, wondering how to handle this batch of students. In the afternoon, we had a cooking class, and I was puzzled. We came here to hunt monsters, not to learn new Oriental cooking. But then Chef Dashin, that carefree uncle with a cigarette, walked in and gave us a lesson. He first said that food is the essence of life, but who could take that in? We were all young masters and young ladies, thinking we had military rations and magic beans. Who would bother cooking in the monster realm? Then Chef Dashin sneered and said that those who starved to death in the monster realm used to think the same way. I was taken aback by what he said. He mentioned that there were too many unexpected events in the demon realm, like getting lost and running out of supplies, falling into black water and having storage items directly rendered useless, and even having storage rings shattered during battles. Goodness, just hearing that made my back feel cold. It was then that I realized my system's built-in, formless storage space was practically a divine cheat. While others were still using Nokia, I was already on cloud storage. At that moment, the whole class quieted down, sitting up straight, all ears for the advice. So what was the first lesson about? Cold dishes. Because starting a fire in the demon realm is like signaling high-level demon beasts that it's mealtime. Come eat me. Therefore, we students had to eat. We had to identify which plants were edible and which parts of demon beasts were safe to consume. I instantly remembered that time in the cafeteria when we had raw beef. It was waiting for me here. The entire afternoon was filled with theory, and I didn't see a single spark. It was so dull I wanted to sleep. The only standout was my buddy Paoliao, who was the first to skip class in the morning and the first to take notes seriously in the afternoon, even more diligently than I did. I joked with him about whether he wanted to switch careers to become a chef, and he seriously replied that the three of us should team up in the future. Since he wasn't too good at fighting, he had to ensure that I and Huang Mao had good logistics. I was taken aback for a moment, thinking, wow, this brother is reliable. I immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, study hard. I'll supervise you. Whether we can have hot meals in the demon realm in the future depends on you. That evening, I didn't go to the internet CAF with them. Instead, I went to wait for my cheat master on the principal rock. Before long, an old man with a muscular build, bare-chested and reeking of alcohol, stumbled over. He was by Chi, the strongest in the 9 provinces, and our principal. As soon as he approached, without saying a word, He pointed at the cat-faced mask on my face. Suddenly, with a flash of light, my cheap mask underwent an epic upgrade. It turned pure white, and a fake eye appeared on my forehead. The most outrageous part was that the entire mask covered my eyes, yet I could see things even more clearly. The old man, oh no, my master, said my original mask was too trashy, and he replaced it with a treasure called the Sea Meon, which is a top-tier magical artifact from Guanhai-So. It was impervious to knives and guns, waterproof, poison-proof, allowed underwater breathing, and had night vision and X-ray vision, and could even break illusions. I was stunned. The features were too complete. Wearing this thing, I felt that even when facing Eisen Mirror Flower, Watermoon, I could stay absolutely clear-headed. What was even more impressive was that he had someone modify it. After putting it on, all my aura was hidden. To others, I looked just like an ordinary person, and there was a small light point at the corner of my eye. With a thought, it directly projected an AR hologram, which contained a demon beast encyclopedia and a combat power detector. ISNT, this just a pair of combat glasses with built-in Tynyanka. I was stunned on the spot. This meeting gift was too precious, a legendary level equipment just given like that. I quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Principal, for the treasure." But before I could lift my head, I received a sharp knock on my forehead. The old man, with his beard puffed out and eyes widened, scolded, "What do you mean, Principal? Call me Master." I covered my head, feeling wronged, and reluctantly called him Master. I casually asked about my other senior brothers and sisters, and it turned out he had only taken in 3 disciples in his lifetime, making 4 of us in total, including me. One of them was a stubborn son who had run away from home for decades. I said, "That's not right. Doesn't the academy have direct disciples every year?" He shot me a glance and said, "Direct disciples are direct disciples. My disciples are my disciples. I'm very selective when it comes to taking in students." After chatting about trivial matters, he finally got to the point. He asked if I knew why he chose me. I tentatively replied, "Because I'm handsome." Another slap to the head. He laughed and scolded me, saying my combat awareness was good. But what made me unique was my ability to wield powers from several different worlds at the same time. My heart sank and I thought, oh no, my secret is out. He actually saw at a glance that my main inheritance is from Naruto and even named my Sharingan. I was stunned. My Kakashi-style Umbu mask is supposed to prevent peeping. How did he see through it? I thought I was clever, but I ran into someone even more perceptive. Then guess what he said? He smiled and asked me, "Do you know about the 3 types of haki in the world of One Piece?" I nodded. He said his observation haki has reached a perverted level called all-knowing scan, which allows him to see everything within 50 meters from heartbeats and breaths to skill inheritances. Wow, that's like a human radar. No wonder my little secrets seemed transparent to him. But he didn't discover the existence of my system. So it seems the system is still impressive. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and began talking about Conqueror's Haki. He said this ability is a natural king's qualification that can't be trained and can only be developed through spiritual growth. As he spoke, he suddenly showed me a playful smile, and when his fists collided, an earth-shattering aura instantly erupted. I tell you, in that moment, I felt like an ant standing at the foot of a giant dragon, my soul about to be crushed. The whole world was roaring in my ears, telling me to kneel, to give up. My knees sank down like they were filled with lead. Do you want to be strong or weak? The master's voice was like thunder. My eyes were bloodshot, the Sharingan spinning wildly. I used all my strength to resist that overwhelming pressure, squeezing out a sentence through clenched teeth. I, Qin won't be strong. I won't kneel to heaven. I won't kneel to the earth. In this life, I won't kneel to anyone. As soon as the words left my lips, I felt a lightness in my body. That terrifying pressure vanished in an instant. The master was laughing heartily, looking at me with admiration. He said he resonated with my Conqueror's Haki and helped me draw it out. Who understands family? Someone who practices ninjutsu, actually awakened the Conqueror's Haki of the Pirate King. I was stunned myself. The master looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of amazement, saying I held infinite possibilities within me, and perhaps I could save this desperate world. I sensed that something was off with his emotions, so I asked him if something was bothering him. He sighed, took another sip of alcohol, and revealed to me a shocking secret. His observation haki was so strong that he could see fragments of the future about 10 years ahead. In the future he saw, there was nothing but slaughter, ruins, and death. Humanity had been exterminated, leaving only the terrifying shadow of a monstrous beast that blotted out the sky. That thing was so powerful that even he, the strongest in the 9 provinces, felt no desire to fight. I felt a chill in my heart. But then my master changed his tone and said that ever since he noticed me, He could no longer see those apocalyptic visions. He patted my shoulder, told me not to be afraid, and said that the future can be changed. He urged me to hone my newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, to grow stronger, and to work with him to change this damned future. After sending off my master, he wiped the sweat from his brow in a corner where I couldn't see him. It turned out that my newly awakened Conqueror's Haki was already able to exert a slight intimidation on him. What he didn't tell me was that no matter how the future changed, he had already seen his inevitable death. But he had decided to use his life to ignite the flame of hope for us. I eagerly opened the system panel, and sure enough, there was a new Conqueror's Haki LV1. Upon checking the upgrade, I gasped in shock. 20 skill points needed. I exclaimed, 20 points? System, why don't you go rob someone instead? An S-level ninjutsu upgrade only costs 10 points. To my surprise, the system replied, saying that Conqueror's Haki is much more powerful than S-level skills. I thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, it's based on talent. What to do without points? Suddenly, I remembered I could still complete missions. I opened the taskbar, and indeed, it had refreshed. Conqueror's Haki training mission. Successfully release Conqueror's Haki 10 times, and the reward would directly upgrade it to LV2. The key point was that the system also provided information. Since this Haki was awakened by me, it wasn't subject to the LV3 level limit. Moreover, once my Conqueror's Haki broke through LV3, the armament Haki I previously obtained from killing would also have its level restrictions lifted. Such good news. This was too exciting. I instantly felt fired up, standing on the principal rock, stepping on the head statue of the first principal. I clasped my hands together, gathered my energy, and shouted, Conqueror's Haki, release. The result was nothing. It turned out it wasn't that easy. Although I had successfully learned Conqueror's Haki, I had only released it by borrowing the pressure from the principal. Without external pressure, it seemed difficult to release Conqueror's Haki again on my own. Qin pondered for a moment. I could try this method. He placed one hand on the ground, leaving a pattern made of small characters on the principal rock. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique, go. Today's paradise. His figure vanished from the spot and appeared in a dense forest. Fortunately, I had left a Flying Thunder God mark here when I left last time. Qin moved his wrists. Only in battle could I fully unleash my Conqueror's Haki. The night in Dave's paradise was a world of zombies. After the annual freshman test, everyone could enter and exit Dave's paradise. Just like during the freshman test. During the day, there were mutated plants everywhere, while at night, zombies roamed freely. However, the mutated plants, after the test, wouldn't actively attack intruders. And although zombies still had the instinct to attack, they couldn't easily lock onto the intruders' positions. Most teachers and students would choose to enter during the day, looking for a place without mutated plants bothering them to have a life-and-death duel. After all, in this secret realm, no matter how severely injured or even dead you were, once you left the secret realm, you would instantly recover. It was the best place for practice. Late at night, it was quiet. Qin hummed a tune, quickly leaping through the forest. Suddenly, his singing stopped, and his footsteps abruptly halted. Because not far away in the wasteland, Qin saw someone he didn't want to meet. The figure in the distance transformed into a blazing flame, and the intense heat wave made Qin, who was not far away, feel a sense of suffocation. He was one of the Academy's instructors, the head teacher of the Supernova class, Chi Quan. He inherited S-level skills and was one of the 3 admirals from the One Piece world. Akainu. Opposite him stood a burly man with an afro. The man was tall, with exceptionally developed muscles, but his body was covered in scars. Particularly severe were the burn injuries. But at this moment, he disregarded his burning pain and was desperately running towards the forest. Qin keenly noticed the thick chains on his wrists and ankles. The chains were split in 2, clearly opened by someone. Yet before the burly man could reach the forest, a massive fist-shaped magma fell from the sky, smashing him hard into the ground. TSK. Running away is not an option. The magma-covered Chi Quan slowly walked over. Wujin, inheritor of S-level, a member of the Phantom Troop from Hunter x Hunter. Wujin. No wonder he was a reinforcement-type non-user. Even after being hit by my magma iron fist, he could still survive. However, the magma fist pulled the burly man out of the ground and raised him high. As a member of the dark organization, Meteor Street, you have killed a total of 320 people, 80% of whom are young women. The flames on Chi Quan burned fiercely, yet his voice grew colder. The word justice on the front of his hat seemed even more dazzling under the burning flames. Such trash like you, I won't let you die easily. You will continuously be my punching bag in this secret realm, and I will torment you severely on behalf of those who died at your hands. Don't worry, you won't truly die. Once you leave this forest, all your injuries will heal, and I will kill you every night until your total kills are counted. Then hand you over to impel down prison. Think of the fear those who died at your hands felt, and then enjoy the fear they once experienced. Chapter 125. What a coincidence. Teacher Chi, you're here too. The burly man's neck was emitting thick smoke, and he was already on the brink of death. But hearing Chi Quan's words, his eyes were filled with fear, and he inexplicably found strength to struggle frantically. It's useless. What awaits you is only repeated death. Canine bite Red Lotus. At Chi Quan's indifferent voice, his magma arm suddenly transformed into the shape of a dog's head, biting towards the burly man. In no time, the burly man stopped moving and turned to dust. In the forest, Qin Shi hid in the dense bushes, his eyes wide open, watching everything not far away. Wow, such a ruthless move. Although I had heard long ago that Teacher Chi was iron-faced and ruthless, completely devoid of humanity, and implemented justice thoroughly, I used to think it was an exaggeration. But seeing it tonight, I found the description to be quite accurate, though it was directed at evildoers. This method was indeed too harsh. Just as Qin Shi quietly put on his mask, intending to distance himself from this human volcano, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Student, have you watched long enough? Chi Quan clapped his hands and suddenly looked straight into the forest where Qin Shi was hiding. Qin Shi abruptly froze, wanting to escape. Discovered. I was clearly wearing the mask, and my aura had been well hidden, yet I was still found out. Qin Shi felt as if he had been locked onto by the other party. In the presence of a top-tier bounty hunter, escaping was undoubtedly a monumental task. The scorching aura approached. Chi Quan stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Qin Shi. Looking at the man before him, Qin Shi brushed off the weeds on his body and crawled out of the bushes. What a coincidence. Teacher Chi, you're here too. Glancing at the student in front of him, Chi Quan didn't respond, but instead spoke to himself. Do you know why you were exposed? You actually hid quite well. Your figure didn't show, and your aura was almost entirely erased. But you underestimated my ability. Chi Quan's eyes darkened slightly, and a continuous aura emanated from his body. Remember, in battles in the future, even if you are strong, always gather information about your opponent first. Only by understanding your enemy can you defeat them. Feeling the aura from the other party, Qin Shi instantly understood. This was observation haki, which sharpens one's 5 senses and allows one to detect the presence and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. It was a top-tier reconnaissance method in the One Piece world. I was careless. Chi Quan was an inheritor from the One Piece world, and his haki was also top-notch. Even if I have the ability, I cannot easily hide it in front of him. In an instant, Qin Shi made a decision. One of his hands gripped the kunai engraved with the technique, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Before teleporting from the Principal's Rock to the secret forest, he had carved the Flying Thunder God technique on the Principal's Rock. However, before he could even form the hand seals, a strong gust of wind rushed past his ear. The 3 tomo immediately appeared in Qin Shi's eyes. In a moment of crisis, Qin Shi's body flickered to its peak, jumping from the bushes to a tree branch. Boom! Soil flew everywhere. A small pit appeared right where he had just stood. Next to him was Chi Quan, wearing a cap with the word justice, with his hands stuffed in the pockets of his coat. In just an instant, he had closed the 300 meters distance and was in front of Qin Shi, executing the kick from earlier. This is shaving? Qin Shi looked at the opponent's technique. That's right. As an admiral in the One Piece world, a kind who must have reached an extremely high level of the Navy's 6 styles. He could even sense my desire to escape and attack without giving me time to activate my technique. Understanding the sequence of events in his mind, he began to question aloud. Teacher Chi Quan, what are you doing? The strike missed. A hint of shock appeared on Chi Quan's face. He looked at Qin Shi, who was standing on the branch. If I'm not mistaken, you're the masked freshman who defeated all the students in my supernova class, right? Looking at the masked student before him, Chi Quan asked coldly. Under the protection of his mask, he couldn't know Qin Shi's true identity, but he could tell from Qin Shi's quick reactions that this red-uniformed student was indeed the one who had defeated his students, embarrassing him in front of many teachers. Teacher Chi Quan, are you seeking personal revenge? Qin Shi stood on the branch. He understood that, with the opponent's strength far surpassing his own, even if he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, he would be interrupted in the brief moment it took to cast the technique. If the opponent could interrupt him once, they could do it again. Unable to compete with strength, he had to rely on wit. The principal has said that no teacher is allowed to pursue me for my actions in the secret forest. Moreover, I've already been personally taught by the principal. Teacher Chi Quan, Aren't you afraid of the principal's reprimand for attacking me without warning? Chi Quan coldly looked at Qin Shi in the tree. After a moment, he spoke. You defeated all the students in my supernova class. I just want to test the strength of a freshman like you. Since you are also in the secret forest, you must be here to train as well. If that's the case, let's have a match. A match? With you. A well-known expert already at the top level in the 9 provinces, a 6-star demon hunter. Am I crazy, or are you? Qin Shi twitched his mouth. Teacher Chi Quan, isn't that request a bit excessive? With your strength, wouldn't it be bullying to fight me? I refuse. He flatly rejected the proposal. In the academy, students can spar in the secret forest, even with teachers, but only if both parties willingly agree. Right now, his strength was far inferior to his opponents, not even on the same level. Accepting the challenge would only lead to suffering. Don't worry, I will ensure the match is fair. Huh. Chi Quan removed his coat and then shouted loudly. A strong wave of energy surged from his body, causing nearby trees to sway as if caught in a level 12 typhoon. Even Qin Shi had to tightly hold onto a thick tree stump to avoid being blown away by the opponent's aura. Chi Quan took a deep breath. I have released the vast majority of my spiritual power, leaving only 10 cards of spiritual power. As for speed and strength, I have suppressed them, using only 1/10 of my power. Moreover, I assure you, I will not use the powers awakened by my devil fruit. So, are you willing to spar with me? He stared directly at Qin Shi. With the perception of observation hockey, he could sense that Qin Shi's spiritual power had already exceeded 30 cards. His speed and strength were also not weak. He suppressed his own strength to test the true level of someone who could defeat many of his students. He also wanted to teach the opponent a lesson to relieve the humiliation he felt. Chapter 126. If you want to compete, give me some benefits first. As a lecturer concerned about the 9 provinces, Chi Quan also yearned to cultivate more and stronger talents for the country. This is why he voluntarily applied to be the head teacher of the supernova class. However, he had a different view on the academy's teaching methods. The vast 9 provinces, which can still maintain a semblance of peace today, is fundamentally not due to the courage and fighting of countless demon hunters. It relies solely on the strength of the principal. Teacher Chi Quan said coldly, no matter how many low-level demon beasts are hunted, they cannot save this world. A single 7th-tier demon beast, the 9-tailed fox, has left many inheritors helpless. If it weren't for the principal, this demon beast could at least cause chaos in a province's territory. To protect the 9 provinces, top combat power is key. But, he sighed deeply, but including the academy, all schools in the 9 provinces are too merciful in training students. Controlling the so-called casualty rate and only allowing you to train in the demon realm after you've reached a certain level is wrong. In my opinion, new students should be thrown directly into the demon realm, and those who survive after a week should then be trained. Now, even with this secret forest, how many students are willing to experience death to enhance their strength? Mercy does not cultivate strong warriors. He looked directly at Qin Shi. Since you are personally accepted by the principal as a student, then let me see your strength. Let me see if you are worthy of this title. Chi Quan twisted his arms. If this mass student before him truly had extraordinary potential, he, Chi Quan, would be willing to follow the academy's requirements and help this student grow stronger without reservation. But if he was just a facade, relying on luck and some insignificant tricks to stand at the end of the freshman test, then he wouldn't mind letting this freshman suffer a bit to relieve the insult he felt. I refuse, Qin Shi said straightforwardly. Chi Quan was taken aback. He didn't expect that after he had suppressed his own strength to this level and spoken so earnestly, the other party would still remain unmoved. Truly disappointing. He felt a bit angry, and the flames on his body burned even more fiercely. But he did not attack. As a teacher of the academy, he naturally followed the academy's rules. You think a few words will make me agree? Impossible. Qin Shi jumped down from the tree. Teacher Chi Quan, you are a well-known top demon hunter. How could I possibly win against you? I might even be left with psychological trauma. If you truly want to fight me, at least give me some compensation. Chi Quan's face twitched. I, a dignified 6-star demon hunter, am willing to waste my precious time fighting with a newcomer like you. Instead of cherishing the opportunity, you asked the teacher for something. He felt a hint of anger, but he still reached into his cap and pulled out a small gourd-shaped bottle, tossing it directly to Qin Shi. Inside are 3 imitation immortal beings from the Academy of Heavenly Crafts. Although they are just imitations, their effects are almost the same as real immortal beings for demon hunters below 4 stars. Qin Shi quickly opened the small gourd bottle in his hand and poured out 3 green, petal-shaped beans. This is a fairy bean. Qin Shi suppressed the excitement in his heart. Fairy beans, the most magical food from Dragon Ball, cultivated by the cat sage on Karen Tower, possess extremely strong restorative powers. As long as a person is not dead, consuming one fairy bean can instantly restore their body to its optimal state. It can simultaneously restore physical strength, spiritual energy, and life force. It is the top-tier all-recovery medicine. With this, he essentially has 3 extra lives. He could once again dance on the edge of death. Qin felt overjoyed. Can we have a competition now? A deep voice from Chi Quan came. Clearly, he was already dissatisfied. Qin expression showed difficulty. I'm just a freshman, Teacher Chi Quan. I don't have the ability to fight you. Why not choose someone else? Though he said that, he did not hand over the small gourd bottle. Instead, he happily put the small glass bottle into his pocket. Or maybe give me some other things. You are a 6-star demon beast. As you said, these recovery medicines are effective for 4-star and below demon beasts. Look, you're just giving away things you don't want. Teacher Chi Quan's expression gradually darkened. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. All right, you want more things? Chi Quan waved his hand, and a capsule was thrown to the ground. This is the universal capsule from the Dragon Ball world. The capsule exploded, and after a puff of green smoke, a blue, white, and yellow armor resembling a flying phoenix appeared beside Chi Quan. This is... Qin eyes widened instantly. The phoenix bronze cloth. The cloth is the battle armor worn by the Saint Seiya who protect Athena in the anime Saint Seiya. Each cloth corresponds to a constellation in the sky. Based on strength, the cloths are divided into bronze, silver, and gold. The phoenix cloth before him is the lowest level, the bronze cloth. Yet Qin knew that the phoenix bronze cloth is said to be the strongest among bronze cloths, possessing a rebirth-like evolution ability. In some respects, even the gold cloths cannot compare to it. This is an epic treasure I obtained in the demon realm, in a secret place called Death Queen Island. Although it seems to require the power of a specific world to be fully developed, even just wearing it can provide strong defensive power. Chi Quan stared intently at Qin. Masked boy, if you win, I will give it to you. All right. This time Qin agreed without hesitation. He has many skills now, but not many treasures. Moreover, it is a defensive treasure he urgently needs. As for the small universe needed to unleash the cloth's effects, a unique power in Saint Seiya derived from the cosmic energy deep within the soul. Sorry, he possesses the divine physique of the son of all realms. His spiritual energy can transform into all kinds of power. As for the standard of victory or defeat, seeing the other party agree, Chi Quan's mouth slightly curled up. Naturally, it is to determine victory or defeat by life and death. Qin did not refute. In this forest that can heal all injuries, any battle is almost about life and death. He did not hesitate at all, and his aura surged. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate, open. Open the second gate, open. Open the third gate, open. Open the fourth gate, open. Open the fifth gate, open. Open the sixth gate, open. In just a few seconds, powerful green energy erupted from Qin's body. This is the manifestation of spiritual energy materialization. Opening 6 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he unleashed his full strength with his first move. Chapter 127. Armed color hockey toward the peacock. What a spirit. Even though Chi Quan felt some dissatisfaction with this masked student, feeling the strong momentum and dense green spiritual energy emanating from Qin, he couldn't help but compliment. The amount of spiritual energy explosion, this powerful sense of oppression. No wonder you could defeat all the S-rank freshmen. No wonder the principal wants to take you as a disciple. He laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy, since he had confirmed that the person before him indeed possessed extraordinary potential and could become a powerful asset to the country of Jiuzhou in the future. He immediately set aside his prejudice against the other party. He was filled with disgust for useless people, hatred for enemies. But he was willing to help those who could be useful to the country grow to their highest potential. But boy, today you will still lose here. Chi Quan thought to himself, let me dull your sharpness and sharpen your knife properly. He was happy in his heart, but appeared even colder on the surface. Oomph. You still have a long way to go to take my treasure. His body emitted a scorching heat, and his arm transformed into blazing magma. Let me test your martial arts first. His magma arm lifted, and his fingers became high-temperature rocks. Finger gun bang. Chi Quan's magma finger shot out quickly. Aided by the fruit ability, his arm completely broke free from the physical length limitation. The two stood 10 meters apart, but the magma arm still reached Qin's front in an instant. The extremely high magma finger forced Qin to dodge instead of taking it head-on. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 3 black Tomo in Qin's eyes spun rapidly. But it wasn't over. Arcs of lightning appeared on the surface of his body. This is the lightning release chakra mode. Want to see my speed? Then let me show you plenty. Qin tilted his head and instantly dodged the phantoms of the finger guns. Then he exerted force with his feet. With a loud bang, a small pit suddenly appeared where he stood. Qin's figure vanished from spot. With the dual enhancement of the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the lightning release chakra mode, his speed was not an afterimage but something akin to teleportation. His super-fast speed even created a gust of wind. This speed is even faster than the shave in the Navy's 6 styles. Qi Quan looked at the masked boy who suddenly appeared before him with delight. Qin did not give the other party a chance to breathe. He held his right wrist with his left hand, and purple lightning gathered on his right wrist. Lightning release, lightning blade. His arm transformed into a lightning blade and fiercely stabbed towards Qi Quan's chest. Zing! A burning pain suddenly attacked. Clearly, the move hit the enemy, but his hand felt a scorching burn. Qin was taken aback and activated the Flying Thunder God technique instantly. His figure appeared on the tree branch he had just stood on. Before jumping down from the tree, he had already left the Flying Thunder God technique on the branch. The lightning blade did not work. He clearly felt that his stab had not pierced the opponent's heart. Not far away. Although Qi Quan still looked human, his chest was no longer flesh, but rolling, blazing magma. Qi Quan exhaled, and his breath immediately turned into scorching flames. Boy, you're too reckless. You actually use close combat moves to directly attack my body. Don't you know that a Logia fruit user, once they go intangible, cannot be harmed by your moves? Qin looked at his burned right hand. It was obviously injured by the high temperature after the other party's magma transformation. The lightning blade also struck the magma, failing to hit the opponent's true body. His left hand covered his right hand, and a gentle white light enveloped his right hand. Palm Ninja Art. The A-rank ninjutsu Palm Ninja Art is the only healing skill he has mastered. Moments later, the burn on his right hand disappeared. Naturalization? Qin was not unaware that the opponent's naturalization could immunize against most physical attacks. He pushed his speed to the limit, intending to strike the opponent's body before they could naturalize. However, he still underestimated the strength of a well-known powerhouse. Even with only 10 cards of spiritual power, even when suppressing his speed and strength to 1/10 of their original levels, Qi Quan still managed to instantly complete the partial magma transformation in the midst of a lightning-fast battle. Is this the reaction of a top-tier powerhouse? Qin felt a deep gap. As Qi Quan's breath fluctuated, the magma on his chest disappeared, returning to human flesh. The reason for only partially transforming into magma was that he wanted to conserve his spiritual power. With only 10 cards of spiritual power, he didn't dare to be careless against a formidable enemy like Qin. Qi Quan's lack of spiritual power limited the big moves he could use. But through the recent battle, he also realized that using ordinary techniques would not defeat the opponent. Therefore, he had to wait for the right moment to find Qin's flaw, then use his ultimate move to eliminate the opponent in one strike. That was his plan. So Qi Quan began to provoke. Masked boy, don't waste our time. Come on, keep attacking. Or, do you have no way to deal with my naturalization? Qin looked at the enemy before him. The opponent's high-speed reaction allowed him to make a judgment. Any strike of his would be instantly resolved by the opponent using magma transformation. Naturalization? What a coincidence. I just happen to have a way to counter you. Qin snorted coldly. His spiritual power erupted again, like a volcano erupting. The power of the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia was pushed to its limit. A black aura coiled around his body, finally converging at his arms. This is... Qi Quan nearby gasped in disbelief. Armed color hockey. You actually can use the power inherited from different worlds. His expression shifted from shock to ecstasy. Multi-inheritors. I never expected there were multi-inheritors in this world. In this world, almost everyone can awaken an inheritance, but everyone has only one type of inheritance. It is said that there are extremely few humans who can awaken more than one inheritance. They are called multi-inheritors, and it is rumored that the first president of the Demon Hunting Academy was a multi-inheritor. After talking with his S-rank student, he discovered that the masked boy's skills seemed to come from multiple worlds. At that time, Qi Quan had this guess. But now, seeing the opponent's skills with his own eyes, he understood that this seemingly crazy guess was indeed true. Very good, very good. Ha. Qi Quan no longer held back his spiritual power. In an instant, his entire body transformed into magma. Let me see the power blessed by multiple worlds. On the other side, Qin also wrapped his arms with armed color hockey. Then he pushed off with his legs and leaped high from the tree. His eyes turned slightly red as his entire spiritual power erupted. Huh. 8 Gates of Doinjia Body Technique. Peacock. Chapter 128. Peacock versus Great Fire Breath in an instant. Qin Shi clenched his teeth and unleashed countless punches in a flash. The high-speed fists generated flames from the friction with the air, filling the sky in an instant. The flames painted the sky red, as bright as sunrise, dazzling like a peacock's tail feathers. And within each flame, there was also a thick blackness. This is the effect of enhancing armed color hockey. What a magnificent technique. Chi Quan looked at the sky, filled with black and red flames, unable to help but exclaim. In just a moment of combat, Qin Shi understood that armed color hockey could deal damage to naturalization. However, the opponent's partial magma transformation could also reduce that damage. Peacock, in an instant, unleashed countless punches. Every part of Chi Quan's body became a target for attack, to defend against your sky-full, iron fist technique. I must fully transform into magma. Armed color hockey can attack enemies in their natural state, but once naturalized, the damage received is significantly lower compared to ordinary states. Moreover, fully naturalizing would inevitably consume a lot of my already limited spiritual power. Even if I completely transform into magma, I would still suffer considerable damage. Peacock. In the Naruto anime, when Might Guy first used it, he directly eliminated 30 of the chakra of the clone of Kisame. It is originally a technique with great power. Chi Quan, in his ordinary state, would not dare to take it head-on. Added with Qin Shi's LV3 level of armed color hockey, even if he were to magma transform, the damage would be unavoidable. Chi Quan looked at Qin Shi in midair, his eyes flashing with admiration. Is this your plan? But you made a mistake. He grunted. I, Chi Quan, have always replaced defense with offense. He not only did not fully transform into magma, but instead returned his chest, which had previously transformed, to normal. However, his right arm underwent rapid changes. In an instant, Chi Quan's right arm transformed into a massive fist made of lava. A magnificent technique is about to be met with a similar technique in response. There was an excitement in his eyes that he could not hide. Clearly, he was just battling a student who had just begun, but it made him feel the thrill of combat in the demon realm. Young man, I'm very satisfied. Let me see whether your technique is stronger or my skill is mightier. Lava fruit skill, great fire breath. Like a volcanic eruption. The erupting magma splattered everywhere on his arm. The massive lava fist was suddenly launched with the force of the volcanic eruption. In the One Piece anime, Admiral Akainu's great fire breath can instantly shatter and vaporize massive icebergs many times larger than giants. This strike used up 90 of my spiritual power. You can't withstand it. Chi Quan roared, and the massive lava fist collided with Qin Shi's sky-full peacock. The shattered stones in the wasteland melted directly under the scorching high temperature. Between heaven and earth, only the high temperature red remained. Under the premise of only retaining 10 cards of spiritual power, Chi Quan's 90 spiritual power was not much either. But Qin Shi's peacock consumed 15 cards of spiritual power, far exceeding the spiritual power consumption of Great Fire Breath. However, in the clash of techniques, Qin Shi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Clearly, his technique, which contained more spiritual power, was not as powerful as the opponent's Great Fire Breath. The flames roared, and the lava fist thrust against the peacock as it soared into the sky. Boom! A massive spark erupted in the sky. Tiquan Smai Fi Li, Great Fire Breath, not only suppressed Qin Shi's peacock, but also surpassed it in power, successfully hitting the enemy. The power of a technique is not solely determined by the amount of spiritual power injected. Chi Quan breathed slightly heavier. A skilled badminton player, even when using only a small amount of strength to swing the racket, can hit the ball with more power than an amateur's full-strength strike. More refined actions, smaller consumption, more precise distribution of power. These are all proofs of strength. Chi Quan looked up at the sky. Kid, although your talent is high, you are still far from being a true powerhouse. As the thick smoke cleared, Qin Shi's body landed, and his figure gradually became visible, completely releasing the state of the 8 Gates of Doinjia. He gasped for breath, with severe burns covering his body. He also suffered from muscle pain and exhaustion caused by the 6 gates. Yet he still stood firm. Fine sand swirled around him. Huh, he's not dead. Chi Quan raised his eyebrows. He actually managed to withstand the direct damage of the Great Fire Breath with a sand shield made of sand. What a strong reaction. Qin Shi was in unbearable pain, but he could hear everything his opponent said not far away. The sand shield was a sand ninjutsu he had gradually released before using the Morning Peacock. The thick killing ball almost wrapped him completely, And at the moment the molten lava giant fist struck him, it blocked in front of him. But the sand shield only held for a moment before shattering, and he still suffered severe burns. In the midst of the excruciating pain, Qin Shi forced a smile. Thank you, Teacher Qi, for your praise. Unfortunately, this move of yours still couldn't kill me. And you don't have much spiritual power left, do you? So far, all of his spiritual power exceeded 30 cards, far surpassing that of an average demon hunter. If it were just a comparison of spiritual power, even a 3-star demon hunter couldn't compare to him. Even after using the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Morning Peacock, he still retained nearly 10 cards of spiritual power. 10 cards against 1 card. What do you have to fight me with? Moreover, when I, Qin Shi, take action, when have I ever not had a backup plan? In the wasteland, the ground slightly bulged. 2 shadows of Qin Shi were moving within the soil. This was the shadow clone technique he had secretly used along with the invisibility effect of the bending light before using the lightning escape. These 2 clones did not evenly split his spiritual power, but only used a small amount of it each. Do you think Great Fire Breath only has this power? My Great Fire Breath is not a one-time skill, but a 2-stage technique. Qi Quan sneered, his hands grasping the air. Shatter Great Fire Breath. The massive molten lava fist in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of burning rocks. This is volcanic bombs? Qin Shi looked at the many magma rocks falling from the sky. He remembered the scene in the anime where Admiral Akainu used Great Fire Breath. After the Great Fire Breath exploded, it transformed into countless volcanic bombs. The falling volcanic bombs easily destroyed even the super-large pirate ships. These volcanic bombs can be controlled by me. They can accurately strike the enemy. Moreover, I have a piece of advice for you. Qi Quan pointed his hands toward the ground. The direction he pointed was exactly where Qin Shi's 2 clones were hiding. Using Earth Escape, Earth Dragon hiding technique in the soil. In the presence of top-tier Kinbunchika Haki, all small movements are futile. As he spoke, Qi Quan waved his hand downwards. Destroy the enemy. Great Fire Breath volcanic bombs. Under his control, the 2 largest magma rocks slammed into the ground, instantly destroying the Qin Shi clones hidden in the soil. Chapter 129. Endless backups. The clones were instantly destroyed. In Qin Shi's original plan, one of the roles of the clones was to use the Earth Escape, heart decapitation technique, to pull Qi Quan into the soil and bind him when Qi Quan's spiritual power was about to be exhausted. But every move he made had already been grasped by the opponent. Qi Quan's Kinbunchika Haki had enveloped the surroundings like the Nun ability in Hunter x Hunter, sensing everything within its range. A single Great Fire Breath with little spiritual power directly dispelled my Morning Peacock and Shadow Clone. Not a bit of spiritual power wasted. Is this the strength of a top inheritor? Qin Shi was horrified. Whether it was battle thinking, combat skills, or control of the battlefield rhythm, Qi Quan vividly taught him a lesson. Now is not the time for you to be dazed. Qi Quan sno. Masked Kid, you lost. He moved his 10 fingers. All the remaining volcanic bombs in the sky rained down on Qin Shi like precision-guided missiles. The volcanic bombs not only targeted my position, but also sealed off the space around me. And as Teacher Qi's Kinbunchika Haki continued to adjust direction, it firmly locked onto my position. My body technique had just shown signs of activation, and the volcanic bombs adjusted their trajectory to cover my escape route. Moreover, judging from the previous destruction of my clone in the soil, the volcanic bombs were quite powerful. Even if I used Earth Escape to hide underground, I would still be attacked. Strong, too strong. Qin Shi was deeply captivated by Qi Quan's combat. Even using only 10 cards of spiritual power, even with limitations on speed, strength, and fruit skills, Teacher Qi's battle was filled with meticulousness and boldness. He left no chance of victory for the enemy. As Qin Shi was shocked in his heart, Qi Quan controlled dozens of volcanic bombs to slam down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The area within 10 meters of where Qin Shi stood was struck by all the volcanic bombs. It was like artillery fire sweeping the ground in a military movie from his past life. Soil flew, and the entire ground was smashed into countless pits. Flames burned on the soil. Is it over? Qi Quan let out a long breath. He's a good seedling. His spiritual power and skills are strong, but he still lacks combat experience. It seems he still needs to. Before Qi Quan could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze in place. Because in his Kinbunchika Haki perception, Qin Shi was not dead. His figure had reappeared. Moreover, the position he appeared in was completely unexpected. The opponent appeared behind him. WH. When? Qi Quan's pupils contracted, unable to believe it. Teacher Qi, you're really too strong. But the phoenix cloth, I must have it. Behind Chi Quan, Qinshi instantly slammed his hands on the ground. Heavy fruit skill, Hell Journey, Gravity Enhancement. Level 3, 10 times gravity. A powerful force field instantly enveloped the area 10 meters in front of Qinshi. Especially on Chi Quan, he was loaded with 10 times gravity. Upon sensing Qinshi behind him, Chi Quan did not turn around but immediately attempted to activate the martial skill, Shave, to distance himself from the opponent. However, before his foot could lift, he felt a powerful gravity pressing down on him. This is trying to bind me. Chi Quan roared, and under 10 times gravity, he forcibly turned around. Since he couldn't escape, he planned to replace defense with offense. Even if he had only the last bit of spiritual power left, he would not give up. Chi Quan raised his arm with great effort under the immense gravity, intending to use a finger gun against his opponent. But he suddenly discovered that there were almost transparent threads on his arm. Thread Fruit ability, Parasitic Thread, level 3. Qinshi growled. This was the thread he had laid on his fist while using the Morning Peacock. By swinging his fist with the Morning Peacock, he successfully stuck the threads onto the opponent. Kinbunchika Haki has strong perception of living beings, but much weaker perception of inanimate objects. In the high-speed battle, Chi Quan failed to notice these threads in time. As the parasitic threads rose, it was like controlling a puppet. Chi Quan's slowed actions were further restrained, forcing him to stop in place. Flames emerged from his body, wanting to burn these threads. But Qinshi would not give Chi Quan that much time. This battle, I have won. Qinshi formed seals with his hands. Fire release, exploding flame array. This was his true killing move. Exploding tags emerged from the soil around Chi Quan, covering him completely. These talismans, when are they ambushed? Could it be those two clones? Chi Quan's eyes widened. He had completely understood that even though he had fought seriously, he had underestimated the boy in front of him. This masked boy had an overwhelming number of traps during the battle. Even someone as strong as him had fallen into his hands. A full 100 explosive talismans were ignited. The explosion shot into the sky, with thick smoke billowing from where Chi Quan stood. Qinshi's figure disappeared, reappearing on a nearby branch marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. At the last moment of the explosion, he successfully dodged the blast radius using the Flying Thunder God technique. Hu hissing. The severe burns made it impossible for him to stand steadily, and he fell directly from the tree. Struggling to get up, he thought, this should be enough. Qinshi moved his painfully sore body and raised his head to look at the place where the explosion had occurred. Reviewing the entire battle at the beginning, Qinshi had released shadow clones to infiltrate the ground. The secondary purpose of using the beheading technique on the opponent was minor. His main goal was to use these two clones to bury enough explosive talismans under Chi Quan's feet. Qinshi knew that the opponent had top-tier observation haki, and his clones could not escape the opponent's perception at all. That was why his two clones had very little chakra, because Qinshi knew from the start that these two clones could not truly pose a threat to Chi Quan. From the beginning, the positioning of these two clones was merely cannon fodder. They feigned attacks while actually laying explosive talismans, with the explosive talismans as a killing move. The rest was to consider how to bind the opponent. At the start of the battle, he used the 8 gates and lightning release chakra mode to maximize his speed. He struck at the opponent's chest with a lightning blade, although the opponent evaded it with high-speed, localized magma transformation. Qinshi took this opportunity to leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the opponent's back. This was his second setup, giving him the chance to teleport to the opponent's back. Then he used the hidden parasitic threads towards the peacock. He intended to force the opponent to defend with full magma transformation, exhausting the opponent's chakra. Unexpectedly, he almost faced a counterattack from the opponent's great fire breath. However, the plan to exhaust the opponent's chakra was still achieved. Finally, relying on the Flying Thunder God technique left on Chi Quan's back. After the opponent's chakra was exhausted and unable to use Magma Fruit, he successfully teleported to Chi Quan's back. With 10 times the gravity and level 3 parasitic threads, he firmly bound the opponent and ultimately unleashed his killing move. 100 explosive talismans successfully ignited. In a violent explosion, Chi Quan's flesh was blown into the air. The battle was coming to an end. Chapter 130. Chi Quan's awakening to death. As the explosion dissipated, Chi Quan was already bloodied and mangled, with not a single intact piece of flesh on his legs. Yet for some reason, he still managed to hold on without collapsing. Has he gone berserk? Qinshi looked at the bloodied Chi Quan not far away, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. 100 explosive talismans could even kill the powerful zombie king in the forest. Facing the human body of Chi Quan without magma transformation, he could still only inflict serious injuries, unable to kill him completely. His body had far surpassed the limits of a human. Even without using any haki or fruit abilities, he was still incredibly powerful. But you have almost exhausted your chakra, and, judging by your physical condition, it seems to be at its worst. It could almost be described as near death. Covering his wounds with healing magic, Qin gritted his teeth and stood up. And I still have a quarter of my chakra left. Do you want to continue this battle? In the thick smoke, the bloodied Qi Quan glanced at him. To Qin's surprise, there was no anger in his eyes, only calmness and a hint of comfort. Hoo-hoo, masked kid, today, as battle, is enough for me to recognize you. But I still have to tell you one principle. Never think you have one until you have completely killed your enemy. Qi Quan, not knowing where he got the strength, struggled to drag his injured legs toward Qin. Blood stained the ground. Just as Qin furrowed his brows and summoned his Zanpakuto, intending to continue the fight, he suddenly felt a powerful, oppressive aura. This is... Qin's eyes widened. Conqueror's haki, clearly in a near-death state, clearly having almost drained all the chakra from his body. Qi Quan was still able to use Conqueror's haki. Only Conqueror's haki can be controlled by the power of the heart. Qin recalled Principal Bai's words. Unlike Principal Bai's restrained Conqueror's haki, Qi Quan's Conqueror's haki was like a tsunami crashing toward him. The overwhelming pressure made it extremely difficult for Qin to breathe. He felt like a drowning person, being battered repeatedly by the waves of the ocean, gradually being submerged. His pupils began to dilate, on the verge of passing out. Meanwhile, Qi Quan had dragged his battered body to Qin's front. Under the intimidation of Conqueror's haki dai, his remaining left hand slowly raised, fingers extended. With the last bit of chakra, he could barely use finger gun. But just as he was about to thrust out finger gun, Qin's dilated pupils suddenly focused rapidly. He surprisingly awakened from the overwhelming pressure. An aura emanated from Qin's body, resisting Qi Quan's Conqueror's haki. The two black auras collided violently in the air, producing loud explosions. How could you? Qi Quan showed an expression of disbelief. You actually mastered Conqueror's haki? Qin's drooping head suddenly lifted. Gritting his teeth, he smiled through the pain. Teacher Qi, it's not just you who has the qualifications of a king. Although Qin successfully awakened Conqueror's haki with Principal Bai's guidance, he could not use it freely yet because it was just awakened. However, after the life-and-death battle with Qi Quan and another collision of Conqueror's haki, his usage of haki greatly improved, and he was now able to release Conqueror's haki freely. The Zanpakuto spun as Qin forcefully drew it from its sheath. One sword style aye. Lion Song, the sharp blade, infused with Conqueror's haki, struck hard against Qi Quan's right hand. His arm was severed and flew into the sky, and Qi Quan's poised finger gun could no longer be used. Not only that, but Qi Quan was also hit by the powerful blade's force, as if a great hammer had struck him, sending him flying back several meters. Qi Quan fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. His body was already exhausted, and the aftereffects of drained chakra left him unable to muster any strength. The injuries from the explosion, compounded with the blade wound, made him suffer unbearable pain. Now with both arms lost, he couldn't even get up. Cough, cough, cough now. The outcome is truly decided, huh? He lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Masked kid, Qi Quan used his last bit of strength to turn his head toward Qin. Grow well. The future of the 9 provinces relies on you young people. Now, let the teacher show you one last stubbornness. Qi Quan lay on the ground, closing his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. Let me teach you one last lesson. To your enemies, harbor absolute malice. Even when near death, you must deliver a lethal blow to your enemy. For the sake of the 9 provinces, I am willing to give everything, including my life. Qin was taken aback, suddenly feeling a chill. The system's announcement suddenly rang out. Warning, warning, a strong malicious bomb detected nearby. The bomb is called the Rose of the Poor. Hearing Qi Quan's words, Qin immediately understood the source of the chill. It wasn't the cold from the temperature, but a primal instinct sensing death. The Rose of the Poor is a bomb planted in the heart of the top human warrior Netero during his battle against the big boss, the Ant King. In Hunter x Hunter, this bomb is known as a forbidden weapon. In the fight against the Ant King, Netero unleashed his ultimate technique, the 100-type cannon, but still couldn't defeat the Ant King and had his limbs broken. In the end, Netero detonated the Rose of the Poor in his heart, resulting in mutual destruction with his enemy. The Rose of the Poor is a highly toxic bomb that, upon detonation, not only has the power similar to a nuclear explosion, but also releases deadly poison in all directions. Even the extremely powerful Ant King ultimately perished under the toxicity of the Rose of the Poor. This is Teacher Chi Quan's last resort? Truly, a mad determination. If it weren't for the system's warning, I would have perished along with him. Is he playing a game he can't win, using self-destruction? Qin Shi wiped his sweat and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to store the Phoenix Cloth in his system backpack. Boom! A loud bang. A black mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Poisonous purple gas spread in all directions, engulfing all living things. The Rose of the Poor detonated, causing trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers to wither instantly, leaving behind a massive black pit. The bomb's power was immense, but Qin Shi had already escaped from the forest's secret realm using the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning to the area above Principal Rock. Chapter 131. The Phoenix Cloth. It's decided. Upon exiting the forest, Qin Shi's previously depleted spiritual power and aching body suddenly recovered, as if he hadn't been injured at all. Although he knew about the forest's peculiar effects, experiencing it again still left him in awe. Although death in the forest was merely a simulation, I certainly don't want to experience it. The pain of death is real. Why suffer for no reason? Qin Shi shook his head and took out his spoils. The Phoenix bronze cloth opened in its box, revealing a dazzling sheen. A bronze-colored phoenix was soaring high. Look at the metallic texture. Look at those beautiful tail feathers. Qin Shi stroked the phoenix cloth in his hands, feeling ecstatic. This is the strongest cloth among the 5 heroes in Saint Seiya, possessing the ability of resurrection and the potential for continuous evolution. This is so cool. However, Qin Shi sighed lightly. Although he had obtained the phoenix cloth, there was still a slight regret. In the end, it was Teacher Chi's self-destruction, and the head wasn't mine. Otherwise, who knows how rich his kill rewards would have been. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps sensing Qin Shi's regret, the silent system once again emitted a sound. The host has defeated the 6-star monster hunter, S-Class Inheritor Chi Quan, in the forest's secret realm. Although Chi Quan's final death was not caused by the host contributed the most throughout the process, hence a special reward is granted. This. Qin Shi's mood instantly brightened. There's actually a special reward? ISNT this a bit much. System, you're being a bit obvious here. Okay, does the host confirm not to accept the reward? Yes, of course I want it. Qin Shi hurriedly waved his hand. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Extracting special reward. Reward name. Strengthening within reach. Strengthening within reach. The host's recently acquired skills and equipment will undergo targeted strengthening. Determining the host's recently acquired equipment. Phoenix Cloth. Strengthening begins. Matching the host's spiritual power with the Phoenix Cloth's small universe. Matching progress 100. Your spiritual power has perfectly matched with the Phoenix Cloth's small universe, and you've comprehended the 6th sense of the small universe. From now on, your increase in spiritual power will promote the enhancement of the small universe, awakening part of the inheritance from the original user of the Phoenix Cloth, Ikki. Awaken skills, Phoenix Phantom Fist LV2, Phoenix Wing Ascension LV2. Seeing the 2 awakened skills, Qin Shi's eyes lit up. The Phoenix Phantom Fist, a legendary magical fist that shatters the spirit rather than the body, is Ikki's signature move in Saint Seiya. It uses a special fist technique to attack the opponent's nerves, causing the dark parts of their heart to expand infinitely, ultimately affecting the body through the spirit, rendering the opponent unable to fight. Of course, this mind-controlling punch has another use. Against weaker enemies, it can manipulate their nerves and see through their inner secrets. It's similar to the Sharingan's Genjutsu, but leans more towards mental damage, and this mental damage can directly affect the body, which is even more terrifying than the Sharingan. The downside is that it is more complicated to use. It must hit the enemy with a punch, unlike the Sharingan, which often traps the opponent in Genjutsu without a sound. Qin Shi continued to examine the second skill. The Phoenix Wing Ascension, the ultimate technique of the Phoenix Cloth. Ikki's finishing move. It unleashes a powerful airflow resembling a phoenix spreading its wings with unparalleled power. Both skills are marked with a maximum upgrade to LV3. Only possible when Qin Shi comprehends the 7th sense of the small universe, the standard for strong fighters in Saint Seiya. The second skill is purely offensive and has potential for growth. Qin Shi nodded in satisfaction. His basic physical technique level had already reached LV4. But aside from 8 gates, he didn't have any particularly powerful fist and foot techniques. After all, he couldn't always open the 8 gates. That technique comes at the cost of his body. These 2 rewards further compensate for my shortcomings. All of this is the result of my hard work. Just as the system's notification sound ended, Qinshi suddenly felt that the phoenix cloth in his hands no longer had a cold touch. He felt the cloth gaining warmth, becoming hotter, and he could even hear a rhythmic heartbeat. It is rumored that the cloth has will and life, but only those recognized by the cloth can unleash its full power. While Qinshi was contemplating, the phoenix cloth erupted with a bright light. The cloth, which had originally resembled a phoenix, suddenly split into several pieces and then automatically donned itself onto Qinshi's body. The cloth recognizes me as its master. Qinshi was overjoyed. He felt a certain intimate connection with the cloth. Moreover, unlike the heaviness he felt when holding it, the cloth worn on his body felt as light as a feather. He swung his arm and threw a punch. The wind from his fist exploded. It did not hinder his movements at all, and Qinshi looked at his hands in disbelief. His punching speed effortlessly exceeded the speed of sound. Those who possess the small universe, once they don the cloth, will have their physical abilities enhanced, and the power of their techniques will also be strengthened, especially the exclusive martial arts of the cloth's constellation. The system promptly explained. While wearing the cloth, your physical technique can reach the peak of basic physical technique LV4. Only one step away from basic physical technique LV5. Feeling his own strength, Qinshi believed that even without using any skills, he could deal high damage just by relying on his legs. The power of his fists and feet was almost equivalent to opening 2, no, even 3 of the 8 gates. He clenched his fists. More importantly, the arrival of the phoenix cloth filled the weakest link in his abilities. Where was Qinshi currently the weakest? His skills were rich enough, with over 20 different abilities drawn from various anime characters. It was precisely because of his extensive skill set that he could repeatedly defeat opponents stronger than himself through clever tactics. His ultimate moves were powerful enough. Whether it was the attribute attack Lightning Slash, the physical technique 8 Gates Duinjia towards the Peacock, or the sword technique of One Sword Flow, Death, Line Song, all were exceptionally powerful moves. He had enough spiritual power. His current spiritual power had surpassed 30 cards, far beyond that of even a 2-star demon hunter. Moreover, by slaying demonic beasts, his total spiritual power could be further increased. His support skills were strong, with the divine skill Flying Thunder God. What other auxiliary skills did he need? Of course, he had others as well. Just the Sharingan alone was a god-level support ability. Not to mention, his inheritance was Obito's, and once the Sharingan evolved again, he would gain the most powerful Kimui, Mangeki Sharingan in the Naruto world. This was also his greatest potential. Chapter 132. Task Test. His medical abilities were currently lacking. Besides the A-rank Ninjutsu Master of Sage Arts, he had no other medical skills. But now, he had 3 fake Sage Beans, so in the short term, he had no shortage of medical resources. What I need the most now is defense. Qinshi concluded. Although the Lightning Release Chakra mode could provide him with some defense, this skill enhanced defense, speed, and attack power all at once, and simply increasing defense wasn't enough. The 4th Raikage in the Naruto world had extremely strong defense, not only because of his high-level Lightning Release Chakra mode, but also because his body was trained to be exceptionally powerful. However, Qinshi's body had not undergone high-intensity training. Before finding a method to strengthen his body, what I need the most is a piece of defensive equipment. Qinshi looked at the phoenix cloth he was wearing. As a Saint Seiya with a small universe, once equipped with the cloth, his defense would reach an abnormal level. Moreover, the phoenix cloth was the best among the cloths. Not only was its defense excellent, but it also had the ability of the phoenix's rebirth, allowing it to repair the injuries of the cloth itself. It could be considered the top armor among armors. Although it couldn't compare to the golden cloth, it was more than enough for me right now. Enough for me to go wild. Qinshi put the cloth back in his system backpack and continued to hone his Conqueror's Haki on the principal rock. With the life-and-death experience of battling in the Forest Secret Realm and against Chi Quan, Qinshi's Conqueror's Haki broke through again, reaching a level of free control. Soon, Qinshi completed the training task given by the system. Ding, you have successfully released Conqueror's Haki 10 times. Task complete. Your Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded to LV2, and the inheritance value of 1,000 has been awarded. With LV2 Conqueror's Haki, he could accurately release it against enemies around him, intimidating them. Just like how the principal and Chi Quan released Conqueror's Haki towards him. If it were ordinary minions, a single release of Conqueror's Haki could knock them out. What a powerful group harvesting skill. Qinshi felt the Haki in his body. In the One Piece anime, Luffy once instantly defeated thousands of Horty Jones's minions with Conqueror's Haki. It could be said that in front of a master who mastered LV2 Conqueror's Haki, The number of opponents became insignificant. What a fulfilling night. Looking at the time, it was almost lights out in the dormitory. Qinshi immediately left the principal rock and went to play cards with his friends late into the night. 5 days of classes, fulfilling and compact. But as the courses continued, Qinshi also understood. The Demon Hunter Academy was different from the university he attended before his transmigration. Strictly speaking, the Demon Hunter Academy was more like a military academy that trained special soldiers on Earth. Today, they would begin a special test to determine the upcoming practical task course. In the training room, a group of students in red uniforms stood in a circle around a pillar in the center. Yawning, a young man wearing Taoist robes with his hair styled like a Taoist lazily leaned against the wooden stake in the center of the training room. Hello, everyone. I am your testing teacher, Wang Mingye. Today, you will form groups of 3 according to your dormitory situation. Each group will challenge me, and based on my final score, it will determine which task you will undertake in the practical task course. The rules are very simple. He took out a bell. Oh, I know this. A student in the group said. He had explosive black hair, a red inverted triangle mark on his face, and most notably, a small white dog by his side. As a classmate, Qinshi knew the student who spoke was named Kwanya, inheritor of one of the 12 ninja warriors, Inuzuka Kiba, from the Naruto world. I saw it in the inheritance book of the Naruto chapter. This is grab the bell. The explosive-haired young man confidently said. The teacher held the bell, and the students were to snatch it. This was a test of teamwork skills. Wang, inheritor of the Wang lineage, yawned and glanced at the student, Kwanya. You think too highly of yourselves, my students. With your level, how could you snatch the bell from me? That's too much to ask. Saying this, he slowly hung the bell on the wooden stake beside him. Each group has 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, if anyone in your group can touch the bell on the stake, you win. The winning group will be able to choose the task they want from the task list. The group that cannot touch the bell will have their tasks assigned by me, and you will have to accept them. Originally uninterested, PathsObito immediately perked up upon hearing this. He pointed to the novice group task board on the wall of the training room. So, if we can touch the bell, we can choose the task on that. Yellow task, Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang. The 4 levels of tasks classified on the novice group task board, with difficulty decreasing in order. Of course, there was no content for the Heaven level task, as it was too difficult for these new students. It was generally only open to new students in the Supernova class. The Earth and Xian tasks had the most, filling up with hundreds of types. Meanwhile, there was only one task marked with yellow, and it had the lowest reward, but the task description seemed the easiest. As long as you can touch the bell, the yellow task is yours to take home. However, Teacher Wang smiled and twisted his wrist. You think you can slack off after coming to the Demon Hunter Academy? Forget it in your next life. He pointed at PathsObito, who had just mentioned wanting to choose the yellow task. You guys are up first. The other students wait outside the training room. After 10 minutes, the next group will randomly come in. The other students rushed out. Some are willing to take the lead. As is well known, in any competition, the first contestant on stage often performs poorly. The reason is that the teacher's attention has just been raised, and they are not yet fatigued. Therefore, they often particularly favor the first group of contestants on stage. PathsObito shrank his neck and walked out with his 2 roommates to close the door. Teacher Wang shouted, My task is just to test your freshman level. There's no need for other students to observe. Everyone starts at the same point. That's fair. After Qinshi closed the door, he walked over. 10 minutes. Teacher Wang lowered his head and fiddled with the children's electronic watch in his hand. Okay, setup complete. The reminder bell will ring in 10 minutes. Saying this, he looked up at the 3 standing in front of him. Qinshi, Lishan and PathsObito. What are you looking at me for? Do you have a lot of time? Hurry up. Chapter 133. PathsObito's strength teacher Wang took a horse stance, clenched his left fist, and extended his right arm. Assuming a starting position. Use all your strength. I'm in a hurry to get off work. Qinshi, Lishan and PathsObito looked at each other. Shall we go? The 3 did not immediately make a move, instead forming a circle. The bell was hanging on the wooden post. They just needed to touch it. How hard could that be? It's not like it's hanging on that Taoist. Let us follow the strategy we discussed last night while playing cards. Old Qin, you attack. Huang Mao, look for opportunities to sneak attack, and I'll support you from behind. The 3 huddled together and whispered, Hey, if you're going to discuss, keep your voices down. I can hear everything. Teacher Wang looked at the 3 students in front of him with a speechless expression. Before coming, he had already familiarized himself with all the students' appearances and names and had a rough understanding of each person's inheritance. The one called Qinshi was the main attacker. So he just needed to pay a little attention. What a poor strategy. Teacher Wang shook his head. The ideal strategy for freshmen is for all three to go together and take advantage of the chaos to sneakily touch the bell. But even that you can't do. Teacher Wong smiled smugly. As a novice task testing teacher, he had seen countless self-important students. Teaching these students a lesson to let them understand that there's always someone better is one of his responsibilities as a teacher. He was absolutely confident in his strength. Even if it was 1 against 3, even if the test required just touching the bell on the fixed wooden post, no student had truly succeeded yet. The so-called touching the bell to choose a task was just a formality. This test was to let me see your strength and then assign you a task that suits you. Do you really think you can take advantage of the top demon hunters? These students are still too young. Teacher Wong chuckled dismissively, perhaps hearing Teacher Wong's suggestion. Qin stepped forward and casually threw a smoke bomb. The thick smoke obscured the three's figures, making it hard for Teacher Wong to see their movements. But the discussion was still clear. These students. Teacher Wong shook his head in disbelief. At least use a soundproof bomb. What else with the smoke bomb? He stood in front of the wooden post, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. After a full 2 minutes, the three finally finished their discussion. Qin was the first to come over, holding a shuriken, and quickly ran towards Teacher Wong. He approached Teacher Wong and launched a direct stab. The speed was too slow, his steps unsteady, the force of the shuriken too weak, and he exposed such a large gap. Teacher Wong tilted his head and dodged the direct stab. Want to go one-on-one with the teacher? Sorry, you're not qualified yet. Tai Chi burst. Teacher Wong grunted, his right fist swinging out fiercely. The fist wind howled, and with a loud bang, it struck Qin's chest. The hit landed, but Teacher Wong frowned. This sensation. Something's off. The Qin in front of him suddenly transformed into smoke and disappeared. A clone? Teacher Wong immediately realized the problem. Is it set up when using the smoke bomb? Before he could think further, Teacher Wong caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A fluffy gray, short-limbed little monster was already floating above the wooden post. Now's the time. Kuribo, chestnut ball. Pi Bulian shouted. This chestnut ball was a card monster he summoned. As a successor of Wu-Tang games, he could use cards called dual monsters to summon the monsters on them using spiritual power. The one that had secretly floated above the wooden post was one of his monster cards, Chestnut Ball. This was a type of monster that could float but was weak in strength. After all this, it's just this? Teacher Wong turned around upon noticing something unusual. Wudong Tai Chi back to look at the moon. Just as the chestnut ball was about to be hit by Teacher Wong's fist, Peibu Liao, who was not far away, suddenly had a flash of light in his hand. This was a green card, a magic card in the Wu-Tang Games inheritance that could unleash special magic. He activated the quick attack magic card, Multiplication. The multiplication magic could copy the chestnut ball based on the amount of spiritual power injected. In an instant, the plush, toy-sized chestnut ball transformed into 4, all flying towards a bell on the wooden post. I didn't expect it to be you, little fatty, taking the lead. Teacher Wong praised. But even so, it's still far from enough. To show respect, I'll also use my true strength. He smiled slightly, and his entire demeanor changed drastically. Li Zi, firefly flowing light. Teacher Wong waved his fingers, and sparks shot out from his fingertips. The sparks flew towards the 4 floating chestnut balls as if they had a mind of their own. Boom! The sparks hit the chestnut balls, instantly killing the 4 little monsters. Huh, that's it. Peibu Liao sighed. Huang Mao, go for it. I'll support you from behind. He pulled out another green card. Magic card, light sealing sword. 3 sword-shaped beams of light fell from the sky, landing in front of and behind Teacher Wong. A binding sensation made it almost impossible for Teacher Wong to move. Oh, it's a binding skill, or is it time-limited? He had long heard that successors in the Yu-Gi-Oh world could use various cards to summon, attack, defend, and bind, almost omnipotent. It was known as a jack-of-all-trades inheritance. But that was also the problem. Teacher Wong's body suddenly shook. That meant every single move was not powerful enough. Dai Ji Bun Bai. A large amount of spiritual power burst forth from his body, swirling in the air, wrapping around all 3 light swords. Tai Chi punch, pull. Under the influence of the punch's force, the 3 light swords detached from their previous positions and were forcibly bound together by the spiritual energy. As the light swords disappeared, the binding magic on Teacher Wong was immediately go. Teacher Wong waved his hand, and the Tai Chi punch, wrapped around the 3 light swords, accurately struck Peibu Liao, who couldn't escape in time. The light sealing sword fell in front of and behind Peibu Liao, instantly binding him. Are you kidding me? Who can use Tai Chi punch without even moving their hands? Aren't you a martial arts expert? Peibu Liao cried out in despair. This is going to be a hard clash. Huang Mao, I can't help you anymore. Unleash everything. Just go for it. Li Shan, attacking from another direction, smiled wryly. Old Pei, where's the promised assist? Chapter 134. You're so strong, I'll flip my face-down cards. Go ahead without worry. I have plenty of assists. Pei Buyong wanted to pat his chest, but found himself unable to move due to the rebound effect of the light sealing sword. Although his body was immobile, he could still speak. 5 beams of light appeared around him, and he could vaguely see that within the light were several cards. However, he could only see the backs of the cards, unable to discern their designs. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is called a face-down card. I set 5 trap cards face down at the start. Even if I can't move, as long as certain conditions are met, these cards will activate on their own. Pei Buyong's body was stiff, but his domineering aura remained unshaken. My inheritance is Yugi Muto, the man known as the King of Heavy Pit. Huang Mao, go ahead. Leave the rest to me, Pei Buyong said confidently. Oh, still holding back? Teacher Wang became interested. He leaned against a pillar and clapped his hands. From the start until now, including the 5 cards you haven't used, that makes a total of 8 cards, and there are combo techniques in there. Kid, you're quite wealthy. Teacher Wang had his reasons for saying this. Many people find the Yu-Gi-Oh! Inheritance to be lackluster because relying solely on their inheritance doesn't awaken many cards. Just like the Yu-Gi-Oh!-like games that were popular before the Qin dynasty. The starting card decks that came with the game characters and the cards gifted upon leveling up had very few usable cards. Want powerful cards? Sure, you can buy them. And in this world where inheritors are everywhere, it's the same. If you want cards from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, you can kill monsters from that world in the Demon Realm for a chance to drop them. For newcomers who don't yet have the ability to venture into the Demon Realm, the only way is to buy from the inheritor trading market. To form a basic combat power, it would cost at least 1 million Kyushu coins, and for more, several hundred million. Therefore, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Inheritance doesn't have a high evaluation within the inheritor community, because this is a tangible pay-to-win inheritance. As we all know, pay-to-win has no end. Oh right, I forgot you're from the richest family in Kyushu, the Pei family. This pay-to-win inheritance suits you well, as long as you have enough money. A B-rank inheritance can take down an S-rank inheritance. Moreover, you're not simple. Huh? You've only just awakened your inheritance, and you can already set 5 face-down cards at once. Generally, Yu-Gi-Oh! Inheritors would struggle to use even 1 card at this stage. If your strength is really B-rank, then B-rank must all be geniuses. What is up with this inheritance book? With your performance? Saying it's S-rank wouldn't be an exaggeration. Teacher Wang stretched. But this is just getting interesting. Let's see how far you can go. His expression gradually became serious as he assumed the starting posture of Tai Chi. A powerful energy field formed around Teacher Wang, subtly revealing a peculiar array inscribed with Chinese characters. This was another unique skill of his inheritance, the wind after Qi Men. Teacher Wang's inheritance is A rank, from the popular character Wang Yi in the anime Xia. His signature moves mainly consist of 2 types. One is Tai Chi. The Tai Chi from Xia is not the same as the Tai Chi from the real world before the Qin dynasty. It is a martial art that manipulates energy, with one hand being yin and the other yang, capable of manifesting many different forms of energy with remarkable effects. Just now, Teacher Wang successfully rebounded Pei Buyong's light sealing sword using several forms of Tai Chi energy, making a decisive move. The second signature ability of Teacher Wang's inheritance is called Wind after Qi Men. This is one of the top-tier techniques in Xia. The user can set a central point and lay down a Qi Men array around themselves, casting corresponding spells based on the enemy's position within the array. The most outrageous aspect of Wind after Qi Men is that the user can freely rotate the direction of the array, allowing them to use whatever spell they desire. One hand for high-end physical techniques, one hand for high-end spells. Teacher Wang is a typical dual talent, which is why he defeated many S-rank inheritors in the instructor selection at the Monster Hunting Academy, earning his position as an instructor. In the training room, upon witnessing Pei Buyong's powerful pay-to-win capabilities, Teacher Wang couldn't help but take it seriously. Although he was speaking to Pei Buyong when he made his move, his target was actually the approaching Li Shani, who was ready to charge with a knife. After all, the chubby Pei Buyong was being restrained by his own magic, and the yellow-haired kid in front of him posed the immediate threat. Kuan character, Earth River Car. Teacher Wang made a gesture to cast a spell, and the Qi Men array beneath his feet immediately rotated its position. Li Shani, who was originally standing at the Gen position, suddenly found himself at the Kuan position. With a light shout from Teacher Wang, the ground below churned, and suddenly, the soil surged like a torrent towards Li Shani. Seeing the mud and stones rushing towards him, Li Shani was so scared that he squatted down, covering his head with his hands. Yellow hair, get out of the way. What the heck? Why are you squatting down? Pei Buyong shouted in frustration. One of his face-down cards flipped over, revealing a card depicting two identical red cylinders with arrows of light pointing in different directions. This was the trap card, Magic Cylinder, capable of reflecting the opponent's attack back at them. The card emitted a red glow, and the mudslide that had been rushing towards Li Shani suddenly changed direction and surged towards Teacher Wong. But after all, Teacher Wong was the spellcaster. When he withdrew his spiritual energy, the roaring mudslide immediately calmed down like a receding tide, returning to the ground. First card. Teacher Wong showed no surprise and immediately launched a new attack. He gave no opportunity for his opponent to catch their breath. Li character, Red Snake. A flame shot from his hand, transforming into a high-temperature fire snake that flew towards Li Shani. So hot, so hot. Li Shani uriadli duja. But the fire snake seemed to have a mind of its own, changing direction in mid-air and flying back towards him. Why does this fire snake have precise guidance? Seeing his roommate unable to shake off the fire snake, Pei Buyong unhesitatingly activated his second face-down card. The card flipped over, depicting a female spirit holding a shining mirror. This was the trap card, Spirit's Mirror, which could forcibly change the target of the opponent's skill. The card emitted red light, and Teacher Wong suddenly found that the fire snake in his hand was no longer under his control. The fire snake shot straight towards the wall of the training room, crashing against it with a loud bang and creating a large hole. Fortunately, the training room was reinforced with an array, so no matter how much damage it took, it would immediately recover. In the blink of an eye, the wall returned to its original state. Teacher Wong flexed his arms. Young master of the Pei family. That's the second card. If your good buddy doesn't do something soon, there won't be another chance. Chapter 135, Thunder Breathing, First Form. With a flash of lightning, Pei Buyong started to get nervous. Huang Mao, hurry, hit yourself on the head with the knife handle to knock yourself out. Every night in their shared dorm, the three had exchanged information about their inheritances. Naturally, Pei Buyong knew about Li Shani's inheritance. Li Shani's inheritance is from the anime Demon Slayer, featuring Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu Agatsuma is one of the main characters in Demon Slayer, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who is contemporaneous with the protagonist Tanjiro Kamado. Zenitsu is timid and negative, often crying, but when he reaches his limit, he faints and enters a semi-awakened state, unleashing hidden super strength. In simple terms, he usually underperforms, but once he enters the semi-awakened state, it's like a Scion transformation, greatly increasing his power. Pei Buyong seriously doubted whether this inheritance was from a split personality when he first heard about it. Meanwhile, Li Shani, who received the inheritance, needed to enter a dizzy state to unleash his power. His method for inducing dizziness was to hit himself. Gritting his teeth, Li Shani picked up the hilt of a knife and slammed it onto his head, causing him to see stars. However, he still didn't faint. Huang Mao, let me give you a hand. Pei Buyong glanced at a card on the left side. The card flipped open, revealing a group of people floating weightlessly in space. This was a trap card, Gravity Release, capable of greatly reducing the gravity of enemies within a certain range, causing their bodies to become unbalanced. There really are various methods. The effect of Gravity Release made Teacher Wong suddenly feel lighter, and he unconsciously began to float into the air. But it won't work on me. Jinsi Kunlun. Teacher Wong's floating body suddenly sank heavily, stabilizing on the ground like a mountain. Jinsi Kunlun is a technique that hardens the user's entire body, making them as heavy as a mountain and difficult to shake. Originally used as a defensive move, but under Pei Buyong's Gravity Release, it could also serve as a means to increase weight. Teacher Wong stood in place, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. What other moves do you have? Feel free to use them all. He looked at Pei Buyong, his eyes softening a bit. Both of them were versatile types, serving as all-rounders in the team. Therefore, even though Pei Buyong's cards were varied, he could always find a suitable technique to counter. However, while he could increase his own weight, Li Shani had no similar moves. In a state of weightlessness, Li Shani floated aimlessly into the air, hitting his head hard against the ceiling. After the collision, Li Shani rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. Looks like your partner has also lost combat capability. Teacher Wong looked at the comically positioned Li Shani in the air, his tone somewhat regretful. Little fatty, your strength is pretty good. To be honest, I quite admire you. But to survive among demon beasts, besides relying on yourself, your teammates also need to be strong. Your teammate is unreliable. He looked at Pei Buyong and expressed his opinion. Teacher, what are you talking about? Pei Buyong was unconcerned. You might not know, but Huang Mao's strength is actually above mine. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted in the air. Teacher Wong quickly turned his head to look. He saw Li Shani, who had just been dizzy and about to fall from the ceiling, now with his eyes tightly closed, standing on the ceiling with his feet in a peculiar posture. His head was bowed, hands resting on the hilt of his long knife, and electric sparks flickered around him. The change in aura was so significant that it felt like a different person. Teacher Wong examined the scene before him, a smile appearing on his face. Your team really hides dragons and crouching tigers. Clearly a B rank, yet performing better than an S rank. However, to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Jinsi, Tuache. Soil erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire training post, including the bell. Now, the difficulty has increased. After a seemingly cheating defensive move, Teacher Wong twisted his neck. Let me see how much your strength can increase after awakening. He extended his hands. Kanzi water bullet. The moisture in the air suddenly gathered, forming droplets that shot toward Li Shani on the ceiling. However, Li Shani maintained his eyes closed but skillfully dodged all the water bullets with slight movements of his body. Thunder breathing, first form. Despite being upside down on the ceiling, Li Shani still managed to move 1 foot behind him, his body low, as if gathering power. The electric sparks flickered more intensely. This momentum was so powerful. Even Teacher Wong was shaken by the aura radiating from Li Shani at this moment. How could this be the strength of a newcomer? This momentum might even rival a 1-star demon hunter. A genius, absolutely a genius. Light danced in his eyes. Xuanzi wind rope. The airflow became turbulent, transforming into strands of wind ropes that howled towards Li Shani. Li Shani placed his hand on the hilt, leaping around the room, constantly dodging the wind ropes. But the wind ropes also turned sharply in the air, like the fire snake formed by Li Zichulian. Teacher Wong could control the direction of the wind ropes. However, unlike the fire snake which focused on attack and could explode on sight, the wind ropes emphasized restraint. Once caught, the target would be immediately bound and unable to move. Even while moving at high speed, Li Shani still didn't open his eyes but took a deep breath. Thunder breathing, first form. A flash of lightning. The thunder erupted, tearing through the air. Li Shani's form transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, slashing toward Teacher Wong's standing position at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The high-speed wind ropes appeared dull under the extreme lightning, completely unable to keep up with the target, left behind by Li Shani. So fast. Teacher Wong could only exclaim in amazement as the dazzling lightning was already before him. The Daywheel knife, enveloped in lightning, struck down at high speed. Boom! The solid ground was struck by the powerful lightning knife, sending dust flying. As the dust settled, Li Shani had already exited his semi-awakened state, panting as he looked at his knife. Nothing was beneath the blade. That was close, that was close. Teacher Wong made a gesture for casting spells, half squatting against the wall of the training room. Fortunately, I used Chaos Gold Strike, or I would have barely dodged or slash. Chaos Gold Strike, a technique from Teacher Wong's Feng Ho Chimen spells, capable of manipulating time. It could slow down the flow of time for the target, allowing the caster to fight quickly or escape the battlefield. Haha, not bad, not bad. Teacher Wong stood up gracefully, applauding while laughing. What a splendid move. Chapter 136. The strategy of stealing the bell, the power and speed of this move are excellent, surpassing the standard of a 1-star demon hunter. During the battle, Teacher Wong didn't forget to comment. In this battle, 2 geniuses. This year's Osiris Red class truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. He smiled happily. The academy has talents, and every instructor is genuinely pleased. However, it's a pity that you're going to lose. He looked down at his wrist. If you don't have any other trump cards, then the outcome is already decided. The bell is still on the training post, and there are 3 seconds left. 3, 2. However, he hadn't finished speaking. The ground where the training post was located suddenly exploded. A figure emerged from beneath the training post. After Teacher Wong's Kunsi Tuha Che spell, the entire training post was wrapped in hard soil and stone. But the person leaping up from underground seemed indifferent to the soil and stone. His right hand was palm-shaped, crackling with electricity like 1,000 birds singing. The person emerging from the ground was Qin Shi, and the electric light in his hand was the A-rank ninja, technique 1,000 birds. Under the thrust of 1,000 birds, the soil and stone were easily sliced apart, like soft tofu. Qin Shi leaped up and landed back on the ground. In his hand, he held the bell used for the assessment. Old Pei, mission accomplished. Qin Shi conveyed a knowing smile to the other party, then ran over to help the exhausted Li Shani to Pei Bujian's side. Fortunately, everything is going according to plan. Pei Buyang let out a long sigh. The binding effect of the light sealing sword disappeared after the time limit. He twisted his stiff neck and gave a sign to his two doormates. Unexpectedly, they got their base stolen? Teacher Wong looked puzzled, then frustratedly pounded his hand. He was so busy enjoying the battle that he forgot there was an old six who hadn't shown up. Since the battle began, after he shattered Qin Shi's shadow clone with Tai Chi, he hadn't seen Qin Shi's figure again. Turns out he was hiding underground. "Ha, you guys won, boys." The bell was taken, and Teacher Wong not only didn't feel any displeasure, but instead laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Testing new students every day. Today, he finally encountered some fun. "Come on, tell me, how did you do it?" Teacher Wong sat cross-legged. The three of them looked at each other, and Qin Shi and Li Shani instantly took a step back. "Just you, little fatty. Tell the teacher about your battle plan." Teacher Wong waved his hand. "If you can't explain it well, the door to my training room 1T open for you." Hearing this, Pei Buiyang had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Teacher Wong, let me think about where to start. In the new student test, there is a mission test, which my family steward has told me about. He is also a graduate of our academy, and since you were his junior, he knows a bit about you. So he knew about your inheritance ability from the start." Teacher Wong stroked his beard. Before the troops moved, intelligence was already ahead. It seems that as soon as the battle started, my intelligence was already leaking. "Go on." Pei Buiyang thought for a moment. "There's nothing special, just that I support." Li Shani draws firepower, and finally, Qin Shi goes to seize the bell. Although it was a short sentence, Teacher Wong knew that there was a lot of planning in this scheme. For example, at the beginning, Qin Shi used the Earth Escape, Earth Dragon concealment technique to burrow underground. The reason for waiting until the last moment to act was that Teacher Wong had been standing next to the training post with the bell hanging. His wind rear strange gate was arranged in a peculiar formation centered on him. Even without using any spells, his perception of enemies within the formation would be stronger. So initially, Qin Shi didn't dare to approach the underground of the training post, instead wandering by the corner of the training room. Later, when Li Shani temporarily pushed Teacher Wong back with a thunderbolt flash, Qin Shi found the opportunity to break ground from beneath the training post. "But I only deviated from the training post for a mere 3 seconds. How did Qin Shi manage to move from the corner of the training room to underneath the wooden post in the center? Moreover, Qin Shi had been underground. With a relatively weak perception of the battle above, how could he immediately grasp the timing of my departure?" Throwing out 2 questions in a row, Teacher Wong looked at Pei Buiyang with curiosity. This was the most puzzling part for the three on the opposite side during the entire battle. He had noticed that only 2 of the 3-person team actually appeared on the scene. However, Teacher Wong always believed that as long as he kept the wind rear strange gate activated and tightly guarded the training post, he could respond to any changes with his unchanged strategy. No matter where the 3rd person was, as long as they didn't appear within his formation's perception range, they couldn't approach the wooden post, let alone grab the bell. Even though he was pushed back a few steps by Li Shani's move later, the wind rear strange gate was still active. This Qin Shi appeared underneath the wooden post as if he had teleported, then smoothly took the bell. Because I also had a trap card. Pei Buiyang held up a card. On this card were 2 small monsters, one in front of the other, with 2 curved arrows marked with directions in between. This was a trap card swap. It can switch the positions of 2 people. I see. Teacher Wong suddenly understood. This Qin Shi, at the last moment, switched places with Li Shani, successfully arriving next to the wooden post. He initially thought Li Shani's thunderbolt flash was intended to fight him. He didn't expect that the opponent wasn't planning to battle with him at all. They just wanted to use the big move to push him back. More importantly, it was to reach the position of the wooden post. I had reminded old Qin before the battle that as soon as his position was swapped by the swap card, he should break ground immediately. At this point, Pei Buiyang looked at Teacher Wong with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I didn't expect you, teacher, to actually use Earth River card to wrap the bell inside. Isn't that playing too hard?" Luckily, old Qin had the big move Chidori, which broke through the earth and stone defenses to grab the bell. With the mystery resolved, Teacher Wong reassessed the 3 of them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Not to mention Pei Buiyang and Li Shani, who had been fighting him. Even this Qin Shi, who took the bell in the end, mastered a powerful ninjutsu like Chidori at such a young age, showing great potential for the future. And don't be misled by the little fatty's casual words. Even knowing part of the enemy's information, such a tactic still needs to be devised on the spot. Planning is easy, but execution is very difficult. Yet these 3, within just 10 minutes, not only came up with such a perfect plan, but executed it flawlessly. Besides their excellent strength and outstanding combat thinking, The level of tacit understanding among the three was comparable to a long-standing old team. All of this made Teacher Wong look at them with new eyes. Chapter 137, The T-Task. Seeing Teacher Wong's hopeful gaze, Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with his strength, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Even in a one-on-one with Teacher Wong, he might have a chance to win, let alone that he only needed to seize the bell from the training post. But he didn't do that. Instead, he kept a low profile throughout the battle. One reason was that he wanted to observe the abilities of his two dorm mates. More importantly, he didn't want to expose his identity as the math student, the principal's direct disciple. The revelation of these identities would only bring danger to those around him. This was also why he used Chidori instead of Raikiri during the battle. Chidori was a skill given to him by senior sister Lin Long, so even if he used it, he wouldn't draw suspicion. But Raikiri was already an S-rank skill. Using it recklessly could easily associate him with that mysterious masked student. In retrospect, he hit it quite well. Teacher Wong stood up from the ground and stretched. In my 2 years as a trial teacher, no group of students has ever touched the bell hanging from the training post behind me. Not only your B inheritance class, but even the S-rank inheritors of the supernova class have never achieved this. You have earned the opportunity to choose any task. As Teacher Wong spoke, he walked toward the task board in the training room. Now, tell me, what task do you want to choose? The T-task, Pei Buyong shouted impatiently. Teacher Wong was taken aback. You want to choose the T-task? Yes. Pei Buyong nodded his head like a rattle drum. Besides that one T-task, we don't want any other tasks. Teacher Wong's expression was strange as he asked again. I'll ask you one last time. Are you three sure you want to take the T-task? Think carefully and answer me. Hearing Teacher Wong's peculiar tone, Qin felt a hint of doubt. However, he didn't speak up. Instead, Pei Buyong looked impatient. We already discussed this when our dorm lights were out last night. Today, we came specifically for the T-task. What's wrong? Teacher Wong, can't you handle losing? After a long while, Teacher Wong gently sighed. Since that's the case, you wait here. Teacher Wong walked alone to the corner of the training room and took out a telephone snail. Hello. Principal, yes, it's me, Xiao Wong. I have a situation to report to you. Yes, young people need to be trained, but... Okay. I understand. I will definitely arrange this task according to your wishes. After hanging up the phone, Teacher Wong walked back to the three people. He coughed twice. The principal said he agrees for you to undertake the T-shaped task. However, I kindly remind you that once you accept the task, you must complete it. Otherwise, you will fail this task course directly. While speaking, he pulled out a scroll from the bookshelf next to the task board. This has some information about the T-shaped task. You should take a good look at it. Now you can set off. Remember to call the next group in when you leave. Teacher Wong waved his hand, signaling the three to leave. Once Qin and the others left the training room, Teacher Wong suddenly grabbed his hair, looking distressed. Is the old principal getting confused? Can newcomers even handle the T-shaped task? He says he wants to train newcomers. But with the task's extremely high difficulty, what's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? He also told me not to worry. I finally found 3 geniuses, and I can't let them go to their deaths, right? Even if the principal said he has arranged for newly recruited disciples to protect them, which are the Academy's direct disciples, I am still very worried. Teacher Wong raised his hands to the sky in frustration. Me too. How did I let those little brats steal the bell? I've never lost this person since I started working here. Little brats, you must come back safely. Otherwise, I will definitely go flip that old principal's desk. Qin and the others walked out of the academy, discussing the task as they walked. The content of the T-shaped task was clearly written on the task board. Participate in the sword casting manor's sword unveiling ceremony. Simple and concise. I am still quick-witted. Pei Bu Liao proudly shook the task scroll in his hand. Participating in the ceremony. Just thinking about it is a great deal. Good food, good drinks, and a trip. He opened the task scroll and read it carefully. The sword casting manor ceremony will be held in 3 days, inviting outstanding teachers and students from the Demon Hunting Academy to participate in the celebration. The location of the sword casting manor. Got it, in Longquan Town, Changzhou. Changzhou. Pei Bu Liao was taken aback. What's wrong with Changzhou? Seeing Pei Bu Liao's strange expression, Qin asked curiously. Our country, Jiuzhou, is called Jiuzhou, but objectively, there are actually only 8.5 states. Changzhou is that half state, as it has been most severely eroded by the gray mist. Many territories in Changzhou are shrouded in gray mist. Other places also have varying degrees of gray mist, but the concentration is lower. However, small demon beasts occasionally emerge from the gray mist. Therefore, most of the common folk in Changzhou have already moved away, leaving only a few residents with deep local ties. Unexpectedly, the location of this task is Changzhou, which is still a bit risky. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought it would be a pleasant vacation trip. Who knew that the vacation spot was deep in the mountains and forests? Even if they went in, there would still be some risks. Oh, old Pei. We can't go on a task without taking some risks. My grandfather has also been to Changzhou. Although there aren't many people in all of Changzhou, the capital city, Yichang still has a population of 1 million and is quite prosperous, so there's no need to worry too much. But there's a problem at hand. How do we get to Changzhou? Li Shani showed a troubled expression. This, a small matter. Pei Bu Liao revealed a mysterious smile and suddenly clapped his hands. An old butler dressed in a black suit and white tie appeared out of nowhere. Young master, everything is ready. Then call him over. Pei Bu Liao raised the corners of his mouth and snapped his fingers. Not long after, a whistling sound echoed above the three. Wow, what do I see? Qin Shi looked up in surprise. A massive flying machine appeared above them. Its head resembled that of a bird with a whale-like copper-colored body, and 6 propellers whirred loudly all over. At the tail of the flying machine, there was a pirate skull pattern. This was the pirate airship that appeared in Castle in the Sky, which the protagonist Patsu and the girl Shida once rode. The flying battleship, the Tiger Moth. Chapter 138. You say this is the most difficult task? The whistling grew louder as the flying battleship landed steadily in front of them. A dozen guards dressed in pink pants, brown tops, and hoods stepped out. We welcome the young master aboard. Qin Shi looked at the guard's attire, which was exactly like the pirates in Castle in the Sky. Wow, they're cosplaying too? They're really going all out. Just as he was marveling, Pei Bu Liao handed him a pair of goggles. Let us go, brothers. The wind is strong when the flying battleship takes off. We need some protection. Qin Shi took the goggles, and just as he put them on, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ear. The host successfully mimicked the inheritor Obito. The role-playing trigger activated. Inheritance value 500. Qin Shi was taken aback. This can trigger role-playing? He thought for a moment. Indeed, Obito liked to wear a pair of goggles when he was a teenager. It seems that next time he should go to the costume shop and buy a cloud robe worn by the Akatsuki organization. He might be able to rake in some inheritance value. Qin Shi smiled. 500 inheritance values received. Although it's little, mosquito meat is still meat. After all, it's good. The three boarded the flying battleship together. The propellers spun rapidly, and the battleship began to ascend. What was the first thing to do after leaving the school gate? Pei Bu Liao rubbed his hands together, excitedly leading his 2 roommates to the dining hall. Of course, we should have a good meal to reward our poor stomachs. Meanwhile, the butler pulled out a silver bell from somewhere and gently shook it. Soon after, servants dressed as pirates brought all kinds of delicacies. Although food and clothing were not a worry in the academy, eating well still required spending money. Qin Shi and Li Shani came from relatively poor backgrounds and were frugal, reluctant to spend too much on expensive dishes. Although Qin Shi extorted a bit from Pei Bu Liao's ex-fiancée, E in the forest, all the money was sent back to the orphanage, leaving him with very little. Watching his 2 roommates eat so simply, Pei Bu Liao, though wealthy, was willing to eat the same food as his friends. It was just that the portions were much larger than those of the other 2. After a week of simple meals, seeing the various delicacies in front of them made all 3 of their appetites surge. They exchanged glances, and the battle to devour the food immediately began. Li Shani munched on a chicken leg while gulping down 2 cups of red tea, then mumbled, sitting in the airship and having more than a dozen servants to serve us. We can eat so many delicious foods every day. Is this what it feels like to be rich? I love it. Sigh. Being rich comes with many worries too. For example, I often get lost in my own house and can't find my way back when it's time to eat. It's better to be an ordinary person. It's such a small place, you'll never get lost. Hearing this, Qin Shi and Li Shani simultaneously shot each other a disdainful look. As the meal came to an end, the butler suddenly walked over to Pei Bu Liao's side, holding a folder in his hand. Young master, the information you asked me to check has been gathered. Pei Bu Liao nodded, took the folder, and then leaned over to open it near Qin Shi and Li Shani. It contained information related to their current mission. Young master, the place you are going to is a bit special. After weighing his words, the butler explained to the 3. According to the scroll, the mission location is not far from Yichang City, in a place called Longquan Town. The celebration address written on the scroll, Sanja Mountain Villa, is located in Longquan Town. However, the butler took out a map and spread it on the dining table. It was a map of Changzhou with several areas depicted in a hazy manner. These hazy areas are shrouded in gray mist. The destination of young master, Longquan Town, is one of these misty places. Furthermore, According to the information from our industry leader in Ichang City, Longquan Town is not only covered by gray mist, but has also become a secret realm. In this secret realm, broken swords are scattered everywhere. The mist is dense, and many sword-related monsters roam. There are even legends that a peerless divine sword is hidden in this secret realm, and if one defeats the sword's guardian, they can become its master. Listening to the butler's description, Peibu Liao suddenly showed a bitter expression. So troublesome, and the location is in a secret realm? What exactly is this Sangjin Mountain Villa? The butler shook his head. The secret realm, formed by the gray mist, is considered another world. Although Longquan Town is not large, it has expanded significantly after becoming a secret realm. Strangely, no matter how many people enter, they will lose their way due to some interference and scatter apart. Some small thugs had accidentally entered the secret realm before, and all ended up tragically killed by the monsters. This secret realm in Longquan Town has not formed for long. Ichang City also sent demon hunters to investigate, but they gained nothing, let alone discovering the villa. The more Peibu Liao listened, the more dejected he became. Is there a mistake? I thought we were just going to attend a banquet, but it turned out to be so complicated. Now, we might not even find the entrance to the banquet venue. Sigh. The butler hesitated for a moment. Young master, there is something else I don't know if I should mention. Peibu Liao waved his hand. Go ahead. The butler sighed and pointed at the task scroll on the table. There was a large D on the surface of the scroll. Young master, why were you assigned a D-level task? According to the convention, when I was still at the academy, students are assigned tasks of B or C levels, right? The butler's voice was full of confusion. Peibu Liao proudly replied, haha, old butler. The three of us roommates successfully passed the task trial and snatched the bell from the teacher in charge of assigning tasks. We gained the right to choose any task we wanted. A, B, C, D, U, C, D is at the end, right? So we chose this weakest task. Qin Shi and Li Shan, he also nodded. The night before the task trial, they heard Peibu Liao talking about the 4 difficulty levels of tasks. It was precisely because of Peibu Liao's information advantage that they unanimously decided to let him decide the final task. I see, indeed. The butler sighed, looking at Peibu Liao with a hint of admiration. Young master, may I speak frankly? You made a mistake. The D-level task is not the easiest. It's the hardest one. Wah, what? Peibu Liao was taken aback and slammed the table. You mean I chose the hardest task? The butler nodded. A, B, C, D. A-level tasks are the easiest, and D-level tasks are the hardest. Young master, you got it wrong. Chapter 139. The 9 provinces under the sky and unspoken silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Peibu Liao covered his face with both hands and rubbed it vigorously. No wonder teacher Wang looked at me like I was a sucker. It turns out the pit was dug right here. And I jumped involuntarily, damn it. He looked at his 2 roommates with a guilty expression. Old Qin, old Li, I've embarrassed our room 304. Why don't we just give up? The hardest task, and the only one of its kind. Who knows what might happen? Before Qin Shi and Li Shan could speak, the butler waved his hands urgently. Young master, you can't do that. The academy has a rule that if any task is not completed even once, the task practice course will be considered failed. Peibu Liao shook his head nonchalantly. Failed? No big deal. Nowadays, if you haven't failed a course, you can't even say you've been to college. Young master, please let me finish. The old butler sighed. There is another rule in the academy. If any course is deemed absent or fails in the first class, the student will be expelled immediately. If you fail, it can't be this first task. Moreover, the master has already stated that if you are expelled from the Demon Hunter Academy, you will lose your ancestral home. You absolutely must not give up on this task. What? Peibu Liao was shocked. Is this what a father would say? If I just drop out, he won't want me as his son anymore? The flying battleship roared, and the cold wind blew into the room through the window. The heated thoughts were cooled by the wind, and Peibu Liao calmed down. Looking at the old butler's serious expression, he realized that his father was indeed serious this time. Old Pei, why are you so insecure? Qin Shi smiled. Our academy rewards every task, and the higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. No matter how hard the D-level task is, it's still a task for freshmen. The 3 of us working together can defeat even teacher Wang. How can we not complete a small freshman task? Li Shan was drinking yogurt and eating pudding at the same time. Exactly, just do it well, and we might get a lot of money as a reward. After all, it's just a freshman task. What is there to be afraid of? Peibu Liao's face lit up with excitement. My good brothers, all right, let us work together to complete this freshman task. Demon Hunter Academy, Principal's office. Principal Bai was sitting at his visitor's tea table. One hand was holding a large wine jug, and the other was holding a roast pig half his height. Principal, The invitation for the grand ceremony at Songjin Mountain Villa has mysteriously appeared in Ichang City, and there are traces of the 100 Ghost group behind it. The intelligence for this task is still very lacking. Such a high-level exploratory task should be on the Demon Hunter list, requiring at least a 2-star Demon Hunter to undertake. And it must be a mature team with a track record. How? How could it end up in the freshman task section? On the other end of the table, Qing Ji was also eating, but he was distracted, having hurried over after hearing that his student had taken on the task at Songjin Mountain Villa. Principal Bai shot him a glance and took a swig of wine. Of course, I accidentally put it up there after getting drunk. Who would have thought a student would be foolish enough to take the hardest D-level task? However, Teacher Qing Ji was getting anxious. For freshmen, such tasks are too dangerous and far exceed their capabilities. We should recall them urgently. Principal Bai thought for a moment and slowly put down the wine jug. I originally planned to withdraw from the task, but the ones taking this task are those 3 lively guys from your class, the ones from dormitory 304. Their potential far exceeds your imagination. Although I do not agree with Chi Quan's method of raising them, like raising poisonous insects, I do acknowledge his philosophy. An excellent sailor must grow amidst the storms of the sea. They need greater dangers to stimulate their growth. Qing Ji, you have also seen glimpses of the future. You know, our time is running out. Sigh, hearing the principal's faint sigh, Qing Ji hesitated to speak and ultimately said nothing. On the Tiger Moth flying battleship, Qingshi walked through the external passage and climbed up to the top of the battleship via the stairs. There was a lookout tower here, used for observing enemy conditions. A thick steel cable was tied to the base of the lookout tower, and as the guards on the ship moved, it lifted the lookout tower into the air like flying a kite. Oh wow, refreshing. The wind howled, and the cold wind stung his cheeks painfully. But Qingshi didn't mind at all. He opened his arms and fully experienced the feeling of flying like a bird. When he first watched Castle in the Sky, he was deeply attracted by this kite-like lookout tower. In the animation, on the way to the Sky City in a pirate spaceship, the female protagonist Shida disregarded the strong wind and went to the lookout tower to accompany the male protagonist Patsu on his night shift. The two embraced in the wind, overlooking the world. The only flaw was that there wasn't a beautiful girl by his side. If Senior Lin Long were here, it would feel even more authentic. Qingshi glanced at his equally excited chubby friend, Pei Buliao, beside him. He was also excitedly slapping the railing of the lookout tower like a free, fat bird. Li Shan, he had eaten too much and was currently in the restroom. Regrettably, he didn't come to enjoy the beautiful view from up high. Qingshi looked down. This was his first time surveying the world he had lived in for 9 years from such a height. Unlike Earth, the buildings in the Jojo Kingdom were relatively low, and high-rise buildings were almost non-existent. There was a certain distance between each city, often separated by wasteland or forest, with very few cities adjacent to one another. There were sporadic train tracks laid between the cities, with old-fashioned trains puffing black smoke as they rumbled by. And at the end of his vision, beyond a fiery red curtain, was endless gray. That was the mist-covered area where countless demon beasts were born, known as the Demon Domain. Even though there was a demon suppression pass at the border to fend off demon hunts, and the first-generation principal set up the 9 Red Sun formation to prevent the gray mist from invading. A small amount of gray mist still seeped into the cities, giving birth to demon beasts that harmed the common people. Pei Buliao saw Qingshi's confusion and rested his hands behind his head to explain. The reason the houses are low and people live sparsely is precisely due to the fear of demon beasts appearing, resulting in heavy casualties. The gaps between the cities, those wasteland and forests, serve as protective belts. If one city falls, another city can still defend itself, relying on these protective belts. For the first time, Qingshi deeply felt the significant difference between this mist-covered Jojo and the world he had crossed into. Here, peace is not something that is inherently possessed. It must be exchanged with the blood and lives of countless people. Here, survival is the highest priority. Chapter 140, Secret Realm. Sword Tomb, the flying battleship, slowly landed in Ichang City. The local industry head of the Pei family wanted to come to greet them, but was stopped by the old butler, who only allowed them to send an armored vehicle to take Qingshi and the others to Longquan Town. The new student tasks at the Demon Hunting Academy prohibit new students from using family support. Otherwise, they would be declared losers directly. The Pei family providing transportation for Pei Buliao and the others, and even helping them investigate some information, was already the limit. Anything more would be crossing the line. When sending Pei Buliao to the vehicle, the butler informed the 3 of them of all the information he had gathered. Young master, just now, the local industry head sent the company's demon hunters to investigate. They discovered that Longquan Town used to be a town mainly focused on sword forging, and that Sangjin Villa is said to be the sacred place of sword forging in the area. 5 years ago, residents of the nearby village frequently disappeared mysteriously, and eventually, the entire population of Longquan Town vanished. Longquan Town became a secret realm 3 months ago. Those who enter will encounter powerful demon beasts, and if they can defeat them, they will see signs leading to the so-called Sangjin Villa, where it is said high-level sword treasures will be rewarded. However, the strange thing is that those who went to Sangjin Villa have all, without exception, never returned. The invitation for this celebration appeared 3 days ago, and although the local demon hunting information was sealed, many demon hunters still receive invitations, including the Demon Hunting Academy. After conveying all the information he knew, the butler hesitated for a moment and finally patted Pei Bu Liao's shoulder. "Young master, be very careful once you enter the secret realm. At worst, we can give up the task and leave the Demon Hunting Academy. The head of the family would not really disown you over this matter. Remember, life is the most important." Looking at the worried expression of the old butler, Pei Bu Liao smiled. "Old butler, you can rest assured. Even if my level is not enough, my roommate is not someone to be trifled with. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back safe and sound." The armored vehicle drove out of Yichang City, heading north. The number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased, and even when they crossed a high mountain, the three of them saw grayness in the distance through the car window. That was the area shrouded in gray mist. The entire Yichang City could be considered a border area. Even though they hadn't left the border yet, they already felt a faint grayness in the air. Qin Shi surveyed the outside through the window. He even saw a flying bird appearing in a farmland area where the gray mist was slightly denser. It was a Pidgey from the Pokemon world. The demon beast appeared right before his eyes, emerging from the gray mist without any warning. After traveling for about an hour and a half, the armored vehicle finally stopped in front of a sign. The sign read, "Welcome to Longquan Town." The driver got out of the car and opened the door, looking somewhat awkward as he said, "3 esteemed guests, up ahead is Longquan Town. The vehicle can only go this far. I'm afraid I won't be able to return if I go further." The three got out of the car and looked ahead. Not far behind the sign, the gray mist surrounding the entire town suddenly thickened significantly, shrouded in fog. They couldn't see what was inside the town at all. The three of them didn't want to put the driver in a difficult position, so they asked him to wait outside and pick them up after the task was completed. They didn't expect that there would be such a dense gray mist in the Jojo Kingdom. Pei Bu Liao looked in surprise at the mist before him. No wonder a secret realm could form. A secret realm is a term for a special otherworld formed by the transformation of a certain terrain by gray mist. Be careful. Let us move a bit closer. The intel says this secret realm has the effect of separating those who enter, but it only takes effect once you go deeper. Qin Shi held a kunai and walked at the front of the three. Pei Bu Liao held a card in his hand, planning to use it if things seemed off. Li Shan tightly gripped the sunwheel blade, nervously looking around as the rear guard. In the mist, Qin Shi suddenly saw a massive rock with 2 characters carved into it. Sword Tomb. Without hesitation, Qin Shi immediately activated his Sharingan. The Sharingan, which greatly enhanced his vision, allowed him to see further into the thick fog. Qin Shi looked around. There were many things lying quietly on the ground. As the three approached to take a look, they saw that what was stuck in the ground were swords. But none of these swords were complete. Some were missing their handles, and others were broken in half. They were all remnants of swords. Qin Shi looked at the strange scene before him and finally understood the words on the enormous stone. This was the Grave of Swords, also known as the Sword Tomb. It was a bit odd that many of the broken swords here showed no signs of having been used, and many were oddly shaped. It was as if these poorly made swords had been abandoned by their forgers. "What do you think?" Qin Shi said while turning around. Suddenly, he realized that his 2 roommates were no longer behind him. He was stunned and immediately understood. It turned out that as soon as one stepped into the sword tomb marked by that stone, the entrance would be scattered by magical mist. He frowned. Although he wasn't worried about himself, he was somewhat concerned about the safety of his 2 roommates. On the other side, Pei Bu Liao nervously looked around in front of a broken sword. "Oh, old Qin, Huang Mao, where are you?" This was bad. He hadn't expected the mist to take effect so quickly. He swallowed hard and rubbed his hands together unconsciously. He didn't have Qin Shi's Sharingan, so his visibility wasn't as good as Qin Shi's. As he cautiously moved through the mist, Pei Bu Liao suddenly bumped into something hard with a loud thud. I'm sorry. I was careless. I'll pay for it. Just let me go." As Pei Bu Liao got up from the ground, he looked at the thing he had bumped into. It was a monster with a red shell, and it had blades on its head, body, and hands. What the heck is this? Pei Bu Liao exclaimed in alarm. He knew he had encountered a demon beast. Meanwhile, Li Shan Yi also ran into a demon beast in front of him. This one resembled a sword, had an eyeball and a blue ribbon, and was floating in the air. Unfortunately, the last member of room 304, Qin Shi, encountered both demon beasts. Demon beast information querying. At this moment, Qin Shi had already put on a mask, and the demon beast encyclopedia integrated at the corner of his eye began to function. Demon beast name, Blade Soldier. Demon beast level, first stage. Demon beast attributes, evil, steel. Demon beast description, a low-level demon beast from the Pokemon world. Its body is covered in blades, and it doesn't care if it gets hurt itself. It attacks by stabbing its blades into opponents. From the Pokemon world, the other one seems to be too. Qin Shi looked at the other demon beast that resembled a sword. Demon beast name, sword sheath. Demon beast level, first stage. Demon beast attributes, ghost, steel. Demon beast description, a low-level demon beast from the Pokemon world. It seems to be the reincarnation of a deceased soul residing in an ancient sword, and it attaches itself to humans to drain their life force. Chapter 141, Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Pokemon, switching perspectives to Pei Bu Liao. The moment he saw the demon beast, Pei Bu Liao turned and ran. While running, he pressed his watch. As the young master of the Pei family, the watch he wore was not an ordinary item. It was a smart watch integrated with space storage and a demon beast encyclopedia. A small light screen popped up from the watch, and a sweet female voice began to report the information about the demon beast. Behind him, the Blade Soldier was hot on his heels. As a Pokemon-type demon beast with a speed stat of 60, its speed far exceeded that of the overweight and unathletic Pei Bu Liao. The Blade Soldier growled and quickly closed in on Pei Bu Liao's back. Then a blade light flashed as it swung its hand blade. This was its unique skill, Rapid Slash. Rapid Slash, a bug-type move, deals damage to the enemy through slashing attacks. Just as its steel blade was about to hit Pei Bu Liao's back, another demon beast appeared out of thin air, rebounding the Blade Soldier's steel blade as if it were made of high-resilience rubber. Pei Bu Liao turned and stood firm, holding a card in his hand. What? It's just a first-stage demon beast, and it only does physical attacks. He chuckled, pointing at the soft, fluffy demon beast in front of him that looked like a big cotton candy. Cotton candy. Let this demon beast see that only relying on physical attacks has no future. Cotton Candy, one of the signature monsters of Yugi Muto from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, is a low-level light attribute, angel-type monster. Although its attack and defense are not high, it has a special ability. This monster is immune to physical damage, and blades cannot pierce Cotton Candy skin. One slash did not take down the enemy, and the Blade Soldier swung its steel blade to attack again. It was the same move, but the power had doubled. This was the effect of the skill, Rapid Slash. When it successfully hits the opponent, the power of the continued use of Rapid Slash doubles. Bang! The steel blade struck Cotton Candy's body and was once again rebounded. Cotton Candy, however, no longer just defended. Its previously smiling mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged at the Blade Soldier. You slash, I bite. The two demon beasts exchanged blows. Relying on the effect of immunity to physical damage, Cotton Candy grew bolder in battle, showing a clear advantage. Although its attack power was not high, repeated attacks still inflicted considerable damage on the Blade Soldier. Moreover, Cotton Candy's bites targeted the legs, causing injuries to the Blade Soldier's legs and gradually reducing its speed. After being bitten by Cotton Candy once more, the Blade Soldier's momentum suddenly changed. Its strength increased once again, and the blades in its hands gleamed with a metallic sheen. This is bad. This demon beast has an ability too. Pei Bu Liao smacked his lips. The demon beast encyclopedia on his watch showed that after taking several hits, the Blade Soldier's unique ability, Never Give Up, had been triggered. Never give up? When its abilities are lowered by the opponent during battle, its attack power will increase. And, judging by the shine on its hand blades, it's going to use a new skill, Metal Claw. Metal Claw is a steel-type skill with a base power stronger than Rapid Slash, and has a small chance to boost its own attack power, perhaps having had enough of Cotton Candy's torment. The Blade Soldier suddenly ignored Cotton Candy and charged directly at Pei Bu Liao. Hey, can't you take a loss? Pei Bu Liao immediately stepped back a few steps. The real world is not like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tabletop battle. There are no rules stating that all monsters must be defeated before attacking the summoner. This is also the greatest weakness of the summoners. Their own defensive capabilities are too weak. As the metallic glimmering steel blade swung towards him, Pei Bu Liao hurriedly threw out a new card. The card depicted a pair of orange glasses and the scene within the glasses was none other than cotton candy. The glasses flew out from the card and landed directly on the blade soldier's face. The steel blade that was aimed at Pei Bu Liao immediately changed direction. The blade soldier seemed to ignore Pei Bu Liao entirely and automatically ran to cotton candy to slash. Naturally, it was once again rebounded by the opponent's super elastic skin. Hey, how can you attack an innocent summoner? Pei Bu Liao crossed his arms and sat on the ground, watching the commotion. The card he had just used was called Cotton Candy's Glasses. Its effect was to put the glasses on a target demon beast's face, forcing it to attack only the monster Cotton Candy. Just as illustrated on the card, its eyes could only see cotton candy. Although the metal claw was shiny, it could not inflict any damage against Cotton Candy's super Q elastic skin. Ultimately, after Cotton Candy's relentless biting, the blade soldier let out a few unwilling roars before dissipating into gray mist. Done. That year, I had my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it meant to have an opponent. Pei Bu Liao whistled, hands in pockets, and walked deeper into the mist. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Shani encountered a beast shaped like a sword, with a long blue silk ribbon wrapped around its head. Although he didn't have a beast encyclopedia, Li Shani was a diligent learner and had an extraordinary memory, allowing him to memorize most of the beast encyclopedia. Relying on his memory, he immediately recognized the beast before him. The sword-like beast came from the Pokemon world and was called Dusknoir. Dusknoir emitted a chilling laughter, floating in the air like a ghost. It flew back and forth, but did not approach Li Shani, making its intentions unclear. However, in the mist, its shadow quietly elongated and circled behind Li Shani. This was one of its skills, Shadow Sneak, which allowed it to attack using shadows, a skill unique to ghost types. But just as the shadow initiated its attack, Li Shani swiftly sidestepped as if he had eyes in the back of his head, dodging the sneak attack. Is this your attack move? You can't even conceal a trace of malice, so how could you possibly hit me? For some reason, having left Qin Shi and Pei Liao behind, Li Shani's voice at this moment was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He slowly drew his Nicaran blade. The air began to flicker with barely visible lightning. The once arrogant Dusknoir suddenly shivered. Its instincts warned it that the human before it was not something it could handle. It immediately floated higher, its steel body now as light as a piece of paper. Another skill was activated called Lightweight Body. Lightweight Body eliminates unnecessary parts of its body, greatly increasing its speed while significantly reducing its weight. After using the skill, Dusknoir suddenly accelerated, drawing an arc in the air and floating away into the distance. The ghost beast that absorbed the life of others was now fleeing in a panic, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Now you want to run? It's too late. Li Shani coldly stared at the beast. Although he had not entered a dizzy state, his breathing had already changed. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. A flash of lightning erupted, and Li Shani's figure vanished from its original spot. Moments later, Dusknoir, having maximized its speed using Lightweight Body, looked in disbelief at its own body. Its sword-like steel form had already been severed in two and turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Li Shani had already moved to the front of the beast. The Nicaran blade was sheathed. He didn't even glance back, walking deeper into the mist. Chapter 142. The Remnant Swords in the Sword Tomb on Qin Shi's side. The battle ended even faster than the two of them. The sudden appearance of the Horseblade minion and Dusknoir did not slow down Qin Shi's pace. He walked while forming hand seals with both hands. Siwei Shun Hai Wuyin. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. A fierce fireball erupted from Qin Shi's mouth, aimed at the Horseblade minion. Without hesitation, he unleashed a killing move. The Horseblade minion barely had time to react before being reduced to ashes by Qin Shi's attack. Fire is strong against bug types. The Great Fireball Technique inflicted high attribute damage to the Horseblade minion, resulting in a one-hit kill. Shocked by the instant death of the other beast, Dusknoir's blue ribbon began to tremble. However, unlike the Dusknoir facing Li Shani, this one was clearly much braver. Its body became parallel to the ground, darting towards Qin Shi like a flying sword. This was one of Dusknoir's skills, Slash, a complete attack skill that utilized its sword characteristics to lunge or slash at its opponent. But Qin Shi merely smirked. He drew his Zampicut from the system space. Then, his gaze sharpened, and a black Magatama appeared in his eyes. Under the influence of the Sharingan, the high-speed lunge of Dusknoir appeared to move in slow motion. Qin Shi sidestepped, perfectly dodging Dusknoir's thrust. Then he gripped his long knife and swung it forcefully at Dusknoir's sword body. The Zampicut naturally dealt higher damage to ghost and evil-type creatures, especially since Qin Shi's sword had awakened its memory, transforming into the most powerful fire-type Zampicut. With just one strike, Duskmore was sliced in two like tofu by the Zampakit. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. The two beasts were eliminated by Qin Shi. After dealing with the attacking beasts, Qin Shi continued deeper into the mist. The further he went, the more remnants of swords he saw. These swords were not ordinary remnants. He picked up one sword for inspection. This was a blade with flame-like patterns. The curvature of the blade was slight, and it lacked a fuller, the groove that is ground or hammered into the blade. Qin Shi immediately recognized this sword. It was the sword of Dazki from the world of One Piece, belonging to the class of good quality swords, named Hanazoa. It was also a famous sword in the One Piece world. However, the flame patterns on this sword were uneven, unlike the well-crafted Hanazawa from the anime. It seemed that. Qin Shi thought for a moment. Someone had attempted to replicate Hanazawa, but the imitation failed, resulting in a defective product, which was then discarded in the sword tomb. He picked up another sword not far away. This sword had a white handle, a straight long blade, and the guard was flush with the handle. This should be the Kusanagi sword that Sasuke used in the Naruto world. He picked up the Kusanagi sword and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a dull sound. However, the blade's strength seemed average. Qin Shi gripped the long sword, and a burst of electric light erupted from his hand. He was attempting to inject Chidori lightning into the Kusanagi sword. With Chidori raised to LV4, Qin Shi had the strength to use the Chidori flow. But shortly after he injected the lightning into the Kusanagi sword, the blade began to emit cracking sounds, followed by cracks appearing. After a while, with a loud crack, the blade shattered into a dozen pieces. As expected, its strength was far inferior to Sasuke's sword in Naruto. In the Naruto anime, Sasuke often infused Chidori into the blade to enhance the range of his lightning attacks. Qin Shi then looked at several other swords scattered on the ground. There was a wooden sword engraved with patterns of Daunting Lake, imitating the sword of Sakura Jintoki from the anime Gintama. There was a long sword made of hundreds of tiny serrations, exuding an oily smell, which could even ignite the entire sword when it scraped against the ground. This sword was crafted to imitate the infinity blade of Shishio Makoto in the anime Rurouni Kenshin. There was a long sword with a completely black blade and a guard shaped like a quarter of a sun. This was a sword made to imitate the Excalibur of Kirito from the anime Sword Art Online. Goodness, there's such a big sword. Qin Shi looked at the 10-meter-long giant sword before him, wide and thick, with an extremely slender handle. This couldn't be the dustless blade, used by Wuya from the world of Insect Magistrate, could it? The world of Insect Magistrate is filled with giant insects, and the dustless blade is said to be the sword that has killed the most giant bugs in that world. Not only is it easy to kill insects, but it can also absorb their abilities. I wonder if this sword can absorb the abilities of insect-type beasts. If it can, it would surely be above legendary level. Qin Shi gazed at the massive sword before him, realizing this sword tomb should be the place where legendary swordsmiths from Sword Mountain discarded their defective products after forging swords from other worlds. With such a large sword tomb, there must be tens of thousands of discarded swords within. The sheer number of swords has reached a high level of sword energy and blade aura. No wonder some demon beasts related to swords and blades have been born. As he continued to walk forward, he felt a gathering of auras, which eventually transformed into a giant sword phantom before his eyes. Suddenly, a voice from this sword phantom echoed in Qin Shi's mind. I am the sword spirit born from this sword tomb, and I am also the guardian of this sword tomb. Countless resentful energies from discarded swords have created me, but the Tsangjian Villa remains the master of us swords, and we cannot easily defy it. This sword tomb not only contains countless broken swords discarded by those who forged them, but also divine swords from other realms attracted by the sword energy of the sword tomb and transported here by the gray mist. Outsider, are you willing to accept the trial and gain the opportunity to continue exploring the secret realm, as well as the roadmap to Tsangjian Villa? If you refuse, I will immediately send you out of the secret realm and will never allow you to enter again. Qin Shi looked at the towering sword spirit before him, and the monster encyclopedia on his face showed no reaction. Clearly, this was a demon beast that the old professors from the Heavenly Craft Academy had never seen before. He immediately activated one of the three major abilities of the system, the Eye of Inheritance. The Eye of Inheritance is a divine skill in such secret realms. It can not only search for enemies, but also analyze the abilities of powerful demon beasts within the secret realm. Analyzing the sword spirit. The system's prompt sound rang out. Sword tomb, sword spirit. Rule type demon beast. Formed by the gathering of countless souls of broken sword from this world and other worlds. Attributes, ghost. Level, 6th tier demon beast. System suggestion, This demon beast is similar to an NPC in a game, with no malicious intent towards the host, and can act according to the rules of the Sword Spirit. Chapter 143 Trial of the Sword Spirit. It turns out this NPC explains the rules of the Secret Realm. After experiencing Day's Paradise and now the Sword Tomb's Secret Realm, Qinshi is beginning to understand more and more. The so-called Secret Realm is not only a strange space projected from another world, but also a special game venue. It has its own game rules. Completing the game earns rewards. In response to the Sword Spirit's inquiry, Qinshi replied, "I am willing to accept the trial. Every broken sword has its own story." The Sword Spirit spoke. Although they are broken swords, they all long to become whole and fulfill their mission as swords. Being discarded like garbage in the Sword Tomb is their shame. Young man, since you are willing to accept the trial, then help them and become a true sword. As soon as the Sword Spirit finished speaking, Qinshi felt movements around him. The originally broken swords, either stuck in the soil or lying on the rubble, all shook and made clanging sounds. A sword will choose you. Use this sword to defeat your enemies. In the distance, a sword suddenly flew towards him like a shooting star. Qinshi reached out to catch it. He saw that this long sword had a slender blade, and the hilt was wrapped in bandages. This can't be. Qinshi looked at the sword in his hand, his face showing shock. He felt a gentle power from the sword. This is a healing power. As if answering his inquiry, the Sword Spirit spoke again. This sword is called Taishinjia. Could it really be that legendary sword? Qinshi examined the long sword in his hand. Taishinjia is a demon sword from the Inuyasha world, also the sword of the protagonist's brother, the great demon Sesomaru. In the Inuyasha world, it ranks among the 3 most powerful swords in the world. However, this sword was discarded by the great demon Sesomaru because it is a healing sword that cannot kill anything in this world. It cannot harm others and cannot be used in battle at all, but it has a miraculous effect that can bring the deceased back to life. The sword in Qinshi's hand is just a replica. A swordsmith crafted a copy of Taishinjia from the Inuyasha world. From the sword, Qinshi sensed the disdain of the swordsmith and the great demon Sesomaru. A sword is a weapon of killing. If it cannot take a life, what use do I have for you? The swordsmith discarded the long sword in the Sword Tomb and turned back to Sanjin Villa. In an instant, Qinshi saw the fate of this sword and felt the deep sorrow emanating from the blade. Is being unable to kill truly useless? Qinshi whispered gently, "Killing to save lives. If one only has the heart for slaughter, what right do they have to be the master of this sword?" He gently caressed the blade. "Do not be sad, Taishinjia. It is not your inadequacy, but rather that swordsmith who is simply unworthy of you." The blade trembled. It felt Qinshi's emotions. "Next, I will summon demon beasts." The massive Sword Spirit spoke again. "Use the sword in your hand to defeat the demon beasts, and you will pass the trial." Just as Qinshi was puzzled about what the trial was, the Sword Spirit's phantom disappeared. From a mist, a little girl slowly walked out. Qinshi was taken aback. He looked at the little girl. Her hair was messy, her clothes were tattered, and her little feet were bare. In the Inuyasha world, she is the human girl who follows the great demon Sesomaru, Rin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peibu Liao, who was also walking through the gray mist, encountered the Sword Spirit. A long sword with a hilt as gorgeous as gold flew into his hand. "Huh, but I don't know how to use a sword." Peibu Liao had a distressed expression. The Sword Spirit's rule was to fight only with swords, so he could not use any cards. The summoner's physique was already fragile, and, as someone who never trained their body, he was even more fragile among summoners. Peibu Liao tried to hold the sword with both hands, but found it difficult to even swing the luxurious sword. However, as a legacy of Yu-Gi-Oh!, he sensed the memories of this sword. The sword is called the Legendary Sword. Although the name sounds impressive, among the many sword cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, its effect is quite average. It can only provide a weak boost of 300 attack and defense to the equipped target. Almost no player would carry this card. However, Peibu Liao felt a different emotion from this sword. Just as he was puzzled, the Sword Spirit's phantom disappeared. The trial demon beast appeared. It was a humanoid demon beast wearing a green hat, with a big belly, holding an iron hammer. This demon beast is called Master Blacksmith Tiger Iron, one of the low-level monsters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. A gentle female voice from the watch began to announce the relevant information about the demon beast. Peibu Liao looked down. The card information from Master Blacksmith Tiger Iron had also been generated. It is a fire attribute, Beast Warrior type, 2-star monster, with only 500 attack and defense, a low-level monster. Such monster cards have a colloquial term in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, coined by the Seahorse King. Trash monsters. And on the Demon Beast Encyclopedia, Master Blacksmith Tiger Iron's level is only 1 tier, the lowest level of demon beasts. A 1-tier demon beast. Perhaps I can still fight it. Pei Buliao couldn't help but grip the long sword tightly. He glanced at the card pattern for Master Blacksmith Tiger Iron, displayed on the watch's screen. It depicted Tiger Iron taking an iron hammer from the furnace, squatting on the ground, and then striking the sword on the ground with force. It was a picture of Tiger Iron forging a sword. But Pei Buliao noticed something unusual. From the picture, it seemed that the sword that this demon beast called Tiger Iron was forging looked exactly like the sword in my hand. There was no time for more thought. The master craftsman, Tiger Iron, rushed in with a fierce aura and swung a hammer at Pei Buliao. Left with no choice, Pei Buliao could only raise his sword to block. However, he had never practiced sword techniques, and his blocking posture was full of flaws. This left his vital points, such as his heart and head, completely exposed. When Tiger Iron struck down, it was unclear whether his technique was lacking, but with such a large opening, the hammer still struck Pei Buliang's raised sword. The hammer collided with the sword, creating a spark. Undeterred by the first miss, Master Craftsman Tiger Iron swung his hammer twice more. Yet each strike was blocked by Pei Buliang's awkward posture using the legendary sword's blade. Hiss! After several blocks, Pei Buliang's palms went numb from the impact. However, a proud expression gradually appeared on his face. It seemed that he had quite a talent for swordsmanship. Having never used a sword before, he was surprised at how beautifully he could defend himself. Wow, truly a genius. Chapter 144. The legendary sword. Every time Master Craftsman Tiger Iron swung the hammer against the sword, the beast revealed significant openings. It was as if he had no defense whatsoever. Each strike was solely for the purpose of hammering, with no regard for anything else. Anyone with some martial arts skill would certainly be able to seize the openings exposed by the beast and use their sword to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the one holding the sword was Pei Buliang, a little chubby boy who had no desire to train hard in martial arts. He noticed the beast's loss of balance after swinging the hammer and thought about lifting the long sword to slash at it. However, he slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Even the legendary sword slipped from his hand and landed not far away. Oh no, this is bad. In an instant, the fear of death enveloped Pei Buliang. His only weapon had fallen, and he was in a vulnerable position on the ground. Wasn't this just giving his opponent the chance to trample him? As he watched Master Craftsman Tiger Iron approach with a fierce look, Pei Buliang let out a cry and despairingly closed his eyes. With a clang, the hammer fell, but it did not land on Pei Buliang. He opened his eyes in surprise to see Tiger Iron hammering away at the legendary sword's blade. With each strike, the hammer turned red, as if it had just been pulled from a furnace. It was as if he were forging a sword, looking at the legendary sword with tears in his eyes, but also a face full of affection. The sword vibrated and emitted a low hum, as if it were softly moaning. Pei Buliang sat up straight and watched quietly for a while. He sighed and finally understood everything. This Iron Tiger was indeed the master of the legendary sword. As if moved by the sight of the sword being forged, Pei Buliang saw more memories of the legendary sword. Tiger Iron was actually a swordsmith with little talent. He had a passion for sword forging and was confident he could become a master swordsmith. However, as he aged, no matter how hard he tried, he found that his sword forging skills remained mediocre. In his life, he was merely a small monster with 500 in offense and defense, not a truly powerful swordsmith. The title of Master Craftsman was one he had given himself. In the eyes of many high-level, powerful game monsters, this small fry was just an utterly mediocre blacksmith. However, forging a famous sword was Tiger Iron's dream. The impulse to fulfill this dream peaked when he unexpectedly obtained a piece of alien meteorite from a volcano. Ignoring the heat, he brought the meteorite home. Over a long period, he relentlessly hammered at this meteorite, just like at this moment, when Pei Buliang watched Tiger Iron transformed into a beast, wielding a glowing hammer to forge the legendary sword. But in the end, he had no talent. After expending almost all his effort, he only forged a sword with 300 in offense and defense, which was ridiculed by countless game monsters. Everyone said this sword was garbage. The Dragon Slayer sword not only provided a 700 attack bonus, but also had a magical ability to slay dragon-type monsters. The lightning sword could provide an 800 attack bonus and release lightning, weakening water-type monsters. Compared to these truly famous swords, this flashy, yet utterly useless sword was nothing but trash. How could it even dare to be called a legendary sword? Such mockery brought immense pressure to Tiger Iron. The sword had a spirit, and the legendary sword began to develop a faint consciousness. It felt deep shame for its weak abilities and for bringing embarrassment to its master. Even when it was accidentally transported to Blue Star, in the eyes of the swordsmith of the sword-hiding villa, this sword from another world was so unsightly that it was tossed into the sword grave. Having seen all these memories, Pei Buyong stood up and walked to the side of the legendary sword. Tiger Iron was still tirelessly hammering the legendary sword, but with each strike, his body became a little more transparent. His entire form was becoming unsteady, as if he were about to dissipate in the wind. It turned out that this trial was not about defeating the beast Tiger Iron. The meaning of defeat was not about killing. Instead, it was about fulfilling the wishes of the swordsmith. Pei Buyong said, suddenly reaching out to grasp Tiger Iron's hammer. His hand passed through Tiger Iron's body as he swung the hammer, striking heavily against the blade of the legendary sword. The body of master craftsman Tiger Iron vanished, leaving only the hammer suspended in the air. I can feel it. Pei Buyong tightened his grip on the hammer and spoke as he struck. It was as if he had transformed into Tiger Iron. Your master never thought you were weak. He told me you were his most outstanding creation in this life. Legendary sword. No matter how weak you may seem to other monsters, in your master's eyes, you are the best sword, the legend in his heart. Just like your swordsmith. I think the same way. Legendary sword. You are the best. As Pei Buyong spoke, the sword trembled even more violently. It was like a child who had been wronged, finally unable to hold back its tears in the embrace of its parents, regardless of how others saw it, believing it to be useless, a failure, and a mere 300 trash sword in its lifetime. In the eyes of the parents who forged it, it was the most wonderful sword in the world. Pei Buyong continued to hammer at the sword, and his hands began to crack from the repeated strikes. A drop of blood fell from his hand onto the legendary sword. Clang! Flames suddenly erupted around the legendary sword, engulfing its entire form. Fiery tempering. Instinctively, Pei Buyong struck again. This time, the hammer was consumed by the flames, turning into nothingness. Moments later, the flames dissipated, and the appearance of the legendary sword underwent a significant transformation. Trial taker, you have obtained the divine sword. Phoenix sword. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. The marker for the sword-hiding villa has been marked for you. Follow the direction indicated by the arrow to reach the sword-hiding villa. The divine sword. Phoenix sword transformed into a blue card and floated into Pei Buyong's hand. This was the first time he had obtained a Yu-Gi-Oh card through his own efforts. The moment Pei Buyong held the card, its effects manifested in his mind. It could actually be reborn from the ashes. The divine sword. Phoenix sword had the ability to regenerate upon infusing it with spiritual energy after being damaged. Moreover, it could summon the flames of the phoenix, enveloping the sword and damaging enemies. However, Pei Buyong looked at the divine sword, Phoenix sword card in his hand. I can only increase my attack by 300. To be honest, Phoenix sword, as your new master, I'm not complaining about you. However, your attack increase is truly pitiful. Pei Buyong smiled and stored the card as watch's storage space. Chapter 145. Reverse blade. Now that I think about it, Master Craftsman Tiger Iron was not targeting me at all. Its appearance was merely to help the sword it forged regain its confidence, and to help that sword choose a suitable master. If the challenger really used Master Craftsman Tiger Iron to strike the sword's body at the right moment and killed it with a long sword, then that would be considered a failure of the trial. Pei Buyong felt a wave of fear wash over him. Thankfully, I usually don't focus on training. Even if that beast ignored me, I wouldn't have the ability to kill it. That's what allowed me to successfully pass the trial and even earn a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Thinking about his impressive performance, Pei Buyong patted his fat belly with satisfaction. Passing such a difficult task, I truly am this young master. Since passing the task, he noticed a prominent arrow in front of him. The arrow not only pointed in a direction, but also kindly marked the way to the sword-hidden manor. Only by completing the task could he find the way to the manor. Roommates, don't let me surpass you. Let's meet at the sword-hidden manor. Following the direction of the arrow, he walked deeper into the fog. On the other side of the sword tomb's secret realm, in front of a blonde-haired boy, the same sword spirit appeared. After a brief introduction, the sword spirit began the trial task for the blonde boy, Lishani. A sword will choose you. Use this sword to defeat your enemies. After saying this, the sword spirit vanished. The surrounding remnants of swords buzzed, and a long knife flew towards Lishani. He reached out to catch the flying long knife, and frowned after examining it. The knife's handle was made of yellow wood, with speckles on it, and the guard was disc-shaped. These features were quite ordinary, even resembling the Daywheel knife he had used before. However, the blade was very unique. The edge was on the back of the blade, while the cutting edge faced him. This was a reverse blade. Inscribed on the part where the blade was fixed to the handle were a few small words. I forged swords for several years of frost. My son remains unaware, yet is a descendant for 10,000 generations. The memory of the sword surged into Lishani's mind. He saw the swordsman who forged this sword, filled with regret for the killings caused by his sword-making, thus creating this reverse blade as a means of atonement. Atoning with a sword? How hypocritical. The purpose of a sword is to kill. Lishani sneered, rotating the blade with the back facing forward. After the sword's spirit disappeared, a man emerged from the depths of the fog. The man was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes and lips exposed. In his hand, he held a long knife made of countless tiny serrations. Malice. Lishani clearly sensed the hostility from the other party. He understood that his trial task was to defeat the enemy in front of him. However, this opponent was a human, not a beast. Information about the opponent suddenly entered his mind. This is... Lishani looked at the reverse blade in his hand in surprise. Your previous master fought against this bandage man? He felt the newly acquired memories in his mind. The bandage man in front of him was named Shishio Makoto. He was one of the most powerful swordsmen in the world of Rurouni Kenshin and the leader of the samurai organization 10 Swords. He had ambitions to establish a society based on the motto of survival of the fittest and to implement thorough natural elimination. In the world of Rurouni Kenshin, he had caused numerous tragedies to achieve his goals. However, in terms of martial power, he stood at the pinnacle of that world. But the enemy standing in front of me now has no reason, only the instinct to fight. Lishani looked at his opponent and charged forward with his blade. Shishio's sword was the Mugen blade. This was a pure, killing demon sword. The blade, composed of tiny serrations, was naturally sharp and did not require honing. Greasy fat accumulated on the blade, the fat of those Shishio had killed. Shishio first walked quickly, then accelerated, slashing horizontally while running. The speed of the blade was astonishing, producing a whoosh sound. So fast. Lishani leaped into the air, jumping nearly 2 meters high. If Qin Shi and Pei Buliu were present, they would surely be shocked by Lishani's performance. Is this the timid Lishani they knew? He didn't even need to knock himself unconscious to awaken. He had an excellent talent for combat. His moves were fierce, and every attack aimed at my vital points. His speed, reflexes, and strength were all outstanding. This enemy's strength had already reached the level of a second-tier beast. No, even the strength of a 2-star beast. While dodging the opponent's attacks, Lishani calmly analyzed the situation. He seemed to be handling it with ease, seeing that his attacks couldn't hit the enemy. Shishio let out a low growl and dragged the long knife along the ground, sparking flames. With the tip of the blade pointing up, a strong fire suddenly erupted. This was his self-created move, Flame Spirit. By colliding the blade with a hard object, he instantly ignited the fat of the dead on the serrations of the blade, releasing scorching flames. Just as the flames were about to hit him, Lishani fell straight back to avoid the rising flames from the knife tip. Then, he used the reverse blade to prop himself up on the ground, suspending his body in the air. He then used his feet to push off, employing a ghostly movement to create distance and evade the opponent's attack range. A very interesting sword move, igniting the fat hidden in the blade during combat, catching the opponent off guard. As a human from another world, he was indeed very strong. But unfortunately, in a world without spiritual power, 2 stars was the limit. Defeating a 2-star beast was the basic proof of becoming a 2-star beast hunter. With such strength, even among countless inheritors in the 9 provinces world, he would be considered exceptional, a typical expert. After all, Shishio's inheritance was considered a C-rank inheritance in this world, which was a medium-level inheritance. However, Lishani showed no reaction to the other's combat ability. This strength is completely not my opponent. Lishani, expressionless, retreated to about 10 meters away from Shishio. He hung the reverse blade at his waist, lowered his head, and tightly gripped the handle. This was the stance for drawing the sword. Lishani took a deep breath. Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash. With a bang, Lishani shot forward like an arrow, swinging the reverse blade at his opponent. Shishio, not to be outdone, swung his flaming knife, which suddenly exploded. This was yet another skill of the Mugen blade, Red Lotus Arm. Chapter 146. The oath not to kill. The tiny serrations of the Mugen blade not only contained the fat of those Shishio had killed, but also embedded black gunpowder. The Red Lotus Arm was a technique Shishio used to ignite the flames on the Mugen blade, detonating specially made gunpowder to create an explosion. The arrangement and weight of the gunpowder on the blade had been carefully adjusted by Shishio to ensure that the shockwave from the explosion would hit the enemy without affecting himself. Li Shani originally didn't care about his opponent's techniques. He was unaware that the long knife used by his opponent would explode, but as a swordsman, he was also certain that the opponent had more unique techniques yet to be displayed. However, he didn't care, because the technique he used, Breath of Thunder, first form, Thunderclap, was renowned in the entire Demon Slayer world for its incredible speed. The user gathers the power of thunder and lightning in their feet and blade through breathing, and after a period of charging, it erupts suddenly, capable of killing an opponent in an almost instantaneous manner. Li Shani was confident that his reverse blade would strike the opponent before they could unleash their unique skills. Although the reverse blade's edge was not sharp enough to kill, the thunder and lightning power on the blade could still stun the opponent. However, the result of their confrontation was that Li Shani was hit by an explosion triggered by Shishio, sending him flying. Cough, cough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and propped himself up with a long knife to stand again. Why hadn't the Breath of Thunder been used? In the midst of the battle, when Li Shani clashed blades with the opponent, he realized that his Breath of Thunder technique felt as if it was imprisoned. He couldn't use it at all. As a result, his speed was slower than he had anticipated, and he was hit head-on by the explosion caused by the opponent's blade. After getting back on his feet, Li Shani brushed off the dust on his clothes. In the world of Rurouni Kenshin, the explosion's power was enough to take both swordsman Saito Hajime and Shinomori Aoshi out of combat simultaneously. But the explosion that hit Li Shani only caused him some internal injuries. So that's how it is. After a brief moment of thought, Li Shani understood the reason his breathing technique was unusable. He could only rely on the weapons in the sword-mounted fight, which not only meant he couldn't use any weapons other than the reverse blade, but even his inherited skills were also unusable. The trial taker could only fight with their physical body and the martial arts they had trained. Realizing this, Li Shani gripped the reverse blade tightly again. At the beginning of the battle, he had considered using the back of the blade to face the enemy. However, the sense of resistance that came from blade made him understand that this sword itself did not wish for him to kill. To ensure the fluidity of the battle, he had no choice but to fight with the unsharpened side of the blade. Although he couldn't use the breathing technique, it didn't mean that those techniques lost their effectiveness. Just as Shishio swung his flame-covered sword, the infinite blade, to launch a new attack at him, Li Shani lowered his head and once again assumed a drawing stance. Suddenly, the veins on his feet bulged and the blood vessels throbbed, visible to the naked eye. The advanced version of the Breath of Thunder, first form, Thunderclap, 6 strikes. Li Shani let out a low roar, drawing his blade. His figure became a blur, and even without the enhancement of the Breath of Thunder, he reached a speed that ordinary people could not perceive. Without the support of the breathing technique, Li Shani still executed the movements of the Breath of Thunder, showcasing its essence through the sheer speed of the technique. Shishio, wielding the flaming sword, found it impossible to lock onto the rapidly moving Li Shani. Bang! A dull chopping sound echoed. At some point, Li Shani had already arrived behind Shishio, and the thick side of the blade struck the back of the opponent's head. Shishio's eyes suddenly went blank, and he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Li Shani tightened his grip on the reverse blade, standing before the unconscious Shishio. He frowned slightly. The voice indicating that he had not passed the trial did not appear, so it seemed that even knocking him out did not count as defeating him. He raised the reverse blade, pointing the sharp side at Shishio. The reverse blade began to tremble, the resistance of the blade itself coming through. As a sword of atonement, it could not allow itself to take a life. Be quiet, Li Shani shouted in a low voice. What is this hypocrisy? The sword is a tool for killing. If it is inherently compassionate, why pick up a sword? To protect family? If you do not kill the enemy, how can you protect your family? Hypocrisy. It's all hypocrisy. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hand trembling as if recalling something unpleasant. It was because I was too weak to protect others that those evil demons killed my grandfather. It was because of my grandfather's kindness, refusing to strike down, that he fell to those weaklings. To kill or not to kill, it's either oneself or one's beloved family that dies. He gasped loudly. Reverse blade. Do you know why you were abandoned by the swordsmiths of this world? Because you were originally a killing sword, yet you insist on taking not killing as your oath. Who needs a sword that cannot kill? A sword like you deserves only to be a broken blade, thrown in the sword mound. With each of his shouts, the blade softly rang as if sobbing. Li Shani was drenched in sweat, trembling as he raised the long knife in his hand. The battle had not exhausted him like this. Each of his words was not only directed at the reverse blade, but also meant for himself. Because his grandfather, before dying, had made him promise, do not use his power to kill any human. Humans clearly more vicious and insidious than beasts. Why can't I kill? Li Shani remembered that he had almost cried as he shouted this question. This was his grandfather's last words, but he could not accept it. He wanted revenge. He wanted those scum who ruined his life and killed his grandfather to pay the price. But his injured grandfather merely patted his head, smiling with the last of his strength and saying, "Because I know my grandson is the kindest child in the world. Do not let slaughter change your appearance. Never let hatred govern your sword." After saying these words, his grandfather completely closed his eyes. Li Shani trembled, closing his eyes as his hand holding the reverse blade slowly slipped down. At this moment, the reverse blade no longer resisted. Its power appeared too weak in front of the mighty Li Shani. The sharp edge slowly approached the unconscious Shishio. In the end, Li Shani let out a long sigh and put down the reverse blade. Chapter 147. Natural Tooth, just an illusionary opponent. This time I will not kill you. He used the reverse blade to dig a deep pit and buried Shishio inside, leaving only his head above the ground. This way, you are completely restrained. After finishing all this, Li Shani brushed off the dust and planted the reverse blade into the ground, intending to continue deeper into the mist. If the enemy was not killed by him, then the mission would be considered a failure, right? But what if he failed? Without the guidance of Sword Spirit, would he really not be able to find the sword-hiding manor? He would not give up and plan to find the way to the sword-hiding manor on his own. But just as he took his first step, he heard a sound by his ear. Entrant Li Shani has passed the trial. Li Shani was somewhat surprised. He looked at the reverse blade in his hand, and the frown on his brow gradually relaxed. It turned out that the entire trial was not about killing beasts, but rather about fulfilling the wishes of the sword according to its nature. The trial was over, but the reverse blade did not leave his hand and return to the sword mound. "Do you wish to choose me as your master?" Li Shani stored it in the storage space on his belt. "If you are willing, then follow me. But next time, if you delay me from killing enemies, I will immediately throw you away." The last person in dormitory 304, Qin Shi, was holding the healing sword Tain Shenjia. After cultivating the conqueror's haki, he became more sensitive to the emotions of living beings, especially under the influence of the sword spirit from the sword tomb. The emotions of the broken sword Tain Shenjia gradually transmitted to Qin Shi's heart. Unlike the swords in the hands of his two roommates, Qin Shi did not sense any frustration from Tain Shenjia. On the contrary, he felt a sense of tragic heroism from the long knife in his hand. It seemed ready to sacrifice something. Qin Shi looked up ahead, where the human girl Rin, summoned by the sword spirit, was stumbling towards him, dressed like a beggar, with bare feet. On the ground covered in gravel and iron scraps, the girl's small feet were cut, and blood flowed from them. Qin Shi, holding the sword, watched the girl running towards him with a hint of caution in his eyes. "Kill Lord Sesomaru." The girl ran excitedly towards him, arms wide open, completely disregarding the wounds on her feet. "So, she thinks I'm Sesomaru from the Inuyasha world?" Qin Shi thought to himself. Sesomaru is an important supporting character in the anime Inuyasha, with the body of a powerful dog demon and the master of the famed sword Tain Shenjia. He was originally a very cold and emotionless demon. However, during a time of severe injury, he was saved by a girl named Rin. Over the days spent with Rin, Sesomaru gradually changed his character and began to develop emotions. To other demons, Sesomaru is a cold-hearted monster, but to the human girl Rin, he is the best man in the world. Rin ran over, wrapped her arms around Qin Shi's legs, and buried her head in his clothes. The girl showed no signs of defense, rubbing her head against him, appearing very content. Seeing the unconditional trust in the little girl, Qin Shi's sense of caution eased slightly. Is it because I'm holding Tain Shenjia that this little girl recognizes me as Sesomaru? Qin Shi thought quietly, but before he could think more, the mist around them suddenly thickened. Like churning mud, countless demons appeared from the gray fog. Some had faces full of black hair, but no human bodies, while others had only one eye on their human faces, with huge mouths and bodies like spiders. Some were wolf demons, licking their claws and howling continuously. The demons looked at Rin and Qin Shi with longing eyes, drooling as if they had seen a very delicious piece of meat. Roar! Countless demons howled as they rushed towards Qin Shi and Rin. "Come, get on my back." Qin Shi squatted down and carried the little girl Rin on his back. "You must hold on tight. Uncle, no matter how bumpy it gets, you can't let go." Qin Shi smiled and patted the girl's head. More demons rushed out from the gray fog. Qin Shi sensed the spiritual power within his body. Unable to use ninjutsu or summon his Zanpakuto, it seemed that his skills and equipment had been temporarily sealed by the sword spirit. "It looks like I can only fight with physical techniques." Qin Shi gripped Tain Shenjia, felt the tremors of the ground, and suddenly leaped into the air. With a loud crash, the ground cracked open, and a huge centipede demon emerged. Qin Shi jumped in the air, tightened his grip on Taiyan Shenjia, and struck down fiercely. As a healing sword, Taiyan Shenjia could not kill enemies. Just before touching the demon, it suddenly opened a small barrier, enclosing the blade within. But as long as Taiyan Shenjia did not draw blood, he had no intention of killing the enemy with a sharp blade. Bang! With a heavy blow, the barrier encased Taiyan Shenjia struck down on the centipede demon's head like a hammer. Oh! The centipede demon screeched, its long body shuddering a few times before crashing to the ground. Qin Shi landed, then pushed off with his feet. Launching himself like a slingshot, he weaved among the demons, swinging Taiyan Shenjia like a hammer, continuously striking at the demons' heads. Even without skills, his basic physical technique was still at LV4, reaching the level of a master. In no time, dozens of demons were forced to dodge from Qin Shi's Taiyan Shenjia, who after finishing off one demon, Qin Shi paused, lightly exhaling. The little girl Rin still clung to him, even though her arms had bruises from the high-speed movements. She did not let go. Despite killing dozens of demons, Qin Shi's face did not show relief. Because the gray mist was still restless, he could sense that more demons were being born from it. Sure enough, in no time, a number far exceeding the previous swarm of demons crawled out from the fog, reaching over 100. Among this group of demons, there were a few larger ones exuding terrifying auras. Even the surrounding demons looked fearful in front of these larger ones. The strength of these larger demons was likely already at the level of 2-star monsters. Qin Shi carefully sensed the level of the enemies. This battle would be difficult. He held Taiyan Shenjia and charged towards the hundreds of demons. The demons appeared simultaneously around him, forming a surrounding posture. Only by killing enough demons in one direction could he hope to escape the encirclement. Bang! Taiyan Shenjia fell, knocking back one of the demons like a mallet. Qin Shi grew bolder as he fought, but more demons emerged from the gray mist, and the enemies increased. Chapter 148. The moon of the underworld shatters. Even someone as strong as Qin Shi was becoming more breathless amid the endless encirclement. Kill! Lord Sesomaru. Rin's voice suddenly came from behind him. She was clinging to Qin Shi's back, her small body trembling. Despite her immense trust in the man carrying her, she could not help but tremble in the face of so many terrifying demons. She began to struggle on Qin Shi's back. Qin Shi frowned, guessing what she wanted to do, and tightened his embrace. Lord Sesomaru, Rin said anxiously. Put me down. Those demons want me. Don't speak. Qin Shi panted, swinging Taiyan Shenjia in his hand, delivering a powerful strike that killed a second-tier demon. Let me down. If this continues, you'll die. Rin's voice was filled with pleading. Even someone without any martial skills could see the endless stream of demons emerging from the gray mist. Each of these demons focused their gaze tightly on the little girl on Qin Shi's back. Their target was not Qin Shi, but the human girl that stirred their immense appetite. Do you trust me? Qin Shi asked, panting, while pushing back a few demons with a strike. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. No matter when, I always trust Lord Sesomaru. Then let me tell you, even if I abandon you here and you get eaten by those demons, I can still save you from hell through Taiyan Shenjia. Do you believe it? I believe. The little girl revealed her white teeth, smiling without hesitation. Since I won T-Die, then Lord Sesomaru can put me down. With your strength, if you want to leave, no demon can hold you back. After those demons are gone, you can come back to revive me. Qin Shi remained silent. After a moment, he sighed as if speaking to the air. The sword spirit of the sword tomb. This is the trial task you set, right? To save a life is the mission of Tenseiga, and this blade yearns to fulfill its purpose. Moreover, the one it saves is the person bound to the true Tenseiga in the world of Inuyasha that it imitates. So if Rin dies, as long as I use Tenseiga to slay the messenger from the underworld and bring her back, it would fulfill this blade's desire to save. That means I would have passed the trial, right? He whispered while wielding the blade. After all, the trial of the sword spirit is essentially about helping these broken swords realize their wishes. But this way of clearing the trial, I do not agree. Qin Shi raised a long sword in his hand. The Tenseiga in his hand is different from the weapons chosen by Peibu Liao and Li Shan Yi. Those two weapons, the reverse blade and the legendary sword, respectively come from the worlds of Rurouni Kenshin and Yu-Gi-Oh! They were just transported to this planet by the power of the gray mist. However, the Tenseiga in Qin Shi's hand is an imitation crafted by a swordsmith of this world, based on the contents of the Inheritance book, modeled after the Tenseiga from the world of Inuyasha. Compared to the original, its power is far inferior. I can feel that this Tensega's power is only enough to slay a messenger from the underworld once. After saving Rin, the entire blade will shatter and become a true useless sword. Am I right? Tenseiga. Qinshi spoke to the long sword in his hand. In the sword tomb, the spirit of the sword gains enhancement, allowing it to communicate with its user to a certain extent. From the feedback coming from the blade, Qinshi knew he was correct. Tenseiga, I will not use you to slay the messenger from the underworld to save a life. If you want to save someone, then save both me and Rin. Qinshi suddenly laughed. I will not abandon Rin, nor will I watch these demons devour the little girl without caring, even if you can bring her back. If you truly want to be a sword that saves lives, then help me slay these demons. Use the profound meaning hidden deep within you, Tenseiga, and unleash the Mito, Zangetsu. Qinshi whispered to the sword in his hand. In the world of Inuyasha, Tenseiga is not without techniques to slay demons. On the contrary, it possesses an extremely powerful technique. It can tear through space, create a passage to the underworld, and forcibly send enemies into the afterlife. This technique is called Mito Zangetsu. However, using this technique has strict requirements. It can only be wielded by those with a kind heart. Moreover, it requires an exceptionally high talent to discover this profound meaning. Inuyasha's elder brother, Sesomaru, possesses extraordinary talent. Even someone as strong as him only comprehended kindness after being influenced by Rin. Furthermore, under the pressure of imminent death during the battle against the Shinigami demons, he was finally able to resonate with his brother's sword, T-Kijin, to successfully execute the Mito Zangetsu. Yet the sword in Qinshi's hand is merely an imitation of Tenseiga, possessing only a fraction of Tenseiga's power. Nevertheless, he still wants to use this sword to execute Mito Zangetsu. The Tenseiga trembled slightly, clearly moved by Qinshi's suggestion. Since you agree, then let's do it. Qinshi smiled slightly, immersing his entire mind into Tenseiga. In an instant, all the demons vanished from his consciousness, leaving only the pulse of Tenseiga in his mind. He sensed a hint of the breath from the underworld. Even though it was just an imitation sword, Qinshi still felt the possibility of executing Mito Zangetsu from blade. It must be said that regardless of the swordsmith's character when forging this imitation blade, his memories of sword forging are already perfect. Come on. Qinshi tightened his grip on Tenseiga, feeling as though he had become one with Tenseiga. This was the realm of the unity of man and sword. In the sword tomb, with the active cooperation of the sword's consciousness, he successfully touched the realm of the Grand Master of Swordsmanship. Tenseiga, please save Rin, save me, and also save yourself. Qinshi let out a breath and swung the sword in his hand. Mito Zangetsu, a perfect, crescent-like arc was slashed out by him. Where the arc passed, space began to separate, revealing a rift. Within the rift was a black night sky and endless stars. This was the passage to the underworld. A tremendous pulling force emanated from a Mito, causing all the demons to involuntarily lift off the ground. They were terrified, howling, and struggling. But they could not escape this force. Except for Qinshi and Rin, who were unaffected by the pull, all the demons, including those with 2-star strength, were forcibly sucked into the spatial rift and sent to the underworld. After a moment, the Mito vanished. The entire sword tomb returned to silence. Qinshi immediately looked to the Tenseiga in his hand. After just a few seconds of sword technique execution, the blade was already covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering. Chapter 149, Sword Concealing Manner. Qinshi looked at the sword in his hand. This was originally an imitation sword, and even the most basic ability of Tenseiga to slay messengers from the underworld and revive the deceased could only be used once. Not to mention the profound technique Mito Zangetsu that buried hundreds of demons and forcibly opened a passage to the underworld. This imitation Tenseiga was already out of energy and about to completely shatter, and even the bit of sword spirit residing in the blade was about to vanish. Yet Qinshi felt the joy of this sword. Its mission had been fulfilled, realizing the value of a sword. Death was near, but it had no regrets. Just as it was about to shatter, Qinshi suddenly threw the sword into the system space. In the system storage space, time was at a standstill. Tenseiga remained in the state of being on the verge of breaking. System, is there a way to remedy this sword? He silently asked in his heart. He admired Tenseiga's actions, and its ability to revive the deceased was also extremely special. He wanted to possess this sword. After a moment, the system responded. It is possible, using swords from the same world to resonate, and then consuming a large amount of points can repair it. Swords from the same world? Qinshi understood the system's meaning. Tenseiga is one of the swords from the world of Inuyasha, known for its overwhelming power. The other two are the immensely powerful T-Kijin and the congenial Fong, which can significantly summon the spirits of the dead from the underworld. It seems that in order to repair this Tenseiga that is about to shatter, he needs to find the other two swords. Since the swordsmith of the sword-concealing manor could forge an imitation of Tenseiga, perhaps he also created imitations of T-Kijin and congenial Fong. There might still be a chance to repair it. After putting away the sword, Qinshi suddenly felt the shackles on his body disappear. The sealed skills and weapons were usable again. The demons had all been sent to the underworld with a single Mido, Zengetsua, and no new demons were born from the gray mist. With the danger lifted, the little girl Rin, who had been crouching behind him, quickly climbed down. Thank you, Lord Sesomaru. Rin bowed her little hand towards Qinshi. You have saved me once again. Rin smiled, two small dimples appearing on her cheeks. I will wait for you to come back under the world tree. You must remember what you said, that when Rin grows up, she will marry you. After saying that, she skipped away into the gray mist. Who would have thought that the cold Sesomaru would end up marrying a human little girl? Qinshi chuckled. Entrant Qinshi, you have passed the trial. The ethereal image of the sword spirit appeared again, announcing the final result of his trial. A light arrow appeared before him. Walk in the direction indicated, and you will eventually reach the Sanjin Villa. Thank you, traveler. With your help, another sword's wish has been fulfilled. After the sword spirit finished speaking, the phantom vanished. Qinshi suddenly felt that the gray mist limiting his vision had thinned out a bit, and visibility increased again. Unfortunately, those monsters were trial beasts summoned by the sword spirit, not real monsters. Otherwise, with my earlier move that killed hundreds of them, I would have probably gained a lot of inheritance points. Although he said this, he had obtained a strange knife. Although he couldn't use it yet, once repaired, its ability to be reborn would be a great aid to him. Following the arrow's guidance, Qinshi dashed through the gray mist. After about half an hour, he finally saw a magnificent villa. At the entrance stood two stone swords towering 10 meters high, and a plaque on the door read Sanjin Villa. Finally arrived. I wonder if Peibu Liao and the others got here first. Qinshi approached the villa's entrance, where there were no guards, and pushed the door open directly. The entire door was uniquely designed, formed by the intersection of a long sword and a large knife. Pushing open the door, Qinshi walked down the steps. Looking down, he saw that the entire staircase was made up of gleaming daggers. The temperature inside surged compared to outside the courtyard, with flames rising from the tip of a nearby tower, as if a huge furnace were hidden within Sanjin Villa. Unlike the desolation outside, the villa was filled with many guests. Everyone raised their glasses to toast each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Old Qin, why are you the last to arrive? Come on, come on. Peibu Liao, who was eating meat, pulled Qinshi to a corner. Li Shan, who was already there, drinking a cup of yogurt. Qinshi looked around. There were long tables set up in the courtyard, filled with various foods and drinks. The number of people attending the banquet was about 20 to 30. However, he noticed something unusual. On both sides of the courtyard's corridors, there were burlap sacks placed. Some of the bags were still moving, evidently containing living creatures. Qinshi looked at Peibu Liao. Old Pei, what's going on? He asked quietly. Although he pretended to be relaxed when pulling him at the entrance, Qinshi could sense his roommate's tension. Once they reached a corner of the courtyard, Peibu Liao looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before whispering, Old Qin, many of the guests here are wanted criminals. Qinshi was taken aback. Wanted criminals? The term referred to those who had committed crimes and were sought by the 9 Provinces Monster Hunting Association. For example, that fat man at the front with a scar on his face is Tu Bao, a notorious wanted criminal in our Ning province. He has a strange personality and enjoys killing children, but he has the strength of a 1-star monster hunter. His inheritance is B class. From the Chimera Ant Arc in Hunter x Hunter, the Leopard Ant Jido. His escape speed is very fast, and he has a peculiar ability, so he hasn't been caught yet. As he spoke, Peibu Liao pointed to a weak-looking man who was continuously drinking. That pale, skinny guy is a wanted criminal from your Yin province named Abu. He is a notorious flower thief who has ruined many young girls. What is more detestable is that he is cruel, and many women have ended up dead at his hands. His inheritance is from the world of One Piece, Absalom, with the ability to turn his body invisible, making him a 2-star monster hunter. Peibu Liao pointed out several more wanted criminals to Qinshi. However, what's truly concerning me, aside from these criminals, are a few other individuals. By all accounts, they are supposed to be righteous figures. How could they end up in this strange villa? Peibu Liao did it. His expression growing serious. Let me tell you about that old man at the last table beside us. He was referring to a hunchbacked old man. The wrinkles on the old man's face were deep, indicating he was quite old. That is the second elder of one of the great families in Ning province, the Mo family, named Mo Shui. I once observed him with a telescope from my lookout when he came to our Pei family for tea. His inheritance is S-class. From the world of Naruto, Mito Uzumaki, and his strength could reach 4-star monster hunter at his peak. However, Peibu Liao glanced at the old man's hunchback. He is almost 100 years old now. His strength has likely diminished significantly. Our family's intelligence agency has analyzed that he probably doesn't even have the strength of a 2-star monster hunter anymore. Then, Peibu Liao shifted his gaze to a young man beside the hunchback who was constantly coughing. This coughing young man is the second son of the Yu family from Huan province. It said he contracted a strange disease in the monster domain 3 years ago and has been recuperating at home. But for some reason, he has shown up at this Songjian villa. Although he is currently sick, he was a renowned monster hunter in the 9 provinces, having slain many monsters invading Huan province. His inheritance is also S-class from the world of Bleach, the vice captain of the 1st Division, Kira Izu. I don't know how much strength he has left, but if we disregard his injuries, he should be the strongest among this group. People from the righteous path and the underworld, 2 completely different identities, were sitting in the same courtyard at this moment. Qin Shi felt an indescribable eeriness. Could it be that there is something in this Songjian villa that both sides desire? He speculated silently. Before long, the chatter gradually quieted down. An elderly man with bulging eyes and holding a long iron hammer stepped out. His clothes were embroidered with the words Songjian Villa, indicating his status as the villa's master. Although he was also an old man, he seemed much younger compared to the previous Mo Lao, probably around 60 years old. Behind the old man were 4 individuals of varying heights and builds. They were masked, each holding weapons wrapped in cloth. Welcome, everyone, to the Songjian Villa's sword forging ceremony. The old man with the hammer chuckled. Please follow me. I will show you the fine swords that are about to be forged. As he spoke of swords, the old man's hands rubbed together excitedly, his eyes sparkling as if he were about to meet a lover. Although Qin Shi and his companions were unsure of the old man's intentions, they followed closely behind him. By the way, carry your burlap sacks. All gifts must be delivered to the sword tower. The old man turned back and waved his hand before continuing forward. Gifts? Qin Shi looked around. Aside from himself and his 2 roommates, everyone else had gone to the corridor to pick up a burlap sack. It seemed there was something alive inside those bags. The old man said these were gifts. What should we do, old Qin? It seems we didn't bring any gifts. Peibu Liao leaned over, pulling out a few square boxes from his storage space. Good thing I always keep some handy. These boxes contain limited edition watches produced by my family. Although they aren't too expensive, they're worth about 1,000,000 9 provinces coins. Here, S1 for each of you. Just take them over and give them as gifts. Qin Shi and Li Shan exchanged glances, deeply shocked by their roommate's wealth, and accepted the watches without hesitation. As for gifts, Qin Shi had items in his system space as well. At worst, he could just give a few explosive talismans, the kind that ignites. A group of people marched toward a tall tower. The tall tower resembles a long sword, but it is hollow inside, with only 1 layer. As Qin Shi and the others walked in, they immediately felt a wave of heat. This is the place where the old man forges swords. The sword being tempered in the abyss furnace is meant to be given to the Ghost King. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take a look. This is the old man's most outstanding masterpiece in his lifetime. The old man urged the crowd following him. He couldn't wait to show off his creation. But Qin Shi was deeply shocked by another term. He said, Ghost King. Qin Shi looked at Li Shani and Pei Buyang, both of whom had surprised expressions on their faces. In the world of anime, there are countless Ghost Kings. For example, the first expert of the Xianming sect in the world of Hua Jianghu, the bad guys. Another example is an elder under the Snow Emperor in the world of Super Beast Armed. However, in the 9 provinces, the title of Ghost King refers to the same person, the leader of the Baigui group, one of the largest dark organizations in the 9 provinces. His legacy is Kibutsuji Musen from Demon Slayer. In the Demon Slayer world, Kibutsuji Musen is the first demon who has lived for over 1,000 years. Known for his cruelty and cold-bloodedness, claiming to be a being that is infinitely close to perfection. He not only possesses overwhelming strength, but also has the ability to create subordinate demons through blood. The sword forged by this old man is actually meant for the leader of the Baigui group. Qin Shi frowned. He never expected that a new life mission would be related to the Baigui group. As one of the most powerful dark organizations in the 9 provinces, the Baigui group has caused over 100 tragedies in the human world. Not only does the 9 provinces Demon Hunting Association regard it as the greatest threat, But the Demon Hunting Academy has also sent many teachers to participate in battles against the Baigawei group. Many demon hunters from various academies have sacrificed themselves in the fight against the Baigawei group. Don't act impulsively. If this is related to the Baigawei group, then completing this mission and leaving safely won't be easy. The three exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts, just as Qin was closely following the group. Intending to see what kind of sword the old man was forging, someone in the crowd suddenly complained. "Hey, old man, we came here to trade with you, not to see you forge some damn sword. I brought you a gift according to the invitation card. Hurry up and give me the Ghost King's blood, or I'll make you pay." The speaker was a stout man with an impatient tone. He was the fugitive known as Tu Bao, who had killed children in Ningzhou, as introduced by Pei Bouillon. Saying this, he set down the burlap sack on his back and opened the bag. Inside lay a shivering child. "Me too, accept my gift, and give us the blood right away. I still have to go enjoy the beautiful girls in Changzhou." A sickly, emaciated man also set down his burlap sack. Inside his bag was a beautiful girl. As the bag loosened, tears rolled down the girl's face, and her bound hands continuously pleaded. However, her mouth was stuffed with clothing, and her pleas were reduced to muffled sounds. Seeing this absurd scene, Qin was completely shocked. He looked at the other burlap sacks. Through the bulging outlines of the sacks, he became increasingly certain of his guess. The so-called gifts were actually living people. Chapter 151. Long knife sewn needle. The old man, "I brought a gift according to the invitation letter. You can't go back on your word." The stout and fat Tu Bao was the first to speak. "As for the swords you forge, they are nothing but junk in my eyes. I'm not interested. I wouldn't even want this kind of sword if it was given to me for free. Hurry up and give me the Ghost King's blood," he said fiercely. Invitation letter content? Qin felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he and his two roommates had made a serious mistake. The mission they accepted in the taskbar was to participate in the sword forging ceremony at the Sword Hidden Manor. On the task scroll, they had seen a replica of the invitation letter. It only stated the time and place. According to the information provided on the task scroll, the invitation letters had mysteriously leaked within the 9 provinces, but the quantity was not large. Since the location of the Sword Hidden Manor was already legendary, and it was situated within the Sword Tomb's secret realm, these peculiarities had drawn the attention of the local Demon Hunting Association, which reported the information to the Demon Hunting Academy, requesting special agents to investigate. However, as it stands, the content of the invitation letter we saw are insufficient. Qin frowned slightly. He had not seen the so-called gifts on the task scroll. Moreover, he had heard even crazier content from the mouths of these two fugitives. Qin looked at the people present. These people had probably not come here for any sword forging ceremony, but for the so-called Ghost King's blood. They wanted to become demons. It seems that these invitation letters had special means arranged, and only specific people could see the full picture. And these specific people are those who desire to transform into demons. Just as he was pondering, another fugitive who had unwrapped his burlap sack spoke up. "I'm not interested in any sword forging. I'm originally a close combat inheritor. I've always been hands-on with those beautiful girls." The fugitive from Yunzhou, the flower thief Abu, said discontentedly. "I specifically went to find a wealthy heiress for your gifts. I haven't even enjoyed it yet, and have brought it to you." "What? Are you planning to go back on your word now?" Abu, confident in his strength, had never intended to obediently follow the arrangements of the Sword Hidden Manor. Saying this, he threw his invitation letter to the ground. Although the invitation letter was far from him, Qin used his Sharingan to enhance his vision. Despite the distance, he still saw the contents of the invitation letter clearly. Indeed, besides the time and place of the ceremony, there were some small characters. These characters seemed to be written in blood, twisted and distorted. At the ceremony, the Ghost King grants blood, transforming into a sacred ghost that transcends life and death. Anyone who desires the Ghost King's blood must carry a living sacrifice. Most of the attendees are notorious criminals from various places, not the kind of good-natured gentlemen who are easy to deal with. With Tu Bao and Abu leading the way, the remaining villains began to stir. This is the Sword Forging Conference. He had already realized that the atmosphere was off and was ready to activate his inherited ability to transform into a leopard man at any moment. However, the old man, the owner of the Sword Hidden Manor, seemed to have not heard his words. He kicked the ground with his foot like a furious bull, glaring fiercely at Tu Bao and Abu. "You dare to look down on my sword? In this Sword Hidden Manor, anyone who does not obey my orders will die." He slammed his hammer onto the ground, and with a loud bang, it rang like a bell, causing everyone to feel a jolt in their hearts. "Old man, are you giving yourself too much credit? How dare you command me?" The stout Tu Bao roared angrily, his shirt ripped open, revealing tattoos all over his fat body. White hair with black spots began to grow wildly on him, and his feet transformed to resemble those of a cheetah. His inheritance was the cheetah Jido from the world of Full-Time Hunter. In the anime, Jido is a hybrid of human and cheetah, possessing extremely fast running speed. But just as he was about to attack the old man, a sudden sharp pain struck him. The fugitive Tu Bao looked in disbelief at his own body. Unbeknownst to him, fine threads had appeared on his chest, hands, and ankles. The threads shimmered with silver light. They were tough steel wires. When did this happen? Hiss, it hurts. Looking at the steel wires piercing through his body, Tu Bao couldn't help but shout loudly, the pain causing his whole body to tremble. A sinister laugh came from a man in black standing farthest to the left of the elder Sanjian. He held a special sword-like weapon that resembled a sewing needle but was longer than a human arm. He removed his black clothing, revealing his yellow, fluffy, spiky long hair, wore gray gloves, a yellow mask on his face, and had fluffy bandages wrapped around his neck. Fatty, do you know why you're still the lowest level wanted criminal? Unable to use the mind abilities you inherited? It's because you're too fat. The man sneered while pulling on the silk thread. Tu Bao was entangled in the thread like a meatball, with the steel wire squeezing his fat and cutting into him. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Xian. The fluffy-haired man caressed the fine sword in his hand as if it were his lover. It doesn't matter if you can't remember me. But remember this knife. Li Xian brought his needle sword to Tu Bao and stabbed at his thigh, completely indifferent to his screams. This knife is called Long Knife Sewing Needle, my most beloved treasure. At the back of the crowd, Qin Shi stared intently at the needle sword in Li Xian's hand. So that's it. This fluffy-haired man's inheritance is that of the long knife sewing needle from the 7 ninja swordsmen in Naruto, Kuri Samaru. The 7 ninja swordsmen are a notorious assassination organization in Naruto. Each of them is not only powerful, but also equipped with a ninja sword that suits their ninjutsu. The 7 specially made ninja swords each have their own abilities. The fluffy-haired man before them, holding the long knife sewing needle, is one of these 7 swords. This is a blade that can pierce through everything and stitch it together, with a steel wire tied to the hilt for long-range attacks. The speedster Tu Bao was instantly subdued by the black-clad man behind the elder Sanjian. The overwhelming strength shocked the lurking villains. Elder Sanjian angrily approached Tu Bao, who was tied up like a meat dumpling. This long knife sewing needle that will kill you is also one of my creations. He swung the hammer in his hand, striking Tu Bao's belly, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. Now, do you still say my forged swords are trash? The more elder Sanjian spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly swinging the hammer and smashing Tu Bao into the sword-forging furnace. Since you hate my swords, then become the nourishment for my treasured sword. Then, the old man glared fiercely at the crowd. Now, who else is unwilling to watch the sword? Stand up. Chapter 152, Deadly Struggle. The entire sword-forging tower instantly fell silent. Behind elder Sanjian stood 4 black-clad men. Just one of them had mercilessly killed the Tu Bao, who had the strength of a 1-star demon hunter. For a moment, regardless of what schemes the crowd had in mind, they all fell silent. Even the previously rowdy flower thief, Abu, awkwardly smiled. Since elder Sanjian kindly invited us to watch you forge swords, how could we refuse? He said, returning to the crowd to line up again. One by one, they walked along the stone path to the other side. The sword was right below the stone path. Saying this, elder Sanjian walked to the front. The crowd followed one after another across the stone path, which was empty on both sides. Looking down, they could see the sword furnace below, flowing like magma. It was truly a masterfully crafted sword furnace. As Qin Shi stepped onto the stone bridge, he saw clearly that the actual sword forging place was in a deep pit about 10 meters below the stone bridge. Inside the pit flowed a hot liquid like magma. Sparks jumped in the furnace. Elder Sanjian had actually dug such a large pit underground to make his sword training ground. Amid the jumping magma, Qin Shi faintly saw a sword bound with heavy chains on a block of iron stone. It was a long sword with a slender blade, and a white pearl embedded in the hilt. At just one glance, Qin Shi felt a chill. Clearly walking in the scorching sword furnace, he felt a wave of coldness rise up his back. This sword was so sinister. It was like a sword from hell. Following the crowd across the sword furnace stone path, they came to a square arena. The arena was surrounded by wide, deep pits. Only directly ahead was a narrow staircase that twisted upward to reach the arena. Looking into the deep pits, there was only one thing inside: swords. Countless swords stood in the deep pit, their tips pointing upward. If one were to accidentally fall in, it would result in being pierced by 1,000 swords. In the center of the arena, there was a small silver bottle. The blood of the Ghost King you want is in that silver bottle. If you want it, go and get it." The old man chuckled. Upon hearing that the Ghost King's blood was there, the crowd rushed forward like a swarm. "Old Qin, what do you say? Should we go?" Pabel Liao leaned close to Qin Shi. "I always feel something's off." Qin Shi glanced not far away, where Elder Songjin was staring intently at the crowd. "Let's go, but leave a backup plan." "Understood." Pabel Liao squeezed a card in his hand. It was a substitution card that could change positions. Li Shani nodded as well. "Even though this sword pit is wide, my Thunder Flash can easily jump over." In that case, Qin Shi pretended to casually touch the wall. An inconspicuous seal appeared on it. This was the Flying Thunder God Technique's mark. "Let's go take a look. Let's see what this old man is up to." The few of them followed the crowd to the arena. As everyone stepped onto the arena, the rotating stone stairs retracted like a retractable mechanism, leaving everyone on the arena. "I forgot to tell you," the Elder Songjin suddenly chuckled ominously. "There's only enough Ghost King blood in the silver bottle for 5 people. If you want to become a member of the 100 Ghost Corps, first kill the people around you to obtain the Ghost King blood." The crowd immediately erupted in angry curses. But before the villain who spoke could finish, blood suddenly erupted from the back of his head. Behind him stood a beautifully dressed woman. She was a wanted criminal from Yongzhou who had killed many for precious treasures. She had come here to make a name for herself. "We villains either suffer from serious illnesses and can only become ghosts to extend our lives, or we are pursued by the 9 Provinces Demon Hunter Association and must join the 100 Ghost Corps for protection." The woman licked her fingers. "Lord Ghost King also doesn't like weaklings. You scum, am I right?" The crowd exchanged glances, and a massacre immediately ensued. In the chaotic fight, Qin Shi directly kicked away a villain who tried to approach the 3 of them. Retreating to a corner of the arena, the 3 huddled together. Qin Shi said to his 2 roommates, "Damn it, they actually want these people to kill each other." Pabel Liao took out a card, which depicted 3 light swords. This was a magic card from Yu-Gi-Oh! Light Seal Sword, which had the ability to bind the enemies around the light swords. Pabel Liao placed the 3 light swords in front of them, to the left and to the right. After separating the 3 light swords, each sword's binding ability was significantly weakened. Even a 1-star demon hunter would only be bound for about a second. But that was enough. As 2 villains rushed forward, they were just bound when their chests were pierced by the sharp swords. Qin Shi and his companions did not attack. It was the other villains among them who moved. With only 5 slots to join the 100 Ghost Corps, those villains would not miss any opportunity to eliminate the people around them. The effect of Light Seal Sword also had a time limit, and not long after, the 3 light swords gradually disappeared. 2 villains watched as the lightsaber vanished and immediately rushed towards the 3 from Qin. They thought to themselves that those who dared only to hide in the corner must be weak. However, just a few steps closer, a hexagram-shaped magic circle suddenly rose beneath their feet. Inside the magic circle, they dashed left and right, but couldn't escape. "What's the rush? Did I say I only have 1 card?" Pabel Liao made a face at the 2 bound villains. "My inheritance is from Wu Tong's game. Do you know? The King of Pitfalls." The card he had just used was a trap card that only activated when enemies approached, called Hexagram Binding. Whoosh! 2 crossbow arrows shot in, killing the villains inside the magic circle by other villains on the battlefield. In no time, only 7 people remained on the battlefield. Apart from the 3 from Qin, there were 4 others also forming a small group. In the chaos of the slaughter, sticking together was the most rational choice. The remaining 4 of us each had the strength of about 2-star demon hunters. One of the men in the 4-person group, resembling a dwarf, spoke first. A 2-star demon hunter is someone capable of independently hunting a 2-star demon beast, and we 4 must take all the blood of the Demon King. Even if there's 1 more portion, we 1T give it away. So you 3 must die. After the slaughter, the 4 people standing in the center of the arena were covered in blood. Yet, they did not despise this bloodstain, but instead revealed an excited demeanor, resembling a group of vampires. Chapter 153. The Ghost of the 100 Ghost Group. Everyone in the 100 Ghost Group is a ghost, but what is a ghost? The ghosts in the 100 Ghost Group are different from the spirits and monsters that Qin recognized on Earth after death. They're a peculiar type of being, similar to vampires in Western mythology. They are granted blood by the leader of the 100 Ghost Group, the progenitor of ghosts, Kabutsuji Musen, and humans consume it. Humans who undergo the transformation through the blood of the Demon King without dying become ghosts. The ritual of ghost transformation is extremely painful and has a high death rate. This is also why the 100 Ghost Group does not need weaklings. Once the transformation is successful, they become humanoid beings that crave human flesh and blood. This species called ghost is already considered a half-demon beast, possessing not only great strength, but also a strong self-healing ability. As long as their heads are not cut off, ghosts can heal themselves over time. Therefore, many humans suffering from severe illnesses and with no cure are willing to join the 100 Ghost group to become ghosts in order to survive. For example, among the crowd, there is the second young master of the Yu family from Huangzhou, a young master who once ranked on the Kyushu storm ranking. Of course, greater strength and healing ability are just one of the characteristics of ghosts. What attracts humans the most about ghosts is their lifespan. The blood granted by the Demon King varies in quality among ghosts. Besides the Demon King, other ghosts can be classified based on strength as ordinary ghosts, blood ghosts, lower crescent ghosts, and upper crescent ghosts. The stronger the ghost, the more blood they receive from the Demon King, and the longer their lifespan. Even the most ordinary ghosts live far longer than humans. Many elderly members of noble families on the brink of death, unwilling to die, will also take a gamble. For instance, the hunchbacked elder in the crowd, the second elder of the Mo family from Ningzhou. These characteristics of ghosts have led to repeated encirclements by the Demon Hunting Association, yet they have never been able to stop them, and instead, their influence continues to grow. After all, the fear of death among humans is ever present, making the 100 Ghosts group perpetually attractive to them. However, becoming a ghost does not come without a price. After becoming a ghost, a person's character gradually deteriorates, becoming more cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, ordinary food cannot satisfy them. Only human flesh and blood can alleviate their everlasting hunger. After becoming a ghost, the sun becomes the nemesis of ghosts. No matter how powerful a ghost is, they cannot survive under the sun for long. Compared to humans, ghosts are already a different kind of being. Furthermore, all ghosts are controlled by the Demon King. If he wishes, he can cause all ghosts to perish. Once a person becomes a ghost, their right to life and death is controlled by the Demon King. The existence and rampage of ghosts pose a significant challenge to the social order of Kyushu. They create countless tragedies to consume humans. Thus, the 100 Ghosts group has been classified as the most dangerous dark organization by the Kyushu Demon Hunting Association. Returning to Tsangjian Villa, Qin has realized that the old man of Tsangjian and the 4 black-clothed men behind him are not human, but members of the 100 Ghost group, ghosts. The presence of so many villains at the sword forging ceremony is not for the sake of weapons, but to become ghosts. The deadly fight on the arena has come to a pause. Qin looks at the 4 humans still standing at the other end of the battlefield. At the forefront stand a hunchbacked man showing signs of old age. He is Mo Shuei, the second elder of the Mo family from Ningzhou. With an S-class inheritance from the Naruto world, Mito Kurama. In the Naruto anime, Mito Kurama is one of the senior advisors of Konoha and served as a member of the elite guard for the second Hokage, having been a teammate of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to Peibu Liao's introduction, this second elder had the strength of 4-star demon hunters in his youth. But now, due to old age, his power has greatly diminished. He is a man of power and wealth, immensely greedy for worldly pleasures. In pursuit of longevity, he is willing to do anything. Qin can't help but think of Principal Bai, also an old man, yet he grows stronger with age, truly a representative against humanity. Qin's gaze shifts to the second person, a young man who is constantly coughing. He is UK, the second young master of the Yu family from Huangzhou, also an elite figure who has appeared on the Kyushu storm ranking. His inheritance is an S-class from the Bleach world, the vice captain of Squad 1, Yukitake Jushiro. In the Bleach anime, top experts possess a capability called Bankai, which grants them immense power by unleashing their swords. Yukitake Jushiro gained recognition as the strongest among the Soul Reaper squads through his Bankai abilities, becoming the vice captain of Squad 1. However, UK, who inherited Yukitake Jushiro's powers, has been gravely poisoned during an adventure in the demon realm and is on the brink of death after failing to find an antidote for a long time. These 2 individuals, one seeking to extend life and the other fighting against a strange poison, have both abandoned their human nature in favor of joining the ghosts. Even so-called righteous figures find it hard to maintain their principles in the face of death. Qin's gaze shifts to the 2 individuals in the back row. One is the Flower Thiefub, with the strength of a 2-star demon hunter, inheriting from the world of One Piece, Absalom. In the One Piece anime, Absalom is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a subordinate of Gecko Moria, who ate the clear fruit, allowing him to turn invisible. The other is the woman who killed first in the arena, whose inheritance information is unknown. Even Pei Liao does not know her identity. Her outfit is somewhat peculiar. The woman has long reddish-brown hair, styled in vertical braids, and has fluffy bandages wrapped around her neck. Sheen feels that her outfit looks somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a character from the Naruto anime. The four people in front of him are eyeing him closely, about to make a move. Suddenly, Sheen extends his hand and steps out of the protective range of the hexagram magic circle. Wait a moment. Four of you, there's no grudge between us. Our battle is all for the blood of the Demon King, right? I also came here in a hurry due to an urgent matter. Saying this, he pretends to breathe heavily. But before we engage in battle, let's at least confirm whether there's actually Demon King blood in the silver bottle at the center of the arena. Why should you believe that what the old sword-hidden man said is definitely true? Sheen sure squinted his eyes. Perhaps there is nothing in this silver bottle, and it is just meant to incite us to kill each other. As soon as he finished speaking, the four people opposite were taken aback. If there is no blood of the Ghost King in the silver bottle, what is the point of us risking our lives to fight? Seeing that his words had swayed the other party, Sheen sure prepared to add fuel to the fire. He raised both hands, signaling that he had no weapons. You four are still the ones who survived among many, while we only have 3 people, so we definitely can't defeat you. How about this? Let you four go and take the silver bottle in the center of the arena to see if there is any blood inside. Once you confirm it, we can fight again. Chapter 154. Ninja Blade, Thunder Fong. After Sheen Shure's words, the four people opposite exchanged glances and rushed toward the center of the arena. The young man was right. Who can guarantee that the old sword-hidden man was telling the truth? Moreover, more critically, what if there's only enough blood for one person in that silver bottle? The young and strong flower thief was the first to reach the center of the arena and was about to reach for the silver bottle when suddenly several shurikens flew over, forcing him to retract his hand. "Mo family old master, what are you doing?" He turned around, his eyes filled with anger. "Youngster, how can you be the first to take it? We don't know how much blood there is." The Mo family old master ran over, trembling while holding a shuriken. "You are a notorious wanted criminal. Who can guarantee that you won't drink the Ghost King's blood first? To confirm, it should be done by me, the elder." He also reached out to grab the silver bottle. As the leader of a great family, he had tasted power and wealth and was immensely greedy for it. But as the end approached, he became increasingly fearful of dying. To prolong his life, he had done many heinous things. As long as he could live, he would be willing to turn into an evil ghost. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't allow any accidents. "Old man, are you looking for death?" Abu's face darkened, and a killing intent appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand as if merely pointing at the back of the Mo family second master. But in fact, he had a small firearm in his hand, hidden using the ability of the transparent fruit. This was a technique designed by Abu modeled after his inheritor Absalom. In the One Piece anime, Absalom had the ability known as the Hand of the Dead, but the air cannon that seemed to be used barehanded was actually an attack that made the rocket launcher in his hand transparent. Not far away, a woman with chestnut red hair and vertical braids approached, smiling sinisterly as she scrutinized the two. Her hand was hidden in a wide sleeve, concealing some hidden weapon. The group that had just planned to unite against a common enemy had now reached a point of mutual suspicion and collapse. Just as the battle between the three was about to break out, the second young master of the Yu family finally coughed and said, "Everyone, don't fall into that kid's trap. That kid over there wants us to fight for the silver bottle, and then take advantage of our internal conflict to attack." The Yu family's second young master glanced at Sheen Shure, who was innocently waving from another corner of the arena, and was secretly astonished. This young man, just with a few words, nearly incited the four of us to fight each other. He is truly not simple. He placed the Zanpakuto behind his back and was the first to express goodwill. Although that kid's intentions were sinister, it must be said that it indeed needed to be confirmed whether there was Ghost King's blood in the silver bottle. Just the method. The woman with chestnut red hair, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I have a way." She pointed at the silver bottle and smiled. "This silver bottle just happens to have 4 handles. Each of us can hold one handle, and then let the second young master of the Yu family, who just proposed a ceasefire, open the lid. Let's see if there's Ghost King's blood inside. How about that?" The four looked at each other, and no one spoke. This represented an implicit agreement to the woman's proposal. If no one opposed it, then let's do it. The woman smiled as she stretched out her hand first and grabbed one of the handles of the silver bottle. At the other corner of the arena, Sheen Shure saw the woman's actions and couldn't help but squint his eyes. There's going to be a good show. He tilted his head and said to his 2 friends. Pei Liao was still pulling his hair, thinking about how to deal with the 4 people in front of him, when he heard Sheen Shure's words and was stunned, turning his head to look. In the center of the arena, all 4 people had their left hands grasping the handles of the silver bottle. The second young master of the Yu family reached out and slowly opened the lid. Thinking about the opportunity to become a powerful, long-lived ghost was right in front of them. Their hearts raced, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Everyone held their breath and leaned closer. The bottle was empty. 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 Seeing that the silver bottle was completely devoid of anything. The Mo family second master shouted. Suddenly, the others heard the woman's laughter. Thunder escape, thunder fawn. A blinding bolt of electricity erupted from the chestnut-haired woman. The silver bottle was made of pure silver, which is almost the best conductive material. The others holding the silver bottle immediately convulsed, their hearts damaged from the electric shock. The chestnut-haired woman released her grip on the handle of the silver bottle. In her hand, she unexpectedly had two uniquely shaped blades. This knife not only had a straight blade, but also had a protruding sickle-shaped edge. More importantly, the entire knife was shining with silver light, made entirely of silver. The woman laughed as she looked at the several people who had been knocked out by the electric shock, licking the edge of her knife. This is my beloved knife. Thunderfawn. Teammates, we just met not long ago, and I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. I am the third seat of the 7 ninja blades, Lin Yu. Watching the shocked expressions of the three on the ground, the woman became even more pleased. By the way, let me tell you, I am a ghost. Saying this, she grinned and plunged the Thunder Fong knife into the chest of the flower thief beside her. The flower thief realized something was wrong the moment he was electrocuted and began to activate his invisibility ability to escape. However, the convulsions from the electric shock made him tremble uncontrollably, and the invisibility effect flickered in and out, making it impossible to completely vanish. The chestnut-haired woman took out a second knife and pressed it directly against the flower thief's neck. If it weren't for the electric shock, it would have been really hard to catch you with your rat-like invisibility ability. The knife pressed down little by little. By the way, let me tell you another thing. I, the young lady, love to torture and kill scum like you who bully women. As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted force with the knife, and Abu instantly lost his breath. However, as she killed the flower thief, the Mo family old master and the Yu family's second young master, who had been electrocuted, used secret techniques to distance themselves from the woman. Especially the second young master of the Yu family, his inheritor, the Sparrow Chief, also used lightning power to fight. In a brief moment of numbness and pain, he quickly adapted and regained some of his strength. You, dare. The second young master of the Yu family raised the Zanpakuto in front of him, directly transforming it into a Western sword full of electric light. He was seriously ill, and after just suffering from the woman's lightning ninjutsu, his condition was very poor, and he couldn't use his full power. This is, huff. You're trapped. The wrinkled old man trembled as he crawled up from the ground, constantly pouring expensive pills into his mouth. But with death approaching and his age taking its toll, all his elixirs and medicines were greatly diminished in effect. You all want to join the 100 Ghost team? The woman sneered as she swung the Thunder Fong knife in her hand. If you defeat us, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and wish to join the 100 demons, it's not impossible. Chapter 155. The 7 Blades of the Demon. Good job, third sister. The steps reappeared. 4 black-clad men behind the old sword hidden climbed up the steps. They all took off their black clothes, revealing their true appearances. Each one held a peculiar sword. The 7 of them originally belonged to a powerful assassin organization in the 9 provinces, inheritors of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Naruto world. However, in pursuit of greater power, they voluntarily joined the 100 demons. In the Naruto anime, the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen largely comes from their unique swords. Thus, after joining the 100 demons, they immediately asked the old sword hidden to customize swords for them based on the 7 swords of the Naruto world. Upon obtaining their swords, they called themselves the 7 Blades of the Demon. 1, 2, 5. Just right for 5 people, 1 for each of us. Luckily the captain and vice captain didn't come. Otherwise we wouldn't have enough to go around. Look, in that trio above there's a fat guy. But he is not as fat as me, so I'll choose him. A tall, stout man, his face covered by a large white mask, laughed loudly. He carried a heavy sword on his shoulder. One end of the sword was the blade, while the other end was a hammer, known as the dull sword, Dogai, reputed to break through all defenses. The ranking of the Blades of the Demon is based on strength. He ranks 7th, also known as the 7 Demon. The captain and vice captain, one is the Upper Moon Demon and the other is the Lower Moon Demon. How could they possibly deal with these lackeys? An old 7. Your inheritance is from a Mist Village's Flute B, but he is a quiet ninja. If you really want to use the impersonation method to enhance your inheritance, just keep quiet. A short man with a high stature, wearing a headband without inscriptions on his forehead, and his lower face and neck wrapped in bandages, slowly walked up the steps. He ranks fourth among the blades of the demon, after the woman wielding the lightning blade, known as the fourth demon. The fourth demon carried an enormous sword on his back, with a round hole in the blade and a notch on the edge. This sword is the Severing Blade, Beheading Great Sword, which has the ability to absorb iron from the blood of enemies, thus self-repairing. In other words, as long as it keeps cutting people, the Severing Blade can be reborn. Fourth brother, aren't you going to say who you want to choose? What a pity. Such good prey. But they're all demon hunters. If we kill them, we can't eat them. We have to give them to that old man to refine swords. What a waste. A man with long black hair, sporting vertical braids and a long beard, with thick lips, walked at the back. He is the sixth demon among the blades of the demon. I really want to choose that second young master you from the U family. An elite demon hunter from the 9 provinces. Yet he wants to join our 100 demons. Such a person is the most enjoyable to kill. He looked at the second young master you on the platform, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming like he was looking at prey. The sword in his hand looked the most peculiar, resembling a large barrel with sharp blades embedded on one side. This sword is called the Exploding Blade, Phima. The barrel-shaped blade is actually a thick scroll that can summon explosive talismans using summoning techniques, causing large-scale explosions that cannot be escaped from. It's great to go on missions, as I can kill to my heart's content. In the air of the sword tower, a steel wire floated down, with a man with fluffy yellow hair hanging from it. I just killed that loud-mouthed villain. I'm not satisfied yet. Third sister had a great time killing on the platform. I saw it from below. He is one of the 7 ninja swords. The owner of the long blade, sewing needle, ranked 5th among the 7, known as the 5th demon. On the platform, the third demon woman, holding the lightning fong, laughed heartily. Well then, you can choose from the remaining few. However, the woman's eyes looked at Qin Shi, licking her lips. This boy must be left for me. I haven't felt a heartbeat in a long time. I must personally kill such a man. Seeing the gaze from the other side, Qin Shi patted his roommate's shoulder and said to them, run. After all, there are still 2 unfamiliar strangers whose identities are unknown. One-on-one is the best outcome for now. While patting his roommate's shoulder, Qin Shi also left the Flying Thunder God technique mark on their shoulders. Then let us go according to what we just agreed on. We'll meet in the courtyard after we win. Bewley gritted his teeth, and the swap magic card he held burst into light. The swap magic card can switch the positions of 2 marked creatures. Magic activated. Not long after entering the Hidden Sword Villa, Bewley marked himself. The swap effect activated, and Bewley's figure disappeared. In his place, a hound tied with an iron chain appeared. Among the villains present, not everyone realized the danger of this trip. Some careless villains even brought their hounds, chaining them outside the Hidden Sword Villa. Upon seeing the hound, Bewley's eyes lit up, and he immediately marked it for the swap using a chicken leg. Li Shani, without hesitation, struck his head with the hilt of the Sunwheel blade, becoming dizzy and entering a half-awakened state. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Li Shani's body flickered with lightning and suddenly jumped off the platform in the opposite direction of Bewley. Beneath him lay countless sharp swords. Once he fell, the only outcome would be being pierced by 10,000 swords. However, just as Li Shani was falling, a hand made of sand suddenly appeared beneath him. On the platform, Qin Shi formed hand seals and cast the ninja technique, Sand Hand. Using the Sand Hand for leverage, Li Shani successfully jumped to the other corner of the platform. Then, like lightning, he quickly disappeared at the exit of the sword tower, running deep into the Hidden Sword Villa. 2 mice have run away. The 7th demon, wielding a hammer and sword, shouted loudly. As long as he is still within the Hidden Sword Villa, I can sense him. All the swords I forged scattered throughout the villa are my eyes and ears. Below the platform, the old sword hidden shouted. 7th demon, that chubby prey is now in the front yard of the villa, trying to force open the gate to escape. Saying this, the old man snorted coldly, coming to my villa and wanting to leave easily. As for the other blonde kid, the old sword hidden closed his eyes to sense and was slightly surprised. This kid runs really fast. In just a moment, he has already reached the Iron Mountain area. The 5th demon, holding the long blade sewing needle, let out a sinister laugh. Since we're all speedsters, I'll go meet him. Saying this, he threw the long sword, which resembled a needle, from his hand. The long sword pierced the wall. The 5th demon then used the steel wire of the long blade sewing needle to swing through the air, like Spider-Man, leaping over the abyss beneath the platform, chasing outside the sword tower. Chapter 156, The Third Demon's Scheme. Only 3 people remained on the platform. The pale-faced, blood-dripping second young master Yu Quebec. The old Mo family elder, Mo Shui, gasping heavily while chewing on medicine pills. And Qin Shi, with his hands in his pockets, seemingly watching a show. The strongest woman among the blades of the demon, ranked 3rd, smiled at Qin Shi. Little boy, tell me, how did you see through my scheme? The woman was originally a demon, but pretended to be a villain seeking the blood of the Demon King, mixing in among the villains. She even participated in the death match on the platform. Qin Shi shrugged. Because you were the first to make a move and kill in the death match. Those evildoers clearly didn't understand the concept of the death match. They thought that by offering living sacrifices, they could obtain the blood of the Ghost King. Suddenly thrown into a deathmatch environment, their first reaction would definitely be to resist. After all, they wanted criminals from various states, proud and arrogant. How could they willingly accept the arrangements of the old man with the hidden sword? Only you. Qin Shi pointed at the woman. She couldn't wait to make her move, as if she feared that the scene wouldn't turn chaotic enough. There were nearly 30 of these evildoers. Even if your 5-knife ghosts were strong, it would still be troublesome to deal with them. That's why they fabricated the lie that the quantity of the blood of the Ghost King was too small, and only those who survived the death match could obtain it. After hearing Qin Shi's words, the woman laughed heartily. Your mind is quite clear, young man. These evildoers are either facing imminent doom, suffering from serious illness, or wanted by the association with no way out. Joining the 100 Ghost group is their last lifeline. As long as they join the 100 Ghost group, they can gain stronger power, longer life, and almost unbeatable self-healing abilities. The deadlock can be revitalized. Under this gambling mentality, they have lost their rationality, which is how they fell for my not-so-clever plan. But you're different. The woman looked at Qin Shi with admiration in her eyes. She licked the blade of her knife, which still had the blood of the flower thief she had stabbed. However, you've made one mistake. I don't think there are too many of these evildoers to deal with. I just want to enjoy the thrill of slaughter. 3rd sister, you've killed enough. We haven't had our fun yet. The 6th ghost, holding the exploding knife missed, couldn't wait to rub his hands together. Why don't you take a break first? I'll go up and have some fun with 4th brother. The woman ignored her brother's words. She looked at Qin Shi, a mischievous smile on her lips. Young man, I really admire you. It would be a pity to just kill you like this. How about this? If you're willing to follow me, I can talk to Lord Ghost King and let you join. Our 100 Ghost group has high requirements for recruits. So don't miss this opportunity with that. The woman threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Shi. Qin Shi in the corner of the arena was momentarily dumbfounded. This kind of good thing? But that's difficult. He pretended to be conflicted. I'm not a man who is willing to rely on others. The 3rd ghost, Lin Yu, chuckled. No rush. I'll give you time to think. She turned to the 2 behind her. 4th brother, 6th brother. You can go up and fight, but don't touch that young man. She smiled, looking very kind. That young man is my prey. If you even touch him with a finger, I will be angry. The 4th ghost and the 6th ghost shivered at the woman's expression. It was a physical reaction of fear. Don't worry, 3rd sister, we won't touch a person. Just as the 2 ghosts were about to go up to the arena to kill, the old man with the hidden sword waved his hand. You all play here. I need to go check on the sword I forged. With that, he waved his hand, and a burlap sack floated above the arena. The sack gradually inflated, as if it were a monster swallowing all the corpses on the ground. The old man with the hidden sword reached out, stroking the burlap sack. These corpses are all treasures for forging swords. With these blood corpses, the Sword of Earth will be ready soon. Saying this, he looked deranged and ran toward the abyss furnace. It's actually a blood sacrifice. Qin Shi watched the old man with the hidden sword leave, his expression turning cold. He finally understood the old man's intentions. In ancient times, there was a concept of forging swords with blood. The reason this old man sent out invitations to lure those evildoers who needed the blood of the Ghost King to the hidden sword manor was to use them as sacrifices for forging his knives and swords. Swords forged this way would definitely be evil swords. Just as Qin Shi was pondering, the 4th ghost, holding the decapitating knife, and the 6th ghost, wielding the exploding knife, had already rushed up. They glared fiercely at Qin Shi. Kid, 3rd sister 1T let us touch you. So you'd better be sensible and not meddle in the affairs of those 2. After saying that, the 2 looked at the young master of the Yu family and the elder of the Mo family on the arena with fervent expressions. I'll go first. The 4th ghost, with black short hair and the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages, gripped the decapitating knife in his right hand and quickly formed seals with his left hand. Ninjutsu mist concealment technique. Suddenly, thick fog enveloped the arena. reducing visibility to less than 1 meter for ordinary eyes. Seeing the dense fog surrounding them, Chinsher immediately understood the fourth ghost's inheritance. His inheritance was from an A-rank character in the Naruto world, Zabuza Momochi. In the Naruto anime, Zabuza Momochi was a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist and the second user of the decapitating knife. He was a top assassin with superhuman hearing, best at killing silently in the mist. Chinsher's eyes narrowed. 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. Under the influence of the Sharingan, his vision improved, allowing him to barely see the enemy's movements in the fog. The ghost wielding the exploding knife should have inherited from Haku. Haku, one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen of the village hidden in the mist, was the first user of the exploding knife. Although he was killed twice in the anime, his strength wasn't weak. He just encountered opponents that were too strong. After all, the one who killed him was Might Guy, one of the strongest taijutsu users in the Naruto world. It's so comfortable in this thick fog. Although he was also enveloped in the fog, the 6th ghost didn't mind at all. As a ninja from a village hidden in the mist, he had his own methods of fighting in the mist. However, unlike the 4th ghost who relied on sound, he judged the enemy's location by smell. He was born with a strong sense of smell. On the other side of the arena, the young master of the Yu family no longer dared to hold back, tightly gripping his western sword in its initial form. Behind him, the elder of the Mo family held a kunai in reverse, cautiously waiting for the opponent's attack. After the thick fog spread, they immediately realized the issue of low visibility. The two adopted a cooperative stance, backing up to prevent the opponent's sneak attack. Now, the 2 knife ghosts grinned sinisterly. The slaughter game begins. Chapter 157, UK's full release. In the thick fog, there was no sound. It wasn't that no one was moving. On the contrary, the 4th ghost, holding the decapitating knife, was swiftly traversing the fog. But he made not a single sound like a ghost. Meanwhile, the 6th ghost, wielding the exploding knife, made thudding sounds as he walked, not hiding his presence at all. In the mist concealment technique. Backing up to back is indeed a good method to prevent surprise attacks. The 6th ghost's voice penetrated the mist, reaching the ears of everyone on the arena. But you are unfortunate. Your opponent is me. Exploding knife technique, explosive death. The 6th ghost didn't charge in front of the young master of the Yu family and the elder of the Mo family. Instead, he stopped 3 meters away from them. However, his knife swung through the air. The large scroll-like knife circled around the two, and talismans flew off from his knife. In the thick fog, the talismans were only visible when they were 1 meter in front of the two. This is an exploding talisman. The flames ignited the exploding talismans, and an explosion was about to occur. The elder of the Mo family widened his eyes in shock. He didn't have time to think. His combat instincts prompted him to quickly form hand seals with both hands and then slam them down onto the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. A startled exclamation from the old man behind him made the young master of the Yu family realize what the talisman in front of him was. His heritage was that of the vice-captain of the 1st Division of the Soul Society, and Kido was also one of his strong skills. He immediately began to chant quickly. Binding spell number 39, Circular Fan. The ground rumbled as a wall of earth rose up, blocking the explosion. However, in the rush, the elder of the Mo family didn't have time to shape it properly. The wall formed by the earth flow wall was merely a square wall. The circular fan was also a flat surface that blocked the young master of the Yu family's front. But the explosive talismans summoned by the explosive blade, Flying Mist, flew in from around the two. Some of the explosions were blocked by the earth flow wall and the circular fan, but many more still affected the two of them. Wow! The elder of the Mo family spat out a mouthful of old blood. The second young master of the Yu family was also blown away, landing heavily on the ground. They were already injured, and now their wounds were even worse. Next is my performance. The 4 ghosts holding the beheading sword had somehow appeared behind both of them. He used the water clone technique in the thick fog, intending to deal with 2 people at once. He approached silently, like a ghost. The signature skill of the 4 ghosts, inherited from Momochi Sandei, was misconcealment, silent killing technique. This technique concentrates chakra throughout the body, eliminating the sound of one's movements and enhancing speed. Using the combination of the ninja art's mist concealment and silent killing technique, the 4 ghosts had assassinated numerous wealthy individuals in the 9 provinces. He swung the beheading sword towards his prey. Suddenly, a scroll appeared behind the elder of the Mo family, and dozens of shurikens flew out, breaking the water clone behind him. Meanwhile, the second young master of the Yu family, in a rush, endured the pain, and used the instantaneous movement from his death god heritage, which allowed for super speed movement. He leaped from the ground, his western sword crackling with electricity as it stabbed into the four ghosts' chest. Splash! A loud water sound erupted. Both four ghosts turned out to be merely water clones. Ha! The laughter of the four ghosts echoed from the mist. No wonder you two, Prey, have survived until the end of this deadly battle. Your struggles are quite enjoyable for me. Meanwhile, another enemy, the sixth ghost in the mist, muttered in dissatisfaction. Fourth brother, you actually attacked both Prey at the same time. Are you trying to hog them all for yourself? The fourth ghost chuckled. Although these two Prey are exhausted, they still have some foundation left. Let's each take one. I'll deal with the old man, and you handle the young one. Don't be too careless. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Hee hee. Fourth brother, don't worry. Even if that sickly one has some strength, he won't be able to exert much of it. The sixth ghost laughed and pounced towards his prey. As he flew, he waved the explosive blade, flying mist. Countless explosive talismans were summoned, forming flying birds in the air, heading toward the second young master of the U family. In an instant, explosions erupted, leaving the second young master of the U family covered in wounds. Bastard, it seems this is my dead end. His body was already devoid of uninjured skin, blood flowing from various wounds, and he was on the brink of death. Using the beheading sword to support himself, he let out a low growl. I never expected. UK would die here today. I was gifted since childhood, making it onto the 9 provinces elite list at a young age, becoming the envy of many as a 2-star demon hunter. Even the dean of the Monster Beast Academy, Dean Bai, said I had decent talent and a righteous demeanor, predicting I would become a top demon hunter in the 9 provinces. But he clenched his fists, his face filled with unwillingness. Ever since I entered the demon domain and encountered that poisonous snake woman, I could never return to my former heights. My body has been deteriorating day by day, and my family no longer values me. They look at me as if I were a dead man. I refuse to accept this. That's why I've tried every possible means to heal myself. Even if it means becoming a wraith, I must reclaim my glory. He looked at the figure of the sixth ghost flickering in and out of the mist, his eyes revealing a determined ferocity. My glory shall not be tarnished by anyone. Unbeknownst to where he found the strength, he straightened his body, holding the sword with both hands, the blade of the western sword pointing downward. Ever since he was infected with the deadly poison, he hadn't attempted to use his Bankai. His weakened body couldn't support such a powerful technique. But now, on the brink of death, he was ready to risk everything to showcase the valor he had in his once healthy body. Bankai, release. Countless bolts of lightning appeared around him, and even above the sword tower, obscured by thick smoke, traces of lightning emerged. Huang Yen, Spirit Departure Palace. An oval-shaped electric light appeared above the sword tower, its splendid gold resembling a king's crown. The sixth ghost, who had been roaming in the mist, suddenly froze. He stood there foolishly, unable to move, because he clearly felt that the golden circular lightning in the air was locking onto him. The powerful golden lightning was about to descend from the sky, striking down upon him. In an instant, the fear of death engulfed his entire being. Heavenly thunder. Falls. The second young master of the Yu family was swinging his beheading sword, but suddenly his eyes turned white, blood gushing from various wounds like a fountain. He took a few steps forward, and the beheading sword in his hand drooped weakly, his eyes fixed on the sixth ghost, who was locked in place not far away, before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Even though he had exhausted his life, the fragile flower of life still did not allow him to unleash such a powerful skill. Chapter 158. You think you're worthy to kill me with this strength? With the second young master of the Yu family's fall, the golden lightning ring in the sky also vanished. The terrifying lightning that had locked onto him finally disappeared, and the sixth ghost gasped for breath, suddenly bursting into laughter. Good thing he was a sickly one. Almost got me. He walked over, looking at the second young master of the Yu family, who was already lifeless, with disdain in his eyes. Coming here for the blood of the Ghost King, and still pretending to be righteous at the moment of death, truly shameless. The sixth ghost lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the second young master's head. But just as his foot was about to land, he suddenly felt his body unable to move. He looked at his body in horror. These threads, when did they get here? Countless fine threads were entwined, pulling at various parts of his body like a puppet, as if he had been fixed in midair. This was the unique skill of the string fruit, parasitic threads. Just on the way to the arena, the sixth ghost had already been secretly ensnared by Qin Shi, who had set up hidden threads while threatening him. Qin Shi silently walked over and closed the eyes of the second young master of the Yu family. I originally didn't want to intervene, But this final move showed me your determination as a person. Rest in peace. Leave the rest to me. Qin Shi gently lifted the corpse of the second young master of the Yu family and placed him in a corner of the arena. You little brat. Was it you who did this? The sixth ghost was both shocked and furious. Put me down, and I might leave you a whole corpse. If it weren't for third sister telling us not to touch you, you'd be dead by now. Qin Shi coldly looked at him and slowly walked up to him. A powerful gravitational force emerged around him, a unique skill of the gravity fruit, gravity travel, tenfold gravity. Kneel. Qin Shi looked at the sixth ghost with a cold expression. Thud. Under tenfold gravity, the sixth ghost's legs cracked with a snap, and he fell to his knees. His body stiff as a board. This isn't over. His upper body couldn't withstand 10 times the gravity, and he collapsed onto the ground, as if he were being sucked down by a giant suction cup. Sister 3, save me. Once again feeling the fear of death, Lu Gui cried out to San Gui on the steps. However, San Gui's eyes sparkled as she merely smiled without offering any help. Qin Shi reached out, lifting Lu Gui's head. You really like playing with explosive talismans, don't you? I'll grant you that. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a series of explosive talismans emerged from the ground, sticking to Lu Gui's body. This was the explosive talisman ninjutsu mastered by Qin Shi, fire style, explosive flame array. Bang! Qin Shi let out a soft hum. The explosive talismans attached to Lu Gui immediately detonated in a series of explosions, leaving him without a single intact piece of flesh. Qin Shi was too close to Lu Gui and was also affected by the blast. However, as the smoke cleared, he was revealed to be wearing a bronze armor. This was the holy garment of the Phoenix Seat. The powerful protection left him unscathed in the aftermath of the explosion. Qin Shi still held Lu Gui's head in his hand. Even though his body had been blown to pieces, Lu Gui's head remained wide-eyed with rage. You little brat. I will definitely not let you go. Lu Gui's head let out a chilling roar. That's right, you're a ghost. Only by severing your head will you truly die. Qin Shi's voice was as cold as ice. He picked up a large knife nearby that resembled a scroll. This was Lu Gui's special ninjato, the explosive blade, spray. The other side of the scroll was a sharp blade. No, you can't do this. I'm one of the 7 sword ghosts, a member of the 100 Ghosts group. If you dare to kill me, the Lord of Ghosts won't let you go. Lu Gui's head swung back and forth in Qin Shi's grasp, struggling frantically. Qin Shi easily swung the large knife, and the blade flashed by, abruptly silencing Lu Gui's screams. Once the head was severed, even a ghost couldn't escape death. Sixth brother, For Gui, who was nearby, wielding a decapitation knife and fighting fiercely with the elder of the Mo family, roared as he forced the elder back with a single strike. He never expected that the almost 3-star strong Lu Gui would be killed by a boy not yet 20. The elder of the Mo family, holding a scroll, was summoning various ninja tools to barely resist For Gui's attack. The sudden halt of his opponent's movements relieved him. However, the elder of the Mo family knew that his strength was not even equal to UK's. If he continued fighting, it wouldn't be long before he was completely slain by the decapitation knife. He glanced at Qin Shi, who was standing nearby, and suddenly came up with an idea. That boy killed your sixth brother. He may be young, but he looks unusually strong. I can help you deal with him to spare my life. As long as I can live, I'm willing to offer you endless wealth. However, before the elder of the Mo family could finish his words, For Gui suddenly swung his decapitation knife. It directly killed the elder of the Mo family beneath the blade. Alas, my beloved sixth brother is dead, killed by someone even stronger than him. Of course, it's obvious. Who told sixth brother to be so weak? He thought he was capable just because he had a ninjato, even though he hadn't learned much ninjutsu. So weak, the weak will die. Isn't that natural? For Gui twisted his neck, talking to himself. His voice grew louder, revealing a hint of excitement. To kill sixth brother, an even stronger prey, his blood surged, and a rush of energy filled him. He laughed heartily, looking fervently at Qin Shi. Boy, your expression is just delightful. If I get to see you cry in fear later, the decapitation knife will surely enjoy it even more. His figure vanished from where he stood, blending into the thick fog. Everything became silent. Even a falling pin could be heard. After killing the elder of the Mo family, For Gui once again used the mist concealment secret technique, silent killing technique. He quietly approached Qin Shi from behind, aiming for Qin Shi's neck, grinning as he slowly raised the decapitation knife in his hand. But Qin Shi suddenly turned around, coldly staring at him. You saw through me? For Gui, hidden in the fog, was momentarily stunned by Qin Shi's sudden turn. Then, a surge of pain hit him. He looked down at his chest. A hand had pierced through his chest, and that hand was shimmering with dazzling lightning, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Ah! In pain. Forgue immediately retreated. His chest had been punctured with a large hole, and the electric light spread at the wound. Even though he had the super healing ability of a ghost, the wound struck by Chidori was disrupted by the lightning, making it impossible for him to heal. The electric light in Chinshi's right hand did not fade. The lightning-style ninjutsu, Chidori, roared in his palm. He looked at Forgue, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. With your kind of strength, you think you can kill me? You think you deserve it? Chapter 159. Strange Death's Chin sure stood in place, but his right hand stretched forward. The Chidori that had been gathering in his palm suddenly extended, transforming into a long sword of lightning. This was the advanced version of Chidori Flow, ninjutsu. After suffering once, Forgue's complexion changed drastically, and his whole body bent backward, narrowly avoiding the Chidori long sword. But it wasn't over. Chinshi stepped forward, raising his fist for a punch. Forgue was horrified. His body still bent, losing balance. He exerted all his effort to dodge, but still felt a painful blow to his head. Damn it! In a panic, Forgue quickly formed hand seals, the mist enveloping him thickening even more. Chinshi kicked out but kicked into empty air. Looking up, he saw that in just a moment, his opponent had already moved 10 meters away from him. Phew, this kid is tough. Forgue panted heavily, the thick mist that surrounded him gradually dissipating. This was one of his ninjutsu techniques, body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. By summoning thick fog to envelop himself, he enhanced his speed of movement within the mist. Thanks to mist body flicker, he narrowly dodged Chinshi's attack. Mist conseillement, silent killing technique. He silenced himself, using the increasingly thick fog to hide within. Finally, he had created some distance. Hee kid. Your lightning-style ninjutsu has strong close combat capabilities and can also extend the attack range. But if I hide in the fog, what can you do to me? Forgue moved quickly within the mist. In that case, I must unleash all my strength. In addition to the fog, a burst of red blood mist erupted from his body. The total amount of spiritual power surged dramatically in a short time. The reason I joined the 100 Ghost group is for this kind of powerful strength. Forgue felt the change in his spiritual power, grinning ominously. Unlike ordinary ghosts, I'm already a noble blood ghost. Blood ghosts, a class above ordinary ghosts, differ from regular ghosts by mastering a unique ability known as Blood Ghost Technique. Blood Ghost Technique is a powerful ability that can only be performed when the blood content of the Ghost King within oneself reaches a certain level. To endure more Ghost King blood, one needs stronger strength. Therefore, every blood ghost is a formidable demon hunter before they become a ghost. After becoming a ghost, their strength can evolve even further with the mastery of Blood Ghost Technique. My Blood Ghost Technique is called Blood Mist. This blood mist is highly toxic, and I can use water-style ninjutsu to dissolve this toxic blood mist. Forgue clasped his hands together, gathering the blood mist above his palms. Since I can't get close to you then, the fourth ghost slung his beheading knife behind him and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, great waterfall technique. His cheeks puffed up, and a violent stream of water erupted from his mouth. The water gathered in the air, transforming into a gigantic water sphere. The blood mist was entirely enveloped within the water sphere, dyeing the originally transparent water sphere with an eerie red hue. This was not an ordinary water sphere. It had become a sphere of deadly poison. As long as the mist from this water sphere touched the skin, it would immediately corrode and burn, as if coming into contact with sulfuric acid. Haha, boy. Killing you like this will make your death quite miserable. The fourth ghost manipulated the water sphere and forcefully pushed it forward. Go! The water sphere whizzed and smashed violently towards Chinshi. Bang! The water sphere hit its target, splashing with a loud sound. The poisonous water fell onto the stone slab of the arena, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Hit! The mist was released by the fourth ghost's chakra. Besides relying on extremely strong hearing, he could also use the mist for some perception. Hiv, arrogant little threat. You're still far from being able to compete with your fourth ghost uncle. He grinned wickedly and walked towards Chinshi, who was lying on the ground. His limbs stiff from being hit by the gigantic water sphere. His skin was corroded in various places, and the immense impact of the water sphere had knocked him out cold. Keat. He raised the beheading knife, gathering strength for a horizontal slash. Clang! Just as Chinshi was still dazed, he suddenly grasped the blade of the knife and blocked the attack of the beheading knife. Moreover, His face was filled with anger and suspicion, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Fourth brother, why? Qin Shi spoke, but it was a woman's voice that came out. The fourth ghost showed a look of confusion, rubbed his eyes, and found that standing before him was not a boy, but the third ghost, Lin Yu, holding Leia and blocking his beheading knife. What are you doing? Lin Yu was soaked, her originally delicate face now resembling a ghost's, covered in corrosive wounds. Speak. Why did you use the great waterfall technique to attack me? The third ghost, Lin Yu, almost shouted this question. Every inch of her skin was corroding, and the burning sensation caused her immense pain. Although relying on the ghost's self-healing ability barely kept her life intact, the pain of her continuously corroding skin was unbearable. More importantly, her cherished beauty had been completely destroyed under the influence of the deadly water sphere. How do you want to die? Her eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the fourth ghost to tremble. Third sister, I thought you were that boy. Suddenly, the fourth ghost turned around. He saw Qin Shi still standing in place, one hand extended, fingers pointing forward. Secret technique, Phoenix Illusionary Fist. Qin Shi looked at the fourth ghost not far away and said lightly, "You could die now." His voice was soft, but in the ears of the fourth ghost, it sounded like thunder. In his eyes, Qin Shi's figure grew taller and taller, and countless electric sparks erupted from his palm, enveloping him completely. The fourth ghost felt the pain of being electrocuted all over his body. He raised the beheading knife in his hand, but he found that what was once just a metal long knife had now transformed into a monster with a huge bloody mouth, drooling, lunging to bite his face. Get away, get away. The fourth ghost screamed, wanting to throw away the beheading knife in his hand, but found he couldn't discard it at all. Not only that, his hand began to lose control, as if it had a mind of its own, slowly bringing the beheading knife closer to his head. Meanwhile, the monster-like beheading knife's bloody mouth grew larger and larger. Amid the fourth ghost's terrified screams, the beheading knife transformed into a giant monster and swallowed his head whole. With a loud thud, the fourth ghost fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Lin Yu, standing beside the fourth ghost, was taken aback. Even the pain from her skin corrosion was momentarily forgotten. In her eyes, the fourth ghost had clearly raised the beheading knife himself, in an extreme fear. He was screaming while cutting off his own head. What a bizarre way to die. Chapter 160. The blood ghost technique of the third ghost. The expression in the eyes of the third ghost, Lin Yu, changed drastically as she looked at Qin Shi. No longer was there the initial ease. Instead, there was a deep sense of wariness and killing intent. After killing the fourth ghost and the sixth ghost, the boy before her had already rejected her invitation through his actions. Now, under the boy's methods, her fourth brother had even sprayed the deadly water sphere at her. Being attacked by her own side was unexpected for her, and she was unable to dodge the deadly water sphere in time. With the deadly poison from the water sphere invading her body, she needed to use her ghostly abilities for continuous healing. Is an illusion? The woman's mood soured, her face darkening. What a powerful illusion. My fourth brother is almost at the strength of a 3-star monster, yet still manipulated into self-destruction by your illusion. And he even smashed the deadly water sphere onto me. Boy, you have some skills. With the death of the fourth ghost, the thick fog gradually dissipated. Qin Shi's figure became visible. The technique that had just instilled fear of death in the fourth ghost was the Phoenix Illusionary Fist, a martial art he had only recently mastered. This technique is a mental attack used by the bronze saint of the Phoenix constellation, Aeolia, in the world of Saint Seiya. This technique can directly destroy the opponent's mental will, trapping them in illusions and fear. However, the fourth ghost was originally a powerful being with the strength of a 3-star monster, relying solely on the newly mastered, still in its initial stages, Phoenix Illusionary Fist. He couldn't exert its full potential. Thus, Qin Shi delivered a finishing blow in the thick fog with the Sharingan. He was not worried about being ambushed by the fourth ghost. After all, the fourth ghost's misconcealment technique only concealed his sound, while his body did not disappear. With the Sharingan, he could quickly detect the fourth ghost as he approached him. It was precisely because of the fourth ghost's close proximity that Qin Shi seized the opportunity to use Illusion Sharingan. As his Sharingan upgraded to 3 Tomo, the power of Illusion Sharingan also increased to LV3, granting it strong hypnotic capabilities. Coupled with the Phoenix Illusionary Fist he used while wearing the Phoenix Cloth, even a 3-star monster like the fourth ghost could not resist such a powerful illusion. Did you think you had already secured victory, boy? At some point, the corrosion from the deadly poison on the third ghost Lin Yu had stopped. The skin on her face was gradually healing, returning to its delicate appearance. The fourth ghost continuously clashed with the two Leia knives in her hands. Lightning flickered around her. Do you know why the fourth ghost and the sixth ghost are so afraid of me? Because my strength is far superior to theirs. The woman chuckled. My strength is already close to that of a 4-star monster, ranking among the lower moon reserve members. Back then, in the assassination organization, I was not outstanding among the 7, and because I was a woman, I was ridiculed by the others. But after joining the 100 ghosts, I gained the blood ghost technique, and my strength further increased. Now, apart from the captain and vice captain, no one else dares to disrespect me, because my blood ghost technique is far stronger than theirs. The woman walked forward, holding her twin knives. Her body had fully recovered, showing no signs of having been corroded by the deadly water sphere. As she spoke, the woman fiercely thrust her knives into the ground. Thunder Burial, Feast of Thunder. Branch-like lightning was released from the two Leia knives, rapidly slithering across the arena's surface towards the direction where Qin stood. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Qin let out a light snort and formed a hand seal with one hand. A wall made of earth and stone emerged from the ground of the arena, encasing him like a cylindrical barrel. Lightning danced around the earthen wall, but could not harm Qin inside. He had not originally intended to use this earth escape ninjutsu, but just recently, the elder of the MO family had used it while fighting against the 6 ghosts. He had copied it with his activated Sharingan. The earth flow wall was not enough. Sange, Linyu, let out a cold laugh, crossing 2 double knives in her hands to gather power for a second. Then unfurling the blades, 2 intense bolts of lightning shot out from the swords, moving through the air like living creatures, directed by Linyu to fall from above Qin's head. This was a unique ninjutsu exclusive to the Thunder Fang blade. Lightning Release, Thunder Fang. This time, however, Qin did not take it head-on, but used the body flicker technique to quickly leave his standing position. Just as he left, the lightning struck the ground, creating a small pit. However, as soon as he landed, he still felt a numbness throughout his body. He had clearly dodged it, yet he still felt as if he had been hit by lightning. Qin couldn't help but frown, but he didn't have time to think. He leaped into the air and landed on a hand made of sand. He used the ninjutsu sand hand to create a foothold in midair. Ha! Do you think you can escape like this? Sangue laughed heartily, continuously crossing the Thunder Fang in her hands and swinging them violently. Bolts of lightning erupted from her hands, yet every bolt of lightning seemed to be aimed far away from Qin. Qin frowned, but in the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and forcefully blocked the air. His palm instantly turned black, with streams of black energy wrapping around his arm. This was the sign of an armed color hockey enhancement. Bang! Countless sparks of electricity erupted from his hand, as if lightning had exploded in his palm. Even with the enhancement of armed color hockey, he still felt a bit of pain and numbness in his arm. Although he had hit the distant lightning at that moment, it felt as if it had struck his palm directly. Palm healing technique. A faint glow appeared on Qin's arm. The pain and numbness from the electric shock quickly disappeared. So that's how it is. Qin fell from the air. He looked at the woman's sinister face. Your blood demon technique is conductivity, right? He pointed at the ground. The power of lightning release ninjutsu was formidable, and it had a controlling effect that could paralyze the opponent. But because of that, controlling the direction of lightning release ninjutsu was extremely difficult. Making the opponent be struck by lightning release ninjutsu was no simple task. Qin thought of his lightning cutter. By concentrating the lightning release power in his palm, he could strike the enemy with the enhancement of physical technique. Similarly, if the palm did not hit the enemy, the lightning release ninjutsu would be ineffective against them. Moreover, the S-rank ninjutsu within lightning release, Kirin, not only required a long preparation time, but also needed the user to act as a catalyst to accurately summon the lightning release, Kirin, onto the enemy. This was still for the powerful lightning release ninjutsu. Most lightning release ninjutsu had to consider the issue of conductors. In water, where there is a conductor, lightning release could still cause damage to the opponent even if it did not hit them. This point is frequently seen in the Pokemon anime. However, in air and on the ground, the presence of conductors is not common. Yet the woman before him could temporarily grant non-conductive materials strong conductive properties. Chapter 161. The weakness of lightning release. This entire arena is my domain. Sangue, Linyu, swung her Thunder Fang dual blades. Lightning Burial, Feast of Lightning. Electricity erupted from the Thunder Fang dual blades, spreading out like branches in all directions. It was originally an area attack technique, with a branch-like lightning moving chaotically around. But Linyu smiled sinisterly. Blood Demon Technique Conductivity. The previously chaotic lightning suddenly seemed to have awareness as it all attacked in unison towards Qin Shi's direction. Moreover, despite the distance between them exceeding 20 meters, the power of the lightning did not decrease during its movement, showing no signs of weakening. She changed the conductivity of the air between us. Qin Shi frowned slightly. Air is generally a good insulator. Unless the power of the lightning release ninjutsu is strong enough, it cannot temporarily break through the insulation of the air. However, even if the lightning pierced through the air due to air's insulating properties, the power of the electricity would quickly diminish. Therefore, in the world of Naruto, lightning release ninjutsu is either used to enhance speed and strength when loaded onto the body, or to increase sharpness when loaded onto weapons, or to be released as a mid-range attack method. Of course, there are exceptions. Air Juzi created the S-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. Kirin. The power of lightning release. Kirin is like that of true heavenly thunder, completely penetrating the insulation of air and unleashing its power on the enemy. However, the cumbersome preconditions for Kirin require Sasuke to pinpoint the target for it to accurately hit. This also highlights another weakness of lightning release, which is the difficulty of control. To control the direction of lightning release ninjutsu, one must either shape the lightning release. For example, the angled lightning release, false dark, transforms the lightning release ninjutsu into a large gun. For instance, Kakashi's lightning beast Fong Chase transforms the lightning into the form of a wolf to pursue the enemy, with the lightning wolf possessing superior mobility. Others include lightning release, lightning fish, which transforms lightning into the form of a fish. Besides attribute changes, there's also the method of enhancing oneself with lightning release ninjutsu, using physical techniques to unleash the power of lightning release. However, the two issues of close-range attack distance and difficulty in controlling direction always limit the effectiveness of lightning release ninjutsu. But under Sangue, Lin used conductive blood demon technique. All these issues were perfectly resolved. Now, the air between Qin Shi and Sangue was like metal. For electricity, it would automatically follow the path of least resistance. This is why the tree-like bolts of lightning released from the Feast of Lightning seem to autonomously target Qin Shi. Furthermore, constrained by the distance issue of conductivity, it was further resolved by the conductive blood demon technique. Under strong conductivity, distance was meaningless for lightning release ninjutsu. The speed of its release was extremely fast, and the stronger the conductivity, the less energy consumption during the lightning release. As a result, every lightning release technique from Sangue seemed to be released in close proximity to the enemy. Qin Shi, wearing the bronze Saint Cloth of Phoenix, once again used armed color hockey to take the lightning head-on. However, the change in air conductivity wasn't only targeted at me. Qin Shi gripped Sangue's lightning release ninjutsu with one hand, while his other hand erupted with dazzling lightning. Lightning release, Chidori, the lightning attribute spiritual energy, which had only been gathered in his palm, now surged towards Sangue through the highly conductive air. Bang! The Chidori's lightning accurately struck Sangue, who was holding the Thunder Fong dual blades. Being hit by Chidori, Sangue not only felt no pain, but instead wore an expression of enjoyment. Do you think lightning release ninjutsu is effective against me? She laughed heartily. My blood demon technique, besides conductivity, also has another, lightning body. Any lightning attribute technique cannot harm me. Not only that, but lightning can also heal my injuries, enhance my stamina, and restore my spiritual energy. Your lightning release tastes great. Sangue licked her lips, twisting her arms as the electricity around her intensified. Even among all the members of the 100 Ghost group, I'm the only one who has successfully acquired 2 blood demon techniques. This is also why I, who is at the bottom among the 7 blade demons, jumped to become the 3rd seat of the lower ranks. Looking at the smug enemy in the distance, Qin contemplated the method of combat. The Thunder Fong dual blades have the ability to store the power of lightning and release it using lightning ninjutsu. The blood demon technique can conduct electricity, changing the conductivity of objects and even air, allowing the lightning ninjutsu to be released almost at point-blank range. The blood demon technique, Thunder Body, allows one to recover vitality, physical strength, and spiritual power when subjected to lightning attacks. These 3 abilities complement each other and have a high degree of synergy. No wonder after being attacked by the 4 ghosts' poisonous water balls, she was able to recover so quickly. Even a demon with strong, self-healing abilities wouldn't heal that fast. So it was the effect of the Thunder Body. Qin recalled the woman's actions at the beginning of the battle, constantly locking the Thunderfang dual blades together. She was storing the power of lightning into her body to accelerate her recovery. The three ghosts looked at Qin, who stood in the distance. What out of moves? But unfortunately, I gave you a chance. You could have not only submitted to me, but also had the opportunity to join the 100 ghosts. But now, the woman's expression began to turn ferocious. Every man who refuses me has only death as their fate. The lightning on her body rapidly expanded, and the electric light almost consumed her entire being. Don't worry, I won't underestimate you like the 4 ghosts and 6 ghosts. For you, I will use all my power to completely kill you. The lightning sphere on the woman grew larger, and the power of lightning stored in the Thunderfang dual blades was fully released. Lightning release, Thunder Burial. With a loud bang, lightning erupted from the woman, as if she were standing at the center of a heavenly thunderstorm. Lightning release, Thunder Burial, in the Naruto anime, is the suicide technique of the first-generation wielder of the dual blades, Thunderfang. It involves summoning lightning far beyond what the body can withstand to consume oneself. The woman looked in Qin's direction, her fingers slightly drooping. There was confusion in her eyes, because the boy opposite her not only showed no signs of discouragement, but instead closed his eyes slightly, sinking his entire body down, gripping an ancient sword. This sword had a blade as dark as coal, giving the 3 ghosts a strong sense of dread. 8 gates of Dunjia, open gate, rest gate, life gate, open. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Qin. His posture and technique represented his complete lack of defense, directly going for broke. The 3 ghosts unconsciously retreated, moving all the way to the other side of the arena. Her strength relied on the blood demon technique for ranged attacks, avoiding the risk of close combat. Kid, I don't believe you can turn the tables in this situation. At this distance, my lightning ninjutsu will reach you in an instant. There is no way you can get close to me before it strikes. Chapter 162, Slaying the 3 Ghosts. The next strike will be your death. She modified the air's conductivity between her and Qin, making it as if they were holding a metal rod hand in hand. Lightning release, Lightning Dragon. The powerful electric light transformed into a dragon and charged towards Qin. Just as the woman expected, Qin's sword could not be swung before the lightning dragon reached him, because he was charging up for a big sword technique. One sword style, I. Death. Lion Song. One of Zoro's signature moves from the One Piece anime. Huh, are you too scared to move? Then die. The 3 ghosts sneered as they urged the lightning dragon to attack. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. But the 3 ghosts' expression changed. Her blood demon technique conducted electricity by using both herself and her opponent as pivot points, establishing a highly conductive pathway in between. Yet just as the lightning dragon was about to hit, she sensed that her conductive blood demon technique had failed to activate. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Qin on the ground. The 3 ghosts suddenly looked to the other side of the arena. At some point, Qin had already stood on the west side of the arena, still with his head bowed, maintaining a drawing pose. Next to him, a kunai was embedded in the surface. The handle of the kunai had a peculiar technique inscribed on it. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. When did, the 3 ghosts was first shocked, but immediately dismissed the thought. No matter how you escaped to the other side of the arena, as long as the lightning continues to strike you, that is all that matters. In a moment, the air between the 3 ghosts and Qin was once again altered to a strong conductivity. Lightning Dragon, go again. Another bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunderfang dual blades, flying towards Qin at high speed. Boom! Damn, it missed again. The sensing faded once more, and the 3 ghosts widened their eyes, staring ahead. Qin's figure had indeed vanished again. She looked around and found that, at some point, Qin had appeared at the far east side of the arena. From the far west to the far east, the entire arena spanned 200 meters. Yet she had not seen Qin's moving figure at all. Bastard! What the hell is going on? The 3 ghosts roared, launching another lightning dragon. But each time it was about to hit, Qin's figure would disappear. How is he doing this? After several missed attacks, the lightning sphere on the 3 ghosts visibly shrank. The recent attacks had consumed over half of her spiritual power, but they had no effect. The strange phenomenon made her calm down, beginning to observe the battlefield. Those strange kunai? Looking around the battlefield, she finally discovered the scattered kunai, inscribed with strange symbols all over the arena. That boy seems to appear next to a kunai every time he changes position. So that's it. He can use these kunai to change his position. This is space-time ninjutsu? The expression of the 3 ghosts, Lin Yu, became serious. There are also users of the Door fruit, with powerful space-time, transfer abilities, and the 100 ghosts. I didn't expect this boy to have such strong methods. However, even if you can move between these kunai, you still cannot avoid large-scale attacks. Since that is the case, I must also use all my blood demon techniques. Her eyes turned blood red, and the veins on her skin bulged, as if they were about to burst. Blood demon technique, full area conduction. She no longer used Qin as an anchor point, but regarded every corner of the arena as anchoring points, spreading her blood demon technique across the entire arena. Centered on her, the entire area encompassing the arena was transformed into a strong conductivity. This strike is the true indiscriminate attack. Let us see where you can escape this time. The three ghosts, Lin Yu, gritted her teeth and thrust two lightning blades into the ground. Lightning release, lightning gate. Using herself as a pivot, countless currents roared past, surrounding the entire arena. Under the strong conductivity, the entire arena seemed to be directly hit by the lightning ninjutsu, with debris flying everywhere. Not a single stone remained intact. After a full 10 seconds, the electric light on the three ghosts finally faded. She panted heavily. That last strike drained all her and the Thunderfang dual blades' spiritual power. But the effect was also astonishingly powerful. Now, boy, you can't die any more than this. The three ghosts chuckled, revealing a sinister expression. Truly a tenacious prey. However, as the dust settled, although the arena was littered with debris, Qin's figure was still nowhere to be seen. No, impossible. The three ghosts could no longer maintain her composure. The entire arena was within my attack range. Where else could he escape to? As she looked around, but still couldn't find Qin Shi's figure, a male voice came from afar. Hey, are you looking for me? The voice came from below the arena. Sangoe Lin Yu, in disbelief, looked down at the arena. At the exit of the corridor where the crowd had briefly gathered, Qin Shi was standing there with a blank expression. At his feet, there was still a kunai inscribed with the technique. You actually left that kunai before coming on stage? Sangoe exclaimed in disbelief from the high arena. If I don't consider defeat before thinking about victory, do you think I would dare to step onto the arena without any preparation? Qin Shi pointed to the kunai at his feet. This kunai, which allows me to switch positions, has been quietly placed in various locations since I entered the Sanjin Villa. As he spoke, his figure vanished again, reappearing next to a kunai closest to Sangoe on the arena. Have you finished your moves? Then it's my turn now. After charging for a long time, the Zanpakuto was finally drawn. A strong blade light suddenly appeared, and Qin Shi's figure disappeared from his original spot. Under the dual acceleration effect of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the one-sword style, he instantly arrived in front of his opponent. Then, he swung his sword and slashed. Sangoe, still maintaining an angry expression, suddenly felt his line of sight shift, as his perspective, which was originally facing forward, quickly turned towards the sky. His head was severed, and even the strongest of demons could only meet death. With the enemy eliminated, Qin Shi sheathed his sword. Finally, it was over. He looked up at the top of the sword tower. Even inside the building, he could see outside through the opening of the sword tower. It was a thick fog that could obscure the sun. No wonder these demons chose to nest in this villa to cause trouble. This was a gathering place for dense fog, where sunlight could not penetrate directly. Otherwise, simply breaking the walls of the sword tower to let in sunlight would instantly kill these demons. He muttered to himself while picking up the ninja knife from the ground. All good stuff. The explosive blade, splash, the severing blade, decapitation, and the thunder blade, Fong. All 3 ninja knives were thrown into the system space. After the battle, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 163 System Rewards Ding. Host has slain members of the 100 Demons group. 6th Demon Li Shun, 4th Demon Tao Zhan, 3rd Demon Lin Yu. Beginning reward settlement. The long-awaited system voice sounded. Finally here, system. I thought you forgot about the rewards. Qin Shi silently complained. In order to maintain the continuity of the battle and fully consider the host's safety during the fight, the system will only start the reward settlement after the battle ends. Damn, with these 3 little demons, how could I be in danger? Summarizing the battle briefly, Qin Shi looked at his system rewards. Detected host has defeated A-class inheritor. Li Shun, the opponent is truly dead. You gain 1,000 inheritance points, 10 skill points. Starting to unfold the kill. Naruto, no Li Shun Ba inheritance, reward options. You can choose one reward from the following options. Explosive blade technique, burst death. Other ninja techniques, spiritual power gift. The host can also give up the option reward and instead choose the kill reward, which grants 3,000 inheritance points, 10 skill points, and 20 kill points. Explosive blade technique, and some basic ninja techniques I have no interest in. Qinshi glanced at the reward options. He didn't feel much about the explosive blade. Splash. The so-called explosive blade is actually summoning pre-prepared explosive talismans using a summoning scroll. This blade is said to be able to kill even those with an immortal body. That's obvious. As long as there are enough explosive talismans, even a Hokage-level powerhouse can be killed. Shao Organization's Conan claims to have a say in this. The use of explosive blade, splash, is not without dangers. The explosion of the explosive talisman does not consider the user and the enemy. If the explosion is strong enough, it can affect even oneself. Therefore, using explosive blade, splash requires controlling the direction of the explosion. Without a sufficiently high level of proficiency, it cannot be executed smoothly. Just now, observing the battle of the sixth demon, he found that he did not deliberately avoid his own explosions. Moreover, when the explosive talismans flew out to pursue the enemy, he showed no concern about stepping into the explosion range of the talismans. I guess his blood demon technique is probably a similar ability to absorb explosions. Qinshi nodded slightly. Blood demon techniques can only be awakened by demons who have been granted enough blood by the Demon King and whose own strength reaches a certain level. So far, it seems that the awakening of blood demon techniques matches the existing strength of the demon, enhancing its effects. Qinshi recalled the abilities of the two demons he had just seen. The sixth demon's blood demon technique can be unafraid of explosions, but this is just my guess. As for the fourth demon's blood demon technique, it can release toxic blood mist. This is a blood demon technique that matches his own abilities very well, Qinshi commented. The fourth demon's inheritance is from Momochi Zabuza, and his signature skill is the ninja art, mist concealment technique. If it is combined with a highly toxic blood mist, that would be a walking killing machine. However, he did not use the toxic mist at the beginning. Even later, he injected the toxin into the water ball. Should I say he is too foolish or too carefree? Or perhaps he chose not to use the blood demon technique at the start to experience the joy of killing more. Indeed, underestimating the enemy and approaching the battle with a game-like mentality, who else should die if not him? Qinshi shook his head with a smile. As for the third demon's blood demon technique, it has maximized the characteristic of cooperating with the inheritance ability. Whether it is the ability to change conductivity or the body that can absorb lightning attribute attacks, both greatly enhance her original inheritance. Qinshi thought of the anime Demon Slayer he had watched. The demons in there are far from as powerful as the demons in this world. After all, those demons primarily rely on blood demon techniques. In this world, blood demon techniques are just an embellishment. Every demon has their own inheritance ability in addition to blood demon techniques. When the two are combined, they can achieve an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. It seems that joining the 100 Demons group really enhances a lot of strength. Qinshi muttered to himself. The pursuit of strength can lead many people astray. Since I don't plan to use explosive blade, splash, there's no need for the explosive blade technique. Qinshi decisively chose the kill reward from the reward options, which grants 3,000 inheritance points, 10 skill points, and 20 kill points. Adding the kill reward, that's 4,000 inheritance points, 20 skill points, and 20 kill points. Ding! The system's prompt sound rang out. Just like money arriving in a bank account before crossing over, it was a wonderful sound. Next, he continued to look at his reward options. Detected host has defeated A-class inheritor, Tao Zhan. The opponent is truly dead. You gain 1,500 inheritance points, 15 skill points. Starting to unfold the kill reward options for Tao Zhan, Naruto Momochi Zabuza inheritance. You can choose one reward from the following options. Mist Concealment Ninja Art, Mist Concealment Technique, Mist Concealment Ninja Art, Silent Killing Technique, Other Water Release Ninjutsu, Spiritual Power Gift. The host can also give up the option reward and instead choose the kill reward, which grants 4,000 inheritance points, 15 skill points, and 30 kill points. The fourth demon is indeed from the Zabuza inheritance, and the ninja technique's reward is quite substantial. He looked at the reward description. In the Naruto anime, Zabuza Momochi is the first strong enemy encountered by the main character group. Setting aside his weapon, the Executioner's Blade, Zabuza's own strength is also impressive. The Mist Hidden Technique and Water Release Technique are his specialties. However, I don't need that. Qinshi's lips curled up as he directly chose the slaughter reward. After all, I have already mastered all the ninjutsu used by the 4 ghosts. In the previous cooperative battle with the 6 ghosts and the fight with Qinshi, the 4 ghosts used quite a few ninjutsu. There was the Mist Hidden Technique, Silent Killing Technique, Water Clone Technique, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, and Body Flicker Technique, Mist Body Flicker. Moreover, in the solo battle against the Mo family's elder. He also used 2 types of water release ninjutsu: water release, water dragon bullet technique, and water release, water prison technique. All these ninjutsu have been copied by me. In Chinshi's eyes, the Sharingan's Tomo spun. While the 4 ghosts performed those ninjutsu, he had already copied their techniques through observation. These ninjutsu are not forbidden techniques, and Obito's Sharingan has a powerful copying ability. What a great harvest of ninjutsu today. Chinshi looked at his now significantly enriched skill list and felt very satisfied. He glanced at the last reward. The final reward was the most abundant, obtained from defeating the strongest of the 3 ghosts. Chapter 164. The system's new function detected that the host has defeated A-class inheritor. Linyu, the opponent, is truly dead. You have gained 2,000 inheritance points and 20 skill points. Unfolding reward for defeating Linyu. Inheritance from Naruto's Linyu Yuli. You can choose 1 reward from the following options: Lightning Release, Lightning Fong, Other Water Release, Ninjutsu, Spiritual Energy Gift. The host can also choose to give up the option rewards and instead select the Slaughter reward, which grants 4,000 inheritance points, 15 skill points, and 30 slaughter points. As expected of the strongest 3 ghosts, the inheritance points, skill points, and slaughter points are all the highest. Chinshi looked at his rapidly increasing attributes and felt that indeed, fighting is the fastest way to grow stronger. I have copied her ninjutsu, but they are not useful. Throughout the battle, the 3 ghosts Linyu used many lightning release techniques, including Lightning Release, Lightning Fong, Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Tornado, Lightning Release, Lightning Gate, Lightning Blade Technique, Falling Thunder, and Lightning Release, Lightning Burial. However, all her Lightning Release skills rely on the Lightning Fong dual blades to perform. Among these 3 blades, the Lightning Fong dual blades are the most to my liking and also the strongest, so I can keep them. Since I've already copied all the ninjutsu, Chinshi naturally does not need the 3 ghost ninjutsu rewards and directly chose the slaughter reward. The system's prompt sound kept ringing. After being poor for so long, I became rich overnight. Chinshi rubbed his hands and looked at his character panel. Just as he opened it, the system's new prompt sound rang. The host's inheritance points have met the upgrade conditions. Upgrading. The host level increases to LV10. New function activated. Please check the system function area. I've reached LV10. Chinshi's face lit up with joy. Before coming to the Tsangjin Villa, he was just over level 9. But unexpectedly, after the battle, he directly broke through to level 10. The system had previously announced that new functions would be unlocked after reaching level 10, and slaughter points would come in handy. So let me see what the function is. Chinshi looked at the system function panel. In addition to the previously available training tasks function, there were now 2 additional functions. Lucky Draw Wheel, Workbench. He first looked at the Lucky Draw Wheel. Wow. Seeing the rewards on the Lucky Draw Wheel, Chinshi's eyes widened. There are bloodline limits like Ice Release, Byakugan, and even the notorious Wood Release in the Naruto world. There are super strong S-class ninjutsu like Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Corpse Sealing Technique, and 4 Crimson Sun Formation. There are also top-tier ninja tools like the Chakra Metal Rope, 7-Star Sword, and Red Gourd. There is nothing bad on the drawboard. Although the items are great, the cost of the draw is not small. Chinshi looked at the bottom of the Lucky Draw Wheel, which stated 100 slaughter points for 1 draw, 999 slaughter points for 10 draws. And every 10 draws guarantees 1 bloodline limit. Man, 100 slaughter points is so expensive. I don't even have that much right now. No wonder they say slaughter points are important. Indeed, having slaughter points is what counts as real wealth. Chinshi shook his head, reluctantly closed the draw wheel, and opened the second workbench. There was only 1 slot. It can repair or fuse items. The description is concise and to the point. Chinshi thought for a moment and took out the badly damaged Tensiga from the system storage space. He placed Tensiga inside. After a while, a line of text appeared next to the workbench. Item name, Tensiga. Item category, epic level. Item status, severely damaged. It's only epic level? Chinshi thought to himself. This Tensiga is just a sword modeled after the real Tensiga from the anime, with the ability to kill a messenger from the underworld only once. If it were the real Tensiga from the Inuyasha world, it would probably be a legendary item. Do you want to synthesize or repair? The workbench provided options. Chinshi clicked on repair. Repair calculation in progress. Required repair materials. Epic level item 3. 30 slaughter points. First activity. Special discount for the first 3 times. You can repair the item and upgrade it to legendary level. The first discount is the largest, and the discount time is limited to 10 seconds. Do you want to repair? I must repair it. Chainshur thought for a moment and immediately placed the exploding blade, mist, and the severed blade, executioner's blade inside. Sure enough, these blades were both identified as epic level by the workbench. Just one more. Chainshur thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and put in the lightning Fong dual blades. After all, his main method is not lightning release. He needs the Tensiga, which can save lives, more than the lightning Fong dual blades. Repair. After placing the 3 ninja blades and painfully consuming 30 slaughter points, a fire symbol appeared on the workbench, indicating that it was working. After a while, the fire symbol disappeared. Tensiga reappeared in his hand, just holding the hilt. Chainshur could feel that this sword was completely different from before. A powerful vitality was contained within the blade. The silver blade shone brightly, and all the broken marks had disappeared, looking as good as new. This sword has come to life. That is how Chainshur felt as he held this sword. Feeling that its master was holding it, Tensiga joyfully emitted a sound of the blade singing. Now, at the legendary level, even without the enhancement from the sword spirit in the sword tomb, Chainshur could feel Tensiga's emotions. Hello, you see, I told you. If I say I'll save you, I definitely will. Chainshur laughed heartily. Tensiga also conveyed a joyful emotion. During the trial in the sword tomb, it had completely recognized Chainshur, now that it has been completely repaired and upgraded to legendary status. The whole sword is more confident and recognizes Chainshur as its new master even more. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Chainshur put the sword into the system storage space. Suddenly, a raging fire erupted beneath the arena, engulfing the corpses of the 3 ghosts. This fire had a sinister aura, and it felt somewhat familiar. Chainshur looked down at the arena. Unknowingly, the iron abyss filled with broken swords and remnants of blades suddenly began to flow with magma. This fire is the fire from the sword furnace. Chainshur immediately realized where the familiar feeling of the flame knife came from. Earlier, when the old man at the restaurant forged swords, the flames below were just as strange. That evil sword is about to be born. Chainshur looked up at the sword tower, and through the empty gap in the tower, he saw a black aura swirling above it. This is not gray mist, but a kind of deathly aura. The warm-up match is over. Now, it's time to confront the final boss. Chainshur looked toward the direction of the sword furnace and began to run towards it. Chapter 165. The dull blade of the 7 ghosts. Just as Chainshur dealt with the 3 ghosts, battles erupted in 2 other locations as well. Boom! A giant hammer smashed down, directly creating a large pit in the ground. This is the so-called ninja blade that can break through any defense. The dull blade, Dogai. My god. Having narrowly dodged a blow, PathsObito got up and ran to the side. The rope at the handle of the hammer was suddenly pulled, and the hammer returned to the hands of the stout man wearing a white mask. He is the 7th ghost among the 7 ghostly swordsmen, inheriting the flute-blowing giant bee from the world of Naruto, the only B-class inheritance among the 7 ghostly swordsmen. Do you know why I, with a B-class inheritance, can still stand among the 7 ghostly swordsmen? The stout man laughed heartily, his voice deep. Because I possess innate divine strength, making me very suitable for wielding this heavy dull blade. In my hands, it is the most handy weapon. Saying this, he suddenly threw the dull blade in his hand. The dull blade, Dogai, is one of the famous 7 ninja blades in the Naruto world. It is a combination weapon made up of a hammer and a large knife resembling an axe, and it can also be used as a 2-handed weapon. This time, what the 7th ghost threw was the large knife. Bang! The large knife spun and flew out, smashing into the stone pillar in front of PathsObito. Frightened, PathsObito quickly stopped in his tracks. You really are a little mouse, running into the front yard of the sword-hidden villa. If it weren't for the old man of the sword hidden having perception over the entire villa, I would have had a hard time finding you. The 7th ghost grinned as he retracted the large knife. Little mouse, run. Let us see if you can run faster, or if my large knife is faster. The enemy's strength exceeded 2 stars, and PathsObito knew that with his weak card summoner body, continuing to run would only lead to being killed from behind. Run. Run? I can't run. The young master of a wealthy family has never had the word run in his dictionary. PathsObito held a card in his hand, on which a monster resembling a pom-pom was drawn. Go, Chestnut Ball. A gray creature, resembling a pom-pom and having 2 small hands and feet, ran out from the card. This is a monster card commonly used by the protagonist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Chestnut Ball. It is a 1-star monster with only 300 attack points. Kuri. The chestnut ball shouted as it pounced at the enemy. Seeing a monster the size of its own head coming, the 7th ghost laughed heartily. This little monster is your summoned beast? Watch me chop it down with 1 axe. He swung the iron axe in disdain. The iron axe was forged from a special iron in the Naruto world, and although it was only axe-sized, it weighed 500 kilograms. But such a heavy iron axe-shaped large knife, in the hands of the seventh ghost, was wielded as easily as if it were a twig. The iron axe, with immense impact, came crashing down toward the chestnut ball. Kuri, just as the large knife was about to chop down on it. The chestnut ball shut its eyes in fear. Bang! The chestnut ball was hit, but did not disappear. Instead, it split into 10 identical chestnut balls. Pei Bewley held another green card in his hand. It was the magic card, Multiplication, which could infuse spiritual energy to replicate the chestnut ball based on the amount of energy. You can chop well, can't you? Pei Bewley laughed with his hands on his hips. With so many chestnut balls, let us see how long it takes you to chop them all down. Little ones, attack. With a wave of his hand, 10 chestnut balls shouted Kuri and charged towards the seventh ghost. Your large knife and hammer are powerful, but even if you have boundless divine strength, you only have 2 weapons in hand. Some of my chestnut balls will bite your hands, and some will bite your feet. Let us see how you handle it. Pei Bewley showed a proud expression. In such a tense battle environment, he could still come up with such an excellent plan, and he couldn't help but cheer for himself. But before he could be happy for long, the seventh ghost smiled maliciously, raised the hammer in his hand high, and then brought it down heavily. His target was not the chestnut balls, but the ground. Dogai earthquake. With a heavy blow, the entire ground cracked open. The broken stones from the floor flew in all directions like sharp hidden weapons. 8 of the 10 chestnut balls were hit by the flying debris and disappeared in an instant. The last 2, just about to escape, were directly stomped to death by the seventh ghost. Kid, do you think your little cunning can succeed? The seventh ghost twisted his arms. Although I also wanted to properly feel your fear, I've already wasted too much time chasing you. I don't have time to play with you for long. It seems that I need to get serious with you. He held the hammer and large knife in each hand, spinning the large knife, and suddenly shot it out. The hammer in his hand kept spinning, like a cannon waiting for the right moment. Once the prey in front showed signs of fleeing, he would directly throw the hammer for a second pursuit. Can't dodge it? Pei Bewley gritted his teeth and pulled out another card. A white creature, resembling a bouncy marshmallow, appeared. This is one of Yugi Muto's monster cards from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, Marshmallow. The large knife came down on the marshmallow, forcefully pressing it into a V shape. However, the marshmallow had high physical attack resistance, and its skin was extremely elastic, making it almost impossible for ordinary physical attacks to break through its defenses. Bang! The iron axe-shaped large knife was rebounded by the marshmallow's bouncy body. The large knife spun and returned to the seventh ghost's hand. Oh, I didn't expect you, little ghost, to have this move. The seventh ghost was surprised. This little monster can take a hit. It actually withstood my attack. Then let me see how much it can take. The seventh ghost stepped forward, swinging the large knife to chop at the marshmallow. The attack, as expected, was once again blocked by the marshmallow, but the corner of the seventh ghost's mouth curled up. How about this? While the large knife was still chopping at the marshmallow, he swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it down on the handle of the large knife. Ultimate move, Dull Blade, Dogai. A skill named the same as the Dull Blade was unleashed. But the marshmallow's physical resistance was indeed extremely strong, and under the double strike, it surprisingly managed to withstand the blow. Not bad, not bad. The seventh ghost's eyes lit up, as if he had found a great toy. It has been a long time since anyone or any beast could withstand my attack. But this is where it ends. Suddenly, blood vessels burst out on the seventh ghost's body. Red blood spurted from his veins and flowed onto the hammer and large knife in his hands. The hammer and large knife suddenly gleamed with a blood-red hue. The marshmallow, which had just been invincible, cried out and was chopped in half by the red weapons. What? How could this be? In his hand, the monster card did not have any creatures with higher defense than the marshmallow. Yet the marshmallow's inherent high resistance made it Pei Bewley's strongest shield. But now, the marshmallow, known for its physical defense, was actually shattered by physical attack. Chapter 166, Blood Demon Technique, Armor Breaking. Is that the Blood Demon Technique? Pei Bewley immediately realized a possibility. Hee, little fatty, you're quite clever. The seven ghosts looked at the knife and hammer in his hands. The blunt knife, Dogai, could be said to be the worst among the 7 ninja blades. He casually swung the knife and hammer in his hands. In the world of Naruto, this blunt knife is said to be able to break through all defenses. But it itself has nothing special. It doesn't store electrical energy like the Thunderblade twin blades, nor can it self-repair like the decapitating Great Blade, let alone compare to the captain's Great Blade, Shark Skin, which has the ability to absorb spiritual energy. It's just a hammer and a sword, although the hardness is decent. It also requires considerable arm strength from a user. Such an ordinary ninja blade originally had no distinctive features. In the Naruto world, perhaps it could rely on the sword to strike first, and then the hammer to add force with the Dogai skill to break the enemy's defense. But in this world, which has many unexpected defensive methods, the title of a knife that can break all defenses is nothing but a joke. The truth is, the blunt knife, Dogai simply cannot break the enemy's defense. However, as the seven ghosts swung his arm, the veins bulged and blood flowed down his arm again. My blood demon technique can give this blade new life. It truly becomes a blunt knife that can break everything. Because my blood demon technique is called armor breaking. As long as the force reaches a certain level, under the effect of the blood demon technique, any defense can be instantly shattered. Now, kid, can you die understanding this? The seven ghosts mockingly looked at Pei Bu Liao, as if enjoying the expression of fear on his prey. If you understand, haha, go die. The knife tied with a rope was thrown again by the seven ghosts. Protect me, Great Shield Guardian. Pei Bu Liao hurriedly threw out a card. A long-haired man jumped out from the card, half squatting and holding a shield that was half his height. This was the monster card, Great Shield Guardian, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Although its attack power is only a mere 100 points, its defense power is as high as 2,600. It is a top-tier defensive monster. Clang! The large knife struck the Great Shield Guardian's shield, leaving not a single mark. Another hard guy? Ha, good, I like it. The seven ghosts swung the hammer in his right hand and held the knife in his left. He slammed the hammer onto the large knife. In an instant, the blood demon technique was triggered, and the previously sturdy Great Shield Guardian was immediately cut in half. The Great Shield Guardian vanished, leaving nothing in front of Pei Bu Liao. Since the monster couldn't stop you then, in a hurry, Pei Bu Liao threw out another card. The card depicted 3 light swords. Fortunately, the cards were infused with spiritual energy in advance. Otherwise, I would have been doomed by now. Pei Bu Liao's spiritual energy wasn't much, but he was able to use so many cards without exhausting it. The fundamental reason is his inheritance. The card summoner of Yu-Gi-Oh! Although they have disadvantages such as a frail physique and difficulty in obtaining cards, also has an advantage that no other inheritance possesses. That is, the cards are infused with spiritual energy like talismans in advance, requiring only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to activate in battle. Of course, cards that require additional infusions of spiritual energy don't count, like multiplication, where the more extra energy you infuse, the more monsters you can multiply. But the vast majority of cards have a spiritual energy storage function, and their own energy storage can fully support card consumption. Therefore, card summoners are the most easily caught off guard by low-star inheritors. It's common for the summoner's body to be ambushed by enemies weaker than themselves. But card summoners are also the most likely to unexpectedly defeat inheritors with stronger abilities, as long as you have enough cards. You can fight without being limited by spiritual energy. There's a popular saying in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Summoner community, as long as I have enough cards, even gods can be slain before you. Thus, Pei Bu Liao, despite having less spiritual energy than a 1-star demon hunter, could use multiple cards to entangle with enemies stronger than 2 stars for a long time. This is because he is rich enough and has many cards. The magic card, Light Sealing Sword, was activated, and 3 light swords flew out from the sky. The light swords fell, surrounding the 7 ghosts. Suddenly, the 7 ghosts' feet couldn't move. He was bound within the light swords. Before the light swords disappeared, you couldn't escape the range of the light swords' encirclement. Before my Peta, Yi runs far away, just stay inside obediently. Pei Bu Liao made a face at the opponent and prepared to leave. But just as he turned his head, he heard a cracking sound. He turned back in disbelief. The 3 light swords standing beside the 7 ghosts had completely shattered, turning into light points and disappearing. Kid, I told you my blood demon technique is armor breaking, capable of destroying all enemy defenses. The 7 ghosts grinned as he tightly gripped the knife and hammer in his hands. You didn't understand, did you? It means all defenses. Whether this defense is magical or physical, it could be completely shattered. Pei Bu Liao's mouth dropped open in shock. Completely broken defense? Even magic cards can be smashed. Is it really that overpowered? He gritted his teeth and threw out another card. The card appeared face down and then disappeared. The 7 ghosts, holding the large knife, had just swung it at Pei Bu Liao when suddenly a hexagram-like magic circle rose beneath his feet. This was a trap card, Hexagram Binding. It can restrict an enemy's movement. Still don't understand? The 7 ghosts roared as he swung the knife and hammer in his hands. Clang, clang. The seemingly non-existent hexagram magic circle was actually shattered by the 7 ghosts with his hammer. All defenses are useless. All of them. He laughed maniacally as he threw the large knife. At that moment, Peibu Liao was completely at a loss and unconsciously closed his eyes. But just at that critical moment, a card suddenly flew out. This was the card he obtained in the Sword Tomb Secret Realm, Divine Sword, Phoenix Sword. The card transformed into a long sword with a golden hilt and a silver blade. The sword has a spirit, and, especially for Peibu Liao, who had fulfilled its wish, he was chosen as its master. It would not allow its master to be harmed. When the clash of blades, the seven ghosts hadn't even used his blood demon technique, and the Phoenix Sword was directly shattered. But just as the Phoenix Sword was about to dissipate, a flame rose, and the Phoenix Sword became whole again. Interesting, it turns out to be a weapon with a sword spirit. Such a weapon should be smashed under my attack. Seeing a weapon that could withstand his attack appear, the seven ghosts no longer threw it, but approached. He swung the large knife and hammer, striking the hammer against the knife, and the blood demon technique was triggered instantly. When the Phoenix Sword was shattered again. However, before the seven ghosts could rejoice, flames rose and extinguished. The Phoenix Sword appeared once more, intact, firmly blocking in front of Peibu Liao. Chapter yüzaltmışyedi. Peibu Liao's kontratak. No, it can't be. The seven ghosts screamed in anger. My blood demon technique has never failed to break through a defense. Roar. The limbs of the seven ghosts grew thicker, the veins bulging even more, protruding from the skin like tumors. I was born with divine strength. His breathing grew heavier, and his breath erupted from his nostrils like a boiling kettle. The power of armor breaking is immense. The greater the strength, the more blood is sacrificed, and the stronger the attack. With the next strike, I will use all my might to sever your sword. Even if it can be revived, I will cut off its revival trait along with it. At the same time, blood began to flow from his nostrils and eyes. The blood on his hands also stained the blade and hammer red. Blood demon technique, armor break, fully activated. Roar. The seven ghosts roared, swinging their knives and hammers. Peibu Liao looked at the terrifying momentum of the opponent, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. I'll gamble. If I win, I'll live out of this manor. If I lose, I'll just die here. Peibu Liao flipped his wrist, and a red card appeared at his fingertips. A flash of light passed, and the card appeared on the back of the Phoenix Sword before disappearing. This is a trap card. Little tricks. No matter what means you use, they will all be broken under my armor break blood demon technique. The seven ghosts roared, and the big knife struck fiercely, followed by the hammer hitting the handle of the knife. The force exceeded anything before, making the power of the armor break blood demon technique even stronger. Crack. Unable to withstand such force, the blade of the Phoenix Sword began to shatter. Flames that could repair the blade surged, beginning a rebirth through fire. You want to revive? Impossible. The seven ghosts roared, pushing off with their feet. The bricks beneath them cracked, creating a small pit in the ground. More blood surged into the knife and hammer, and the seven ghosts maniacally activated their blood demon technique. The flames on the sword flickered as if swept by a gale, wavering, and the fire was suppressed by a force. The blade of the Phoenix Sword fell into a temporary balance between shattering and rebirth. However, the blunt knife's cutting force, along with the effect of the armor break blood demon technique, still managed to send some of its power across the Phoenix Sword, sweeping over Peibu Liao. Bang! Peibu Liao was knocked back as if hit by a car, flying through the air with his shirt torn. His body was covered in small wounds, like a torn sack leaking air. The injuries were serious. Feeling death approaching, Peibu Liao was instead filled with a fierce resolve. Roar, roar, roar. You think you could shout, huh? If I have to die, I'll take you down with me. Peibu Liao struggled to get up from the ground, limping towards the Phoenix Sword. The power of the blood demon technique was stronger near the Phoenix Sword, and Peibu Liao's wounds deteriorated even faster. Ignoring his injuries, he madly infused his spiritual energy into the Phoenix Sword. The Phoenix Sword sensed its master's will and let out a soft chirp. The balance between destruction and rebirth was shattered. The flames surrounding the Phoenix Sword became more intense, and the speed of its rebirth surpassed the speed of destruction. How? Is this possible? The seven ghosts roared in disbelief. In this world, how could there be a weapon I cannot destroy? Peibu Liao continued to pour in spiritual energy while swallowing the blood that surged up his throat. Not done yet. Cover card. Activate. The trap card hidden within the Phoenix Sword finally activated. The card depicted two cylinders, with energy columns entering and exiting. This is the trap card, Magic Cylinder, which absorbs the opponent's attack and rebounds it. The two cylinders appeared, pointing their mouths at the seven ghosts. During the standoff with the Phoenix Sword, The 7 ghosts had already pushed their strength and blood demon technique to the limit. In the time the Phoenix sword held out, the magic cylinder had absorbed enough power. The magic cylinder emitted a beam of light, containing not only the 7 ghosts' tremendous strength, but also the power of their armor break blood demon technique. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction, the 7 ghosts tried to resist with their knife and hammer, but just as they raised the hammer to their chest, the beam shot out. Boom! The blunt knife, known to destroy everything, was turned to dust under the impact of the immense force and the energy of the armor break blood demon technique. The beam completely engulfed the blunt knife, blasting a large hole through the 7 ghosts' body. The 7 ghosts stared in disbelief at their own body, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. As a ghost, they had powerful self-healing abilities. As long as their head remained intact, they could continuously heal and revive. But the 7 ghosts were horrified to find that the self-healing power within them had completely vanished. My self-healing ability, has it been eliminated by the armor break effect? I actually died because of my own ability. The 7 ghosts stared wide-eyed at their enemy, but the spark in their eyes gradually faded. A ghost without self-healing abilities is like an ordinary person. Once the heart is destroyed, life is severed. Hoo-ha! Pei Bouillon clutched his forehead, lying flat on the ground, laughing. 3-star ghosts, and yet I managed to kill them. Hiss. The pain made him gasp. Although he defeated the enemy, Pei Bouillon was like a candle in the wind, already on the brink of death. The armor break blood demon technique, although only partially affecting him, still left him severely injured, with wounds continuously worsening. Damn, I didn't expect that as the young master of the Pei family, so wealthy, I would die a virgin without even marrying a mature woman. I can't accept this. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, a student wearing a mask and a red school uniform appeared before him. You, who are you? He looked at the figure of the newcomer. That person. The principal's direct disciple. Qin Shi, wearing a mask, had his own aura concealed under the influence of the sea aspect, making him appear as a stranger in Pei Bouillon's eyes. Shi, you're too injured, don't speak. The one who came was indeed Qin Shi, who had 2 more things to do before battling the master of Sanjin Manor. That was to rescue his roommate. I'm sent by the principal to support you on this mission. As he spoke, Qin Shi took out a yellow bean. This is a high-level item that can restore life, a pseudo-immortal bean. Just as Qin Shi was about to stuff the immortal bean into Pei Bouillon's mouth, Pei Bouillon didn't eat it, but instead struggled to ask in the sword tower. My roommate Qin Shi is inside, fighting against 3 ghosts alone. You have to hurry and save him. Chapter 168. The hunting grounds of the 5 ghosts upon seeing his roommate still worrying about him even when gravely injured. A warmth flowed through Qin Shi's heart, but he still intended to conceal his identity. The principal's direct disciple of the Demon Hunting Academy is always on the hit list of various dark organizations. The fewer people who know, the safer he and those around him would be. Don't worry, your friend is in a safe place now. The 3 ghosts have already been killed by me, Qin Shi said earnestly. Under the influence of the sea aspect, Qin Shi didn't need to change his clothing or voice, allowing people to firmly believe he was a stranger they had never seen before. After hearing this, Pei Bouillon finally felt relieved and swallowed the immortal bean. I knew old Qin was no ordinary person. He can't be killed by 3 ghosts. After eating the immortal bean, Pei Bouillon's injuries began to heal rapidly. Just as Qin Shi wanted to give him a few more instructions, he found Pei Bouillon had already fallen into a deep sleep. This battle had not only drained his spiritual energy, but also exhausted his mental state. Qin Shi looked at Pei Bouillon sleeping on the battlefield and couldn't help but start worrying about his other roommate on the other side of the battlefield. The timeline rewinds to a time in the Sword Tower when Qin Shi had not yet clashed with the 3 ghosts. Outside the Sword Tower, there's a metallic stone forest. Countless high stone pillars stand here, colorful and diverse. Each stone is made of a peculiar metal, abundant in variety. This high-quality, special metal that can merge with spiritual power is highly valued, even in the 9 provinces, yet here it is everywhere. The Sword Hiding Villa, a place that exists in ancient legends of Changzhou, not only has many forging materials that swordsmiths dream of, but also has geothermal fire from deep underground. In a place that only existed in mythology, everything is now manifested under the shroud of gray mist. At this moment, the blonde-haired Lishani is running through the metallic stone forest. He jumps back and forth between the stone pillars, lightning flashing beneath his feet, moving at incredible speed. Suddenly, a long silver needle shoots towards him from behind, trailing a thin steel wire at its end. This is the most slender yet the bloodiest of the 7 ninja blades, the long knife stitching needle. Lishani does not look back. Instead, he tilts his head and precisely dodges the needle-like ninja blade. He lands on top of a massive rock, watching the direction from which the long needle came. He hears a sharp, sinister laugh. "Hey, little mouse, not running away? I haven't had enough fun yet." A skinny man with an explosive hairstyle jumps between the giant rocks and lands on the one closest to Lishani. He is a user of the long knife stitching needle, Wuguei. His lineage is A rank, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen in the Naruto world, Kirigakure's Kiri, Asajiri. No need to run anymore. Lishani, with an expressionless face, slowly draws the Nichiren blade from his waist. Here is enough. Seeing his prey show no fear. A hint of displeasure appears in Wuguei's eyes. "Oh dear, you're making it hard for me to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. This might make me angry." Wuguei makes a face at Lishani. "The price of my anger is quite heavy. I will stitch you into a meatball." In the face of the enemy's provocation, Lishani remains expressionless. "Hey, blonde kid, aren't you going to say something? This is your last words." Wuguei licks the long needle in his hand. "I never talk to creatures that are about to die. Besides, all ghosts deserve to die." Lishani grips the Nichiren blade tightly, his body sinking. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. A flash of lightning streaks by as Lishani slashes forward like a bolt of lightning. So fast. The lightning appears in the blink of an eye. Wuguei's eyes lose their earlier mockery and instead show a hint of horror. He desperately dodges to the side, but the speed of the lightning is too fast. Even though he tries hard to evade, the lightning still grazes past him. Puff! Blood splatters. Wuguei's left arm flies off into the air and falls to the ground with a thud. Lishani stabilizes himself on another stone block. He turns his face and still wears an expression akin to an iceberg. "Lucky you avoided a hit to the neck. It seems one strike of thunder breathing isn't enough to kill you. So for the next one." Lishani holds the Nichiren blade, its tip pointed at the enemy. "I will take your right arm." Just as Wuguei is still recovering from the shock, Lishani's figure disappears from its original spot. Lightning cuts through the sky. It's the same thunderclap again. But when he lands back on the massive rock where he initially stood, both of Wuguei's arms are already gone. His severed arms lie on the ground, still clutching the needle-like long knife. Yua, shocked by the overwhelming power of his enemy. Wuguei only realizes the pain moments later and begins to scream. How dare you sever my arms?" Wuguei's frantic howls echo throughout the stone forest. Lishani completely ignores his cries. His eyes only hold hatred for Wuguei. "I said all ghosts must die." Just as he grips the Nichiren blade and prepares to unleash a fatal blow, Wuguei bites down on his own severed arms and then jumps down from the giant rock. Lishani furrows his brow. Try to run. He immediately grips the Nichiren blade tighter and jumps down as well. But just before his body descends, he suddenly feels a snag beneath his feet, followed by a rip in his shoe, causing a bit of blood to flow. "What sharp thing is beneath my toes?" Lishani quickly employs his breathing technique to stabilize himself in midair. It is only then, stained with blood, that he realizes what is beneath him. It is a thin thread. It looks like steel wire, but possesses both sharpness and flexibility. It's like spider silk. Welcome to my hunting ground. Wuguei, with no arms, is now sitting cross-legged on the silk. "This is my unique ninja technique. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, you would have been cut in half by now." In the Naruto anime, the original user of the long knife stitching needle, Kirigakure's Kiri Asajiri, has a unique knife technique called long knife ninjutsu ground spider stitch. By hiding multiple steel wires underground, when the enemy steps into the area, the wires will stitch together and sever their feet. Although the wires are sharp, they have a certain color, allowing those with good vision to see them clearly. Therefore, this technique must bury the wires underground to evade the enemy's sight. However, Wuguei's ninjutsu arranges the thin threads in midair. "But I can't see them." Lishani examines his feet closely. Clearly, he has cut his foot, but besides the blood-stained threads, the other threads remain invisible, as if they do not exist at all. Chapter 169. Cage bird, can the threads be invisible? Lishani frowns. This razor-sharp steel wire, with just a light touch, could cut a bloody wound. He looks into the distance. Even though he has lost both arms, Wuguei seems oblivious, his whole body crawling on the silk like a spider. Two steel wires whip into the air, pulling back the severed arms. They say ghosts have strong self-healing abilities. But for injuries like severed hands and feet, it takes at least a day or two to heal, and you need to eat a few people to do it. But I, Wuguei, have even better healing capabilities. He grins, mouth wide open. More threads spray out from his mouth. The steel wires pull the severed arms while piercing into Wu Gui's body, like a stitching needle. They sew his arms back onto his severed stumps. My arms are back. Wu Gui rotates his arms. Now it's hunting time. Wu Gui crawls on the steel wires with a speed twice that of when he chased Li Shani. My blood ghost technique is called Evil Ghost Spider. Unlike the other ghosts whose blood techniques are some sort of ability, like the 3rd ghost conductivity or the 7th ghost armor breaking, my blood ghost technique is different. My blood ghost technique transforms me into an evil ghost spider that controls threads. Wu Gui finishes with a sinister smile, and his body suddenly sprouts black hair. Instead of stabbing the enemy with his weapon, the long knife stitching needle is thrust forcefully into his own body. Blood flows as the 2 needles merge into him, transforming into the spider's legs. He wandered around Li Shani, continuously spitting out steel wires. But in Li Shani's eyes, he only saw the other person's mouth opening and closing. After nearly a minute, Wu Gui landed on a giant rock. How strange. His eyes were filled with confusion. My evil spider has 3 abilities. The first is limb severing and suturing, which can heal injuries through the stitching of steel wires. The second is invisible threads. Any thread I spit out from my mouth has the ability to become invisible. Clearly, you cannot see my steel wires at all, and several times I shot them from behind you, yet you managed to dodge them. Wu Gui had just circled around Li Shani, spitting out dozens of invisible steel wires. However, as soon as the wires entered a foot's range in front of Li Shani, he could immediately sense them and dodge them with extremely quick, subtle movements. It was as if he had a 360-degree, all-seeing eye. Is this your ability? Wu Gui licked his lips, revealing an excited expression. Initially, he thought he had chosen the most boring prey, but unexpectedly, surprises kept coming. A prey of such strength must be much tastier than ordinary humans. Wu Gui grinned at Li Shani, who was suspended on a steel wire. The transparent steel wire was very clear in Wu Gui's own vision. He had just spat out dozens of steel wires, but only a small portion was aimed directly at the other party. More wires were arranged around Li Shani. In Li Shani's eyes, there was nothing around him, but in Wu Gui's eyes, dozens of steel wires were densely intertwined around Li Shani, surrounding him in a cage made of wires. This was his proud skill, called birdcage, and Li Shani was the bird in the cage. From now on, you cannot move, because the moment you do, you will be cut apart by the wires. Wu Gui laughed loudly on the rock. Just as Wu Gui was laughing, Li Shani swung his knife. He slowly raised his knife and slashed down in Wu Gui's direction. Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder. A bolt of lightning shot from his knife, soaring like a swimming dragon toward Wu Gui on the giant rock. If Qinshi were here, he would be so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, because in his memory, Li Shani's inheritance, Zenitsu Agitsuma, was a swordsman who could only use the 1st form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash in the early stages. Although he later mastered several other techniques of thunder breathing, that was already in the later chapters of the Demon Slayer manga. Yet his roommate Li Shani, who had just enrolled like himself, could actually use other techniques of thunder breathing. The distant thunder technique transformed into a swimming dragon, crashing into the giant rock and creating a large pit. Boom! A piece of metal peeled off the giant rock and heavily smashed into the ground. Wu Gui gasped for breath, having barely escaped the distant thunder attack. He had just pushed his speed to the limit and slid along the wire like a spider, which allowed him to dodge this distant thunder. As one of the 7 demon swords known for their speed, Wu Gui always believed that his blood demon art was invincible, only limited by range. As long as he entered his wire hunting ground, he was confident he could match the strength of lower moons. But just now, the seemingly casual slash from the 18-year-old boy in front of him almost brought him down. The prey in front of him was clearly in the birdcage. Yet his indifference, his calmness, and his disdain made Wu Gui, as the hunter, unable to suppress his fear. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Damn it! Wu Gui howled in anger. Why are you so calm? Your fear, your anxiety, your begging for mercy? What gives you the right to be different from those I killed? Li Shani merely looked at him coldly. Funny, what gives you the right to kill me? Don't you know that you are already in my hunting ground? Wu Gui kept shouting. He didn't realize that if the hunter kept rambling at the prey, it only meant one thing. This hunter was scared. From this moment on, he was no longer worthy of being a hunter. The 3rd ability of the evil spider. Can you guess what it is? Wu Gui pulled out 2 long needles embedded in his body. He forcefully tugged at the long needles with both hands, his expression strained. Blood sprayed from his wounds. My 3rd ability is to control these wires to strangle the prey. Wu Gui endured the pain, his face full of fierceness. I will strangle you into meat paste. He had to immediately kill the enemy in front of him. Otherwise, he could not suppress the growing fear in his heart. In an instant, a sound like the breaking of strings on a guzheng echoed. The steel wires around Lishani began to move, closing in on him from all directions to strangle him. Even though he had the ability to sense within an inch in front of him, there were too many wires closing in at the same time, and he could not dodge. Clearly, death was imminent, but Lishani, at the center of the birdcage, remained expressionless. He gripped his knife tightly and slashed down hard. Chapter 170. Lishani's lies. The steel wires connected to the giant metal rock were pulled back by the blood demon art, causing many fragments to burst out. Dozens of steel wires all contracted, with some even cutting into Lishani's skin during the retraction. Fragments and steel wires instantly left numerous wounds on him. But the real strangulation was about to arrive in an instant. However, Lishani remained expressionless, completely unconcerned about his injuries. He swung his Nichiren blade. In an instant, electric light flickered, and countless sounds erupted, like the buzzing of a swarm of mosquitoes. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The Nichiren blade, carrying electric ripples, slashed out countless strikes in an instant, covering every direction of his body with lightning. In just one breath, the contracting steel wires were engulfed in the lightning, turning into countless severed threads. Countless short, broken steel wires fell, spreading across the ground beneath Lishani's feet like fallen hair. What? How could this be? Wu Guei looked at the other party in disbelief. With just one strike, he had severed dozens of high-hardness steel wires that were invisible to the eye. Lishani jumped on the giant rock, soon arriving at the spot where Wu Guei stood. Wu Guei looked at the seemingly weak, yet incredibly powerful boy in front of him with fear. Then he noticed something. The boy in front of him had just been cut by the wires and fragments, and logically should have been covered in wounds. But the wounds on his body had already disappeared, leaving only holes in his clothes as evidence of their existence. Your wounds, how could they? Wu Guei immediately thought of a possibility. It turns out, you are also... Before the other could finish, Lishani's icy expression finally changed, replaced by a face twisted with murderous intent. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent from the boy in front of him, Wu Guei could no longer contain himself. He no longer had the thought of hunting. Instead, he dropped to all fours and quickly scurried away from Lishani like a spider. All demons must die. Lishani roared, sheathing his Nichiren blade again. He placed his hand on the hilt, lowered his head, and his body sank, pushing his left foot back. This was the stance for drawing the sword. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, sixfold. A flash of lightning passed, and Lishani's figure leaped back and forth among the giant rocks, soon arriving above Wu Guei. Then, like a falling thunder, he slashed down with his knife. The fleeing 5 ghosts were struck in the head by a single slash, their bodies stiffening in place before falling down the giant rock. After finishing off the enemy, Lishani shook the blood off the blade. He looked at the body of the 5 ghosts on the ground, a hint of disgust flickering in his eyes, and kicked the corpse off the giant rock. After doing all this, he stored the Sunwell blade in his storage belt, and then clapped his hands to his face. The cold expression disappeared, and a smile broke out on his face. Not far away, Qin Shi, wearing a mask, was hurrying over. When he arrived in front of Lishani, the latter greeted him with a weary smile. Before Lishani could speak, Qin Shi noticed the corpses of the 5 ghosts below the giant rock, and was taken aback. Under the effect of his Sharingan, he saw the transparent steel wires scattered all over the ground. You must be the principal's direct disciple, Lishani smiled. He sat cross-legged on the ground, appearing quite exhausted. Under the influence of the mask, he didn't associate the person in front of him with his roommate Qin Shi. Did the academy send you to support us? I'm doing fine here. I was just evading that ghost pursuit, running until I was almost dead. Then suddenly, for some reason, this ghost went crazy and just fell off the giant rock. I heard that some ghosts easily commit suicide due to the backlash from blood ghost techniques. This one might be the same. By the way, have you seen my 2 roommates? Are they all right? Looking at the smiling Lishani, Qin Shi remained silent. If it weren't for the invisible steel wires on the ground, he might have doubted that Lishani was lying. Perhaps Lishani had his own secrets, just like him. Qin Shi didn't press further, but nodded and answered Lishani's question. Your 2 roommates are currently safe. You should rest here for a bit. There are still enemies in the sword tower, so don't go over there yet. Still enemies? Lishani was taken aback, his eyes darting. Those kinds of enemies are probably beyond my ability to deal with. How about we escape? Qin Shi looked into his eyes. The Academy's mission clearly states to eliminate the enemies hiding in the sword pavilion. You rest here for a while. After some time, you can go around to the front yard and meet up with Pei Bewley to leave. As for the other student, I've already sent him out. You'll see him once you leave the secret realm. Seeing his roommates safe and sound, Qin put the immortal being he was holding back into the system space. Since that's the case, I'll follow the Academy's arrangements. After Li Shani finished speaking, he lay flat on the giant rock and began a rest. Seeing that both of his roommates were safe, Qin felt a bit relieved despite still having some doubts. After advising Li Shani, he immediately headed toward the sword tower. In that place, there was still one last enemy remaining. This was probably the final enemy. Qin entered the sword tower and arrived at the forge's abyssal furnace. Inside the furnace was an eternal fire. The hunchbacked old man with a long beard was standing on the only black rock in the fire, striking the nearly finished sword with his hammer. With each strike, a wailing echoed throughout the sword tower, as if countless vengeful spirits were surrounding the sword, demanding its life. Upon seeing the masked Qin arrive, the old man showed a hint of confusion. "Strange kid, I haven't seen you before. I didn't expect that besides the knife ghosts and the villains who came for the blood of the Ghost King, someone else would infiltrate my manor." He spoke while his hands kept moving, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Good, a precious sword is being forged, and it finally has an audience." After one last fierce strike, the old man put down his hammer. "This sword has been polished enough. This is my greatest work ever, a sharp sword crafted specifically for the Ghost King." He looked at the long sword beside him, which had a black orb embedded in one segment. "Do you know what this orb is? This is a dark orb, said to come from the underworld, and it's the treasure of the Ghost King." The old man stared at the sword about to be finished with fervor, continuously introducing it to Qin. "This sword is about to be completed, but it's still missing one last thing." "Oh, what's missing?" Qin asked with a forced smile. "It's missing a powerful human flesh and blood sacrifice." The old man chuckled, turning to look at Qin with a greedy expression. Chapter 171. The Secret of the Sword Concealing Elder. This is a divine sword capable of summoning evil spirits. The sword concealing elder looked at the long sword beside him, his face filled with zeal. Whoever masters this sword has the power to confront an entire nation. Feeling the malice and chill emanating from the not yet forged sword, Qin looked again at the sword. The straight, elongated sword body, the golden circular handle, the sword hilt resembling withered wood, and most notably, the dazzling black orb at the very top of the hilt. A sense of familiarity surged in Qin's heart once again. He finally remembered where he had seen this sword before. This was the evil sword, T-Kijin, which appeared in the Inuyasha anime, filmed The Sword of the Supreme Ruler. T-Kijin, like Tesseiga, was one of the 3 supreme swords. If Tesseiga could heal all beings representing heaven, then T-Kijin could summon the evil spirits of the underworld, representing earth. Although both were among the supreme swords, T-Kijin's power far surpassed that of Tesseiga. This was a sword that, when plunged into the ground, could turn the surroundings into a decayed hell, and swinging its blade could summon undying spirits. Looking at the sword concealing elder, Qin also guessed his inheritance. The old man's tattered clothing with black stripes, protruding eyes, hunched back, and the long iron hammer in his hand. The sword concealing elder's inheritance was an A-level inheritance. The Swordsmith's Guild from the Inuyasha world. The Swordsmith's Guild was an excellent swordsmith in the Inuyasha world and a subordinate of the strongest demon, Inu no Teisho. He used the teeth of great demons to forge the 3 supreme swords. His combat power was not high, only rated as an A-level inheritance. But his sword forging skills were among the top in the entire inheritance world. I was originally a swordsmith from Longquan Town, and my inheritance is also related to sword forging. Many swords have been forged by me, but those swords are still too ordinary. Completely not the swords I desire most. Until I came to the Swordsmith Manor and found an ancient book in the Sword Tower that introduced the blood sacrifice method for forging swords. I realized that the swords of my dreams were not far away. The sword concealing elder chuckled. To have enough sacrificial offerings for forging swords, I joined the 100 Ghost group and used the blood sacrifice method to tailor swords for many ghosts in the 100 Ghost group. Not only for my inheritance world, but I could also forge sword from other worlds. You arriving here means that those knife ghosts have been dealt with by you, right? It's nothing much. After all, those 7 ninja blades were just the less remarkable batch of my works. But this sword beside me is true art. Can you feel it? The old man looked at the evil sword beside him, leaning in close, not caring even when the flames scorched his ear. This sword is communicating with me. It says it desperately wants your blood. After saying this, the sword concealing elder jumped towards Qin with a laugh, swinging the iron hammer down fiercely. Qinshi was standing on the black stone passage above the sword furnace. The black stone corridor, which can endure the long-lasting roasting of the earth fire without melting, is itself a marvel. However, when the iron hammer struck down, it surprisingly created cracks on the black stone passage. The force was strong, but the speed was insufficient. Qinshi watched the opponent strike and immediately activated his instant movement technique, pushing off the ground to leave the hammer's impact point. But when he steadied himself again, he found that the cracks created by the old man with the sword were continuously expanding, forming a circle that surrounded him. Blue flames rose from the fissures, and in a short moment, the flames had become fierce, engulfing the person in the center of the crack circle. He, being swallowed by the earth fire, will directly turn into nutrients for the sword furnace. The old man with the sword stared intently at the blue flames. So this is your reason for slaughtering all the swordsmiths of the swordsmithing manor? A voice came from behind the old man with the sword. Qinshi fiddled with the kunai in his hand, which had a special technique engraved on its handle. Before the old man attacked him, he had already thrown a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique not far away. Although the earth fire was fierce just now, he had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive outside the fire circle before the flames touched him. Since I entered the swordsmithing manor, I have been curious. This vast manor has only you, an old man, who still resembles a swordsmith. The other 5 sword demons don't look like swordsmiths either. They must be your hired bodyguards. Why? Why can't I see any other swordsmiths? Whether it's the blade and sword corridor in the manor's front yard, the remnants of swords in the sword tower, or the countless polishing marks on the swordsmithing materials on the back mountain, they all repeatedly tell me one thing. This manor used to be bustling with life. But where did everyone go except for you? Qinshi coldly stared at the old man with the sword. They were all killed by you, and then thrown into this earth fire furnace as sacrifices for your sword forging. You actually killed all the other swordsmiths who forged swords with you day and night, just to create your own blades. Do you even deserve to use the legacy of the swordsmith? In the anime Inuyasha, the swordsmith is a kind-hearted old swordsmith who has lived for hundreds of years. Although he is a demon and longs to forge powerful swords, he would never easily take a life. The swordsmith has a direct disciple with great sword forging talent, but he used the blood of human infants to make a cursed sword, and was thus expelled from the sword workshop by the swordsmith. Yet here stands a swordsmith with a legacy of the swordsmith, who has abandoned the kindness of the swordsmith and uses blood sacrifices to forge swords, even willing to sacrifice the lives of his relatives and friends. No matter how much you try to imitate the swordsmith's attire, your act is merely superficial. A legacy is still a legacy. Not every inheritor of Blue Star shares the same values as characters from other worlds. Ultimately, what is inherited is merely power. Qinshi took out the Clow card sword, gently waved it, and the Clow card transformed into a white feather longsword. His swordsmanship was also temporarily enhanced to LV3. For a swordsmith, forging swords is a lifelong mission. Beyond sword forging, family, friendship, and even humanity are all stumbling blocks that hinder the forging of swords. It is precisely because of these emotions that I have been unable to reach the peak for so long. The old man with the sword seemed to recall the past, his expression gradually twisting. Back then, I was just an obscure blacksmith in Longquan Town. Family? Friendship? Nonsense. In Longquan Town, where generations live by forging swords, the only thing that can judge your life's value is the swords you forge. Chapter 172. Iron Broken Fong. The old man with the sword spoke while letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. If you can forge famous swords, people will respect you, and money and women will flow endlessly. But if the swords you forge are ordinary, then you are worth nothing. Not even food or materials for sword forging can you obtain without relying on others' discards. Later, when the gray mist engulfed Longquan Town, killing nearly 2/3 of the people, the survivors finally found this swordsmith manor. They all wailed, lamenting the cruelty of fate. But I was very pleased because I knew this was one of the few opportunities in my life. The Swordsmith Manor has many ancient texts about sword forging, and countless materials for sword forging. I no longer had to look at others' faces to forge swords. My skills advanced by leaps and bounds, and each sword I forged was more powerful than the last. No one dared to disrespect me anymore. I became the master of this manor. The old man with the sword clenched his fists towards the sky, clearly excited as he spoke. But he suddenly calmed down. What does it matter? I have already understood that for a swordsmith, the swords they forge are everything. The stronger my skills, the more I feel that what I forged was just a pile of garbage. It was until I discovered the blood sacrifice method for sword forging that I realized that true swords were just about to be born from my hands. As for the other swordsmiths in the manor, their blood is excellent sword forging sacrifice material, so I naturally killed them all. Initially, I was still troubled by some humanity, but after joining the 100 Demons group, humanity was erased from me, and nothing could bind my pursuit of the highest sword forging skills anymore. The old man with the sword slowly turned around, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Kid, you really have patience to listen to an old man like me ramble. Qin also squinted his eyes. No worries, old man, I have some preparations to make too. As soon as he finished speaking, the black stone beneath the old man suddenly cracked open, and a hand reached out from within, while the earth fire enveloped Qin. In addition to using the Flying Thunder God, he also activated another ninjutsu, the Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clone used Earth style, Earth Dragon hidden technique to burrow underground, avoiding being burned by the flames. Then, the Shadow Clone used another Earth style technique, Heart Beheading technique. This was Qin's combination of ninjutsu. The Earth Dragon hidden technique, combined with the Heart Beheading technique, could unknowingly pull the enemy into the ground, binding them, just as a hand grabbed the old man's ankle, preparing to pull him down. A knife appeared in the old man's hand at some point. When the old man raised his sword, it was still just a rusty iron knife. But suddenly, spiritual flames erupted from the hilt, and the previously rusted blade suddenly became larger than a person's body. This is? Looking at the sword in the old man's hand, Qin was suddenly stunned. He recognized this sword. It was the protagonist's weapon from the Inuyasha world, Iron Broken Fang. One of the swords of the Overlord of the world, representing a human sword, possessing the terrifying power to kill hundreds with a single strike. The old man with the sword raised the enlarged Iron Broken Fang and slashed down towards the ground. With just one strike, the massive shockwave severed the Blackstone corridor. The Shadow Clone hiding in the Blackstone corridor also vanished. As the Blackstone corridor broke apart, debris began to fall into the earth fire, along with the old man who was about to fall into the flames. But the old man with the sword showed no signs of panic. With a wave of his left hand, a rumbling sound echoed. The originally dark wall suddenly extended several black stone passages, abruptly standing in midair to support the old man's falling body. Kid, I know all about your tricks. The old man with the sword chuckled. The swordsmithing manor is a secret realm, and as the master of this secret realm, I possess two permissions that outsiders do not have. First, that Songjin Villa is within my perception range, especially this sword tower. No matter how many shadow clones you have, you can't escape my awareness. Second, the old man of Songjin looked at Qin and suddenly squeezed his left hand. I can control the buildings in this Songjin Villa. As soon as the old man's words fell, the black stone passage where Qin was standing suddenly collapsed with a rumble. Qin's body also began to fall towards the molten fire below, but a hand made of sand in the air firmly held Qin. This is the Sand Ninja technique, Sand Hand, allowing Qin to float in midair. No wonder he is someone who could kill the three ghosts. To my knowledge, I never sent you an invitation, and you were indifferent to the 3 ghosts invitation to join the 100 Ghosts group. So, the old man stroked his beard. Kid, you're here to cause trouble, right? The Demon Hunting Academy, or the Jojo Demon Hunting Association. Never mind, it doesn't matter. It seems this secret realm has already been targeted by demon hunters. After this knife is forged, the villa can be abandoned. The old man looked at Qin and slowly raised the Iron Broken Fang in his hand. In the alternate world of my inheritance, there are 3 legendary swords. The first one is called the Heavenly Born Fang, which is also the first knife I forged. But even with the blood sacrifice, this knife still failed and became a defective product, and it refused to acknowledge me as its master because I lacked compassion. This piece of junk was immediately discarded in the Sword Tomb secret realm outside the villa. The second knife I forged is this Iron Broken Fang. This is a good knife, one that can only be used by humans. The old man caressed the blade as if admiring a beautiful woman. Humans? Qin chuckled. With your ghostly appearance, can you still be considered human? The old man's words were also a source of confusion for Qin. In the world of Inuyasha, although Iron Broken Fang is powerful, it has an important limitation, which is that the user must be human. The protagonist Inuyasha, born of a demon and a human, has half human blood and can thus use it. But the old man of Sangjian before him has already accepted the blood of the Demon King, forsaking humanity to become a demon. He does not meet the conditions to use Iron Broken Fang at all. That's because I have the Blood Demon technique that suits me best. The old man said, blood flowing from his hand. My Blood Demon technique is called Blade Slave, which allows me to perfectly wield all the swords I forge. The limitation that Iron Broken Fong can only be used by humans is completely eliminated under my Blood Demon technique. Moreover, young man, do you know what it means to perfectly wield it? The old man grinned as he raised Iron Broken Fong. That means being able to easily use the essence of the sword. Just like this move, the raised Iron Broken Fong was swung down violently, and powerful spiritual energy swept through the entire sword tower. Iron Broken Fong's essence. Wind Slash. Chapter 173. The Offering of the Cloud Fawn. Spiritual energy transformed into a hurricane, with each gust as sharp as a blade. The towering sword tower, under the hurricane formed by Wind Slash, had its walls devoured by the wind blades. The immense power seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. Wind Slash, one of Iron Broken Fong's techniques in the Inuyasha anime, can utilize the gaps in the demonic aura emitted by the opponent to unleash a fierce hurricane that can take out hundreds of demons in one strike. At this moment, Qin Shi is human, and the old man of Sangjian is an evil spirit. Although there is no demonic aura, the two are engaged in a clash of powerful spiritual energies. Iron Broken Fong sliced through the gap between their spiritual energies, creating an extreme, destructive hurricane. This power is truly terrifying. No wonder it can slay 100 demons in one strike. Qin Shi looked at the powerful hurricane before him, and even wearing the Phoenix armor, he dared not take it head-on. His figure disappeared from the spot again, and the Flying Thunder God technique activated once more. In addition to the mark left in the sword tower, he had also placed marks in various locations around the Sangjin Villa. But just as he planned to use the Flying Thunder God to teleport, he was surprised to find that his Flying Thunder God could not move. Kid, didn't you understand? I'm the master of this Sangjin Villa, with the authority to slightly alter the architecture of this villa. Such changes are not just in the landscape, but also the rules. I just set the rule that this place becomes a deathmatch arena. No one is allowed to leave the sword tower until a victor is determined. Your strange plan to teleport outside the tower is useless. The old man laughed heartily, waving Iron Broken Fong and controlling the hurricane to fly towards Qin Shi. You made a mistake. I invited those 5 blade demons not to be my bodyguards. They are all offerings for my Cloud Fong blood sacrifice. My strength is greater than all 5 of them combined. The old man controlled the trajectory of Wind Slash. As a powerful area attack technique, Wind Slash has a wide damage range and extremely fast speed. Qin Shi had already opened his full speed, pushing the instant body technique to the limit, opening 3 gates of the 8 gates. But even at this high speed, Wind Slash was still getting closer, and there was no way to dodge it. Haha, you can't escape. Dying under Wind Slash is your only fate. As the master of Sangjin Villa, he has a keen perception of the creatures within the villa. No matter where Qin Shi moves, he can sense it and command Wind Slash to adjust its trajectory. But he suddenly stopped, and the Wind Slash in his hand was not controlled well, crashing directly into the wall of the sword tower. The 3-layered walls of the sword tower were actually pierced in one strike, leaving a large hole. The reason the old man stopped was that he had to stop, because Qin Shi was standing right behind him. If he let Wind Slash kill Qin Shi, the result would be his own demise. I couldn't see your movement trajectory at all, and suddenly you appeared behind me. This is teleportation? The old man of Sangjin looked at Qin Shi with suspicion. I had been moving, and there were no strange kunai around. When did? He saw a special technique on his ankle. He immediately guessed a possibility. It was that shadow clone, the one that emerged from the Black Stone Passage and was cut down by me. So that clone was not meant to drag me underground, but to leave this strange technique that allows teleportation beside me. Qin Shi smiled slightly. You are right. However, it's too late. Qin Shi stood behind the old man, and before the other could turn around, sparks of electricity flickered in his hand. S-Class Lightning Release Technique, Lightning Blade. His right hand, like a sharp and swift lightning knife, thrust towards the old man's body. The old man wanted to swing Iron Broken Fong to block, but he couldn't match the speed of Lightning Blade's thrust, watching helplessly as it pierced into his body. Pierced through the heart by Lightning Blade. He spat out a mouthful of blood and forcibly swung Iron Broken Fong. The powerful blade aura forced Qin Shi to withdraw his hand, retreating to avoid Iron Broken Fong's edge. The electric light flickered on the old man's chest, and the characteristics of the lightning made his wounds very difficult to heal. Even though having his heart destroyed is not the most fatal injury for a demon, it is still a severe wound that greatly affects his combat power. This battle, in the blink of an eye, has already determined the victor. The old man staggered back. I never expected you to be this powerful. Death is approaching, But the old man is not afraid. Instead, he laughs heartily. Such an enemy is worthy of my first battle with the ghost blade. The old man, holding the iron-shattered tooth, stumbles and runs along the black stone passage, blood flowing from his chest, but he pays no mind. Then he leaps down from the black stone passage towards the direction of the sword furnace where the Tsungyun tooth is located. Just one last powerful blood sacrifice. Then it will be mine. My beloved blade, consume me, and become the strongest sword. The sword concealing old man leaps into the flames with a crazed expression. The blue flames suddenly roar to life, and the entire sword tower shifts between extreme cold and extreme heat. Flames flicker, revealing countless skeletons at the bottom of the sword furnace. This scene resembles the legendary hell of extreme cold and extreme heat. Oh no, this cursed sword is about to come into the world. The scorching heat and freezing cold continuously erode his body, and it feels as if countless vengeful spirits are howling within the sword tower, causing him a splitting headache. The discomfort grows stronger. Qin Shi grits his teeth and quickly forms seals with his hands. Fine sand flows out from the system space and transforms into a sand hand in midair. Armament hockey. Activate. Qin Shi places his palm on the sand hand's palm, and the yellow sand grains instantly turn black. With the enhancement of armament hockey, the sand hand's defensive power is temporarily boosted. Go. Qin Shi controls the sand hand to pick up a rusted knife from the ground fire. This is the iron-shattered tooth that the sword-concealing old man held when he jumped into the sea of flames. The ground fire instantly reduces the old man's body to ashes, leaving only a white skull head remaining in the ground fire. It is like a collection left behind after the Tsungyun tooth devours a person. The fallen iron-shattered tooth is quickly extracted by Qin Shi's sand hand and swiftly returns to his side. As a human, Qin Shi possesses the physique of a child of all realms, inherently meeting the usage requirements of the iron-shattered tooth. He unhesitatingly places the iron-shattered tooth into the system space. Just as he finishes this, he feels an indescribable chill rising within him. The Tsungyun tooth has emerged. Chapter 174. The Secret of Tsungyun Tooth held Dragon Break. Unlike the Tsungyun tooth in the Inuyasha anime, the orb on the hilt is not white, but pure black, with not a trace of light visible. The sword body is no longer shimmering like silver, but exudes a strange blood red. It resembles a blood-sucking monster. The Tsungyun tooth slowly floats out from the sword furnace, rejoicing, shouting, and yearning to reap all lives in the world. The entire ground fire is stirred by it, gathering at its blade, then completely devoured. The entire sword tower, except for the black stone base and countless white skeletons, is devoid of any flames. However, Qin Shi cannot help but shiver. Although there's a certain distance, the murderous intent, malice, an aura of death emanating from the Tsungyun tooth still make him feel extremely uncomfortable. This is a sword from hell. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Shi immediately activates the Flying Thunder God technique, wanting to leave this uncomfortable sword tower. How could this be? Qin Shi is astonished to find that he is still in place. The Flying Thunder God technique has failed. Could it be? He recalls what the sword-concealing old man said earlier. This sword tower is a death arena. Unless he wins, he cannot leave. Qin Shi initially thought this death battle referred to himself and the sword-concealing old man. Now it seems he was mistaken. This sword-concealing old man apparently wants me to be the first soul to fall under the Tsungyun sword. He chuckles to himself. The emergence of the cursed weapon is destined to bring blood and slaughter to the world. But the first one to die under the sword can provide immense nourishment for the formation of the sword spirit. This sword has just emerged. It already possesses a vague consciousness. The sword spirit has begun to take shape. Qin Shi looks at the slowly floating cursed sword. He feels this sword's desire to kill him. The sword spirit harbors a desire to destroy and slaughter everything. In the haziness, Qin Shi seems to see a shadow. Utilizing the Sharingan, the figure becomes clearer. It is the phantom of the sword-concealing old man, his eyes hollow, yet he grips the Tsungyun tooth, resembling a demon from hell. In the anime, the Tsungyun tooth possesses its own consciousness and can manipulate others to wield it for slaughter. It seems the sword-concealing old man's soul has been temporarily chosen as its sword-bearer. Qin Shi grips a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique and assumes a fighting stance. The enemy is a sword, but it is a cursed sword with overwhelming murderous intent, wanting to kill everything in front of it. The Tsungyun tooth trembles in the air, and suddenly a thick gray mist surges from its blade. The sword falls from the air, plunging straight into the hard black stone ground, cutting through it like tofu, leaving only a hilt. This is the power of hell. Qin Shi's expression changes dramatically, and he quickly throws the kunai towards the sky above. From the spot where the Songyun tooth penetrated the ground, the decaying gray begins to spread outward. Wherever the gray touches, bricks crack, walls collapse, and everything turns into old ruins. The gray contains the aura of death, as if hell has been brought to the mortal realm. Just as the kunai he threw reaches a high point in the air, his figure disappears from the ground where he was standing and reappears in midair. This is a position swap using the Flying Thunder God technique with the kunai in the sky. Clow Card Sword. The sword transformed from the Clow card flies in, standing firmly beneath his feet, allowing him to stabilize. Although the sword body is thin, Qin Shi's physical skills have now reached LV4, enabling him to perfectly control his muscle movements. Phew, that was close. Qin Shi stares in shock at the ground. The area, shrouded in gray, is expanding rapidly, already spreading beyond the sword tower and still continuing to grow. Wherever it reaches, plants wither, buildings collapse, and everything begins to decay and be destroyed. This gray contains a strong aura of death. Just a touch would drain one's life force. Qin Shi looks at the countless black fragments beneath his feet, frowning. Covered in gray, the sword tower collapses with a loud crash, burying the deep pit of the sword road, leaving only ruins scattered on the ground. At the moment the sword tower collapses, Qin Shi controls the long sword transformed from the Clow card to fly out from the hollow at the top of the tower, avoiding the fate of being buried by the sword tower. Although the sword tower is gone, he still cannot escape the area of gray. Qin Shi attempts to fly far away, but it feels like he has fallen into a strange loop. As soon as he flies a certain distance, a powerful suction force comes from behind him. Using the Flying Thunder God technique also fails to allow him to move, as if the space he is in is severed from other spaces. It seems that defeating that sword is the only way to leave this cursed place. Qin Shi gazes into the distance and finds that after spreading to a certain extent, the gray has finally stopped expanding. Thank goodness. It hasn't spread to the front yard and back mountain of the villa. A wave of relief washes over Qin Shi. In the front yard of the villa, Pei Bewley is still fast asleep. That guy fell asleep out of exhaustion after learning that his roommate was safe, and he is still snoring. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, Li Shani is waiting for him to finish his battle. If the gray area spreads over there, both of them would be in grave danger. This gray area contains death energy and cannot be touched. It seems an aerial battle is necessary. Qin Shi looks at the ground full of ruins. Suddenly, rubble shifts, and the Songyun tooth, buried under the sword tower, slowly rises from the pile of stones. In the vision of the Qin dynasty, the ghostly figure of the sword concealer emerged from the rubble. As it broke free from the stones, it gazed at Qin Shi, who was soaring through the air on his sword, with a face full of hatred, and swung its hand to unleash a sword strike in his direction. The wind surged. Even as a ghost, the blood demon technique still functioned. Under the influence of the blood demon technique's sword slave, it was able to wield its weapon perfectly. A fierce wind, infused with powerful spiritual energy and deathly aura, swept across the realm. This was the essence of the Conjiunya, the Hell Dragon Break. A massive sword energy vortex formed, twisting through the air and rapidly moving toward Qin Shi. Such power, was this a joke? Watching the deathly vortexes rising around him, Qin Shi didn't think twice and fully activated the Kuro card sword to dodge within the vortex. Every time the deathly vortex closed in on him, nearly consuming him, he immediately shot out the kunai in his hand towards the distance. Then, his figure vanished, teleporting both himself and the sword to a windless area. However, the number of deathly vortexes continued to increase, filling the realm and creating immense pressure. With each evasion, the kunai in his hand dwindled. Finally, after evading another deathly vortex, he found his kunai depleted. All the kunai he had thrown were now lying on the ground, enveloped by the gray, deathly aura, along with the Flying Thunder God technique being devoured. Several vortexes surrounded Qin Shi, and the gaps left were far too small for him to maneuver his flying sword to escape. The situation had become extremely critical. Chapter 175. Qin Shi's defense. This is bad. Surrounded by deathly vortexes, even someone as strong as Qin Shi couldn't think of a way out. The Flying Thunder God technique was restricted by the deathly aura, rendering it unusable. He could only face the oncoming deathly vortexes head-on. He had to use all his defensive methods. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shi thought, isn't this just a battle of spiritual energy? Bring it on. He formed hand seals with both hands. All the sand surged from his system space, forming a sphere that enveloped him. This was the Sand Ninja technique, Sand Shield. But that wasn't all. He pressed his hands on the sand shield, and a black aura flowed from his arms into the shield. He used armament hockey to enhance the defense of the sand shield. Then, the Phoenix cloth was fully donned, and the small universe of the Phoenix surged within him. Lightning release chakra mode. Lightning erupted on the surface of the Phoenix cloth. Unlike the previous lightning release chakra, this time the lightning was larger and the defensive capabilities far exceeded before. Faced with a life and death crisis, he no longer intended to conserve skill points. He immediately invested the skill points he had just gained from defeating 3 sword demons, consuming 25 points to elevate the lightning release chakra mode to LV3. The upgraded LV3 lightning release chakra displayed immense power. Qinshi let out a low growl as the lightning around him grew larger, like a god of thunder descending. The lightning not only enveloped him, but also enhanced the newly formed sand shield, making it even harder. But it wasn't over. Qinshi quickly chanted, Binding Path No. 39. Circular Barrier. In an instant, 10 circular light shields formed. The circular barriers were larger and thicker than before, now upgraded to LV3 by Qinshi's skill points. With a series of defensive skills deployed, Qinshi's spiritual energy instantly drained by 20 cards. This was all he could do for now. Next, it was time for a head-on clash. Boom! Several deathly vortexes howled as they crashed into Qinshi's defensive skills. The circular barriers took the first hit. There was no sound of shattering. Instead, the barriers gradually lost their luster under the pollution of deathly energy, melting away like loose sludge. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 circular barriers Qinshi had set up vanished. The deathly vortexes struck the sand shield. The sound of sizzling and cracking echoed, like an eggshell being broken. Even with the enhancement from armament hockey and lightning release chakra mode, the sand shield was slowly dissolving. Soon, the sand shield completely disappeared, turning into gray sand particles that scattered away. However, the scale of the deathly vortexes had diminished, no longer possessing the initial imposing presence. Desperate, just as Qinshi was about to bite down on an elixir bean, planning to endure with the holy armor in his body, a long sword autonomously flew out from his storage space. The sword hummed, as if sensing its owner's danger. This was the sword he had captured in the sword tomb, later repaired with 3 ninja blades, called the Taishinjia. Taishinjia? Why did you come out on your own? Qinshi was taken aback. He knew Taishinjia had a spirit, but for it to appear without its master's summoning meant it had sensed something. He looked at Taishinjia and suddenly recalled something. Taishinjia and the extraordinary evil sword Kanjiunya before him were both among the world's dominating swords, with Taishinjia representing heaven and Kanjiunya representing earth. In the Inuyasha world, these 2 swords, along with Tetsuzaiga, were weapons forged by the swordsmith for the strongest demon god general. One could say that Taishinjia and Kanjiunya had a brotherly connection, but were also fated to be adversaries. Once Taishinjia appeared, it immediately created an energy barrier centered around itself, protecting its master Qinshi within. This was one of Taishinjia's abilities, the barrier. As soon as the barrier was formed, it blocked all the deathly energy that was about to touch Qinshi. Even the howling deathly vortex was forcefully pushed back 3 meters by the barrier's power. In the Inuyasha anime, Taishinjia would automatically create a barrier for its wielder, Sesomaru, and would activate of its own while in times of crisis. Originally, the low-quality Taishinjia created by the sword concealer did not possess the ability to form barriers. But after Qinshi's system repair, Taishinjia had successfully transformed into its complete form, thus gaining the barrier ability found in the anime. With the archenemy appearing, Kanjiunya became even more agitated, constantly invoking the Hell Dragon Break. The deathly vortexes attacked Qinshi more frantically under Kanjiunya's control. Repeatedly battered by the deathly vortexes, the brightness of the barrier began to dim. Taishinjia also started to emit a mournful sound. Its power was insufficient to withstand the deathly vortexes for long. The sword trembled, seeming to urgently remind Qinshi of something. But he couldn't understand. Stay calm. Think about what Taishinjia is trying to tell me. Qinshi forced himself to calm down. From the current battle situation, it was clear that Taishinjia was powerless against Kanjiunya. This was to be expected, as while both were dominating swords, Kanjiunya was the supreme sword, even belonging to the demigod realm. Such power that could turn the world into a hell was already divine power. Since Taishinjia was inadequate then, what about adding Tetsuzaiga? Qinshi suddenly understood. Taishinjia's call was to summon the 3rd dominating sword, Tetsuzaiga. Tetsuzaiga, among the 3 swords, represented humanity and also possessed the ability to protect it. He focused his consciousness on Tetsusaiga in his storage space, trying to summon it. But Tetsusaiga remained unresponsive, like a dead object. Like Taian Shinjia, Tetsusaiga was not an ordinary weapon and had its own sword consciousness. However, without undergoing a unique trial like in the Sword Tomb, Tetsusaiga had not recognized Qin Shi as its master. Even with Taian Shinjia, its sibling sword, calling out, Tetsusaiga remained indifferent. System, can I use points to make Tetsusaiga recognize me as its master? Qin Shi was not willing to waste time. With a great enemy approaching and not knowing how long Taian Shinjia could hold out, he had no time for the so-called recognition trial. Yes, the killing points are omnipotent. Consume 20 killing points, and the Iron Broken Tooth will acknowledge its master. TW. 20? System. Are you raising prices in a crisis? Qin could not help but shout in his heart. Let me tell you, if I die here, you won't have a host either. Lower the price. Killing points are even rarer and more precious than skill points. After all, he still needs to save points for the lottery. It is not easy for a legendary weapon to acknowledge its master. If you give up, I will close the selection interface. The system's mechanical voice was expressionless. Chapter 176. Summoning the 100 Ghosts by 20 points is 20 points. My life is almost gone. Who cares about points? Hearing the system's announcement, Qin immediately gave up on bargaining and directly clicked on the confirm option on the system interface. As the killing points were deducted, Qin felt a strange sense of intimacy between himself and the Iron Broken Tooth. The Iron Broken Tooth also sensed this change, first lightly humming to express confusion, then abandoned its thoughts and happily jumped out of its storage space, like the owner of the Iron Broken Tooth in the anime. The sword spirit of the Iron Broken Tooth did not possess high intelligence. The Iron Broken Tooth floated in the air, appearing as a tattered, rusty sword. Qin gripped it with his right hand. His spiritual power began to automatically surge into the blade of the Iron Broken Tooth, and in an instant, the rusty blade vanished. The Iron Broken Tooth transformed into a massive blade engulfed in a flame of spiritual power, nearly as tall as a person. This was the released form of the Iron Broken Tooth. Just a gentle swing produced a powerful blade aura surrounding the sword body. Iron Broken Tooth, help me disperse the death energy. Qin shouted. Unlike the Tianxing Tooth, the Iron Broken Tooth did not have the ability to open a barrier to protect the user. In the Inuyasha anime, Inuyasha, who wields the Iron Broken Tooth, often fights fiercely with demons, frequently getting injured. However, the Iron Broken Tooth lacks a barrier, but possesses strong demon-slaying capabilities. Just after acknowledging its master, Qin's Sharingan spun, allowing him to see the trajectory of the gaps created by the clash of spiritual power. On the other side, the Tianxing Tooth emitted a mournful cry as its barrier gradually shattered, reaching its limit. Without hesitation, Qin instantly dispelled the barrier of the Tianxing Tooth. Without the barrier's resistance, the death energy whirlwind surged towards Qin rapidly, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Facing the decaying death energy, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin's eyes. Go, my sword. He gripped the towering sword tightly with both hands and struck heavily at the void where the spiritual power gap was. Iron Broken Tooth's ultimate move, Wind's Wound. In an instant, a fierce wind howled. Spiritual power surged and swirled, transforming into an indestructible hurricane blade. The spiritual hurricane intertwined with the death energy whirlwind, like two beasts fighting to the death. Both sides intertwined and entangled, ultimately vanishing together. Qin held the Tianxing Tooth in his left hand and the Iron Broken Tooth in his right, standing on the floating Kuro card sword. In a strong posture, he looked down upon the Hell Sword, Songyun Tooth, held by the ghost of the sword Concealing Elder, floating in midair. Roar! Seeing his attack neutralized, the ghost of the sword Concealing Elder went into a frenzy. He would not allow his supreme artifact to be defeated in its first battle after being unleashed. The ghost reversed his grip on Songyun Tooth and descended to the ground, then forcefully stabbed the sword into the earth. In an instant, the ground shook. Is it coming? Seeing the opponent's actions, Qin was not surprised. He had searched his anime memories and vaguely recalled the power of Songyun Tooth. This earth sword, besides having a top-notch killing move like the Prison Dragon Break, also possessed a unique ability. It could be said that this ability was the reason it became the strongest sword among all the world-dominating swords. As the ground trembled, countless skeletons crawled out from the gray soil. When their arms first emerged, they were still withered bones, but by the time they stood fully, the gray soil from underground had gathered on them, forming new bodies. Only their skulls remained devoid of flesh, with glowing, ghostly flames in their eye sockets. More and more skeleton demons resurrected from the soil, filling the ground shrouded in gray. These skeleton demons were previously killed by the sword-concealing elder, sacrificed to refine Songyun Tooth. Moreover, even the five-knife demons that Qin and his two roommates had slain appeared in the form of skeleton demons. But they held no blades, coming at him empty-handed. This was the second ultimate move of Songyun Tooth, its unique ability, summoning the 100 ghosts. Qin looked at the skeleton demons continuously crawling out from the ground and did not give the opponent any time. He raised the iron broken tooth high and struck down again. The ultimate move winds wound activated, and the spiritual hurricane surged once more. This time, the hurricane blade transformed into 5 wind blades, slashing toward the numerous skeleton demons like a plow tilling the earth. With a charge strike, countless skeleton demons were cleaved in half by the wind's wound, their newly resurrected bodies collapsing to the ground. This power truly deserved to be called the protagonist's weapon that slays 100 demons. Qin admired the iron broken tooth in his hand, clicking his tongue in appreciation. However, before he could relax, the recently slain skeleton demons began to rise again from the ground one by one. They reattached their severed heads and bodies, and the gray hellish soil once again transformed into their flesh and blood. Within just a few breaths, the slain skeleton demons had all revived. Although the skeleton demons had no consciousness, they retained their combat instincts from life. Some flying skeletons lunged at Qin. Kuro card sword, slay them. Qin's feet left the long sword and landed on the sandy hands formed from fine sand. The Kuro card sword transformed into a beam of light, darting among the flying skeleton demons. Before long, white skeletons fell one after another. But as the skeletons hit the ground, they began to reassemble themselves, and the soil turned into flesh again. The slain skeletons revived once more from the gray soil. This cycle continued endlessly. Could these demons revived by summoning the 100 ghosts not be killed? Qin looked at the troublesome horde of skeletons before him. However, I have the sword that can send you to the afterlife. He raised his left hand, infusing his entire body with spiritual power. Since they're already ghosts, they should go where ghosts belong. Rest in peace, 100 ghosts, Qin said, and the Tiansheng tooth in his hand fell heavily. A black crack opened in the void above his head, slowly expanding into a crescent shape. This was the ultimate move of the Tiansheng tooth. Beam Path's remnant moonbreak. In the crescent-shaped void above, the stars twinkled, and a swirling black vortex appeared. That was the passage to the underworld, the place where souls go after death. The ultimate move of the Tiansheng tooth was to tear through the void and open a passage between the human world and the underworld. A tremendous suction force emanated from the underworld passage, causing all the skeleton demons to struggle and float upwards. No matter what skills they used or how much strength they exerted, they were gradually pulled into the underworld passage. After all the skeleton demons were sucked in, Beam Path vanished. Except for the soul of the sword-concealing elder holding Songyun Tooth, all the others had disappeared. The elder's ghost looked at Qin with reluctance. Exerting force with both hands, try to activate the summoning the 100 ghosts move again. But this time, Songyun Tooth did not comply with his wishes. Instead, it moved on its own. Then, the sword blade turned toward the ghost itself and stabbed down heavily. The ghost of the sword-concealing elder looked in disbelief at Songyun Tooth piercing his chest, his hands gradually loosening. Then, as if it were paper being burned by flames, the elder's soul dissipated under the expression of pain. Chapter 177. 3 in 1. 3 lives. Tooth. The soul of the Songyun elder has vanished. With a clang, the Songyun Tooth falls to the ground. The gray death aura covering the ground begins to slowly dissipate, returning to the land of the living. Without a wielder, even with its overwhelming power, the Songyun Tooth cannot be perfectly wielded. Qin slowly descends from the air, the sand hand vanishing as his feet touch the ground. Looking at the fallen Songyun Tooth, his brow furrows. This sword actually thinks that the Songyun elder is unworthy of wielding it and has killed him with a backlash. It's truly sinister to not even spare its own swordsmith. This evil sword, if left unchecked, will be a calamity for the entire Jiuzhou. Qin walks over and picks up the evil sword from the ground. The evil energy on the long sword immediately begins to rise along his arm, causing the sword body to tremble and the tip to point at Qin heart. Silence. Qin roars angrily, pressing the entire sword down onto the ground. His body erupts with an intense aura, Anyone with weak strength nearby would be shocked into dizziness. This is the quality of a king, the conqueror's hockey. Whether it was due to being intimidated by Qin Shi's dominance, or because that Song Yun's sword submits to the one who defeated it, the entire sword body ceases to tremble and calms down. The death aura that had been entwining around Qin Shi's arm, trying to invade his body, automatically retracts. Qin Shi can feel the sword cheering. It acknowledges Qin Shi as its master. You can even kill your own swordsmith. How can I trust you? Qin Shi snorts coldly and directly throws that Song Yun's sword into the system's storage space. System, can I use kill points to subdue this evil sword? He directly asks the system. That Song Yun's sword has already recognized you as its master. You do not need to consume kill points. But that Song Yun's sword is an evil sword. Even if it recognizes its master, there is still a danger of backlash. For that Song Yun's sword, only the one who defeats it can become its master. Once it seizes a moment of weakness from the wielder, it will mercilessly retaliate. Anyone who is killed by its backlash is unworthy of being its master. Qin Shi is taken aback. The evil sword is indeed evil. It's not just a weapon, but a ticking time bomb. It's unpredictable when he might die from the Song Yun's sword's backlash. However, he cannot ignore such an evil sword that can easily destroy a town. With the Knife Ghost and the Lord of Songjian Villa killed, the 100 Ghost group will definitely send someone to investigate. They will also conduct a thorough search for this sword, which was supposed to become the weapon of the Ghost King. He cannot just leave this sword here. Qin Shi makes up his mind. System, is there any way to prevent the backlash of the Song Yun tooth? After a while, the system leisurely responds. There is. Really? Qin Shi's heart leaps with joy. He had initially just asked to give it a try, not expecting the system to actually solve this troublesome problem. What should I do? Qin Shi eagerly asks. Want to know? 10 kill points. Damn, you want money for this, and it's so expensive. Qin Shi instantly loses his composure. Buying it. ISNT at just 10 kill points. He painfully clicks the confirm option on the system interface again. After the kill points are deducted, the system starts to explain. The Tianqing tooth and the Tai Suya have the effect of suppressing the Song Yun tooth. Although a single sword cannot completely suppress the Song Yun tooth, the combined power of the two swords can. The host can use the system's workbench to fuse these three swords together. Upon hearing the system's plan, Qin Shi slaps his thigh. Of course, in the Inuyasha anime, the Tianqing tooth, Song Yun tooth, and Tai Suya were together, which suppressed the evil nature of the Song Yun tooth. Later, the Tai Suya was taken by Inuyasha, and the Tianqing tooth was taken by Inuyasha's brother, Sessamaru, leaving the Song Yun tooth without any suppression. In the anime, the Song Yun tooth also had a special sheath that could suppress it, which was sealed in a space-time well for hundreds of years. However, on Blue Star, although the Songjian elder, who inherited the Dao Zhai, forged the Song Yun tooth, he did not create any sheath with sealing abilities. To suppress the Song Yun tooth, he must rely on the power of the Tianqing tooth and Tai Suya. It's a good method. I should have thought of it. Qin Shi feels a bit regretful. He immediately opens the system interface and clicks on the workbench. The workbench is a new feature that appeared when his inheritance level was upgraded to LV10, with two main functions, repair and synthesis. The repair function has already been used to fix the Tianqing tooth, and he understands how to use it. Qin Shi clicks on the synthesis function. 3 slots appear on the interface, along with a simple and clear explanation. Place 3 items of the same level together. Consume kill points, and you can synthesize. Just like the games Qin Shi played in his previous life, items of the same quality can be synthesized into higher quality items. However, on Blue Star, the prices of higher level items are not comparable to 3 lower level items. Moreover, within the same level of items, the gap can be as wide as a chasm. Take these 3 swords as an example. They're all legendary level weapons. However, the quality of the Tai Suya and the Tianqing tooth cannot compare to the Song Yun tooth. It is already at the peak of the legendary level, touching the demigod realm. Qin Shi even feels that this sword has the potential to evolve, as long as the amount of killing is sufficient. This sword will complete its evolution and break through to the demigod level. After placing the 3 swords in the empty slots, Qin Shi clicks the Synthesize button. Detecting synthesis materials. Detection complete. This synthesis requires 30 kill points. Seeing the consumption value, Qin Shi's jaw nearly drops. But he cannot leave the evil sword unattended. His life is even more important. He reluctantly pays the 30 kill points. After finally making a big profit from kill points, he didn't expect to spend it all at once. This lottery seems far away. When will he be able to draw? Although he complains, Qin Shi realizes the power of kill points. Compared to skill points that can only improve skill levels, The applications of kill points are truly diverse. Drawing lots, repairing, synthesizing, even recognizing a legendary weapon as a master, and consulting the system for questions. All of these can be achieved by consuming kill points, making them a new strategic resource. After consuming 30 kill points, the flame symbol in the upper right corner of the workbench lights up, indicating that it is in progress. The progress bar slowly moves forward. After nearly 10 minutes, the flame in the upper right corner of the workbench finally extinguishes. Among the 3 slots, only 1 slot remains. Qinshi looks at the weapon in the slot. Synthesis successful. New item has been produced. Item name: 3 lives, tooth. Type: weapon, rarity, demigod level, chapter 178. The power of 3 lives tooth without Qinshi having to make a move. The sword floats out by itself. Its appearance has changed, but one can still faintly see the marks of the Tianshang tooth, Tai Suya, and Songyun tooth. The top of the sword handle is still embedded with a bead, which is the nether bead that comes with the Songyun tooth, but unlike the original black color. The bead has changed from black to transparent. It resembles a pure and flawless gem. At the joint between the sword handle and sword body, a burning white flame acts as a guard. This is the guard from the Tai Suya after its form is liberated. The shape of the sword body has changed the most. Unlike the Tai Suya, which is rusty but enormous after liberation, and not like the crescent shape of the Tianshang tooth, this sword's body is straight, but the tip has one side sharpened, resembling the Tang Dao from ancient times before Qinshi's crossing. The color of the sword blade is a dazzling silver, which is the natural color of the Tianshang sword. When Qinshi held this sword in his hand, a powerful force surged through his body. He even developed a sense of confidence, believing that with this sword, he could become the master of the 9 provinces. Semi-divine level. This is indeed semi-divine level. Qinshi looked excitedly at the weapon in his hand. Ordinary, fine, epic, legendary, semi-divine, mythological. In the entire 9 provinces, there has never been a mythological level item. A semi-divine item in the 9 provinces is equivalent to a national treasure. Even though the inheritance has been around for hundreds of years, after such a long accumulation, the 9 provinces only have a mere 10 semi-divine items. For example, the senior sister Lin Long, whom Qinshi had seen before. The contract victory sword in her hand is a semi-divine weapon, not to mention that magical sword sheath. Another example is the 6 paths ninja tools from the Naruto world. The banana fan and the red gourd, which are also semi-divine weapons. These weapons have made great contributions in fighting against the invasion of beast monsters. And now, Qinshi had a semi-divine weapon in his hands. As soon as he gripped the San Shengya, a wealth of information flooded into his mind. So it turns out, this sword is a fusion of Tian Shengya, Tai Suya, and Songyun, thus retaining the abilities of these 3 swords. The 3 swords had already recognized him as their master. Therefore, as soon as San Shengya came into existence, it acknowledged Qinshi as its holder. He waved it in the air. Spiritual energy transformed into a massive wind blade, howling towards all directions and destroying everything. This is the ultimate move of Tai Suya, capable of slaying 100 beast monsters at once, called Windswound. Moreover, compared to the sword technique wielded by the old man with the sword, who held Tai Suya, its power is even stronger. The fused Sansheng, it doesn't need to seek out the so-called spiritual energy collision trajectory. Even a simple swing can unleash Windswound. Indeed, it has become much stronger. However, Qinshi, feeling his nearly exhausted spiritual energy, smiled wryly and said, "The consumption of spiritual energy is indeed substantial. This is a big move and shouldn't be used lightly." Although the 3 swords have merged into one, the sword spirits of the 3 swords still suppress each other within the sword. Due to the first fusion, the system has helped the host eliminate the curse of the Ming Pearl on Songyun and has also given the host a suggestion. In battle, you can call upon the power of either Tian Shengya, Tai Suya, or Songyun at one time. It is not recommended to call upon 2, as it will disrupt the balance of the sword spirit suppression. Moreover, it is not advisable to use the power of Songyun until you can rely on other powers to suppress its evil force. Curse? Qinshi was taken aback. He didn't expect that the Black Ming Pearl had a so-called curse, but the system didn't elaborate further. After waiting for a while, without receiving a response from the system, Qinshi had to ask the next question. Will I be able to freely use all the powers of San Shengya? Qinshi asked curiously. Although the power of Songyun is evil, it is indeed enormous. If it can be used against beast monsters, it almost has the ability to change the battlefield with a single strike. You can suppress Songyun when you have a new power, such as when you can use the Bankai of the fire-type Zanpakuto. After hearing the system's suggestion, Qin finally understood. Although the three swords merged, suppressing the evil force of Tsung Yunya, it is not a time bomb. But there is still a possibility of backlash if he actively uses the power of Tsung Yunya. However, the Zanpakuto is the sword of the Shinigami that slays evil spirits, inherently possessing the power to restrain evil beings. In the world of the Shinigami, Captain Yamamoto's fire-type Zanpakuto has the power of flames that are most feared by evil spirits, comparable to the true fire of the sun. If he can use Captain Yamamoto's Bankai, then the evil aura of Tsung Yunya will be completely suppressed by the power of the Shinigami, unable to invade him anymore. Ding! The host has completely eliminated the A-level inheritor, the old man with the sword, and is starting to distribute rewards. You have gained 3,000 inheritance points. Skill points, 30. Reward option for the old man with the sword, inheritor of the Dog Demon World, Knife and Knife Workshop, are being presented. You can choose one of the following options. 01. Sword Forging Technique, Blood Sacrifice Method. The old man with the sword has top-tier sword forging abilities. By sacrificing blood and life, he can almost forge the strongest weapons in this world. 02. Sword Slave. Consume your own blood to become a slave to the sword. Able to master the weapon in your hand perfectly, but with increasing usage, the user will gradually lose their will. 03. Spiritual Energy Reward. The host has completely killed the old man with the sword, including his soul and body, thus can obtain half of the old man's total spiritual energy, which amounts to 20 cards. You can also forfeit the above options and choose the slaughter reward. Countdown, 10. There are actually 20 cards. This means that this old man has a total spiritual energy of 40 cards, which is higher than mine. Although he had already guessed that the old man with the sword had a high total spiritual energy, he was still shocked when he saw the reward value. No wonder Wind's Wound and Hell Dragon Break are so easily utilized. It turns out his total spiritual energy is so terrifying. Qin sighed. With the system support, he now only has 35 cards of spiritual energy. But this amount of spiritual energy is already quite high, comparable to a 4-star beast hunter. What he didn't know was that although the old man with the sword often forged swords, his combat skills were lacking. But he had a high inheritance level and was also a high spiritual energy physique. I choose 3. Although he also wanted the slaughter points through this battle, Qin increasingly felt the importance of spiritual energy. Although he has many skills now, to utilize them well, he still needs sufficient spiritual energy, especially for the Sand Shunya he obtained this time. Releasing Wind's Wound and Ming Dao Kinyu requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. The explosive growth of spiritual energy means that only with enough spiritual energy can he freely unleash big moves. Qin looked at the semi-divine weapon in his hand and felt his swelling spiritual energy. This harvest is too great. Trusting Old Pei's advice on a Ding character task really paid off. Chapter 179. The reward for the Ding character task, just as Qin was happily counting his gains. On the other side of the 9 provinces continent, in a remote mountain far from Changzhou, there was a simple school built entirely of bamboo. A tall, thin teacher wearing glasses was teaching, and below him were 30 students whose eyes held admiration. His face was pale, and his suit had become somewhat yellowed. It was very neat. What was even stranger was that the suit fit him perfectly without a single wrinkle, as if it had been constantly ironed by a machine. Class, let's review the periodic table of elements again. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. The bespectacled teacher was facing away from the students, writing vigorously on the blackboard when suddenly he paused, and the chalk in his hand broke off. Interesting. There's actually someone who has broken the Ghost King's true blood that I infused into the Ming Pearl. The teacher, who had just appeared gentle, now had a hint of a seductive red in his eyes. His tongue flicked out like a snake's tongue, licking his face, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I've encountered an interesting enemy. He smiled and resumed writing on the blackboard as if nothing had happened. After defeating the enemy and placing the weapon into the system's storage space, Qin put the Meon mask back on. He first went to the backyard to inform Li Shani, then slapped awake Pei Bewley, who was sound asleep in the front yard. Following that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from a spot. Li Shani and Pei Buyong ran out of the secret realm, and when they arrived at the parking point outside the Sword Tomb secret realm, Qin had already been waiting in the car for a while. Before getting out, he had already left a Flying Thunder God mark on the vehicle, allowing him to quickly teleport over. Damn, Lao Qin, you came out early. Pei Buyong pulled his hand and got into the car. Ha, the academy's principal personally saved me, so I came out first, Qin laughed. The three of them got into the car and returned to the Pei family's industrial building in Yichang City. They then activated Pei Buyong's private plane, the Tiger Moth. On the rooftop, after returning to the Monster Hunting Academy, the three went to the mission board to fill in their completion status. Seeing his students return safely, Wang Laoshi, who looked like a Taoist priest, hugged all three of them. It's good to be back safely. As for the mission, forget it. When he heard that Qin Shi and the others not only participated in the so-called sword forging ceremony, but also fought against members of the 100 Ghost group, Wang Laoshi was shocked. Wow, I have the data on the 7 sword demons in the Academy's archives. Even the lowest-ranked sword demon, if I'm not mistaken, has over 2-star monster hunting strength. Wang Laoshi looked at his students in disbelief. You not only survived, but even counterattacked them. To call you geniuses is an understatement. Wang Laoshi exclaimed in admiration. By the way, here's your mission reward. He rummaged through his Taoist robe's sleeves and handed each of them a capsule. Inside is a high-quality item, and it's also your reward for this mission one. 5 million Kyushu coins, which has already been deposited into your bank accounts. Pei Buyong waved his hand nonchalantly. It's just one. 5 million. The reward is average. This time I almost lost my life. If not, I wouldn't want the money. I want double credits for this mission. Pei Buyong was a big spender, but when Qin Shi and Lishani heard that one, 5 million was directly credited. Their eyes widened. It was said that making money through monster hunting was fast, and now it seemed incredibly fast, although they were amazed by the generous reward. Qin Shi thought for a moment. This mission was extremely dangerous. Even 2-star monster hunters might not survive. A reward of 5 million was still reasonable. After all, you are still students of the Academy. Once you become independent monster hunters, the rewards will be even higher. Stop thinking about the money. Let's see what the rewards are. These were specially chosen by your teacher. Wang Laoshi rubbed his hands, looking forward to his students praising him. Pei Buyong was the first to throw out the capsule. As the smoke cleared, a piece of fabric appeared on the ground, with blue edges and interwoven green stripes. This can't be a tablecloth, right? Lishani looked at the oddly colored fabric on the ground and curiously looked at Wang Laoshi. What do we need a tablecloth for? We don't even have a dining table in our dorm. But Pei Buyong had a joyful expression. Could this be the legendary tablecloth that can summon countless delicacies? He eagerly walked up and spread the tablecloth. Tablecloth, bring me a roast chicken. As if responding to his call, a plate appeared on the tablecloth, and it was filled with steaming roast chicken. It can't be wrong. Pei Buyong excitedly held the roast chicken. This is the food tablecloth of my dreams. The food tablecloth, a magical item from the world of Doraemon. Once the user lays it flat, they can summon any dish by calling out its name. Woo-woo. Pei Buyong was so moved that he hugged Wang Laoshi. Thank you, teacher. I will no longer torture my stomach. Wang Laoshi laughed heartily, patting his back. Although it's a high-quality item, it's a very popular item in the market. In the future, bring the tablecloth and come find me for drinks. Definitely. Pei Buyong quickly threw the tablecloth into the storage space of his watch. Huang Mao, check yours. Li Shani nodded and threw out the capsule. What came out was a brown wooden stick. What use is this stick? Li Shani looked puzzled. Instead, Qin Shi recognized it first. Is this a magic wand from the Harry Potter world? Wang Laoshi chuckled. Yes, it's a magic wand. However, this is a simple wand with only restoration, levitation charm, disarm, and floating spells. But this wand doesn't require the Harry Potter inheritance. As long as you inject magical power, you can cast the spells it is set. Wang Laoshi looked at Li Shani. Your thunder breath is quite powerful, but once you become a formal monster hunter, you'll find that aside from combat, there are many situations where attack skills won't suffice. Your abilities can't be too singular. Li Shani accepted the magic wand, placed it in the storage space of his belt, then bowed to Wang Laoshi. Lao Qin, it's your turn. Let's see what good stuff you get. The two roommates looked at Qin Shi in unison. Qin Shi didn't hesitate and directly threw out the capsule. A yellow cloud floated out. This can't be. Qin Shi touched it. It was jelly-like and very elastic. No doubt about it. This is the flying nimbus from the Dragon Ball world, Goku's travel tool. Chapter 180. Observation Hockey, that's right. Wang Laoshi smiled and pointed to the low-floating nimbus. Flying nimbus, a vehicle type, can carry up to 3 people and can only be ridden by those with a kind heart. Qin Shi, your skills, if I'm not mistaken, should be diverse. But you also need to understand one thing. There are many people or monsters in this world that we can't deal with. At that time, don't hesitate. Just run. The nimbus is fast and doesn't consume spiritual power. It has a storage-like function. Of course, you can also inject spiritual power to enhance its speed, pushing it to the limit, but even a speed-type 4-star monster hunter can't catch up. Qin Shi looked at the yellow cloud swirling beside him, feeling delighted. Although he had a cloud card sword that allowed him to fly in the air, the sword's blade was too thin for him to stand on it effectively. While the sand technique could also lift him, it only provided a pivot point in the air, making it somewhat impractical for movement. Now, with the Nimbus, his aerial combat capability was enhanced, and, at the very least, he could escape quickly. Although in terms of maneuverability, the best aerial combat ability still belongs to the Dragon Ball world's instant transmission. The Nimbus also has the advantage of being able to carry others. Next time they have a mission with 3 people, they won't need to call a car. They can just ride the Nimbus directly. How about it? Are you satisfied with the gifts your teacher picked for you this time? Wang Laosher clapped his hands. The cafeteria has prepared delicious food for you mission goers. This meal is free, and I'll treat you. Pei Bouillon cheered loudly. Teacher, you're amazing. I won't let you go broke. After a satisfying meal, the 3 returned to their dorms to rest. After losing 2 rounds of Dodiju, Qin Shi excused himself to go exercise on the playground and ran out of the dormitory. A gentle breeze caressed his face. After experiencing life and death battles at the sword concealment manor, Qin Shi felt that the comfort before him was almost unreal. But he also knew this was a world fraught with danger. Comfort and ease were ultimately just moments. Only by becoming stronger could he achieve true safety. He walked quickly to the principal's rock beside the playground, climbed to the top of the rock, and then put on his mask. Before long, the principal came over, swaying with a wine jug in hand. "Oh, my dear disciple, you've returned safely?" He looked Qin Shi up and down, then stroked his white beard and smiled. "Not bad. All limbs are intact, nothing missing." Qin Shi said straightforwardly, "Principal, this time I want to ask you to teach me observation haki. Inkanjan Villa." The sword elder relied on his full perception of the villa, which also caused him quite a bit of trouble. Although the Sharingan has certain observational abilities, those abilities are more reflected in dynamic vision, spiritual vision, and illusion techniques. It is not considered excellent in terms of perception. Otherwise, Sasuke, who activated the Manjiki Sharingan in the Naruto anime, wouldn't keep Tayuya by his side. Want to learn observation haki? You haven't even mastered Conqueror's haki that I taught you yet. Kid, you can't rush things. Take it one step at a time. The principal took a swig of wine, and then his gaze sharpened. A powerful aura surged from his body. This was the Conqueror's haki that instills fear in enemies. At the moment his haki erupted, Qin Shi stood before him, unfazed, and a surge of aura erupted from his own body. It was also Conqueror's haki. The 2 haki collided in the air, with black lightning flickering. The principal raised an eyebrow. "Kid, not bad in just a short time. Your Conqueror's haki has already reached the proficient level." He was secretly astonished. Conqueror's haki is the hardest of the 3 types of haki to cultivate. It requires not only hard practice, but also the continuous growth of the user to evolve. When he learned Conqueror's haki back in the day, it took him 3 whole months to reach the proficient level, and he even faced several dangerous missions along the way, which helped him elevate his haki level under pressure. But this kid has already reached the proficient level in less than a week. Truly, a terrifying talent. Seeing Qin Shi's haki, the principal laughed heartily. It seems your Conqueror's haki has already reached a minor mastery, so you can learn observation haki now. After all, Conqueror's haki is top-notch among the 3 types of haki. With a foundation in Conqueror's haki, it will be much easier for you to learn observation haki. The principal looked around, trying to find a few pebbles. Damn it, how did the cleaning lady clean so thoroughly? There aren't even small stones on this road. Unable to find any, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a handful of peanuts. This was originally his snack. Training observation haki is very simple. Just practice dodging objects. Next, I will throw these peanuts at you. You just need to dodge. Qin Shi nodded, preparing for the principal's throws. What are you waiting for? The principal waved his hand. Qin Shi was taken aback, not understanding. Turn your back. The principal said impatiently. Dodging from the front is easy with your dynamic vision. The key is to use your perception of aura. You not only need to turn around, but also close your eyes and feel the changes in the aura around you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi turned around. The principal chuckled and suddenly threw the peanuts hard. Ordinary peanuts have no power, so let me add some flavor. His arm suddenly turned dark, and a black aura wrapped around it, transferring to the peanuts between his fingers. This was armament haki. Peanuts empowered by armament haki are more powerful than a sniper bullet. Yet, when such a powerful peanut was thrown from the principal's hand, it made no sound at all, as if it had been muted. You have to endure hardships to grow. If your head doesn't have a few bumps, how will you learn observation haki? The principal dealt Qin Shi a heavy blow right from the start. But as the peanut flew behind Qin Shi's head, he suddenly seemed to realize something. An almost imperceptible aura erupted from his body. Qin Shi suddenly twisted his head and the bullet-like peanut whizzed past his ear, crashing into a nearby rock. Bang! It was like a sniper bullet hitting the rock, with debris flying everywhere as the peanut burrowed half a meter into the stone. Feeling the power of the peanut, Qin turned around, trembling. Principal, are you sure this is training and not murder? Chapter 181. The 6 powers of the Navy. The principal, stunned by Qin's instant learning ability, took a while to recover. He looked at Qin in disbelief. Goodness, you mastered observation hockey on your first practice. I, known as the best in the Kyushu region, have great talent, but compared to you, I'm nothing. Then why all the chatter? The principal directly put down the wine jug and stuffed his hands into his coat pockets, with a peanut stuck between each of his fingers. I still don't believe it. The 3 types of hockey, even if you've mastered Conqueror's hockey, you shouldn't have grasped observation hockey so quickly. Let me see if you're just lucky. 8 peanuts wrapped in black armament hockey were held at his fingertips. He kicked forward, making Qin turn his back to him again. Focus. If you can't dodge, your head will be sore. Thinking of a sniper-like bullet just now, Qin shivered and quickly concentrated. This was no joke. If he couldn't dodge, he might end up in the infirmary. Sensing the crisis, Qin's spirit heightened. The almost imperceptible feeling he had when dodging the peanuts reappeared. In this feeling, although he didn't look back, it was as if he could see the principal with his hands stretched out like drawing a bow and shooting arrows, throwing 8 peanuts at him. This is definitely not a joke. Qin was alarmed. The 8 peanuts shot towards him. Qin suddenly jumped, his whole body tilted in the air. The peanuts flew past his armpits, near his ears, and under his feet. Qin narrowly dodged most of the peanuts, but still, 2 peanuts hit him, one on his back and the other on his left hand. An immediate soreness shot through him. He felt a heaviness in his chest, and his left hand was a bit numb. But before he could catch his breath, the principal already had more peanuts in hand. No way more. Qin quickly concentrated again, using observation hockey to continue dodging the peanuts. Time passed, and the principal's hands were no longer holding peanuts. Instead, he pointed forward and suddenly shot something resembling air guns toward Qin. This was a skill combining the power of the Tremor fruit and the Navy's 6 powers. The air gun. The principal's fingers flew, sweeping like a machine gun. Compared to the tangible peanuts, the air guns were more concealed and harder to defend against. Yet Qin still kept his eyes tightly closed, using the Shuinpa technique to accelerate and quickly evade. The dense air guns were all dodged by him. Your talent. I've never seen anything so monstrous. The principal marveled. In just one night, not only did you successfully learn observation hockey, but you also reached the proficient level. Much faster than I did back in the day. Qin smiled. The reason he was able to learn observation hockey so quickly was that he had already mastered both observation and Conqueror's hockey. Although the 3 types of hockey are different, mastering the other 2 made learning observation hockey feel very natural for Qin. Thus, his progress was swift. All right, let's call a night. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to teach you. Principal Bai looked at the empty wine flask in his hand and concluded tonight's teaching. Qin nodded, returned to his dormitory, and continued playing do-di-ju with his roommate while sticking notes. After that, it was just the regular classes every day. The only difference was a practical class hosted by teacher Chi Quan. All the students were taken to the death row prison in Huangzhou, where these students from the Demon Hunting Academy acted as executioners for the death row inmates. In this practical class that made countless students vomit, many people killed for the first time, they increasingly realized that they were not ordinary university students, but trainees at a military training base. What surprised Qin was his 2 roommates. Peibu Liao was okay. Although he trembled, he still did not vomit. However, Li Shan firmly refused to take the course, stating that no matter how evil humanity was, he would not kill. This angered teacher Chi Quan, who threatened to give him a 0. Aside from that, the entire class proceeded without incident. After a while, in the evening, Qin stood at the base of Principal Rock, looking up at Principal Bai and teacher Qing Ji at the top of the rock. He then exhaled softly and stomped his feet hard against the air. He rapidly stepped, and to his surprise, he began to rise higher, as if walking on stairs. This was one of the Navy's 6 styles from the One Piece world, the moonwalk. By using strong foot strength to tread on the air, it generated a powerful hovering force, allowing him to walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but he could not stay in the air for too long. It was reminiscent of the cloud ascending technique from the novel The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, similar in effect, but a bit more elegant than the moonwalk. In no time, Qin had reached the top of Principal Rock, standing before Principal Bai and teacher Qing Ji. How about that? Principal Bai took a sip of wine. Incredible. Teacher Qing Ji shook his head. This is the most incredible student I have ever seen. Isn't it? Principal, I shook the flask in his hand. Clearly trained in the Naruto legacy, yet able to learn skills from the One Piece world. Not only can you learn, but you learn so quickly, almost mastering it after just one glance. Compared to him, my talent as the best in JoJo seems laughable. Indeed, Teacher Qin Ji lamented. Compared to him, I feel like I have no talent at all. Qin sure looked at the two of them, singing in harmony in disbelief. A few days ago, he had already mastered the three-color hockey and proposed to learn new skills from the principal. Aside from the three-color hockey, there were also some famous physical skills in the One Piece world. Among them, the Navy Six styles were widely applied. These were techniques commonly used by the Navy in the One Piece world, divided into 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale palm, and finger gun. These techniques surpassed human physical limits and were quite powerful. Mastering them would allow even those with devil fruit abilities to have a fighting chance. But no matter how powerful they were still general skills, still physical techniques. As long as Teacher Qin Ji demonstrated them once, Qin sure could copy them and master them completely. Originally, Principal Bai asked me to come over because he was worried he wouldn't teach well since he is from the pirate legacy, while my legacy is from the Navy. Teacher Qin Ji said, but I didn't expect that after just one demonstration, without even mentioning the key points, you had already learned it. He shook his head. Although the techniques of the Navy Six styles are already quite powerful, true strong individuals still need to combine them with their own abilities to exert greater effects. After all, the Navy Six styles can actually be seen as basic martial techniques that can be combined with existing abilities. Qin sure nodded. Just like in the Naruto world, the protagonist Naruto incorporates wind attribute chakra into his Rasengan, greatly enhancing its power. The Navy Six styles can also be developed similarly. Chapter 182. The Prison Beneath Principal Rock. First, let us talk about the moonwalk, which allows one to walk on air. For example, in the One Piece world, the Bubble Fruit user Califa developed the moonwalk, Thorny Path, using the moonwalk to distance herself from her opponent before employing the Thorn Whip technique. Another example is the Chef George, who utilized his super strong leg strength to develop a technique that allows for high-speed movement in water, comparable to the swimming speed of a fishman named Moonwalk, Sea Walker. The finger gun has also been developed by more ability users. Originally, the finger gun concentrated all body strength in the index finger, releasing an attack with the power of a bullet with a hardened fingertip. However, Rob Lucci, who ate the cat fruit, can shoot sharp claws in his leopard form, creating a long-distance attack with the finger gun technique, Flying Finger Gun. Qin sure also developed some ideas of his own, such as using right un to form lightning between his palms and then using a thrusting finger gun, but still needed to be tested in practical combat. Alright, let's not talk about the Navy Six styles for now. Principal Bai waved his hand. Today, with Qin Ji here, let's all go to a place together. Saying that, Principal Bai draped his jacket over his shoulder and stood up bare-chested. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a massive principal rock began to tremble. Soon, the shaking stopped, and a hidden passage suddenly appeared on the previously flat ground. Qin sure looked in surprise at the ground. After training on Principal Rock for several days, he had not noticed that the massive rock was actually hollow. There was a world inside the rock. Let's go. Principal Bai jumped down first. Qin Ji and Qin sure closely followed. Once inside Principal Rock, Qin sure discovered that although it looked small from the outside, the passage leading to the underground was quite spacious and long. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qin sure's eyes lit up. However, the sight that appeared before him left him astonished. The stone buildings in front of him were 10 meters high, but these buildings were each prison cells hanging with enormous locks. If he understood correctly, this was a prison. But when he looked further, there were things that ordinary prisons did not have. Not far from the prison cells, there was a vast area resembling a forest. The trees had leaves as sharp as blades, like sword trees, and the grass could pierce the human body like needles. Between the trees and grass, countless poisonous spiders scurried back and forth. An old man walked out from the forest. His eyes were blue, and flames occasionally flickered from them. His feet stepped on the needle grass, causing even the iron grass to bend, and all the spiders around him scattered in all directions. The newcomer was the warden of this prison, named Stonehammer, who was already 150 years old, but do not underestimate him. He is one of our academy's vice principals. Qin Ji whispered to Qin Shi. He oversees the criminals of our demon hunting academy in the entire Jeojo Island. He is one of the few 6-star demon hunters who can spar with Principal Bai. By the way, his legacy is S rank. The Soul Keeper from the League of Legends world. Qin Shi was taken aback. No wonder he seemed so spirited at such an old age. It turned out to be the legacy of Thresh. The Soul Keeper Thresh is a character from the League of Legends world. He's a specter from Shadow Isles, possessing the powerful ability to manipulate souls. Little Bai, you finally came. I've been waiting for you all for a long time. The old man said as he quickly approached Qin and the others, smiling. However, Qin felt that as he saw the old man smile, the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Little Bai, Principal Bai's eyelid twitched. He wanted to get angry, but ultimately held it back. As the strongest person in Jiuzhou Island, Principal Bai was in his 70s. In front of the majority of inheritors, he had to be respected as an elder. The current prison warden is over 150 years old, much older than him. Calling him Little Bai doesn't seem wrong. However, it's still quite annoying. Principal Bai looked at the old man approaching him and took a deep breath. Old Shi, you're doing well, I see. It's been 7 or 8 years since I last saw you, right? Upon hearing this, Warden Old Shi began to look displeased. Little Bai, if I hadn't specifically called for you to come down, would you have remembered to visit this old man? Don't forget, your grandfather and I were good friends. When you were just born, you even urinated in my hands. Seeing the old man becoming more and more absurd, Principal Bai quickly tried to reason with him. Now that I'm the principal, I'm busy managing so many students in the school. How can I find a time to come see you? Besides, this prison has more than one entrance, and you often go out for fun, so why would you need me to visit you? Just as the other party seemed ready to explode, Principal Bai quickly handed over a jug of wine. I brought some of your favorite rice wine. Seeing the wine, Warden Old Shi's unpleasant face slowly relaxed. He opened the wine jug and took a few gulps, wiping his mouth before looking at Qingji and Qin Shi. I've seen Xiao Qingzi. He always brings the prisoners to me. The last shadow demon was also escorted by him. But who is this child next to you? Due to the age difference, Qin Shi was directly recognized as a child. His eyebrows, like Principal Bai's, raised slightly, but he ultimately held back from speaking. He asked my newly recruited disciple, also a new student of the academy this year. Principal Bai laughed heartily, patting Qin Shi on the shoulder. Meet our school's former principal and now vice principal, Old Shi. Qin Shi stepped forward and bowed. Old Shi squinted and carefully examined Qin Shi, suddenly exclaiming, "This kid has an incredible soul strength, at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. With such strong soul strength, his talent and potential might even surpass yours." Little Bai, he approached Qin Shi, staring directly at him. "Child, if you come to play, feel free to come find your Grandpa Shi. But don't get in trouble and end up here as a criminal. With your heavy soul, Grandpa Shi might make you wish you were dead." Facing the old man's icy gaze, Qin Shi suddenly shivered all over. This chill didn't come from the temperature, but directly from the soul itself. "All right, you're all grown up now. How can you still scare children?" Principal Bai muttered discontentedly. When Xiao Qing came for the first time, you glared at him so fiercely that he trembled in bed for 3 days before he could recover from your soul pressure. Reminded by Principal Bai, Old Shi laughed heartily. "Your new disciple is not simple. He only shivered when I glared at him, not even fainting. This soul strength is a pity he doesn't practice soul-related inheritances." He smiled and patted Qin Shi. "Kid, welcome to my domain, Impel Down." Chapter 183. Impel Down and its warden Impel Down? Qin Shi was taken aback. He finally understood where the familiarity he felt upon seeing this prison came from. The layout of this prison resembled what he had seen in the anime One Piece. Impel Down is known as the first prison in the world of One Piece, located in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, housing countless heinous criminals. In the world of One Piece, Impel Down has extremely high security, with surveillance using Din Din Mushi and patrolling monster guards. More importantly, Impel Down is like an isolated island at sea, surrounded by countless sea kings, a type of powerful sea beast, making it a dead end for any escaping prisoner. Therefore, Impel Down is also known as an impenetrable fortress. Could this Impel Down prison be? Qin Shi looked curiously at his teacher, Qingji. Qingji nodded. "That's right, here is a secret realm. Originally, this was just a prison for death row inmates, but with the invasion of the gray mist, not only did inheritance stone tablets appear all over the world, but countless regions unique to other worlds also descended into this world. Those regions merged with the existing structures of this world, forming peculiar areas we refer to as secret realms. And this Jiuzhou prison's Impel Down is the secret realm formed by the arrival of Impel Down from the world of One Piece in a Blue Star." Qin Shi nodded. The Demon Hunting Academy has more than one secret realm. For example, the lake where the cafeteria is located is the Hot Pot Lake from the Captive of Delicacies. The forest in the back mountain is the paradise of the secret realm Dyson, featuring peculiar zombies and plants. And the cave beneath Principal Yin is also a secret realm. and it happens to be the Impel Down that houses criminals. This demon hunting academy is indeed a land of secret realms. Qin Shi surveyed the Impel Down before him. Although it also had sword forests and thorny grass, there were no snail bugs for surveillance or monster guards. It seemed the only guardian here was Warden Old Shi. Sensing Qin Shi's confusion, Old Shi smiled faintly. Speaking of which, I'm the first inheritor to clear this Impel Down secret realm. I have some unique privileges, such as the entire Impel Down being under my perception, and I can alter the terrain here, instantly transforming what is originally the first level of the prison into the 6th level. Those criminals who want to escape will forever be trapped in the prison. No matter how many levels they climb up, they will return to the starting point, just like Sisyphus in foreign mythology. Sisyphus is the king of Corinth in Greek mythology, known for his cunning, punished by the gods to roll a stone up a mountain day after day. Each secret realm corresponds to unique regions in other worlds, as well as tasks similar to game levels. The first inheritor of a secret realm often receives special privileges within the realm. For example, Qin Shi, who first cleared the forest secret realm Dyson's Paradise, received the privilege to enter and exit the forest at will without paying the cost of feigned death. For example, the old man from the sword-hiding villa's secret realm, who first cleared it, has the authority to cover the entire villa with his consciousness. And the Warden Old Shi, inheritor of the Soul Lock Warden, also has privileges within Impel Down. Moreover, you can also take a look at these cells to see what's different. Old Shi chuckled. Qin Shi examined the cells carefully and then noticed that every cell had faint black souls drifting around. This is a unique skill of my inheritance, the underworld prison. Qin Shi was stunned and then looked around in disbelief. He had played as a player in League of Legends, so he naturally knew what skills the Soul Lock Warden had. The underworld prison is one of the Soul Lock Warden's skills. It's even an ultimate move. Any creature that touches the underworld prison will receive high soul damage and will be nearly unable to move. That Old Shi can use his inheritance's ultimate move did not surprise Qin Shi. However, what truly astonished him was the sheer number of cells in Impel Down. Just the first level had nearly 500 cells. The entire Impel Down has a total of 6 levels, with increasing space as one goes deeper. Each cell is enchanted with the underworld prison, and it persists continuously. Just how terrifying is Old Shi's power? Qin Shi's gaze towards Old Shi changed. Have you begun to sense Old Shi's strength? Principal Bai laughed heartily. To be honest, his total soul power has reached a shocking level. After all, as long as he executes criminals, he can continuously strengthen his own power. Originally a rather ordinary S-class inheritance, after so many years of punishment by him, it has reached a terrifying level. To be honest, I fought with Shi Laoyan in this Push City and lost every time. Only when I leave Push City do I have the confidence to defeat this old man. Now you understand why this is the most secure prison in the 9 provinces, right? Qin Shi nodded. Inside the prison, there is a warden whose temporary combat power surpasses Principal Bai's. Outside the prison is the strongest person in the 9 provinces and countless powerful demon hunters stationed at the Demon Hunter Academy. When it comes to the prison's defense level, I ask, who else could compare? But back to the main issue, Shi Lao, you didn't call me over for that, did you? Principal Bai took a sip of wine. Shi Lao nodded. Sai, follow me. The prisoner you brought last time is more troublesome than I expected. His hand slid through the air, and the first layer of the Red Lotus Hell, which was originally a stone cell filled with sword forests and thorny grass, began to tremble. Qin Shi suddenly felt a sharp rise in temperature, and the smell of blood rushed to his nose. He looked around, and where were the sword forest and thorny grass? What came into his view was a boiling blood pool, with flames roasting at the edges of the blood pool. This was the 4th layer of Push City, the Scorching Hell. Shi Lao merely waved his hand, moving everyone from the 1st layer to the 4th layer. This is his secret realm power. Along with Shi Lao, there were 4 people walking on the only glass corridor above the blood pool, with boiling fresh blood churning beneath their feet. Falling in would definitely mean a cooked fate. At both ends of the glass corridor, almost touching the blood pool, were black iron cages. Due to the nature of the underworld prison, Qin Shi couldn't see the criminals inside clearly, but every one of them gave him a powerful feeling. Shi Lao waved his hand, and a black iron cage moved over, pulled by a steel wire at its top. This is the prisoner you brought last time. To be honest, with its strength, it wasn't even qualified to be locked in the 4th layer, but considering its connection to the 100 Ghost group, it was upgraded for handling. Qin Shi moved closer and finally saw the criminal inside. This was a demon beast he had encountered and fought with in the Forest Secret Realm, the Shadow Demon. Chapter 184. The death of the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon is a 2-star demon beast that Qin Shi encountered during trials in the Forest Secret Realm. At that time, although he defeated the undercover agent from the 100 Ghost Group, he still allowed the other party to summon this Shadow Demon from a giant grave. Later, Principal Bai and Teacher Qing Ji entered the forest and captured this Shadow Demon. So it was sent here? Qin Shi immediately understood. The undercover agent from the 100 Ghost Group was completely obliterated, leaving no way to extract his undercover purpose. The remaining demon beast became the only key. The first step taken with this Shadow Demon was interrogation. The old man opened the iron cage's door. But no matter how he interrogated it, the Shadow Demon seemed to truly not know the purpose of its appearance here. So the second step was to conduct a soul search on it. Speaking of soul searching, Qin Shi suddenly recalled that after defeating Su Xiaoxiao in Ocean City, the Su family father and daughter were also sent to Push City by senior sister Lin Long for soul searching because they couldn't extract key information. Soul searching, as the name suggests, is to search the soul, and it is the most violent interrogation method, capable of directly searching for the information the subject has encountered. However, since it involves interrogating the soul, the process is not only painful, but also can easily turn the subject into a vegetative state after the soul search. I have conducted soul searches on the Shadow Demon multiple times, but every time, its soul was completely blank, showing nothing, like a dead object. Clearly, before the soul search, the Shadow Demon's behavior was no different from that of a normal demon beast. Shilao said slowly. Based on this situation, it can be inferred that although this demon beast still has consciousness, it is as if it is being controlled by someone. Under certain conditions, it will crash. Coupled with the fact that it is a summoning object of the 100 Ghost Group, only one conclusion can be drawn. Principal Bai's expression was serious. This demon beast has been given blood by the King of Ghosts from the 100 Ghost Group. Qin Shi was startled. He knew that the King of Ghosts from the 100 Ghost Group was Muzan Kibutsuji from Demon Slayer. By bestowing his blood upon others, he could turn them into demons. Moreover, he could impose specific curses through his blood. For example, in the Demon Slayer anime, if the demons under him utter the name of the King of Ghosts, it would trigger a curse that causes them to self-destruct. This Shadow Demon was very likely cursed so that when a soul search was conducted, its soul would become blank. To verify this, I had the Shadow Demon exposed to sunlight and found that it was extremely afraid of the sun, indicating that the speculation was likely true. Principal Bai nodded. But strangely, this afternoon, the Shadow Demon suddenly died. Shilao sighed. My Push City is a secret realm, isolated from the outside world. Therefore, even if the Shadow Demon was given blood by the King of Ghosts, the king has the power to control its life and death. However, within Push City, the king still cannot use his powers. This has been tested on other captured members of the 100 Ghost Group. Qin Shi's expression also became serious. According to the intelligence previously obtained by the Academy, the King of Ghosts wants to directly kill the blood-bestowed target, which requires being in close proximity and in the same space. However, the location of Push City is known to few, and since it belongs to a secret realm space, it is not in the same space as the outside world, making it impossible for the King of Ghosts to control the death of this Shadow Demon. Yet it still died, without any signs, suddenly dead. Shilao frowned. Up to now, no useful information has been obtained. However, Qin Shi propped his head with his hand and asked a crucial question. The key reason is, why did the Shadow Demon die at this time? Teacher Qing Ji, is there something special about today? Teacher Qing Ji thought for a moment. There's nothing particularly special. Oh, today is the deadline for new students to enroll. Seeing Qin Shi's puzzled face, Teacher Qing Ji explained in detail. Although enrollment occurs on the same day every year, not all students can enroll at the first opportunity after enrollment. Some students may delay their enrollment due to health reasons or family circumstances. And today is the deadline for enrollment, meaning all new students must report before this time. Qin Shi was taken aback. So today, all new students, regardless of any previous special circumstances, have arrived at the school? Teacher Qing Ji nodded. You could say that. After hearing Teacher Qing's words, Qin Shi instantly thought of a possibility. Teacher, do you know the basic information of all the new students? Especially the inheritance information. Teacher Qing Ji smiled slightly and patted his chest. Of course, I am the director of the admissions office. Our academy has just over 1,000 new students each year, and I remember all their basic information in my mind. Are there any inheritances from Demon Slayer? Qin Shi continued to ask. There are 7, and your roommate Li Shani is one of them. Teacher Qing Ji confirmed. Then, are there inheritances from Tanjiro Kamadu or Nezuko Kamadu? Qin Shi felt he was about to get the answer. Why are you asking this? Though puzzled, Teacher Qing Ji still answered. There is no inheritance from Tanjiro Kamado, but there is from Nezuko Kamado. It's a girl in Teacher Arno's class. Does her inheritance have any special features? In this world, people obtain inheritance information primarily through inheritance books, and they have no idea that Tanjiro Kamado and Nezuko Kamado are the main characters in Demon Slayer. Moreover, due to the incomplete nature of these inheritance books, the information they receive is largely distorted and can only serve as a simple reference. The mystery has been revealed, and Qin Shi let out a breath. If I'm not mistaken, this shadow demon has come for the inheritor of Nezuko Kamado. Many characters in the world of Demon Slayer are not fully represented in the inheritance books, but I have heard a rumor. Due to the absence of inheritance books, people in the community tend to fabricate reasonable stories about various inheritors, which over time becomes a rumor. Qin Shi planned to use this explanation to cover up his peculiar knowledge of the anime's plot. The rumor says that in the world of Demon Slayer, all demons that Muzan Kabutsuji has given blood to fear the sun, except for one person, who can still function normally under the sun after being given blood. That person is Nezuko Kamado. Teacher Qingji was taken aback. Is there such a rumor? He immediately guessed what Qin Shi meant. If this rumor is true, then this inheritor of Nezuko Kamado would be a crucial figure for the 100 Demons organization. For demons, sunlight is their greatest enemy. And now, they might find a way to no longer fear sunlight through the inheritor of Nezuko Kamado. After a while, the others finally grasped the implications of Qin Shi's words. If that's the case, the strength of the 100 Demons organization will be greatly enhanced, and the threat to society will multiply. By then, even the Demon Hunting Academy may not be able to deal with them. Elder Shi's expression was grave. This society has countless people on the brink of death, yearning for power. They don't care about humanity. As long as they can extend their lives and gain strength, they are willing to become man-eating demons. Originally, this group of demons had a significant limitation, being forced to live in dark environments. Once exposed to sunlight, they would be obliterated. This hesitation has also caused many who plan to join the 100 Demons organization to think twice. If this flaw is eliminated, what kind of society will it become? And how many will join the 100 Demons organization? But what does this have to do with the death of the Shadow Demon? Principal Bai was a bit slow to react, but finally understood Qin Shi's meaning. Could it be that once the Shadow Demon dies, they will know that the inheritor of Nezuko has come to our academy this year? Hearing the principal's rhetorical question, Qin Shi nodded. It really is the case. The role of this Shadow Demon is to probe whether there is an inheritor of Nezuko among the new students in the academy. Because when the Shadow Demon dies, it triggers a skill. Elder Shi's expression suddenly changed. I see, it's the Soul's Elegy. The Soul's Elegy is the Shadow Demon's ultimate move. It's also its most powerful skill. It summons evil spirits and spreads them outwards. These evil spirits are the souls of the deceased that the Shadow Demon has collected in advance. Besides actively using it, the Shadow Demon will automatically use this skill upon death. The curse placed on the Shadow Demon by the Demon King of the 100 Demons organization, apart from the soul being empty during soul collection, has another curse. That is to self-destruct at a specific time, since it is a preset curse. Even if the Demon King cannot use the power to control life and death, he can still cause the Shadow Demon to die. And once the Shadow Demon dies, its ultimate move Soul's Elegy will be automatically triggered. Qin Shi spoke while pondering. I suspect that the evil spirits collected by the Shadow Demon should also be detection-type evil spirits prepared and processed in advance by the Demon King. When the Shadow Demon dies, those evil spirits instantly emerge from its body and probe the entire academy. These evil spirits are said to only react to those who have the same inheritance as the Demon King, so most students won't notice. Even students with a high inheritance degree from Demon Slayer might only feel a little unusual in their bodies. However, their inheritance information has already been detected by the evil spirits. Of course, this is just my guess. Principal Bai suddenly spoke up. Your guess is very likely correct. He sighed. There was a previous case where a teacher who applied to the academy was actually a special being granted blood by the Demon King, possessing the true blood of the Demon King. That person was not very strong, but he could communicate with the Demon King's thoughts. And the Demon King could know everything he saw and heard. Though he was eliminated by the school, he obtained the layout of the academy. If it weren't for the sensing-type interviewer at the door, that applicant would have escaped. And these evil spirits probably share the same thoughts as the Demon King. In other words, the fact that we have the inheritor of Nezuko Kamado in our academy has already been known to the Demon King. Principal Bai concluded. He turned to Qingji and said, immediately hold a faculty meeting. We need to make some follow-up preparations regarding the leak of this information. Principal Bai smiled. The leak of the information is not entirely a bad thing. After all, that Demon King doesn't know that we have already guessed his true intentions. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to launch a counterattack. He patted Qin Shi on the shoulder excitedly. Good, as expected of my direct disciple. Not only talented, but also clever. I will give you credit for this, and you'll earn some credits. Qin Shi, feeling a bit shy, touched his nose, only to find himself touching his mask. After sending Qin Shi back to Principal Yin, Qingji and Principal Bai quickly left to hold a meeting overnight. 2 weeks later, the school issued an announcement that a new off-campus mission was starting. This time, all faculty members would also participate. Not long after the last break, they were already starting a new mission. I don't want to go on a mission. I just want to sleep in the dormitory. Pei Bewley covered his face with a textbook. Can't we just have a stable class and play cards at night? Li Shani wiped his reverse blade, obtained from the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Be grateful. It was originally supposed to be a weekly practical class, but now it has been extended to once every 2 weeks, which is quite considerate for us students. However, I heard. Pei Bewley straightened his body and looked at his 2 roommates. This time, all the teachers have to go out. Moreover, it seems that the teachers' tasks are all the same. They're all escort missions, and they are escorting people. Li Shani curiously asked, what is an escort mission? It is a task to deliver a person or something to a certain place or to hand it over to a certain person. Have you seen historical dramas? It's similar to guarding a convoy. Can't we just take a plane? This time, Qin Shi is also a bit puzzled. Although the technology level of Blue Star is slightly inferior to the world he came from, there are still trains, planes, and ships. It is somewhat similar to the technology of Qin Shi's world around 2,000 years ago, although the territory of the Jojo Kingdom is large. Using convenient transportation tools shouldn't take too long. TSK. Generally speaking, taking a train or a plane saves time and effort. But the Jojo Kingdom is constantly being encroached by gray mist, and we can't guarantee which airspace is gray mist. If bird-type demon beasts come out, planes could crash directly. Last time we went to Changzhou, the distance wasn't far, but my family's private airship didn't dare to fly too high, and we even had my family's butler escorting us. The same goes for trains, not to mention that there are inheritors of dark organizations robbing along the way. Pei Bewley paused. So, if there are no valuable items, it's fine, but once there are precious people and items, they will still use methods similar to ancient escorting. Certain levels of demons will escort the items and people to the designated location. So that's how it is. Li Shani nodded. Does that mean the person the teachers are escorting this time is someone very important? But with so many teachers mobilized, what a big deal it must be. Pei Bewley chuckled. I'm afraid it's different from what you think. These teachers are not setting out as the same team. Chapter 186. Escort Mission in Ancient Times. There were many ways to escort. Pei Bewley took out a few books and spread them on the table. Huang Mao, I've placed a triangular ruler under these 5 books. Can you guess which book it's under? Li Shani examined the books. Each one was larger than the triangular ruler, completely concealing its position. Qin Shi beside him smiled silently. After a few seconds, Li Shani sighed. I can't figure it out. Oh, I get it. You mean our School S teachers are divided into many teams, simultaneously carrying out escort missions. But actually, the one executing the escort mission is only one group. Pei Bewley laughed heartily. Huang Mao, you're not stupid. That must be the strongest group escorting, like Teacher Qingji or Teacher Qi Quan. That's not necessarily the case. Qin Shi, who had been smiling quietly, finally spoke. He realized that when he first heard about the teachers going on an escort mission, it was related to the shadow demon death he encountered in the city. The person being escorted by these teachers should be the girl who inherited the Tsukiyomi Nezuko. If that girl who inherited Nezuko is indeed so important to the 100 Ghost group, then the 100 Ghost group would definitely spare no effort in sending top-tier demons to get her. Even if they can't snatch her, they would want to kill the girl with the inheritance. The purpose of having multiple teams escorting simultaneously is merely to confuse the enemy. And the strongest team will also be the one under the most scrutiny. If they take the enemy by surprise and choose the weakest team for escorting, it might yield unexpected results. While talking, Qin Shi suddenly froze. He guessed a certain possibility. I hope it doesn't turn out to be what I'm thinking. This time, it's different from the previous task at the Sanjian Villa. This will involve direct contact with the 100 Ghost group, greatly increasing the danger. Just as Qin Shi had a vague premonition of trouble, Teacher Wang, who was in charge of task assignments, suddenly came to the classroom and called the 3 of them out. It was still the familiar training room, but inside stood a girl. She was not very tall, with slightly curly long hair reaching her waist, wearing a pink sweater over her school uniform. Qin Shi couldn't remain calm after just one glance. This girl looked just like Nezuko from the Demon Slayer anime, as if she had walked into the modern world. The only difference for Nezuko in the anime was that the girl wasn't biting a bamboo tube. The tasks for the other students were randomly drawn, but your task was designated by the principal. Teacher Wong tilted her head, clearly a bit confused. Your task is to escort this girl to the Hwatawa Academy in the Wilderness State. Pack your things. You'll set off early tomorrow morning. Hwatawa Academy, Tiangon Academy, and Demon Hunting Academy are all in the Wilderness State of the 9 provinces, but they are located at 3 different corners of the Wilderness State. Pabeliao said curiously. What a coincidence. The teachers are going on escort missions, and we are too. It's not too far away, and it's still in the Wilderness State, plus we don't have to cross the sea. This task doesn't seem too difficult. Teacher Wong nodded. Although I don't understand why the principal insists on having you go on this task. There's some distance involved. The principal said he arranged for a direct disciple to protect you, just like when you went on the last task at the Sanjin Villa. Upon hearing this, Pabeliao's eyes lit up. Is it that math student? He is very strong, although I've only seen him once, but for some reason, I always feel a sense of familiarity and reliability. Qinsha rolled his eyes beside him. Of course, the principal's direct disciple is your roommate. Isn't that familiar? But this time, the enemy is the elite members of the 100 Ghosts group, not the weak ghosts from Sanjin Villa that couldn't even rank the lower-tier ghosts. Sigh. Things are heading in the worst direction. Qinsha frowned. He didn't refuse the task, but still planned to ask the principal thoroughly tonight. Meanwhile, Lishani looked at the girl, her eyes turning as she pondered something. That night, Qinsha arrived at the principal's rock on time. After waiting for nearly an hour, Principal Bai leisurely arrived at the top of the rock with a wine jug. Have you been waiting long? I couldn't help it. I was too busy arranging for so many teachers to go on missions. Such collective tasks happen only once every 3 years and are considered a major event for the school. Qinsha was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Is this your and teacher Qingji's plan? Principal Bai remained silent, waiting for Qinsha's questions. The inheritor of Tsukiyomi Nezuko is extremely important to the 100 Ghost group, as it relates to whether they can overcome their deadly weakness of fearing the sun. Even with the protection of the Demon Hunting Academy, they would still take the risk to snatch her. But what I don't understand is, he sighed, why must that girl be escorted to another place? With the protection of the Demon Hunting Academy, are we still afraid that the 100 Ghost group will come to the school to snatch people? Not to mention the Academy's protective array. With you and the other teachers present, isn't the Demon Hunting Academy the safest place? Principal Bai waited for Qinsha to finish and turned the wine jug in his hand. I knew you would have this question. In fact, we decided the same thing last night, to let the girl who inherits Tsukiyomi Nezuko stay in the academy. Those little ghosts from the 100 Ghost group wouldn't dare to break into the academy, even if they had 100 times the courage. But this morning, after communicating with the principal of Hwatawa Academy, we received new information. There is a teacher there named Zhu Shi, who is the inheritor of the character Tamayo from the Demon Slayer. Tamayo, one of the characters in Demon Slayer, is a demon, but opposes the Demon King Muzan. In the anime, Tamayo is one of the few demons that doesn't eat people. She has avoided the Demon King's perception with special means, and has been researching ways to turn demons back into humans. In this world, while some people join the 100 Ghosts group out of greed for longevity and power, others are forcibly given blood by the Demon King and his subordinates, turning into monsters that are neither human nor demon. They don't want to harm humans, but are constantly suppressing their strong desire to eat people, living in extreme pain. The teacher Zhu Shi from Hwatawa Academy is also researching ways to turn demons back into humans. After the phone call with the principal of Hwatawa Academy, he is confident that together with teacher Zhu Shi, they can develop a drug that can turn demons into humans by utilizing the uniqueness of the Tsukiyomi Nezuko inheritance. After hearing the principal's explanation, Qinsha finally understood. The inheritor of Tsukiyomi Nezuko is not only important to the evil demons of the 100 Ghost group, but also to many poor humans who were forcibly turned into demons. Chapter 187. Principal Bai's Reward. After a long while, Qinsha sighed. I understand the reasoning, but why the urgency? You should know that as soon as the Ghost King sensed the existence of the Tsukumanen Nezuko heir, we hurriedly sent that girl out of the academy. It was really too risky. Principal Bai took a sip of wine. In fact, Hwatawa Academy is well equipped, but our Demon Hunting Academy is not necessarily lacking. Doing research? Isn't it possible anywhere? Even if we had to go to Hwatawa Academy, it would be better if that girl could become stronger at the Demon Hunting Academy first before going. However, Hwatawa Academy couldn't wait because That teacher Zhu Shi is almost dead. Qin Shi suddenly looked up. Is this a coincidence? But he knew that regardless of whether it was a coincidence, this escort mission had to be executed. The principal had not said some things, but Qin Shi understood. If a secret medicine could be developed to turn ghosts back into humans, it would be the day the 100 Ghost Corps would be destroyed. After all, no one said that this medicine had to be voluntarily consumed. How much capital do those evil people who have lost their ghost powers have to resist the Kyushu Demon Hunting Association? But he still had one last question. Why? Is it us for such an important and dangerous task? He looked directly into the principal's eyes. If possible, he did not want to take on this task. Besides himself, he had also involved his 2 dormitory mates. I know sending students for escorting is a clever move. The 100 Ghost Corps would hardly expect that for such an important escort task, so many teachers would be dispatched, and they were all faints. But Qin Shi was a bit anxious. Once any accident occurs and our escort mission is exposed, the danger of failing this mission would be extremely high. Principal, could you consider it again? Even if it's for the sake of training, there's no need to let my 2 roommates take risks with me. No. Principal Bai was unexpectedly firm. This escort mission is not as simple as you think. No one can go. You alone cannot do it. It must be the 3 of you. The real reason, you will know later. After saying that, Principal Bai stopped speaking. Qin Shi knew that the principal had made up his mind, and it would be difficult to persuade him. Since that was the case, he could only execute Plan B. All right, but if we must go, Principal, shouldn't you give us something? After all, we are students, still freshmen. We're still very weak. Principal Bai's eyelids twitched. Well, you may be freshmen, but are you weak? 3 of you took down 5 sword demons from the Songjin Mountain Manor, who are all close to the strength of 3-star monsters. This is an achievement that even a famous demon hunting team would accomplish in the demon domain. After all this, you couldn't ask for things? Principal Bai smacked his lips. Sending these students to undertake such a high-risk task, while keeping 2 of them in the dark, indeed seems a bit unjust. It seems unreasonable not to shed some blood. He gritted his teeth, rummaged in his coat pocket for a long time, and finally reluctantly took out something. When Qin Shi saw what Principal Bai took out, he held his breath. In the principal's hand was a round object, resembling a yellow fruit like a pineapple. The surface of the fruit shimmered with a faint golden light. Qin Shi could feel that this fruit contained extreme lightning power. This, could it be? Qin Shi's voice trembled a bit. Thunder fruit? Not bad for your knowledge. Huh? The principal lifted the golden fruit. This is one of the devil fruits from the world of One Piece. The thunder fruit with lightning abilities. I obtained this in a secret realm called Sky Island while fighting in the demon realm back in the day. The island's guardian monsters were particularly powerful, almost electrocuting me to death. Eating this fruit comes with many problems. The body will become electrified, and from then on, one can only use lightning-type spiritual power. Although it is not suitable for you, it is perfect for that guy in your dorm who uses thunder breathing. This fruit will be given to him by the teacher when you set off tomorrow. But to truly exert the fruit's outdated effects, it must be ensured that he really considers your dorm mate as a companion. The principal's words seemed to carry another meaning. But seeing that he had no intention of explaining, Qin Shi had to give up on asking. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although this task is dangerous, the items provided are also excellent. In One Piece, the owner of the Thunder Fruit, named Enel, claims to be the god of Sky Island. His strength is terrifying and is the most powerful enemy encountered by the protagonist Luffy in the early stages. Even winning was due to the unfair advantage of rubber not conducting electricity. Although Enel's power is also enhanced by high-level observation hockey, the Thunder Fruit is the key factor for his strength. With thunder breathing combined with the Thunder Fruit, what kind of powerful force could this combination generate? Although Qin Shi felt a sense of awe in his heart, he had no desire for the Thunder Fruit. Just as Principal Bai said, after using the Thunder Fruit, the body would become electrified, and other attribute skills could no longer be used. Qin Shi's strength comes from the ability to use powers from all realms, stemming from the powerful legacy of the Naruto world. Taking the Thunder Fruit would be a loss. Next is for that fat guy. Principal Bai rummaged in his coat pocket again. By the way, letting that kid participate in the escort activity is also the intention of the head of the Pei family. The Pei family is the largest board member of the Demon Hunting Academy and has the right to be informed about this task. After a while, a dark yellow card appeared in his hand. The card depicted a handsome man wearing purple magical armor, holding a staff. This is a 7-star monster card, Black Magician. Qin Shi looked at the card, his heart racing. The Black Magician, also known as the Dark Magician, is the ace monster of the protagonist Pharaoh in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. It is a high-level monster with 7 stars, possessing excellent attack and defense. With the protection of this monster, that kid won't die so easily. When Principal Bai took out this card, he was unusually generous, showing no reluctance. Principal, this card. It wouldn't be prepared by the Pei family, would it? Principal Bai laughed heartily. Young man, don't worry about such details. As long as it can motivate that kid Pei Bewley to keep pushing forward, what difference does it make who paid for the card? Chapter 188. Preparations before the mission. After taking out rewards for the two, there was only Qinshi left. As for yours, Principal Bai smiled. Why give you will naturally be the best, but your responsibility is also the greatest. Qinshi seemed to see Principal Bai's loneliness in an instant. He did not continue to speak, nor did he rummage through his pockets again, but slowly walked up to Qinshi. Then, his rough fingers directly pointed at Qinshi's forehead. Qinshi only felt a sharp pain in his mind, but the pain passed in an instant. Go. We set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Saying this, he sent Qinshi back. After Qinshi left, a beautiful figure appeared beside the principal. This little junior is quite bold, daring to ask the principal for something. The figure was graceful and slender, with flowing long hair, a girl-esque silhouette. Her voice is elegant and pleasant, filled with a hint of laughter, as if she is very familiar with Qinshi. Lin Long, Qinshi, and these three people will be entrusted to you for secret protection. These kids have unexpectedly good strength, but also be cautious. Not everyone is without issues. Especially that kid named Li Shani. Unless it's a life-and-death crisis, don't come out. It's said to be a high-risk mission, which is also a training for them. The principal said to the girl beside him. Don't worry, Principal, Lin Long smiled slightly. It's not every day I have a little junior to bully. I'm no longer the youngest among your direct disciples. This time, even if it costs me my life, I won't let them die in front of me. The next day, the three of them arrived at the academy gate. Ah, my lovely three students. Teacher Wang, dressed in Taoist robes, stood at the entrance, smiling slightly, while a girl in a yellow school uniform stood beside her. I didn't introduce her in detail yesterday, so let me explain now. This girl is named Mido, and she is a student in Class A. This mission is to escort her to Huadewa Academy. Also, the rewards for this mission are distributed in advance. Come up one by one to receive them. The first to step forward was Pei Bouillon. When he discovered it was a black magic card, his expression immediately changed, not joy, but hesitation followed by fear. What kind of mission is this? And the reward is a black magician. Pei Bouillon looked uneasily at the card. Teacher Wang, can a mission be cancelled? It can't. Teacher Wang replied decisively. Ah, it seems this will be a troublesome task. Pei Bouillon sighed and took the card, immediately dialing his phone. Hello, old butler. Immediately use all my savings to buy the black magic girl and her related magic and trap cards. I don't care if the money runs out. Yes, no need to negotiate. I want it immediately. Speed is of the essence. This might really cost lives. While Pei Bouillon was making the call, Li Shani also saw his reward. However, the thunder fruit was not given directly to him, but placed in a pure black box. Teacher Wang only said that this box would open by itself at a certain moment, asking Li Shani to wait patiently. Next was Qinshi. Teacher Wang took out a golden scroll. This indicated that the scroll's level was legendary. It was a one-time scroll containing S-level ninjutsu, creation rebirth, 100 heroes technique. Qinshi was taken aback. He thought he wouldn't have any rewards. He always felt that Principal Bai's finger on his brow seemed to entrust him with something important, but he couldn't articulate what it was. Could it be that this one-time scroll is his real reward? Qinshi examined the scroll. Creation rebirth. 100 Heroes Technique is an S-level medical ninjutsu developed by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, in Naruto. Once this ninjutsu is activated, special curse seals will spread all over the body, automatically healing any damage sustained. Of course, this technique has significant drawbacks. It not only consumes a massive amount of spiritual energy, but also essentially overdraws life potential for recovery. Moreover, the healing of injuries is indiscriminate. As long as it is an injury, it will heal automatically and uncontrollably. The reason this one-time scroll could be considered legendary is that it is pre-injected with a large amount of spiritual energy and life force. Within 10 minutes of using the scroll, no matter how reckless your fighting style is, your body will heal instantly. After listening to Teacher Wang's explanation, Qinshi understood. This scroll is for life and death situations. I hope you won't have to use this scroll on this trip. After giving instructions to Qinshi, Teacher Wang approached the girl Mido, first advising her not to take action unless absolutely necessary, and then explaining some things to pay attention to. Finally, Teacher Wang pulled out a long weapon from the wide sleeve of his Taoist robe. It was a staff with eye color, and at the top of the staff hung a blue lantern. The lantern emitted a soft glow, resembling a blue gem. This was a replica of Daji's staff from the world of Honor of Kings, developed by the Tiangong Academy. It could only use part of Daji's inherited abilities. However, because it was a replica, all inheritors could use it, making it a versatile weapon. This staff has 3 skills that can be unleashed. One is Endless Flow, another is Bridge of Decision, and the last one is Vortex Gate. Endless Flow is a passive skill of Daji in Honor of Kings, originally intended for a single target, but developed by Tiangong Academy to provide buffs to up to 3 targets. Within a certain range of the caster, both they and their teammates will gain a movement speed boost. Qin Shi, Pei Buyang, and Li Shani gathered together. In simple terms, it allows us to run faster and reach Huaduo Academy sooner, Pei Buyang summarized. The second skill of the Lantern Staff, Bridge of Decision, summons a tidal wave in the shape of a bridge at a designated location, which will damage enemies and briefly silence them. The so-called silence means they cannot use skills. This is a powerful control and interruption skill. 4 skilled opponents, momentarily silencing their weapons, can often turn the tide of battle. This is the only attack skill of the pretty girl, Pei Buyang summarized again. The last skill, Vortex Gate. In Honor of Kings, this is Daji's ultimate move. It can summon a magical formation to call back teammates. Since it's a replica, it must be said to no more than 3 teammates, and the distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer. Naturally, Qin Shi and the other 2 became the summoned targets of the girl's formation. To sum it up, this is a skill for the pretty girl to call us over for help when she can't handle it herself. Pei Buyang sighed. It's better than nothing. It seems in this mission, we 3 must bear the brunt of the battle. Chapter 189. Huatua Academy, come on, Li Shani said with a smile. Even if there's a real fight, the main force will still be old Qin. Our levels are just like that girl, merely providing assistance. Pei Buyang laughed heartily. Right? I almost lost self-awareness. Teacher Wang watched the 3 joke and laugh, nodding in satisfaction. No matter what kind of mission it is, the mindset for the task must be good. Otherwise, before encountering the enemy, one might already lose 3 points of spirit. After explaining the arrangements for connecting with Huaduo Academy, Teacher Wang clapped his hands. Then let's hit the road, students. When you come back, I'll treat you to drinks at the cafeteria. Pei Buyang and the others exchanged glances, and their originally slow pace suddenly quickened. 2 hours before Qin Shi and the others set off, just as dawn was breaking. All the teachers for the mission had already departed. Apart from those responsible for logistics, medical care, and technology, all the other teachers had set off. The configuration was 2 people per group. If Qin Shi were here, he would surely be shocked, because beside each group of teachers was a girl in a yellow school uniform. The girls smiled, their hair reaching their waists, and their appearance and temperament were identical to that of Mido. In total, there were 24 groups of teachers, with each group accompanied by an identical girl. In this strange atmosphere, the escort mission began. Yaowang Valley is located in the vast mountains of Huangzhou, a valley filled with medicinal herbs and poisonous plants. This is also the main school district of the Huaduo Academy. It is constantly shrouded in thin gray mist and often has various demon beasts appearing. With teachers of extraordinary strength stationed here, any demon beast daring to invade is killed without exception. The number of combat personnel and their strength at Huaduo Academy cannot be compared to that of the Demon Hunting Academy. However, Huaduo Academy still dares to establish itself on the edge of the gray mist, becoming one of the iron triangles guarding the wilderness state, naturally possessing unique methods. The Medicine King Valley is enveloped in gray mist, and countless demon beasts have appeared over the centuries. Yet, whenever they approach the vicinity of the Medicine King Valley, they instinctively tremble. This fear is unique to demon beasts, a lower being facing a higher being. No demon beast dares to invade the territory of the Medicine King Valley, because in the center of the Medicine King Valley, within Huaduo Academy, there's a powerful demon beast guarding the academy. This is a 7th-tier demon beast. Among all the demon beasts currently explored by humans, the highest level is 7th tier, representing the strongest. Unlike other levels, the strength of a 7th-tier demon beast cannot be compared to 6-star and below demon beasts. For example, in the world of Naruto, the 9-tails is a 7th-tier demon beast, while the 8-tails, also a tailed beast, can only rank among the 6-star demon beasts. In the Naruto anime, the 9-tails alone occupies more than half of the chakra of the 10 tails. The combined chakra of the other 8-tailed beasts does not match the total chakra of the 9 tails. The same is true in the Blue Star world. 7th tier and below are simply not on the same level. As for demon beasts above the 7th tier, namely 7-star and higher-level demon beasts, no human has seen them in the hundreds of years since their descent. This 7th-tier demon beast is named Celebi. Celebi is a mythical demon beast from the Pokemon world, possessing terrifying grass-type and psychic-type powers within its petite body. Even the grass-type power it unconsciously emits is enough to make the plants in the entire Medicine King Valley grow more lushly. When it first appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains, it encountered the first principal of Hua Tuo Academy, Gnome. The first principal, Gnome, had an extraordinary affinity for grass-type abilities, a rare talent that attracted the newly descended Celebi. Celebi willingly became Gnome's Pokemon, helping him establish Hua Tuo Academy. During the catastrophic years 300 years ago, the Medicine King Valley, where Hua Tuo Academy is located, became a sanctuary for many fleeing humans. In the years that followed, countless physicians emerged from Hua Tuo Academy, using their superb medical skills to heal the people of the 9 provinces continent. After the death of the first principal Gnome, Celebi has remained guarding Hua Tuo Academy, upholding its vow for hundreds of years. This is the history of Hua Tuo Academy, the long-haired girl said sweetly. The girl's name is Mido, the escort target of the 3 from Qinshi on this mission. She glanced at the 3 beside her, apart from Qinshi, who was listening intently to her talk about Hua Tuo Academy. The other 2 still appeared unconcerned. And one more thing, the girl said with a gentle smile. At Hua Tuo Academy, the female student ratio reaches 70%, and it has held the title of the most beautiful university students in the 9 provinces for decades. Originally, Peibu Liao, who was lethargic and just wanted to doze off, immediately sat up straight upon hearing the girl's last sentence. So Hua Tuo Academy is such a sacred university. It's really something I long for. Peibu Liao exclaimed. Why go home for vacation this year? I will suggest to my old man that he invest in Hua Tuo Academy, instead of always focusing on the Demon Hunting Academy, which is all about fighting and killing. It would be best if I could transfer to Hua Tuo Academy. Not for anything else. I've dreamed of healing and saving people since I was young. Looking at Peibu Liao's serious expression, the 4 of them were sitting on a carpet adorned with exquisite patterns. The carpet flew in the air, carrying the 4 at a speed akin to that of a car. This is a magic carpet from the Aladdin world. After being modified by the Tiangong Academy, the magic carpet can now be produced in small quantities, becoming a means of transportation for wealthy families in the 9 provinces, since they had to travel a long distance. Peibu Liao instructed the butler to buy dual cards and also bought the magic carpet. The 4 were sitting on the magic carpet, and in the middle of the carpet was the tablecloth with food that Peibu Liao had obtained from the last mission. The tablecloth was filled with drinks and cakes. This trip, under Peibu Liao's financial support, turned from a hard mission into a spring outing-like journey. If a talented student like you is willing to come to Hua Tuo Academy, we would certainly welcome you warmly. After hearing Peibu Liao's words, Mido smiled slightly. She looked at the 3. Qinshi and Peibu Liao had successfully broken the ice with their earlier interaction, but Li Shan, he was still gazing into the distance, not even looking at the girl. His brow was furrowed, and his expression was cold, as if he was worried about something. This expression made the girl curious about him. But aren't you a student of the Demon Hunting Academy? How can you also be a student of Hua Tuo Academy at the same time? Qinshi asked curiously. This is quite common. Before the girl could answer, Peibu Liao waved his hand. Old Qin, haven't you heard of exchange students? Exchange students are a common practice between academies. Often, the children of some academy staff, after successfully entering their own academy, will go to other academies for further study to deepen the relationship between the academies. Have you seen ancient marriages? Although the analogy might be a bit strange, exchange students between academies are quite similar to marriages. Qinshi nodded. This exchange student model is indeed different from the exchange students in his university before crossing over. But on second thought, he could understand. Schools in this world are not merely places for education and talent output to society. Universities with strong military power and resources are, after all, a force in their own right. And forces often deepen cooperation through various ways. Exchange students are one of these cooperation methods. May I ask, me classmate, which teacher at Hua Tuo Academy is your family member? Peibu Liao's gossip interest was piqued. The girl lightly bit her lip and then sighed. My grandfather is Professor Zhu Shi at Hua Tuo Academy. Peibu Liao did not notice the sadness in the girl's words, but Qin sure understood. Professor Zhu Shi, like Mido, is a descendant of the demons and demon slayer. The reason for sending Mido to Hua Tuo Academy is to combine Professor Zhu Shi's research results with Mido's inheritance to develop a medicine that can turn demons into humans. The urgency in getting there is because Professor Zhu is already at the brink of death. This girl and Professor Zhu are both descendants of demons, and they share a blood relationship. Could this be a coincidence? Qin couldn't help but wonder. However, he was puzzled not only by this question. In the Demon Slayer anime, demons are a peculiar creature that almost never dies of old age. And Professor Zhu's inheritance is the high-level demon Miss Zhu in Demon Slayer. According to the inheritance ability, Zhu's lifespan should be very long. How could he be on the verge of death shortly after Mido's inheritance awakened? This matter seemed shrouded in fog from start to finish. Qin shook his head. He still had no thoughts on the matter. The magic carpet continued flying in the air, gradually approaching a village. What a strong smell of blood. Even before reaching the village, Qin smelled a pungent odor. This. Pei Bu Liao controlled the magic carpet to lower its altitude, and as they got closer, they saw a horrifying scene. The river flowing through the village had turned red. The low houses were also soaked in blood. Everywhere were severed limbs, broken arms, and heads full of hatred, refusing to close their eyes. Ugh, vomit. Pei Bu Liao suddenly turned around and leaned against the wall to throw up. Mido, coming from a family of doctors, had seen many dead bodies, but seeing so many people dead, presented in a scene of hell on earth, still made her face pale. Qin took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in his heart, and stepped forward to touch a corpse not far away. A hint of warmth came through, indicating that this body had not been dead for long. After moving forward a bit more, he examined the corpses along the way. Pairing up, they searched the village to see if there were any survivors. Qin looked at the corpses in front of him and said solemnly, although the corpses had different appearances, the residual warmth was about the same. This indicated that these people were almost killed at the same time. The enemy's strength is very strong. If we accidentally encounter the enemy, don't hesitate, escape immediately. On the way out, Pei Bu Liao suggested that Qin take the lead for this mission. And Li Shan Yi also agreed. Considering the danger of this task, Qin accepted without hesitation. After splitting into teams, they acted immediately. He and Pei Bu Liao teamed up, while Li Shan Yi and Mido formed another team. The two groups went to the east and west sides of the river to search for survivors, agreeing to meet at the stone bridge over the river in half an hour, regardless of whether they found anyone. With Mido's great staff, Li Shan Yi's speed was greatly enhanced. Hey, wait for me. There are too many dead here. I am scared. Mido gasped as she shouted. However, Li Shan Yi seemed to ignore her, holding his knife and walking ahead without any intention of slowing down. He had just smiled at those two earlier, but now that we were alone, he was cold as ice. Did I offend him somehow? The girl puffed out her cheeks as she watched Li Shan Yi's indifferent back. On the other side of the river, Qin and Pei Bu Liao walked in succession. Kulibo, it's up to you. Pei Bu Liao directly took out the monster card, Chestnut Ball, in conjunction with the magic card, Multiplication. In an instant, 5 chestnut balls appeared in front of him. Coolly. The 5 chestnut balls called out and scattered in all directions. Although the attack power of the chestnut balls was very low, their floating ability allowed them to bypass many obstacles. Some houses could even be accessed through open windows. Meanwhile, Qin walked slowly forward, his eyes half closed. But a breath that ordinary people could not detect was being released from his body. This was the observation haki he had learned not long ago. To expand the range of his search, Qin released the observation haki not in a circular shape, but stretched it forward as much as possible, then rotated to scan. Like the hands of a clock. After 20 minutes of searching like this, Qin let out a sigh. Nothing was found. Old Qin, it seems the entire village has been slaughtered. Who on earth could commit such a horrific act? Pei Bu Liao's eyes were a bit red. Along the way, Pei Bu Liao had seen various gruesome corpses, adults and children alike. The scene of hell on earth left him unsettled for a long time. According to their agreement, Qin and Pei Bu Liao returned to the stone bridge. Just when they thought the other team had also found nothing, unexpectedly, Li Shan Yi and Mido came supporting child. They had found only one survivor, hidden in a haystack in the corner of the village. The child looked about 10 years old, soaked in sweat, trembling with chattering teeth. Don't be afraid. Mido squatted down to comfort him. Tell your brother here what you saw. The child trembled as he lifted his head. The people in the village, they all died. Dad, Mom, and Grandma, they all died. As he spoke, he burst into tears. After comforting him for a while, the boy finally stopped crying, sniffing as he recounted the events. 3 hours ago, a man dressed in black came to the village. Without any reason, the man just grinned and immediately began his slaughter. As he moved, the water in the river seemed like knives, attacking everyone in the village. The boy had hidden in a haystack and was not discovered by the man, thus escaping a calamity. Chapter 191. The strange little boy that man is terrifying. He kills anyone he sees. My parents hid me in a haystack and took up a hoe to try to stop him, but they all died. The boy said through his sobs. He even took the arm of our neighbor's uncle and started gnawing on it right in front of the haystack where I was hiding. As if recalling that horrifying scene, the boy's face turned a shade paler. Are you saying you saw the man's appearance? Sheen sure frowned, looking at the boy. Did he have any strange features? The boy took a sip of water that Mido handed him, took a moment to compose himself, and then continued. His face was covered in scars, looking particularly scary. Oh, and there were some words on his black clothes. I didn't see them clearly, but it seemed like Lower Moon 6. Lower Moon 6? Peibu Liao was taken aback and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. The killer. He's one of the 100 Ghost group, and a lower moon at that. This is not something we students can handle. The term moon refers to the top-tier experts within the 100 Ghost group, similar to the strength ranking of demons in the anime Demon Slayer. The top-tier demons in the 100 Ghost group are divided into upper moon and lower moon. There are 18 lower moon demons, which is twice the number of lower moon demons in Demon Slayer. There are 6 upper moon demons, consistent with the anime's count. Lower moon demons are at least of 4-star monster strength, with some even reaching 5-star strength. Peibu Liao sighed. Old Sheen, do you remember those sword demons we encountered last time at the Tsongjin Villa? Their strength was already quite impressive, but within the 100 Ghost group, they don't even have the title of moon. The moon demons are a different level of beings compared to other demons. We can only report to the academy and let them decide how to handle this. Sheen sure nodded. What do you think we should do with this boy? His eyes remained fixed on the boy, unsure of what to think. Since this village only had this boy left, and they didn't know if that lower moon demon would return, they couldn't just leave him behind. Mido knelt down and gently stroked the boy's head, like a loving sister looking at her younger brother. What about the others? Qinsher did not immediately agree, but looked at Peibu Liao and Li Shani. I think we definitely can abandon this child. Not to mention, food and drink would be a problem. Peibu Liao, after finishing the call, said, we should send him to the monster hunting shelter in the next town. Li Shan nodded in agreement. If everyone is in agreement, then let this boy come with us on our journey. Qinsher looked at the little boy, his expression a mix of a smile and seriousness. Such a small child must be obedient with us. Absolutely do not try to cause any trouble. The sky gradually darkened. The few of them no longer delayed and carried the boy onto the magic carpet, immediately heading towards the direction of Yawong Valley. On the magic carpet, it was unclear whether Qinsher was intentional or unintentional. The little boy was placed at the edge of the magic carpet, and then Qinsher sat down, effectively blocking the boy from the others. Little brother, just right. Big brother had a lot of questions to ask you. Qinsher turned around, smiling at the little boy. You must answer me honestly. After all, we still need to find someone to take revenge for your village. You wouldn't want the bad guys to go unpunished, would you? The little boy was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right, big brother, ask away. But I was frightened, so I don't remember many things. Throughout the journey, Qinsher chatted with the little boy like this, with both of them speaking softly, their voices drowned out by the howling wind, making it impossible for the other 3 to hear what they were saying. But if they could hear, the 3 would definitely be shocked. The boy hardly knew any of the answers to the questions, including his parents' names and the name of the village. But Qinsher remained unfazed, still wearing a cheerful expression. Finally, when the boy frowned and appeared a bit impatient, Qinsher stopped asking questions and bent down to look below the magic carpet. The carpet had just flown over a mountain stronghold. Unlike the place where the village massacre occurred, there was little smoke here, and many people were still working in the terraced fields. This should be the Qinshan stronghold, the little boy mentioned. Qinsher suddenly said to the other 3, the boy just told me that he has an uncle in this stronghold and wants to go to him. Saying this, Qinsher smiled at the little boy. That's what you meant, right? The little boy was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Big brother is right. I want to come to this stronghold to find my relatives. In that case, let's fly over now. Peibu Liao prepared to control the magic carpet to change direction. No need, we need to get moving. You all continue flying ahead, and I'll use the Nimbus to send him over. I'll catch up with you right away. Without waiting for Peibu Liao to agree, Qinsher had already taken out a capsule from his pocket. The capsule exploded in midair, and a yellow cloud appeared. This was the Nimbus from the Dragon Ball world, a reward given to Qinsher after completing a task in the Tsongjin Villa. He whistled, and the Nimbus flew over as if it had a mind of its own. Then we're off. Qinsher lifted the little boy. Without waiting for him to say goodbye to the others, he tucked the boy under his arm and sat on the Nimbus, flying towards the mountains. The Nimbus was fast, and in no time, they disappeared from the other's sight. Big brother, it's uncomfortable for you to hold me like this. Why don't you put me down? The little boy said softly. Are you sure? Chinshur smiled and suddenly let go. The little boy's bottom landed on a cloud, and suddenly his pupils dilated. Although he touched the cloud, he felt as if it was just mist. His whole body passed straight through the nimbus and fell into a valley filled with dense forests. Only kind-hearted people can ride the nimbus. You, a little demon, can't sit on it. Chinshur sneered. Before he could maneuver the nimbus away, a rush of water suddenly shot up from the direction the boy fell. The water flowed like a knife, piercing through the nimbus. Haha, you found me. A sharp laugh came from the forest below. Big brother, do you know? Humans shouldn't play hide-and-seek with ghosts. Because once you find a ghost, humans will be eaten by the ghost. Chapter 192. The sixth ghost of the waning moon. The water flow attacking the nimbus seemed to have a mind of its own. After piercing through the nimbus, it turned in midair and charged at Chinshur. Chinshur dodged, but under the relentless attacks of the water flow, he still began to fall towards the forest below. Just as his body was about to hit the ground, a sandy hand caught him and gently placed him on the ground. This was his sand ninja technique, the sand hand. The boy was now standing about 20 meters in front of him, his tattered clothes replaced by a black robe that wrapped around his body. On the back of the black robe, several large red characters were embroidered. Waning Moon 6. Big brother, tell me, how did you find me? I haven't failed in my ghost hunting game for a long time. I didn't expect you to find me this time. The boy lamented, hitting his head with his hand repeatedly, causing blood to splatter on his forehead. But the little boy didn't take care. He looked at Chinshur and licked his lips. If you say the right things, I promise I won't treat you like those villagers. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Chinshur sneered. How'd I find out? Your malicious intent to kill the four of us is nearly tangible. With my 3 major auras, how could I not sense it? But he didn't say that, because the role you were playing is utterly inhumane. Just moments after your parents died, tragically before your eyes, you couldn't wait to leave with us, not even thinking about collecting their bodies. If it's just a game, at least put in some effort. Hee, is that such a small flaw? The little boy, having been a ghost for too long, found it increasingly difficult to pretend to be human. But big brother, you are also foolish. Originally, you four had a glimmer of hope in my hands. You had to bring me out alone. You are truly seeking death. I wonder how your companions in Songjian Villa died at your hands. The little boy mocked. Songjian Villa? 3 companions? Chinshur instantly understood. The little boy before him was also one of the 7 ghosts of the blade. It's simple, because I'm strong enough, stronger than them all. Chinshur smiled. And why did I bring you out? Naturally, it's because I can handle you by myself. After all, my opponent is just a child. Oh, sorry, a little ghost. Angered by Chinshur's words, the little boy, the 6th ghost of the waning moon, showed an even more ferocious expression. Damn human, just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart and see if you can still talk so much. He quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water iron cannon technique. The water iron cannon technique is a secret water release ninjutsu passed down through generations of the Kirigakure clan, forming his hands into a gun shape. He shot a liquid that pierced through the enemy like a bullet from his fingertip. Seeing the opponent perform this ninjutsu, Chinshur's mind moved. The 3-tomo Sharingan appeared, and the opponent's hand seal movements were clear in Chinshur's eyes. He even mimicked the 6th ghost of the waning moon's actions, forming hand seals with almost 0 time lag. Sharingan. The 6th ghost of the waning moon was momentarily stunned when he saw Chinshur's pupils. Then he coldly laughed. You think you can copy secret ninjutsu? Seeking death. The hand seals completed, the 6th ghost of the waning moon transformed his right hand into a gun shape. Pierce him, water iron cannon technique. Water droplets appeared at his fingertips, and then the droplets shot out like bullets. Almost simultaneously, Chinshur's right hand also took on a gun shape. Thanks to the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, the trajectory of the opponent's water droplets was clear in his eyes. Water droplets formed at his fingertips as well, and then they shot out, hitting the 6th ghost of the waning moon's water iron cannon directly. How? How is that possible? The lower 6th ghost was taken aback. I don't believe it. You could be faster than me. More water droplets gathered at his fingertips, and then water iron cannons were fired one after another, like a machine gun. Chinshur was not to be outdone. The water droplets shot from his hand accurately intercepted every attack from the opponent. His speed was even faster than that of the opponent. A water iron cannon pierced straight through the shoulder of the lower 6th ghost. Ugh! The lower 6th ghost grimaced in pain, covering his injured shoulder, afraid to return fire at Chinshur. Damn it, you actually stole my ninjutsu. Chinshur snorted coldly. Your ninjutsu is not as good as what I've just learned. What do you have to fight me with? The Sharingan can copy the opponent's hand seals, achieving the effect of replicating the opponent's ninjutsu, especially with Obito's Sharingan. The copying effect is particularly outstanding. In the Naruto anime, Kakashi gained the title of Copy Ninja by relying solely on Obito's Sharingan. However, even if he could copy the actions, certain high-level ninjutsu and secret family techniques are difficult to replicate, because these ninjutsu not only require special chakra flow patterns, but also other conditions for casting. The water iron cannon technique in the anime is also a secret technique of the Hozuki clan. Logically speaking, Chinsure shouldn't be able to copy it at all. But the water iron cannon technique is very similar to the finger pistol from the Navy 6 styles that Chinsure had just learned. With the experience of studying the finger pistol, Chinsure, by intuition, surprisingly managed to copy the water iron cannon technique. After just a brief exchange, Chinsure had already understood the opponent's heritage. The Hozuki clan's inheritance uses a ninjat, either the twin blades, HR, or the great blade, Samahata. Is it the inheritance of Hozuki Mangetsu? Chinsure muttered to himself as he looked at the young boy not far away. No wonder he could join the ranks of the 6 ghosts at such a young age. Hozuki Mangetsu, one of the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from the land of water, was the second user of the twin blades, HR. Among all the holders of the ninja swords, Hozuki Mangetsu could be said to be the most talented. Not only did he master extremely advanced water release ninjutsu, but he also possessed family secret techniques like the liquidization technique. Although he usually used the twin blades, HR with his strength, he could control 7 ninja swords at the same time. In the Naruto anime, Hozuki Mangetsu was resurrected in the 4th Great Ninja War by Kabuto using the Edo Tensei technique. Without his ninja sword, his strength was greatly reduced. However, even so, he caused significant casualties to the ninja coalition using his own ninjutsu. Just as Chinsure guessed, the boy reached into his black robe, and a pair of twin blades appeared in his hands. The blades were flat, resembling the belly of a fish, with 2 round holes near the handguard. These were the twin blades. HR, one of the 7 ninja swords. Aren't you able to copy ninjutsu? If you have the ability, then copy this move. The lower 6 ghost roared as he swung the twin blades. With the boy's movements, blue gas suddenly surged out from the holes in the HR blades. The gas gathered, forming a ball the size of a basketball. This was a spirit energy ball formed by gathering spiritual energy. Go! The HR blade struck the spirit energy ball, sending it flying at high speed towards Chinshure's position. Boom! The spirit energy ball exploded, and the powerful shockwave uprooted trees within 100 meters. Chapter 193, Blood Demon Technique, Blood Drain. The power of the spirit energy ball was fierce, like a powerful bomb, completely engulfing any living being it struck. As the dust settled, a large pit had formed where the spirit energy ball hit the boy's ear. Haha, you braggart. Now, there's nothing left of you. The lower 6 ghosts held the twin blades, HR. The blades were enormous, towering over him. From the boy's hands, they felt weightless. Just as the boy was reveling in his success, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and a pair of hands reached out from the ground, grabbing the boy's ankle and pulling him down. Oh no! The boy's body dropped sharply, sinking into the earth. This was the earth release ninjutsu decapitation technique. Chinsure jumped out from the ground. Since I could guess your inheritance, how could I not know the abilities of your twin blades? HR? Lightning gathered in Chinshure's hand, and the cries of 1,000 birds echoed. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Chinshure's right hand transformed into a lightning blade, stabbing towards the boy's chest. The lightning ravaged the lower 6 ghost's chest, piercing through his heart, and the lower 6 ghost let out a cry of agony. As the electric light faded, Chinsure looked at the enemy before him. The boy-shaped lower 6 ghost was lifeless, as if dead. Just as he took out the Sanshing tooth, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent's head, blood suddenly gushed from the ground, flowing towards his feet. Chinshure's expression changed slightly, and he moved faster. The blade of the Sanshung tooth gleamed as it struck the opponent's head. But Chinsure secretly thought something was wrong. Although he had hit the opponent, the sensation from the blade felt very strange, as if it had struck a puddle of water. Just moments ago, the lifeless lower 6 ghost suddenly lifted his head. Did you think you won? But in reality, the game has only just begun. His body quickly melted, like a candle being burned by fire. More blood seeped from the surrounding ground, turning the entire battlefield red. Chinsure suddenly leaped into the air, and a hand of sand caught him securely. He used the sand hand technique, hovering in midair. This is the liquidization technique? Looking at the opponent's liquefied body, Chinsure frowned. After guessing that the opponent was the inheritance of Hozuki Mangetsu, he already knew the unique secret technique of that heritage, the liquidization technique. The liquidization technique has a peculiar effect, allowing the user to liquefy their body at will, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Moreover, aside from easily evading attacks in close combat, it can also infiltrate buildings and launch attacks in liquefied form, making it very flexible. From the perspective of the world of One Piece, the opponent's body elementalizes, making ordinary attacks unable to inflict damage. However, the liquidization technique is not without its weaknesses. On the contrary, its weakness is quite fatal. It cannot withstand lightning release ninjutsu. Once attacked by lightning release ninjutsu, the user of the liquidization technique will become a jelly-like sculpture, causing the ninjutsu to fail. This is also why Qin used lightning release, Thousand Birds, as an attack method after successfully executing the decapitation technique. But the enemy before him clearly did not fear his lightning release ninjutsu. Furthermore, the liquefied liquid was not like the clear water used by Hozuki Mangetsu in the anime, but rather a stream of bright red blood. Is it because of the blood demon? Qin looked at the blood surrounding him, thinking rapidly. Suddenly, the blood beneath his feet began to coalesce, forming the shape of the twin blades. Blood-made twin blades. Could it also have? Before he could react, dozens of spirit energy light swords shot out from the twin blades. Transformed from blood, stabbing towards Qin. Wind slash. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin immediately swung the Sansheng tooth in his hand. Powerful spiritual energy poured into the blade, and the Sansheng tooth cut down along the trajectory of the spiritual energy impact. In an instant, a series of spiritual energy hurricanes formed, shattering all the spirit energy light swords that were piercing towards Qin. You have some strength. I need to correct my previous statement. From within the blood, the head of the lower six ghost emerged. Your 3 sisters died at your hands, and it's not unjust. Are you here to take revenge on them? Qin tightened his grip on the Sansheng, but did not immediately launch an attack. He still had some questions he wanted to ask the opponent. Revenge? Huh. The lower 6 ghosts laughed as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world, laughing so hard that their entire head was about to burst with blood. Those unfortunate souls were not even worth playing with, so they died. They were too weak, simply too weak. I'm only 10 years old, and I have already far surpassed them. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. Then why are you here to deal with me? Qin was puzzled. Because I'm bored. The lower 6 ghosts chuckled, with an expression as innocent as a child. Killing people is a fun game, but they were too weak. I hadn't even tortured them before they died. You saw it too, just like that previous village. I only played for a few minutes, and everyone in the village was already dead. It was no fun at all. As the lower 6 ghost spoke, the blood in front of him condensed and transformed into a hand. The hand pointed at Qin. You, a human who can kill my little brothers and sisters, should be a more qualified toy. I can't wait to play with you. Saying this, the blood turned into sharp blades, piercing straight into the sky from the ground. Countless blood blades extended out, making the entire ground look like a forest of blood blades. My blood ghost technique is called blood exhausted. The boy like lower 6 ghosts laughed loudly. By killing more people, I can store more blood in my body, and this blood is not afraid of any kind of spiritual power. Any blood can become my weapon. And the dual blades, flounder, that merge into my body can also be summoned at will using this blood. Combined with my water transformation technique, I can turn into blood and become immune to all physical damage. I am invincible. The lower 6 ghosts laughed maniacally, and the frequency of the blood blade attacks increased. It was as if countless blood swords were madly stabbing at Qin in midair. However, as the attacks continued, the expression of the lower 6 ghosts changed from madness to fear, because all the countless blood blades that stabbed at Qin were dodged by that person in midair. No matter from which direction the thrust was initiated, even from the blind spots of that person in midair, they were all evaded. After a minute, the blood-headed lower 6 ghosts were already panting. He looked at Qin in the sky with disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 194. Killing you is enough. For me, why can you dodge? The boy like lower 6 ghosts let out a hysterical scream. In addition to the blood blades, he had also used the spiritual powerball of the dual blades, flounder, multiple times. But the Qin in the sky was like a ghost, dodging all attacks. At this moment, Qin was surrounded by blue mist, resembling a blue beast. He had opened the 8 gates to the 5th gate, Dumen. Dumen enhances the body's speed to the extreme, enough to stir the air and lift the ground while moving. But such a dense attack, relying solely on extreme speed, was still not enough to evade. However, before the battle began, Chinshur had raised both his Kinbunchika Haki and Haushika Haki to level 3. Level 3 Haki gave Chinshur a sense of being able to control everything. His perception range increased to 100 meters centered on himself. Within this 100-meter circle, no attack could escape detection. His figure moved in the air at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and no matter how frantically the lower 6 ghosts attacked, they could not touch him at all. Even during the intervals of the enemy's attacks, Chinshur occasionally threw shurikens at the enemy. But the lower 6 ghosts were in a water form, and the shurikens passed through his body, falling powerless to the side. As the attacks continued, the momentum of the lower 6 ghosts weakened more and more. Finally, the enemy's assault came to a halt. But Chinshur suddenly felt a surge of crisis. The enhancement of Haushika Haki also passively heightened his battle instincts. Sure enough, after a brief silence, the body of the lower 6 ghosts slowly rose from the blood. "Big brother, you are very disobedient, not standing still like a good boy. So I am angry." The boy-like face of the lower 6 ghosts was filled with anger. Chinshur looked down at the large area of blood beneath him. The entire blood had transformed into the shape of the dual blades, Flounder. One of the abilities of the dual blades, Flounder, is that the more enemies killed, the more spiritual power can be accumulated. The lower 6 ghosts smiled coldly. "Big brother, the bodies of the people I killed can pile up into a huge mountain. All this accumulated spiritual power will be released all at once. You could dodge very well, can't you? Let's see how you dodge the next strike." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire pool of blood glowed green. Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations surged from the blood, continuously building up momentum. Such immense spiritual power. What a great sin. The terrifying spiritual power fluctuations emanating from below also revealed the overwhelming evil of the boy-like demon. Chinshur clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. He was completely enraged. "What? Do you sympathize with those humans I killed? Those weaklings who aren't even worth being called toys are merely insects for me to slaughter. Since you care so much, go find them in hell." The lower 6 ghosts sneered, and the accumulated spiritual power was released all at once. It erupted like a nuclear explosion, and a gigantic green pillar of spiritual power shot up into the sky. The enormous light pillar completely enveloped Chinshur, making escape impossible. In the face of this destructive energy, trees, stones, and even the birds in the sky would turn to dust upon the slightest touch. As the light faded, a large area of the valley became a vacuum devoid of anything. Who? The lower 6 ghost body emerged from the ground. There was no trace of Chinshur in the sky. Now, he couldn't be more dead. The lower 6 ghosts were panting. He had only released such a powerful move once, and it had exhausted his energy. Even the water transformation technique could barely maintain his human form. That damn guy, forcing me to use up all the spiritual power reserves of the dual blades, Flounder. I'll have to go play the ghost catching game again. Next, I'll take a break, and those 3 humans on the magic carpet want to escape. They should also be quality toys that can please me. Just as the lower 6 ghosts were sneering, a voice came from behind. "I'm afraid you won't be able to find them." The lower 6 ghosts' expression stiffened. He turned to look, and to his surprise, Chinshur was standing behind him, completely unharmed. "How could you, with such a wide-ranging attack? You shouldn't have been able to dodge." The lower 6 ghosts looked at the enemy in disbelief. "You clearly know that I killed your few blade, ghost brothers. Yet you know nothing about my abilities." Chinshur coldly smiled as he pulled out a shuriken from the ground. The shuriken was inscribed with a peculiar technique. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. During the previous battle, Chinshur had continuously thrown shurikens to provide positioning for his teleportation. Under the enemy's nuclear explosion-like attack, Chinshur used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously move behind the enemy, evading the attack. "The reason I haven't killed you until now is that I have a question I want to ask you." Chinshur toyed with the shuriken in his hand. "How did you know my location?" Through the pre-battle banter, the enemy's performance along the way, and the fact that they were willing to follow him into a desolate valley, Chinshur had already realized that the enemy was only interested in killing him because he had killed several of the Blade Ghost associates. It was not because of the inheritance of Nezuko. In other words, the identity of Mido had not been revealed to the enemy. They were not the vanguard of the 100 Ghost team tasked with capturing Mido. But because of this, he was even more curious. The lower 6 ghosts were exactly on the path his group was taking, which was too coincidental. His route to Yawang Valley was not a straight line. It had taken many detours. How could they know the exact location of his group? Want to know? Heh. The lower 6 ghosts grinned savagely. "It sounded like you could kill me. My blood has immunity to attribute attacks, and in my liquefied state, I'm immune to physical attacks. What do you have to fight me with? The lower six ghosts relied on the dual blades, Flounder, to have means of spiritual power attacks. However, throughout this battle, his displayed attacks were not particularly stunning. The reason he could rank among the lower six ghosts was not due to his attack, but his defense. His ability gave him nearly full resistance. This was also why he dared to kill indiscriminately without fear of retaliation. He was confident that as long as he wanted to escape, no one could kill him. I can't kill you? Qin Shi's eyes narrowed, and the kunai in his hand was instantly thrown out. This kind of weapon can't. Before the lower six ghosts could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down in surprise at his chest. Clearly, he was still in a liquefied state, yet the kunai was still embedded in his chest. Just elementalization, and you really think you're that amazing? Qin Shi's aura emanated, a black energy enveloping his entire body. This was the effect of armament haki. Armament haki not only enhances one's attack and defense, but also has a miraculous ability. It can capture elementalized enemies. Never thinking he would be injured in his liquefied state, the lower six ghosts finally showed fear. He frantically crawled away, trying to distance himself from Qin Shi. Want to escape? I allow you to escape? In an instant, Qin Shi's figure moved like the wind, arriving at the side of the lower six ghosts in the blink of an eye. With his right hand wrapped in armament haki, he slammed the lower six ghosts' head forcefully into the ground. I told you, killing you is enough for me alone. Chapter 195 Reward. Water Liquefaction Technique. Qin Shi raised his hand, lifting the lower six ghosts, still in liquefied form, into the air. Your sins are too deep. I won't let you die easily. His left hand extended, fingers entwined with armament haki, and then he thrust a finger at the lower six ghosts' forehead. This was a special martial art from Saint Seiya, the Phoenix Fantasy Fist. You will redeem yourself in endless fear. Qin Shi's cold voice rang in the lower six ghosts' ears. The lower six ghosts struggled, falling into the abyss of fear. In the sea of consciousness, the lower six ghosts were surrounded by countless vengeful souls he had killed, these souls devouring his flesh and blood, causing him immense pain. In reality, the lower six ghosts' mouth was wide open, eyes bulging, saliva continuously flowing out. Almost done. In Qin Shi's eyes, three black magatomas spun rapidly. Charangon illusion, interrogation technique. The reason he did not kill the enemy directly, but instead used the Phoenix Fantasy Fist to destroy the enemy's psychological defense first, followed by the Sharingan's illusion, interrogation technique, was that Qin Shi wanted to clarify one thing: how the enemy found the traces of his group. This mission was top secret. EscapesAbito, who was from the Kamadu family, to Yawang Valley. If the 100 Ghost team could find them so easily, then his mission could be said to be in great danger. But along the way, Qin Shi also felt perplexed. Although the enemy had been observing his group, it seemed they had not discovered Mido's true identity. After a round of interrogation, Qin Shi wielded his Zanpakuto, the blade turning pitch black, and with the enhancement of armament haki, he killed the second ghost in one strike. He had obtained the information he wanted. These 7 ninja blades had such a connection. Through the Sharingan interrogation technique, Qin Shi learned that the 7 ninja blades had an extremely special connection. The 7 blades were forged by the sword-collecting elder and came from the same furnace. As long as any one of the 7 wielders died, the others would immediately know. In the world of Naruto, these 7 ninja blades did not have such a marvelous connection. It seemed that the forging method of the sword-collecting elder could endow sword from the anime world with other abilities that they originally did not possess. The question was answered, but Qin Shi still had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it really be that his location was exposed solely because of the sensing of the 7 ninja blades? Or was there another error that he did not know about? Speculation led to no conclusions, so Qin Shi had no choice but to return to his teammates. The forest was dappled with shadows. Hardly any sunlight could penetrate. Just after he left, the previously calm water surface suddenly stirred with a blood-colored shark. Watching Qin Shi's departing figure, the blood-colored shark suddenly exploded, disappearing into the air. Ding! The system notification sound rang. Detected host has defeated S-rank inheritor, lower 6. Inheritance of H. Zuki Mangetsu, opening reward options. Qin Shi sat on the Nimbus, glancing at the reward list. There's actually the water liquefaction technique. The water liquefaction technique, a secret technique of the H. Zuki clan in the Naruto world, can liquefy the body to evade attacks and escape. It is a powerful ninja technique. However, What the system offered was the water liquefaction technique with a weakness to lightning release. After all, Qinshi did not have the bloodline of a ghost and could not use blood demon techniques to evade the weaknesses of the water liquefaction technique. But even with weaknesses, it was already a secret technique that countless strong people desired. So he chose it. He quickly made his choice. In an instant, the usage method of the water liquefaction technique was imprinted in his mind, and even his body adjusted to be able to perform this bloodline secret technique. After spending 30 skill points, he upgraded the water liquefaction technique to LV3. Qinshi felt that as long as he thought about it, he could turn into a puddle of water. In the future, when fighting, he could just stand by the river. If he couldn't win, he could jump into the water and escape at will. Qinshi happily thought. However, the system's notification sound did not end. Ding! Killing the lower 6 ghosts granted 5,000 experience points. Your level has risen to LV11. Qinshi was taken aback and immediately felt his spiritual power had increased. This upgrade did not grant a reward ninja technique or skill points, but provided an upgrade option. You can break the limit and upgrade one skill, excluding blood inheritance, once. Limited by his spiritual power and inheritance, each skill had an upper limit for enhancement. For example, the lightning release chakra mode. Since he was not an inheritor of Reikage, he could only theoretically upgrade it to LV4. Also, abilities like the string fruit and gravity fruit could only be upgraded to LV3 because they were obtained through kills, and their inheritors were not even from the Naruto world. He couldn't even talk about awakening the fruit. What a pity. If only he could upgrade his blood inheritance. Then wouldn't I be able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant? Although he felt some regret, the reward from this upgrade had already exceeded his expectations. I choose to upgrade. The 8 gates. The 8 gates, the strongest physical technique in the Naruto world. Limited by his own physical skill level. Qinshi can currently only open 6 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The gap to the fully unlocked state capable of slaying gods is not trivial. Ding. Upgrade successful. You can now use the 7th gate, the 8 gates of Duanjia technique. By successfully unlocking the 7th gate, you have learned the physical technique Day Tiger. By successfully unlocking the 8th gate, you have learned the physical technique Evening Elephant and Night Victory. Due to your mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia, your physical skill level has increased to LV5. System-friendly reminder. Using the 8 gates with your current physical condition will almost certainly lead to death. As the system announced, Qinshi's muscles crackled with explosive sounds. The lines of his abdominal and bicep muscles became more pronounced. If LV4 of physical skill made Qinshi feel that every part of his body became agile and could be used as a weapon, LV5 of physical skill gave him the feeling that every muscle was under his control. His mastery over his body reached an intricate level. His strength had increased once again. Qinshi was satisfied as he experienced the changes in his body. The fully unlocked 8 gates also gave him more confidence. With a long howl, Qinshi surprisingly performed a one-finger handstand on the Nimbus cloud. No matter how the cloud swayed, his fingertip firmly gripped it, and his body showed no sign of wobbling. This is the powerful change brought by physical skill LV5. Just as Qinshi was reveling in his newfound strength, a flame suddenly soared into the system space. A red and purple flame wrapped around a pitch-black blade, as if an endless ancient aura emanated from it. This was the strongest fire type, Zanpakuto, from the world of death. Yamamoto Jinryusai's sword. This sword of the fire god was awakening rapidly. Chapter 196. The battlefield of Qingji, just as Qinshi was tallying his gains on the Nimbus cloud. Battles erupted everywhere. The fog was thick, even the sunlight was heavily obstructed, making it dark. Teacher Qingji wore a brown coat and sunglasses, accompanied by a girl with a veil covering her face, making her appearance unrecognizable, but her figure resembled that of classmate Mido. They stood in front of a half-ruined high-rise building that had been left behind after an attack by beastly creatures. There were people inside. Teacher Qingji exhaled a breath, and a chill emanated from his mouth. For someone who had mastered observation haki, even in such a dark environment, he could clearly sense the presence of enemies. The temperature around them dropped by 10 degrees instantly. The girl tightened her clothing and nodded. The prey had finally arrived. A sinister laugh came from the high-rise. A man wearing a strange mask and with a plump figure suddenly jumped down from the cut-off edge of the building. The upper moon 3 of the 100 Ghosts. He had met teacher Qingji before. The plump man greeted him familiarly, as if seeing an old friend after a long time. You know me? Qingji asked curiously. Teacher Qing, you really forgetful. 10 years ago, you were the homeroom teacher of the supernova class, and there was an S-rank inherited student in it. He twisted his neck, bones cracking, making one worry that his neck might snap at any moment. This student secretly experimented with a few farmers during a trial, and when you found out, you expelled him from the campus and banished him to the demon domain outside the Great Wall. I suffered greatly in the demon domain, and my face was corroded by slime. Teacher Ching, this is a huge favor you did for me. The plump man smiled. So it's you. Teacher Qingji frowned. 10 years ago, he was the homeroom teacher of the supernova class, and one of the talented students he taught was named Nya. Nya was obsessed with research and had inherited the powers of the 12th squad captain in the world of death, Nemea. However, in order to verify his research results, he was willing to sacrifice human lives and was banished to the demon domain by the academy to fend for himself. It was Qingji himself who executed this judgment. Since you were my student, you should know. Teacher Qingji exhaled, removing his sunglasses. To face me alone, how foolish it is. He let go of his sunglasses, and at the moment they were about to hit the ground, an extreme cold spread throughout the area. Centered around him, a massive ice surface instantly formed. The cold air spread all around. Even the high-rise building that was broken in two was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This was a high-level skill mastered by Qingji. The Ice Age of Admiral Akiji from One Piece. The Upper Moon, too, who had just spoken in front of him, was also frozen in place. The ice sculpture still retained a smiling expression. Teacher Qingji stood quietly in place, merely exhaling a breath. The Upper Moon, too, frozen into an ice sculpture, immediately shattered into countless pieces. The enemy was eliminated, but there was no hint of joy on Qingji's face. My observation, Haki, has already cultivated a sense of premonition. The crisis has not been eliminated. Stay alert. The girl beside him nodded. Oh dear, Teacher Qing, you are still so impatient. A voice drifted in from somewhere. The ice that had just frozen Upper Moon 2 suddenly began to melt. Wisps of fog emerged from the melting ice. The fog gathered together and transformed back into the shape of Upper Moon 2. Oh dear, Teacher Qing, your skill's power is still as strong as ever. Upper Moon 2 twisted his plump waist and said nonchalantly, but such a skill can't kill me. In his hand, he held a piece of flesh. This was a piece of meat resembling a sword hilt, but had an eye growing on it. You know, Teacher Qing, my Bankai is Golden Tsubaki Kizashi. Bankai is a unique technique in the world of death. It allows one to release their Zanpakuto into a higher level form, thus gaining bizarre and powerful abilities. The Upper Moon 2's inherited power is from Nemea, one of the top powerhouses in the world of death, the captain of the 12th squad. His Bankai is called Golden Tsubaki Kizashi. After using it, he could transform his Zanpakuto into a monstrous creature with a giant golden baby's head, huge gray eyeballs, and a white centipede body. This monster's body is full of toxins, which can paralyze enemies by releasing toxins from within. However, at this moment, Upper Moon 2's Bankai did not manifest a giant monster. Purple mist drifted from Upper Moon 2's body. That cumbersome Bankai is really not suitable for me, so I disassembled it. Upper Moon 2 chuckled, raising the piece of meat in his hand. The meat wriggled and suddenly transformed into countless small pieces. Each small piece looked exactly like Upper Moon 2. By combining my Blood Demon art and Bankai ability, I have finally developed a new form. The flesh transforms into countless little people who all speak at the same time. Under the new form of Bankai, I can decompose myself into a state smaller than a hair. Each one of them is me, and I am each one of them, ha. Upper Moon 2 laughed heartily, and his body suddenly expanded, then exploded violently. No blood flowed out, only a large amount of purple mist. Be careful. The purple mist swept toward the two. Upper Moon 2's original Bankai was already highly toxic, and now, after modification, the mist became his incarnation, with his toxicity even stronger. Ice wall. A massive ice wall rose into the air, blocking the mist outside. When the purple mist hit the ice surface, it quickly began to corrode the ice. Useless, Teacher Qing. This is not ordinary poisonous mist. A voice floated from a mist. Ordinary mist is dead, but this mist is my clone. It is alive. Every tiny particle of mist is me, possessing the same research abilities as my original form, capable of analyzing and decomposing your ice blocks in a short time. Now, your indestructible ice, in my eyes, is like a thin piece of paper. With a flick of his hand, Qingji sent several ice-like spears flying. This is one of the abilities of the frozen fruit, the Ice Block 2-pronged spear. Useless. How could mist be pierced by solid objects? A sneering voice from Upper Moon 2 echoed. The ice spears passed through the mist and were instantly corroded into icy water. Your cold ice has been thoroughly studied by me. Simply put, all of me now possesses cold ice resistance. Teacher Qingji, you have lost. All the purple mist rushed towards Qingji. Countless voices of Upper Moon too rang out from the mist. The pain of that year, I want you to bear it doubly. Qingji, you will die in agony under my corrosion. The purple mist swirled around Qingji, resembling a giant purple monster that swallowed him whole. This is a life-and-death crisis. However, in this very crisis, the girl hiding far away merely watched coldly, still expressionless. She seemed completely unconcerned about the safety of her escort. Chapter 198. The cowardly pitiful worm the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Upon discovering that someone had awakened Nezuko's inheritance, the Demon Hunting Academy knew that the opportunity had come. Kamado Nezuko, a female character from the Demon Slayer world, after being transformed into a demon by Muzan Kibutsuji's blood, she did not lose her humanity. Instead, she could suppress her demonic instincts with reason. Of course, this is not important to the 100 demon group. Demonic instincts? They do not wish to suppress them. The nearly unsolvable self-healing ability, long lifespan, and powerful blood demon arts only require the abandonment of ridiculous humanity and the continuous consumption of humans. Why would they want to suppress such demonic instincts? What the demons covet is another ability inherited from Nezuko, the ability to move freely in sunlight as a demon. The sun is the greatest enemy of demons. Even the strongest demon king faces destruction under direct sunlight. But a special case has appeared. Nezuko, as a demon, is not afraid of the sun. This trait drives all demons mad. The secrets in her blood are too important for demons. Therefore, the Academy judged that the inheritor of Kamado Nezuko would be someone the 100 demon group would desperately try to seize. Based on this judgment, they used Kamado Nezuko as the cicada, luring the core members of the 100 demon group, these mantises, to hunt. This is the meaning behind the Operation Plan Oriole. The front line is spread out in various locations. Once night falls, the 100 demon group is no longer bound by sunlight. The game of killing and counter-killing reaches its climax. Under a massive beast corpse, Chi Quan expressionlessly uses a dagger to slice off the beast's flesh. Just as he raised his hand, the beast's flesh in his hand transformed from bloody raw meat to fragrant cooked meat. One of the main forces of the Demon Hunting Academy, Teacher Chi Quan, inherited as an S-class, one of the admirals from the One Piece universe, Akainu. He possesses the ability of the magma fruit. I've been smelling the stench of you demons for a long time. Will you come out obediently? Or should I drag you out? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to bulge. A demon wrapped in rocks emerged from the ground. No wonder you're a high-level One Piece inheritance. My concealment couldn't escape your observation hockey. Nice to meet you. I am Upper Moon 6, the Rock King. The towering stone man grinned. Chi Quan remained silent. Through the Academy's powerful information network, he had long acquired all the identities of the Upper Moon demons. The Rock King, the strongest among the Upper Moon demons, was a renowned strongman even before awakening his inheritance, capable of contending with some B-class inheritances. In his Demon Inheritance, S-class, he is the thing from the Fantastic Four. Now, the missing information is the opponent's blood demon arts. After all, very few have survived after witnessing the blood demon arts of the Upper Moon demons. Without any words, Chi Quan raised his hand and threw a punch. Heat burst forth, and a massive fist engulfed in flames struck towards the stone man. This move is called Great Eruption. It is a giant magma fist attack, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption. In the One Piece anime, Admiral Akainu used this move to instantly shatter and evaporate an enormous iceberg dozens of times larger than the giant race. Under the massive lava Iron Fist, the nearly 3-meter-tall stone man's figure seemed smaller. But the stone man merely grinned, clasped his hands around his head, and braced himself to take Chi Quan's Great Eruption head-on. Bang! The stone man was struck by the powerful force of the Great Eruption, and his entire body was blasted away, emitting black smoke. As the dust settled, the stone man jumped out of the pit. No wonder you're the top powerhouse of the Demon Hunting Academy. I'm the strongest defensive demon in the 100 demon group, but your punch still left me a bit breathless. Human, I might have underestimated you a little. The Rock King shook off the debris on his body, glaring fiercely at Chi Quan. Although he looked a bit disheveled, it was clear he was hardly injured. The Great Eruption, capable of shattering polar icebergs, had only left him slightly out of breath. Seeing that the enemy was almost unscathed, Chi Quan's expression remained unchanged. The bulging rock masses on the opponent's body served as a constant reminder of how strong the opponent's defense was. However, He had not used all his strength in the previous move. He was merely testing the opponent's defense. But such an attack, even though it did not severely injure the opponent, still yielded some results. There were several cracks on the rocky surface of the opponent's chest. Is the opponent's strength only this much? Chi Quan frowned. There must be information that he had not obtained before. Just as his mind was racing, he suddenly clutched his chest. Boom! It felt as if his chest had been struck hard, with such force that Chi Quan spat out a mouthful of blood, his knees buckling as he supported himself with his hands on the ground. His pupils constricted sharply, and he bit his teeth, drawing blood, his body trembling slightly. What caused him to lose composure was the pain. The pain in his chest felt like someone had smashed his sternum with a hammer. Even a strong person like him was deeply penetrated by this pain, soaking his back in an instant. As the guiding teacher of the Academy's strongest class, Chi Quan undoubtedly possesses top-notch abilities in combat experience and analytical skills. He looked at the stone man beside him, whose eyes were filled with mockery. So this is your blood demon art, huh? A reflection ability. This is a very common setup in MOBA games. It can bounce back a portion of the damage to the attacker and amplify the pain felt by the opponent tenfold. So you see, the stone man, never take the initiative to kill. The stone man chuckled. The more you hit me, the more excited I become. After all, what hurts you is the pain that strikes your heart. Listening to the mocking words of the opponent. Isn't it so painful that you can't even breathe? Wishing you could just die? Come on, great hero of the Demon Hunting Academy. Don't let my ability knock you out from pain. Ah ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chi Quan slowly got up, laughing along with his opponent. Chi Quan's laughter was louder than the opponent's, completely drowning out the opponent's voice. What are you laughing at? The Rock King felt a sense of being underestimated. As a ghost, although he has lost his humanity, he has a more acute perception of human emotions, especially the emotion of fear. Luring humans into fear and devouring them when their terror reaches its peak is a game that nearly all ghosts enjoy. As an upper moon demon, his specialty has always been to inflict unparalleled pain, triggering the strongest fear in his victims. However, the Rock King sensed that the human in front of him showed no trace of fear even after he demonstrated his overwhelming power. This was the greatest insult to him. Don't laugh, the Rock King roared, smashing his hands into the ground. The earth surged violently, as if it were alive. A giant hand made of soil shot up into the sky, grabbing the one wearing a white hat, Chi Quan, in its grasp. Ha 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 ha! The giant hand of soil began to close in, as if trying to crush an insect in a paste. Yet, Chi Quan's laughter continued unabated. What a pitiful coward! Chapter 197. The Yellow Sparrow Plan, but just as the purple poisonous mist touched Qing Ji, his body became shadowy. Blackness surged to the surface of his skin. A chilling aura burst forth from him. All the upper moon demon clones that had touched him, accurately infused with poison, fell to the ground like insects in an instant. What's happening? Some upper moon 2 clones floating nearby were puzzled. They had lost contact with those clones. Those clones are dead? My clones can analyze any powerful technique in just 1/100th of a second, and then share their resistance with all clones. The same technique has no effect on my clones. My technique is the strongest. The remaining purple mist clones quickly distanced themselves, looking at the fallen clones on the ground, all letting out furious roars. 1/100th of a second? Qing Ji smirked. That's too long. Enough for me to freeze you to death 100 times. Saying this, Qing Ji raised his right hand. The ability of the ice fruit, ice falcon, cold air gathered, and an ice bird formed on his arm. Strangely, this ice bird was not the usual transparent ice, but entirely black. The black ice bird soared from Qing Ji's arm, flapping its wings like a phoenix as it flew towards the countless upper moon demon clones. Wherever the ice bird passed, the small clones of the upper moon demons fell one after another. How? Is this possible? The remaining purple mist gathered, forming a humanoid shape. A 5-year-old sized upper moon 2 demon appeared, glaring angrily at Qing Ji. Damn it, all my clones can share information. Even if they are killed, they can still relay enemy information to other clones before dying. But why? Why did so many clones die without any information from you? He angrily looked at the ground, his eyes modified to see even the tiniest creatures clearly. He finally saw the forms of the fallen clones. Unlike those attacked by the Ice Age technique, which presented as ice sculptures, the clones that fell due to the touch of the black ice bird showed no signs of being frozen. Instead, from the surface, all the clones appeared intact. But the light in their eyes had faded, as if their souls had been suddenly ripped away. The upper moon 2 demons stared intently at the pair of clone corpses on the ground, suddenly shivering. Your freezing doesn't just freeze the enemy's body, but freezes their soul. Qing Ji looked at the Upper Moon 2 demon in surprise, clapping his hands. You guessed it. Although you've stepped into the dark path, you truly are the most talented student I've taught, aside from the new student Qing. In the world of One Piece, there exists a type of food called devil fruit, which grants supernatural abilities to those who consume it. Qing Ji's legacy is that of the former Marine Admiral Akiji, who possessed the ice fruit and stood among the world's strongest. The development of fruit abilities involves not only the development of regular techniques and enhancements, but also a phenomenon called fruit awakening. This is something only the most elite experts can achieve. By fully developing the fruit's abilities, one can awaken a higher-level capability based on the original powers. The conventional ability of the ice fruit is to create cold air to freeze opponents. However, Qing Ji successfully awakened his fruit and developed a capability that Akiji in the anime had not mastered: soul freezing. Years ago, in a secret realm called Huangquan in the demon domain, he developed this ability after surviving extreme trials. The cold air at his fingertips does not come from the real world but from Huangquan, producing the black cold air unique to that world, instantly freezing souls. Oof, you are still so arrogant, Teacher Qing Ji. Although his eyes were still filled with hatred, the Upper Moon demon knew that he could not kill the tall man in front of him today. But next time, I will develop a resistance to unfreeze souls. And then you will still die. After saying this, the Upper Moon demon turned to leave. There won't be a next time. You will die here today, Qing Ji said calmly, his tone certain, as if he were simply stating a fact. Don't be too arrogant, Teacher Qing Ji. The Upper Moon demon laughed heartily, his body once again transforming into a cloud of purple mist. The mist dispersed everywhere. His clones suddenly scattered in all directions. As long as one clone escapes, I could be resurrected again. With my current state, can you catch me? The Upper Moon demon taunted while running. Teacher Qing Ji said nothing but clasped his hands together, forming a palm shape. The ultimate technique of the ice fruit, ice hell. As he murmured, endless black, freezing air erupted around him. Like the Ice Age technique that froze everything within kilometers, ice hell is also a large-scale attack technique. Within the attack range, the souls of all living beings will be frozen. The Upper Moon demon found himself surrounded by black, freezing air. He finally realized that even with so many clones, he could not escape. Stop. Such a wide-range attack. The girl you're escorting won't be spared either. Are you going to kill her too? Could it be that this girl has no soul? Ah, I see, this girl is bait. I thought I was ambushing the teacher, but it turns out you are the hunter setting the trap. No wonder you're qualified to teach me, huh? Under the assault of the black, freezing air, countless demon clones fell, and the voice of the Upper Moon 2 demon grew weaker and finally disappeared completely. Qing Ji sighed, his eyes dimming slightly. What a talent. He almost deduced the truth from a little information. Such a pity. Meanwhile, the girl standing not far from him slowly approached. The freezing air capable of freezing souls swept past her, but did not hinder her steps at all. Just as the Upper Moon 2 demon speculated before his death, the girl standing next to Qing Ji, looking identical to Mido, was a being without a soul. This is the ability inherited from White Zetsu. In the Academy's Secret Operations Group, there is a teacher who has awakened the White Zetsu inheritance from the Naruto world. She can use her and others' cells to replicate life, forms that look identical to others. The voice, pulse, and expression can all be exactly the same as those of the replicator. Ordinary observation methods cannot detect any abnormalities in this girl. However, these replicants lack a soul. Centered around this female teacher's abilities, the Demon Hunting Academy has devised a plan to use the escort of Nezuko's successor as bait, with the actual goal of eliminating the core members of the 100 Demons Corps. The plan is named Yellow Sparrow. Chapter 199, The Victory of Justice You Say. Who is the pitiful worm? The Geo Archon roared, tightening his massive earthen hand around Chi Quan. Red blossomed in the earthen giant's grip. But that was not blood. Rather, it was a flickering flame. Like butterflies, sparks flowed from the gaps between the giant's fingers, then gathered in the air. Aren't you? The flames regathered, forming Chi Quan's figure. With the magma fruit, he could elementalize his own body. How could he be hit by such a mundane attack? He fell from the sky, landing right on the gathered fist of the earthen giant. But his body could elementalize and regather. However, his clothes had indeed become rags. His body was exposed. You bastard. Seeing Chi Quan's body, the Geo Archon widened his eyes. Half of his body was like black char, with almost no flesh. as if severely burned by a great fire. The other half, while having flesh, was covered with countless scars. Above his heart, there was a thumb-sized hole that pierced through his entire body. Ugly. This body can no longer be considered human. You bastard. How did you survive such severe injuries? You are more like a demon than I am. For some reason, a hint of fear suddenly arose in the Geo Archon's heart. Chi-Quan glanced at the scars on his body and said calmly, "At 18, I encountered a 6-tier demon beast. The volcanic monster Bird Barton from the Ultraman Taro world on the southwestern border. Although I successfully drove it away, its flames were filled with toxins, and to this day, my burns remain unhealed. At 22, during the Demon Beast Army's assault on the Great Wall, my squad fought to the last man. I stood alone against 3,000 demon beasts. I didn't die, but I had 72 wounds. At 25, while chasing the dark organization Nightmare, the leader was a murderer with the inheritance of the exterminator Euron Glenn Hasward from the Bleach world. His arrows, imbued with vast spiritual power and the characteristic of world harmony, left a hole in my chest that is forever shrouded in misfortune, unable to heal. He lightly touched the wounds on his body, his eyes filled with pride. But so what? A white coat floated out from his spatial ring and draped over him. A grass-colored cigar spontaneously ignited in his hand. Chi-Quan took a deep breath, letting the smoke ring escape, his gaze firm. If I do not enter hell, how can I enforce justice? With the cigar in his mouth, Chi-Quan lifted his foot and stepped down. The earthen giant's hand suddenly ignited, then melted, collapsing and spreading outwards. It turned into magma. You pitiful worm who dares not even endure pain. You do not deserve to be my enemy. Chi-Quan raised his right hand. The black magma on the ground gathered on his arm, transforming into a true magma giant fist. Magma Fruit's ultimate move, Hellhound. Hellhound, the ultimate move of Admiral Akainu from the One Piece world. It elementalizes the arm into magma, extending like a cannon. Not only at incredible speed, but with extraordinary power. In the black magma, alongside the rolling magma and black mud, there was also a nearly solidified armed hockey. In the One Piece world, Akainu used this single move to knock off half of the strongest pirate Whitebeard's face. Boom! Debris flew as the stone armor on the Geo Archon's chest was shattered, and he suddenly knelt down. However, the scorching magma fist was still not enough to bring him down. Who? What doesn't he kill me will only lead to your death. The Geo Archon rose from the ground, laughing sinisterly. The reflective damage ability activated, and a deep, bone-deep pain surged through Chi-Quan's head, while his chest felt as if it had been violently struck by a hammer. But he merely swayed slightly, then raised his right hand again. The enormous magma fist formed once more. Still not giving up? Ha! Useless. The Geo Archon laughed heartily. For a human hero to punish me, you'll have to pay a greater price. But the premise is, can you still endure it? You should be afraid. You should run. You cannot kill me. But Chi-Quan seemed to not hear the other S words. Ultimate move, Fire God Cannon. The magma fist fired again. This was not merely a single strike, but a continuous barrage like a cannon, incessantly bombarding the Geo Archon. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks on the Geo Archon's body multiplied. The violent assault continued for a full minute before it finally ceased. There was not a single intact stone left on the ground. Everything had turned to powder. The earth looked like it had cracked after an earthquake. You bastard. Stop, you can't. You can't kill me. Under my reflective damage ability, if you kill me, you will die too. Dozens of magma fists deeply hammered the Geo Archon into the ground. The reflective damage ability, his most proud blood demon technique. Even the Demon King, under the effect of this ability, he was confident he could exchange blows with. No enemy dared to truly kill him, because his death meant the enemy's death. Moreover, with the defense of the Stone Man inheritance, wanting to kill him, even a lightly wounded enemy could easily cause themselves to be killed by reflective damage. Combined with the ability to inflict 100-fold pain on the opponent, no one could confront him directly. But Chi-Quan completely ignored the Geo Archon's howls. The magma iron fists kept forming, then crashing down on the Geo Archon. Even though he had powerful defensive capabilities and the regenerative abilities of a demon, at this moment, his stone armor was full of holes. Red muscles were exposed, spilling black blood everywhere. Cough, cough. What a madman of a human. He staggered to stand upright, his flesh gradually recovering. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chi-Quan had already collapsed to the ground. The immense damage from the reflection and overwhelming pain made him barely lift his head. He was on the brink of death. You bastard. You actually dared to exchange lives with me. The fighting spirit in the opponent's eyes filled the Geo Archon with fear. Is there truly someone in this world who endures inhuman pain to embrace death, just to uphold so-called justice? No, impossible. Even though Chi Quan was on the verge of death on the ground, the intense killing intent in his eyes still made the Geo Archon feel cold. He even had the thought of wanting to escape, but in a moment, he regained his confidence. No matter how heavy the killing intent from the man opposite him, it posed no threat. He probably couldn't even move a finger now. Hee. It seems the victor is still me. Human, let me slowly torture you. The Geo Archon sneered, lifting his foot sunk in the earth. Just as he was about to walk towards the opponent, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What is happening? The Geo Archon felt a sudden chill in his heart. Chi Quan coldly laughed. Evil cannot prevail. Victory will only belong to justice. Awakening the ultimate move, Magma Hell. The ground, cracked with countless fissures from the Hellhound strike, shook violently like an earthquake. Then, red flames erupted from the cracks. Black mud, steaming and emitting smoke, splattered into the sky. It was a scene of terrifying natural disaster erupting. Magma, the land beneath your feet, was originally a volcano. Today, let the flames of the volcano consume you. Under the cold gaze of Chi Quan, the soaring magma erupted in all directions. The Rock King wanted to escape, but he was already deeply trapped at the center of the magma. The black flames from the depths quickly dissolved the remaining stones on his body, which then assimilated into black flame mud. Under the scorching and impact of the volcanic magma, the already exhausted body of the Rock King was completely buried. The entire land was swallowed by the black magma sludge, including Chi Quan. In the moment of killing the Rock King, his beating heart slowly came to a stop. The world before him turned dark. Like a leaf in water, he was slowly pushed by the magma mud, rolling down the slope. Chapter 200. Teacher Wong's enemy fights broke out everywhere. Night fell. Teacher Wong, one of the inheritors of the one below, walked through a forest, whistling softly as he strolled forward. After a whole day, while others might have already covered half the distance, we had only left the academy for 10 kilometers. Too slow, a woman resembling Mido said expressionlessly. In order to completely eliminate the 100 Ghost group, the Monster Hunting Academy implemented the Yellow Sparrow plan, using Mido, a female student inheritor of the Tsuchigamo, as bait to attract the 100 Ghost group to capture women, refining their blood to eliminate the weakness of ghosts fearing sunlight. Then, through a female teacher's inheritance of Hakuju, dozens of women with the same DNA as Mido were replicated, sent by different lecturers along different routes to the Medicine King Valley, forcing the 100 Ghost group to split their forces. The woman beside Teacher Wong was a clone transformed from the Hakuju inheritance. You, this clone, how come you are even more anxious than I am? Teacher Wong glanced at the woman beside him transformed from the Hakuju inheritance and said slowly, it's rare to go on a mission. One should enjoy the scenery along the way. Life is long. Being so anxious is not good. Besides this time out, going slowly makes it easier for those little ghosts to find us. He looked up at the bright moon. However, it was already night, and those little ghosts would be crazier than during the day. We probably won't be quiet for long. By the way, would you like to drink some plum wine I brewed myself? Thank you, but no, I'm just a clone and don't have such needs. The woman transformed from the Hakuju inheritance replied in a flat tone, without emotion. Even as a clone, one should experience the fleeting life properly, shouldn't one? From the perspective of this world, a mere few decades. Who isn't unaware of the seasons? Teacher Wong handed the wine jug to the woman. She hesitated slightly before reaching for the jug. Suddenly, Teacher Wong's expression changed, and he abruptly tossed the jug away. 8 gates of transport. As the woman looked on in surprise, Teacher Wong waved his hands. The woman vanished from her spot and reappeared next to a nearby tree. Taiji Force. Teacher Wong assumed a Taiji stance, black and white energy spheres coalescing in his hands. The cause of his need to use the Taiji Force was the flying axes coming toward him. There were 5 of them, dancing in the air. If he hadn't used the transport technique, the woman would have already been split apart. Now that the woman was gone, the 5 axes flew straight toward Teacher Wong. Scatter. Teacher Wong exerted force with his hands, quickly executing the Taiji fist. Clang, 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 clang. The 5 axes, which were about to hit him, were all struck, spinning in the air and flying past him. That was close. Who the hell throws garbage around at night? However, before he could relax, the 5 flying axes suddenly spun around in the air and came flying back towards Teacher Wong. Even Newton would be astonished. Seeing the 5 axes moving in a way that defied the laws of physics, Teacher Wong quickened his steps, trying to dodge with footwork. But he was astonished to find that no matter how he dodged, the axes would come back again. In a moment of inadequate response, one of the axes whistled toward his nose. Chaos Golden Strike. Teacher Wong vanished from his standing position, appearing 3 meters away next to a rock. The flying axe attack missed and began to move again. Even after Teacher Wong had used the Chaos Golden Strike to change his position, the 5 axes still seemed to have eyes, making strange turns in the air and flying toward him. Is this a perpetual motion machine? Do those axes have that much kinetic energy? Aren't they concerned about Newton's 3 laws? Teacher Wong couldn't care less about his disheveled hair, standing firm on his feet, and then puffing out his cheeks. Kuan character, Earth River Cart. The ground beneath him rose like water in a river, suddenly engulfing the 5 axes. The crisis was temporarily averted, giving Teacher Wong time to think. The axes were not targeting the woman. The axes could continue to chase after dodging them. As if they were equipped with GPS, they wouldn't stop until they hit him. The target of these axes was him. And the one capable of using such an ability could only be that ghost from the 100 Ghost group, relying on the intelligence network of the Monster Hunting Academy. They had already obtained all the inheritances of the lower Crescent Ghosts before their transformation. The enemy Teacher Wong encountered was the second-ranked lower Crescent Ghost, the Sniper Van Kent. The inheritance was that of Vanderdecken 9, the captain of the flying pirate crew in the One Piece world, the user of the target fruit. By touching the opponent, he could mark them. Once marked, any item Van Kent threw would track the target until the ends of the earth. It was a power that could overturn causality, first drawing a target, then shooting an arrow, a guaranteed hit. Fortunately, the opponent was only throwing axes. If it were something else strange, not good. Teacher Wong, using the wind after Strange Gate, sensed all objects within the range of the formation. Dozens of small black objects, still burning with fuses, flew from behind him. Damn it, I said not to throw strange things. Why are you throwing a bomb over here? Forced to use the Chaos Golden Strike once more to change position, Teacher Wong pinched his fingers. Lee character, Firefly Flowing Light. His fingers flicked, and dozens of red sparks flew from his fingertips like fireflies in the night. Bang, bang, bang. The fireflies accurately hit the small bomb balls in the air, causing a series of explosions. Cough, cough. Stepping out from the thick smoke, Teacher Wong's proud long hair was slightly disheveled from burns. Daring to attack me. You are in for a fight to the death. Though angry inside, his mind remained extremely calm. First, he glanced at the position of the woman transformed from the Hakuju inheritance. Just now, when he used the Earth River card, a mud dragon had also formed, encircling the woman. A wall of earth was protecting the woman in the center. At this moment, the earthen wall was intact, and the woman gestured that she was unharmed. Teacher Wong nodded, but his confusion deepened. Wasn't the goal of that group to abduct the woman beside me? Why were they only targeting me? Did these ghosts not only want to abduct people, but also plan to kill me, the escort? Heh, that's quite a beautiful thought. He looked around, gathering spiritual power in his eyes. Even in the dead of night, his vision was as clear as during the day. Then he used the wind after Strange Gate to quietly sense the land within 50 meters. But after the probe, his brow furrowed. Can't find. After 2 consecutive attacks, the other party was in the dark, and he couldn't locate their position. Moreover, there was one more thing. How did he mark me? Teacher Wong rested his chin on his hand. According to the intelligence, for the lower Crescent Ghost Van Kent to activate his target fruit ability, there was a prerequisite. That was marking. The marking method involves using one's own hand to touch the target. However, after leaving the academy, I've been walking alone and have not encountered anyone. How could I have been marked? When faced with such inexplicable attacks, the best method is actually to take the woman away. But Teacher Wong instead flexed his wrists. Just a lower 4th ghost, and it truly believes it can compete with me, the most popular lecturer among female students at the academy? Little ghost, I will drag you out right now. Chapter 201. The Needle Rain of the Female Ghost the Target Fruit. A type of devil fruit in the world of One Piece, grants the user the ability to throw with guaranteed accuracy. The prerequisite for using this ability is touch. However, I'm certain that I have not been touched by anyone on this journey, so why was I still marked by the opponent's ability? And where exactly is this little ghost hiding? Why can't I find it? Is all of this due to the opponent's blood ghost technique? Teacher Wong stood there in a daze. Blindly thinking was unhelpful, so he decided to conduct a test. He didn't have to wait long before several items flew through the air. This time, it was 12 arrows, with their tips dripping black liquid, clearly coated with poison. Teacher Wong did not dodge immediately. Instead, he pinched his fingers with one hand and cast wind after Chi-Men again. His inheritance, Wang Yi from the series One Under Heaven, possesses one of the 8 strange techniques known as wind after Chi-Men. This is a type of Chi-Men Dunjia technique that establishes a central palace underfoot and lays out a Chi-Men formation around oneself. Ordinary Chi Min techniques require corresponding spells based on the opponent's position. The magic of wind after Chi Min lies in the user's ability to freely rotate the 4 plates within the Chi Min formation, allowing their spell casting to be unaffected by the opponent's location. The previously used Li character, Firefly Flowing Light, and Kuin character, Earth River Car, were both Chi Min techniques. In response to the whistling poisonous arrows, the Chi Min technique he used was called Qian character, 100 Flowers in Chaos. In an instant, several holographic clones appeared around him. Once the clones emerged, they scattered in all directions, making it impossible to tell which was his true self. So, arrows, who will you attack? Although they were just clones, each was indeed a manifestation of Teacher Wong's own power, with identical breath characteristics. However, facing so many clones, the group of arrows seemed to ignore them entirely, whistling straight towards Teacher Wong's true self. Damn, I can't dodge this. Teacher Wong cursed inwardly and quickly pinched his fingers to cast a spell. Sun character, Sandalwood Merits. A massive sandalwood tree burst forth from the ground, encasing Teacher Wong within. All 14 arrows pierced into the sandalwood, tightly entangled by its branches. Damn, I really was marked. I was hoping the enemy was just hiding and could only see me with their eyes. But those clones, if the enemy hadn't marked me, they'd definitely be indistinguishable. When exactly was I touched by the ghost? Damn, this isn't clean. Teacher Wong was filled with impotent rage, although he was also skilled at thinking. He felt troubled deep down, especially after fighting for so long without even touching the enemy's shadow. But the enemy wouldn't consider his feelings. New items whistled as they flew towards him. Looking at the items flying from the sky, Teacher Wong's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The objects flying through the air were only half the length of a finger, but were very thin. They were sewing needles. But what made Teacher Wong's eyes almost pop out was the sheer number of needles. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands densely packed the sky. Each needle flickered with lightning. Hundreds of thousands of flying needles whistled down like a swarm of insects from the sky, and with the added lightning attribute. This quantity couldn't be blocked by sandalwood or soil. Furthermore, the trajectory of the attack. Dangerous. Teacher Wong's expression grew serious, and he bit his lip until it bled. Secret technique, turtle fly body. This is a secret technique that Wong Yi learned in One Under Heaven, which is not part of the Chi Min techniques. It enhances one's physical efficiency at the cost of burning one's own life. The spiritual power in his body transformed into steam, released without reservation. His vitality ignited like kindling, and in an instant, he possessed superhuman physical skills. In terms of movement, his martial arts prowess could rival that of the principal for a short time. However, the corresponding cost of this technique was extremely high. His life force was rapidly depleting. Not enough, still not enough. Teacher Wong's figure vanished from his spot, moving at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. In the instant of movement, he cast another strange technique, Chaotic Golden Strike. This technique can slow down the passage of time. The speed of the rain of needles falling from the sky slowed down. But just 1 second later, the needle rain still fell. Cough, cough. Teacher Wong's back was filled with steel needles, blood flowing from his body and staining the ground. He hunched over, resting on one foot on the ground like a sturdy umbrella. And beneath the umbrella was a woman. Cough, cough. Are you okay? Teacher Wong asked with a smile while coughing. The woman he protected was a clone transformed from the white absolute inheritance. A clone woman who didn't even have a name. Originally, she should have been an emotionless woman, but at this moment, there was a hint of emotion on her face. It's okay. That's good. Cough, cough. You're not a bad person. After this, please don't harm others anymore. After saying this, Teacher Wong lay flat on his back, breathing heavily. Having sustained such severe injuries, combined with the prior depletion of his life force, he felt he was on the brink of death. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his body. A warm current flowed into him, making his life force seem to fill up again. Miraculously, the wounds began to heal. He glanced at the person beside him and saw the girl with her hands raised in the air. When did you find out? The girl's voice was cold, but trembled slightly. When did I find out that I'm a ghost? Yes. She is one of the members of the 100 Ghost group, the lower 4th ghost. From just after I left the hospital, I noticed some clues, but didn't conclude that you were a ghost. Although I don't know how you possess the white absolute clone, I can clearly perceive the things within the wind after Chi Min formation. Additionally, I observed you through the art of listening to the wind. You are definitely no longer the kind of lifeless thing as the white absolute clone. I sensed life and nature within you. Actually, I also thought about killing you. but I felt your good nature, and at that moment, I fantasized that you might not be a ghost. I thought to observe a bit longer, but I didn't expect your ghostly temper to be so bad, unable to hold back after just a short distance. What surprised me even more was that the one you truly wanted to kill was yourself. After speaking intermittently for a long time, Teacher Wong took a deep breath. The previous rain of needles, though frightening in momentum, still had a different aura from earlier attacks due to the formation. There was no killing intent directed at him. From the tiny movement trajectories of the needle rain, Teacher Wong quickly calculated that this time the needle rain was different from previous attacks. The real target was not him, but the woman herself, protected by earth and stone. Chapter 202. The Female Ghost's Son Hiss. The lengthy dialogue caused Teacher Wong's wounds to crack slightly. The woman beside him had a flicker in her eyes. Fourth sister, what are you waiting for? A chilling laugh echoed from the forest. Like a python flicking its tongue, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, holding a white staff, emerged from the woods. A python was coiled around him. Allow me to introduce myself to this foolish academy lecturer. I'm the third member of the 100 Ghost group, the upper 3 ghosts, the Dark Lord. My legacy is that of Voldemort, the strongest wizard in the Harry Potter world. I'm sure you've heard of my name in the academy. The middle-aged man politely bowed to the man. Good evening, lecturer of the Monster Beast Academy. It seems you've been enjoying yourself with my female disciple. Saying this, the Dark Lord walked over to the woman. He gently caressed her face, speaking in a whisper. Truly, you are my most outstanding female disciple. I taught you the method of making Horcruxes, and you have learned the awakening of abilities without a teacher. Originally, your target fruit ability could only throw inanimate objects like steel needles. But your comprehension is so strong that you can even throw conceptual objects. Even souls. What a terrifying ability this is. Throwing souls into inanimate objects, aside from the ability of the King of Ghosts, you have found another path to achieve immortality. I have set my Horcrux within your soul. As long as you don't die, I won't die. You're the most beautiful artwork of my life. But what are you doing? Why do I feel you are throwing your vitality into this man's body? The Dark Lord chuckled ominously. You wouldn't want to save him, would you? Hehehe. Saying this, he looked at the young Taoist Wong, who was on the brink of death on the ground. What a little fool. He discovered the clues early, but couldn't bring himself to kill the enemy beside him. How much like you, my lovely disciple? The Dark Lord raised his head and looked at the expressionless woman beside him. Tell me, should I use Avada Kedavra to destroy this man's soul? Or let him become food for my pet snake? All right, this is your prey. I'm just here to monitor you. Will you let your human friends go like before, only to have them come back to hunt you? Come, obedient disciple, listen to your master and bite this man's neck. Taste the deliciousness of human blood. You will surely feel the delightful weakness in your bones. As the Dark Lord spoke, he gently traced his wand over Wong's wound, causing it to tear open and making the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. The woman's little finger turned white from her own grip, yet her face showed no expression. After a while, she chuckled, her voice like a bell. How could that be, master? Humans and ghosts cannot coexist. I have known this for a long time. Ever since you turned me into a ghost, I have endured the cold eyes of my family and friends. No one is willing to save me. They all hope I die, but I will not do as they wish. Saying this, the woman clenched her teeth, her tone fierce. I will live, and I will show them that even as a malevolent ghost, I am not something they can disdain or loathe. However, this little Taoist is indeed quite adorable, both smart and foolish. Saying this, the woman squatted down, lifting Wong's hair, their eyes meeting. You should be able to guess my identity. Your academy has all the information about us ghosts, so you naturally know that my fruit ability requires contact to activate. And yet you foolishly handed me your wine flask, creating an opportunity for me. Even more foolishly, under the attack of the needle rain, you try to play the hero before a ghost much stronger than you. What a foolish Taoist blinded by lust. As the woman spoke, a blue energy flowed from her hand through Wong's hair into his body. Wong's eyes widened. He felt the injuries throughout his body healing rapidly. The large amount of blood he had lost was also quickly replenished under the influence of the blue energy. In just a moment, he went from the brink of death to being heavily injured. He had walked back from the gates of hell. However, the woman's face was gradually aging, wrinkles appearing little by little. What are you doing? The upper 3 ghosts' Dark Lord was first taken aback, then coldly said, the snake on his shoulder hissing. It is precisely because you have not completely extinguished your kindness that, despite having such a powerful ability, you still remain in the lower 3 position. Since you don't want to make a move, I will. Saying this, the Dark Lord waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. A stream of black magical energy was released from his wand, flying towards Wang, who was lying on the ground. But the woman merely glanced at the energy. The black magic made a sharp turn in midair and flew towards the Dark Lord instead. What? The Dark Lord was greatly shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the black magical energy still struck the giant snake coiled around him. With a mournful cry, the giant snake's body trembled violently before falling from the man like a withered branch. With the death of the giant snake, the man let out a painful howl. Like Voldemort from the Harry Potter world, he had set several Horcruxes, and the giant snake was one of the vessels for his soul. You crazy woman, how can you control my magical energy? Is it because my Horcrux is left in your body? The man covered his head in pain. I will kill you. I will kill you. He said this, but at this moment, his wizard robe suddenly billowed. This was a sign he was about to use a flying spell. His powerful instincts told him that staying here would be extremely dangerous. He had to escape, quickly escape. As long as he left, he had plenty of ways to kill this woman. But just as his wizard robe began to billow, the entire magical energy suddenly dispersed like wind, throwing energy dissipating. The woman did not lift her head, but gently looked at the man in her arms. Then she gently laid him down and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Fool, she said softly. You must live well, and don't do foolish things again. Then she stood up, facing the tall Dark Lord with mockery in her eyes. When you set the Horcrux in me, you never expected that one day I could rely on the connection of a Horcrux to choose the target of your magical energy to throw. As the woman spoke, she slowly walked over. In her hand, a round light orb slowly rose. The moment the orb appeared, it quickly began to rot her hand. Facing the pain of decaying flesh, the woman still showed no signs of pain, but rather a hint of joy. Master? Hee. Thank you for doing so much for me. You turned my youthful self into a ghost, corroding the hearts of my family and friends, making me feel despair and pain, letting me fall into the abyss for 10 years. How should I repay you, Master? I spent a whole year collecting this sunlight. I'm sure you will like it. Saying this, she raised the light orb high, throwing the sun, target, Dark Lord. Chapter 203, the upper one of the upper three. The sun, the natural enemy of ghosts. In the world of Demon Slayer, demons are transformed from powerful humans by the blood of the Demon King Yuzin. They possess near-immortal life, extraordinary self-healing abilities, and immense physical strength. High-level demons can also acquire blood demon arts that resemble supernatural abilities. However, for demons, they are not without enemies. The sunlight is their greatest enemy. As powerful as the Demon King is, he cannot withstand the sunlight and can only move in the dark. Now what the woman holds is a glowing orb. Warm like the sun, the orb slowly flies out towards the direction of the Demon King. No, don't come here. The warm orb appears to the Demon King like an ancient, terrifying creature. Flying spell. The Demon King quickly chants a spell, using his spiritual power to drag his body swiftly into the sky. However, once marked by the target fruit, no matter how far the target runs, it will be pursued by the item. The orb turns 90 degrees in the air and flies faster towards the sky. Then it explodes in midair. In an instant, darkness dissipates, and the entire earth is enveloped in light. It is as if a sun has risen in the sky. You woman, under the sunlight. The Demon King falls from the sky. His body burns like a piece of ignited paper, turning to ashes. The third of the 100 ghosts, illuminated by sunlight, falls as well. Yet the sunlight in the sky illuminates the entire land, and it is not only the Demon King who is injured. The woman's body also slowly dissipates under the sunlight. Chaos of the Golden Bell. Lying on the ground, Teacher Wang grits his teeth, struggling to get up, and then uses the power of magic to instantly arrive in front of the woman. Like a shield against steel needles, Teacher Wang throws himself over the woman, once again shielding her from the sunlight with his body. Hey, Folishman. The woman looks at the man before her. Despite being in unbearable pain, her strength depleted, the man still comes to her side, gritting his teeth, serving as her umbrella. She embraces the man's arm, her whole body trembling. The sunlight's illumination is an unbearable torture for any demon. She gasps heavily, her lips slightly parted. Quickly return to your academy. This is all a trap set by the Demon King. Your school is in danger. Teacher Wang presses his finger to her lips and then offers his wrist to her mouth. Don't speak. Quickly drink my blood. Don't demons gain healing power just by drinking blood? You can't die. I won't allow you to die. Quickly drink my blood. Teacher Wang nearly roars. 2 tears slide down the woman's face, and the corners of her mouth slightly rise, revealing a hint of a smile. is a smile of happiness. My real name is Huegu. Remember it, my beloved man. After all, sunlight is not a steel needle. Even though teacher Wang has used all his strength to shield the woman. However, the refraction of sunlight still causes the woman's body to slowly turn to dust. The morning mushroom knows neither the waning nor the waxing, and the cicada knows not the spring nor the autumn. Life will eventually have its separations. The battle between the Demon Hunting Academy and the 100 Ghosts is more brutal than everyone expected. The Academy's teachers do not always achieve victory. Arno, a lecturer at the Demon Hunting Academy, is the inheritor of Yino from the world of Black Clover. He faced the siege of the lower three and ultimately used the ultimate magic, Spirit Storm, to perish together with the enemy. Dajan, the chef of the Demon Hunting Academy, is the inheritor of Sanji from the world of One Piece. After using the Devil Wind leg to kill 50 evil ghosts, he was surrounded by more evil ghosts and died from exhaustion. To force the evil ghosts that always hide in the darkness to appear, the Academy had to adopt the strategy of striking alone to lure the enemy deep. Although they successfully lured out the evil ghosts, they paid a heavy price. Late at night by the creek, the four from the Qin era set up a tent by the creek, and each entered their dreams. Lishani sat by the creek, constantly adding dry wood to the nearby fire. Tonight, it is his turn to keep watch. The night is as still as water, surrounded by the sound of insects. From the grass came a rustling sound, and Lishani merely cast a cold glance, and the sound vanished. In Lishani's hand is a golden fruit. The fruit is spherical, with winding patterns on it. This fruit is one of the magical items from the world of One Piece, the Thunder Fruit. It was given to him by the principal before the four set off. This is a test for me? Lishani stares at the fruit in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. He is the inheritor of the world of Demon Slayer, while the Thunder Fruit comes from the world of One Piece. Different worlds possess different systems of power. Therefore, except for the Qin era, no one can master the powers of two worlds at the same time. If someone were to forcibly grasp the powers of two worlds, for example, if an inheritor from Naruto were to eat the devil fruit from the world of One Piece, the clash of the two different powers would result in the death of the consumer. But I need to gain its power. Weighing the devil fruit in his hand, Lishani suddenly swallows it whole. Ugh! The moment he swallows the fruit, a violent surge of thunder and lightning engulfs his body. Lishani clutches his heart in pain. His face turns pale, his eyes tightly closed, and his breathing nearly stops. If someone were to pass by and feel Lishani's breath, they would surely think he is dead. After a long time, Lishani exhales deeply. Thunder light flickers around him, and he glances at his fingers, which have seemingly transformed into the shape of lightning. This is the effect of the Thunder Fruit, which can elementally transform the user's physique into powerful lightning. He has actually succeeded in mastering the power of the Thunder Fruit. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounds. Amazing. To be able to possess the powers of two worlds simultaneously, you truly are the innate Thunder God physique. But I never knew you were so obsessed with power. Why did I grant you more blood back then? Yet you refused. A figure slowly emerges from the forest. It is a young man with long hair, handsome features, and wearing a deep blue coat. His eyes emit an eerie red light. He looks at Lishani with a smile. Student of the Demon Hunting Academy, Lishani, no, I will call you by your true identity. The first of the upper ranks of the 100 Ghosts, codenamed Thunder God, my most beloved subordinate. Lishani glances at the newcomer, biting his lip, his body trembling slightly, then slowly stands up. He kneels on one leg before the young man, not far away. Greetings, Lord Demon King. Chapter 204, Enemy or Friend. Inside the tent, Qinshi's eyes snap open. The hairs on his body stand on end like a startled cat. An extremely dark aura, there is an enemy, and a very strong one. Qinshi instantly makes the judgment. After mastering the three-color domineering from the world of One Piece and upgrading them to high levels, Qinshi's perception of the surrounding environment has reached a terrifying degree. He nudges Pei Bulow, who is snoring beside him. The other turns over. Not awake. How can it be so late and still sleep so soundly? Qinshi slaps him. Oh. After a while, Pei Bulow sits up, covering his reddened mouth. After hearing Qinshi describe his perception, Pei Bulow nods, and a blue card suddenly appears at his fingertips. Old Qin, you can rest assured. I'll take good care of Mido. His inheritance is from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the boy Yugi Muto who loves to play cards. His abilities are all various types of cards. At his fingertips was the magic card, Sword of Light Sealing, which had the ability to seal enemy attacks. A flash of light passed by, and 3 light swords appeared inside the tent. As he flipped his fingers again, a red card emerged once more. The card was named Curse of the Hexagram, which set a hexagram trap that rendered intruding enemies immobile. After the commotion between the two, Mito rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing her companion's tense expressions, she immediately realized the situation was not good. Mito, stay close to pay if anything happens outside. You all run quickly. Qinshi took out his dagger, Heaven-born Tooth. Lishani is still outside. I'll go check it out first. He slowly opened the tent and carefully stepped outside. Standing in front of Lishan, he was a handsome young man dressed in a black coat. Not only was he handsome, but there was also a feminine aura about him in his gestures, like a frail man. But in that instant, Qinshi understood. The young man in the black coat was the dangerous target that sent chills down his spine. As Qinshi saw him, the other party slowly looked over. Hello there. Young man, the young man smiled. You must be Lishan Yi's roommate. Thank you for taking care of our child during this time. Nice to meet you. I'm Nai, Lishan Yi's guardian. Of course, you can call me by another title. You at the Demon Hunting Academy have always referred to me as the Demon King. After saying this, the man smiled and licked his lips. Under the moonlight, the crimson in his eyes became increasingly dazzling and eerie. The Demon King. Qinshi's pupils instantly widened. The leader of the 100 ghosts who had been opposing the Demon Hunting Academy for 20 years, committing hundreds of crimes across the 9 provinces, and killing nearly 100 faculty and students of the academy. The Demon King. Without hesitation, Qinshi's spiritual energy surged. In an instant, he unleashed the 8 gates of Duanjia and forcibly opened the 6th gate. A deep blue aura circled around him, and his hair stood on end. Get away from Lishan Yi, Qinshi said coldly, brandishing his sword. Oh, the young man, calling himself the Demon King, narrowed his eyes, sensing the energy that Qinshi had unleashed. This power was something even the renowned demon hunters could not match. Young man, it seems you have many secrets. His tone was languid. No wonder that fool Bai Qi dared to entrust the real escort to you. The deaths of the Lower Moon 1 and 6 were clearly no accident. As he spoke, he stared at Lishan, a faint smile playing on his lips. With such a roommate by your side, how come you didn't report to your guardians? Lishan Yi, you've become quite disobedient. The young man's voice turned somewhat deep. What are you saying? Qinshi was taken aback. Then his expression turned angry. Trying to sow discord? That trick won't work on me. Lishan Yi, get away from him. He is very dangerous. As Qinshi spoke, he infused his dagger with spiritual energy. The wind around them began to stir. This was a sign of the technique, Wound of Wind, being used. Young man, you're being a bit disrespectful. The young man's voice remained lazy, but his tone was even colder than before. A bone pierced through his skin, protruding from his arm. A gray aura surrounded the bone. This was poisonous miasma. Just as Qinshi was about to attack the Demon King, Lishan Yi suddenly stood up. Demon King, this student is not worth your personal intervention. He turned to face Qinshi. His eyes looked directly at his roommate, devoid of any warmth. Let me take care of him for you, Demon King. Lishan Yi, you. Watching his roommate's reaction, Qinshi couldn't believe it. The roommate he had shared life and death with, who he had spent day and night with, now felt extremely unfamiliar. I'm not Lishan. Lishan, he said coldly. I am the Upper Moon 100 Ghosts, second only to the Demon King, codename Thor. As he spoke, sparks of electricity erupted from his body. As if summoned by his power, the originally clear night sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. Thunder rumbled within the clouds. 3 black Magatama appeared in Qinshi's eyes. Using the power of the Sharingan, Qinshi discovered that the familiar roommate before him was experiencing a wild surge of spiritual energy. Like a primordial beast, it had broken free from its chains and crawled out of its cage. What are you saying? Qinshi suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with rage. His roommate was truly the enemy of the academy? Qinshi suddenly recalled the night before they set off, when Principal Bai had solemnly told him on the Principal's Rock, even if you have a Sharingan, you cannot see through people's hearts. In this world, enemies can appear from the most unexpected places. They could even be your friends, lovers, or closest family. So you really are my enemy? Taking a deep breath, Qinshi said, secret technique, Wound of Wind. Wound of Wind, a skill from the anime, Inuyasha, senses the gaps in spiritual energy collisions and swings to unleash a powerful cutting hurricane. The spiritual energy hurricane flew towards Lishan Yi. Just as it was about to strike Lishan Yi, the hurricane suddenly split and avoided him, heading straight for the Demon King behind him. The Demon King merely cast a faint glance at the powerful spiritual energy hurricane, his eyes filled only with mockery. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended and collided with the spiritual energy hurricane created by Wound of Wind. In just an instant, everything returned to calm. Qin was momentarily stunned, because just now, he felt that the spiritual energy hurricane he had controlled had vanished as if it had never existed. Chapter 205. Li Shanyi's betrayal. You are truly foolish. Li Shanyi emerged from the thunder, several bolts of lightning falling around him. Standing amidst the thunder, he resembled a king. Even at this point, you still refuse to accept that I am your enemy. He raised the dagger in his hand, which had turned golden, transforming into a complete thunderbolt blade. So foolish, so you shall die. He lowered his head, bent his left leg, reinserted the dagger into its sheath, then tightened his grip. Breathing like a heat wave escaped from his lips, accompanied by crackling lightning. All the heavenly thunder converged towards his body, merging into him. The surroundings fell silent, and moments later, thunder erupted. Breath of thunder, seventh form, fire, thunder god. Li Shanyi abruptly looked up, his footsteps moving. With ultimate speed, the violent lightning transformed into a massive thunder dragon. Breath of thunder, seventh form, fire, thunder god, is the strongest sword technique of Zenitsu Agatsuma, one of the main characters in the anime Demon Slayer. It strikes with a speed that is undetectable, releasing a golden thunder dragon upon the strike. In the anime, Zenitsu, as one of the trio, successfully killed his senior Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku, with this move. Now, as Li Shanyi used this move, he had gathered the power of heavenly thunder, making it even stronger. Don't force me to make a move. Qin growled, his Sharingan operating at its peak. Even the lightning-fast Li Shanyi, he could still capture his trajectory. Gravity Fruit ability, 100-fold gravity field. String Fruit ability, puppet strings. The two skills were used simultaneously by Qin. Both of these skills were control techniques. Although he didn't know why the other party had become who they were, he still intended to render them incapable of movement. How foolish. At this moment, how could you still consider me a friend? Li Shanyi exclaimed in anger. The puppet strings that were clearly attached to him had enveloped him in a 100-fold gravity field. It was completely useless against him, showing no signs of slowing him down. Not only that, Li Shanyi's speed increased again, and in an instant, all the thunder gathered from his body to his feet. Thunder Breath, first form, lightning flash. He was almost as fast as lightning, and he even accelerated again in midair. Even Sharingan couldn't capture his trace. In that moment, Qin looked at his abdomen in disbelief. Li Shanyi's blade had struck him solidly. Boom! The enormous lightning knocked Qin from midair, crashing through the entire forest and smashing into a mountain. After using the technique, Li Shanyi's legs felt weak, and he supported himself with his long blade. He made his way to the tent, the blade's aura blowing the tent completely away. Don't come any closer, or else the Brotherhood will be ruined. Pate Bewley anxiously shielded Mido behind him, gripping the card in his hand tightly. 3 light swords descended together, wrapping around Li Shanyi. This was the effect of the Yu-Gi-Oh card, Light Shield Sword. Moreover, a massive hexagram formation appeared beneath his feet, imprisoning his body. This was the effect of the card, Hexagram Curse. However, the electric light on Li Shanyi's body flickered, and both the 3 light swords and hexagram formation disappeared completely. My Blood Demon technique is a unique power derived from maximizing lightning abilities, Obliteration. Everything I touch with my electric light turns to nothingness, Li Shanyi said coldly. This simple explanation immediately made Pei Bewley understand why Qin's puppet strings and gravity field skills were ineffective. Under the influence of the Blood Demon technique, Obliteration, these skills simply couldn't affect Li Shanyi. Damn it, you actually colluded with the enemy. Pei Bewley raised his hand to protect the girl, shouting loudly. I was originally an undercover agent sent by the 100 Ghost group to the academy. Do you understand? From the very beginning, we were from 2 opposing factions. Moreover, as Li Shanyi spoke, the electric light shot out from his body, making the card Pei Bewley was about to activate turn to nothingness. That was the Yu-Gi-Oh card, Swap, which had the ability to exchange positions with a target object. This was Pei Bewley's last resort. He initially planned to use this card to escape with the woman. But now that the card was destroyed by Li Shanyi, Pei Bewley was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to take out a new card, his familiar roommate had already raised the blade in his hand and quickly swung it down. With a scream, Pei Bewley fell to the ground. Li Shanyi forcibly dragged Mido out of the already tattered tent and approached the Demon King. Under the effect of the electric shock, the girl who had been struggling lost consciousness, her eyes rolling back. Li Shanyi placed the girl on the ground, then knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Demon King, I have eliminated the 2 enemies. This girl is also in my hands. Please taste her blood and enjoy a new life unafraid of sunlight. The Demon King, dressed in a black coat with long hair, looked at Lishani, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Compared to half a year ago, before you went to the academy, your strength has improved significantly. Upper Moon 1, your rate of progress even makes me feel fear. Tell me, should I kill you? Lishani did not raise his head. Demon King, I am merely your pawn and will never pose a threat to you. Moreover, all demons are your offspring. If you want us dead, it's just a matter of saying a word. The Demon King smiled, and a tentacle extended from his back, gently lifting the girl from the ground. He revealed sharp fangs, leaning close to the girl's neck. Thanks to your center, I can enjoy such wonderful blood. But the Demon King stopped just before his teeth touched the woman's skin. My ears can still hear the heartbeat of those two. Lishani, did you make a mistake? It seems you Haven T completely killed your two roommates, haha. Since that's the case, I will completely eliminate the future threat. Starting with that student named Qin Shi. As the Demon King spoke, the tentacles behind him suddenly opened a mouth, aiming at Qin Shi, who was deeply embedded in the distant rocks. A red spiritual energy sphere appeared in the mouth of the tentacle, containing enough energy to flatten a mountain. 3, 2, 1. Spirit Devour, go. Boom. The red spiritual energy sphere shot out. Just as the energy sphere was about to hit the rocks burying Qin Shi, Lishani suddenly appeared in front. He swung his blade at the energy sphere, and the lightning with the obliteration property instantly sent the energy sphere into nothingness. Having already declared his stance as the enemy, Lishani actually stood in front of Qin Shi and took the fatal blow. Ha ha ha! The Demon King laughed loudly, his laughter growing louder. His voice seemed to come from all directions. Lishani, you dare to mock me? Chapter 206 Kaleidoscope. Sharingan. The Demon King was not mistaken. From beginning to end, Lishani never intended to truly kill his roommates. The blade that struck Qin Shi and Pei Bewley was not the usual Nikron blade he often used. Instead, it was the unique blade he obtained in the Sword Tomb. The Reverse Blade. The Reverse Blade is a sword used by the main character Kenshin Himura from Rurouni Kenshin. This weapon has the blade on the back, and striking with the front acts like a blunt object, unable to kill. It is a blade that does not kill. And the reason why Qin Shi and Pei Bewley still lay on the ground was that Lishani had wrapped the blade with lightning power, causing them to be struck by the lightning and currently left in a numb state, unable to move. This was Lishani's plan. During the night watch, Lishani sensed the arrival of the Demon King. He knew that with the Demon King's strength, his roommates would face certain death. He intended to pretend to kill his teammates to give them a chance to escape. However, this still did not fool the Demon King. I am very disappointed, Lishani. The young man sighed. Disobedient children must be punished. His black coat suddenly swelled, and countless poisonous insects, scorpions, and snakes crawled out from within. A deep purple gas began to spread with the advance of the poisonous insects. This was miasma. The poisonous insects flew or crawled, moving much faster than ordinary insects. The sky was filled with poisonous insects forming a deep purple mist, merely brushing through the grass. The green grass immediately turned yellow and then transformed into black water. Lishani's expression grew serious, and his hand holding the blade trembled uncontrollably. He was all too aware of the man's strength before him. The Demon King in front of him was the one who killed his grandfather, slaughtered the entire village, and forced him to become a demon. He had countless times wanted to kill the other party, but each time he suppressed his overwhelming killing intent. He couldn't kill the other party. Lishani had felt this countless times. He couldn't die. He had to live until he became stronger than the Demon King to avenge his family and friends. The Demon King's strength came from his heritage. He was the only one Lishani had seen with two types of heritage. One was Naruto, the king of 100 demons from Inuyasha, the strongest antagonist. The other was Kibutsuji Muzan, the king of 100 demons from Demon Slayer. The tiny poisonous insects before him truly embodied the ability of Naraka inheritance. The strongest victory. Lishani growled lowly, his face somewhat grim. These are hellish insects. Although they don't possess strong attack power, they have potent toxicity. Lishani's village was devoured by these poisonous insects. Who, Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap, and Flash, thousandfold. Just as the insect mist was about to envelop him, Lishani's figure vanished from the spot, electric sparks erupting. In Demon Slayer, Zenitsu Agatsuma can only execute a maximum of 8 consecutive strikes with Thunderclap and Flash. After 8 attacks, his body can no longer bear it. However, under the formidable physique of demons, Lishani far surpassed the height of the inherited character. With his extraordinary recovery ability, his thunderclap and flash could continue endlessly. Thousands upon thousands. His speed was so fast that his blade slashed back and forth among the swarm of insects. Clearly surrounded by deep purple insect mist, a golden electric light shone in the center, dispersing outward from within, annihilating the entire swarm. When the last poisonous insect was eliminated by the annihilating Thunderblade, Li Shani's rapidly moving body finally came to a halt. Hui gasped for breath. Clap, clap, clap. The Demon King smiled and applauded. Not bad. Your strength has increased again. The growth of youth is truly astonishing. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. The Demon King sighed. But traitors must die. His hand suddenly reached into his chest, and a large amount of black blood gushed out. In no time, the blood spread like lava, covering the surroundings. Blood Demon Art. Blood Prison. The Demon King's hand grasped. The blood on the ground rose up, forming a gigantic blood cage around Li Shani. Facing the continuously shrinking blood cage, Li Shani stood firm, holding his blades with both hands. His inheritance, Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer, only mastered the first form of Thunder Breath in the anime. Although Zenitsu has repeatedly refined the first form, its singularity limits the situations he can handle. However, Li Shani is the true genius of this world. Even more monstrous than the strongest swordsman, Kaneo Tsuyuri, in Demon Slayer. Not only has he mastered all the techniques of the inherited character Zenitsu Agatsuma at a young age, but he has also further comprehended other techniques of Thunder Breath on his own. What he is using now is the third form of Thunder Breath, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The lightning spreads and ripples, radiating outward from him, emitting sounds like mosquitoes. This is an area attack. The ripples of lightning contain annihilation properties, capable of turning everything around into nothingness. However, the lightning ripples simply pass through the blood cage as if there was no obstruction, like air. My blood has the ability of non-form. It cannot be blocked, as if it does not exist in this world. The blood cage quickly shrank, wrapping Li Shani within it like a deflating balloon. Li Shani cried out in pain as his body was cut by the Demon King's blood. The Demon King smiled, his hand turning into a fist. The blood cage, under his control, instantly collapsed. The blood exploded, dripping down like water. However, the Demon King frowned. There was no feeling of cutting flesh. It was as if he sensed something, turning his head to look. On a distant hill, Li Shani had appeared there unbeknownst to him, the youth now severely injured and bleeding. Beside him, another young man was slowly lowering Li Shani down. He was Qin Shi. You are not his match, run away. Li Shani strained to say, his bones seemingly broken, unable to articulate clearly. The Demon King's blood counters all demons. Their self-healing abilities and blood demon arts cannot function under the attack of the Demon King's blood. Don't speak, leave it to me. Qin Shi smiled at Li Shani. Huh, he is your enemy, and you still save him? The Demon King squinted and laughed at Qin Shi's actions. You demon hunting academy sent dozens of people, taking dozens of different routes. Are you not curious how I know that the real Mido is among you? If it weren't for your roommate, how would I know your location? Ignoring the Demon King's words, Qin Shi's figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing beside Pei Bulow, placing him and Li Shani together on a hill. Then came Mido. The moment Qin Shi appeared in front of the Demon King, the Demon King's tentacles immediately reached out. However, his attack missed. Qin Shi vanished again, along with Mido disappearing from sight. After placing the three safely, Qin Shi slowly turned around. His expression was cold, and the black tomo in his eyes transformed. From 3 tomo, they changed into a scythe shape, connected end to end. This is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 207. Divine Might dodging rain at the moment he saw the Demon King. Several reasons flashed through Qin Shi's mind as to why his position was exposed. But even with his doubts, even with his roommate Li Shani admitting he was a demon, Qin Shi still completely did not believe that Li Shani had exposed their location. There was no other reason. After half a year of getting along, Qin Shi knew that regardless of his roommate's identity or struggles, he would never harm him. This was the perception of Conqueror's Haki, his own intuition. He gambled right. The strike Li Shani aimed at him was a reverse blade that could not kill. His counterattack merely left a flying thunder god mark on Li Shani's body. The lightning attached to the blade only paralyzed him. He embedded himself into the mountain rock and temporarily leveled up the healing ninjutsu, palm healing technique, to the highest level before slowly removing the paralysis effect of the lightning on himself. Finally, at the critical moment, he successfully used Flying Thunder God to rescue Li Shani from the blood prison. His roommate confronted the powerful Demon King for him. Just through thought and observation, Qinshi had already guessed Li Shani's predicament. To save himself, Li Shani was severely injured, almost crushed to death by the blood prison. At this moment, Qinshi was utterly enraged, and the anger allowed his Sharingan to break through, evolving from 3 Tomo to the kaleidoscope. It seems your friendship is deeper than I thought. You can't even be stirred against each other. The Demon King yawned. So boring, if that's the case. Then you all can die. With a wave of his sleeve, more hellish poisonous insects, the strongest victory, were released. A sky full of poisonous insects rushed towards Qinshi. Facing the poisonous insects, Qinshi formed hand seals with both hands, then took a deep breath. Fire release. Great fireball technique. After opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, even ordinary ninjutsu gained qualitative enhancement. A massive flame enveloped the front, completely covering the swarm of poisonous insects. Insect types fear fire types. In just a moment, all the poisonous insects were annihilated by the great fireball technique. Indeed, you have the strength. Haha, you have more potential than Li Shani. The Demon King looked at Qinshi, licking his lips. As the king among demons, he needed more subordinates. Thus, he sought out strong individuals everywhere to forcibly turn them into demons. If I turn you into a demon, even if all the upper moons and lower moons die in this battle, it wouldn't matter. The wound on the Demon King's chest continued to expand. More blood flowing from his chest. It was like a river that would not dry up. The blood transformed into sharp spikes, stabbing towards Qinshi. Every attack is faster than Li Shani's use of the Thunder Flash, Godspeed. And once the blood spike's attack is concentrated, it will be forcibly endowed with blood by the Ghost King, transforming into a ghostly being and becoming a servant of the Ghost King. Once one becomes his servant, life and death are in his hands. Even though ghosts possess extremely long lifespans and terrifying self-healing abilities, their lives are still controlled by the will of the Ghost King. He decides who lives and who dies. Therefore, whether it's the powerful upper or lower moon demons, or the weak demons who haven't even developed blood arts, all are utterly loyal to the Ghost King. There is only one exception, and that is Li Shani. Although he was granted blood by the Ghost King, a certain restriction has isolated the blood within Li Shani from any connection to the Ghost King, allowing him to suppress the ghostly blood in his body and survive in an extremely weakened state under the sun. This made him the first demon to escape the Ghost King's control. This is the strongest means of the Ghost King's blood attack. Since Li Shani is already a demon, the attack of the Ghost King's blood did not exert its full power on him. However, under the enhancement of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, these blood spike attacks became completely manageable in Qinshi's eyes. The 8th gate of the 8 gates technique, the 7th gate of shock, open. The opponent is the Ghost King, and Qinshi held nothing back. The 8 gates, the strongest physical technique in the Naruto world, release all limitations of one's power, guiding strength to its extreme, achieving superhuman physical capabilities in an instant. There are a total of 8 gates. The more gates opened, the stronger the power gained. But the price is the burning of one life force. In Naruto, Might Guy briefly pushed back Uchiha after opening the 7th gate. Under the effect of the 8 gates, 7th gate, Qinshi's figure created after images, evading all blood spike attacks, even faster than I am. Unfortunately, you have already fallen into my trap. The Ghost King raised both hands. Cleanse this world, blood rain hell. The earth trembled, and countless black blood erupted from the Ghost King's body like lava, shooting into the sky. Then the blood rained down like rain. The entire battlefield was drizzling with black blood rain. No matter how fast you move, you cannot avoid being tainted by the blood rain. However, to his astonishment, the black blood rain clearly touched Qinshi but passed through his body. It was as if Qinshi didn't exist at all, but he stood there completely. Why do I feel like my blood rain still hasn't touched him? The Ghost King was filled with confusion. This is one of the abilities of the kaleidoscope. Qinshi's inheritance comes from the strongest kaleidoscope user in the Naruto world, ShiGets. As a successor with both eyes intact and uninjured, Qinshi has activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan in both eyes. One of the abilities gained from his right eye is called Kin. This is a high-level space-time ninjutsu. The right eye's Kimui can transfer oneself or any object or person it touches to a different space. This creates the phenomenon where it seems I am present, but in fact I am not. Thus, even as the blood rain washes over, not a single drop of the Ghost King's blood can touch him. However, right eye Kamui is not without its drawbacks. Qinshi, at this moment, is in a different space and cannot attack the Ghost King. The moment he attacks, he must reveal his true form. thus being struck by the blood rain. In Naruto, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, successfully hit Obito with a kunai by utilizing the characteristic that he must materialize when attacking. But being in a different space does not mean one cannot attack. Sure form hand seals. Hundreds of talismans flew out from the ground, sticking to various parts of the Ghost King's body in the astonished gaze of the Ghost King. These talismans are commonly used attack tools in the Naruto world, known as explosive tags. Fire release, explosive flame array. Sure shouted loudly. A total of 420 explosive tags detonated all at once. Boom! The explosion echoed across the sky, creating a mushroom cloud of smoke. Chapter 208. The birth of the Ghost King. The smoke took a long time to dissipate. The Ghost King's body was full of holes like a tattered bag. Flesh was scattered all over the ground, with only 1 foot remaining. Yet he still smiled. A very good attack. The key question is, when did you bury these explosive tags under my feet? Let me think. Although his body was blown to pieces, the Ghost King didn't take care. In the blink of an eye, his flesh began to regenerate, and his severed limbs were reborn. Could it be you used an unknown skill to teleport in front of me and rescue that girl? You buried so many explosive tags in such a short time as a setup for dealing with me later. TSK. Excellent, too excellent. Compared to you, even if Lishani has extraordinary talent, his combat awareness is like that of an infant compared to an adult. Sure remained silent. The Ghost King guessed correctly. Peibu Liao and Mi Do, when Sure hadn't yet come out to scout the tent. He had already placed the Flying Thunder God mark on both of them. It was precisely at that moment he used the Flying Thunder God to teleport in front of the Ghost King to rescue Mi Do. Sure buried all the explosive tags underground, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, more than 400 explosive tags still couldn't kill the Ghost King, who possesses extraordinary self-healing abilities, nor could they even inflict serious injury. Young man, I'm even more interested in you now. The Ghost King laughed heartily. You, my servant, are now mine for sure. The blood rain ceased, and countless streams of blood regathered into the Ghost King's body from all around, as if it had a life of its own. It seems simple techniques cannot defeat you, so let me show you my true form. If you do not fully experience my power, even as my servant, you will not truly submit. The Ghost King laughed, and his body suddenly changed. His form rapidly grew larger, bursting through his black coat. His arms elongated in a strange manner, revealing red claws. 2 black bat wings erupted from his back, large enough to cover his entire body. Sharp fangs grew from the corners of his mouth. This is... The first word that popped into Sure's mind upon seeing the Ghost King's form was vampire. The Ghost King's body stabilized at a height of 5 meters, but his hands and feet no longer resembled those of a human, looking like a true demon. Hello, Sure, my future Upper Moon #1. The transformed Ghost King politely bowed. You're the first human to see my true form. In the face of a perfect servant like you, I should maintain enough sincerity. I see the shadow of Kikyo in you. If it's you, I'm willing to share a bit of my story. Without rushing to attack and ignoring Sure's reaction, the Ghost King said calmly, Surely your Demon Hunter Academy has long mastered the intelligence on me, the #1 on the list of evils. You all believe I possess 2 inheritances, right? Aren't you curious as to why I can obtain 2 kinds of inheritances? Sure remained silent. He had indeed read the Ghost King's information before setting out. He is the first human to possess dual inheritances, specifically from the main antagonist Naruto in Inuyasha and the strongest demon Muzan Kabutsuji in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. And based on his battles with past instructors and principals of the Demon Hunter Academy, the descriptions of these 2 inheritances perfectly match. For so many years of research, the Demon Hunting Academy has never understood how the Demon King obtained 2 different inheritances. Different inheritances come from different worlds with distinct power systems, and forcibly merging them would result in a massive conflict of power, leading to the death of the inheritor. Moreover, countless experiences have shown that whether through the inheritance pillar or through self-awakening during a near-death experience, one can only obtain 1 inheritance. Once obtained, regardless of whether the previous inheritance is weak or strong, one can never acquire a second inheritance for life, even if it is from the same anime world with the same power system. Thus, the Demon King's dual inheritance has always been the greatest mystery studied by the Demon Hunting Academy. Where did the Demon King's second inheritance come from? The answer is simple. From the beginning to the end, I have only had 1 inheritance, and that is Naruto. Seeing the shock and disbelief in Sure's eyes, the Demon King merely smiled and then sighed slightly, as if recalling some sad past. 100 years ago, I was just an ordinary biology teacher in the 9 provinces. Although I awakened the S-class inheritance of Inuyasha, Naruto, my talent limited its full development. So I could not become a demon hunter. But even so, I was happy. I had a beloved wife by my side. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, with the sweetest flower name, Kikyo. Her inheritance, just like her name, was the shrine maiden Kikyo from Inuyasha. Sure was taken aback. He had certainly heard of Kikyo's name. In the Academy's records, Kikyo was the most proud female disciple of the 3rd-generation principal and a strong candidate for the 4th-generation principal back in the day. Even after many years, when the Academy evaluated the most charming female lecturers in history, Kikyo always ranked first. Only in the past 3 years, due to the emergence of Lin Long, a girl of Chinese-German descent with an angelic face and an S-class inheritance of fate, Artoria, was Kikyo's consecutive record broken. However, the Academy's records completely omitted the fact that the historically popular female teacher Kikyo was actually the Demon King's wife. She, like you, was a graduate of the Demon Hunting Academy and became a demon hunter after graduation. But on that day, 200 years ago, everything changed. The Demon King was still lost in memories, and his expression slightly changed, his voice trembling. Clearly, after becoming a demon, human emotions gradually fade away. But Sure could clearly feel the Demon King's sadness at that moment. 100 years ago, on the night of the red moon, the beast tide came, inheritance descended, and the worlds fused. The blue star, where the 9 provinces are located, has always been under attack from various monsters from the myriad worlds. Every 100 years, there will be a massive beast tide, known as the Red Moon Beast Tide. According to the Academy's records, during the beast tide, when the red moon appears, there will be 100 times more monsters than usual. They attack humans like mad, completely ignoring casualties. Each time, the Red Moon Beast Tide brings endless disasters to the 9 provinces. That beast tide broke through the 9 major passes, such as the Great Wall of the 9 provinces, the Locking Demon Tower, and the One-Line Sky Pass. Responding to the Academy's call, my wife Kikyo also bravely went to the battlefield. But when she went, it turned out to be a farewell forever. At this point, the Demon King closed his eyes. A crystal drop of water slowly slid down the corner of his eye. Chapter 209, The Birth of the Demon King, Part 2. When I saw my wife's corpse, she was already, her body shriveled, resembling a dried corpse. Anger burned in the Demon King's eyes. According to other demon hunters, the one who killed my wife was a demon capable of sucking others' blood. This demon, according to the Demon Hunting Academy's investigation, came from the world of Demon Slayer, but even the Book of Inheritance did not record this beast. It feasted on human blood. Although its size was not enormous, its power was extremely strong. Even my wife, who was already a 6-star demon hunter, was no match for it. Its level was determined to be 7-star beast. 7 stars. Hearing the Demon King's account, Sure was shocked. A 7-star beast was almost the strongest monster humanity had ever faced, a king among 7-tier beasts. In terms of disaster levels, it was also referred to as a natural disaster level. Every time a 7-star beast appears, it is like a natural disaster. To think that in the low-level spiritual world of Demon Slayer, there exists a beast rated at 7 stars. Historically, humanity has only successfully confronted and defeated 3 7-star beasts. The first was the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, who captured and sealed the strongest-tailed beast, the 9 Tails, from the world of Naruto. The second was the 4th principal, along with 4 gold medal lecturers from the Academy, who killed the cunning ultimate Digimon, the Joker, that hid among humans from the world of Digimon. The third was the strongest principal in the history of the Demon Hunting Academy, inherited from One Piece, Whitebeard, who killed the island-sized elephant lord from the world of One Piece 10 years ago during an invasion of the Beast Tide. And the 7-star vampire that the Demon King Naruto spoke of, Sure had seen a simple introduction. However, this 7-star beast was not killed by the teachers of the Demon Hunting Academy, but escaped back into the demon realm and vanished from sight. Could it be that this 7-star beast was killed by the Demon King? Sure speculated in his heart. However, at that time, Naruto was not even a demon hunter yet, and hadn't grown into the future Demon King. So how could he have killed such a powerful 7-star beast? As you think, I wanted to kill that vampire more than anyone else, but I indeed was not its opponent. But so what? Having killed my wife, thinking of escaping into the demon realm in the face of the human coalition, the Academy's demon hunters may let it go, but I cannot. The Demon King said coldly. With the determination of certain death, I chased after it into the demon realm with the biological bomb I created, the poor man's rose. But when I found this vampire in the demon realm, it was already on the verge of death, motionless. The Demon King said slowly. Qinshi was taken aback. Could there really be an existence capable of defeating a 7-star beast vampire? Moreover, according to the Academy's records, 7-star vampires have the ability to heal instantly. Even if their heads are chopped off, they can quickly revive. The entire Demon Hunting Academy has not found a way to kill a 7-star vampire. Thus, even though the 3rd-generation principal gathered many demon hunters to besiege the 7-star vampire, it still managed to escape into the demon realm. Such a powerful existence. Who could make it on the verge of death? I do not know who it was. The Demon King saw through Qinshi's thoughts again, closing his eyes to reminisce. I only remember there were hoof-like marks on the ground. The area of the hoof print was as large as a valley. Just standing in that mark, I felt a pressure that made my knees go weak. And the 7-star vampire lay in the center of the hoof print. I guessed that it had merely been stepped on by a giant monster in the demon realm. Although its body healed as before, its soul was shattered. The soul of the 7-star vampire was trampled into pieces. Upon hearing this, Qinshi felt a chill. To be able to crush the soul of a 7-star beast with a single step, how strong must this beast be? 8 stars? 9 stars? Or even stronger? The existence of such a creature in the demon realm would be a catastrophic disaster if it intended to invade the 9 provinces. Not allowing Qinshi to think further, the Demon King continued. The moment I found the 7-star vampire, my anger surged to my brain. This anger allowed me to quickly unlock the abilities of the Inuyasha, Naruto inheritance. I instinctively spent 3 whole days and nights consuming this 7-star vampire. With the inheritance of Naruto, I was able to inherit the abilities of the devoured demon, and thus I gained the powers of the vampire from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. This power grants me immortality, instant healing, and the ability to bestow blood to turn others into my kin, resulting in the current me. After finishing my story in one breath, the Demon King was slightly dazed. Qinshi had a strange expression. Firstly, the other party's ability was clearly similar to that of Kibutsuji Muzan from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. If there were to be a distinction, his abilities seemed to be an advanced version of Muzan's powers. From the perspective of blood demon arts, the blood demon arts granted by the Blue Star Demon King through blood were far more perverse than those of the demons in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. It was likely that the Lower Moon 6 demon, who used lightning, could easily defeat Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, if they appeared in the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Additionally, the explanation for the birth of the Demon King was quite different from that in the anime of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. In the anime, Muzan's transformation into a demon occurred because he consumed a drug made by a doctor while still human, which ultimately turned him into an immortal demon. However, this explanation seemed extremely strange within the context of the entire anime. Could one really become the strongest demon simply by consuming a certain human doctor's pill? It was unreasonable. The manga's explanation was too absurd. Thus, the reason for the birth of the Demon King became the biggest mystery of the anime, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Qinshi suddenly recalled his days before crossing over, arguing with others on a forum. Regarding how Muzan became the Demon King, a forum friend proposed a hypothesis. D riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Looking at Muzan's abilities, fearing sunlight, bestowing blood to create kin, and having super strong healing abilities. Isn't this TMD just a vampire from Western mythology? There must be a powerful vampire hidden behind the worldview of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. So this snail boldly speculates that the medicine the doctor prepared for Muzan must have contained vampire blood. For example, while collecting herbs in the forest, some medicinal materials were contaminated with vampire blood, which the doctor brought back to make pills, and Muzan accidentally consumed it, forming the original Demon King Muzan. In other words, the reason why Muzan gained vampire abilities is simply because he happened to be the recipient of blood from a real vampire. Muzan is merely a powerful vampire's kin. When Qinshi saw this speculation at the time, he had even logged in to argue about it. Now, after hearing the Demon King Nai's account, Qinshi realized that the birth of the Demon King indeed might align with that forum friend hypothesis. This also explained why Muzan's abilities in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, in the context of the Blue Star where powerful demons abound, were not impressive at all. However, the Blue Star's 100 Demons group had become lifelong enemies of the Demon Hunting Academy. Because Muzan in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, was merely a consumer of the 7-star vampire's blood, one of the ordinary kin. So the demons he bestowed blood upon naturally had more average abilities. In contrast, the demon King Nai of the Blue Star completely devoured the 7-star vampire, acquiring abilities close to that of a true vampire. The demon king who devoured the 7-star vampire, the kin he created through bestowing blood, possessed abilities far beyond those of the demons in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Chapter 210. False Weakness. The long self-narration. The demon king slowly recounted his birth process. Sure, I feel that your soul is as pure as that of Kikyo. You carry her shadow. Kikyo loved this world and the land of the 9 provinces immensely. Even after becoming a demon, I continue to pass on her will in my own way. If you join me, you will see the true purpose of my establishment of the 100 Demons group and the realities of this world that far exceed what your eyes can see, especially those eyes of yours with the rolling black magatama. I have seen them in that esteemed one's eyes as well. Your words can provide me with support that far surpasses all my previous kin. The demon king extended his hand in an inviting gesture. I have already given my sincerity. Now you must make your choice. Join the 100 Demons group or die. Sure showed a troubled expression. Demon King, you know, I'm a student of the Demon Hunting Academy. Our academy is at odds with you, and both sides have quite a few blood feuds, right? Asking me to join the 100 Demons group. That's wishful thinking. After finishing, Sure quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, water prison technique. Spiritual energy turned into water vapor, enveloping the Demon King's body completely. Sure then inserted his hands into the water prison to maintain the water prison ninjutsu. The water prison technique, a C-rank control-type ninjutsu, requires the caster to keep their hands in the water prison to maintain it. Those caught in it will lose their ability to move. In Naruto, Zabuza had briefly used this technique to control Kakashi, but the Demon King merely smiled, transforming into the 5-meter-tall 7-star vampire, and moving as if he felt no restraint from the water prison at all. Your abilities are far beyond what a newcomer should possess. Even the Academy's top instructors cannot match your strength. I believe you must be the secret weapon of the old man, personally trained by him. Killing you should send a little shock to those stubborn old folks at your Demon Hunting Academy. After saying this, the Demon King's arm suddenly elongated like a whipping lash, and instantly pierced Sure's heart. Alas, you could have joined me in establishing a new world. How tragic. The Demon King looked at the corpse hanging from his arm, when suddenly a sense of crisis surged in his heart. He looked back, and a streak of lightning flashed, piercing through his chest with a hand imbued with electric light. Demon King, I'm not so easy to kill. Behind the Demon King stood Sure. At this moment, his right hand shimmered with electric light, emitting the sound of countless cries. This was one of Sure's ninjutsu, Chidori. The Demon King frowned, and his other hand transformed into a spiked whip, stabbing Sure, who was attempting to sneak attack from behind. The wound on his chest healed at a visibly rapid rate, but his confusion deepened. He had a corpse in both hands. What was going on? Suddenly, both corpses raised their heads simultaneously and smiled at the Demon King. Meanwhile, from the distance, behind the trees and rocks, more Shures emerged, surrounding the Demon King. Is this the shadow clone technique? The Demon King had fought against the demon hunters with the inheritance of Naruto, and many of his original Lower Moon demon kin also had Naruto lineage. Therefore, he had some understanding of this type of inheritance, knowing that these ninjas could use the transformation and shadow clone techniques. But no, if this were the shadow clone technique, why haven't the clones I stabbed disappeared? The Demon King looked again at the countless Shures, who stood or sat with smiles, appearing completely unafraid of his powerful self. All the Shures had the black magatama spinning in their eyes. So that's how it is. I was careless. The Demon King sighed. Eyes similar to that esteemed one naturally would have similar abilities. It seems I have fallen for your illusion. The Demon King guessed correctly. He had indeed fallen under the illusion of the Sharingan. During the time, he quietly listened to the Demon King's narrative. Sure had not been idle. The Demon King's perception ability was extremely strong, and after transforming into a vampire, he possessed a beastly intuition. Therefore, he did not deliberately use the stealth technique, but instead focused on the other party's eyes, then activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Even using the 8 gates of Duinjia, the 8th gate of death, cannot stop the opponent's astonishing self-healing, unable to kill or defeat him. Illusion is the only solution to the current battle situation. Unfortunately, although he has elevated his illusion level to the highest after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, He is not a descendant of Uchiha Itachi and cannot use the super illusion Tsukuyami, which can almost kill the opponent on a mental level. He can only trap the powerful Demon King in his illusion, limiting his actions. This is a variant use of the unique illusion technique of a Sharingan, the magic shackles technique. Incredible, I've lived over 100 years, and this is the first time I've been pushed to this extent by a young man. The Demon King laughed. However, even though I am trapped in the illusion, as long as I wait for your spiritual power to run out, the illusion will collapse on its own, and then you will still lose. You can't rely on illusions to defeat me, so what's the point? The Demon King simply sat down, as moving freely within the illusion would only cause him harm. Moreover, he was more interested in this young man named Qin Shi and what other methods he might have. How could it be useless? Qin Shi smiled. After he finished speaking, a white hue appeared on the horizon. The night slowly faded away. The sunlight returned to the earth. In the world of Demon Slayer, the sun is the natural enemy of demons. Even the powerful Kabutsuji Musen met a tragic end under the sun's rays. From the very beginning of the battle, Qin Shi had determined that, relying solely on his own strength, he could not eliminate the Demon King with his perverse self-healing ability. Therefore, the real tactic he should adopt was to stall the Demon King and use the power of the sun to eliminate him. It's the sun. You actually plan to use the sun to defeat me. Looking at the gradually lightening sky, the Demon King realized Qin Shi's intention at that moment. His wings suddenly spread wide, and he soared into the air, flying into the dark woods. However, the moment the Demon King landed, he found himself back in the original spot. Qin Shi's Manjiki Sharingan spun, and under the effect of the illusion, the Demon King only thought he had moved. In reality, his true body remained still. There's no escape. Your control over the illusion is stronger than I thought. The Demon King sighed upon realizing he couldn't escape. At this moment, the sun had appeared, and sunlight flooded the ground. The golden sunlight shone on both Qin Shi and the Demon King. But Qin Shi's expression changed drastically, because the Demon King was standing in the sunlight, completely unharmed. He actually showed no fear of the sun. Chapter 2:11. The true undercover you actually. Don't fear the sun, Qin Shi exclaimed. He had considered countless possibilities for how the Demon King could escape or even counterattack. But he never expected that the Demon King, who possessed the same abilities as Musen in Demon Slayer, would show no fear of the sun. No, that's not right. This wasn't Qin Shi's first encounter with demons. Through his battles, he was certain that the lower-ranked demons he fought all had a profound fear of the sun. Even the Academy's records were filled with accounts of lecturers relying on the sun to eliminate demons. But at this moment, in front of Qin Shi, the Demon King stood under the sunlight, his body neither collapsing nor in pain. He even raised his hands high, as if embracing the sunlight. Isn't it beautiful? The Demon King smiled as he looked at the sunlight on his hands. I've known how to not fear the sun for a long time. As long as one has never eaten a human, there's no need for a demon to fear the sun. It's quite simple, isn't it? The Demon King shrugged. But unfortunately, among those who transformed into demons, very few could resist the primal urge to devour humans. Do you know why I like Lishani so much? It's not because of his talent. It's because he is the only one, apart from me, in all these years who transformed into a demon, but could suppress his desire and not eat humans. Unfortunately, Lishani ultimately does not agree with my philosophy, nor does he wish to change this world. Therefore, he can only die. After all, the entire human world doesn't have much time left to survive. Your philosophy? Qin Shi snorted coldly. Lishani's parents were killed by you. So many people's loved ones were killed by you. And your demon followers, they eat humans. They harm people. They toy with humans. How dare you talk about philosophy? In the Demon King's vision, countless illusions of Qin Shi roared in unison. How dare you? The space distorted in an instant, the ripples shaking like a wave. As if sensing a great danger, the Demon King instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, the Demon King's arm instantly vanished. After transforming into a vampire, his flesh not only possessed incredible healing abilities, but his limbs also became incredibly tough, comparable to divine weapons. But at this moment, his right arm was completely devoured by an unknown force. Black blood flowed all over the ground. You actually have such power. The Demon King clutched his severed arm in shock, staring at Qin Shi. You have the same power as the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, the power to manipulate space. After transforming into the 7-star vampire form, he felt a sense of arrogance from the depths of his being. The young man in front of him was strong, but so what? Even when facing the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, he dared to fight, let alone a mere young man. But the loss of his arm made him realize that underestimating the opponent was a huge mistake. He no longer dared to underestimate Qin Shi. Black blood trickled from the corner of Qin Shi's eye. Huh, am I still off? The power that could tear apart the Demon King's arm was another ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, the left Eye Kamui. Unlike the right Eye Kamui, which can teleport oneself to another space, the left Eye Kamui can teleport the target to another space. He had just awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and was not yet skilled in using the eye techniques. Even the powerful Kakashi for Naruto could only transfer a part of an enemy's body. Qin Shi was currently only at that level. He originally intended to use the left Eye Kamui to transfer the Demon King's head, but the opponent's instinct was too strong. Even when Qin Shi used it while the Demon King was feeling arrogant, he still didn't hit. And even if I really did sever his head, he probably wouldn't die anyway. Qin Shi panted slightly. The consumption of using the left Eye Kamui was far greater than that of the right Eye Kamui. In Naruto, Obito used the right Eye Kamui as if it were eating and drinking, while Kakashi felt like he was about to die after using it once. One important reason is that the consumption of the two Kamuis is not on the same level. I originally wanted to play with you a little longer. It's rare to have so much fun, but now, you are too dangerous. The Demon King's eyes turned blood red, and the bat wings behind him flared open before he leaped into the air. 8 tentacles, like steel whips, extended from his back and began to wave. The length of the tentacles continued to stretch, and the speed of their swings increased. A blade-like storm swept through the entire area. This large-scale, indiscriminate attack forced Qin Shi to use the right Eye Kamui to evade the Demon King's tentacle attacks. The consumption of the Manjiki Sharingan intensified further. In a war of attrition, he simply couldn't outlast the Demon King. Qin Shi made a quick decision and released the illusion targeting the Demon King. Just as the illusion was lifted, the Demon King's 8 tentacles simultaneously lunged forward. But under the effect of the right Eye Kamui, the tentacles could only stab into thin air. It seems we both have no way to deal with each other for the time being. The Demon King slowly flew closer. Let's play a simple thought game. Since I am not afraid of the sun, in this game of mantis catching cicadas, with the yellow bird behind, who is the mantis and who is the yellow bird? The key question is, who is the real undercover agent? Qin Shi suddenly looked up. A terrifying suspicion surged into his mind. The premise of the entire Academy's Yellow Bird plan is the irresistible temptation of Mido's Nezuko inheritance to the Ghost King. Everyone believes that the only way for the Ghost King to overcome his weakness to sunlight is to devour Mido. But everyone has been fooled. The Ghost King does not need Mido at all. He is not afraid of the sun. So, why is he putting on a show with so many people in the Academy? Qin Shi suddenly thought of another question. How was his position leaked? At first, the Ghost King led Qin Shi to believe that it was the fellow ghostly Shani who leaked his position. But what if it wasn't Shani? What if it was someone else? Qin Shi's face changed dramatically. Flying Thunder God, compared to the power of his right eye. Although the Flying Thunder God requires preparation of seals for teleportation, the casting speed is much faster. Qin Shi's figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Peibu Liao and Li Shani. But Mido was not there. Run! Peibu Liao grinned, finally managing to spit out a word. Qin Shi then noticed that Peibu Liao and Li Shani's limbs were pinned to the ground by black sticks. Blood stained the wild grass on the ground. A fishy smell reached Qin Shi's nose, and he turned around abruptly. He saw a woman with snakes all over her head, and her face was exactly Mido's face. The other party smiled slightly. Hello, Qin Shi. As she spoke, countless snake hairs glowed red. Amidst the shock, Qin Shi's body quickly froze, turning into a stone statue. Chapter 212. The True Scheme, Old Qin. Peibu Liao shouted loudly, struggling desperately despite his injuries. Meanwhile, Li Shani, with his eyes tightly closed, had already fallen into a coma. Mido stretched lazily and murmured, "This is truly a joyful college life. After staying in the organization for so long, I haven't had such an easy life in a while. Thank you, little trio, for giving me a delightful business trip experience." She fiddled with her snake-haired head and sighed. "I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice. It's all part of the mission. After waiting so long, it seems that only your companions have come. So it looks like there's no need for you two to serve as bait anymore. I still wanted to attract more teachers." Saying this, Mido slowly walked up to Peibu Liao. "Little fatty, although you're the ugliest, I actually like you the most, sister. Be good, sister will be gentle. It won't hurt. You will just become a ghost and be my little follower." Mido caressed Peibu Liao's face, smiling as she spoke. At this moment, Peibu Liao was pinned to the ground by sharp weapons, unable to move at all. Although he couldn't escape, his mouth didn't stop. I'm really honored to be liked by you, Snake Woman. My pet pig at home is cuter. You're asking for death. Mito's face turned cold. Her fingernails suddenly elongated like daggers, and then she slashed towards Pei Bu Liao's throat. Suddenly, her hand froze in midair. Pei Bu Liao, who had been waiting for a long time without dying, opened one eye to take a look. He saw that Mito's body seemed to be pinned down and unable to move. What is going on? A trace of fear appeared on Mito's face. How could you let me kill my good roommate? A voice came from underground. A bolt of lightning, accompanied by the sounds of countless birds, broke through the air from beneath the ground. This was Qin Shi's 1,000 birds. However, instead of thrusting with his palm, he formed a fist, forcibly turning 1,000 birds into a thunder punch. Bang! The thunder punch struck Mito's chin, sending her flying. Since I can't kill her anyway, I might as well give her a good beating. Let her feel some pain too. This was Qin Shi's thought. After being classmates for so long, Qin Shi was also sure that the woman in front of him was Mito. She was the one who possessed the Nezuko inheritance from Demon Slayer. But what about those snake heads? Is it your blood demon art? It's like Medusa. Qin Shi clapped his hands and said lightly. The undercover agent was already clear to him. The true Ghost King is not afraid of the sun. It has always led everyone to believe that his archenemy is the sun. He made everyone think that the Ghost King was desperate to find the inheritor of Nezuko, hoping to overcome his fear of sunlight by consuming the blood of the inheritor. Because this was his scheme. And the inheritor of Nezuko was not suddenly discovered by the Academy, but was intentionally sent to the Academy by the Ghost King. This way, he could implement his plan, leading the entire Demon Hunting Academy to act in a scheme of mantis catching cicadas, with the yellow bird behind, to confront the 100 Ghost group in a decisive battle. And the reason our positions were exposed was fundamentally because of you, Mito. The person we needed to protect was the undercover agent sent by the Ghost King. Qin Shi said. Who would have thought that the Nezuko on this blue star was also a member of the 100 Ghost group? Mito climbed up from the ground, the electric light still flickering on her body, leaving her with a tingling sensation that made her movements difficult. She swayed as she stood up, touching her chin. You little brat, really don't know how to cherish beauty. Almost everything you said is right, but there are 2 points that are wrong. Her eyes began to change, resembling blood-colored gemstones. The first point, I am a ghost, but that's because my inheritance is a ghost. Not because I have accepted the blood of the Ghost King. The second point, I am not a member of the 100 Ghost group. The Ghost King is merely one of the members of our organization, and you should have heard of the name of our organization. After all, Sister Mizunoto has always remembered you. She licked her lips. We are. Hashira. Hashira? Qin Shi was taken aback. He hadn't heard that name in a long time. After obtaining a spot to enter the Demon Hunting Academy through selection, Qin Shi had a conversation with the Academy representative Lin Long, where he first heard about Hashira. This was a dark organization that had not been around for long, with few members but very mysterious, each seemingly possessing the power of a demon beast. In the early days, the Hashira organization had collaborated with the underworld forces in Qin Shi City, nearly causing him to lose his qualification for the Demon Hunting Academy. Mito was not a member of the 100 Ghost group, but Hashira. Qin Shi's mind raced. A problem that had been troubling him now had a potential answer. Before this, he had always been unclear why the Ghost King went to such lengths to send Mito, the inheritor of Nezuko, to the Academy as an undercover agent, leading the Academy to formulate the Yellow Bird Plan. After all, after a whole day of battles, the main force of the 100 Ghost group had been almost completely eliminated by the various instructors of the Demon Hunting Academy, except for the Ghost King. No matter what the Ghost King's scheme was, although the Academy paid a great price, it indeed achieved the goal of the Yellow Bird Plan, to eliminate the living forces of the 100 Ghost group. But there was a possibility to explain why the Ghost King laid out such a plan, consuming his own strength. Qin Shi suddenly raised his head. It's to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Ghost King's purpose was not to eliminate the teachers of the Demon Hunting Academy at all. Instead, he used the 100 Ghost group as bait, making the main forces of the Demon Hunting Academy leave the Academy entirely. He was willing to sacrifice the entire 100 Ghost group to make the Demon Hunting Academy almost empty. It can only be said that in the Demon Hunting Academy, there is something that the organization known as the Pillar needs. What could it be? Could it be? Qin Shi's expression changed. He remembered the terrifying creature he sensed in the underground prison of Advancing City beneath the Academy. It was a horrific demon sealed underground in the Academy, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, a chakra-tailed beast from the world of Naruto. Their goal is the Nine Tails. Just as Qin Shi was puzzled, blue fireworks erupted in the sky. This was a signal flare released by the Academy teacher, Wang Yi, who inherited the legacy of One Punch Man. The different colors represent different meanings. Blue signifies that the sect is in trouble. Whoosh! The sound of sharp weapons piercing the air came. Qinshu did not look back but pushed his body technique to the limit, evading the strikes of the weapons. This was an attack from the Demon King. With wings flapping, the Demon King hovered in midair, finally catching up to Qinshu's pace. Kid, you really run fast. It seems that if I were to fight you, if you wanted to escape, no one could stop you. It seems you've guessed our plan, but it doesn't matter. Haha, it's already too late. Chapter 213. The Alliance of Dormitory Mates Too Late? Qinshu suddenly smiled. Isn't it great? The undercover agent has revealed themselves. My good roommate Lishani is still the little yellow hair guy I know. The Demon King has also come out. The core of the Yellow Sparrow plan is to draw you out, and you should know. My teammates are quite powerful. As he spoke, a black lightning bolt struck, hitting the just stabilized Mido. How could this direction be? Her attention had been solely on Qinshu, completely ignoring Lishani, whom she had already sanctioned behind her. Although the sudden attack generated a sense of crisis, her serpent hair instantly became menacing, and her eyes emitted a seductive red light as she tried to look back. However, the speed of the lightning was too fast. Before the serpent hair could turn around, the lightning struck her. Instantly, the lightning transformed into a massive black electric ball and exploded violently. This was the skill of the Thunder Fruit. Thunder Welcome. Mido was hit by the explosion of lightning, and half of her body vanished. Especially her head, half of her skull disappeared, including all of her serpent hair. Damn. Just wait until I kill you, Mido cursed, attempting to use her demon's healing ability. But after a while, her expression changed drastically. No new limbs grew from her wounds. Stop struggling. Lishani's figure emerged from the lightning. This is the Thunder Welcome infused with my Blood Demon technique, Annihilation properties. Being attacked by this move means even your healing ability will be annihilated. As he spoke, more lightning was released from his body, and brilliant lightning formed a new body. Inside the lightning body, Lishani resembled a thunder god. In the thunder god's hand was a long sword entwined with electric light. Thunder Fruit skill. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Lishani roared, and the lightning sword slammed down towards Mido. Under the annihilation properties, Mido screamed as she turned to ashes. Your companion just died like that. Don't you want to help her? Qinshu stared at the Demon King, floating in midair. The Demon King smiled faintly. Companion? No. You are mistaken. We are merely temporary collaborators. Her role has already been fulfilled. Whether she lives or dies is irrelevant. Besides, in this world, I alone am enough to be a demon. The Demon King twisted his neck. Besides, even if I wanted to help Mido, would you let me pass, dangerous kid? Qinshu smiled back. Of course not. At this moment, his body was enveloped in a purple energy. This energy transformed into a giant holding two swords, clad in armor, with Qinshu positioned at the forehead of the giant. This was the signature skill of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan Susanoo. In Naruto, Susanoo is the ultimate power residing in the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, manifesting a massive chakra entity that fights as a robust warrior, an ultimate eye technique that integrates offense and defense. Interesting. Let me see just how strong this giant of yours is. The Demon King flapped his bat-like wings, and suddenly countless tiny wounds appeared on his wings. Blood Demon technique, thousands of needles. The Demon King's black blood transformed into countless fine needles, densely shooting towards Qinshu. His blood possesses the ability to turn humans into his subordinates. As long as one needle lands on Qinshu, he can control him. However, the blood needles danced but could not pierce the skin of Susanoo at all. The Demon King frowned. Then his hand swelled, turning into claws as tall as his body. Blood Claw. The Demon King lunged forward, aiming for Qinshu standing on Susanoo's head. However, Qinshu merely looked coldly. When? Just like grabbing steel. The Demon King's claws collided with Susanoo's head. Sparks flew. The hardness of Susanoo clearly surprised the Demon King. Bang! Susanoo's hands came together, as if swatting a mosquito, capturing the Demon King. The Demon King pushed against it, his muscles bulging, using his powerful arm strength to block Susanoo's hands. Oh, what strength! The Demon King grinned. You really know how to surprise me. Before the Demon King could finish his sentence, black thunderclouds crashed down upon him. Thunder Fruit skill, Thunder Welcome. After killing Mido, Lishani immediately launched an attack on his former superior. The massive explosion severely damaged the Demon King's body, but the annihilation property could not take effect. The Demon King's healing ability far surpassed Mido's Kamadu Nezuko inheritance. Within a breath, his injuries returned to normal. Although he didn't know why Li Shani could recover so quickly from serious injuries, the Demon King didn't care. Li Shani was his subordinate. Even if he used some unknown method to escape his control, no blood demon technique could affect the Demon King. Without the annihilation property, Thunder Welcome could only temporarily damage the Demon King's body. My child betrays me? You're still too young. The blood whips behind the Demon King suddenly stabbed forward. Possessing immunity properties, even when facing an elementalized enemy, it could produce effects similar to armed color hockey. The speed of the blood whip was fast, but just as it was about to strike Li Shani's face, he suddenly vanished from his original position. In the distance, Pei Bu Liao had somehow sat up, holding a card swap in his hand. At a critical moment, he instantly swapped his teammates' positions from in front of the Demon King, allowing them to evade his attack. Phew! Thanks to Lao Qin's Senza Beans. Senza Beans are miraculous food from the Dragon Ball world that can instantly heal the eater's injuries and fully replenish energy. They are the strongest supplement. When Qin Shi saved his two teammates earlier, he had already placed Senza Beans in their mouths. It was also after Mido thought she had severely injured Pei Bu Liao and Li Shani that the two swallowed the Senza Beans, instantly healing their injuries. Hith hith, an ant shaking a tree, even surrounded by 3 people, the Demon King remained unfazed. Having devoured the 7-star demon beast, he looked down on everyone except the head of the Demon Hunting Academy. However, just as he was about to pursue Li Shani, intending to focus on killing one enemy first, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, causing his movements to slow down. The Demon King was somewhat confused. Within the lightning, there was actually a paralyzing characteristic. This is not Blood Ghost art. Li Shani, you are truly a genius. Just having swallowed the Thunder Fruit not long ago, you were able to create your own skill characteristic, Paralyze. The Demon King said in a deep voice. Under the characteristic of Paralyze, his movements were several times slower than before, and even his self-healing ability had become slightly sluggish. Although it was only a slight delay, it was deadly in a battle between experts. Even the powerful Demon King began to consider fleeing. Chapter 214. Hidden cards flowing blade like fire. But at the moment the Demon King had the thought of leaving, a sense of panic surged from the depths of his heart. After devouring the 7-star monster, the Vampire King, he gained unparalleled abilities. An invincible self-healing ability, a formidable physical quality, and lethal blood. He no longer knew when this panic had come. Fiery flames surged up. The Demon King, who possessed the immunity characteristic, should not fear any elemental attacks. But his powerful biological instinct still told him that this flame was dangerous, and that was the root of his panic. Everything returns to ashes, flowing blade like fire. Flames rose from the ground, enveloping the Demon King like a fire dragon. Since gaining powerful self-healing abilities, the Demon King had even become immune to pain. But the flames from the Qin era caused him immeasurable pain, a pain that came from his soul. It works. Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. This was his true hidden card against the Demon King. In his hand, he was currently holding a long knife. The handle was deep purple, and the guard was oval-shaped. The blade was pitch black, like burnt charcoal, exuding a wisp of charred smoke. This was the Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni from the world of Bleach. It had previously existed in Qin Shi's storage space, one of the rewards from the system. However, he had never been able to unleash the power of the Zanpakuto. But after unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Zanpakuto finally acknowledged his strength. It also allowed Qin Shi to successfully unlock the initial release of the Zanpakuto, flowing blade like fire. The Zanpakuto is the sword carried by the Soul Reapers in the world of Bleach, who slay hollows and protect the spirit world. The Zanpakuto has a powerful enhancement against hollows and can directly harm their souls. Moreover, the Zanpakuto in Qin Shi's hand is the oldest fire-type Zanpakuto, said to possess the strongest attack power in the Soul Society. The vampire devoured by the Demon King is still a type of hollow, firmly restrained by the Zanpakuto. Suffering damage from the initial release skill, flowing blade like fire, the Demon King was now experiencing pain that pierced to the bone. He desperately struggled to break free from the flames. Want to run? Qin Shi swung the Zanpakuto in his hand. Initial release, sword technique, city walls in flames. The flames released from the blade wrapped around the enemy like a gigantic hand. The Demon King flapped his wings desperately, trying to escape the flames. But the fiery hand seemed to have a spirit of its own, tightly wrapping around the Demon King no matter how he moved. The flames of flowing blade like fire have extremely strong destructive power, and the Demon King's body was burned down to just his core head. Furthermore, being injured by the flames specifically designed to counter hollows, his self-healing was extremely slow. It should end now. Facing the Demon King, who had been burned down to just his head and had significantly reduced mobility due to Thunder Welcome, Qin Shi's pupils constricted, and the ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated. Kamui. No. The Demon King exclaimed as he was torn into another space by the power of Kamui. Facing an enemy like the Demon King, even though he had suffered heavy injuries, he would eventually be able to heal back to his strongest state. Qin Shi could only take advantage of the opponent's weakest moment to send him to another space. It worked, damn it. Pei Bu Liao sighed to the heavens. Li Shaonin also released the state of the thunder element, gasping for breath. After all, he had just swallowed the thunder fruit not long ago, and continuously using the fruit skills had nearly exhausted his mental energy. No, there's a bigger problem. Qin Shi approached his roommate and said in a deep voice, "The Demon King went to such great lengths, almost annihilating the entire 100 Ghost team, with the purpose of drawing the main force of the Monster Hunting Academy out of the Academy. Whether it is the Demon King or the one using Medusa's eye, Mito, they both seem to have mastered a kind of power, a means of merging monsters with themselves and using the power of the monsters. I suspect that this so-called column organization is similar to the Jinchuriki in the Naruto world, where members are all powerful individuals who harbor monsters within their bodies. And the reason they went to such great lengths to lure the Academy's teachers away from the campus is probably to target the strongest 7-star monster, the Ninetales, which is imprisoned underground in the Academy by the first Dean." Pei Bu Liao's eyes widened. "What did you say? Our Academy has the Ninetales?" The Ninetales, also known as Kai Bai, is one of the 9 parts of chakra split from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, in ancient times in the Naruto world. It is depicted as an orange fox with 9 tails and is ranked number 1 in strength among the 9-tailed beasts in Naruto. In Blue Star, during the first beast wave hundreds of years ago, the 9 tails was the strongest among them. Even the 9 tails within the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki in the Naruto world, who only possesses half of its power, still provides him with tremendous strength as if he were cheating. Unlike the 9 tails in the Naruto world, which is divided into yin and yang forces, the 9 tails that invaded Blue Star is in its complete form, with power far exceeding that of the one housed within Naruto. Similarly, it is also more brutal. Countless human warriors have been defeated by the 9 tails, forcing humanity to retreat, and vast territories have turned into monster domains shrouded in gray mist. Ultimately, it was only through the self-sacrifice of the first dean of the Monster Hunting Academy that the 9 tails was barely sealed in the Academy's underground prison. Through the battle with the Demon King, Qin Shi realized how immensely powerful a single monster could be for the column. He was even more convinced that the true purpose of the column organization was the 9 tails. Originally, in the plan to lure the 100 Ghosts team, it should have been Principal by who fought the Demon King. Qin Shi recalled the finger Principal Bai had placed on his forehead before he set off. It was a kind of mark. As long as Qin Shi encountered danger, Principal Bai would be able to sense it and use his overwhelming skill to tear through space and arrive on the battlefield. He had originally intended to confront the Demon King directly. However, throughout the battle, Principal Bai did not appear. If it weren't for Qin Shi awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and having the hidden card of Yamamoto Janri Sai Shigekuni's Zanpakuto, along with Lishanin's extraordinary strength and Pei Bu Liao's versatile cards, he would never have been able to defeat the Demon King. The only reason Principal Bai did not appear could only be one. He couldn't come. Principal Bai is in danger, Qin Shi said in a deep voice. Huh? Pei Bu Liao was a bit panicked. Lao Qin, can't you teleport? You know that skill where you can mark something and then teleport me and Li Shaonin over. Try that to go back and check. He urged. I tried, but it didn't work. Qin Shi shook his head. The Academy seems to be sealed. I can't use the Flying Thunder God technique to get into the Academy. So, something really happened at the Academy. Chapter 215, 4 Purple Flame Array. Long before Qin Shi used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the Demon King's attack, he had attempted to place the teleportation point at the Academy. However, unfortunately, the teleportation failed. At that moment, Qin Shi realized that perhaps the Academy was the true objective behind the organization of the Ghost King. Old Pei, Old Li, I need to get to the Academy. You two stay here to rest and wait for me to come back and get you. Looking at the already exhausted duo, Qin Shi felt a bit reluctant. But the situation was critical, and he had to return to the Academy as soon as possible. We're going together, Old Qin. The Academy is in trouble, and you need my strength even more. Li Shani, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. He had previously worried that his identity being exposed would make his two roommates unwilling to interact with him anymore. But now, it seemed that his roommates were treating him as if nothing had happened, communicating without any barriers. Now that the Ghost King's whereabouts were unknown, he had almost no control over him. Lishani felt an immense sense of freedom, and his worries gradually eased. With the Academy in trouble, as a student of the Academy, he had an obligation to confront the enemies there. What are you talking about, old Chin? Although I am just a student of Osiris Red, I've had dealings with the Ghost King, so I'm not afraid of any storm. We're in the same dorm. How can I just sleep while my roommate goes out to risk his life? Let us go together, handsome guys. Peibu Liao patted his chest. Chin sure felt warmth in his heart. After several battles, he had reliable partners, and didn't he have to fight alone anymore? Then let's go together. Chin sure whistled, and a white cloud floated down from the sky. This was a gift Chin sure received from the Demon Hunting Academy, the Nimbus Cloud from the Dragon Tribe world. Old Chin, Huang Mao, give me a lift. The chubby Peibu Liao pulled the hands of the two and got on the Nimbus Cloud. Go slower. I lost too much blood and feel a bit dizzy. Understood. Chin sure snapped his fingers. The Nimbus Cloud immediately understood, making a beautiful tail whip and flying away at high speed amid Peibu Liao's screams. 2 hours later, Chin sure and Lishani supported the vomiting Peibu Liao, shocked at the scene before them. A huge purple, transparent rectangular barrier surrounded the entire academy. Why does it look like glass? Peibu Liao reached out to knock on it, but was suddenly yanked back by Chin sure. Don't touch it. Chin sure casually picked up a twig from the ground and threw it at the purple barrier. The moment the twig touched the purple barrier, a wave of purple flames erupted, incinerating the twig. That scared me. Peibu Liao jumped back a step, slapping his plump chest, then pointed at the barrier before him. This thing is on fire. Chin sure nodded. This was the sealing ninjutsu from the Naruto world, the Four Purple Flames formation. The Four Purple Flames formation is a barrier-type ninjutsu used by Orochimaru to attack Konoha Village. It creates a rectangular barrier of transparent purple flames in the four cardinal directions. The barrier is imbued with purple flames, and anyone who touches the walls of the barrier will be burned by the flames. The purpose of a ninjutsu is to prevent outsiders from entering the barrier. During Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, the Sound Four, Zukadosu, Kin, and Jirobo used this technique to create an opportunity for Orochimaru to confront the third Hokage alone, because no other ninjas could enter the barrier to provide assistance. The third Hokage ultimately perished. However, this ninjutsu requires the cooperation of 4 people to execute. Chin sure released his observation haki, not seeking precision, but rather to expand the range. Sure enough, he sensed that in the 4 corners of the barrier, there was a powerful force. This barrier ninjutsu was an upgraded version of ninjutsu from the Naruto world. Chin sure retracted his observation haki, and a decision formed in his mind. First of all, unlike in Naruto, this 4 purple flames formation not only prevents outsiders from entering, but also blocks perception. Even using observation haki, he could not sense what was happening inside the formation. Moreover, the formation could also restrict space. Otherwise, with the principal's abilities, he could quickly escape through space, tearing even if in danger. But the principal had not appeared on the battlefield where he was confronting the Ghost King. Furthermore, although this formation was executed by 4 people in the corners, those performing were not outside the formation, but inside, leading to the inability of any reinforcements outside to break through the 4 points of the barrier. Lastly, there was the range. The area of the academy was comparable to Konoha Village in the Naruto world, but such a large area was still covered by a barrier-type ninjutsu. It should be noted that in Naruto, the 4 purple flames formation only covered a rooftop, a clever ninjutsu modification. Although it was still the 4 purple flames formation, its effectiveness had increased several levels compared to that in the Naruto world. Could it be that there are people on the other side who can modify ninjutsu? Could it be the legacy of Orochimaru? Let me try, Lishani said, borrowing the power of the thunder fruit, elementalizing himself, and then controlling a bolt of lightning with his fingers, trying to penetrate into the barrier. However, even a non-physical lightning was still blocked by the barrier and caught fire. The lightning ignited with purple flames, completely engulfing it. Lishani Fronat. This barrier is too solid. Even my lightning with the annihilation attribute was still consumed. Chin sure nodded. This modified 4 purple flames formation had already reached the standard of S-rank ninjutsu. Therefore, the only way to get in was. Chin sure took a deep breath. He was going to take a gamble. The black tomo in his pupil spun, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Kamui. Chin sure remained standing in place, but Lishani keenly sensed something different. He reached out his hand, but found that it passed through Qin Shi's body. Wow. Old Qin, have you turned into a transparent person? Peibu Liao also noticed Qin Shi's special state. This is a type of my inherited ability called Kamui. With this ability, I can appear in front of you while my real body is in another space. Saying this, he stepped forward and extended his hand. At the same time, he formed another hand seal, ready to activate the healing ninjutsu, healing palm, at any moment. Fortunately, Qin Shi's hand successfully reached into the formation without being ignited by the flames. The void state of Kamui could pass through the barrier. Qin Shi retracted his hand and gave his roommates a few instructions. Then a whirlpool appeared in his eyes, and Kamui activated, pulling the two into the other space. Kamui could not only allow him to enter another space, but also take others with him. In Naruto, Obito often used this technique to move with Sasuke. After pulling his two roommates into his ocular technique space, Qin Shi stepped out and entered the academy. Chapter 216. Crisis at the Academy. Upon entering the academy, Qin Shi was shocked by the scene before him. There were broken tiles and bricks everywhere. The once majestic teaching buildings and dormitories had turned into ruins. In addition to the broken walls, there was something else that astonished Qin Shi. That was the corpses of various demon beasts. A tail, Naruto, a Bankaira's, Pokemon, a zombie Satan beast, Digimon, a demon Oz, One Piece, a summon of a demon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Hundreds of demon beast corpses were scattered around the ruins, some large, some small, but all with shattered limbs and lifeless. Oh, old Qin, has our academy been bombed by a beast tide? Peibu Liao came out from Qin Shi's other space and looked at the scene before him, almost biting his tongue. Oh my, none of these are below stage 5. So many. Who took them down? Lishani looked around and then whispered, no students. Among the corpses before him, there wasn't a single student body. In the previous plan, only Qin Shi and the other two, along with the lecturers, went out to confront the directly. Most of the other students were still at school. If it were a large-scale beast tide attack, the students would have suffered heavy casualties. Yet, there are no student corpses on campus. It's strange. Could it be that everyone retreated early? Peibu Liao muttered to himself, but the still functioning told everyone it wouldn't be that simple. Qin Shi's eyes darkened. He had guessed a certain possibility. Old Li, Old Pei, you go to the northeast corner of the academy. From my perception, the enemies over there are the weakest. Find a way to ambush them. Remember to be quick. I don't need you to kill them, but you must interrupt that person from casting their ninjutsu. I want you to tear a hole in this sturdy. Lishani nodded. Leave it to me. Yes, don't worry. Old Li will take the lead, and I'll cover his retreat. No problem. Peibu Liao patted his chest. But you, old Qin, what are you planning to do? Qin Shi closed his eyes and released his observation haki. His releasing motion was slow, like a gentle breeze dispersing around, avoiding the enemy's perception. I need to find Principal Bai. I feel he is in danger. In his observation haki, he didn't sense the principal's aura. Yet Qin Shi still had a bad feeling in his heart. Holding a kunai inscribed with talismans, he flickered and vanished from his spot. He used the Flying Thunder God technique. The first place Qin Shi planned to search was Principal Yen. This was where the principal taught him the Navy's 8 styles and the 3-color haki. Qin Shi's figure appeared at Principal Yen, and he looked ahead. Below Principal Yen, there was a huge circular pit, and in the middle of the pit stood an old man. Old Shi Lao, the warden of the prison in the secret realm, inheritor of the Soul Lock Warden. At this moment, he stood tall, one hand gripping the death sentence scythe, and the other holding the soul guide lamp, becoming a statue. Qin Shi's observation haki couldn't sense his existence. Shi Lao is dead. Qin Shi understood why there were so many corpses in the academy, because these were all sealed in the prison. Shi Lao's posture indicated that until the end, he was trying to control the endless within the prison. But he failed. Shi Lao had powerful enhancements in the prison. How did the enemies defeat him? Qin Shi had seen Shi Lao with the principal before. This old man had accompanied several generations of principals. No matter how the outside world changed, he remained in the prison, guarding countless. As someone recognized by the secret realm, Shi Lao had absolute dominance in the even principal, but couldn't defeat him there. Looking at the ruins before him, Qin Shi immediately understood the enemy's method. It was simple. They destroyed the prison. Watching the ruins of the dead Shi Lao, Qin Shi felt an inexplicable anger and sadness. He walked into the pit, closed Shi Lao's eyes, and then used would-release ninjutsu to build a wooden coffin for him. He didn't want the old man to be left exposed outdoors. After doing all this, he closed his eyes and began to think. The principal should still be on campus. This can be inferred from the fact that the enemies are still maintaining the enemies should not have completed their mission yet. So the question is, Where could the principal be? Scanning the entire academy with his observation hockey again, he still found nothing. It seemed like the entire academy, aside from the corpses, had no living people, except for the enemies controlling the in the four corners. Suddenly, Qinshi opened his eyes. He thought of a possibility. There was another place he couldn't sense even using observation hockey. That was the back mountain of the academy, Dave's Paradise. Qinshi twirled the kunai, and the flying thunder god technique activated again. He arrived at Dave's Paradise. At this moment, it was daytime in the paradise. However, Qinshi was shocked by the scene before him. The sky was covered in black clouds, and the world was dim. The ground cracked as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Magma spouted from the ground, rivers dried up, and vegetation withered. Huge yellow rain washed the earth, accompanied by gray mist. This was an apocalyptic scene, and Principal Bai was standing right in front of him. Not far away, a gigantic shadow descended from the sky. It was a long-haired evil spirit dressed in white, holding a dagger in its mouth, with a person's soul in its chest. The soul resembled Principal Bai. Qinshi understood very well what the shadow before him was. This was the strongest sealing ninjutsu in Naruto, the corpse demon sealing technique. And the white-clothed evil spirit was summoned using this ninjutsu, capable of devouring the target's soul. Principal. Qinshi's eyes widened, and the black magatama appeared instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Kamui. The long-haired, evil spirit's lowered head suddenly lifted, looking at the appearing Qinshi. Instantly, much of its face disappeared. The evil spirit let out a wail, and the remaining eye looked mournfully at Qinshi before the shadow vanished. Principal Bai's rigid body swayed after the shadow disappeared, then fell backward. Qinshi immediately rushed to support him. Principal Bai slowly raised his head to look at Qinshi, his eye sockets bleeding without eyeballs. He smiled. Little Qin, you're back? Good, good. I was worried you'd be killed by that vampire. It's good to be back, good to be back. Don't speak. Qinshi shouted, one hand immediately using healing techniques to treat Principal Bai. Cough, cough. It's too dangerous. The enemy is still here. You must hurry and leave. Saying this, Principal Bai struggled to raise both hands, trying to use the power of the to send Qinshi away, but Qinshi interrupted him. I'm here to save you. I'm not leaving. You old man. Take care of yourself first. Qinshi looked up at the distance. In the gray mist and heavy rain, 4 figures stood. Chapter 217. Qinshi's instant kill. Oh, a little mouse has sneaked in? A tall woman with long hair, down to her waist, said lightly, puffing on the cigarette in her hand. She wore a white military hat and had a long western short sword at her waist. The cigarette in her hand was just rolling paper without a filter. We've wasted 7 people. We can't let this kid take anyone away. Don't worry, Old Bai's still a bit tricky. But this kid looks like he has not even 20. He has too tender to be a side dish for me. A short figure with only one eye and a head like a volcano said. He had devices on his hands resembling large grenades. Don't be careless. Our mission is already complete. Old Bai is on the brink of death. There is also a man in the smoke, dressed in a black coat and wearing a black eye patch, speaking as if many people were talking at once. Beside the man stood a girl who looked like a neighbor, with purple hair down to her knees and slightly pursed lips. She stared straight at Qinshi not far away, seemingly lost in thought. Qinshi gently placed Principal Bai down, patted the back of his tightly clenched hand, and discreetly stuffed a bean into the principal's mouth. This was the last remaining immortal beans from the Qin era, although claimed to heal all external wounds and restore full spiritual power, still left him lacking confidence in healing the principal's injuries. All he knew was that he could not escape. The principal urgently needed treatment, especially for the soul. The sealing technique of the undead was almost complete. Although he had snatched the principal from the hands of death, the principal's soul must have sustained significant damage. However, he understood that, at least for now, he could not flee. The principal had chosen the battlefield in the secret realm, Dave's Paradise, but the enemy could still enter, indicating that there were masters capable of manipulating space within their ranks. If escape were easy, Principal Bai wouldn't have been pushed into such a dire situation. Using the Flying Thunder God technique without knowing the enemy's position and abilities was tantamount to seeking death. It was you who harmed my master? Then it can only end in death. Qinshi took a deep breath, and the San Shengyo appeared in his hand in an instant. What's wrong, young man? Do you still want revenge? Haha. I'll make you just like your master. The short monster laughed loudly, and the device in his hand suddenly exploded with a bang. A massive flame erupted, and the short monster sprinted towards Qinshi at high speed, hands thrust back like a rocket. The opponent's inheritance was Katsuki Bakugo from My Hero Academia, and the beast he hosted was the special grade curse spirit Arma from Jujutsu Kaisen. Every member of the column organization possesses a powerful inheritance and has a beast residing within them. Just from the opponent's attire and the techniques used, Qin deduced the inheritance and the beast hosted by the current attacker. Cinder Volcano, Flame Bomb. The monster named are charged in front of Qin with a sinister grin, then clapped his hands together, causing flames to rise like a bomb, creating thick clouds of smoke. The Katsuki Bakugo inheritance can secrete explosive substances similar to nitroglycerin, creating explosions at the point of contact with the palm. Meanwhile, the beast, Arma, has the ability to manipulate fire blades. This man named are combined his Katsuki Bakugo inheritance with the ability of the beast, Arma, creating explosive flames. As the flames dissipated, Qin stepped out slowly, waving his long sword, spilling a stream of red blood. Next, behind him, the man named are had disbelief in his eyes, then clutched his throat and collapsed with a thud. What happened? A tall woman wearing a military hat dropped her cigarette in surprise. Or actually, just died like that? Captain, did you see clearly? A man emerged from the smoke, nodding. He pointed at Qin. He has some spatial abilities, and like me, he relies on techniques to activate them. R's flame bomb didn't hit him. Furthermore, before R's attack, he had already arranged a magic circle around him within a 3-meter radius to interfere with the opponent's actions, as well as some threads to restrict their movements. Another key point is the knife in his hand. He switched weapons at the moment R attacked. That knife should be a Zanpakuto from the world of death, extremely effective against ghosts. If R had seen that knife from the start, he likely wouldn't have recklessly approached this young man. Impressive, too impressive. This young man is simply a combat genius. The man in the eye patch applauded, his tone full of praise. However, Qin's pupils contracted slightly. The opponent had actually seen through his methods. The man was correct when he set down Principal Bai. He had already used the gravity fruit skill to establish 10 times the gravity. Moreover, he further utilized the string fruit skill to install puppet threads around him. In terms of skill accumulation, it was through his previous battles and hard work that Qin had acquired so many powerful skills. The two techniques used to restrict movement ensured that any enemy daring to step within 3 meters of him could be controlled for 3 seconds. Based on his deep academic accumulation, once he deciphered R's inheritance and the beast he hosted, Qin immediately switched to Zanpakuto that was more effective against ghosts. Additionally, using the Kaleidoscope's Shinra Tensei ability, he preemptively made himself intangible, dodging the opponent's flame bomb. Ultimately, he successfully countered and killed the opponent within a second of combat time. However, his actions had not escaped the opponent's notice. Could it be that the man in the eye patch also possessed techniques that enhanced observation? Qin speculated to himself. He knew he had only quickly killed the short monster R by taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation and the information gap. But every member of the column should not be underestimated. Now that they were taking him seriously, it would be much harder for him to win easily. Moreover, the most critical factor was that the person capable of using spatial skills had yet to reveal themselves. Qin felt a sense of urgency. He could not see the enemy's figure, and even with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could not observe them. However, his maxed-out Kinbunchika Haki and Conqueror's Haki were reminding him that, aside from the 2 girls and 1 man in front of him, there was another enemy hiding in the shadows. Battling these people before him was not the most important thing. What he needed to do now was to rescue Principal Bai and then provide treatment. But if the hidden enemy did not expose themselves, using Shinra Tensei recklessly would only put himself and the principal in danger. You're really patient. Even when your teammate dies right in front of you, you don't show yourself. Qin raised a knife in his hand. He had to drag out the hidden enemy. Chapter 218, Substitute and Imperial Tool. Haha. Look, only real war can cultivate strong warriors. He is just a boy, yet he has such strength. The man in the eye patch said to the woman behind him, only blood and death can force humanity out of comfort and peace, allowing them to face the terrifying world of the future. The leader is right. His speech was fast with a rising tone, making Qin feel as if he seemed happy. His teammate had died, and, as the captain of this small team, he was actually happy? It was truly incomprehensible. Qin frowned. Captain, I understand your excitement, but right now, this boy is our enemy. The leader said to ensure Principal Bai is killed. He still has a breath left, and we cannot consider the mission complete yet. The woman in the white military hat drew a western sword from her waist, her lips curling up. This boy is an enemy that can satisfy me. Don't be careless, shout AI. None of us can be sure of victory in a one-on-one against him. The man referred to as Captain advised, then spoke to the air. Hero, I permit you to act. Chinshur focused on the few enemies not far away. Though obscured by gray mist, under the influence of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he clearly grasped their actions. He even clearly interpreted the man's lip movements as he spoke to the air. Indeed, there was another enemy lurking in the shadows. Chinshur knew that this time he'd have to face two opponents. This was already a fortunate situation, regardless of whether the enemy was underestimating him or had other considerations. The fact that they weren't all ganging up on him was already quite good. Hee, I love young people the most. Now, let me see your abilities first, said the tall woman named Xiao AI, licking her lips and then waving her western sword in midair. Chinshur felt a chill in his heart. In almost an instant, towering ice spikes 3 meters high shot out in front of the woman, swinging her sword. The ice pierced through Chinshur's body, exiting from his back. However, Chinshur showed no reaction, merely staring straight at his enemy. He kept his kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, the power of Kimui continuously in effect. The ice spikes couldn't reach his body in the alternate space. By observing his opponent's attacks, Chinshur had roughly deduced the woman's heritage. Dressed in a white military cap and wielding a western sword, she could use the power of ice to attack. This woman's heritage was that of Isdef from Akame Ga Kill. Isdef, in Akame Ga Kill, is the leader of the Hunters, the youngest and strongest general of the Empire. A super S-rank queen, she possesses terrifying and unmatched strength, and her imperial tool, the demon manifestation, Demon S Essence, is widely acknowledged as the strongest in the anime. It seems your eyes are troublesome. My ice can't touch you, the woman named Xiao AI said, stroking her sword. Rainbow, force him out. Chinshur was taken aback. In his intangible state, who could force him out? Suddenly, he felt the space around him ripple like flowing water, a sense of crisis surging in his heart. This was a warning from his observation hockey. Body flicker technique, activated immediately, and Chinshur jumped away from where he had been standing. Suddenly, a blue void appeared at his previous location, along with the debris on the ground. Everything within the area covered by the blue void was completely devoured, as if swallowed by a black hole. After a while, the blue void closed up. This is a stand? A normal person's eyes couldn't see the creature that had just attacked. But with Chinshur's kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could see all beings made of spiritual energy. Although it was only a fleeting glance, Chinshur's abnormal observational ability allowed him to clearly see the enemy's appearance. Standing 3 meters tall with metallic muscles, and a head resembling a metal can. Combining this with its ability to devour space, the monster was the stand bomb space. Chinshur deduced the identity of the monster attacking him. The stand is a unique setting in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable. It is a unique spiritual entity that ordinary people cannot see, often attached to the main body, released by the main body, and possessing all sorts of bizarre shapes and abilities. Bomb space is the stand of Hirose Kiyasu from the JoJo anime, possessing the power to eliminate everything, even erasing space itself. And although Chinshur was in an intangible state at his previous location, if hit by the power of bomb space, he would still be eliminated. Having missed its first attack, the stand clasped its hands together and eliminated space again. It actually used this move to hide itself. Chinshur frowned. He was unsure whether the stand hiding in the dark was the ability of the last enemy or a beast dwelling within him. What was worse was that the attacker was the stand, and the controller behind it was still hiding in the shadows. Chinshur speculated that the stand had eliminated the space he was hiding in, making it impossible for him to find it. You're fast, boy. Even able to dodge Rainbow's sneak attack. The tall woman, Xiao AI, clapped her hands. But running around makes it difficult for me. Let's use this move to decide the outcome. The woman raised her western sword high. A chill surged, and in just a breath, an ice ball resembling a meteor appeared in the sky. My weapon is Imperial Tool, Demon Manifestation, Demon S Essence. I love it because it can imprison the enemy's death in eternal ice. Come on, enter my world of ice. As she spoke, her sword pointed forward. The ice meteor fell from the sky. Chinshur looked at the ice meteor above. He could easily use Kamui to dodge its attack. But in just a moment, his expression changed dramatically. Because the target of the ice meteor was not him, but the temporarily unconscious Principal Bai, who lay on the ground. Damn it! The body flicker technique activated, and Chinshur rushed swiftly towards the principal. But just as he was running towards the principal, the bomb space stand appeared beside him and swung its hand. The target of the bomb space stand was not the principal, but Qin Shi, who had to rush to the principal's side. This was a perfect cooperation from the enemy. The attack of the ice meteor forced Qin Shi to save Principal Bai, but the ability of the bomb space stand meant that if he went to save him, he would be hit by the opponent's skill. It was a dilemma, and he had almost no time to think. In a critical moment, Qin Shi's kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. A gigantic purple giant emerged from Qin Shi's body. The expanding body immediately squeezed the bomb space that was still in the air. This was the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susu. Chapter 219. Teammates arrived. Qin Shi held Principal Bai in his arms, and Susanoo enveloped his entire body, extending into a purple giant several dozen meters tall. Although he successfully used explosive expansion to push bomb space away, it did not come without a cost. As the bomb space stand swung its arm down, one of Susanoo's left arms was forcibly torn into nothingness. The ice meteor falling from the sky was shouldered by Qin Shi. Susanoo lifted with one arm, but the impact of the ice meteor was extraordinary. Qin Shi snorted coldly, and Susanoo knelt down on one leg, straining to hold up the ice meteor with one arm. He successfully saved the principal. However, Susanoo was pinned down by the ice block and could not put down the principal to escape, forcing Qin Shi to grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, his body experienced a brief period of immobility. Now that I've caught you, a man referred to as the captain by the woman took 2 steps forward and then removed his mask. With his steps, his figure split into 2, and then into 6. 2 distinctly different-looking individuals emerged. But what stood out even more were their eyes. Qin Shi looked up at their eyes and was taken aback. In front of him, the 6 expressionless men had unique patterns in their eyes, resembling ripples on the surface of water. Qin Shi was very familiar with those eyes. They were the pinnacle of ocular techniques in the world of Naruto, the Rinnegan. In an instant, Qin Shi also confirmed the heritage of the man before him. The enemy's heritage was that of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the world of Naruto. One of the men with longer hair took a step forward and then slapped his hands on the ground. Rinnegan, amplification, summoning technique. Hell crab, hell dog. A gigantic crab and a 3-headed giant dog appeared, roaring as they charged towards Qin Shi. The 2 giant summoned beasts flanked him on either side, firmly restraining him. With the pressure of the ice meteor above and the 2 giant summoned beasts attacking from the sides, even with Susanoo's protection, Qin Shi found himself unable to move. A handsome young man with a cold expression stepped forward. That was the Deva path of the Rinnegan. I won't hold back against an opponent like you. It has to be a lethal strike. He raised his hands and let out a low grunt. Super Shinra Tensei. Super Shinra Tensei, one of Deva Path Pain's ultimate moves in Naruto, far surpasses the power of Shinra Tensei. It gathers all the chakra of the 6 paths onto the Deva Path, concentrating the power for an explosive release, using overwhelming repulsion to annihilate everything around. This move has a power that affects an area of several kilometers. In the anime Naruto, Pain used this skill to level the entire Konoha village. Boom! The massive shockwave made the entire Dave's Paradise secret realm tremble, and the vast ground was smashed into a large pit. As the dust settled, there was no sign of Qin Shi. Wow, what a terrifying technique. A tear was made in space, and a woman in a military hat stepped out, patting her chest. Behind her was another woman wearing a mask, along with other members of the Pain's 6 paths. Except for Deva Path, the others had used the hiding ability of bombing space to conceal themselves before Super Shinra Tensei was activated. Although it wasn't the first time seeing this, every time it felt like a technique only a god could wield. The woman in the military hat, Xiao Ai, looked at the vast land that had been bombed into a giant pit, still feeling a lingering fear. Even the bodies are gone. It seems that kid and Principal Bai have turned to dust, she said with a smile. But Deva Path stood still, motionless. The Rinnegan sensed the surroundings and suddenly looked up. The opponent's Susanoo was hovering high in the sky, unharmed. Beside Qin Shi, there was a blond boy standing on the thunderclouds, holding a fat man in his arms. The fat man was Pei Bu Liao, and at that moment, his fingertips were pinching a green card. Phew, that was close. I managed to use the magic card, Body Swap, before the shockwave hit. The Body Swap card has the ability to switch the positions of a target and another object. Pei Bu Liao used this card to swap the positions of Qin Shi and the clouds in the sky at the moment Super Shinra Tensei was activated. However, moving such a large object as Susanoo left Pei Bu Liao exhausted, trembling as he spoke. Oh, there are still accomplices? The woman's eyes flickered, and she thrust her sword upwards. An ice dragon rose from the ground, charging towards Qin Shi and the others. But suddenly, an ice bird flew in from above, crashing hard into the ice dragon created by the woman in the military hat. I want to see who is bullying my cute students. A crack appeared in space, and a tall man dressed in a white vest and dark blue shirt, wearing a green eye mask, walked in slowly. The ground he stepped on immediately froze over. He was Qin Ji, one of the Academy's top instructors, possessing the power of the ice fruit. Another enemy has arrived. How interesting. The woman in the military hat smirked. The mice are all coming in one by one, just as she was about to engage in battle. A partner who looked like the girl next door reached out to stop her. What? Sha, are you trying to stop me from fighting? The woman in the military hat frowned. The woman named Sha didn't speak, but pointed to a spot 50 meters to the left. Another crack appeared in space. A man with a scarred, naked upper body stepped out, exuding immense heat, and wherever he stepped turned to magma. You few are the ones who destroyed our academy to this state. Justice will not allow you to go unpunished. The newcomer was also one of the academy's top instructors, possessing the power of the magma fruit, Qi Quan. The two surrounded the enemies from the column organization. In the sky, Qin Shi and Li Shan were also watching closely. Let's go. The man referred to as the captain suddenly spoke. The 6 Rinnegan clones merged again into one. But Captain, the woman in the military hat wanted to say something, but was shot a cold glance by the man, immediately feeling as if she had been drenched in cold water. Don't you understand my words? I said to leave. After using Super Shinra Tensei, my Deva Path ability will temporarily be unusable, and I don't have 100% certainty of taking down these few people. The mission comes first. Bringing the 9 tails to the leader is the most important thing. Let us go. With his words, a short, hunched middle-aged man with a beard suddenly appeared in front of the column members. He was the original body of the bombing space substitute. As the substitute appeared, he waved his hand, and a faint blue alternate space emerged. This time, I'll let you go, but enjoy the luck of surviving. Your doomsday is coming soon. The woman in the military hat glared fiercely at Qin Shi and the others, then turned and walked into the alternate space with other members of the column organization. Chapter 220. After the battle dam, are we just going to let them leave like that? We have 5 people. We have the advantage in numbers. Pei Bu Liao looked at the departing members of the column organization, unwilling to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shan, who was holding him, swayed and then fell from the thunderclouds. We're going to die. Pei Bu Liao yelled as he fell. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a hand made of sand caught him midair. This was Qin Shi's ninjutsu sand hand. Qin Shi held the unconscious principal by with one hand and used the sand hand to gently lower Pei Bu Liao and Li Shani down. Few not far away, Qin Ji and Qi Quan looked at the safely landed individuals, let out a long breath, and then collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were covered in numerous wounds. The two used ice and fire powers, respectively, to temporarily stop their bleeding, but they were still unable to halt the flow. Why not pursue them? Qin Shi smiled bitterly. Everyone had actually reached the limit. He had experienced the battle with the Demon King, then rushed to the academy without stopping and confronted the members of the column. The injuries on his body had not had time to heal, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Moreover, the spiritual beings had also been used up. He still had Flying Thunder God technique to quickly return to the academy. But what about Teacher Qin Ji and Teacher Qi Quan? They had been fighting against the monsters of the 100 Ghosts group all the way to the academy gate. They had worked together with Li Shan to repel the 4 members of the column, using sealing ninjutsu. They were already at their limit. Qin Shi gritted his teeth, used the shadow clone technique to appear in front of Qin Ji, Qi Quan, and Li Shan and used the little remaining spiritual power to stop their bleeding. Since he successfully cleared Dave's Paradise for the first time, he had also become the master of the secret realm, Dave's Paradise. Therefore, he was able to ignore the rule that Dave's Paradise was only open to new students and set the entrance to be open to everyone as soon as he entered the secret realm. Li Shan also lived up to his expectations, successfully defeating the enemy ninjas, sealing the Demon Hunting Academy at a critical moment, and timely supporting Qin Ji and Qi Quan. But that was all. Everyone had no strength left for another fight. After using the shadow clone technique, Qin Shi unsteadily approached Principal Bai, gritting his teeth to continue using healing techniques until he ran out of spiritual power and blacked out. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a bed, which was his dormitory bed in the Demon Hunting Academy. "You're awake?" A rough male voice came over. A tall, bare-chested old man walked in with a big basin of food in one hand and an oil lamp in the other. The person was Principal Bai. "It's good that you're awake. Come, eat something." Qin Shi looked at the plate, full of steak, roast chicken, and fried pork chops. Feeling a bit dazed. Oh dear, Principal, you really shouldn't give a recently healed patient such meaty food. A sweet female voice came, and a tall girl dressed in a tank top with fair skin walked in. Her hair was golden, her pupils were blue, but her face had the characteristic oval shape of an East Asian. She was a girl of Central European mixed heritage. Haha, Xiaolin Long. Every time I come back injured from the demon realm, I eat this kind of all-meat recovery meal. Principal Bai laughed heartily, yet still brought over a bowl of lean meat and century egg porridge, while thoughtfully handing over a glass of water. Throughout the entire process, he held an oil lamp in one hand. Thank you, Principal, Qinshi said while drinking the porridge, glancing at the oil lamp in the principal's hand. By the way, Principal, how are Li Shani and Teacher Qingji doing? His companions' conditions were not optimistic. They were severely injured, with not only superficial wounds, but also many meridians damaged. Even if they could temporarily elementalize themselves using their fruit abilities, the heavy injuries would still harm their real bodies. But you don't need to worry. Principal Bai smiled. They're already safe. You know Lin Long's inheritance is Artoria Pendragon from the Fate world, with a noble phantasm, the ideal country of independence. This noble phantasm has extraordinary healing effects and has healed the injuries of Li Shani and the others. Lin Long, standing nearby, proudly tossed her hair. As the Academy's nanny. With me around, they won't die. Seeing the girl's proud demeanor, Qinshi smiled slightly, but didn't respond. As a transmigrator who had read hundreds of anime, he knew that the A-rank noble phantasm, the ideal country of the Deku King in the Fate world, was a sword sheath that could create a holy land barrier. Although it had powerful healing abilities, healing someone other than the user came with a high cost. Qinshi hesitated for a moment. Then what about you, Principal? Have your injuries healed? Principal Bai smiled. Look at me, I'm as lively as ever. Now, let's talk about serious matters. He stood up straight, his tall figure almost hitting the Academy's ceiling. Rather than me talking, why don't you ask? Qinshi, do you have any questions? After the battle with the column organization, Qinshi indeed had many doubts. Where did the students and other teachers in the Academy go? He asked first, upon entering the Academy. Although Qinshi saw ruins and countless corpses of demon beasts, he did not see any student corpses. He guessed the principal had used some means to transfer the students to a secret location. I've sent them all to the secret realm. Secret realm? Qinshi knew there were two secret realms in the Academy. One was the self-contained small world Dave's Paradise, and the other was the Academy cafeteria's location, Hot Pot Lake. However, the second secret realm could only be considered a peculiar lake, with nothing special about it. Don't think there are only these two secret realms in the Academy. Principal Bai laughed heartily. There's another awesome secret realm, which is the layered secret realm formed under Hot Pot Lake, Demon God Cemetery. This secret realm was discovered during the tenure of the second-generation principal and can absorb the power of buried individuals, and theoretically, it can grant powers to those who pass the cemetery's tests. The enemy would never expect that there is another secret realm beneath the first. At the first moment of the Academy's invasion, I transferred the students and some lecturers there, Principal Bai patiently explained. Qinshi nodded. Indeed, the Academy's depth was much greater than he had imagined. Then, the second question. Principal, why? Did you harm your own eyes? Chapter 221, Death and the Hidden Enemy. Qinshi clearly remembered that when he entered Dave's Paradise and encountered Principal Bai, his eyes were unfocused and bleeding profusely. They had been stabbed out. Even now, Qinshi could still see the obvious scars around Principal Bai's eye sockets. Principal Bai possessed the inheritance of the strongest man in the Pirate King world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. His three-color haki had reached perfection, especially his observation haki, which had reached the realm of seeing parts of the future. He was stronger than the Whitebeard in the anime. No one could blind Principal Bai's eyes through a sneak attack when he possessed such powerful observation haki. So his eyes were self-blinded. What kind of enemy forced Principal Bai to blind his own eyes? Principal Bai was taken aback, then smiled. I was going to tell you about this myself, but I didn't expect you to have already observed it. You can somewhat guess that the enemy's invasion of the Demon Beast Academy was so smooth because the people from the column organization are very familiar with the Academy's layout and formations. Qinshi nodded. Not to mention, the Demon Hunting Academy has a protective formation. When I first entered the Academy, I was deeply shocked by the malevolent energy of the formation. This is a formation made of demon beast bones. It can not only resist the attacks of demon beasts, but also automatically identify malicious enemies not registered in the Academy. However, since it's a formation, there are ways to break it. Principal Bai said slowly, as Lin Long quietly stepped out during his speech. This malevolent formation has a formation eye. which is a stone tablet in the southwest corner of the academy. Shattering the stone tablet allows free entry and exit. Principal by slowly recalled. This method was originally used for students to escape when the academy's secret realm went out of control. Only this one place. This formation I can only be known by the various principals of the academy, but it has been broken by the enemy. So there must be someone among them who is familiar with the academy. After hearing Principal Bai's analysis, Qin nodded, suddenly pausing. You said that the location of this formation I can only be known by the principal? Then why are you telling me? Qin was somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he guessed something and felt a darkness in his heart. Because I want you to become the principal. Principal Bai said lightly, as if the position of the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy was just like an apple that could be picked at will and given to others. Qin was speechless. Principal, don't joke around. Qin thought the principal was just making a joke, but he unexpectedly saw the other party looking at him seriously. I'm not joking. Qin, I'm serious. You will be the next principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. Although named an academy, the Demon Hunting Academy was, in fact, an unambiguous military base. Students were spread across the 9 provinces, and S-grade graduates emerged in droves. It could be said to be the most powerful force in the 9 provinces, and also the most solid wall protecting the land of the 9 provinces. Becoming the principal of the academy means becoming the most powerful person in this world. Sigh. Principal Bai sighed. Don't hide it anymore. Don't keep it to yourself. You saw through it long ago, right? You are my disciple, and I know how capable you are. I originally wanted to keep it from you, but who knew that you would find out shortly after I came in? I found out that I'm already running out of oil. Principal Bai smiled, picking up the oil lamp beside him. You don't know how many times I've looked at this oil lamp, although I'm always cautious. My observation hockey is not just for show. Qin fell silent. This oil lamp is the 7-star lamp? Principal Bai exclaimed. Hin-si, your knowledge truly astonishes me. I originally thought you might have guessed the purpose of this oil lamp, but I didn't expect you to even guess its origin. That's right. It is the treasure 7 stars lamp from the world of the 3 kingdoms. The 7 stars lamp, from Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, was lit by Zhuge Liang on Wuzhong Plains to prolong his life. The blue star not only has various secret realms and various monsters from the anime world, but treasures from the realms of the heavens occasionally appear as well. The 7 stars lamp was a treasure that Principal Bai stumbled upon in the demon domain during his youth. Similar to the 7 stars lamp in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, it has the ability to extend life, prolonging the life of a dying person by 7 days. Ultimately, the 7 stars lamp cannot bring someone back to life. It merely enhances the final moments of a dying person. You have been in a coma for 7 days. And today is the day the 7 stars lamp becomes ineffective. Principal Bai looked at Qin and said kindly, "Wow, what?" Qin stammered. How could it be? So soon? This is a world capable of seeking the powers of various realms. There must be a way to save you. His hand unconsciously grabbed Principal Bai's arm. For an orphan like Qin, Principal Bai had come to regard him as a personal disciple, teaching him the 3-color domineering and the Navy 6 style. He had long become a teacher and father figure to him. In fact, how could Principal Bai not feel the same? He patted Qin's head. Having dedicated his life to the academy, he had no offspring. He looked at Qin, feeling a bit like he was treating him as his son. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, right? After all, the legacy he passed down, Whitebeard, was originally a character who liked to collect people as sons in the world of One Piece. It's useless, since you've already guessed. The Column organization has someone very familiar with the academy, but you might not guess who it is. I wasn't sure until I saw that puppet, no. It was that puppet? Qin was taken aback. He vaguely remembered seeing a corpse on the ground near the few people from the column. The corpse had flesh and blood, as well as wooden mechanisms. It indeed looked like a broken puppet. But at that time, the battle was intense. So Qin didn't pay much attention. Although he had questions in his heart, he knew that these things were not important now. He shook his head and anxiously said, "No, it's not important, Principal. The most important thing right now is to find a way to treat you." Qin, listen to me. Principal Bai patted Qin's shoulder. I am beyond saving. Even Lin Long's treasure, ideal world of independence, cannot save me. Therefore, what I am about to say is very important, even more important than my life. You must listen carefully. He took a deep breath. Strictly speaking, it was one eye of the puppet, which has a magical pattern just like yours. According to your terminology, that eye is called Kaleidoscope Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, the true leader of the Column organization is someone who has inherited the legacy of Uchiha Shursui from the world of Naruto. Principal Bai paused, then spoke deliberately. His name is Wu Sheng, first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. Chapter 222, The death of Principal by the first. Principal? Qinshi looked at Principal Bai in disbelief. The first principal, Wu Sheng, the first person to awaken the inheritance, led millions of inheritors from the 9 provinces to fight against the first Red Moon Beast Tide. In this once-in-a-century Beast Tide invasion, Principal Wu Sheng slaughtered nearly 1 million monsters and successfully sealed the 7-star monster, Nine Tails, with the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After the battle, he established the first academy composed of high-level inheritors, dedicated to hunting monsters and ensuring the safety of the 9 provinces, naming it the Demon Hunting Academy. He was the most revered figure among the people of the 9 provinces and was said to be an inheritor who could never be surpassed. How could it possibly be him? This was a hero worshipped by thousands, who made remarkable achievements over 200 years ago. How could he be the leader of the greatest dark organization, the Column? Qinshi looked at Principal Bai in disbelief, but upon careful thought, he actually felt that everything seemed quite possible. The position of the Academy's killing formation Zai, known only to the successive Academy principals, was just one reason. The Academy's prison secret realm, Impel Down, located beneath the Principal's rock, is known to many. However, the 7-star monster, Nine Tails, is sealed within that prison, which is classified information. Yet the Column organization was able to directly attack the Academy's Impel Down prison, find, and forcibly take away the monster, Nine Tails. This indicates they knew this top-secret information. And the first principal, Wu Sheng, being the one who sealed Nine Tails, must know the specific location of its confinement. Not to mention that Principal Bai continued, that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, possesses a secret technique called Kodoamatsukami. This is a technique that can control people. Although I don't know why it appeared in the eye of a puppet, that special pattern is indeed recorded in the Academy's archives, belonging to the first principal. Qinshi nodded. He knew about Kodoamatsukami. Kodoamatsukami is a unique illusion technique of Uchiha Shirsui's Kaleidoscope Sharingan in Naruto, known as the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being noticed and modify the opponent's will. However, it also comes with a steep price after using it. A cooldown of over 10 years is required. The moment I saw that, I realized the true manipulator behind the enemy was actually the first principal. Just like you, I experienced a moment of distraction. Principal Bai sighed. It was that moment of distraction that allowed the opponent to successfully activate the secret technique Kodoamatsukami hidden within that eye. However, I immediately activated Conqueror's Haki to interfere with them. He rubbed his head. Conqueror's Haki can intimidate or even stun opponents relying on one's own aura. It was precisely because of the interference with the opponent that I successfully caused the activation of the opponent's Kodoamatsukami illusion technique to be slightly delayed. Then I immediately stabbed my own eyes out, hoping to avoid the control of the Kodoamatsukami illusion. But the reality proved I was overestimating my ability. Principal Bai said with a bitter smile. The illusion of Kodoamatsukami still invaded my brain. Although it did not completely cast the spell and could not fully control my body, it still rendered me incapable of resistance. Just like that, I was defeated by those people from the Column organization. However, even if I stood still and let them kill me, relying on my armed color Haki, they still couldn't kill me. So, they sacrificed the life of that puppet and used the sealing ninjutsu, Corpse Bone Requiem. Principal Bai sighed. This is a sealing ninjutsu that can directly harm a soul. You already know what happened next. Qinshi's body trembled. Corpse Bone Requiem. What a terrifying sealing ninjutsu. The user must pay with their own life to summon the God of Death to take the target's soul. Although I used Kingion the God of Death to interrupt the soul harvesting, Principal Bai's soul still suffered great damage, leaving only a trace of residual soul barely remaining in the human world. But thanks to you, I can still have a proper ending. Principal Bai laughed heartily, pulling out a large wine jug from somewhere and gulping down a few mouthfuls. Now I am left with only a trace of residual soul, and my power cannot be entrusted to the secret realm of Demon and God Cemetery. You have previously learned the 3-color domineering with me, and it has already resonated with my power. Moreover, you are quite unique. So many different inherited powers can coexist within your body. Now, Qinshi, my disciple, continue to use my light and heat to protect the beings of the 9 provinces. After saying this, Principal Bai suddenly threw away the wine jug in his hand, and then his thick fingers pointed at the center of Qinshi's forehead. Qinshi felt a rush in his head, and countless memories of Principal Bai flashed before his eyes. As a child, Principal Bai was an infant abandoned by his parents in the mountains and forests. He was tall and powerful. Even without awakening his inheritance, he was as strong as a beast. His hometown was engulfed by the expanding demonic realm. turning into an endless demon domain. During an inspection in the demon domain, the fourth-generation principal discovered this human child and brought him back to the academy to raise him. At 18, Principal Bai successfully awakened the S-rank inheritance, Whitebeard, and quickly developed his own inheritance with extraordinary talent. At 25, the still young Principal Bai fell in love and married the director of the education office, Wan Xiao, whose inheritance is from the Pirate King world, Beijing. But just 3 months later, during an invasion of beast tides, his wife died in battle on the Great Wall. Principal Bai remained unmarried for the rest of his life. At 30, he became the principal and resisted the second large-scale beast tide that same year, killing the 7-star demon beast, Eight Tails, single-handedly. At 35, he pursued the once mighty dark organization, Meteor Street, alone, annihilating 7 members of Meteor Street at the cost of 13 scars on his body. At 40, he established demon suppression barriers across the 9 provinces, reinforcing the Great Formation of the 9 provinces with 6 ruins and the Great Wall, preventing large-scale beast tides for the next 15 years. At 55, he single-handedly killed 521 high-level demon beasts that escaped from Impel Down prison and relocated all students, resulting in 0 casualties among the students. Ultimately, after killing 6 members of the column organization, he was hit by the illusion of Bi Tian Shun, control puppet. Ding, you have been granted power and mastered the S-rank inheritance of Edward Newgate from the Pirate King world. The sudden system notification pulled Qin Shi's attention back. Qin Shi suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing that he was already standing on the principal rock. The sky was somewhat dim, and the evening glow was approaching. The flames of the sunset stained the entire sky red. A strong wind howled, and heavy rain was about to come. Principal Bai stood not far away, his skin full of wrinkles, and his hair gray, as if he had aged 30 years. Yet despite his aged body, his spirit was increasingly vigorous. He held a wine jug in one hand and a large knife, Songyun Xie, in the other, laughing heartily against the strong wind. The long tether is in the hands of the youth. Tomorrow, we must bind the disaster dragon. Wan Xiao, I have come to find you. At 55, Principal Bai stood against the wind, falling at dusk. Chapter 223, Funeral and Conference. Principal Bai's funeral was held during a heavy rain. People stood in front of the tombstone, dressed in black, holding white flowers, and placed flowers in front of Principal Bai's tombstone in order. The rain fell harder, and the crowd began to slowly disperse. Finally, only 3 people remained. Qin Shi stood motionless before the tombstone. Huang Mao, should we persuade him? Pei Bu Liao, holding an umbrella, pointed to Qin Shi, who had been standing in the heavy rain for a whole day. Sigh. Li Shani walked over to Qin Shi's side and said to himself, Principal Bai was a good person. From the moment I entered the academy, he discovered that I was an undercover sent by the 100 Ghost Group. But he didn't capture me. He told me that it was rare to see a truly kind-hearted ghost. He said, Kid, since you have come to my academy, you are my student. Be a good person, and I will protect you. If one day you do evil, I will personally deal with you. After graduation, remember that you are a student of the Demon Hunting Academy. If you see others in trouble, lend a hand. I think Principal Bai must hope that we can truly become demon hunters. Li Shani chattered on, unlike his usual silence. I know. Qin Shi suddenly interrupted Li Shani's consolation, slowly turning around. Let us go, there are many things waiting for us to do. Pei Bu Liao and Li Shani nodded, and they simultaneously looked into Qin Shi's eyes. His eyes, apart from the black tomo of the Sharingan, had an additional pattern. It was a pattern like rippling water. Li Shani remembered those eyes. They were the supreme eye technique in the world of Naruto, the Rinnegan. Ding, you have encountered an opportunity, and after consuming all points, the completeness of Obito's inheritance has reached 100. The system notification rang in Qin Shi's ears. An opportunity? Huh? How I wish I didn't have this opportunity. He turned to look at Principal Bai's tombstone. Master, you can rest assured. I will protect this world for you. The main building of the academy had regained its former grandeur. Among the teaching staff, there was a teacher with an S-rank inheritance, Juraniki's from Fairy Tail. Through his powerful earth magic, the campus buildings were quickly restored. However, physical structures can be easily repaired, but broken hearts are much harder to mend. At this moment, the students gathered in the square in front of Principal Rock, their faces filled with worry and fear. The academy's bell, rarely rung, was sounded to notify everyone to come to the academy square. The students chatted among themselves, talking loudly, and some even began to cry, until someone shouted, "Be quiet. The teachers are here." But everyone seemed not to hear and continued to speak. On the podium in front of the square, Lin Long, Qing Ji, and Shiquan walked up one after another. Among the Academy's 12 gold medal teachers, apart from the 3 from Qingji, there were also Wang Daoshi, who was severely injured and lying in bed, and 2 others stationed at the border. The rest had all sacrificed. Silao, Zashan, Anuel. They all lost their lives in the battle against the 100 Ghost Group and the Column Organization. The ordinary teaching staff also suffered heavy losses. More than a third of them died or were seriously injured in the battle. Many teachers, with bandages wrapped around their wounds, attended this conference. Only the students, who had not participated in the earlier battles against the 100 Ghost Group and were timely relocated to the secret realm by Principal Bai, had 0 casualties. But the students, who had not undergone the baptism of brutal war, were now the most dejected group. Have you heard? Principal Bai has sacrificed. Is that true? He was the strongest principal in history. I didn't expect Principal Bai to die not at the hands of demon beasts, but rather at the hands of humans. How terrifying. If even the Demon Hunting Academy has been destroyed like this, how powerful must the enemy be? Wow, I want to go home. The students in the playground exchanged words loudly, venting their inner anxieties. Some attentive students noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces in the square today. Their attire was completely different from the Academy uniforms, and their faces looked more mature. Hey, are there people from Demon Hunting Magazine here? And representatives from other academies? The person sitting on the chair next to me, could it be the principal of the Tiangong Academy? This conference was open not only internally, but also externally. Many media organizations and other academies sent representatives to attend. The large square seemed a bit crowded due to the many people attending. Everyone wanted to confirm the grim news of the principal's fall. Qin Shi eventually returned from the cemetery, walked back to the square, and stood in line with his class. He stood there silently, just quietly watching. Some classmates nearby intended to chat with him, but for some reason, they didn't dare to approach. Teacher Lin Long had told him that he must attend this conference. Everyone be quiet. Shiquan looked at the noisy students below the stage, furrowing his brows and shouting. With a shout, a wave of heat erupted from his body, sweeping over the students on the playground. I have 2 announcements to make. Qing Ji cleared his throat. First, during the decisive battle with the 100 Ghost Group, our academy was ambushed by the Dark Organization Pillar. Our campus has been destroyed, and Principal Bai sacrificed himself in this battle. Principal Bai's grave is located in the cemetery on the back mountain. Everyone can go pay their respects after class. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd of students erupted in chaos. Although the academy did not conceal the funeral arrangements, the ceremony was mainly for teachers, and some students were unaware. Moreover, the academy officially announced this news at the conference. Not only would the academy's internal members know, but the outside world would immediately learn of Principal Bai's fall. This was also the reason why the academy allowed so many outsiders to participate in this conference. Bai. Principal Bai, I was his fan. I came to this academy just to admire him up close. How could he? A senior girl cried out in despair. If such a powerful Principal Bai couldn't withstand the Dark Organization, what should we do? I want to go back to my family. I don't want to die here. Even many outsiders covered their mouths, revealing expressions of disbelief. There's an old saying, when the sky falls, there is a tall person to hold it up. In the minds of many, Principal Bai was the highest authority in the 9 provinces. It was because of the strongest person like Principal Bai that they could be protected during countless beast-tide invasions. The 9 provinces had a long period of peace. But now, the strongest person had fallen. Was the entire 9 provinces already in grave danger? As many attendees lost control of their emotions, the order in the square began to break down. Chapter 223. The platform of the 3 academies. Qingji did not allow this chaos to happen. Instead, he waved his hand, and a chill swept across the entire square. Besides the unease of the students, his observation Haki also sensed a kind of malicious intent. Among the outsiders below the stage, there were infiltrators. Once the Beast Hunting Academy showed any signs of decline, they would pounce and devour this fierce tiger. Qingji had to do something to make them wary. Everyone shivered from the cold air and calmed down. Although Principal Bai was gone, the Beast Hunting Academy would always be here. We teachers will always be here, whether it's beasts or humans. Anyone who dares to covet the academy will know what regret truly means. Qingji's words directly used his conqueror's Haki. Not only was his voice as loud as thunder, but it also directly shook the souls of the crowd. In an instant, the square fell silent. Some weaker students and outsiders, unable to withstand the pressure, knelt down. After the intimidation, Qingji retracted his conqueror's Haki. Additionally, there's another matter. Qingji cleared his throat. The academy cannot be without a principal for even a day. According to Principal Bai's will, our school committee has ultimately chosen to let Principal Bai is dead. Who else is qualified to be the principal? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Qing Ji's speech from the square. His will? You school committee decided? Little Qing, are you mistaken? Is the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy something anyone can just become? The speaker was an old man with silver hair, holding an old-fashioned smoking pipe, who took a deep puff. Cough, cough, cough. Why does the tobacco in Chang'an City smell like horse manure? Damn it, did I buy counterfeit goods? The old man muttered to himself, then tossed out a completely black medicinal cauldron and leaped into the air, sitting cross-legged on top of it. I, Hua-chun, would like to ask all the teachers in your school, who among you is worthy of being the principal of the world's #1 academy? Beast Hunting Academy? Qing Ji frowned, about to speak when another voice came from the crowd. You old geezer, why are you putting pressure on little Qing? Are we here to argue? We're here to support him. A woman dressed in a princess dress, with emerald green eyes and bare feet, resembling a loli, stepped forward. What are you sitting on that cauldron for? Don't you know that puts pressure on little Qing? The woman pointed her grayish-green wooden stick at the old man in the air. It was as if there was a suction force that directly pulled the black cauldron from the sky down. And you, Xiao Yuan, why are you hiding in the corner? You've come all this way, and you're still hiding? With the old lady's questioning, a man who had been leaning against the principal rock with his eyes closed stepped out from the corner, shrugging. They can't be the three principals of the 3 academies. What did you say? The 3 academies are here? What do they want to steal our students? The 3 academies are the 3 academies second only to the Beast Hunting Academy in the 9 provinces. If the Beast Hunting Academy is Tsinghua and Peking University, then the 3 academies are the C9 universities. The difference lies between first tier and super first tier. Unlike the Beast Hunting Academy, which focuses on combat, the 3 academies are primarily non-combat oriented. How to say? Qin Shi and Li Shani both looked at Pei Bu Liao. The latter pretended to cough a few times and began to enlighten his roommates. Old Qin, Huang Mao, those students guessed correctly. The ones who just interrupted Teacher Qing Ji's speech are indeed the principals of the 3 academies. Actually, our Beast Hunting Academy used to belong to the 3 academies. But our principal Bai was too outstanding, and our Beast Hunting Academy has developed rapidly over the past few decades, directly emerging from the ranks of the 3 academies to become a super first-tier institution. That old man is the principal of Hua Tuo Academy, Hua-chun. His inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Yao Lao, from the world of Do, Patsong Xion. That woman who looks like a little loli is actually 99 years old and is the principal of Magic Academy, Feng Mei. Her inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Mavis Vermilion, from the world of Fairy Tale. And that lazy-looking middle-aged man is the principal of Tiangong Academy, which has risen in the past decade, and is also the head of one of the 10 great families, Lei Yuan. His inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Urahara Kisuk, from the world of Bleach. Pei Bu Liao clicked his tongue. Although the 3 academies do not focus on combat, these 3 principals are not to be underestimated and have consistently ranked in the top 5 of the 9 provinces expert list. As for the first place, it has always been dominated by our principal Bai, but these 3 principals are also renowned experts, and more importantly, they all possess vast resources. After all, in a world where beasts run rampant, without power, nothing can be defended. Pei Bu Liao pretended to summarize. Upon hearing the last sentence, Qin Shi fell silent. If one cannot defeat the enemy, then even the strongest power is that of a weakling. And the outcome of the weak, Qin Shi already knew. The price for failing to kneel is death. Seeing the principals of the 3 academies appear, Qin Ji, to show his respect, could only invite them to the podium. The old man from Hua Tuo Academy walked directly to the microphone. Hello, can everyone hear me? Today, the 3 major academies are here to tell everyone something. Regardless of whether Principal Bai is present or not, the Demon Hunting Academy is the strongest academy for cultivating demon hunters in the 9 provinces. If anyone dares to take advantage of this moment to target the Demon Hunting Academy, don't blame the 3 major academies for not giving face. I won't hesitate to take you down first. Our 3 major academies will also cooperate with Little Qing for the teachers and students injured in this great battle. Our Huaduo Academy will provide treatment. As for the damaged school buildings and equipment, they will be handled by the Tiangong Academy. If there are students and teachers in the academy who need psychological comfort after the war, no worries. They, the Magic Academy, have plenty of pretty girls to help with that. At this point, the head of the Magic Academy kicked him. Qingji couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he used Conqueror's Haki to intimidate while speaking, the malice from the audience was even stronger, because true strong individuals can feel their own injuries from this aura. However, the atmosphere was indeed different when the heads of the three major academies took the stage. Also, as per usual, when the new leader of the Demon Hunting Academy takes the stage, the heads of the three major academies need to have a handshake with this new leader. The head of the Magic Academy, an old lady, winked at Qingji and used magic to speak directly in his ear. Little Qingqing, don't worry, we all know you're still injured. Later in the match, we three will go easy on you, and if you defeat us, those scheming rogues in the audience will think twice about the current strength of the Demon Hunting Academy. Qingji smiled wryly. Sure, but Grandma Mei, the new head, ISNT me. Chapter 224. The choice of principal, what do you mean, not you? The head of the Magic Academy, Mei, was so surprised that she failed to control the spatial transmission magic properly. If it's not you, then who is it? Is it that kid with the naval cap? The one who's a bit of show-off? Qingji shook his head. It's not Teacher Qi Quan either. I see. Then it must be the girl Lin Long. The head of Huadawa Academy, Old Chun, nodded. But she is a bit young. Although I like girls with tender skin, I'm really worried she won't be able to command respect. Qingji leaned closer and whispered, Old Chun, it's not her either. Mei's spatial transmission magic allowed the heads of the three major academies to communicate secretly with Qingji. But Qingji's answer clearly left the heads of the three major academies stunned. The next head of the Demon Hunting Academy is not Qingji, not Qi Quan, and not Lin Long. Then who could it be? The three external academy heads asked in unison. Ahem, this is the second thing I want to say. Teacher Qingji smiled, turned, and picked up the microphone. Qingshi from Class 3 stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Qingshi looked up at Teacher Qingji with suspicion, but eventually stepped out of the line and walked up to the podium. Teacher Qingji smiled and said. Qingshi nodded and slowly walked up the stairs. Teacher Qingji pulled Qingshi to his side. Fellow students, teachers, and external guests attending this conference. Teacher Qingji picked up the microphone and used Haki to project his voice further. Now, I will introduce the sixth-generation head of the Demon Hunting Academy. His name is Qingshi. As soon as Qingji finished speaking, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. After a while, whispers began to rise from the audience. Qingshi, who is that? I've never heard of him. Is he the new gold medal lecturer hired by the Demon Hunting Academy? What a coincidence. He shares the same name as our classmate Qingshi. Look, our classmate Qingshi is even on the stage. It must be a coincidence. Not only the students in the square, but also various media and representatives from other academies. Even the three external academy heads standing at the podium looked bewildered. Hian-si, who is that? The head of the Magic Academy, Old Mei, was the first to speak. I don't know. Could he be the illegitimate son of Old Bai? The head of Huatawa Academy, Old Chun, tapped his pipe. Come on, Old Chun, be realistic. Even if he were an illegitimate child, he should have the surname Bai. The head of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure of being with these two old people. Ahem, fellow students and colleagues. The handsome young man standing next to me is named Qingshi. His original identity was a student in our academy, Class 3 of the first year of Osiris Red. However, from now on, he will be the next head of the Demon Hunting Academy. Another silence fell. After a while, the entire square erupted into a loud uproar. WH. What? A first-year student from Osiris Red? Head. Yesterday, he was just a classmate in the restroom. And today you're telling me I have to consider him my leader? Teacher Qingji, if you've been mind-controlled, just blink. The square was in chaos, and various media personnel were wide-eyed. This news is just too explosive. Qingshi was also stunned. Although the principal mentioned before his death that he wanted him to be the principal, Qingshi still thought it was just a drunken joke. Could he really have enough strength to be the head like Teacher Qingji, Teacher Qi Quan, or Senior Sister Lin Long? It seems he does have the strength, but he is still just an 18-year-old boy. He has only been in college for half a year and is expected to switch from being a student to a principal. Surely Teacher Qingji isn't drunk too? Teacher Qingji, this is a formal academy conference. You can't be joking around. Qingshi hurriedly said to Teacher Qingji. Qingji just gently patted Qingshi's shoulder and smiled. I'm not joking. This is the principal's dying wish, and it's also the unanimous decision of me, Qi Quan, Lin Long, and the entire board of the academy. But isn't it a bit reckless? I'm still a student. I haven't even been a teacher yet. How can I be a principal? Qingshi was a bit flustered. Young junior, none of that matters. Senior Sister Lin Long, wearing a low-cut white dress, draped her arm over Qingshi's shoulder. We will help you. just as Qin was about to say something else. Teacher Chiquan also stepped onto the stage and said in a low voice, "What are you hiding for? Principal Bai passed on his legacy to you. Do you think it's just to make you a good student? You know, the inheritors in the world of One Piece can learn to use the 3 types of haki, right? Although I don't know why you, the inheritor of Naruto, can also learn the 3 types of haki from Principal Bai, but the observation haki among the 3 types, when cultivated to the extreme, can even allow one to see into the future for a brief moment." Qin nodded. Observation haki is one of the haki power systems in the world of One Piece. By strongly sensing the surrounding energies, one can detect enemies outside of their line of sight or foresee their opponent's actions. Moreover, when observation haki is cultivated to a higher level, it can produce various special effects. For example, Enel, the island owner of Skypiea, has an observation haki that not only covers the entire island, but also has effects similar to mind reading. And Charlotte Katakuri, the top of the suite commanders of the BGM-0M pirates, has an observation haki that allows him to see and even hear brief moments of the future. Principal Bai, as the strongest principal in history, has already cultivated his observation haki to a high level, and his advanced ability is to see the future. Of course, it's not a complete future, but just some glimpses. Qingji picked up the conversation and patiently explained to Qin. It's not about seeing a brief future, but rather a long-term future that can be changed. You could also think of it as seeing the future of parallel spaces in this world. Since he can see the future, why would he still? Qin anxiously asked. He wanted to know why the principal would still die. The future scene can be changed, and thus the future may also change, because every change triggers the creation of a new parallel universe. Qingji sighed. But no matter how many future images Principal Bai saw, he saw himself dying yesterday, just like an unchanging fate. Qin fell silent. Fate? Is it something one cannot break free from? Besides his inevitable death, Principal Bai also saw a world far beyond that. Kingxi unconsciously lit a cigarette, but quickly extinguished it upon realizing the student was right in front of him. He saw countless parallel universes in which the 9 provinces were destroyed. Destruction? Yes. Total destruction. The extinction of humanity. Enormous beasts higher than the sky descending upon the world. All cities turning to ruins. Qin couldn't help but shiver. The apocalypse of destruction? Is this what Principal Bai saw? The future of countless parallel universes? Only once did he see a different future. Qingji let out a long breath. In that future image, although humanity suffered heavy losses, the spark of life remained, and a better world was established. In that future, he saw you, and you in that image were the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. Chapter 225. Qin, the new principal. Qin suddenly remembered what Principal Bai had said on Principal Rock before. Beast levels. Do you know what they are? From 1st to 7th rank. Each ruler beast in each rank has a star mark, referred to as 1 star to 7 stars. But do you know that there are actually many beasts in the demon domain that are far stronger than the 7-star beasts? If they invade the 9 provinces, the 9 provinces will face extinction. The 9 provinces can still survive now, although with the help of the Demon Suppression Pass and the Great Formations, but more of it is just luck. Qin only remembered that Principal Bai seemed very despondent at that time. He never expected that Principal Bai really saw the scene of beasts stronger than 7 stars invading the 9 provinces. Even more unexpectedly, he would be the only solution for the 9 provinces to escape their apocalyptic fate. In the anime, there are monstrous beings that defy the heavens. For example, the giant hoofprint seen by the Ghost King in the Demon Domain. Qin speculated that the creature that left the hoofprint came from the world of Food Wars. The king ruling over the 8th continent of the food world, residing in the Hill of Horse Kings, Heracles. A single breath from the Horse King can inhale 36 billion tons of air. Such a super giant monster, merely stepping into the 9 provinces, could bring about complete destruction to the continent. Another example is the monster that appeared in the principal's apocalyptic vision, a beast that obscured the sky and the sun, like a demon. It is a super strong monster from the world of Ultraman, the multi-body monster Beludora. It resurrects various monsters and extraterrestrial souls sleeping in the monster graveyard, then merges their bodies to create an extraordinarily powerful composite monster. It can easily destroy planets. Just seeing such monsters exist, Qin felt a deep despair. Not to mention fighting against such monsters. Whether it's the Horse King or Beludora, how could human power possibly contend against them? Qin truly couldn't think of any way to defeat such monsters. So why, in the future seen by the principal, would he become the destined savior of the world? Such an answer, even the principal could not know, It must be something Qingshi himself must seek. What kind of method could save this world from the fate of destruction? Wait a minute, there might be another way. A method that only Qingshi knows. Perhaps it is the secret hidden within the beasts. Qingshi opened his eyes. At this moment, he understood the principle's profound meaning. All right, since its principle buys wish, then I, Qingshi, accept it. Under the gaze of teacher Qingji, Qingshi walked to the podium. He didn't pick up the microphone, but directly used his Conqueror's Haki. Qingshi's Conqueror's Haki had already reached the 3rd level, which is above average. After receiving Principal Bai's white beard inheritance, he once again broke through to a high level. I, Qingshi, am the 6th principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. Anyone who is an enemy of the Demon Hunting Academy is my enemy. All guardians of the Demon Hunting Academy, I will protect you. Qingshi's voice was not loud, but it had a special power that resonated in everyone's ears. At this moment, he became the most powerful person in this world, wielding the strongest military force in the 9 provinces. The deans of the 3 major academies beside him were dumbfounded, clearly still unable to process what Qingji and Qingshi had said. Young man, you say you are what? You want to become the principal of this academy? Don't joke around. Chen Lao picked up his pipe and slammed it down on the podium, directly cracking the table. Do you know what it means to become the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy? Do you think it's child's play? Is it to let you enjoy wealth and glory? Can you bear the fate of hundreds of millions of people in the 9 provinces? His speech was rapid, clearly filled with anger. Xiao Qingqing, you guys from the Demon Hunting Academy must have lost your minds due to this enemy attack, right? The old lady May beside him couldn't help but scold. Can the principal's position be joked about? Quickly take back your words and choose another principal. Letting a freshman become principal. Is this how you want to lie down? Hey, Xiao Yuan, you also say something. You can't just let them run wild. Old lady May pushed the middle-aged man with a straw hat beside her. The principal of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke to Qingshi. Do you have a token from our Lei family? This sudden question stunned Qingshi. He thought for a moment, then took out a completely black card with a lightning pattern from his storage space. This was the card Qingshi received from the shipowner after resolving the harassment of a rich young master and a 1-star beast to sue on the ship at the beginning of the school year. The shipowner also had the surname Lei, and now that he thought about it, he was from the same family as the current Lei Dean. Sure enough, it is our Lei family's supreme token, the black card. Lei Yuan took a deep breath. The black card is only given to those who have saved the lives of our Lei family members and have great kindness to us, representing the Lei family's recognition and gratitude. If you have this card, I, Lei Yuan, recognize you as the principal. Moreover, we Tiangong Academy will continue our friendly ally treaty with Demon Hunting Academy, and I, Tiangong Academy, am willing to undertake all the reconstruction projects of the Demon Hunting Academy. After saying this, he smiled at Qingshi. For some reason, even though it's our first meeting, I have a good feeling about you, little principal. Helping the Demon Hunting Academy rebuild this time is both a personal favor and an investment. I believe that every black card target we invest in will ultimately bring us greater returns. Qingshi returned a smile. Having already decided to become the dean, it is indeed a good thing to have a good relationship with the deans of the 3 major academies. However, not all deans from other schools can agree with him. Xiao Yuan, are you out of your mind? Chen Lao knocked on his pipe hard. The position of the dean of the Demon Hunting Academy is crucial to the fate of the 9 provinces. Whether it's for Xiao Qingqing, Xiao Quan, or even for Xiao Linlong, I can accept it. After all, they have shed blood for the 9 provinces and have made great achievements. But what about this kid? After a moment of silence, Granny May also spoke up. Kid, according to the usual process, the dean of the Demon Hunting Academy should have a spar with the deans of our 3 major academies. The dean of the Demon Hunting Academy must be the strongest person in the 9 provinces, otherwise, it won't be able to suppress the restless thoughts of the people in the 9 provinces. Qingshi nodded, clasped his fists, and then slightly bowed. I hope the 3 deans will guide me. You little brat. Granny May sighed. It seems you won't back down. Well then, who do you plan to spar with among the 3 of us? We will stop short and 1T hurt you. Hearing Granny May's words, Qingshi smiled. I heard that Principal Bai once fought against the 3 deans of the major external academies during the induction ceremony. Since that's the case, I, Qingshi, will also boldly imitate Principal Bai and invite the 3 deans to come at me together. Chapter 226, 1 against 3. All right, so that is how it is. The dean of Hua Tuo Academy, Chen Lao, had his beard standing up, clearly angered. Old lady, I take back what I said earlier. I want T-hold back in a match. I have to let this brat see some color. Old man, why are you arguing with kid? You don't need to worry. This brat is so arrogant, challenging 3 at once. Although our 3 major academies don't focus on combat. Do you really think we can't fight without hurting anyone? Kid? Damn, who hasn't been a kid? This brat is even more arrogant than Principal Bai back in the day. Chun Lao puffed his beard, directly pointing at Qing Ji, who was watching the show. You're not going to manage your student? All right, since he wants to be the dean, hurry up and find a place for me. I want to see what this new dean is capable of. Qing Ji scratched his head. Then let us not go far. Right here is good. Saying this, he gently touched the ground with both hands. Ice fruit ability. Ice platform. Thick ice pillars rose from the ground. In the top of the ice pillars formed a hemispherical platform with a radius of 50 meters like a blooming flower. Let us reinforce it a bit. Qing Ji puffed out his cheeks and blew a strong breath at the ice platform. The originally crystal clear ice platform suddenly turned dark. This is the effect of wrapping armed color hockey. This way, no matter how you make a fuss, it shouldn't break. Hopefully. Qing Ji clapped his hands. Satisfied with the platform he created, then turned towards the 3 deans from the external academies, showing a professional smile. Since it's a match, please everyone be gentle. Simply put, whoever falls below the surface of the platform loses. Gentlemen, please. Xiao Qingqing, you really. Chun Lao shook his head helplessly and whistled at Granny Mei. Let us go. Old lady, we can't let the youngsters look down on us. After saying this, he leaped up, jumping directly onto the platform over 10 meters high. He told the students below to keep their distance. This is a battle at the dean level. Granny Mei gave a word of advice to Qing Ji. Then with a wave of her hand, she cast a wind magic spell and lightly landed on the platform. Xiao Yuan, hurry up and come up. Chun Lao urged impatiently. The dean of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, shook his head helplessly, took off his hat, and began to chant a spell. Binding way number 4, this rope. Lei Yuan's heritage is Urahara Kisuk from the world of Soul Reapers, and binding techniques are his specialty. With a simple chant, a golden rope made of spiritual energy appeared in Lei Yuan's hand. He flicked the rope, and one end embedded itself into the ice platform like a chain. Then, with a slight pull, Lei Yuan actually used the rope to pull himself up onto the platform. Originally a technique meant to bind enemies, it was turned into a Spider-Man-like maneuver by Lei Yuan. The 3 deans were now on the platform. Kid, stop dawdling. After you finish, I need to take a nap. Chun Lao took a deep puff of smoke. I rushed over last night and stayed up all night. This old bone of mine is really exhausted. Qin Shi nodded slightly. Then form hand seals with both hands. Sand ninja technique, sand hand. A hand made of sand formed in the air, slowly pulling Qin Shi up. Once he reached the platform, Qin Shi didn't stop and continued to fly up a few more meters. Then, Qin Shi clasped his fist towards the 3 deans. I apologize for what's about to happen. His hands stretched out downwards, and suddenly peculiar patterns emerged in his eyes. They looked like rippling water patterns. Shinra Tensei. The power of the Rinnegan activated instantly, creating a massive repulsive force. It surged from the platform like a shockwave. I can't believe it. I underestimated you. Chun Lao, who was almost blown off by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, was now gritting his teeth, desperately trying to cling to the ice beneath him. However, he was still pushed toward the edge of the platform by the repulsive force. Super magic fairy sphere. Granny Mei shouted loudly, and surging magical power erupted from her body. A huge magic sphere enveloped the 3 of them, surrounding the center of the ice platform. It also pulled back the dangerously close Chun Lao from falling below the platform. Phew, that was close. Chun Lao trembled as he walked back to the center of the platform. Damn it, this kid doesn't follow the rules of combat, and actually ambushed an old man. Chun Lao was indignant. He did greet you with clasped fists. Granny Mei rebuked. However, this boy's strength is indeed not simple. Old man, put away your contempt. This is not something we can handle by just holding back. I didn't expect a freshman in his first year actually possesses dean-level strength. Fairy Sphere is a super magic used by Mavis in Fairy Tail, possessing absolute defensive power. It originally required the thoughts of many people to coalesce, but through Granny Mei's modification, it became a high-level defensive magic that only requires magical power. Let us just observe for now and see if this boy has any other means. Granny Mei said solemnly, my defensive magic this kid can't enter. And for a while, he can't do anything to us. Suddenly, Dean Lei chuckled lightly. Xiao Yuan, what are you laughing at? Chun Lao asked irritably. Yet, Dean Lei did not respond, but directly drew out his cane. Release, Blood Red Shield. Dean Lei's heritage is Urahara Kisuk from the world of Soul Reapers. And the cane in his hand is also his weapon, the Zanpakuto. The special weapon of the Soul Reaper world, the Zanpakuto, has the ability to release and transform, allowing for the development of all kinds of strange skills. And Dean Lay's Zanpakuto, in its release state, can use 5 different release phrases corresponding to 5 different skills. And now he is using one of the 5 releases, Blood Red Shield. By releasing spiritual pressure at the end of the Zanpakuto, a blood red defensive shield is formed in front of him. You two Deans, do you think that using defensive means is not part of that boy's plan? Originally, the 3 of us were spread out, but now we have all gathered together to counter his powerful repulsion skills. He chuckled softly. This young man is strong, not just in combat skills. I advise you both to fortify your defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shi's state changed. A massive blue giant, clad in armor, formed from his chakra, enveloping Qin Shi within. This is the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo. The pupils of Qin Shi now displayed a rotating black spiral beneath water-like ripples. This is the Rinnegan. In the hands of Susanoo, a long spear materialized. Chidori Stream. Thunder Spear. This is a long spear formed from lightning, and it is the first self-developed ninjutsu of Qin Shi after obtaining the 6 PathsObito legacy. Piercing through. Thunder Spear. Qin Shi hurled the Thunder Spear towards the 3 on the high platform. Chapter 227. The attack of the 3 Deans. It's fine. No attack can break my fairy sphere. Granny May snorted coldly, clearly confident in her magic. When it comes to defense, I've never lost. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw the blue giant created by Qin Shi throw the Thunder Spear. At the moment the Thunder Spear collided with the fairy sphere, the defense of the fairy sphere suddenly formed a gap. This is the unique ability of Obito's legacy, Kamui. It can transfer a portion of space. Qin Shi never intended to clash head-on with Granny May's defensive magic. Instead, he aimed to break through with precision, using Kamui's transfer ability to create a small opening in the vast defense magic. How? How is this possible? You can actually break my magic like this? Granny May looked on in disbelief as her defensive magic actually failed. The Thunder Spear passed through the fairy sphere without obstruction and smashed violently onto the high platform. In an instant, electric snakes wreaked havoc, exploding across the entire high platform. This little brat has no respect for his elders. As the electric light faded, Old Chen stumbled out, looking disheveled. His hair and beard stood on end, turning into an explosive hairstyle. A white aura surged around him, enveloping his body. This is his inherited power, a unique force from Do Patsongqiong, Do Chi. If it weren't for my Do Chi transformation, that kid's strike would have knocked me out. Old Chen panted heavily. In the world of Do Patsongqiong, the levels of Do Chi are divided into 4 ranks and 12 levels, from high to low. When one reaches the Great Do Master Realm, they can compress liquid Do Chi into solid form and create diamond Do crystals, as well as summon Do Chi armor that feels almost tangible. Old Chen barely managed to withstand Qin Shi's Thunder Spear using the ability of Do Chi transformation. Old lady, you're really not righteous. Gathering all the defensive magic just for yourself. Old Chen pointed at the head of the Magic Academy, Granny May, indignantly. She looked much better than Old Chen, showing no signs of distress. Because at a critical moment, she compressed her defensive magic, Fairy Sphere, increasing its defensive power. What, do you an old man need me? This old lady, to protect you? Granny May raised an eyebrow and said impatiently. Meanwhile, the head of the Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, was particularly relaxed since he had already released his Zanpakuto's Blood Mist Shield. However, the eyes of the 3 looking at Qin Shi now held a hint of wariness. What are you waiting for? Let's get him. Old Chen gritted his teeth, flipping his hand to conjure a white flame resembling bone. This is from the inheritance of Yao Lao, the bone spirit cold fire from Do Patsongqiong. The flames rose, attracting the attention of others on the field. The ice layer beneath Old Chen's feet quickly melted into water and then reformed into ice, an extremely bizarre phenomenon. This is the characteristic of bone spirit cold fire, possessing both extreme cold and extreme heat properties, making it an extremely precious. This, Old Chen, is this really necessary? That has killed a 6-star monster before. Using such means against a boy could seriously injure him, right? Lei Yuan hurriedly advised. Rest assured, as long as I, Old Chen, am here, even if that kid is left with just 1 breath, I can make him jump around within 3 days and he'll be in better shape than before. Right now, I just want to teach that kid a good lesson. Old Chen took a deep breath, his hand transforming into a palm, with a white resting in his palm. Mystical low-level Do technique, fire blowing palm. In the Do Patsongqiong anime, The fire-blowing palm does not actually blow fire but creates a pressure wave. It gives others the impression of a common do technique that is just a fade. However, in Old Chen's hands, as he executed the fire-blowing palm, it also formed a pressure wave, but this pressure did not strike towards Qinshi. Instead, it gathered in Old Chen's hand. Fire riding the wind. The bone spirit cold fire, under the influence of fire-blowing palm, burned straight towards Qinshi, and under the pressure, the flames grew more vigorous. Using the fire-blowing palm to drive is the true purpose of this do technique. While Old Chen unleashed his attack, the other two did not remain idle. Let me see this boy's abilities. Granny May's body floated slightly as she chanted incantations, invoking magic. Fairy's radiance. A ring of light containing the power of stars appeared between Granny May's fingers. In Fairy Tale, Fairy's radiance is one of the 3 ultimate magics of Mavis, also known as the super annihilation magic. However, after Granny May's modification, this super magic consumed much less starry radiance, and the size of the halo also shrank to the size of a basin. After all, it was just a test, and Granny May did not intend to go all out against Qinshi. Meanwhile, Head Lei Yuan also made his move, genuinely wanting to see if this boy, Qinshi, truly had the strength to be the president of the Demon Hunting Academy. Bloom, Red Princess. Head Lei Yuan softly chanted. After his Zampakit's initial release, he could use 5 abilities. The Blood Mist Shield that had been shielding him now released countless red arrows of light from its surface. Halo, red arrows. The 3 attacks surged towards Qinshi in midair at the same time. Goodness. Qing Ji wiped his sweat. If I were hit by these 3 Dean-level attacks, I would surely have to say goodbye. However, Qinshi, no problem. He smiled faintly. Compared to believing in himself, he trusted his student more. This little boy won't be killed, right? The youngest and shortest-serving president of the Demon Hunting Academy has appeared. Shockingly, the 3 deans actually did such a thing to a freshman. The audience below the high platform chattered, believing that Qinshi would undoubtedly lose. However, the 3 attacks shot straight through Qinshi's body. To be precise, they first passed through Susanoo and then through Qinshi's body. Nothing happened. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan's, Kimyui, can also be used to place oneself in a different space, achieving a state similar to nothingness. After Qinshi fully mastered Obito's legacy, the power of Kimyui was further enhanced. Even the entire Susanoo was transported to a different space by him. Did he evade it? The 3 deans were slightly taken aback. However, what surprised them even more was that after the 3 attacks harmlessly passed through Qinshi's body, he turned around and extended his hands. Rinnegan, Hungry Ghost Path. The 3 deans, magic, and spiritual power attacks were simultaneously absorbed into Qinshi's body like branches caught in a vortex. The visually stunning 3 attacks vanished in an instant. Chapter 228. 6 Paths of Obito, Rinnegan. The most powerful eye technique in the Naruto world, excluding Boruto, possesses 6 abilities, known as the 6 Paths. The ability to use powerful attraction and repulsion comes from the Deva Path of the Rinnegan. The Gaki Path can absorb all chakra and nullify the enemy's attacks. Qinshi has the Child of All Realms system physique, which further enhances his Gaki Path ability, allowing him to absorb not only ninjutsu from Naruto, but also skills from other worlds. This kid is too much of a bug. Old Chen watched as everyone's skills were absorbed, his mouth agape. Indeed, killing requires a heart strike. Granny May murmured. Qinshi had already used the Kimui Void ability to evade the attack, yet he still utilized the Gaki Path ability to absorb the skills of the 3. He was demonstrating to his opponents that he had more than one way to respond. This was a display of his powerful strength, not just to the 3 deans, but to everyone present. Haha, let's be good background characters. The dean of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, laughed heartily, then gripped his sword with both hands. Then today, I shall test the young hero with my sword. Release, Cannon's Red Princess. Behind him appeared a tall woman. The woman had long hair styled in a classical bun, wore a sleeveless garment, and had puppet-like limbs, looking particularly eerie. Release is the second stage of the Zanpakuto's release in the world of Bleach, following the first stage, Shurkai. It is also the final form of the Zanpakuto. Only the most powerful Shinigami can fully unleash the Zanpakuto's abilities and achieve release. The inheritance of Dean Lei, Urahara Kisuk, boasts one of the strongest releases in the Shinigami Godei, Cannon's Red Princess. Dean Lei using release signifies that he has completely acknowledged Qinshi as his opponent. Using one's full strength as an opponent is the greatest respect. You little Yuan, you've gotten serious. Old Chun chuckled. pulling out a completely black weapon that resembled a massive ruler. I also want this young dean to understand that my Hua Tuo Academy can not only save people, but can also fight. The weapon had strange and special patterns. Named Xianzhong Qi in the world of Do, Pe. The Xianzhong Qi is made from yin and xian iron. As Old Chen's inheritance from Do Po's, Yao Lao, continued to awaken, this weapon appeared in his hand. Really, I'm so old. Yet, I still have to accompany you all in this nonsense. Granny May's eyes suddenly burst with golden light. Let me lead, after all. The three of us once teamed up to slay a 7-star demon beast in the demon domain. Let's show this young dean a thing or two. The 3 external academy deans were even more spirited. However, they subconsciously changed how they addressed Qin Shi. They had already witnessed Qin Shi's strength. Although the contest was still ongoing, they knew he had the capability to become a dean. Now, what remained was a battle for the honor of the academy. After all, the 3 major academies all cared about their reputation. Dean Lei, you go first and drag this young dean out of the void state. Granny May's voice turned sharp, like a general on the battlefield. Understood. Dean Lei chuckled, pointing his long sword at Qin Shi. Go, Red Princess. The gigantic female puppet behind Dean Lei suddenly lifted her head, revealing an eerie smile. The female puppet's hands moved, as if threading a needle. A black seam like thread suddenly appeared and quickly spread from the puppet's fingertips around Qin Shi. Qin Shi felt as if he were standing in a waterfall, losing his balance. His body, which was in a different space, was now completely exposed. The state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan's Kamui was shattered. I see. You used release to alter the space I was in? Qin Shi thought to himself, looking at the black marks of stitching around him. Dean Lei's inheritance, Urahara Kisuk, has a release ability called Canon's Red Princess, which can reconstruct and modify anything touched by the Zanpakuto within its release range. The modified objects would show signs resembling stitches. In the world of Bleach, Urahara Kisuk had only ever modified buildings and human bodies, but had never altered space. It seems that people from Blue Star, although their abilities come from their respective anime inheritances, often develop capabilities that even the anime characters have not reached. Next, old man. It's your turn. Granny May shouted again. Without giving Qin Shi more time to think, Old Chen had already raised his Xianzhong Qi high. The white flames that Qin Shi had just absorbed with the Gaki path, possessing extreme cold and extreme heat, the bone spirit cold fire, now burned fiercely on the body of the Xianzhong Qi young dean. Take a hit from this old man. He swung the burning Xianzhong Qi down heavily. Earth-level combat skill, Flame Divide, Devouring Wave Ruler. The surging flames shot into the sky. This strike could split mountains and sever waves. Just as Qin Shi dodged, Granny May suddenly raised both hands. Her eyes radiated golden light. Super Illusion Magic Great Thousand Worlds. Originally, there was only one flame from the Flame Divide, Devouring Wave Ruler. But now it seemed to have swallowed the entire sky. Qin Shi was unable to determine which flames were illusions and which were the highly destructive, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Boom! Qin Shi was hit head-on by the white flames. A massive black smoke enveloped the high platform. Did we go a bit too hard? Granny May looked at the lingering black smoke in the sky, feeling a bit guilty. Old Chen, you better not hold back with the elixirs. What are you saying? Old lady? Am I the dignified dean of Hua Tuo Academy? That kind of stingy person? But I did indeed go overboard. My Flame Divide Devouring Wave Ruler used 9/10 of its power. The young dean should be able to withstand it, right? Old Chun pulled out a black elixir from somewhere and sniffed it with some reluctance. This is the life bone melting blood pill I refined using the ascending spirit method. Even if the young dean has only a breath left, I can still save him. It's fine. If you can't, my red princess can also go. Dean Lei pointed to the massive long-haired female puppet generated by his release. I am even more adept at modifying human bodies with my release. Although I am the dean, I also serve as the head of the medical department at Tiangong Academy, having saved no less than 1,000 students who were poisoned or injured in experimental explosions. Just as the 3 external academy deans were discussing how to save him later, someone in the square suddenly shouted, "Look, it's Dean Qin Shi." As the black smoke dissipated, Qin Shi slowly walked out into the air. His body sprouted 5 white scales, draped in a white feathered cloak, with the Rinnegan in his left eye and the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his right. 8 black small spheres floated behind him, and he held a completely black staff in his hand. This was the peak of the 6 paths of Abito, inheritance the 6 paths form. Qin Shi looked at everyone on the high platform and in the square like a god overlooking the world. Chapter 229. You're so strong, I admit defeat. The white bone spirit cold fire still burned slightly, but wasn't on Qin Shi's body. Rather, it was separated by barriers that are the same height as him on both sides. The black barriers slowly disappeared, and even seemed to vanish as if swallowed. This is the effect of the black, which can transform into any form, capable of both attacking and defending. Qin Shi used it to become a barrier, blocking the attack from Chun Lao. "My apologies," he said softly. Then he raised his left hand, aiming at the high platform below. A small black orb condensed in his palm. I can't believe it. Dean Qin, don't joke around." Although the black orb was not large, beads of sweat appeared on Lei Yuan's forehead. He felt the terrifying spiritual pressure contained within the black orb. This black orb made him unconsciously recall the feeling he had when he and the other two deans faced the 7-star demonic beasts in the demon domain. No, even the attacks from the 7-star demonic beasts did not give me this kind of oppressive feeling. Granny Mei was a bit dazed. What kind of tremendous power is this? Only Chen Lao still looked confused. Unlike the other two, he did not have strong perceptive abilities. "Why are you all so scared? It's just a small ball. Can this ball even blow up the academy?" The other two turned to look at him. "Pretty much. Damn, this little brat is playing with fire." Chen Lao nearly jumped up, his fighting spirit transforming into a white armor. As if he felt it wasn't enough, 2 more sets of fighting spirit armor appeared on him, making him look particularly bulky. He held the bone-melting blood pill in his hand. "After all this, I still have to eat this pill myself." Granny Mei also stopped talking nonsense. Super magic, defensive magic, fairy ball. A golden spherical magic enveloped her. "Xiao Yuan, do you want to come in and hide for a bit?" Dean Lei smiled. "No need." Then he lifted his Zanpakuto and gently waved it. The giant, long-haired female puppet behind him turned into paper and scattered. "What does that mean, Xiao Yuan? Chen Lao looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Dean Lei snorted lightly, and the Zanpakuto turned back into his cane. "Since I can't win, I might as well surrender." Saying this, he raised both hands and smiled. "Dean Qin, I Lei admit defeat." He then walked to the edge of the ice platform and jumped down directly. This operation left Qin Shi a bit stunned. He had originally planned for this tail beast orb to be used as a deterrent, not just for the 3 deans, but also for those hidden in the crowd who had ulterior motives against the Demon Hunting Academy. He never intended to let the tail beast orb explode. Instead, he wanted to use the tail beast orb's property of destroying everything it touched to destroy the ice platform, and then use the Shinra Tensei to force the 3 deans down to the ground. However, Dean Lei's actions gave him an inspiration. In the 6 Paths form, Qin Shi possessed the ability to change the form of the tail beast orb at will. In the world of Naruto, 6 PathsObito had once transformed the tail beast orb into spikes and shields for both attack and defense. Just now, Qin Shi had used the tail beast orb to defend against Chun Lao's attack by arranging it around himself. And now, Qin Shi transformed the tail beast orb into 2 massive black bows and arrows. Susanoo was completed, with 1 arrow aimed at Chun Lao and the other at Granny Mei. Although they were drawn but not released, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. "Oh man, don't be stubborn." Xiao Qingqing and the others didn't pick the wrong person. Granny Mei smiled at Chun Lao, then elegantly flew down from the ice platform. This time, both tail beast orb arrows were aimed at Chun Lao. "Sigh, I'm old. I can't compete with the younger generation." Chun Lao sighed deeply, took a hard puff from his pipe, then pulled out a black medicinal cauldron. Sitting cross-legged on it and swaying as he flew down, all 3 deans expressed their surrender, and the battle was over. Qin Shi released the 6 Paths state and used the sand hand to reach the podium. The audience in the square was silent. Many of them had broken out in a cold sweat, especially in the face of Qin Shi in the 6 Paths form and that huge black-tail beast orb. The former made them feel as if they were facing a deity, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. The latter instilled deep fear in them, making them feel that their lives were at Qin Shi's whim. For a moment, there was silence. Many were deeply shaken. "What are you all doing? Let's cheer for our new dean." Chen Lao puffed out his cheeks, knocked his pipe, and shouted loudly. He was the first to clap, followed by Granny Mei and Dean Lei. The 3 deans from first-rate external schools all expressed their recognition. The crowd below first whispered to each other, then erupted into thunderous applause. Whether they were former classmates, lecturers from the academy, or members of society from Kyushu Island, many even shouted Qin Shi's name. Who would have thought that such a young boy would become the dean of the Demon Hunting Academy? Yeah, when I was his age, I was still peeking at the girls in the front row. The youth is promising. The youth is promising. Today, I finally found a good son-in-law for my little girl. You're thinking about XX eating. The crowd below was lively with exchanges, the atmosphere exceptionally heated. But there were no opposing voices anymore. In the Kyushu world, plagued by demonic beasts and dark organizations, people lived in a world filled with danger. Therefore, following strong individuals and admiring them had almost become instinctual. Sure fought against 3 and showcased an attack method even more powerful than the 7-star demonic beasts, proving to everyone that he was indeed the strongest person in Kyushu. And the strongest person should be the dean of the #1 academy in the world, the Demon Hunting Academy. Well, let me say a few words. Chun Lao coughed a couple of times. His gaze towards Qin sure softened. Today, I got to know Dean Qin through fighting and was convinced by him. To ensure the elegance of Hua Tuo Academy and Demon Hunting Academy, I am willing to provide free treatment for all faculty and students of the academy. I know many were seriously injured in this battle against the 100 Ghost team and the Column organization, especially with many hidden ailments that, even if temporarily recovered, will greatly affect their strength. Although the Demon Hunting Academy values its reputation and did not ask for help from our 3 academies, they indeed suffered losses for the sake of Kyushu. I promise to make sure all faculty and students of this academy are healthy and energetic. The Magic Academy's granny May also smiled and said, the 2 academy deans have given their great gifts, so I can't be rude and not express something. Our academy will send 100 rolls of S-rank magic scrolls to help the Demon Hunting Academy strengthen its campus defensive magic formations. And one more thing, in this vast world, the girlfriend is the most important. You all know that our Magic Academy has many beautiful girls, while your Demon Hunting Academy has a lot of boys, and many are single. I approve that to deepen the connection with the Demon Hunting Academy, in the coming year, we will hold a dance every month, allowing the students of the Demon Hunting Academy to have a good time with the girls from our Magic Academy. College, if you don't have a romantic relationship, wouldn't that be a waste of time? The students of the Demon Hunting Academy below were first taken aback, then erupted into cheers 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Granny May, I love you. My college is on fire. Let's go grab girlfriends. Everyone, don't forget, the Magic Academy is giving face to our dean. Qin, oh no. My dean, you are the true hero. Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere of frustration and fear caused by the destruction of the Demon Hunting Academy gradually dissipated among the students. Chapter 230. The rain hidden village in the demon realm. The rain fell incessantly. A girl around 17 or 18 years old, with twin tails, walked along the muddy path, surrounded by tall, twisted trees with decayed gray trunks. The sunlight was blocked by layers of leaves, making the road appear particularly dark. The girl walked leisurely, her feet bare and clean, not a speck of mud on them, as if the rain had deliberately avoided her. After walking for an unknown time, the girl entered a thick fog. Within the fog, there were faint outlines of many tall towers made of steel and stone. This was a secret realm. In Blue Star, due to the presence of gray mist, not only were various demon beasts from countless worlds replicated, but the terrain was sometimes transformed, turning the environment of Blue Star into that of other worlds. In the eyes of the demon hunters of the 9 provinces, such transformed environments resembling those from anime are called secret realms. For example, the underground prison Impel Down of the Demon Hunting Academy, or the Dave's Paradise in the Back Mountain. And secret realms exist not only in the 9 provinces. There are countless secret realms in the demon realm where the gray mist prevails. The girl was currently in one of the secret realms of the demon realm, the rain-hidden village from the Naruto world. This was the gathering place of the dark organization Akatsuki. After 10 years of investigation, the Demon Hunting Academy had yet to discover the base of the Akatsuki organization. They could never have imagined that the gathering place of Akatsuki was not within the 9 provinces, but in the boundless demon realm. They also could not believe that someone would build a home in the demon realm. It was a place where humans could not survive, where countless perverse demon beasts appeared and disappeared. The gray mist also forced every human powerhouse entering the demon realm to wear special gas masks. Otherwise, they could not stay for more than half a day. However, within this secret realm, because Rain-Hidden Village was constantly raining, the gray mist was washed away, leaving it no longer highly toxic to humans. This made the secret realm habitable for humans. In the rain, a snake slowly slithered from the muddy ground, then raised its head and flicked its red tongue. Water Column, you're back? The leader has been waiting for you for a long time. The little snake actually spoke with a human voice. The girl called Water Column remained calm, as if she were used to such sights. Take me to see the leader. Follow me. The little snake shook its head and then coiled on the ground, leading the girl to a high tower in the center of the village. At the top of the tower, a tall, thin man was pacing back and forth in the hall with tools in his hands. He wore a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt and triangular armor, with matching pants and leg wraps. On his head, he wore a forehead protector, though it had a scar from a knife cut. This was the attire of the ninjas from the Leaf Village in the Naruto anime. The scarred forehead protector was proof of his betrayal of the ninja village. Water Column, you're back? Sensing the girl entering his laboratory, the man did not turn around and continued his work. In front of him lay a tattered humanoid puppet. Leader, the girl named Water Column gently nodded. How is it? Has the new principal of the academy been chosen? Yes, it's a young boy. According to the investigation, he is a direct disciple of the current principal, Principal Bai. The girl nodded. A boy. The man exclaimed. ISN Tia Qingji or Chi Quan. Those two brats? It makes sense. I heard from Human Column that a boy saved Principal Bai from him. It should be this boy. The 6 paths of Human Column. S-Pain could not defeat this boy. It seems he is not simple. The man carefully removed an eyeball from the humanoid puppet. The eyeball was very special, with a red background and black patterns in the pupil, resembling a spinning pinwheel. This was the Manjiki Sharingan. But just as the man removed the puppet's eyeball, it suddenly developed cracks and then shattered with a snap. Sigh. The man sighed deeply. My Manjiki, I shouldn't have created such a puppet and used the heart turn technique to control it. Although I only used the Kodoemet Tsukumi ocular technique on Little Bai, it was still affected by his tremor fruit ability. This Sharingan is completely ruined. I can still repair ordinary physical damage, but the space where this Sharingan resides has decayed, and I can't fix it at all. After muttering to himself, the man stretched. But it's understandable. After all, I'm dealing with my successor, the strongest principal in history. Without paying a sufficient price, how could there be a chance of victory? Discarding the broken Sharingan eyeball, the man turned around and lay on the military bed in the corner of the laboratory. The girl observed the laid-back man before her. He was the founder and leader of the Akatsuki organization, Wusheng. This man had another identity, the founder of the Demon Hunting Academy, the first demon hunting principal, who sealed the 7-star demon beast Ninetails by himself and led humanity to resist the first Red Moon beast tide. His legacy is S-rank. The genius ninja from the Naruto world, Uchiha Shursui. The man reclined, casually picked up a piece of chocolate from the table, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing while asking Water Column, what do you think of the strength of this new principal? The girl, Water Column, pondered for a moment. Stronger than Qingji, but not to be feared. Oh, do you really think so? Wusheng looked at the girl meaningfully. Water Column, this ISNT your first time meeting this boy, is it? What S his name? Qin Shi, right? The girl was taken aback, her expression fluctuating. Yes, leader. Previously, when I was on a mission on the Endless Sunshine ship, I encountered this boy. At that time, I summoned the demon beast, Desu, raised by the organization to create chaos and abduct the second son of the Yuan family, one of the 10 great families. Who can use would release. However, this boy was also on the ship and killed the demon beast, Desu, nearly causing my abduction plan to change. Such a promising boy. It would have been great if you had introduced him to the organization back then, or at least bound him. Wusheng said wistfully. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Seeing the girl had no intention of leaving, Wusheng asked, what is wrong? Is there something else? Yes. The girl hesitated for a moment. I want to ask about the Ghost King. Why? Did he die? At the moment the girl posed the question, a terrifying pressure erupted from the man before her. Are you questioning me? The man walked up to the girl, looking down, and asked in a low voice. The girl lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, but she still did not retreat. We are all here with faith in you. You said that we have the most sincere love for the 9 provinces. As for myself, I believe that the Ghost King's love for humanity is heartfelt. But why? Did you treat our companion as a discarded pawn? Her voice trembled slightly, but revealed determination. Wusheng stared directly at the girl before him. Suddenly, she felt the pressure lighten. Wusheng had lifted the spiritual pressure. All right, you have collaborated with the Ghost King before, so you must have some relationship. I will tell you the reasons why he must be eliminated and the true secrets behind this world. Chapter 231, The Origin of the Pillars. But first, can you tell me how you discovered this? Wusheng asked gently. This operation was bound to sacrifice many names. Apart from the Ghost King, others like the Flame Pillar were sacrificed in this operation. Why do you think the Ghost King's death was my design? After a moment of silence, the girl slowly spoke. In this operation, the 100 Ghost Team was used as bait. Regardless of whether Principal Bai Qi left the academy, the Ghost King would be killed. The only difference was who would kill him. Moreover, the Snake Pillar, Mido, was still there, although she was also used as bait to confuse the enemy. You must have considered the plan to finish him off when the Ghost King was seriously injured. So you intended to abandon the Ghost King from the very beginning. Wu Sheng smiled. What you said is correct. I intended for him to go to his death from the start. But there is one thing you may not know. Before I did all this, I had already told him the entire plan. He knew. The girl was taken aback. He knew. Then why did he still go? As soon as the girl asked, she guessed a possibility. Could it be that he wanted to seek death? Wu Sheng did not directly answer her question, but instead touched his forehead protector and slowly began to speak. Water Pillar. I remember your original name is Du Shasha. The Du family is also one of the top 10 families in Jiuzhou. As the eldest daughter of the Du family, you originally had a brilliant future. Not only that, but you are also one of the direct disciples of the head of the Magic Academy, Granny Mei, with an S-level inheritance, the Rider Medusa from the Fate world. If nothing unexpected happened, you would have become the new generation head of the Magic Academy with your family's help. But, do you remember how you came to the organization? The tall man Wu Sheng asked gently. Of course I remember. That was my first time entering the demon realm as a graduate. Teamed up with 2 classmates from the academy. However, not long after entering the demon realm, we encountered supernatural weather and time-space clouds. The 3 of us were swept up by the clouds and transported to an unknown area far from the Jiuzhou border. It was there that we encountered the 8th tier demon beast, Rayquaza. I had seen it in the Academy's Demon Beast Encyclopedia. It was a demon beast from the Pokemon world, said to live in the ozone layer above the clouds, capable of controlling the weather, and had only briefly appeared over Jiuzhou Island during the first Red Moon Beast Tide. But we encountered it on the ground. Rayquaza was not a brutal demon beast, but that time it was like it was being chased by something even fiercer. Panicking and raging. Just its appearance caused a hurricane in the sky to sweep my 2 companions into the air. I nearly got torn apart by its violent winds until I saw you and the Ghost King. You worked together to drive away Rayquaza and save me back to the base, Rain Hidden Village. The girl let out a long breath and spoke again. Although I was already the strongest student at the Magic Academy at the time, and had developed nearly 80% of the Medusa inheritance, I was utterly powerless in front of the 8th tier demon beast, Rayquaza. That feeling of powerlessness is deeply engraved in my heart. After that, I realized that the power of the Magic Academy was too weak. No, even the strongest academy in Jiuzhou, the Demon Hunting Academy, seemed ridiculous in the face of such threats. So I sought the protection of greater power and joined the Pillar organization. And when I was swept into the sky by Rayquaza, I saw the monsters chasing it. Water Pillar Du Shasha slowly finished speaking. Wu Sheng nodded. In fact, after saving you, the Ghost King and I returned to the scene. Do you know why Rayquaza fell unusually from the sky to the ground? It was because behind it, there were more powerful demon beasts hunting it. There were dozens of monsters blotting out the sun, each with pressure not less than Rayquaza. And behind that group of demon beasts, there were 4 enormous demon beasts nearly as tall as the sky. Just a glance made the Ghost King and me feel deep fear, and we froze in place, hardly daring to move. Especially the Ghost King. He sensed that one of those 4 demon beasts had an aura he was very familiar with. It was the Horse King demon beast, which almost crushed the 7th tier demon beast, Vampire, leaving giant hoof prints on the ground. Beside the Horse King were 3 monsters similar in size to it. But what was truly terrifying was the demon beast that drove these 4 beasts, each step shaking the earth, as if it was a demon beast formed by countless others. I could no longer judge the strength of this demon beast. Was it 10th tier or higher? Such a demon beast could easily destroy the world. Wu Sheng closed his eyes, as if he was trying hard to recall the appearance of that monster. The Water Pillar girl stared at him. Although she was surprised that the demon realm had given birth to a world-destroying demon beast, she was even more confused. What does this have to do with us? Wu Sheng pointed to a map on the table, which he had drawn over hundreds of years, depicting the demon realm and Jiuzhou. Do you know that Jiuzhou is the only country left on this blue star? Under the invasion of demon beasts, countless countries have perished in this frenzy of demon beasts. The reason Jiuzhou has not been destroyed for so long, what do you think it is? Is it the powerful National Defense Array, or the strong heroes guarding it? Neither. It's just luck. The only reason Jiuzhou has survived is that no demon beast above 8th tier has invaded it. And now, I have deduced the route of those high-tier demon beasts. They will pass by Jiuzhou. Just passing by, Jiuzhou will also be destroyed. This is the inevitable fatal destiny that our human world cannot escape. Wu Sheng said heavily. 200 years ago, as the first-generation principal, although I sealed the 7th tier demon beast, Ninetales, I was also severely injured. To maintain the Academy's deterrent power, I resigned from the position of head of the Demon Hunting Academy, and then wandered alone in the demon realm for 10 years. After witnessing the law of the jungle in the demon realm, I realized how ridiculous it was for the weak to be protected in the JoJo world. I survived time and again under unimaginable demon beast attacks, and by a stroke of luck, I gained a brand new power. That is the power of the Jinchuriki. Chapter 232, The Cause of the Ghost King's Death. With Wu Shang's narration, the water pillar, Du Sha Sha, slowly understood the origin of the pillar organization. Through continuous trials in the demon realm, Wu Shang not only obtained the complete inheritance of Uchiha Shursui, but also awakened some memories from Uchiha Shursui of the Naruto world. In the inherited memories, a tailed beast sealed within a boy's body piqued his interest. From the memories, he learned that those who sealed powerful demon beasts within themselves were called Jinchuriki. In the demon realm, rather than speaking of survival, it was more about fleeing. Wu Shang sighed. Even some demon beasts below 7th tier often possessed bizarre abilities. For example, I encountered a monster that was as useless as mud. Despite its low spiritual power, it successfully transformed into the shape of other demon beasts to find a place to survive in the demon realm. Another example is a weak slime that could be easily killed by even a 1-star demon beast, yet it would resurrect every time it died. Even an 8th tier demon beast could not completely kill it. As the strongest human at that time, I could only keep running in the perilous demon realm. How embarrassing. How ridiculous. I initially thought about killing a few demon beasts in the demon realm, so my life wouldn't be in vain, but in the end, just surviving exhausted all my strength. It is only when a person is on the brink of death that they realize how much they cherish life. It was also at that moment that I deeply understood that the reason why the 9 provinces could still survive was merely due to our good luck. This is the 10 years of escape that Wu Shang experienced in the demon realm. Fortunately, when I was close to death, I discovered a secret realm. This was a secret realm from the world of Naruto, and through reading the literature within, I learned that it was a secret base of a ninja named Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a research-type ninja who developed many jutsu with unique effects. For instance, relying on his literature, I learned a technique called impure world reincarnation, which allowed me to survive. If I had such a strong desire to live alone, how much more would a civilization? Sooner or later, high-level demon beasts would invade the 9 provinces, and the 9 provinces would ultimately perish. As the strongest and heroic figure of humanity, the first-generation Dean, I must find a way to preserve the spark of humanity. Through the inherited memories, I vaguely understood the concept of Jinchuriki, and I also found records of this jutsu in the secret base. By using my Kotoe Tsukumi to completely control the demon beasts and then seal them within humans, we could fully master the power of the demon beasts. Thus, an idea formed in my mind. Since we cannot fight against the demon beasts, we will become demon beasts. This is the original intention behind my establishment of pillars. Water pillar, Dashasha, was momentarily stunned after hearing the chief Wu Shang's description. She then realized what the man before her had experienced and what thoughts he held about the 9 provinces. But, even if you intend to transform humanity, why do you want to kill the Demon King? The Demon King was one of those who once saved her in the demon realm and owed her a great debt. She needed to understand his death. Wu Shang looked at Dashasha and suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm the only one who has the idea of transforming humanity? The Demon King thinks the same. Although he used my power to seal the 7-star demon beast, the vampire, within himself and became a Jinchuriki. He shares the same love for the civilization of the 9 provinces as I do and desires to save the spark of humanity. However, the path he chose is different from mine. Not everyone can become a Jinchuriki. To seal a demon beast within oneself, one must possess an extremely strong will. There are very few humans who meet this requirement. Therefore, the Demon King gradually stopped agreeing with my decisions. He hoped to use his blood to turn all humans into demons, allowing them to survive after the mist of the demon realm spread to the 9 provinces. Most humans can consume the blood of the vampire and transform into demons. The Demon King believes this can maximize the preservation of human civilization. However, those who become demons gradually lose their human nature, becoming bloodthirsty, indifferent, and even obsessed with human blood. These are demons. How can they still be called humans? I originally did not intend to confront the Demon King immediately. This was his choice, and I could tolerate it, willing to observe for a while longer. But Wu Shang helplessly closed his eyes. There is no time left. According to the latest observations, a 10th tier demon beast, the fusion monster Baleadora, is approaching the 9 provinces at high speed for some unknown reason. Its team also includes 8 other 9th tier and 8th tier demon beasts, 4 in front and 4 behind. They are the Dragon King Dairos, the Wolf King Guinness, the Bird King Emperor Crow, the Snake King Mother Snake, the Deer King Sky Deer, the Whale King Muen, the Monkey King Bampina, and the Horse King Heracles. In addition to these demon beasts, there are many 7th tier and 6th tier demon beasts. This is an entire demon beast army that the 9 provinces cannot rival. And at most a month, the 9 provinces will be destroyed. I must immediately begin my plan. Therefore, the Demon King, who walks a different path, can only become a discarded piece. After listening to Wu Sheng's narrative, Dashasha fell silent. Different ideologies led to different paths, and different paths determined that the two could only become enemies. From comrades to enemies, Dashasha sighed helplessly. The Demon King had saved her. But Chief Wu Sheng was also her savior. She only wanted to uncover the truth and had no thoughts of revenge against the Demon King. Moreover, with her strength, revenge was not an option. However, she still noticed the term Wu Sheng used in his earlier narrative. You just mentioned a plan? What's your plan? Wu Sheng merely smiled faintly. You will know soon. Now, gather all the remaining pillars I'm about to start, implementing the final plan. In the Demon Hunting Academy, in the principal's office, Qin Ji appeared before Qin Shi and placed a key on the table. The key was crystal clear, resembling a single piece of diamond. Intricate patterns were engraved on the handle of the key. What is this? Qin Shi picked up the key and examined it. This is a pass to enter the Divine Demon Tomb. Qin Ji walked over to the nearby refrigerator and took out a can of cold beer. The principal asked me to give this to you. The Divine Demon Tomb? Qin Shi recalled. This is a secret realm within the Demon Hunting Academy. If there's a place where no student of the Demon Hunting Academy would dare to act recklessly, it would be this secret realm. Because buried within this secret realm are the teachers who died in battle throughout the Academy's history. Chapter 233. The Divine Demon Tomb. Qin Shi remembered that when the Pillar organization launched a large-scale invasion of the Academy, Principal Bai had moved all the students to the Divine Demon Tomb for safety. He had later entered the tomb to retrieve the students. Although there was a special method of entry, he had not used the key in his hand. Sensing Qin Shi's confusion, Qin Ji took a sip of beer to clear his throat. The Divine Demon Tomb has 2 types of secret realms, the outer realm and the inner realm. The last time the students hid, they were only in the outer secret realm of the Divine Demon Tomb. Only by using this key can one enter the true inner realm of the Divine Demon Tomb, which contains the power of inheritance. Qin Shi toyed with the diamond key in his hand. The inner realm. What is inside? Inheritance. Qin Ji slowly said. Since the establishment of the Demon Hunting Academy, countless teachers and students have either died fighting against demon beasts or in battles against dark organizations. Their remains are buried in the Divine Demon Tomb, and there is a power within this secret realm that can absorb the skills of those who have been buried. Every Blue Star person can only obtain 1 inheritance in their lifetime. It is absolutely impossible to have 2, as countless individuals have proven. As he spoke, Qin Ji paused. Only the boy before him is an exception. His power is filled with the inheritance from various worlds. Is this a capability only someone with a single inheritance can possess? Although Qin Ji was also curious about the source of Qin Shi's power, as a senior academy teacher, he knew that some things should not be asked. There are too many people with secrets in this world, and there's no need to investigate too much. Of course, there are other ways to gain power beyond inheritance. For example, the ability of the Ghost King can turn others into ghosts, granting those transformed individuals powers outside of their inheritance. Similarly, the Pillar organization can seal the powers of demon beasts within themselves, allowing them to use powers that do not belong to their own inheritance. Our Academy's secret realm, the Demon and God Cemetery, can also grant individuals skills beyond their own inheritance. Qin nodded. This is indeed a magical place. In fact, many abilities in anime can achieve superlative levels when combined. For example, in the Naruto world, combining the Nara clan's ancestral secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, with Haiden's immortality, can easily kill others while remaining unscathed. In the One Piece world, the flower fruit can grow arms anywhere within sight, while the toy fruit can turn others into toys that obey commands, but requires physical contact. If one could combine the abilities of the flower fruit and the toy fruit, they could manipulate others at will, making them virtually invincible. If the Demon and God Cemetery can grant people other inherited abilities that suit them, it would truly be a remarkable secret realm. After hearing Qin's speculation, Qin Ji smiled. It's not as good as you think. First of all, not everyone can enter the inner secret realm of the Demon and God Cemetery. As one of the Academy's secret realms, the demon and god cemetery has developed its own will. Without making significant contributions to the academy, one does not qualify for entry. Secondly, even if one enters the inner secret realm, what kind of skills they can obtain is heavily dependent on luck and opportunity. Ultimately, the granting of skills in the demon and god cemetery is both an opportunity and a trial. Only the strong can receive them. Although your strength is already considerable, it's still not enough. In the approaching apocalyptic battle, Director by hopes you can achieve sufficient enhancement. While we don't know how you will ultimately resolve this crisis, powerful strength is necessary regardless of the method employed. Sheen understood. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Director Bai's plan to appoint him as the head of the Demon Hunting Academy. When Director Bai used observation hockey to see the scene of himself leading humanity to victory, he had already decided to place his bets on Sheen. Making him the head of the academy was not just about having him lead humanity to overcome the apocalypse. It was also about utilizing the academy's resources to further enhance himself. I understand. Sheen nodded. How should I use this key? There's a door deep within the cemetery. You just need to insert the key to use it. There are signposts in the cemetery that will guide you to the door. Teacher Qingji put on his hat again. There have been some anomalies at the Demon Ceiling Tower recently, and I need to investigate. All right. After Qin became the head, Teacher Qingji and Teacher Qi Quan were also appointed as vice principals by him. After the Pillar Organization attacked the campus, the situation in the 9 provinces became turbulent, and many dark organizations began to stir. The Quansheng organization in the northern desert has revived, and the Heavenly Tower in Yunnan province is still gathering the remaining evil ghost power. So, despite not being fully healed, Qi Quan set out again, leading 2 lecturers to hunt down members of the dark organization. Besides the chaos caused by the dark organizations, what truly instills fear in the Demon Hunting Academy and the entire Demon Hunting Alliance is the lurking Pillar Organization. Recently, there have been many flaws in the 9 provinces' defense array, and the Demon Ceiling Tower has even faced an attack from a Pillar member. Fortunately, it was guarded by one of the gold medal teachers, Teacher Xiao Wu, which prevented a major disaster. However, it is still a cause for concern. Qingji rubbed his temples, a hint of anxiety showing on his face. Qin understood what he meant. Although it hasn't been publicly disclosed on a large scale, at least the senior lecturers at the Demon Hunting Academy are already aware of the true identity of the Pillar Organization's leader. Almost everyone cannot believe that the one who came to destroy the Demon Hunting Academy is actually the human hero who established it, the first principal, Wu Sheng. But it was also Wu Sheng who designed and participated in the construction of the 9 provinces defense array. If he has special intentions regarding the array, it could spell disaster for the entire 9 provinces. Therefore, I must personally go and oversee it, and I will take Lin Long with me to ensure the safety of the 9 provinces defense array. Although the storm has temporarily passed, I suspect there may still be a Pillar Organization spy within the academy. Qingji said calmly. At this moment, the academy can only rely on you to hold the fort. After the attack from the Pillar Organization, the academy suffered heavy losses among its gold medal lecturers, with only Taoist Wang remaining bedridden. Although he has received treatment from the elder director of Huadahua Academy, Chun, his recovery without harming his foundation will still take at least a month. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces continent is currently facing both internal and external troubles, and everyone is exhausted from dealing with sudden incidents. There are no more manpower resources available to guard the academy. You can rest assured. Qin stood up from the principal's seat. He walked to the weapon rack nearby, where the weapon of the previous principal, by Qi, was inserted. One of the supreme great blades that Song Yun cut. Qin stroked the long blade with a firm tone. With me here, the Demon Hunting Academy will not fall into chaos. Chapter 234. The Dream of the Inner World. Although Qin is confident in his strength, he also knows that the Pillar Organization is a highly powerful organization, possessing strength far beyond that of the 100 Ghost Group. Moreover, the leader is none other than the first principal, who is very familiar with the Demon Hunting Academy. Unlike the simple act of devouring people by the 100 Ghost Group, the Pillar Organization clearly has special goals. They possess human-like personalities and reason, but their true intentions remain unclear. The unknown is the greatest enemy. At this moment, Qin realized that the only thing he could do was to increase his strength. As long as his power is sufficient, he can break through any scheme with a single sword strike, regardless of what the enemy has planned. After sending Teacher Qingji off, Qin arrived at the Bubbling Lake. This is one of the Academy's secret realms, the hot pot lake from the captured world of delicious food. The lake water bubbles continuously, wafting the aroma of spicy beef oil. He looked at the large ship in the center of the lake, which was built in imitation of the sea restaurant Baratai from the One Piece world. Chin recalled the delicious boiled meat slices that the mountain chef, the inheritor of Sanji from the One Piece world, had made for him when he was still around, as well as the battle that had greatly benefited him. Now, the mountain chef has sacrificed himself in the battle against the 100 Ghost group. He heard that the mountain chef faced an attack from more than 50 ghosts, sustaining multiple injuries. Yet he still refused the suggestion to consume the Ghost King's blood to become a ghost, fighting until the last moment. Chin silently clenched his fists. Now, it is his turn to protect this academy. Jinji! Chin gently shook his body and then jumped directly into the lake. The boiling lake water surrounded him, but Chin seemed not to feel the lake's heat. All the water stopped 10 centimeters in front of him, as if he were wearing a thick raincoat. Ever since Chin received Principal Bai's inheritance, he has been consciously developing the powers of the Tremor fruit. The Tremor garment he is using now is one of the skills he has developed. By applying the Tremor fruit's ability to the surface of his body, he creates a barrier of space. Whether it is someone else's attack or substances like water and fire, they find it difficult to breach his Tremor garment. Having a power similar to Satoru Gojo's limitless technique, Chin dived to the bottom of Hot Pot Lake, walking along the lake bed until he finally found a tall tombstone. Most of the tombstones were buried in the lake bed silt, with only a small part of the top exposed. The tombstone was adorned with intricate cloud patterns, and there were inscriptions on the other side. Although Chin couldn't see the words buried in the silt, he knew they read Divine Demon Cemetery. He found it. Chin discovered the entrance to the secret realm, Divine Demon Cemetery. This was the only dual secret realm in the Demon Hunting Academy and was one of its former core secrets. This secret realm was formed during the tenure of the second-generation principal. Therefore, even though the leader of the Pillars was the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, he was unaware that another secret realm was hidden within this one. It was precisely because of this secret realm that Principal Bai was able to timely transfer all the students using spatial power to the Divine Demon Cemetery during a critical moment when the Pillars launched a massive attack on the academy, ensuring that no student was harmed. Chin approached the tombstone, gathered his spiritual energy at his fingertips, and traced along the cloud patterns at the top of the stone. This was the method taught to him by Chin to enter the Divine Demon Cemetery. As he finished drawing the last stroke, the cloud patterns suddenly flew out from the top of the tombstone and enveloped Chin. It was as if he heard a long whistle, and he felt the scenery before him suddenly change. He found himself at the foot of a trapezoidal peak. Was this the outer secret realm of the Divine Demon Cemetery? Chin looked up. There was a sun in this secret realm, albeit dim, giving off no warmth. Some secret realms exist as small worlds. Chin surveyed his surroundings. In front of him were long steps extending to great heights, flanked by thousands of tombstones. Here lay the heroes of humanity. Chin slightly bowed and paid his respects to the countless tombstones. Then he ascended the steps slowly, his steps steady. He walked all the way to the top of the steps, where a heavy iron door stood before him. The door was isolated, with no objects blocking it, standing alone at the top of the steps. Chin took out the key given to him by teacher Chin Ji, inserted it into the hole at the center of the iron door, and turned the key. Boom! The door emitted a thunderous sound, as if the entire mountain range was shaking. The iron door opened, revealing endless darkness inside. Without hesitation, Chin stepped into the darkness. Xiao Qin, wake up, wake up. Chin Gij, wake up. Chin slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was an elderly man and several children. Grandpa Hong, an area. Xiao Yuan, Huzi, where am I? Hiss, my head hurts a bit. Chin was helped by the old man beside him to sit up. Silly child, of course you're at home. Chin looked around. The furniture was very worn, with several army cots lined up next to each other, and a kettle beside him was steaming. Chin rubbed his head. This is the orphanage in the downtown area of Linhai City. It's my home. Grandpa Hong brought over a bowl of chicken soup, blowing on it before holding it in front of Chin. Here, drink this soup to warm up. You silly child. Even if you didn't gain any good inheritance, there's no need to take it too hard. After all, how many people can obtain an inheritance above grade B? Aren't we all just living ordinary lives? As Grandpa Hong chatted, Chin gradually remembered. During the inheritance ceremony, he received an F-grade inheritance. He didn't gain any abilities. This inheritance was just an ordinary person from another anime world. And because he couldn't obtain a good inheritance, he fainted in a moment of panic. It's okay. Later you can learn to cook well with me. Your Grandpa Hong may not have other skills, but I'm a good cook. Once you learn, You can work as a chef in a small restaurant. While Grandpa Hong was chatting, he urged Qin Shi to finish the bowl of chicken soup. His eyes filled with love. Looking at the old man beside him, who was closer than family, and the children, Qin Shi felt warmth in his heart. His memories were a bit hazy. It seemed he successfully got into university and experienced many dangerous battles. However, as he stroked the hair of the little girl playing beside him, that kind of life didn't seem very good. Being able to accompany family was the happiest thing. Yet those vague memories of his teachers and classmates gave him an inexplicable sense of vividness. Could it be that he really went to that so-called demon hunting academy? In the inner world of the divine demon cemetery, Qin Shi's body floated in the void, surrounded by boundless darkness. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he had fallen into a dream. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted. It seemed that something happy had happened in the dream. Chapter 235, The Determination to Protect Shaoqin. Making soup requires attention to heat. Grandpa Hong patiently taught Qin Shi. Sweat beaded on Qin Shi's forehead as he constantly adjusted the flame size under Grandpa Hong's instructions. Hee, do you find it hard? Grandpa Hong smiled and handed Qin Shi a towel. Hee, as long as I can be with you, and yeah, this bit of hardship is nothing. Qin Shi replied with a smile. He felt like he had been in a long dream. The world in the dream was dangerous, with the constant threat of powerful demon beasts destroying everything. He fought tirelessly in a distant place to save this world. Qin Shi looked around. People in white chef's coats were bustling about, busy with cooking and serving, creating a lively atmosphere. He was in the hotel kitchen where Grandpa Hong worked. Now, as an apprentice, he was helping Grandpa Hong. Compared to the endless battles in his dream, Qin Shi enjoyed the tranquility of the moment more. If he could always be with his family, even if it was hard, it felt wonderful. All right, we've worked all morning. Let's take a break. Grandpa Hong patted Qin Shi's head. Qin Shi nodded and walked from the steps to the rooftop. This restaurant was the tallest in the downtown area of Linhai City, and from the rooftop, one could overlook the entire city. Standing at the railing, feeling the refreshing breeze, Qin Shi's heart was filled with joy. The feeling of peace was truly wonderful. Suddenly, his body trembled. Not far from the downtown area, the blue sky suddenly cracked open a seam. A gigantic naked man crawled out from the crack. Drool dripped continuously from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with madness. Qin Shi looked in disbelief at the naked giant not far away. This was a demon beast, the pure titan from the world of Attack on Titan. In just a moment, Qin Shi heard many people wailing. Demon, beast. One after another, naked giants crawled out from the crack, some male, some female, varying in height. But they all shared the same uncontrollable drool and the crazed expression directed at humans, as if they had seen the most delicious food. The downtown area instantly turned into hell. Qin Shi frantically ran down the stairs. He desperately fought against the crowd, fleeing for their lives, running towards the group of giants. Who will save us? Mom, where are you? Mom, woo-woo. Countless people were crying and calling for help, yet no one responded to them. Qin Shi ran desperately, weaving through the fleeing crowd, darting through alleys, and finally reached the front of the monstrous beast. He watched as the naked giant grabbed one person after another, former neighbors, friends, classmates, and then tossed them into its mouth. Blood splattered from the giant's teeth. It was a scene from hell. Anger burned in Qin Shi's chest. He clenched his fists in frustration, biting his teeth until they bled. What could he do? He was just an F-rank inheritor, one who had inherited no special abilities, utterly useless. What could? Anything at all help him gain power? He felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw a sword had appeared in his hand without him noticing. The sword had a blood groove and was inscribed with intricate runes. Just one glance, and Qin Shi understood how to wield this sword. This sword was named Azura. Sacrificing all his blood, he could transform into a demon-slaying Azura. Using this sword could grant him power, but the cost was life. Qin Shi stared at the sword in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter. Life? If it could save those I wish to protect, I would gladly offer my life. Qin Shi raised the sword and plunged it into his chest, the searing pain flooding his body. His blood flowed rapidly, and his consciousness began to blur. Countless giants sensed the vibrant life force of this young man and immediately dropped the humans in their hands, rushing madly toward Qin Shi. A fierce blood-red storm surged from Qin Shi's body, a tempest as if it came from hell. Any giant caught in the storm was wiped away like dust. Qin Shi stood up slowly from the ground, sword in hand. How much longer could he endure? 1 minute, or even less. It didn't matter. Qin Shi's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a roar. His heart held only one thought: to slay demons. with my blood, cleanse the demons. Look, I told you my disciple could do it, right? In the void, a tall man with a long white beard pointed at the shifting images, proudly exclaiming. The changing images depicted the scene of the giant invading Linghai City, which Qin Shi had just witnessed. I said my disciple isn't afraid of these trials. The speaker was Bai Qi, the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. However, his figure was somewhat transparent, subtly swaying. This was not a human body, it was a spirit. The inner world of the demon and god cemetery could actually maintain the deceased as spirits. The inner world of the demon and god cemetery would test every entrant. Only by passing the trial could one qualify to receive our inheritance. And this boy named Qin Shi, despite his weak strength, was willing to sacrifice his life to protect others. This child is a true hero with a guardian's heart. I recognize him. Beside the white-bearded man stood a middle-aged man with long black hair, dressed in a tight black combat suit and draped in red layered armor. He was the spirit of the second-generation principal, possessing an Ultra S rank inheritance, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, from the Naruto world. Behind them stood hundreds of spirits. They were the heroes of the human race who sacrificed their lives in wars, including past teachers, current students, and alumni of the academy. Predecessors, juniors. Although I like this boy, isn't he a bit young at only 18? The third-generation principal said softly, his complexion refined, resembling an elegant scholar. Shouldn't we investigate further? After all, this is a huge gamble. In order to cope with the apocalypse, we need to grant all our inheritances at once. If we bestow our own inheritance to others, we will be left with nothing. The fourth-generation principal was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her voice sounded like a nightingale. Moreover, bestowing our inheritance to others generally means one can only grasp a small part, as there are significant conflicts between inheritances. Only inheritances from the same world can absorb a bit more. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer for newcomers? I remember a girl named Lin Long. Wasn't she quite good? Where is she at the Demon and God Cemetery? Wait for what? The apocalypse is nearly here. Bai Qi fumed, his beard bristling. Do we still have time? We're out of time. You must know that the monstrous beasts far exceed the 7 stars. The second-generation principal noticed the most powerful principal in history was about to lose his temper and hurriedly interjected. Xiaobai, why do I feel that this boy possesses all your inheritances? The power of this inheritance, Xiaobai, to put it bluntly, seems even stronger than yours. The student surpasses the master, you know? My disciple has great talent, able to inherit any legacy, Bai Qi replied, blowing at his beard, instinctively reaching for his wine jug, but finding only emptiness due to his spirit form. He awkwardly stroked his beard and then turned serious. So, everyone, please make a decision. Are you willing to gamble with me, Bai Qi, to bestow all our inheritances upon this disciple? For the human race, let us fight for a future. Chapter 236. The Predecessor's Inheritance, A Long Silence. The spirits in the inner world of the Demon and God Cemetery were the instructors and students of the Demon Hunting Academy. Heroes of the human race who sacrificed their lives for the peace of the JoJo world. They had no selfish motives. Their only concern was whether everyone was willing to sacrifice their souls to pass on their inheritances, and if this boy could truly bear the weight. This was the only opportunity. Could this boy really save the JoJo that was almost destined for destruction? Even Bai Qi, as his direct master, knew his details best. Was this overly young boy truly worth the one-time sacrifice of everyone? The second-generation principal glanced at Qin Shi, who was floating in the center of many spirits, eyes tightly closed and still dreaming. He slowly spoke. His powerful voice echoed throughout the Demon and God Cemetery. Although he is still just a boy, he has passed the trial of the heart. May I ask all of you, when you first entered the academy, did you have the resolve to sacrifice your lives to protect others? I asked myself, and I cannot do it. Just this point makes this boy stronger than me. What era are we in? Still considering age. We, this group of dead old folks, are old enough. What? Are we going out to fight the monstrous beasts? I am willing to sacrifice my soul and pass my inheritance skills to this boy. The second-generation principal walked to Qin Shi's side and reached out his right hand toward the sleeping Qin Shi. His right hand covered Qin Shi's head, and a faint light flashed. The second-generation principal's soul began to disperse, and a green light, like a firefly, floated into Qin Shi's body. Principal. Countless remaining spirits of instructors and students couldn't help but shed tears. A woman stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a white priestess outfit. I was a biology teacher at the academy 100 years ago. My inheritance is from the world of Inuyasha, Kagome. She was the wife mentioned by the Demon King. The instructor Kagome. My husband has caused great harm to this world. Now I offer my power, hoping to atone for him. She walked in front of Qin, gently touching him with her delicate fingers, and her form dissipated. A small white firefly flew into Qin's body. Kagome. As the Academy's super popular female teacher, Kagome's passing moved many other spirits. Haha, why are you crying? We are already dead, merely relying on the remnants of our once powerful legacy, waiting for a suitable heir to arrive. Today, I, Wang Ming, the 4th Vice President of the Demon Hunting Academy, inherit the legacy of Bongu from the world of One Punch Man, willing to sacrifice myself to gain a glimmer of life for the 9 provinces. Everyone, I'm going now. In a battle with a dragon-type demon beast, he lost his right hand. At this moment, he raised his left hand to his chest, saluting the remaining souls, and then transformed into light. Following that, countless lights shone brightly. I, Mei Fong, a gold medal instructor under the 2nd generation president, inherit the legacy of Aquarius Camus from the world of Saint Seiya, willing to offer my legacy, hoping that the plum blossoms still bloom in the winter of the 9 provinces. Yang Rongrong, the head of the medical office under the 3rd generation president, inherits the legacy of the divine Dr. Duanmu Rong from the world of Qin's moon, wishing for the 9 provinces to be free of sickness and disaster. Chun Jingjing, the most beautiful graduate under the 4th generation president, inherits the legacy of Usagi Tsukino from the world of Sailor Moon, a young man from the Qin era. I must protect the world my idol loves. 2 heavy sighs followed. Since everyone is like this, we will accompany the gentleman to death. I, Epic E, the 3rd generation president, inherit the legacy of Zhuoruodong, the leader of the San E sect from the world of Irenjixia, young man. Go and see a higher realm for me. I, Chui Schwerer, the 4th generation president, inherit the legacy of Qianren Shue, the angel god from the world of Doloa continent. As my chosen man, young man, please do not let me down. Countless lights lit up in the inner world of the god-demon cemetery, then transformed into tiny fireflies drifting into Qin's body. The tiny fireflies turned into a brilliant starry sky in the dark cemetery. At this moment, Principal Bai Qi couldn't help but feel a little moist in his eyes. He let out a long sigh, looking gently at the still sleeping Qin. Hey, disciple. Master can only accompany you this far. The suffering ahead can only rely on you alone. I, Bai Qi, the 5th generation president, inherit the legacy of Whitebeard from the world of One Piece, stealing a glimmer of life from the heavens, wishing for my students in the 9 provinces to have a bright future. His figure gradually dispersed, turning into tiny dust. Qin only felt that he had a very long dream. After sacrificing his life to activate the Shura sword to eliminate all the naked giants, he was on the brink of death. But just before dying, he seemed to see many people. Among those people, there were men and women. Each seemed to know him. Some were stern while others were gentle, saying many things to him. Who are they? Qin slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the bed in the dormitory. His head hurt so much, as if countless pieces of information were flooding into his mind. Awakened? Li Shani and Pei Bouillon discovered that Qin had awakened and hurried over. Pei Bouillon was holding a medicinal soup. This is my family's ancestral prescription, personally brewed by Elder Chun, called brain-calming soup. According to my dad, it uses the most precious medicinal materials from the demon domain, capable of repairing the soul and calming the mind. Qin dully drank the medicine, and only then did he feel the chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually quiet down. How did I come back? I didn't expect that after going to the god-demon cemetery, I ended up fainting again. It was teacher Qingji who instructed us to pick you up before leaving. He said everyone who goes to the inner world of the god-demon cemetery will fall asleep and be sent back. So we had to fish you out of the hot pot lake. He also mentioned that ordinary people would need to sleep for more than half a day to digest the inherited skills, but your physique is special, so you might sleep a bit longer. Qin nodded. So how long did I sleep? Li Shani replied. Just about a month. Hey, a month? Qin was so shocked that he jumped up from the bed. I actually slept for so long? Suddenly, he felt countless powers flowing through his limbs. Some powers were gentle, some were violent, some were warm, and some felt like the cold ice of winter. But strangely, hundreds of powers flowed within him, quickly merging into one, all transforming into a form of spiritual power, similar to chakra. Ding, the host, due to possessing the physique of the son of all realms, has digested the inherited power obtained in the secret realm. Mastery level of each inherited power. Intermediate. Current number of inheritances, 572. The system's prompt sound came. Sure was stunned in place. He had actually mastered hundreds of inheritances. Chapter 2, 37 different levels of inheritance. However, when checking the mastery progress of each inheritance, Sure discovered that almost all of them were at an intermediate level or even lower. For example, the inheritance from the golden metal teacher Camus. Camus is the Aquarius golden saint of the Saint Seiya world, guarding the 11th house of the zodiac in the Greek sanctuary, and is also one of the mentors of the protagonist group, Hyoga. He is said to possess power close to absolute zero. Like this golden metal teacher, if the inheritance were developed to its extreme, one could master all of Camus' skills, comprehend the so-called seventh sense's miraculous power, and even summon the legendary Aquarius gold cloth. But Sure, let alone summon the gold cloth, had not even mastered the standard seventh sense of the gold saints, having only mastered one ice-type skill, diamond dust. However, thanks to his son of all realms physique, he had indeed ignited the spark of inheritance. Unlike others who entered the inner world of the god-demon cemetery and obtained inheritance skills, they could only gain some accompanying moves, but could not truly claim to possess this inheritance. After all, in Blue Star, the barriers between different inheritances are as insurmountable as a chasm. Yet Sure truly possessed this inheritance. It was just that currently the mastery level was low, and the power he could exert was limited. However, given time and through continuous training, leveling up, he could completely master this inheritance. Moreover, not all inheritances were at the intermediate mastery level. Sure found a type of inheritance with a mastery level of advanced. Advanced is nearly 80% of inheritance development. This is the inheritance from the Naruto series. As a major category of inheritance, Naruto inheritances are not uncommon in the god-demon cemetery. Moreover, the inheritances that can appear in the inner world of the god-demon cemetery are all S-rank or even super S-rank inheritances. For example, a 5-star demon hunter who graduated under the third-generation president possesses the inheritance of Konan from the Naruto world. Konan, as one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization in the Naruto world and the only female member, possesses powerful paper jutsu. Sure not only mastered almost all of the paper jutsu, but even the self-created technique of 600 billion explosive tags. This could be considered a grasp of the essence of the Konan inheritance. Other advanced Naruto inheritances include Itachi Uchiha inheritance, Deidara inheritance, Hashirama Senju inheritance, Inoki inheritance. Is it because I am the Obito inheritance from Naruto, and the power systems come from the same world that I can smoothly master the Naruto inheritances given by other predecessors? Sure speculated. He sensed the total amount of spiritual power within his body, which had increased tenfold compared to before. The mastery of inheritance further endowed him with spiritual power. In terms of chakra alone, I am probably stronger than the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. He felt the vast amount of spiritual power within his body. However, this spiritual power did not come from those inheritances with intermediate or even advanced mastery levels. Although these inheritances granted Sure skills and techniques, they did not significantly contribute to increasing his total spiritual power. What allowed him to obtain such a massive amount of spiritual power was the inheritance from the second-generation principle. An Ultra S-level inheritance, the legendary hero from the Naruto world, Senju Hashirama. This represents the top combat power in the Naruto world, possessing an almost unique, would release, bloodline limit. Mastering terrifying would release ninjutsu, and having an almost frightening recovery ability and an enormous total chakra amount. As Sure felt the inheritance of Senju Hashirama within him, he realized his mastery level was perfect. Perfect means that he has mastered this inheritance 100%. Would release ninjutsu, sage techniques, and an exceptionally strong total chakra amount. Sure had completely mastered them all. Even the Whitebeard inheritance that Principal Baichi had transmitted to him before his death, using a secret method, did not reach the perfect level of mastery like Senju Hashirama's inheritance. Why could the second-generation principal's Senju Hashirama inheritance achieve such a high level of mastery? Sure began to wonder. The world inside the god-demon cemetery only consists of the remnants of the souls of those who have passed away. Just like in the Naruto anime, when Naruto sees his mother Kushina in his consciousness, even if he could gain some power from the inheritance, it shouldn't be the entire inheritance. He thought for a moment, could it be related to his own Obito inheritance? Uchiha Obito, in the anime, due to severe injuries, had Hashirama cells implanted by Uchiha Madara. Although they were just Hashirama cells, they allowed Uchiha Obito to master powerful would-release ninjutsu. For example, He once controlled the Ten Tails to directly unleash an enormous range of ninjutsu, the wood release, cutting technique. It was precisely because of the assistance from Hashirama cells that Obito used Kamui as easily as eating and drinking, completely without the chakra shortage problems that Kakashi faced. Since a portion of Senju Hashirama, his power exists within his inheritance, did he directly master the entire inheritance after obtaining the second-generation principle's inheritance spark? After thinking it over, Shinshur concluded that this was the only possibility. Rubbing his head, which still ached slightly, he realized that although he had been in a deep sleep for a whole month, he had absorbed too much inheritance. Even with his child of all realms system physique, it was impossible to digest all this inheritance in a short time. Shinshur got dressed and looked at his two roommates. Both of them had noticeable dark circles under their eyes, indicating that his month-long slumber had caused them considerable worry. Although he was grateful for their efforts, he had to ask, why didn't you two go to class? And why aren't you go to class? I'm the principal. How can a principal go to class like a student? Teacher Chingji said before leaving that although you are now the principal, you are still a freshman, and you need to earn the same credits every semester. N. After having a hearty meal at the cafeteria with his two roommates, Shinshur and the others walked into the classroom. All the students turned to look. Former classmates suddenly became his leaders. The gazes turned complex for a moment. The teacher lecturing was Teacher Wong, who had just recovered from serious injuries. Still wearing a familiar green robe, but with bandages on his hands, clearly not fully healed. Teacher Wong is giving a lecture? Shinshur pretended to be dignified, placing his left hand behind his back and extending his right hand to wave, resembling a leader on inspection. He was just short of saying, "Comrades, good morning." Teacher Wong glanced at him. "Awake? Hurry and take your seat." Saying this, Teacher Wong brushed the chalk dust off his hands. "In this classroom, I call you Chin classmate. You call me Teacher Wong. In the principal's office, I call you Principal Chin. You call me Xiao Wong. We each discuss our own matters. Now, Wong classmate, return to your seat and take out that dusty textbook of yours and turn to page 78. What are you standing there for? Do you want to fall further behind on your credits? Hurry up. Every minute you waste here costs the whole class an hour. Let us see how long you can procrastinate." Shinshur was speechless. Where's the treatment of a leader he was promised? Chapter 238. Demon Suppression Pass. Grass restrains water. Fire restrains grass. Combat restrains rocks. After finally memorizing the attribute restraint chart of the demon beasts, under the reluctant gaze of the teacher, Shinshur exhaled and prepared to step out of the classroom. Although Vice Principal Chingji arranged for him to only attend half a day of classes every day, he still had to complete all the assigned homework. The beautiful teacher, the head of the Pokemon World S. Xiaoxia Inheritance, pulled him back, speaking earnestly. "You are the principal. You must set a good example. If you don't rank in the top 5 in this exam, you 1T get a break this weekend. I'll tutor you." Shinshur nodded awkwardly. "Go on, our esteemed principal. Now is your time to handle business. If you get tired, just call me. I'll serve you tea and give you a massage." After addressing Shinshur's study issues, the beautiful head of department suddenly changed her tone, her voice extremely gentle, even with a hint of flattery, switching moods faster than flipping a book. This is professionalism. Shinshur sighed inwardly about how talented everyone in the Demon Hunting Academy was while hurriedly heading to the principal's office. Just as he sat down, a mixed-race beauty suddenly burst through the door. "Senior Lin Long, what brings you here?" Shinshur stood up to pour Lin Long a glass of water. "Aren't you at the Demon Locking Tower, investigating the anomalies at the border with Teacher Chingji?" After finishing her drink, Lin Long finally caught her breath. "Over at the Demon Locking Tower, we have already captured the source of the disturbance. Is an undercover agent from a column organization, disguising as the captain of a demon hunting team stationed at the Demon Locking Tower and also one of its guards." Lin Long's rising and falling chest gradually stabilized. "This person, like others from the column, harbors a demon beast within him, specifically a treasure chest monster." "Treasure chest monster?" Shinshur asked curiously. "Yes, it's a monster from the burial of Flyrian world. Its attack power is low, but it can swallow objects much larger than itself into its chest." Lin Long explained in detail. "A monster with storage capabilities? Could it be that he used the characteristics of the treasure chest monster to hide demon beasts inside?" Shinshur speculated. Since a person could enter the Jojo by relying on their appearance, there was no need for such trouble. If he had to bring something in, it could only be a demon beast. Hearing Shinshur's guess, Lin Long exclaimed, "No wonder Teacher Chingji said you're smart. You guessed correctly. He indeed used the properties of the treasure chest to hide demon beasts inside." However, while the quantity is high, there's only one type. That is, the mischievous bomb. Qin was taken aback. Huh? Mischievous bomb? The one from Pokemon that loves to live in power plants and explodes with even the slightest provocation? Qin thought for a moment, then asked about the quantity. Lin Long held up one finger. Exactly 1,000. The mischievous bomb, although a representative of self-exploding Pokemon in the Pokemon world, wouldn't kill anyone with a single explosion. But 1,000 mischievous bombs would differ, their power equaling that of high explosives. This undercover agent really had some guts, carrying so many mischievous bombs on his body, practically a walking nuclear bomb. How did you discover he was an undercover? Qin continued to ask. It was teacher Qingji. He used observation hockey to detect that this undercover's biological energy was far higher than that of others, which led him to lock onto the target. Qin nodded. After understanding the abilities of the Hashira, Qin also pondered similar questions. Unlike demons, members of the Hashira are not afraid of the sun and do not possess the non-human characteristics of the demons. Aside from the presence of a demon beast within their bodies, they are no different from others. So how can one identify a member of the Hashira organization? Teacher Qingji's method is perception. Demon beasts are often monsters whose size and spiritual energy greatly exceed that of humans. So a person with a demon beast residing within them will have much stronger biological energy than an ordinary person. By relying on the strong perception ability of observation hockey, one can identify the members of the Hashira who have a demon beast within them. Is that undercover agent's goal to blow up the demon lock tower? Qin asked. There are two major prisons in the 9 provinces. One is the Secret Realm, Advanced City, located underground in the Demon Hunting Academy, where many powerful demon beasts are sealed. The other is the legendary structure Demon Lock Tower, located on the border, brought out from the Realm of Secrets. However, what is imprisoned inside the Demon Lock Tower is not demon beasts, but people. It holds members of various dark organizations who have been imprisoned for centuries. Core members of the once popular organizations like the Whole Sex, Phantom Troop, 6 Demon Generals, and Men in Black are all held within the Demon Lock Tower. These individuals have caused destruction to the 9 provinces, even more so than demon beasts. The purpose of the guard at the Demon Lock Tower is to use 1,000 mischievous bombs to blast an exit from the tower, creating chaos in the 9 provinces by letting those dark organization members escape in a frenzy. After Lin Long finished explaining, she looked at Qin's puzzled expression and asked if he had any questions. Qin thought for a moment. First of all, how did the guard of the Demon Lock Tower allow an undercover agent to infiltrate? Is it someone from our Demon Hunting Academy? Lin Long smiled. You forgot that you juniors haven't taken the course history of the 9 Demon Sealing Passes. The 9 Demon Sealing Passes were established by the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng, with the aim of using 9 secret realm wonders to construct the formation of the Naruto world, 9 Red Suns formation, creating a defensive circle surrounding the entire 9 provinces. Qin nodded. There is no 9 Red Suns formation in the Naruto world, but rather the 4 Red Suns formation. This is an A-rank ninjutsu that requires 4 Hokage-level ninjas to work together. The 4 Shadow-level strongmen open a rectangular barrier of red, transparent flames in the east, west, south, and north directions. The barrier, imbued with red flames, prevents outsiders from entering and enemies inside from escaping. During the 4th Shinobi World War, the 1st of 4th Hokage, who were reincarnated using Edo Tensei, used this technique to seal the super demon beast, 10 Tails. The strength of the formation is very high. Even the 10 Tails high concentration chakra bomb, known as Tail Beast Bomb, could not break the barrier. However, in the Naruto anime, the 4 Red Suns formation was ultimately destroyed by Uchiha Obito, who transformed into the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The 9 Red Suns formation of Blue Star was developed by the brilliant first principal based on the principles of the 4 Red Suns formation, capable of surrounding the entire 9 provinces area. The emergence of the 9 Red Suns formation ultimately helped humanity block the invading army of demon beasts, allowing humans in the 9 provinces to survive the first Red Moon Beast Tide and launch a counterattack. The second principle further improved the original formation. He selected 1 secret realm wonder from each of the 9 provinces. Using the power of the secret realms and the spiritual energy of the demon beasts and human warriors that perished near the wonders to construct a large formation that could operate autonomously without a caster. The 9 wonders that serve as the nodes of the 9 Red Suns formation are now the 9 Demon Sealing Passes. Without the Demon Sealing Passes, there would be no hundreds of years of peace for humanity. Qin's expression turned serious. Therefore, the Demon Sealing Passes must not have any mishaps. Chapter 239, detonating the mischievous bombs. An undercover agent dares to come to demolish the Demon Lock Tower with 1,000 mischievous bombs? I feel like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the Demon Lock Tower. Qinsher said. Uh-huh. I came back this time to report to you, and then take you along. We have only conducted a preliminary review of that undercover agent. But now Teacher Qingji is more worried about. Lin Long finished her water and said, Then let's go. The driver is still waiting for us at the door. No need to be so troublesome. Qinsher smiled. Hold my hand. What for? Lin Long looked at Qinsher suspiciously, but still obediently placed her hand in his. She knew her junior wasn't the type to take advantage of others. However, if the person taking advantage of her was him, Lin Long felt she might not mind. Taking a car is too troublesome. Teacher Qingji is still at the Demon Lock Tower, right? Qinsher asked. Lin Long nodded. Then it's simple. Qinsher suddenly had a kunai in his hand, inscribed with a special talisman. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he and Lin Long disappeared. Be careful. Everyone be careful. Looking at the fully loaded 1,000 mischievous bombs, Teacher Qingji felt his head was about to explode. A month ago, he received a report from the guard of the Demon Lock Tower, Little Wu, saying there were signs of activity from the Hashira organization, and he immediately rushed over. After a month of hard work, he finally used observation haki to identify the undercover agent lurking in the Demon Lock Tower. And now he had to deal with a mess of illegal explosives. Truck after truck lined up to prepare to laboriously load large ice blocks onto the vehicles. That's right, large ice blocks. In order to prevent the mischievous bombs from self-destructing, Teacher Qingji activated the ability of the ice fruit as soon as he took out the mischievous bombs from the treasure chest monster. Take one out, freeze one. Otherwise, with the self-destruct characteristic of the mischievous bombs, they could explode the moment they came out of the treasure chest monster. 20 kilometers east of the Demon Lock Tower is a piece of uninhabited wasteland, which is quite large. We can detonate the mischievous bombs there, the young man said. The young man looked to be around 25 years old, dressed in a high-necked long-sleeve coat with white on a black background, edged in black, and wearing black socks and white shoes. He had short, messy black hair, pale skin, and green eyes, and most oddly, deep green tear-like markings on his face. He is Little Wu, the guard of the Demon Lock Tower and the most outstanding graduate of the Tiangong Academy in the past 3 years. His inheritance is from the Espada, the fourth Espada, Ulquiorra cipher, under Aizen Sosuke from the world of Death Note. As for why he is the best graduate in the past 3 years, that is because Little Wu graduated from Tiangong Academy only 3 years ago. However, although he was handsome, Little Wu now had a tired expression. For this past month, in order to investigate the undercover agent, he, like Teacher Qingji, had worked almost nonstop. Fortunately, with your large-scale freezing skill, Teacher Qing, otherwise I would have released some spiritual pressure and your mischievous bombs could have exploded on me. Little Wu said to his former homeroom teacher. But moving them is also a big hassle. It's a full 20 kilometers and there are many mountain roads. If one mishap occurs, everything could explode. Suddenly, Little Wu frowned, looking towards Qingji. Who? He felt a tap on his arm, and a handsome young man appeared beside him, along with a blonde mixed-race beauty. Hey, Teacher Qingji, Senior Wu, hello. Qinsher greeted with a smile. He had left a Flying Thunder God mark on Teacher Qingji when he set out, so he quickly moved over using Flying Thunder God technique. Qin, Principal? Little Wu exclaimed in surprise. Calculating the time, Lin Long had just arrived at the academy to report, and the two had come over so quickly. You're here? Qingji was not surprised by Qinsher's appearance. He knew that his principal was very skilled in space-type ninjutsu, and this kind of teleportation was just a small matter. That's how it is. Can you think of any solutions? Qingji briefly introduced the current situation to Qinsher. Although he called in a large number of trucks, he still dared not move them lightly, as the road was uneven and far. Although the mischievous bombs were frozen and wouldn't explode immediately, an explosion could occur during the bumpy transport. I'll give it a try. Qinsher formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Qinsher appeared on the scene. They stood in sequence, their index fingers and thumbs touching, surrounding all the frozen mischievous bombs in the middle. Formation ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God formation technique. The Flying Thunder God formation technique is an alternative use of the Flying Thunder God technique, created by the fourth Hokage in the Naruto world. It can transfer objects or people within the formation to other places. In the Naruto world, the Flying Thunder God formation technique was used by the fourth Hokage's bodyguards, Narashikaku, and others, but it only transferred the Mizukage Terumi Mei. Now, Qinshi was using the flying thunder god formation technique with the power of a single person through the shadow clone technique. In an instant, all 1,000 frozen mischievous bombs disappeared, including Qingji, Linlong, and Xiao Wu. They all appeared in an uninhabited wasteland far from the demon lock tower. Sure enough, you must have a way. Qingji looked at his former student, now leader, with relief. There are countless inheritances in Blue Star, but each has its own focus. For example, his inheritance of Akiji has powerful freezing fruit, but its applications are limited. The Naruto-type inheritance, on the other hand, has a variety of ninjutsu capable of performing non-combat tasks such as building bridges, repairing roads, and gathering intelligence. Leave the rest to me. The gatekeeper of the Demon Lock Tower, Xiao Wu, said with a smile. Principal Qin, Student Lin, Teacher Qingji, you three step back. The explosive power of these 1,000 mischievous bombs is enough to create deep pits in the ground. Qinshi's eyes spun with the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Directly entering the void state of Kemu, Qingji exhaled a breath of cold air, and his whole body seemed to turn into an ice sculpture, forming a curved ice wall in front of the three. Linlong flicked her hair, holding the Avalon sword sheath in front of her, ready to withstand any explosion. Now, it's my turn. A mask similar to teardrops appeared on Xiao Wu's face, with a number 4 faintly visible on his left chest. Behind him, a pair of large black wings enveloped him. Xiao Wu's inheritance is from the most powerful ghost organization in the Death God world, the Espada, specifically the 4th seat, representing nothingness, Ulquiorra. At this moment, Xiao Wu was using the unique ability of the Espada, Resurrection. By changing his state, he could unleash several times more power than in his normal state. There are too many mischievous bombs, and they are still in a frozen state. I will try to eliminate them all at once. Slowly drawing out the long sword from his waist, Xiao Wu gripped it tightly and aimed at the distant group of frozen mischievous bombs. Black Zero. A small black energy sphere formed at the tip of his sword and then flew towards the group of mischievous bombs, continuously growing larger during its flight. This is the Black Zero of the Espada, which can only be used in the Resurrection state, far surpassing ordinary energy attacks in both power and range. Boom! The Black Zero struck the group of mischievous bombs, instantly activating all their nerves with a powerful attack, resulting in a series of self-explosions. The explosion sounded loud enough to burst eardrums, and a black mushroom cloud rose dramatically. Thick smoke and dust lingered for a long time. Huh, is it finally over? Xiao Wu let out a long breath, just about to put away the long sword. But Qinshi shouted, "Get ready for battle." He looked into the thick smoke, his expression serious. Xiao Wu, Qingji, and Linlong all looked over. As the smoke cleared, 1,000 black stones floated in the sky. The stones combined to form 10 enormous dark gates. Chapter 240. The Dark Gate, what is that? Xiao Wu looked in surprise at the 10 black gates in the sky. Such a heavy aura of darkness. The massive stone gates had a giant black dragon coiling around them, with warrior stone statues holding massive swords standing on either side. In the center of the gates, a strange green light flickered. This is the Dark Gate, Qinshi said in a deep voice. The Dark Gate? The three of them looked at Qinshi in unison. You actually know about this gate? Even Qingji, who claimed to be a human library after reading all the Academy's books, was unaware of the origins of the gate before them. He couldn't help but feel more curious about Qinshi. He recalled Principal Bai's conversation with him before his passing. My student Qinshi not only possesses strength far beyond his peers, but also has the magical ability to integrate multiple inheritances. More importantly, he has knowledge far beyond that of ordinary students. Although I don't know where he acquired this knowledge, it will ultimately save humanity. Qingji looked again at the young principal before him. What Principal Bai said is indeed true. Not knowing what Qingji was thinking, when he saw the three of them looking at him, Qinshi immediately explained. This massive stone gate is a product from the Warcraft world. In that world, this gate connects the worlds of Azeroth and Draenor. It can connect 2 worlds. Linlong asked in surprise, her voice like a nightingale. So this massive stone gate is actually a type of teleportation gate. Yes, Qinshi nodded. The Dark Gate can connect 2 worlds. In the Warcraft world, the orcs used such a massive gate to bring disaster to human civilization. So which world will this gate before us connect to? Linlong murmured. But the answer is self-evident. The column organization's undercover members in the 9 provinces brought this giant teleportation gate, so what comes through it can only be monsters. We cannot allow such a gate to exist. If a large number of monsters flood in, the Demon Lock Tower will be at risk of being destroyed. Is this the true plan of the column organization? As the gatekeeper, I will not let such a thing happen. Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened, and a black spiritual power aura enveloped his entire body. Second release. His form changed again. As a genius with the Ulquiora inheritance from the Death God world, he had fully mastered all the inheritances, including the unique second release in the Death God world. The change in form meant an absolute enhancement of power. Xiao Wu's upper body clothing vanished, and his whites turned green. His limbs and back were covered in black feathers, and his enormous black wings spread wide, revealing bat-like claws. Such an overwhelming spiritual pressure felt as heavy as an ocean. Qingji looked at Xiao Wu in shock. He knew the other party was powerful, but he had never seen Xiao Wu's second release form. Just grasping the skill, it wouldn't last long. Xiao Wu stretched out his hands. Including the skills usable in this state, I am still not proficient, but fortunately, the target size is large enough. Thunder Spear. A highly concentrated spiritual power elongated in Xiao Wu's hands, transforming into a spear that jumped with lightning. This skill, like the tailed beast bomb used by Qin Shi, is a high-density energy condensation. Go! The thunder gun shot out rapidly from Xiao Wu's hand, splitting the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! The thunder gun struck the dark gate. The powerful wave of force scattered the clouds in the sky. However, as the smoke cleared, the dark gate remained completely unharmed. How? How could it not be shattered? Xiao Wu looked incredulously at the dark gate in the sky. That strike just now, even if I had defended with armed color hockey, would probably have resulted in my death, yet this massive stone gate showed no signs of damage. It's truly unbelievable. Qin Ji also displayed a shocked expression. Only Qin Shi understood. In the world of Warcraft, the Alliance had long considered destroying the giant stone gate. But even with the combined strength of so many human powerhouses, they still couldn't break it. Even after enduring the spatial explosion of Draenor, the Dark Gate suffered no damage. Since it can't be broken, then I will. Seal it. A chilling aura surged from Qin Ji, and he exhaled heavily, cold air spewing from the corners of his mouth. Awakening skill, Ice Age. The intense cold was manipulated by Qin Ji, enveloping the 10 Dark Gates. Huge ice pillars surrounded them, sealing the 10 Dark Gates within 10 towering ice structures. But that's not all. Qin Ji suddenly slammed his hands against the ground. Armed color entwined. A black aura surged from the ground towards the 10 icy pillars, dyeing the pristine ice structures entirely black. Who? Qin Ji gasped for breath. He had just recovered from serious illness, and sealing the pillars had nearly exhausted all his strength. As a user of the frozen fruit, Qin Ji's freezing sealing ability was top-notch, and combined with the armed color hockey that greatly enhanced hardness, this sealing was already a top-tier defense. At least Lin Long and Xiao Wu thought so. However, Qin Shi slowly spoke. Here it comes. The black hook jade in his eyes spun, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the dark gate, looking into a strange world on the other side. Roar, accompanied by a series of beastly roars. A claw broke through the ice of the sealed dark gate, and a monkey holding a microphone was desperately squeezing out. This is the Goku Beast from the Digimon world. Lin Long was the first to exclaim. As an outstanding graduate of the Demon Hunting Academy, she remembered every monster that had appeared in the 9 provinces and had been recorded in the Beast Encyclopedia. This is a 5th-tier demon beast. Lin Long's expression turned serious. She wasn't afraid of 5th-tier demon beasts. She had even participated in the hunting of 7th-tier demon beasts. But the problem was, there were too many demon beasts breaking out of the gate. The Goku Beast, nearly suffocated by the surrounding beasts, angrily pressed its claws against the head of a naked giant nearby. That was an innocent Titan from the attack on Titan World. With a pop, the Goku Beast crushed the head of the naked giant beside it. Just as the Goku Beast wiped the blood from its hands and smiled, ready to jump out, a foot from another demon beast landed directly on the Goku Beast's head. This monster had an unclear face, its entire body covered in magma, with chains hanging from its chest, the lower end of which was a cage. Magma dripped from the monster's foot onto the Goku Beast, causing it to scream in agony as it was scalded to death. A 5th-tier demon beast, just like that, died before everyone. How could this be? Lin Long covered her mouth, taking a step back. That was a 5th-tier demon beast, and it just died like that. Xiao Wu's face turned pale as she watched the continuously emerging demon beasts, murmuring to herself, "Is this the scene of the end of the world?" Just as everyone was in doubt, a voice rang out. The Lava Demon God, a 7th-tier demon beast from the Yu-Gi-Oh world, will continuously consume its own life. The falling magma will weaken it further, and it will probably die in about 8 hours. Although the voice was soft, it carried a calming power. Qin sure shook his arms and smiled at everyone. Everyone, we have work to do. We cannot let even one of these demon beasts leave this wasteland. Chapter 241. Time Magic. Qin Principal was right. Qin Ji was panting heavily. The ice pillar ceiling had nearly drained his strength. He flipped his wrist and took out a gray potion bottle from his storage bag, which contained 7 or 8 pills. If these demon beasts were allowed to leave this place, they could cause damage to the Demon Lock Tower. If the Demon Lock Tower suffered damage and the 9 red sun array had a gap, then the demon beasts from the demon domain would enter the 9 provinces as if entering a no-man's land. We must not let such a thing happen. Qin Ji looked at the potion bottle in his hand, the hesitation in his gaze disappearing as he resolutely twisted the cap. Qin sure glanced at the bottle. The name of the drug was written on it, called Deadly Drug ES. This is a forbidden drug from the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island in the One Piece world. Taking this drug will temporarily double the strength of the user, and the more pills taken, the greater the multiplier of strength increase. It can be said to be a miraculous drug that can match 100. However, the side effects are also significant, which means a reduction in lifespan. In the One Piece anime, after Hody and his crew took the deadly drug ES, they collectively aged dramatically. Because of such powerful side effects, it was classified as a forbidden drug by the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, prohibiting its use. As the top academy of Blue Star, the Demon Hunting Academy has replicated various items from anime worlds due to their hunting of star-level demon beasts. And the pills in Qin Ji's hand were precisely the deadly drug ES replicated by the Academy's pharmacy. There are many drugs in anime that forcibly enhance strength. And because Qin Ji inherited from the One Piece world, the effects of taking drugs from other worlds would be significantly reduced. While taking replicated drugs from the One Piece world could achieve about 80 to 90% absorption. Just as Qin Ji was about to open the potion bottle and swallow all the pills at once, a hand grabbed the bottle. Qin Ji, for dealing with these demon beasts, there's no need for you to pay the price of your life. Qin sure smiled and stopped Qin Ji's action. These demon beasts? Senior Qin sure, but these are 7th-tier demon beasts. Lin Long tightened her grip on the curry stick, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Each 7th-tier demon beast is like a natural disaster, causing tremendous damage to the 9 provinces world. In the hundreds of years of the Demon Hunting Academy's history, there have been countless battles against demon beasts, but 7th-tier demon beasts have invariably caused great losses to the Academy. Lin Long was gathering magical energy, planning to unleash her skill with all her might the moment the 7th-tier demon beast, the Lava Demon, emerged from the Dark Gate. Her inheritance is from the most beautiful heroic spirit in Fate Zero, Saber, one of the 7 servants, Artoria Pendragon. Her strongest skill shares the same name as the holy sword in her hand, called the Sword of Promised Victory. By infusing all her magical energy into the holy sword, she can unleash a holy light like a shockwave, dealing significant damage to the enemy. In Fate Zero, Artoria used this move to evaporate a giant sea monster over 100 meters long. But at this moment, Lin Long lacked the confidence to kill the magma monster before her in one blow. And after using the Sword of Promised Victory with all her might, she would, like Qin Ji, fall into a state of temporary magical exhaustion. However, there were still 10 dark gates, and even more demon beasts were emerging from them. Although there were no high-level monsters like the 7th-tier demon beasts, with their magical energy depleted, even sacrificing her life might not be enough to stop them. Junior, if my spiritual power runs out, I'll have to rely on you for the remaining beasts. As she spoke, Senior Lin Long flicked her hair and was about to shout Excalibur. But Qin Shi directly pulled her back. Senior, it's fine for you to leave the other beasts to me, but could you let me handle this 7th-tier lava demon? Qin Shi said with a slight smile. Trust me. With that, Qin Shi turned around to look at the lava demon that was about to emerge from the dark gate. Come out, Grimoire. Qin Shi called softly. A book with no cover appeared in front of him, its pages spread out and rotating around the central spine. This is a magic book. Time Magic, Time Sphere. As Qin Shi raised his hand, the lava demon was suddenly enveloped by a gray magic sphere. Inside the magic sphere, the lava demon's body rapidly collapsed and then exploded with a bang. In a single breath, the 7th-tier beast vanished into nothingness. What is this? Senior Lin Long stood aside, stunned. This is a 7th-tier beast. Just a moment ago, she and teacher Qin Ji were planning to confront it at the cost of their lives, and yet her junior had effortlessly eliminated it with a mere gesture. It took only a second. Junior, no Qin. Principal Qin, you are so strong. Lin Long looked at her former junior in shock. to eliminate a 7th-tier beast with just a gesture. Even the so-called strongest principal by Chi, couldn't do that. This is beyond human level. It's not an exaggeration to call it divine. As if seeing through Lin Long's thoughts, Qin sure smiled. I'm not that strong. It's just that you all remember the weakness of the lava demon that I introduced earlier, right? This type of beast, while strong, collapses unless it's in lava. Even if we do nothing, it would die after 8 hours due to the lava falling off its body. And I merely used time magic to accelerate its time by 8 hours in an instant, causing its body to disintegrate. To put it simply, I just took a shortcut. Qin sure smiled and patted his head. Although he spoke lightly, the surprise in Lin Long and Qin Ji's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. First, you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of this 7th-tier beast. After all, the lava demon has never appeared in the 9 provinces, and all the teachers at the Beast Hunting Academy are unaware of its weaknesses. Secondly, you need to be able to cast time magic and target your attack effectively. Lastly, to accelerate its time by 8 hours with just a gesture, your mastery of time magic cannot be low. Is that really simple? Time magic. Is it the inheritance of the 3rd vice principal? Qin Ji pondered for a moment and quickly asked. Qin sure nodded. The 3rd vice principal, Zhuge Yu, inherited the magic emperor Julius Novinkrono from the world of Black Clover and is known as the greatest genius in the history of the Beast Hunting Academy. He became the vice principal at just 20 years old, the youngest vice principal in history. Originally, he was highly anticipated and was the most likely candidate to become the 4th principal. However, during the 3rd Red Moon Beast Tide, humanity faced 5 7th-tier beasts and countless beast armies, suffering heavy casualties in a short time. The 3rd vice principal, Zhuge Yu, sacrificed his life to forcibly cast the inherited magic he had not fully mastered, the super time magic, time restoration. This is a magic that can reverse time and has the power to resurrect humans who died not long ago through time reversal. After resurrecting the fallen human army, Zhuge Yu died, smiling, while sitting cross-legged on the battlefield due to the depletion of his magic and life. The 3rd Red Moon Beast Tide was turned around because the human army was resurrected, launching a massive counterattack that ultimately drove the beasts out of the 9 provinces. You actually inherited even the 3rd vice principal's legacy. Qin Ji exclaimed. He remembered that this student of his was clearly from the Fire Shadow lineage, Obito's inheritance. Logically speaking, the inheritance obtained from the God and Demon Cemetery should only be able to acquire legacies similar to one's own world. For example, Teacher Qin Ji himself has the inheritance of Akiji from the world of One Piece. After the Ice Age, Beast sealed the sea for 800 miles. He also entered the God and Demon Cemetery. After passing the test, he gained part of the inheritance from a teacher of anatomy from the era of the 4th principal. That teacher had a legacy from the same world, the Brook inheritance from One Piece. Through the inheritance, he exhausted all his strength and only comprehended one skill from Brook's legacy, Soul's Lost Sword, by invoking the winds of the underworld to create a freezing effect. It was precisely because of the understanding of Soul's Lost Sword that he developed his own awakening technique, Ice Hell, which could freeze the opponent's soul by invoking the winds of the underworld. It was also because of the soul-freezing effect of Ice Hell that he easily defeated one of the Upper Moons from the 100 Ghost team in the previous battle. And his student not only had passed the test of the God and Demon Cemetery to gain an inheritance, but he could even master the inheritance from the world of Black Clover, which was completely unrelated to Naruto. Moreover, he achieved a level of proficiency in a short period. No wonder Principal Bai saw him as the savior who could save humanity. Qin Ji looked at Qin Shi again, and this time, there was light in his eyes. After seeing the predicted future through Principal Bai's observation hockey back then, Teacher Qin Ji had also been depressed for a long time. Now, like Principal Bai, he saw hope. Qin, before the teacher dies, I will make sure nothing happens to you. Qin Ji silently made a decision in his heart. I will protect this light of hope for the 9 provinces. Chapter 242. Combination Technique, is it really that strong? Didn't the water column say that the newly appointed principal of the Beast Hunting Academy was just an ordinary principal level strength? Did she lie? Aside from the shock of Qin Ji and Lin Long, another person was also greatly surprised. The guard of the Demon Lock Tower, Xiao Wu, who had released his second transformation into a demon state, looked at Qin Shi with a hint of caution and fear in his eyes. Now is not the time to relax. Teacher Qin Ji snapped back to reality. After seeing Qin Shi defeat the 7th-tier beast, Teacher Qin Ji put away the ES deadly medicine vial and instead took out a recovery potion from his storage space. This potion is made from purple herbs from the world of One Piece and can gradually restore the user's spiritual power. He chose to trust his principle now. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't recklessly risk his life again. Although the 7th-tier beast was eliminated by Qin Shi, more beasts crawled out from the Dark Gate. Wow! A monster bird with a red crown, pink long beak, and large orange wings flew out from the Dark Gate. This is a 2nd-tier beast, Pidgeotto, from the world of Pokemon. In another gate, a massive monster struggled to emerge. Its size was like a tall building, with a human face, but limbs and body resembling an insect. This is the ghost-level monster, the 4th-tier beast, 170,000, year cicada larva from the world of One Punch Man. And from the Dark Gate, where the lava demon was just eliminated. A ghostly monster holding a coffin in its left hand and a tombstone in its right hand floated out with a sinister grin. This is a special grade cursed spirit from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, a 6th-tier beast, the Blister God. More and more beasts crawled out through the Dark Gate. So many. Lin Long's face turned pale. She raised the sword of Oath Victory in her hand, unsure of whom to attack. There were nearly 100 demon beasts, and although none were 7th tier, there were 3 6th tier, 11 5th tier, and many lower tier beasts. While each demon beast alone was not her match, facing so many at once filled Lin Long with despair. It was just at that moment of distraction that nearly 100 demon beasts started to flee in all directions. Their goal was not to fight the human in front of them, but to leave this wasteland and wreak havoc around, especially to destroy a building that resembled a tall tower. This was a requirement imposed on them by a human wrapped in bandages in their subconscious. Not good. They're trying to escape. Lin Long quickly reacted, raising her curry stick to unleash her ultimate move. However, before she could use it, a series of crashing sounds and the wails of the demon beasts rang out. Bang! Wail! These demon beasts crashed into what felt like an enormous hard wall, all being bounced back. Don't worry, I want to let them go. Qin Shi raised his hand. Illusory walls appeared around them. Ghost Path, Binding Path Barrier. For Beast Seal Gate. At Qin Shi's instant incantation, a massive black barrier emerged around the wasteland. At the 4 directions of the barrier, there were gates resembling dragon tails, huge white protective walls, tiger bites, large shields, turtle shells, tortoise shell-shaped shields, and phoenix wings, red circular rings. This is Teacher Tian's barrier technique? Lin Long exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at the gigantic 4-beast barrier that had suddenly appeared around her. When she was in school, her homeroom teacher was named Tian Zhao, whom everyone called Old Tian, a member of the Espada from the world of Death Note. With a legacy in the Binding Path Barrier, Old Tian was a gentle, plump teacher who would pat his belly while teaching students and privately provided Lin Long with a lot of extra help. He was the teacher Lin Long was most grateful for. However, during the Great Wall Defense battle, Teacher Tian had solidified the barrier at the Great Wall Pass to strengthen it, but was ultimately surrounded and killed by demon beasts, tragically falling. And now, the barrier Qin Shi was using, the 4B Seal Gate, was precisely the strongest barrier technique of her former homeroom teacher, Teacher Tian. Oh woo! The demon beasts frantically pounced on the barrier, with many even crashing into it and injuring themselves, yet the barrier stood firm and unyielding. Seeing that they could not escape the barrier, some demon beasts finally reacted and began to attack the 4 in the center of the wasteland. Qin Shi smiled and turned to the 3 behind him. After obtaining everyone's legacy in the God and Demon Tomb, I've been thinking about how to better apply the powers given to me. Later, I thought of a concept. I could combine some techniques. So I came up with this move. Qin Shi said, casting a meaningful glance at the small black crow standing at the back. He then turned around and quickly formed hand seals. Ninja Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. This jutsu was something Qin Shi had mastered long ago, and with the awakening of his Rinnegan, his shadow clone technique had reached an incredibly high level. In an instant, hundreds of Qin Shis appeared around the battlefield. Then, Ninja Technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Countless shadows flew from the feet of Qin Shi's shadow clones, accurately reaching beneath each demon beast. In an instant, all the demon beasts froze in place. Done. Qin Shi clapped his hands. Nearly 100 demon beasts, surprisingly, also clapped their hands like him. Shadow binding technique was also one of the inherited techniques Qin Shi obtained in the God and Demon Tomb. Originally, it was used by a teacher during the 2nd generation principal period who was the most outstanding military strategist of that era, inheriting from Shikamaru Nara in the world of Naruto. Although it was only an A-grade inheritance, this teacher could use a secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. This technique allows him to move his shadow freely, forcing the opponent to mimic his actions as long as their shadows overlap. It is also a top-tier binding technique. Next, Flower Fruit ability, Floral Chaos. Qinshi waved his hands. Among the countless shadows, many arms extended out. This was the unique ability of the most famous female adventurer in Kyushu, Li Binbin, from the time of the first principal. Her inheritance came from Nico Robin in the world of One Piece. Through the power of the Paramecia type Flower Fruit, she could grow any part of her body like flowers on anything within her line of sight. In order to ensure that the 9 Red Sun Array could guard the Kyushu world for a long time, Teacher Lee traveled across the country to find 9 suitable secret realms for the array. But unfortunately, she perished while exploring the 9th secret realm. The move Floral Chaos that Qinshi used was indeed the signature technique of adventurer Teacher Lee. He utilized the elongated shadows to grow countless flower-like hands on the shadows. Then he brought his hands together. With a clap, the flower hands came crashing down, like swatting away mosquitoes. Although the speed wasn't too fast, every demon beast was bound by the shadow imitation jutsu, causing each one to be hit by the attack of the flower hands. Some weaker demon beasts were directly killed on the spot. However, those above 4th tier were only injured and not enough to be eliminated. But after the flower hands clapped, they did not disappear, but remained tightly attached to the demon beasts. Finally, to wrap it up, Qinshi waved his hand again. The ability of the childlike fruit. Toy Bear. This inherited ability came from the 2nd generation principal's daughter, the legendary little girl of the academy, M. Tiang's ability. M. Tiang's inheritance is from Sugar, a special cadre of the Don Quixote family Toribol army in the world of One Piece. This inheritance can turn enemies into toys through direct touch. M. Tiang did not come into contact with the inheritance stone. Instead, she realized her own inheritance during a childhood encounter with a dark organization. However, due to the side effects of Sugar's inherited power, M. Tiang's body stopped growing, and she ultimately could only live in the form of a child. During the 2nd Red Moon Beast Tide, the elite of the Demon Hunting Academy went to the 9 demon suppression passes to resist the demon beasts. Emma Noze, still a student, stayed behind in the Demon Hunting Academy. Due to the academy being empty, it was attacked by the Phantom Troop, and MT Ing stepped up to organize students for defense. Using her childlike appearance to deceive, MT Ing successfully approached the enemy leader and used her ability to turn the leader into a toy. However, afterward, MT Ing was killed by other members of the Phantom Troop who reacted, passing away just after completing her coming-of-age ceremony. But because the leader was killed, the Phantom Troop ultimately scattered, and the academy successfully held on until the teachers returned. Qinshi used the ability of the childlike fruit to directly touch each demon beast with the flower hands. In just a moment, nearly 100 demon beasts were transformed into dolls, falling to the ground with a thud. The hundreds of demon beasts that surged from the Dark Gate were all eliminated in under a minute. At this moment, the 3 behind Qinshi all had their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Qinshi knew that the successor chosen by Principal Bai was powerful, he never expected them to be this strong. A demon beast army that would require the elite of the Demon Beast Academy to be deployed to defeat was unexpectedly annihilated in just a minute by this young principal standing before them. Lin Rong looked at Qinshi with a gaze filled not only with disbelief but also admiration. What incredible strength! I can never call him my junior again. As for Xiao Wu, besides shock, there was even more fear. Just a moment ago, he had only a trace of apprehension, but now his eyes were filled with deep terror. Qinshi turned around, clapped his hands, and smiled at everyone. It was just 100 demon beasts. Behind me, however, is the inheritance power of 5 generations of the Demon Hunt Academy. What is there to fear? Chapter 243. The imagination of battle. The scene fell into silence. Half a minute later, Qin Ji cleared his throat first. The trouble is not completely resolved. The sudden appearance of so many demon beasts indicates that the dark portal connects to a gathering place of demon beasts in the demon domain. Although the temporary demon beasts were eliminated by President Qin, as long as the dark portal remains, there will be a continuous stream of demon beasts appearing. These dark portals still need to be dealt with. Looking at the 10 giant stone gates floating high in the sky, Qin Ji sighed. These 10 dark portals are too solid. Even Xiao Wu's full force attack couldn't break them. My ice-type skills, especially single-target physical damage, are far inferior to Xiao Wu's Thunder Spear. Even if the Ice Hell that can freeze souls is incredibly powerful, facing such hard objects, Qin Ji still felt at a loss. I have an idea. While everyone was pondering solutions, Lin Rong raised her hand. The dark portal is a teleportation gate, right? Qinshi nodded. After receiving confirmation, Lin Rong continued. Reviewing the entire situation, it was actually the column organization that arranged an undercover agent in the guarding team of the demon locking tower. And that undercover agent was a treasure chest monster. Inside the treasure chest monster, there were exactly 1,000 mischievous bombs, right? Shinji nodded. I originally thought the enemy's plan was to use these 1,000 mischievous bombs as explosives to destroy the demon locking tower. I didn't expect that there was more to these mischievous bombs. Although they have already captured the undercover demon hunter, there are still 1,000 mischievous bombs inside the treasure chest monster that could explode at any time. It was precisely because they needed to deal with the mischievous bombs that they came to this wasteland, trying to minimize the explosion damage. But unexpectedly, the enemy still had a backup plan. Inside each mischievous bomb, there was a piece of dark portal stone. Since a single piece of dark portal stone is very small and is an inanimate object, we couldn't perceive it before. Lin Rong continued to explain. After detonating the 1,000 mischievous bombs, the stones inside the mischievous bombs flew out and combined to form the 10 dark portals floating in the sky now. The dark portals, as teleportation gates, connect to a demon domain that the enemy has specifically prepared full of demon beasts, resulting in a massive influx of demon beasts. The enemy's backup plan is to use the dark portals to teleport a large number of demon beasts to attack the demon locking tower. My analysis is correct, right? Everyone nodded. These are already established facts, but piecing them together is still astonishing. Their enemy, the organization called Column, not only has powerful members, but also great strategies. Almost all of their plans have contingencies, keeping them on their toes. Since the Column organization has prepared the dark portals, and the dark portals are magical gates connecting two places, then if the enemy can come through, we can enter as well. Lin Rong said coldly with a smile. We will enter through the dark portals, find the Column organization's lair, and annihilate them all. Another sudden silence ensued. This time, it was Qin Shi who spoke first. Senior Lin Rong, good idea. However, the teleportation points set by the Column organization are gathering places for demon beasts, not their own lair. If I were the enemy, I could easily set these demon beast gathering places far away from my base to prevent a counterattack. Their intelligence is not low. I think they have considered this point as well. However, although we can't directly strike at their stronghold, I already have a way to deal with these dark portals. In fact, when you think about it, this is a gift from the enemy. Qin Shi said with a smile. A gift? Lin Rong and Qin Ji were both taken aback. Hey, as long as these gates are here, it means the demon beast can bypass the Jojo defense barrier directly. You must know that in the world of Warcraft, dark portals are used to transport orc armies. Although the size of demon beasts is much larger than that of orcs, causing a decrease in the number transported by the dark portals. If these 10 dark portals are left unattended for a month, Jojo will face a catastrophic disaster. Unfortunately, Lin Rong and Qin Ji had no way to deal with the dark portals. The dark portals are currently set at two ends. One end is this wasteland, and the other end is the unknown gathering place of demon beasts in the demon domain. Qin Shi quickly said, such a large-scale teleportation gate is considered a legendary item. As long as the locations of the two ends of the dark portal are set, the dark portal can be reused. For example, set one end of the dark portal at the Demon Hunt Academy and the other end at various demon-suppressing checkpoints. Before Qin Shi finished speaking, Lin Rong and Qin Ji's eyes lit up. If, as Qin Shi said, we can change the teleportation points of the dark portals, then it would solve a major problem. Since the demon beasts invaded Jojo, the vast territory of Jojo has become the most troublesome issue for the demon hunters. You never know which part of the massive border of Jojo will face a large-scale demon beast attack. Even if the Human Guard army has divided its forces into 9 parts, stationed near the 9 major demon-suppressing checkpoints, once Jojo is in trouble, the nearest checkpoint's forces can provide timely support. However, in the face of a general demon beast tide, one checkpoint's forces can still handle it alone. But when facing a demon beast attack at the level of the Red Moon beast tide, the strength of one checkpoint is far from sufficient. For instance, during the era of the second-generation Dean, when the Night of the Red Moon arrived, all other 8 checkpoints were calm. Only the Black Water Pass in Kanglan Province faced an overwhelming attack from demon beasts. At that time, although the Black Water Pass also had demon hunter troops stationed, facing hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, their strength was utterly insufficient. The Black Water Pass was quickly breached, and when the second-generation Dean led the human demon hunter army to arrive, it was already the 3rd day after the city gate fell. Even though some human powerhouses had space-type inheritances, there were significant limitations on the quantity and quality of teleportation. For example, a graduate from the Demon Hunt Academy, inherited Shiroi, Kuriko from the Tora Majitsu no Index, who can instantly send anything she touches far away, ignoring the rules of three-dimensional space. However, she can only teleport 2 people at a time, which is merely a drop in the bucket for a large-scale war. Other techniques, such as instantaneous movement from the Dragon Ball world or Flying Thunder God from Naruto, cannot move a military-scale number of troops, because the rescue team was not timely. After the Blackwater Pass was breached by the Demon Beast Army, countless civilians fled to other regions, leaving a scene of carnage. And the Demon Beast Army was scattered throughout Kanglan Province, making cleanup extremely difficult. It was precisely because the entire Demon Hunt Academy was mobilized that the Academy was left vulnerable, even being besieged by the Dark Organization, nearly leading to its destruction. But if we have these 10 dark portals, it would be different. If we can set up these gates at every demon-suppressing checkpoint, and each gate's teleportation point is the Demon Hunt Academy. Qing Ji said excitedly. The Great Wall Pass, where the Demon Hunting Academy is located, possesses the highest level of demon hunting combat power. Regardless of which Demon Guarding Pass is attacked by a massive beast tide, the reinforcements from the Demon Hunting Academy can quickly arrive. Not only that, Qin added with a smile, the combat power of any Demon Guarding Pass can also use the Demon Hunting Academy as a transit hub to swiftly reach other passes. No matter which pass is invaded by the beast tide, they will face the full combat power of the 9 provinces. This can greatly enhance our defensive capabilities in the 9 provinces. Imagining the seamless movement between various demon guarding passes, Qingji's pale face, depleted of spiritual energy, became a bit more flushed. Chapter 244. The method for dealing with the dark gates. I say, are we thinking a bit too much? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly broke in. Although Principal Qin's idea is good, we can't even destroy these huge dark gates, let alone utilize them. Moreover, if we delay any longer, more demon beasts might come out from the gates. The urgency now is to quickly deal with these gates and not let more demon beasts in. Xiao Wu's words were like a bucket of cold water, bringing Qingji and Linlong back to reality. What should we do? Linlong revealed a bitter smile. Just the terrifying spiritual pressure from Xiao Wu's Thunder Spear made Linlong certain that its power was not much weaker than her Oath Victory Sword. But it was almost ineffective against the dark gates. Their hardness had reached an abnormal level. She truly felt helpless against these stone gates. I already have a method for dealing with these dark gates, Qin said with a smile. Oh, Xiao Wu immediately turned around, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Principal Qin, do you have a way to destroy them? Haha, I can't destroy them either, but I can store them away. Store them? Xiao Wu was taken aback, wanting to ask more. Qin's body had already used Void Dance technique to float into the air. In the Demon and God Cemetery, he had also obtained the dumpling inheritance from the Dragon Ball world, allowing him to float in the air by manipulating chi to escape planetary gravity. Then, he approached a dark gate and reached out to touch the huge stone statues on either side of the door. With a whoosh, the dark gate actually disappeared from its original spot. The door disappeared? Qingji, Linlong, and Xiao Wu were all stunned at the same time. But just a second later, Linlong quickly regained her composure, her gaze towards Qin filled with admiration. Right? We don't need to consider destruction at all. We just need to take them all away. Qin, still in the air, explained with a smile. Do you all remember how the Dark Gates were brought here by the Column organization members? They used the Demon Beast, Treasure Box Monster. As a peculiar demon beast capable of carrying items, the Treasure Box Monster can store both living and non-living objects. Moreover, the Treasure Box Monster, sent by the Column Organization's undercover agents, is even more miraculous. Objects stored in the treasure box feel like they are in a deep sleep, unaware of the passage of time. This is also why the treasure box contained a full 1,000 mischievous bombs without exploding. Similarly, Qin had a treasure box monster, and it was even more miraculous. That is the system's storage space. After obtaining numerous inheritances from the Demon and God Cemetery, Qin's system space had been upgraded to a cubic space of 1,000 meters in length. Any object stored in the system space, whether living or dead, experiences a complete halt in time and space. By placing the dark gates into the system space, the absolute stasis of time means that the teleportation array of the dark gates is essentially shut down, preventing any demon beast from reaching the other side of the dark gates. Of course, Qin had no intention of explaining the existence of the system. Before Principal Bai passed away, he gave me a marvelous item. Qin prepared to fabricate a reason. That is the four-dimensional space pocket from the Dorman world. The Demon Hunting Academy is quite large, and it's understandable that Principal Bai, as a top human combatant, often ventured into demon territories and collected many miraculous items. It seemed quite normal for Qin, as his direct disciple, to privately give him some of his collectibles. Seeing that everyone showed no suspicion, Qin continued. The four-dimensional space pocket is actually similar to the storage bags you all use, but the space is much larger, allowing for easy storage of large items. Moreover, both storage and retrieval are very convenient. In the Doraemon world, Doraemon has even pulled out a giant robot from his pocket. Although the dark gates are large, the four-dimensional space pocket can still easily accommodate them. As he spoke, Qin moved to the second dark gate, continuing to touch it to store it, referring to it as the four-dimensional space pocket, but in reality, it was the system space. Watching the dark gates in the sky disappear one by one, Teacher Qingji let out a sigh of relief. With the gates gone, the demon beasts can no longer enter the 9 provinces world through them. This disaster has been avoided. Turning back to find Dean Lei from the Craft Academy, they have high technical skills and will surely be able to adjust the teleportation points of the dark gates, Linlong said, stretching her back. Finally, we can wrap up. She had hurriedly returned to the Demon Hunting Academy to report on the situation at the Demon Lock Tower. And without any rest, she was brought over by Qin using Flying Thunder God technique. She had been running nonstop for more than a month. Not even cattle or horses could endure such treatment. The Yun province, where the Demon Lock Tower is located, is also a beautiful place. Let's find a 5-star hotel nearby and enjoy a nice bath and life. Just as Linlong envisioned her vacation, Qin had already stored the 9 dark gates into the system space. However, when he reached the 10th dark gate, he paused and flew back to the group. What is wrong? Noticing Qin's odd behavior, Qingji immediately asked. Some old friends have come. Qin twisted his arm and took out 2 long swords from storage space. The left hand held the Zanpakuto and the right hand held the Sanshenjia. His tone was gentle, but his demeanor was exceptionally cold. Before long, ripples appeared on the teleportation array of the only remaining dark gate. A tall woman in military uniform stepped out with a smile. Following her was a short, hunchbacked man. The last person who emerged was dressed in a black, cloud-patterned outfit, his expression cold as if devoid of any emotion. But his eyes made anyone unable to help but scrutinize. They were not human-like eyes with a white background and black pupils, but rather eyes resembling ripples on the water's surface. Just one glance could lead one into confusion. These were the reincarnation eyes. The 3 who came were members of the Column organization that had once invaded the Demon Hunting Academy. The one behind the scenes is here. Qin looked at the 3 who walked out. I thought you would only hide behind demon beasts. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here yourself. Then, let us settle both the new and old scores. Qin waved his dual swords, revealing his killing intent. Oh, the old man by his dead, and now a little brat, is the principal. The woman with the western sword, Xiao Ai, provocatively said. Are all the teachers at your Demon Hunting Academy dead? Is that why a student like you has to? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes suddenly widened. A deathly aura enveloped her. Beneath her feet, a massive pillar of flame shot into the sky, grazing past the woman's nose. Xiao Ai couldn't help but swallow hard. If it weren't for my captain, 6 Paths Pain Ron using the Rinnegan ability Universal Pull to pull me back, I would probably have already perished. She looked at the 4 opponents, her eyes no longer holding any mockery. Chapter 245. The enemy scheme. First, I must apologize. Zhu Organization Squad Leader, Ron, the inheritor of 6 Paths Pain, slowly spoke. His arm stretched out, his palm resting on the back of the recently pulled back Xiao Ai. I was arrogant. I prepared these 100 demon beasts for nearly 3 years, thinking I could crush the demon locking tower with them. But it turns out I was too simplistic in my thinking. Were you only arrogant in this matter? Qin sure smiled faintly. Just 3 people standing in front of our 4. Isn't it a display of arrogance? No. Ron shook his head. I was only arrogant once. There won't be a second time. As he spoke, his body seemed to split, and 6 identical Rons emerged. These are the 6 clones inherited from 6 Paths Pain, each able to use a different Rinnegan ability. Now it's 9 against 4. Without further words, one of the Rons extended both hands forward. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force surged towards Qin Shi and his 3 companions. The powerful impact exploded like a strong cannonball, filling the air with dust. But as the dust settled, Qin Shi and his companions were unscathed. At this moment, Qin Shi had both hands outstretched forward in the same position as Ron. In his eye sockets, there were ripples identical to Ron's eyes. Even in the center of the ripples, a black magatama was slowly rotating. This is the combination of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. The Rinnegan Sharingan. Seeing Qin Shi's eyes, Ron was taken aback. The opponent actually possessed the same eyes as him? No wonder you could become the new dean of the Demon Hunting Academy. It turns out you have awakened the eye of God. Indeed, not killing you forcefully last time was the biggest mistake of my life. Ron slammed his hands on the ground. Amplification summoning technique. Come forth, split hound, hell crab, yada no Kagami. Chameleon, stone panda, rhino king, quadrant bull. Without holding back, Ron's clone, one of the 6 paths, immediately exerted full force and summoned 7 summoning beasts in one breath. The beast path, as a type of Rinnegan ability inherited from 6 paths pain, can grant summoned beasts a greater size, stronger destructive power, and the ability to reproduce upon being attacked. In short, the more you kill, the more they come. In Naruto, faced with self-reproducing giant summoned beasts, the ninjas of Konoha could only choose to use sealing techniques to combat them. However, Chinshur had no intention of wasting precious time sealing these little pets. He slapped the ground with both hands. Having awakened a Rinnegan, he possessed the same 6 paths ability as his opponent. Amplification Summoning Technique. Feel the oppression of the Academy's back mountain. Summon Lion-Faced Terminator Zombie, Deck Walker Zombie, Oxcart Fighter Zombie, Gunpowder Demon Zombie, Sword-Wielding Hero Zombie, Black Dragon Rider Zombie, Iron-Toothed Ambusher Zombie. In the secret realm of the Demon Hunting Academy, Dave's Paradise, Chinshur, as the first ever challenger to clear it, obtained the Plant Zombie Pokédex, gaining the ability to summon special plants and zombies, with the quantity and variety increasing as his strength improved. Now, his strength had reached, or even surpassed, the 6 paths level in Naruto, allowing him to summon all the plants and zombies in the Pokédex. With the shaking of the ground, 7 king zombies emanating a regal aura emerged from the earth, roaring at the enemy's 7 summoning beasts. Due to the ability of the Rinnegan Beast Path, the bodies of the 7 zombie kings became even larger, towering over the already giant summoning beasts. 7 against 7? Ron snorted coldly. The odds are still in my favor. Before he could finish his sentence, Chinshur chuckled softly. Who said it was 7 against 7? Look around. The light of the summoning array shone brightly across the wasteland. In an instant, an army of zombies appeared all over the mountains and fields. Ordinary zombies, flag zombies, barricade zombies, pole zombies, barrel zombies, newspaper zombies, and so on. These zombies were all larger than before, and their eyes held the ripples of the Rinnegan. If it could be a group fight, why would I engage in a duel with you? Chinshur waved his hand. Charge! In an instant, all the zombies began to move slowly, then walked, and finally sprinted towards the enemy's 7 summoning beasts. The summoning beasts trapped in the encirclement trembled in fear. Just as the summoning beasts were attacked and began to split and reproduce, the zombie horde started to tear into the flesh of the summoning beasts. These are zombies. In Plants vs. Zombies, zombies can consume all plants used as barricades by eating them. The ability to devour is a fundamental trait of every zombie. The 7 demon beasts kept splitting and reproducing, but the rate of reproduction was far behind the speed at which the zombie army was feeding. Before long, the 7 summoning beasts let out horrific wails as they were devoured by the zombie horde. Your Rinnegan amplification ability isn't enough. The reproducing summoning beasts can't keep up with the consumption. Chinshur's eyes gleamed with ferocity. If there aren't more summoning beasts, then my zombie army will have to feed on humans. Just as he commanded the zombie army to prepare to launch an attack on the 3 members of the Jew organization, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. A hand, resembling that of a demon, had pierced through his chest. Chinshur turned to look, realizing that Xiao Wu had activated the second blade, return state again. And this time his target was himself. Swish! Xiao Wu expressionlessly withdrew his hand quickly. Why? Chinshur slowly fell to the ground. What have you done? What have you done? Beside him, Qingji angrily shouted, his cold aura surging, just as he was about to use his freezing fruit ability to save Chinshur. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the space beside him. A massive black coffin enveloped him entirely. Hee. Among the trio of the Jew organization, the shortest, hunchbacked, middle-aged man sneered. His name is Hong, inheritor of the character Iggy from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable. He can unleash a stand named Bomb Space, which can erase space. The spatial cracks surrounding Qingji are the ability of Iggy's stand. Vice Principal, you should keep quiet for us. Qingji, trapped inside the black coffin, attempted to use his ice abilities but found himself unable to use any powers, as if he were bound. Not only that, Qingji, who inherited the character Kazan from One Piece, can already elementalize his body. But now, his elementalization was completely ineffective. Don't struggle. This coffin is not a special coffin. It's made of sea stone. Sea stone, a rare mineral in the world of One Piece, can nullify the abilities of those who touch it. A regular One Piece inheritor only needs a small nail made of sea stone to have their abilities nullified. But for you, Shinji, I made a coffin from sea stone just to deal with you. I must be taking you seriously, haha. The hunchbacked man laughed sinisterly. Just when Shinji was ambushed and Shinji was trapped in a crisis, a beautiful girl with golden hair raised a long sword in her hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, going from our side being in a favorable position to being completely ambushed in just a second. But Lin Long still reacted, the sword of victory in her hand filled with divine light. Just as she was about to swing this charged sword, her body suddenly went limp. It was as if all her strength had drained away, and the long sword in her hand fell. What's going on? She forced herself to look up, only to see the military hat-wearing woman, Xiao AI, from the enemy camp, holding a long knife. Lin Long clearly remembered that during the attack on the academy, this woman used a Western sword. You think it's 4 against 3? The military hat woman, Xiao AI, twirled her long hair and said coldly, "Ridiculous. You have long been part of our calculations." Chapter 246, Tailed Beast. Lin Long didn't know what was happening. She felt her life force draining away. Clearly, with the protection of the distant ideal land, treasure, she shouldn't age, and any injuries would heal quickly. But now she was completely weak, like a frail patient, unable to release even the slightest bit of spirit power. You really are something else. The military hat woman tightly gripped the hilt of her knife, intending to flick the blade with her fingers, but involuntarily pulled back. This sword of mine is the strongest imperial tool in the slashing Crimson Eyes world, known as Muramasa, capable of a single fatal blow. This knife is a true demon blade, with legendary poison on the blade. Even a small cut can quickly lead to death, with no antidote available. I once used this knife to hunt demon beasts in the demon domain, utilizing the Ice Imperial tool, this death, to transmit Muramasa, this poison, and within just 3 minutes, I poisoned a 7th-tier demon beast to death. But you didn't die immediately after being poisoned. You were only left weak and unable to use your spirit power, which is quite impressive. However, those who cannot fight will be killed by the enemy. Xiao AI licked her lips and raised her left hand high. A massive ice spike formed in midair, aimed at the fallen Lin Long. Goodbye, beautiful. Xiao AI grinned and swung her left hand down. Boom! The ice spike struck Lin Long heavily, causing her to scream in agony. What are you doing, Xiao AI? Lin Long, hit by the ice spike, struggled to lift her head and glared resentfully at Xiao AI. Xiao, I su den li froze. Why does Lin Long's voice sound so much like a man's? She rubbed her eyes and suddenly realized that her ice spike had actually hit Column, organization's undercover agent, Xiao Wu. What is going on? Xiao AI took an incredulous step back. Captain? This was a bit unexpected for her. An inexplicable panic surged in her heart as she turned to look at her captain. She saw the person beside her with a dazed expression. Suddenly, Column Squad Captain Ron gasped for breath, like a drowning person. When did? He struggled to calm the shock in his heart. When did we fall for his illusion? While Xiao AI and Hong were confused, Ron was nervously looking around. Hong, quickly release bombing space. We must leave. Otherwise, we will all die here. Although he didn't understand why, Hong, as a member of Column 3rd Squad, still understood his captain's order. Just as he was about to use his inherited ability to summon the stand bombing space, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a long sword made of lightning piercing through his chest. 1,000 birds flow, Amitsukuyomi. Unbeknownst to him, Shinji had appeared behind Hong, and the lightning long sword in his hand surged with power, transforming into a lightning blade that wreaked havoc within Hong's body. The hunchbacked man trembled continuously, letting out a painful wail. He tried to control his stand bombing space to hide himself using his ability, but under the strong, paralyzing effect of the lightning, he couldn't control his stand at all and could only accept death. Still so arrogant, Shinji said blandly, as a user of space abilities, thinking the enemy was already dead, you released your space concealment. Being so arrogant in a fight with me, you will definitely be killed. Shinji withdrew the 1,000 birds electric light, and Hong's body fell to the ground with a thud after the electric light vanished. He had lost all breath. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands, and 2 of his own clones appeared, quickly using body flicker technique to leave the spot. One clone, holding a pure black sword, arrived next to the sea tower stone coffin sealing teacher Shinji, and struck down fiercely. This was the tailed beast jade sword condensed using the inherited power of 6 paths of Madara. The sea tower stone coffin, as hard as diamond, was split in two like tofu in front of the tailed beast jade. In front of the tailed beast jade, no material can claim to be hard. Teacher Qingji trembled as he walked out, looking at Qin Shi's figure, his face showing a hint of joy, relief, and shame. Can you still fight, Teacher Qing? Qin Shi's clone smiled slightly. Class ISNT over yet. The other clone came to Lin Long's side, gathering spirit power in both hands, shaping it into the form of a scalpel. Minor extraction technique. His movements were as swift as a ghost, lightly slicing open a cut on Lin Long's fingertip. And then black toxic gas was drawn out from her fingertip. Lin Long's complexion became rosy, seeing the enemy rapidly recovering their vitality. The favorable situation from a moment ago had completely reversed. Ron did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Run!" A powerful suction erupted from his hand, pulling back the still dazed Xiao AI. And then he activated body flicker technique to the maximum level, rushing towards the only dark door. "Did I allow you to leave?" Qin Shi said faintly without turning back. Just as Column, Squadron, and Xiao AI approached the dark door, both showed astonishment. Their bodies passed through the dark door as if they were moving through air. When did Ron finally stop fleeing and turn around, his face dark as he looked at Qin Shi. "Even the dark door has been made intangible by you. Indeed, you are the only inheritor of the space-type Uchiha clan, possessing such abilities. Then, it can only be a fight to the death." Ron's Rinnegan unleashed its full power, and 6 clones appeared once again. "It's time to let you see our Column, true power. Come forth, beasts that dwell within me." The 6 Rinnegan clones of Ron's spirit power surged, forming a beast shape behind each of them. This is Qin Shi's pupils constricted. He recognized the beasts behind Ron's clones. The first beast had a tail made of multiple needles, resembling a large tan-colored raccoon covered in sand. It had a violet curseal tattoo representing the wind god on its body. The second beast was a blue demon cat engulfed in blue flames. Its ears were large and pointed, its right eye yellow, and its left eye green, with 2 tails resembling blue flames. The third beast was a gray turtle with 3 lobster-like tails. It had many horns on its body, with bright red flesh exposed, and its right eye tightly closed. The fourth beast was a red-haired monkey with 4 dinosaur-like tails. It wore a tight headband, revealing 2 large canine teeth, with a hole in its mouth resembling a jet nozzle. Its strong body stored molten magma, capable of dissolving everything. The fifth beast was a white steed with 5 solid-colored tails. Its head resembled that of a dolphin, and it even had a pair of deer antlers. The sixth demon beast is a slug with 6 milky white tails. Its entire body is covered in slime, and its chin has 7 pores that can release dissolving liquid. These demon beasts are among the most powerful in the world of Naruto. They are known as tail beasts. Before Qin Shi at this moment are the 1-tail Shikaku, 2-tail Matatabi, 3-tail Isabu, 4-tail Son Goku, 5-tail Kokuo, and 6-tail Saiken. Chapter 247. Enemies Demon Beasts 6 7-tier Demon Beasts. Qin Ji took a deep breath. Although he didn't know that these 6 demon beasts were the 1-tail to 6-tail from the Naruto world, he could still feel the immense pressure emanating from the demon beasts thanks to his strong observation haki. The true strength of the members of the Pillar organization lies in their inherited power, which is already extraordinarily strong, such as Ron's 6 paths pain. Relying on the demon beasts residing within them, the total spiritual energy of these beasts far exceeds that of ordinary humans, allowing each member of the Pillar organization to use their skills as if they didn't consume spiritual energy at all. For example, when Ron attacked the Demon Hunting Academy with the super god Luo Tianzhong, which nearly exhausted the ordinary demon hunter spiritual energy, he could easily release it a second and third time. What's even more terrifying is that each member of the Pillar not only can use the spiritual energy of the demon beast they host, but can also summon the demon beast to fight for them. However, when Shinji saw that each of Ron's 6 paths clones housed a demon beast, he was deeply shocked by such power. These are 6 7-tier demon beasts. With his strength, dealing with 1 7-tier demon beast would still require a hard battle, but the opponent has 6 residing within. In just an instant, Qin Ji painfully realized that he was far from qualified to engage with such an enemy. Captain, you are really going full throttle, aren't you? Xiao AI grinned beside him. Just to clarify, the demon beasts residing in our bodies are not the functional type like the bomb space kind in Hong's body, but true power types. Come forth, Frost Giant Dragon. With Xiao AI's low roar, a massive blue dragon made entirely of bones flew out from her body. Just by flapping its wings, a chilling cold spread across the entire wasteland, covering it in frost. This is also a 7th-tier demon beast. Lin Long finally shook off her exhaustion and stood up from the ground. Feeling the pressure of the giant dragon in the sky, she said in a deep voice, "The 7th-tier ice attribute demon beast has not yet reached the level of a 7-star demon beast. The frost giant dragon is the ultimate unit of the undead in the Warcraft world. Not only is its attack power strong, but its icy breath also has a splash effect that can freeze all nearby enemies. Moreover, the frost giant dragon contracted by Xiao AI is the king among dragons, comparable to the Lich King. Xiao Wu, what are you waiting for?" Xiao AI, who had summoned her demon beast, shouted at Xiao Wu, who was in a state of returning to the blade. She knew that it was time for a life-or-death battle, and no combat power could be reserved. Amidst the hesitation in his gaze, Xiao Wu finally walked over to Ron and the others. "Why?" Qin Shi said slowly. He had actually sensed something earlier, although he couldn't see it with his Sharingan. Since he received the inheritance of the second-generation headmaster, Senju Hashirama, his sensitivity to natural forces had greatly strengthened. From a moment he saw Xiao Wu, Qin Shi felt an indistinct energy line on him, not knowing where it connected. When he saw the members of the Pillar organization appear, he immediately understood what this energy line was. It was the energy line connecting the Jinchuriki and the demon beasts they host. From that moment on, Qin Shi realized that Xiao Wu had already betrayed them. Perhaps he had been an undercover agent from the start. "Why?" Qin Shi looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. "You're my student, a genius student of the Demon Hunting Academy. How could you betray the academy and the entire Kyushu? Was it Wu Sheng who controlled you with his Sharingan Jinjutsu?" After the battle where the Demon Hunting Academy was invaded, the entire academy learned the true identity of the leader of the Pillar organization, the founder of the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng. Naturally, they were also aware of his abilities. Wu Sheng's inheritance comes from the Naruto world and is arguably the most talented and extraordinary ninja, Uchiha Shisui, who died young. This legendary ninja, known as Uchiha Itachi's mentor, was even more gifted than Itachi and opened his Mangeki Sharingan at a young age. Many Naruto enthusiasts believe that given enough time, Shisui could even rival Uchiha Madara. But in the end, Shisui died due to ideological conflict, attempting to prevent conflict in the ninja world with his own death. His ability is known as the strongest Jinjutsu in the entire ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Through eye contact, he can alter the opponent's brain and completely control them. Control? Betrayal? Xiao Wu said mockingly. "I have never betrayed the academy. The Demon Hunting Academy was created by the first headmaster, Lord Wu Sheng. How can I say I betrayed the academy when I am loyal to him? Lord Wu Sheng is my idol. Once you see his strength, you will naturally become his follower. Why would I need to be controlled by Jinjutsu? Moreover, with the crisis approaching, only Headmaster Wu can lead us to avoid the fate of destruction." Just as he was speaking, a demon beast emerged through a spatial gate. It was a Grim Reaper wearing a multi-layered crown with a skull for a face and body, wearing pointed boots and covered in black flames. The members of the Pillar organization each have different titles based on their characteristics. Xiao Wu, who had shed his disguise, changed his previously gentle tone. Senior Xiao AI, who uses ice abilities, is Ice Pillar. The Demon King hosting a vampire is Demon Pillar. Captain Ron, who can split into 6 reincarnation eye clones, is Human Pillar. And I, due to my inheritance, am an evil soul from the Death God world, the Soul Pillar. Come, meet my partner, the demon beast residing within me. Personally selected by Headmaster Wu Sheng. The skeleton Grim Reaper covered in black flames approached Xiao Wu. The entire wasteland reignited with a fighting atmosphere. "So it's not that you were controlled, but rather your own choice?" Qin Shi sighed and said somewhat relaxed. "Well, I was worried you were under the control of Wu Sheng's Kodo Amatsukami. If not, that's great." The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "When we start fighting later, we can hold nothing back. In a 3-against-3 situation, if we include Ron's 6 clones, it could be said to be 8-against-3. But not only are the enemy's individual strengths formidable, but they also have terrifying demon beast support. 8 7-tier demon beasts surrounding them put immense pressure on Lin Long and Qin Shi. "So, Senior Lin Long, how's your recovery going?" Instead of looking at the enemy, Qin Shi instead walked over to Lin Long and asked with a smile. I've recovered over 90%. Lin Long raised her head. Although her palms were already sweating from tension, her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Headmaster Qin, I can't fight." Qin Shi nodded. "What about Teacher Qin Shi?" Qin Shi rubbed his hands, and cold air suddenly spread outwards. Under the black sunglasses, Qin Shi's mouth slightly cracked. "What are you talking about, kid? I'm doing just fine here. I just took a big hit, and now I'm filled with rage, ready to show these little brats what. Is that so? And it seems there no problem. Qin sure clapped his hands. Let us begin the battle. Chapter 248. The road since it's a 3-on-3 match, Senior Lin Long. Teacher Qing Ji, let us each deal with one person. Qin sure looked up at the enemy in the sky. Senior Lin Long, please take care of Xiao Wu. He is your alumnus from the same period and should be more familiar with her abilities. By the way, just a reminder, the monster beside him, Skeleton Emperor, has the ability to rapidly age its enemies. Oh, such a magical ability exists? Although Lin Long was curious as to why Qin sure knew so much about this monster they had just met after a series of events, she had already accepted the fact that her Dean and Junior was exceptionally knowledgeable. Don't worry, Junior, I have the treasured distant ideal land, and I intend to be a woman forever 18. Hearing Lin Long's reply, Qin sure smiled and turned to the other side. Teacher Qing Ji, I'll leave the one with ice-type abilities, Ice Pillar, Xiao AI, to you. Just don't hold back, because she is a pretty girl. Qing Ji snorted. A girl? Her hands are stained with the blood of many teachers from my monster hunting academy. Today, I'll let her see who the true Ice King is. Seeing the determination in their opponents, Qin sure felt reassured. The team captain over there, Human Pillar, Ron, is left to me. After all, king against king. I am the dean, and he is just the team captain. In terms of status, I am more than enough for him, haha. Lin Long and Qing Ji nodded. They knew that Qin sure said this merely to save face for them. Ron's strength far exceeded that of Xiao AI and Xiao Wu. With 6-7 tier monsters by his side, Qing Ji and Lin Long understood that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to match Captain Ron. They could only rely on their dean to create a miracle. Meanwhile, they needed to defeat the other two as much as possible to ease their dean's pressure. Without further communication, Lin Long lifted the Oath of Victory sword and took off running into the distance. On the other side, Teacher Qing Ji also transformed into an ice dragon and quickly left Qin sure. At the same time, Xiao Wu and Xiao AI exchanged glances and respectively chased after Lin Long and Qing Ji. They made the same decision as Qin sure and the others, a 3-on-3 battle. This was the best decision for them. Before long, only Qin sure and Ron remained on the wasteland. Do you know about the 10 great families? Ron didn't immediately attack. Instead, he started to speak first. I know a little. Among the 10 great families, the Pei family and the Lei family both have my friends. Qin sure continued the conversation while closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they were already in the reincarnation eye form. At the same time, his body changed, his clothes resembling white feathers, and a pure black sphere appeared behind him. I, Ron, am the son of a gatekeeper from the Yuan family, one of the 10 great families. The Yuan family is a declining clan. Because of the emergence of a powerful figure, the second-generation dean of the Monster Hunting Academy, Senju Hashirama. The Yuan family was once the most powerful family in all of Jojo. But now, it is filled with useless worms who fear battle. Ron's words were filled with resentment. Oh, it seems you hate the Yuan family very much. Qin sure didn't attack immediately. He could tell that the reason the other party was saying so much was not to stall for time, but to draw him in. But it doesn't matter. Qin sure also needed some time to prepare. Of course, I hate them. They have exploited me and my father to the utmost, punishing us at every turn. After I awakened the 6 paths pain, talent, they even planned to forcibly take my eyes. My father tried to stop them and was brutally killed. I was half dead from their beatings, and my eyes were cruelly gouged out and thrown into the dungeon to fend for themselves. Qin sure looked up and noticed the obvious scars around Ron's eye sockets. It was Dean Wusheng who saved me. He brought me out of the dungeon and helped me take revenge on my enemies. I successfully dug out what was rightfully mine from my enemy's eye sockets. And under Dean Wusheng's miraculous medical skills, I had them reattached. You see, Dean Qin, this world is like this. I have investigated you. You almost died at the hands of local bullies in the lower city of Linhai City. Don't you want to cleanse this world of evil? Ron stared at Qin sure. He was waiting for a response while also adjusting his state. He could see Qin sure's strength and understood that if he fought him, he must go all out, just like he did against Dean by the Monster Hunting Academy. Go all out without holding back. One of us must die. However, Qin sure's courage, strategy, and his age made Ron see infinite possibilities. Including the entire human world of Jojo, it is destined for destruction. But what after destruction? He hoped someone would survive and build a different world. As for my answer, Qin sure stood up straight and exhaled softly. Evil is rampant in this world. But is this world only a landscape of evil? Do you know what I saw in the God Demon tomb? In the legacies of those predecessors, I saw top-tier powerhouses sacrificing themselves to save a child, saw generations guarding the frontier, fathers and sons buried in the bellies of monsters without retreating, and saw a girl giving up her beautiful youth to repair a formation in the deep mountains for 20 years. You say this world is full of evil, and you want to destroy it and rebuild it. Sorry, my view is different from yours. I think this cruel world is much more beautiful, and I want to protect that beauty. As for the ugly, I will use my fist to let them know the consequences of wrongdoing. I sympathize with your experiences, Mr. Ron, and therefore understand your anger. But please believe, Mr. Ron, I will use all my strength to make Jojo have as few of you as possible. Qin turned around and faced Ron directly. May the youth of Jojo break free from the coldness, only to rise upwards, not listening to the words of self-destructive individuals. Those who can act should act, and those who can speak should speak. With a bit of warmth, shine a bit of light. Just like fireflies, they can emit a little light in the darkness without waiting for a torch. If there are no torches in the future, then I will be the only light. Ron stared blankly at Qin. This young man was different from what he had imagined. He did not merely rely on inheritance and the help of others to gain powerful strength. He also had thoughts that matched this power. If it were him, perhaps he could clear the gloomy skies of Jojo. Ron couldn't help but think. He examined Qin again. This young man had a composure that was not commensurate with his age. Well, it seems that the girl from the water pillar didn't investigate thoroughly. He closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. Qin, let me use my life to test whether your path is truly correct. Chapter 249, Fierce Battle in the Pillar Organization. If Dean Wusheng is the genuine N01 and Mr. Ghost is the second, then I, Ron, am the third person of the pillar. Moreover, if we don't consider seniority and only focus on strength, I believe I have the power to surpass Mr. Ghost. Dean Qin, please be careful. Suddenly, the 6 Ron clones grew 2 horns on their heads, their eyes had shadows, and their skin changed to resemble snake scales. This is the secret technique taught to me by Dean Wusheng, the Dragon Cave Immortal Mode. Ron said apologetically to Qin. Sorry, Dean Qin. I was just reminiscing with you to buy some time. My Sage Mode requires a bit of time to charge. Qin looked at Ron, who had transformed into a snake-like being, and chuckled softly. It's fine, I understand. After all, we're all the same kind of people. As he spoke, Qin's face also changed, a green mark extending from the corner of his eye to the back of his cheek. A unique eyeshadow that appeared after activating Sage Mode. You are in Sage Mode? After activating the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, Ron's perception of natural forces rose to a new level. He keenly sensed the natural energy emanating from Qin, which, although different, was essentially the same. Indeed, he was a powerful opponent, just like Dean Baichi. Ron no longer hesitated. The other party had already expressed their philosophy. With conflicting philosophies, only battle remains. The 6 Ron's 6-path clones, using the instant body technique, instantly surrounded Qin from all sides. Then, all 6 clones simultaneously form hand seals. Sage Art. White Surge Technique. The clones released a red, glowing chakra dragon from their mouths, clutching something resembling a dragon ball in its claws. The long dragon spiraled around the black dragon ball, which emitted a strong light before exploding with a bang. The surrounding air trembled violently. Qin knew the power of this move. The effect of the White Surge Technique could cause the air in a certain area to vibrate continuously, making the attack feel as if all their bones were grinding together, potentially leading to numbness. Moreover, the bright light and sound produced by this technique would impair the attack's vision and hearing. In Naruto, when Uchiha Sasuke faced this move, he couldn't even maintain his Susanoo state. And at this moment, 6 Dragon Balls exploded around Qin. Although Ron didn't understand the state Qin was in, draped in white wings, he knew that Qin was in a special state similar to his Sage Mode. Just making eye contact with Qin in Sage 6 Paths Mode made Ron feel a wave of anxiety. He had to force Qin out of the 6 Paths Mode with the White Surge Technique immediately. But Qin looked at the swirling white dragons and the exploding Dragon Balls, softly saying, "Silence." A small semi-transparent cube instantly formed in Qin's hand and then expanded rapidly. The cube, centered on Qin, spread outwards, enveloping the 6 white dragons and the exploding Dragon Balls. The 6 Ron clones quickly activated the instant body technique, jumping far away. The sound vanished, the light disappeared, and the air's vibration also ceased. The White Surge Technique seemed as if it had never been used. Ron's eyes were fixed on the semi-transparent cube in Qin's hand. He felt a sense of annihilation within it. What a powerful ninjutsu! Qinshi lifted the semi-transparent cube in his hand. This ninjutsu was called Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, a secret technique formed by merging wind, fire, and earth chakra, classified as a bloodline elimination technique. The effect was quite simple. As he spoke, the semi-transparent cube in Qinshi's hand transformed into a conical shape. It could separate the opponent into an atomic state. As soon as the words left his mouth, the conical object shot out rapidly, targeting one of Ron's 6 paths clones, the Hell Path. Ron's inheritance, 6 paths pain, allows him to act with 6 clones, each possessing a unique ability of the Rinnegan. The Deva Path clone primarily focuses on combat, possessing 2 powerful techniques, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, making it the most powerful existence among the 6 paths. The Azura Path clone specializes in attack, using its body as a weapon, with special mechanisms installed in its limbs and even its head based on the puppeteer's body. The Human Path clone is responsible for intelligence gathering, with the ability to read memories and extract chakra. The Animal Path excels in summoning techniques, capable of granting large sizes to summon creatures and allowing them to split and proliferate after attacking. The Hungry Ghost Path focuses on defense, possessing the ability to consume chakra. The Hell Path clone has the abilities of summoning King Enma, Judgment from King Enma, and Resurrection from King Enma, making it the most bizarre existence among the 6 paths. It can not only perform soul-related attacks on enemies, but can also help restore injuries by consuming other clones. In team battles, one can lose, but the healer must die. Qinshi's Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, targeted the healer among the 6 paths clones, the Hell Path. The Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, transformed into a rapidly moving cylindrical shape, shooting towards the enemy like a bullet. But the 6 clones formed from the 6 paths pain inheritance, although appearing as 6 independent entities, were actually a whole. The 6 clones shared Ron's consciousness and had shared vision. The moment the Hell Path clone was attacked, the defending Hungry Ghost Path clone quickly flew in front of the Hell Path clone, raising its hands to project a shield that absorbs energy. The dust release capable of atomizing the enemy was instantly absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path. However, at the moment of absorption, the dust release suddenly exploded. The explosive properties of dust release typically trigger upon contact with an enemy, but this time Qinshi chose to detonate it actively. A cloud of dust spread from the dust release. Ron's clone's eyes narrowed. As the main clone, the Deva Path clone spoke up. "This isn't ordinary dust. This is a bunch of small dust spiders." Qinshi nodded. This was explosive ninjutsu, C4, Garuda. C4, Garuda. One of the explosive techniques of the Jinchuriki Deidara in Naruto originally involves creating a giant clay doll that resembles the user, filled with tiny, invisible clay spiders. When the doll explodes, it disperses these clay spiders into the air, and each tiny spider is a powerful bomb. The dust release was not the killing move Qinshi had prepared. He knew his ninjutsu would be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost clone. However, the moment the opponent absorbed the ninjutsu was also their weak point. Almost a moment's pause in their body was enough for the swirling dust-level bombs, Garuda, to launch an attack. The dust spiders floated around the Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path, invading their bodies through every possible opening. Then, boom, a massive explosion occurred. 2 of the 6 paths clones were blown to smithereens by the intense explosion. Under the thick cloud of bomb dust, the other 4 clones could not approach easily, and in just a short moment, Qinshi had eliminated 2 clones. Chapter 250, Tailed Beast Transformation, but the battle showed no signs of stopping. After releasing C4, Garuda, Qinshi immediately controlled a black sphere floating in front of him, transforming it into a black round shield. A black sphere flew towards him at high speed, and as it was about to touch the black round shield, a strong aura of destruction radiated outward, instantly turning rocks into powder. Qinshi looked at the remaining 4 clones. In Sage mode, they had snake-like bodies that underwent a new transformation. The phantom of the tailed beast disappeared, merging with their own forms. The chakra tails representing the tailed beasts floated behind the 4. This was one of the fighting styles of Jinchuriki in Naruto, tailed beast transformation. You took advantage of that little gap to eliminate 2 of my clones while the tailed beast transformation took some time. Ron sighed softly. For the organization of the pillar, although the power of the tailed beasts was strong, they were not intelligent and did not possess the versatile skills inherited by humans. The total amount of spiritual power and physical abilities of demon beasts far exceeds that of humans, yet they do not provide a clear combat advantage over humans. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that humans utilize and understand power far better than demon beasts. However, Qin was observing another matter. Previously, Ron had summoned 6 tailed beasts, but the group of tailed beasts did not move much, appearing somewhat sluggish. This was different from the tailed beasts in Naruto, which can fight alongside their Jinchuriki. Members of the Akatsuki organization exert absolute control over demon beasts. In high-speed combat, it is extremely difficult to focus on both controlling the actions of demon beasts and engaging in battle, especially for someone like Ron, who had already split into 6 clones. Controlling those 6 clones consumed most of his mental capacity. Therefore, he actively adopted the battle technique of tailed beast transformation. While tailed beast transformation is a specialized combat method used by Jinchuriki, it is not an easy task and can easily lead to the user losing themselves. Tailed beast transformation is divided into 4 stages: chakra leakage, chakra borrowing, half-tailed beast transformation, and complete tailed beast transformation, changing based on the amount of power borrowed from the demon beasts. However, even just chakra leakage can lead to emotional instability in the Jinchuriki, which can weaken the seal on the demon beast. At the chakra borrowing stage, the surface of the Jinchuriki's body becomes covered in red chakra, although personal consciousness remains. Emotions can be influenced by the tailed beast chakra, making them violent and aggressive. In the half-tailed beast transformation state, the impact of the tailed beast, fueled by negative emotions, becomes even stronger. In Naruto, the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki has gone berserk more than once, attacking indiscriminately. In front of him, Ron was able to control 6 7th-tier demon beasts by himself and had achieved complete tailed beast transformation. At this point, Qin couldn't help but exclaim. The enemy before him, claiming his strength surpasses that of the Demon King, is not just boastful. He is stating a fact, possessing immense power and fully mastering it. Ron is a true super genius, a talent not inferior to Director Bai. However, complete tailed beast transformation does not come without its effects on him. Qin looked at the 4-tailed beast transformed Ron clones before him. At this moment, they had dark circles around their eyes, and their bodies still exhibited snake-like skin, indicating they were simultaneously in Sage mode. The reason for activating Sage mode first was that in Sage mode, the individual is influenced by natural energy, leading to clearer consciousness and making it less likely to be controlled by the brutality of tailed beast transformation. Under the simultaneous effects of tailed beast transformation and Sage mode, not only was his chakra-encased body highly defensive, but he could also instantly heal from almost any moderate injury using the tailed beast chakra and Sage chakra, indirectly replacing the roles of the healing path and the defense path. This is why the enemy used the Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path clones as cannon fodder, right? Such calculations indicate that the enemy is not without strategy. No wonder the Akatsuki organization dared to send a team centered around Ron to raid the Demon Hunting Academy without Wu Sheng's involvement. On the battlefield, aside from the 4-tailed beast clones, the other 2 demon beasts were nowhere to be found. The demon beasts that were defeated were the Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path, with their host demon beasts being the 1-tail, Shikuku, and the 4-tail Sun Wukong. Yet these 2 demon beasts had vanished. You don't need to look for the other 2 demon beasts. They're not hidden by me. The Deva Path clone spoke, seemingly having guessed Qin's thoughts. Without the control of the Jinchuriki, those 2 demon beasts are merely larger live targets, and there's also the possibility of them going berserk. I have already used the reverse summoning ability of the Beast Path clone to relocate these 2 demon beasts. The Deva Path Ron sighed. I only wanted to delay you for a moment, allowing the other clones to gain a brief period to complete their tailed beast transformation. I thought I would only sacrifice 1 Hungry Ghost Path. I didn't expect the Hell Path clone to also be defeated. Facing you with 4-tailed beast transformed 6 Paths clones, to be honest, I am not very confident. However, Qin, a powerful being like you, if you cannot become an ally, must be killed. After saying this, the tailed beast transformed Deva Path clone was the first to form hand seals. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force, surged toward Qin, and the ground appeared to be sliced open by a knife, forming a long semicircular pit. After tailed beast transformation, Ron's chakra surged, and even a casual strike seemed to carry the power reminiscent of the initial Shinra Tensei. However, the powerful repulsion passed through Qin's body like a gentle breeze, causing no ripples. You haven't forgotten my abilities, have you? Qin said coldly. In his eyes, besides the ripples representing the Rinnegan, the black Tomo were slowly rotating. Under the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan Kimui, he was currently in a void, immune to all attacks. Such an attack cannot reach me. Ah, I know. So you are a troublesome enemy, the Devapath Ron said, with 3 other 6-path clones by his side. They moved in close to the Devapath clone at the moment of his attack. With just the previous Shinra Tensei, at least I confirm that you're the only one on this battlefield. Since you're unwilling to leave the void, then I have no choice. Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 6-path clones opened their mouths simultaneously, crouching on the ground like beasts. Black orbs reappeared in their mouths. This was one of the strongest attacks in Naruto, the tailed beast bomb. The direction of attack from the 3 clones was surprisingly consistent, aimed at the southwest direction. That was the location of the demon locking tower. You must save your ally, Director Chin. What will you do? The Devapath Ron said with a light laugh. As soon as his voice fell, 3-tailed beast bombs shot out like cannonballs. Chapter 251, Unjust Game and Guanin 100 Styles. However, at the moment the 3-tailed beast bombs were fired, a powerful spatial force tore through the tailed beast bombs, devouring all 3 small orbs. Ron understood that this was another ability of Chin Shi's Manjiki, and also one of the powers of Kamui. As the strongest Manjiki Sharingan, Chin Shi's iconic ability, Kamui, allows his right eye to drag himself and touched objects into a different dimension, while the left eye can release long-range attacks, dragging enemies into another space without contact. However, the 3-tailed beast bombs, at the moment you are transferred to another space, must inevitably free themselves from the void. Director Chin, this is the trap I designed for you. The Devapath Ron groaned, pushing both hands forward. This skill was prepared during the charging of the tailed beast bomb, the real killing move. Super Shinra Tensei. In tailed beast transformation, the ordinary Shinra Tensei was already extraordinarily powerful, and almost completely exhausting the tailed beast chakra. The Super Shinra Tensei used by the Devapath Ron had power comparable to a natural disaster. An unprecedented explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth. As the explosion dissipated, a massive pit appeared, and everything struck by the Super Shinra Tensei was reduced to dust. The Devapath Ron gasped heavily. Even with Sage Mode and Tailed Beast transformation replenishing his chakra, he still fell into a temporary state of spiritual exhaustion. Is it over? Suddenly, his eyes widened. In his perception, one clone had lost contact. He slowly turned to look beside him, where only the Beast Path and Human Path clones were maintaining the Tailed Beast Bomb release state. The main attack clone, the Azura Path clone, was no longer in its original position. Instead, it was Chin Shi maintaining a prayer position, as if paying homage to the deities. He swallowed hard. Chin Shi exuded a suffocating spiritual power. With the effects of the Rinnegan's ocular technique, he could even see a massive statue of a bodhisattva behind him. It was the enormous 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara. Oh, we're quite close, US team leader. Chin Shi smiled gently, slowly opening his hands from the prayer position. Behind him, the statue of Avalokiteshvara also spread open its palms. Facing the enemy, compassion appeared in Chin Shi's eyes. This was the compassion from the divine. Avalokiteshvara 100 styles, 0 palm. Behind him, the gigantic golden 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara manifested by spiritual power became even more real, its Buddhist might astonishing, purifying the hearts of people. It opened its loving hands, gently wrapping the 3 individuals in front of it, Tian Dao, Run Jian Dao, and Chushi Dao. Ron felt completely bound, but did not feel pain. The spiritual power on Chin Shi intensified, gathering into a mass in front of the statue of Avalokiteshvara. In an instant, the sound of Buddha resonated throughout the world. The golden 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara opened its mouth, and a dazzling light bullet, like a star, shot out, hitting the 3 Ron clones trapped in its palms. A tremendous energy filled the world, its might even surpassing Ron's super god, Luo Tianzhong. At the same time, a faint sound of applause echoed ahead. But this soft sound went unnoticed by Ron. As the dust settled, the clones of Chushi Dao and Run Jian Dao had turned to dust, leaving only the clone of Tian Dao still intact. Perhaps it was because it was further away, or perhaps due to the resistance from Chushi Dao and Ren Jian Dao. The Tian Dao clone, which was also a vessel for Ron's consciousness, did not vanish completely under the overwhelming strike. However, at this moment, his body was reduced to just his left arm and left leg, nearly half of it gone. He remained alive only because the state of tailed beast transformation still provided him with energy. Even the defenses of tailed beast transformation and sage mode cannot withstand your strike. Tian Dao Ron coughed, collapsing to the ground, having lost his combat ability. His eyes lost their luster, the shadow around them faded, and his skin returned to a normal human state. With such severe injuries, He could no longer concentrate to maintain sage mode. Qin Shi sighed. It was normal, even in Netero's world. Not even the abnormally powerful Ant King could withstand such an attack, let alone a mere mortal body, which was already not good at defense. Like a six-path clone of Hokage, Ron shook his head. He couldn't quite understand what the man in front of him was saying. But he knew one thing. He had lost. I am very curious. How? Cough cough. Did you evade my super god, Luo Tianzhong? I clearly had already eliminated all the flying thunder god marks you set up nearby with my previous Luo Tianzhong. Before the battle, he had specifically investigated Qin Shi's combat abilities. He knew that this boy, who was clearly Uchiha Obito, could use the signature ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, inherited from Minato Namikaze. But he also learned that using Flying Thunder God required prearranged marks. And his Rinnegan, Luo Tianzhong, in Sage Mode had confirmed that all nearby Flying Thunder God marks had been cleared. So how could the opponent still evade the attack of Super God Luo Tianzhong while dealing with his Tail Beast Bomb? Qin Shi looked at him, saying nothing. He indeed did not use Flying Thunder God. This was because, for him now, possessing hundreds of various inherited skills meant he no longer needed to be limited to using Flying Thunder God for teleportation. What he used was an inherited ability from an old professor during the time of the Third Dean, the ability of Kudo Aoi from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. It was called Unjust Game. By clapping his hands to activate the ability, he could swap the positions of two objects containing spiritual power. The faint applause Ron heard when releasing Super God Luo Tianzhong was Qin Shi activating Unjust Game. Through Unjust Game, he swapped his position with the Azura Dao clone, using Ron's skill to eliminate Azura Dao. He then maintained his hands in a prayer position and unleashed the strongest martial skill of Netero from the world of Hunter x Hunter, 100 Styles Avalokiteshvara. Faced with the extremely high recovery ability and strong defense of Ron's clone, Qin Shi had determined his combat method from the very beginning. Over there, he used a highly destructive technique to destroy the opponent in an instant, annihilating them before they could recover. Therefore, he chose the most destructive Zero style from 100 Styles Avalokiteshvara. Of course, Qin Shi did not say any of this. Explaining to one's enemy was undoubtedly a sign of underestimating them. Din Qin, this time I lost. Ron coughed, his body showing numerous cracks. However, I still want to give you one last test. Runes of summoning appeared on the ground. Six-tailed beasts suddenly reappeared. Din Qin, let me see the possibilities of the path you choose. Chapter 252. The paths of everyone the tailed beasts, known as the ferocious gods in the world of Naruto. They're the products of the giant sacred tree that split apart in the ancient world of Naruto, worshipped by people. In the world of Naruto, countless ninjas have lived and died in battle throughout history. Yet, after hundreds of years, none of the nine-tailed beasts have perished. Although they have physical forms, they're made of chakra, and the concept of death is almost non-existent for them. Now, as their host, I am about to die. Ron spoke slowly. Even speaking seemed to drain his entire strength. I no longer have the power to restrain them. These six-tailed beasts are in a rampaging state. When I encountered these six-tailed beasts in the demon realm, although I fought them, I could not wage war. Fortunately, Lord Wu Sheng arrived in time and helped me subdue these six demon beasts using the power of his ocular technique. Din Qin, if you want to pave the way for the future with your own strength, you must, cough cough, first subdue these rampaging 6th, 7th tier demon beasts. After saying this, Ron lay back, gasping for breath. Blood had already soaked his back. Din Qin, I can only rely on the power of the tailed beasts to cling to life, but I hope even more to see another scene. All right, Qin Shi said. With the enhanced perception from Sage Mode and the three-colored hockey, he knew that Ron was truly exhausted and that he was merely holding on to life by a thread. He was using the power of the tailed beasts to sustain himself. If Qin Shi truly subdued these tailed beasts, Ron would face true death. I will show you the possibilities of changing the future. Qin Shi formed hand seals. A massive spiritual power swept around like a storm. He actually still had so much spiritual power. Ron held on, feeling the spiritual storm around him, secretly astonished. With style, all-encompassing bag technique, the earth began to tremble, and gigantic hands made of wood emerged from the soil, firmly grasping the rampaging six-tailed beasts. Qin Shi continued to form hand seals, the color of the shadows around his eyes deepening. At this moment, the spiritual power erupted completely. Sage art, wood style, true thousand hands. Qin Shi clasped his hands together, and behind him appeared a massive wooden Buddha statue with countless gigantic arms. Unlike the Avalokiteshvara he had previously displayed, What was now presented before Ron was a true physical wooden Buddha statue. Moreover, the power contained within it far exceeded the bodhisattva illusion produced by the previous 100 styles Avalokiteshvara. Dean Sheen, how much power do you still have? At this moment, Ron was clearly on the brink of death, yet his expression became frenzied. He felt a power that was equal to, or even more immense than, that of his leader. Wu Sheng, with this kind of power, perhaps you really could create a peaceful world, Ron thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qin slowly raised his palm and extended it towards the distant demon beasts. True, 1,000 hands, the top transformed into Buddha. In an instant, all the arms of the gigantic wooden Buddha statue smashed down towards the six-tailed beasts. The powerful force struck the tailed beasts, causing them to wail continuously, suppressing everything with strength. Under the intense attack, all the demon beasts lost consciousness, although they were nearly immortal under the restrained power of wood release. They had been completely subdued, with no strength left to resist. Ron could no longer borrow power from the demon beasts, and the cracks on his body widened sharply. Ha! Ha ha! At the end of his life, Ron lay on the ground, laughing loudly. Dean Sheen, remember your promise. Bring new life to this decaying world. His body smiled as it turned to dust. Sheen looked at the dissipating body, feeling an indescribable blockage in his heart. In this world, many people were desperately living in their own ways, even seeking ideals. But the paths were different. Some people's ideals were a huge disaster for others. For example, the Ghost King, whose wife Kikyo died fighting the demon beasts, longed for a day when humans would no longer have to fight to protect their living space. His method was to desire turning all humans into ghosts, enhancing their self-healing and attack abilities, allowing them to survive in the demon realm without needing to protect the 9 provinces, which was often ravaged by beast tides. For his ideal, he inflicted harm on countless families and even forced others to kill their own relatives. But his ideal ultimately failed. Once one became a ghost, they lost their humanity, craving to devour humans, and could only hide in darkness for eternity. Ghosts and humans were extremely opposing existences. In the state of a ghost, human civilization could not be continued. Therefore, he was abandoned by Wu Sheng, the leader of the column, and ultimately fell. Another example is the members of column. Whether it was Ron or others in the organization who believed in the path of redemption through the Jinchuriki technique from the Naruto world, using it to host demon beasts within human bodies to gain equivalent combat power to the demon beasts. They believed in the path found by Wu Sheng and eliminated those who disagreed with their ideology. This was also the reason they attacked the Demon Hunting Academy, trying every means to kill Dembai. But she knew that even in the Naruto world, Jinchuriki had extremely strict selection criteria. First, one needed to have a large amount of chakra, which in Blue Star means having a sufficient amount of spiritual power. If the spiritual power was insufficient, one would be unable to suppress the demon beast within, leading to being killed by the demon beast. Secondly, one must have a strong will. Demon beasts have a brutal nature and continuously erode the consciousness of the person serving as the vessel. Even someone as powerful as Ron had to enter Sage mode to slow down the influence of the demon beast during the tailed beast transformation. How many humans can meet such criteria? How many people must die for humanity to become a group with demon beasts parasitizing them? Therefore, the path of the first Dean was also wrong. Qin's gaze was resolute. He had his own path. He would implement his way, leading the people of the 9 provinces to overcome the crisis of annihilation and move toward rebirth. At this moment, Qin turned to look at the 6-tailed beasts that had already been knocked out. The demon beasts in front of him were spiritual power aggregates and were not easy to kill. Just as Qin was contemplating whether to use his divine power to transfer them to another space, Mark suddenly appeared beneath the 6-tailed beasts on the ground. Qin's eyes sharpened. He recognized that mark. It was the summoning technique mark from the Naruto world. He no longer hesitated. The black tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, and he activated his divine power. But where the 6-tailed beasts had been, there was only a cloud of smoke left. Qin's divine power failed to hit the target. Such a fast summoning technique that even my divine power couldn't keep up. In an instant, the 6 7th-tier demon beasts were saved right under his nose. The hosts of these 6-tailed beasts were Ron. Now that Ron was dead, if anyone could use the summoning technique to transfer these 6 away, it could only be one person. That would be Wu Sheng, the leader of the column, the first dean of the Demon Hunting Academy, and the inheritor of Uchiha Shursui. Dean Wu, it seems we are about to meet. Qin murmured as he looked at the place where the demon beasts had vanished. Chapter 253, Surprise attack after dealing with his enemies, Qin closed his eyes. Under the dual enhancement of Sage Mode and Observation Haki, he quickly locked onto the positions of his two teammates. He did not rush to support them right away, but instead used his dual perception abilities to closely monitor the battlefield. He believed in his teammates. Everyone had their own enemies, and Qin trusted that they could overcome them. About half an hour later, Teacher Qingji and Senior Sister Lin Long came over one after the other, supporting their injured bodies. Teacher Qingji's hat was already torn, with a deep wound on his face, and his body was covered in scattered ice shards. Just looking at the surface, Qin could tell that his recent battle had been exceptionally dangerous, nearly resulting in a mutual destruction with the enemy. Lin Long's condition was even worse. Her top had been torn open, and the silver armor that the Hare King inherited had now only fragments left, especially at her chest, which revealed a beautiful sight. What were you looking at? Hurry and get me a piece of clothing. Lin Long glared at Qin, who was carefully examining her. Her space ring had been destroyed by Xiao Wu during the recent battle. Qin pretended to cough twice, immediately took out a cloak from his space ring, and jogged over to drape it over his senior sister. Both of you are badly injured, Qin said with a bit of heartache as he looked at their disheveled appearances. But to Teacher Qingji and Lin Long, his words carried a different meaning. Clearly, Qin had faced the strongest enemies, even a 1 against 6. Yet his clothes were neat, without a speck of dust, as if he had effortlessly eliminated the enemies. Such a casual feeling. Qin extended his hands towards the two, and white spiritual power spheres appeared in his palms. Under the effect of the spheres, Qingji and Lin Long felt a tingling sensation in their wounds, which was the result of rapid healing and the growth of new flesh. 3 minutes later, Qin retracted his healing. All right, I have used healing ninjutsu to treat your wounds. With your strength, you just need to rest for another day. Qin clapped his hands, but there was no ease of victory on his face. But I'm just uncertain whether we will have another day's leisure. Gray mist swept across the heavens and the earth, and the rain in the sky seemed to pour endlessly. In the center of the rain, there was a tall stone tower-like building. This was the Column Organization's base, also one of the secret realms, the Rain Hidden Village realm from the Naruto world. See, I told you Ron would die at the hands of that young man. The leader of Column, the first dean of the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng, was busy inside the tower. He pointed at a nearby water tank, where the water was trembling, showing some images. It was footage of his subordinates, Ron's team, and Qin fighting. As Wu Sheng approached the water tank, his hand was stained with red blood, which mingled with the water in the tank. And the images of the battle vanished under his manipulation. Water column, do you know? And beside him was a girl with twin tails, looking like a neighbor. Wu Sheng did not raise his head and continued speaking. The boy named Qin Shi had already surpassed his predecessor, by qi, in strength. He paused for a moment, looking somewhat dazed into the distance. Perhaps he is even stronger than I am. Shui Zhu was taken aback. She knew that the man before her seemed gentle, but was actually extremely proud. Even by Qi, who was hailed as the strongest among all the directors of the Demon Hunting Academy, was rated just mediocre in his eyes. And now, he was actually admitting that the new director of the academy, a boy who was not yet 20 years old, had strength that surpassed that of this old monster. Just as Shui Zhu was lost in thought, Director Wu Sheng suddenly looked at her, his gaze sharp as a blade. However, the information about this Director Qin was investigated by you, and you even fought him personally. Why is it that for such a strong individual, your investigation results show he is not as strong as Qin Ji and Lin Long from the academy? Wu Sheng smiled faintly. Our good Shui Zhu, it is precisely because of the incorrect information you provided that led to the demise of Team Ron. Shui Zhu's gaze flinched. This time it was my mistake. She sighed. I did not expect this boy to possess such strength. I underestimated him. Oh, Wu Sheng said with interest. Was it an accidental underestimation or a deliberate one? Shui Zhu lowered her head and remained silent, but a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Forget it. Wu Sheng, who had just been serious, suddenly smiled. It doesn't seem matter what the outcome is anymore. After all, Ron and the others are dead. And let me tell you a secret. Although there was no one around, Wu Sheng leaned closer to Shui Zhu's ear as if whispering. Sometimes, dead people are much more useful than living ones. And thank you for helping me deceive Ron and the others. Now they are finally dead. Shui Zhu's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly found a short sword in her hand. Just as Wu Sheng leaned close to her ear to whisper, Shui Zhu thrust the short sword forward with a fierce motion. It went smoothly, the short sword piercing directly into Wu Sheng's body. Wu Sheng staggered back, looking at Shui Zhu in disbelief. Why? Why would you betray me? However, without giving Wu Sheng more time, Shui Zhu suddenly charged forward, gripping the short sword. The short sword seemed to extend infinitely, piercing straight through Wu Sheng's body until it broke through the wall of the tower. Watching Wu Sheng collapse to the ground, Shueizhu finally let go, gasping for breath. Her hands trembled, but her gaze became even more determined. She stepped forward and touched Wu Sheng's breath. He had already lost his breath. Did I succeed? Shueizhu was somewhat incredulous. This sword is quite good. A familiar voice rang out behind Shueizhu. It can conceal its form, change its length freely, and more importantly, the tip of this sword is coated with a toxin that can cause instant death to a soul. TSK. It seems that besides the Demon Hunting Academy, the other major academies have also put in quite a bit of effort to eliminate me. Shueizhu trembled all over, turning around unsteadily. Clearly, beneath her feet lay Wu Sheng's corpse, yet at the same time, Wu Sheng was sitting on a chair not far away. No need to be surprised. Wu Sheng shook his arm, and the white bandages fell away, revealing 7 or 8 eyes on his arm. Each of these eyes had a black magatama rotating within. These eyes are unique to the world of Naruto, the Sharingan. I replicated my own eye cells to create the Sharingan. How about that? Wu Sheng smiled, as if boasting about his creation. If it weren't for the use of the secret technique, e.g. Nasia, I would probably have died beneath your sword. Shueizhu gritted her teeth and suddenly shouted as she lunged at Wu Sheng again. At the same time, she extended the short sword in her hand once more. But the short sword suddenly vanished from her grasp. Then, she felt a pain in her back as a short, long sword pierced through her body. This is how it's used, right? At the other end of the sword was Wu Sheng's hand. Chapter 254, Demon Beast Kagaya. Having been struck by the soul poison of the short sword, Shueizhu could no longer hold on, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground. Her eyes were filled with hatred, fixed on Wu Sheng in the distance. She had only a few seconds left to live. Sigh, you're still looking at me like that. You don't know how sad I am right now. Clearly, the entire Zhu organization is left with just you and me. Wu Sheng shook his head. With you doing this, I will truly become all alone. Shueizhu lay on the ground, watching Wu Sheng's feigned sympathy, and let out a cold, mocking laugh. You devil, if it weren't for you initiating the Red Moon Beast Tide, my family wouldn't have died. Using her last bit of strength, Shueizhu slowly closed her eyes. She was dead. Wu Sheng looked at the corpse of the girl before him, his expression unchanged. He picked up a wooden board from the table, which had a file on it. Shueizhu, real name, Du Shasha, the only daughter of the Du family, one of the top 10 families, formerly the direct disciple of the first-rate Academy's Magic Academy director. Granny Mei, inheritor of S-Class, Rider Medusa from the Fate world, with a beast spirit from the Xianjianqi world, the Water Demon Beast. This information is known to all members of the Zhu organization. However, the documentation did not end there. During her student years, Du Shasha participated in a meeting of secret organizations from the 4 major academies. At that time, the Zhu organization had not acted much, but had already attracted the attention of the 4 major academies, which unanimously raised the organization's danger level to the highest. That secret meeting formally confirmed the actual task of the undercover Poison Jellyfish plan, which initially intended to select mature teachers, but Du Shasha volunteered to participate in the plan. Subsequently, under the scheme of Vice Dean Luo Lian of the Magic Academy, Du Shasha went for an internship, encountered the 8th-tier demon beast, Liakong Zhua, and was successfully rescued by the Zhu organization, managing to infiltrate successfully. It was inferred that Du Shasha's task involved intelligence, gathering, and assassination, with a high suspicion that she was carrying dangerous items of S level. Please be cautious, Lord Wu Sheng. 6 months ago, when Wu Sheng arranged for Shueizhu Du Shasha to undertake her first mission, he had also simultaneously arranged for Renju Ron to investigate Du Shasha's situation. It was tea that he saw through Du Shasha's disguise, but simply because, having lived for hundreds of years, he no longer trusted anyone. Among Renju Ron's 6 paths of reincarnation eye abilities, the human path possesses a skill called Heart Layer Penetration, which can extract the memories of others. Wu Sheng arranged for Ron to investigate every member of the Zhu organization. Ron did not disappoint him. Before going to disrupt the locked demon tower, he reported the investigation results to Wu Sheng. However, even without Ron's investigation, Du Shasha, you had no chance of survival. In my plan, there's only me. Any potential obstructive characters must be eliminated, regardless of their faction. A sinister expression appeared on Wu Sheng's face. Now, the plan is about to begin. The misty drizzle continued to fall. Wu Sheng walked out of the tower and approached a huge square wooden building. He formed a hand seal, and the square wooden building seemed to come to life, wriggling to reveal a small opening that one person could pass through. He entered the wooden structure, and before him stood 9 tall demon beasts. They varied in appearance, but shared one commonality. They all had long tails, with a number of tails differing. From left to right, the number of tails of the demon beasts was 1 to 9. These were the demon beasts from the world of Naruto. From 1 tail to 9 tails. At this moment, the 1-tailed to 6-tailed beasts were curled up on the ground, motionless, as if they had fainted. The remaining 3-tailed beasts continued to roar and struggle. The 7-tailed beast, named Chongming, resembled a giant stag beetle, with an exoskeleton harder than steel and 4 wing-like appendages on its back. However, at this moment, no matter how hard the 7-tailed beast flapped its wings, it could not break free from the branch's restraints. Its tough exoskeleton was instead cracked by the branches, causing it immense pain and continuous wails. The 8-tailed beast, named Ushioni, looked like an octopus with 8 legs. Its body was soft, constantly trying to squeeze through the gaps in the branches, but the branches changed, growing sharp spikes that pierced deeply into its flesh, making it afraid to move. The 9-tailed beast, named Kaibai, resembled a fox-like monster. It bared its teeth, swinging its powerful tail to sweep away any branches that came close. However, the branches endlessly took advantage of its moments of respite, reaching out again to bind its limbs. The 9-tailed beast struggled to stand, releasing a black chakra mass known as tailed beast ball against its own calf. The destructive energy of the tailed beast ball exploded against its calf, obliterating the entangling branches, but also severing half of its leg. Just as the 9-tailed beast tried to escape in pain, the branches quickly regenerated, wrapping around it like iron chains once more. The 9-tailed beast let out furious roars, but it was still bound by the branches, forced to cower on the ground, helpless. At that moment, Wusheng walked in. "Don't bother. This cage was created by my wood-release technique, specifically designed for you beasts." The 7-tailed beast, Kaibai, roared, opening its mouth towards the small human figure not far away, gathering black energy. It intended to use the tailed beast ball, capable of destroying everything, to obliterate the human who dared to imprison it. But before its sharp fox mouth could fully open, branches swiftly wrapped around it, binding its mouth shut. "Don't waste your effort, you beasts. Just obediently become sacrifices," Wusheng said casually, and then a phantom appeared behind him. "This is the beast residing within me." A woman with pale skin and blue-white hair, sporting 2 horns on her head and dressed in a white robe adorned with black comma patterns, appeared. The woman was enormous, far exceeding the size of an ordinary human. Even more peculiar, she had 3 eyes, all of which were closed. The 9-tailed beast, originally filled with rage, displayed a look of fear upon seeing the woman. It crouched down, emitting a whimper, resembling a docile kitten. The 7-tailed and 8-tailed beasts lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their fear of the woman in front of them seemed etched into their very genes. For the woman before them was the goddess of the Naruto world, the origin of all ninjas and ninjutsu, known as Goddess of the Moon, Tsutsuki Kagaya. The 9-tailed beasts were the products of the divine tree she planted in ancient times. Chapter 255. The strongest Jinchuriki Kagaya was the first true 8th-tier beast that Wusheng encountered in the demon realm. In Wusheng's initial plan, he intended to seal the 7-star beast, Kaibai, within himself as his beast. But the moment he saw Kagaya, he understood that what he truly desired to subjugate was an entity surpassing the strength of the 7-star beasts. The seemingly endless spiritual energy and wondrous ninjutsu of the other party deeply attracted Wusheng. After sacrificing dozens of members of the Pillar organization, Wusheng finally managed to subdue her within himself using the powerful control ability of Baishinshin. However, Wusheng knew that Kagaya at that time was not in her perfect state. Through some awakened memories of the beast, Wusheng learned that only by having all 9 7-tier beasts, from 1 tail to 9 tails, from the Naruto world, consumed by Kagaya, could she awaken her true power. "Come on, let me see your full-form strength," Wusheng laughed loudly. Kagaya reached out toward the beasts, and the moment her hand touched the tailed beasts, they flowed in her body like water. Just like that, the 9 powerful tailed beasts wailed and disappeared one by one. As the 9 tails were also consumed, the woman's stiff expression became animated. She exhaled heavily, and her 3 closed eyes slowly opened. They were 3 peculiar eyes. The left and right eyes turned a bluish white, with veins bulging around them, and black markings appeared in their pupils. This was the Byakugan, a special ocular technique with the strongest observational ability in the Naruto world. On the forehead of the giant woman Kagaya, the third eye also slowly opened. This eye glimmered blood red, with wavy patterns resembling ripples. And within these patterns were 9 black comma marks. This was the eye of the ancestral Sharingan and Rinnegan in the Naruto world, the Rinne Sharingan, belonging to the Kekkei Genkai, capable of executing techniques that transcend bloodline limits. At this moment, Wusheng also felt an unparalleled fullness. For the first time, he felt an endless supply of spiritual energy within his body. This powerful feeling cannot be wrong. Wusheng continuously sensed the power within his body, his expression becoming frenzied. It was 9th tier. I finally obtained the power of the 9th tier. After a long time, Wusheng finally adapted to the new power within his body. He satisfiedly moved his limbs, then walked out of the wooden cage, slowly floating into the air. Let me test my new power. Wusheng pointed his left hand at the ground. Super Shinra Tensei. With just one strike, a terrifying cloud of dust rose in the vast secret realm of Rain-Hidden Village. In the thick rain and fog, the entire Rain-Hidden Village vanished. The pit below was unfathomably deep, the ground fractured, and magma churned. It was like the scene of an apocalypse. I could hardly feel any consumption. This strike was merely my ordinary strike. Even though Wusheng had lived for hundreds of years, his casual strike just now had such terrifying power. Haha, with such strength. The final plan can finally be implemented. Wusheng donned the forehead protector, marking him as a rogue ninja. Let me reshape the entire world. His figure vanished from spot. In the Yunzhou of the 9 states, the land was thick with clouds. Below were towering mountains, and above them was sparse cloud cover. Suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped the giant peaks. Birds in the trees looked up and saw a colossal object floating through the sky. It was an island, a floating island in the sky. This island was one of the secret realms, the Sky City. It was also the location of the Tank Academy, one of the 3 top-tier academies, possessing the highest level of technology. The Tank Academy was established in the Sky City. During the first orientation, Qinshi had seen a ship resembling the Golden Ship from the One Piece world sent by the Tank Academy to welcome new students to their academy. On one hand, it showcased the academy's substantial financial resources and advanced technology. On the other, only such a flying vessel with levitation capability could transport students to their academy. At this moment, the headmaster of Tank Academy, Lei Yuan, was sitting on the steps in front of the academy. The usually bustling academy was now devoid of any people, as if the entire place had been emptied. Floating beside Lei Yuan was a small bear-like robot. All the students and teachers should have been evacuated by now. Dean Lei casually asked, lighting a cigarette in his hand and taking a deep puff. Beep beep, yes, except for you. All teachers and students have been relocated to the second site of Tiangong Academy. The underground city and the concealment barrier has been opened. The little bear robot emitted in a mechanical voice. Do you need to activate the self-destruct program of the Sky City? The robot was a high-level artificial intelligence. And after exploring some technologies in the demon domain, Lei Yuan finally developed such an AI robot. Although it was in the shape of a little bear, it could control the entire academy. Not yet, Lei Yuan said somewhat bitterly, slowly exhaling a breath. Let me see how strong that guy has become. Let me hold on to a bit of unrealistic fantasy. Just as he was conversing with the little bear robot, the entire Sky City suddenly began to tremble, as if a giant beast had invaded the city. Wusheng walked in midair. The sky beneath his feet was as flat as the ground. As Kagaya's Jinchuriki, he shared Kagaya's abilities, including her flight capability. Little Lei Yuan, you're really good at hiding, even hiding up in the sky. Wusheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, a smile on his face that was neither a smile nor a frown. Lei Yuan felt a bit troubled. The secret realm where Tiangong Academy was located, the Sky City, not only had the ability to fly, but could also conceal itself among the clouds, making it extremely difficult to detect. However, upon seeing Wusheng's eyes, Lei Yuan understood why the Sky City was easily discovered by him. Wusheng's eyes shone with a white hue, with prominent veins around the eye sockets. This was the Byakugan, known as the strongest observational eye in the Naruto world, capable of perceiving the flow of all spiritual energy. Sure enough, I still can't escape your tracking. Lei Yuan brushed off the dust from his clothes and slowly stood up. Director Wu, I, Lei, await your arrival. Saying this, he bowed deeply. This was a sign of respect for a strong person. Little Lei Yuan, I've told you, as long as you remain neutral in this war, you will have the qualification to enter the new world. I, Wusheng, am also someone who appreciates talent. The reconstruction of a new world still needs geniuses like you. However, you have disappointed me. Wu Sheng sighed, his expression growing colder. That short sword used to kill me from water column, is it made by you? Little Lei Yuan, you are determined to oppose me. Chapter 256, Lei Yuan vs. Wu Sheng, even your enemy deserves a compliment. This short sword is truly extraordinary. Wu Sheng said, pulling out a short sword. This was the sword used by Water Column when he ambushed him. I can smell the scent of death from it. This should be made by you imitating the Bankai of the 3rd Division Captain of the Shinigami world, Shihoin Yoruchi. Impressive. You managed to create a weapon that can be used by ordinary people with the Bankai ability of an S-rank inheritance. Moreover, it is a weapon that can carry soul poison. Lei Yuan, you are truly a genius hidden from the world. Wu Sheng clicked his tongue in admiration. In the field of manufacturing, I'm not as good as you. Unfortunately, for a powerful person like you, if you cannot submit to me, you must be eliminated. He continued to play with the short sword in his hand, saying lightly, I have given you a choice and have already shown you enough tolerance. But this short sword has already explained everything. Wu Sheng's fingers brushed over the short sword, and the incredibly hard sword shattered in an instant. Make your move. Let me show you the gap between man and God. God? Lei Yuan stood up from the stone steps, gripping his Zanpakuto tightly. What kind of God are you? For your own boring ideals, you are willing to sacrifice millions of lives. I do not agree. Lei Yuan threw away his conical hat and shouted angrily. Bunkai, Kenenbaraki, Benaheim, Arataki. A giant woman with long hair appeared behind him. The woman had a classical hairstyle, wore a sleeveless kimono, and was beautiful. But her limbs were like puppets with mechanical joints. Dean Lei's inheritance was S-rank from Urahara Kisakin, the Shinigami world. At this moment, his spiritual pressure fully erupted, using the most powerful skill of the Shinigami Bankai. His Bankai, Kenenbaraki Benaheim Arataki, had the ability to reconstruct and transform any dead or living thing touched by the Zanpakuto into something else. To defeat you, I have conceived countless tricks. Today, let Director Wu see the results of my research. As Lei Yuan swung his sword, countless black stitches emerged throughout the Sky City. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up. You actually use your ability to transform the entire academy. Little Lei Yuan, what a grand move. Just as he spoke, 2 rocky hands suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly grasping Wu Sheng's feet. Meanwhile, the majestic teaching buildings behind Lei Yuan also rumbled and transformed into gigantic stone giants, transforming dead things into living things. Little Lei Yuan, you have truly developed your ability to an extraordinary level. Wu Sheng looked at the towering teaching building giants standing before him and marveled again. Then, the teaching building giants clenched their fists and smashed down towards Wu Sheng. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Concrete and stone splattered like mud. However, Wu Sheng remained unharmed. The fists of the teaching building giants didn't even touch his body. There's a powerful inheritance from the Jujutsu Kaisen world, the one belonging to Gojo Satoru. He has an ability called Unlimited Void, which is quite interesting. Wu Sheng said, effortlessly breaking free from the rocky hands that bound his feet, then floating in the air with his arms raised. Though small in size as he raised his arms, the teaching building giant's arms were also forcibly lifted, the steel and concrete producing a piercing grinding sound. This ability is like bringing the infinite series constrained in the paradox of Achilles into reality. The distance between the enemy and him can be endlessly reduced, yet can never reach zero. Wu Sheng said, flying towards the head of the teaching building giant, then passing through it as if cutting through tofu. Interesting ability, right? After gaining the power of the Rinnegan, I also developed corresponding skills. By enveloping the repulsive field of Shinra Tensei around my body instead of releasing it all at once, the powerful repulsion also forms a domain that the opponent cannot truly reach, like Unlimited Void. Then Wu Sheng activated his Shunshin, and at this moment his flight trajectory in the air was completely untraceable to the naked eye. A second later, he slowly landed on the ground. As he landed, several towering teaching building giants all stopped in place, then began to shed dust. You see, my Rinnegan version of Unlimited Void makes me like the sharpest knife, perfectly suited to cut down these towering giants. Wu Sheng said. At the moment he finished speaking, the stones on the teaching building giants fell off, and numerous cut marks appeared. The giants collapsed with a crash. Of course, I have developed even more skills. Battling with an inventor like you has ignited my competitive spirit in creation. Little Lei Yuan, while I still have interest, seize this opportunity and show me more to creations. This is your only, albeit slim, chance of victory. Wu Sheng pointed a finger at Lei Yuan, a small black sphere gathering in his hand. The most powerful offensive means in the Naruto world, the tailed beast bomb. Bang! The tailed beast bomb shot out, but the direction of the tailed beast ball's flight was towards the sky. The swift-tailed beast ball soared into the air, tracing a curve like a sentient snake. This was a tailed beast ball that I controlled to change its trajectory using the gravitational and repulsive forces of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Wu Sheng smiled at Lei Yuan, as if showcasing a beloved toy. If you can't catch it, you'll be dead. The small ball carrying destructive power sped toward Lei Yuan on the steps. Lei Yuan stood still, not using the Shuinpa skill to evade. He instantly realized that this tailed beast ball, which could change its trajectory at will thanks to the Rinnegan's gravitational and repulsive forces, was like a guided missile with tracking capabilities. No matter if he evaded or not, it would truly catch up to him. Don't underestimate me, first-generation Dean. Lei Yuan gritted his teeth, raising his long sword. Respond to the enemy, Hong Ji. At his low growl, red circles made of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the air. As the black-tailed beast ball flew through the air, it passed through one red circle after another. Then something miraculous happened. The tailed beast ball, originally the size of a basketball, rapidly shrank after passing through each red circle. By the time it flew in front of Lei Yuan, the tailed beast ball had completely disappeared. The tailed beast ball, which could obliterate all enemies and possess the purest destructive power, vanished like a worn-down snowball. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up again. Then he laughed heartily, clapping for Lei Yuan. Impressive, little Lei Yuan. Your Canon Kai Hong Ji modification is truly remarkable. A bit unbelievable. He looked around the campus of the Tinkerer Academy. The ground was undulating at an imperceptible frequency and amplitude, like the heartbeat of a human. I originally guessed that you had transformed the entire campus into a living being. It seems I underestimated you. You made the entire campus a part of yourself. In short, now you are this giant sky city. Thus, you could block my earlier tail beast ball, right? Lei Yuan stood on the steps in the distance, frowning and silent. However, his heart was deeply shaken by the enemy before him. Just now, the way he received that tailed beast ball, which could be considered a tracking missile, was through one of his Zanpakuto's abilities, Tsubaki Hongji. Tsubaki Hongji was originally one of the initial release abilities of Lei Yuan's Zanpakuto. Its effect was to collide with the enemy's technique using the Zanpakuto, and through that contact, to counter the enemy's technique with a technique of the same spiritual pressure construct. In simple terms, this technique was tit for tat, neutralizing the enemy's offensive through countering. After the Bankai, this skill could still be used and was even stronger. For Lei Yuan, who possessed strong manufacturing and reasoning talents, this was a very handy all-purpose skill. However, the drawback was obvious. Analyzing the opponent's techniques, spiritual pressure construct required some time. Even though Lei Yuan's analysis and manufacturing were incredibly fast, the need for the Zanpakuto to first touch the enemy's skill before analyzing and creating a counter-energy technique still required a bit of time. When faced with ultra-fast attacks, the failure rate of this technique would greatly increase. The launch of the tailed beast ball was like a high-speed missile, and with its strong destructive power, it was likely that before he could even begin analyzing, his sword would already be shattered. Yet Lei Yuan found another way to overcome this difficulty. He utilized the transformation ability of Canon Kai Hong Ji modification to merge himself with the entire Tinkerer Academy. Not just the buildings, but even the ground beneath his feet and the surrounding floating gases became part of him. This place was his home ground. Therefore, even though Wu Sheng released the tailed beast ball at high speed, as long as the tailed beast ball took shape near Wu Sheng and came into contact with the air, it was equivalent to having touched Lei Yuan, and the analysis effect of the Tsubaki Hongji skill would occur instantly. Thus, just as the tailed beast ball was about to strike his face, he managed to analyze and construct the opposite energy in time, neutralizing the opponent's skill. If even the tailed beast ball, which possessed extreme destructive power, could not harm you, it seems that ordinary ninjutsu is completely useless against you, Sai. Wu Sheng sighed deeply. It seems that my best option right now should be to temporarily retreat. Lei Yuan did not respond. If he engaged in a skirmish with Wu Sheng, he was sure that with his own strength, he would be defeated by Dean Wu Sheng in no time. But now it was different. Ever since he devised the plan to create the strongest poison weapon, the Divine Killing Spear, and the assassination plan against Wu Sheng through undercover infiltration of the Pillar Organization, Lei Yuan had been using the ability of Bankai to transform the Sky City. He understood deep down that the success rate of assassinating a top genius like Wu Sheng was pitifully low. And once the assassination failed, with Wu Sheng's vengeful nature, he would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, transforming the Sky City and preparing thoroughly for this battle was something Lei Yuan had started doing a long time ago. At this moment, the Sky City had been transformed by him over several years. With a wave of his hand, the giant teaching building that had just been shattered by Wu Shang stood up again from the rubble. He and the Sky City were one. As long as he was not knocked down, the damaged buildings could reassemble. The Sky City now belonged solely to him, an absolute domain. Furthermore, the position of the Sky City was erratic, originally intended to prevent any enemies from discovering it. But once Wu Shang stepped into the Sky City, its concealment would be instantly lifted, and Wu Shang's location information would be immediately transmitted to the Demon Hunt Academy, the Magic Academy, and the Hua Tuo Academy. According to the established plan, the three academies would take about 10 minutes to arrive at this location after receiving the information. And I only need to hold on for 10 minutes to wait for reinforcements to arrive. No matter how strong Wu Shang is, surrounded by the combined forces of the other three academies, he will surely be killed. Lei Yuan thought to himself. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The same strategy would be activated when Wu Shang appeared at the Magic Academy or Hua Tuo Academy. This was the counter-offensive strategy developed specifically against Wu Shang. With this in mind, Lei Yuan unconsciously looked up at the large clock on the teaching building. 8 minutes had already passed. What's wrong? Still waiting for your reinforcements. Wu Shang's voice suddenly rang out. How many more minutes do they need? 1 minute or 2 minutes? His expression was half smiling. Lei Yuan's heart sank. He actually saw through his plan. He immediately gripped his Zanpakuto tightly, staring straight at the ninja-clad enemy before him. Come on, I'm still the first-generation dean of the Demon Hunt Academy. You can't treat me like an idiot, can you? Even a beast knows to call its kind to surround a stronger enemy, let alone you, this incredibly intelligent dean of the Tinkerer Academy. Saying this, Wu Shang shrugged. He unexpectedly jumped directly to the top of the statue, then sat cross-legged, smiling as he looked at Lei Yuan. Since you want to wait so much, I'll keep you company. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. However, Lei Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, his heart was already in turmoil, struggling to suppress his shock and fear. He couldn't understand why the enemy, having seen through his waiting for the rabbit plan, would still be willing to linger here with him. What was going on? He nervously glanced around. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Something was off. When Wu Shang arrived at the Sky City, he had looked up at the sky. Now he suddenly realized that the position of the clouds above had not changed. Although only a short 8 minutes had passed, the clouds couldn't possibly remain unchanged. This is... Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted softly. This is an illusion. At the moment he uttered those words, the entire sky suddenly turned blood red. The sun in the sky transformed into a red celestial body. It was a red sphere with white ripples and a black magatama pattern. That was the design of the Rinnegan. Chapter 258, Endless Explosions. Damn. Lei Yuan felt a bit frustrated. He suddenly understood. Wu Shang must have been using the Rinnegan all along, continuously casting illusions. And because the entire academy had become a part of his body, when Wu Shang saw the academy, he passively fell victim to the illusion as well. However, if it was just an illusion, it wouldn't affect the transmission of Wu Shang's location information. Lei Yuan was still full of doubts. The location information was sent out through instruments in the form of electromagnetic waves. Regardless of whether he was affected by the illusion or not, the location information had indeed been sent out. Lei Yuan looked at Wu Shang again. The other party still had an indifferent expression. 2 minutes later, nothing happened. The total time of confrontation with Wu Shang had reached 10 minutes, and no reinforcements had arrived. Lei Yuan remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. So this is how it is? You actually shifted. The entire space? Time was up, and reinforcements still hadn't arrived. There were only two possibilities. One was that his information hadn't been sent out. The other was that it had been sent, but wasn't received by the other academies. Currently, the entire academy was his body. In the 2 minutes since he arrived, he had sensed the machine that sent the information. The information had indeed been sent out. So only the second possibility remained. The information was sent out, but the other side didn't receive it. Electromagnetic wave information can pass through all air, land, and water mediums. So there shouldn't be a possibility of transmission failure. Therefore, only one situation remained. The space he was in now was no longer the original space. Because the space had changed, the information could be sent out, but couldn't successfully reach the designated recipient. Wu Shang smiled slightly. You disappoint me a bit, little Lei Yuan. Did you only just realize this? He waved his hand gently. The illusion was lifted, and surrounding the Sky City was an endless desert. In the desert, There were scattered strange insects and giant plants that Lei Yuan had never seen before. In the sky, there were two stars rotating together. These were different from the sun. Where on earth is this? Even having made ample guesses about Wu Sheng's power, Lei Yuan was so astonished by the scene before him that he could hardly speak. The only thing he could be sure of was that the entire Sky City was no longer above Blue Star. Actually, I don't know where this is either. As if sensing Lei Yuan's shock, Wu Sheng waved his hand. This is a unique ability exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, known as Heaven Center. As for what the ability of Heaven's Center does, Wu Sheng said, snapping his fingers. The surrounding environment of the entire academy changed again. The desert completely disappeared. Lei Yuan felt an unbearable heat. He quickly flew to the edge of the Sky City. At this moment, the massive floating city was slowly drifting above a sea of lava. In the sea of fire, horses, cattle, and sheep made of flames occasionally emerged. This was yet another new world. This is the lava space, just like the desert space, is a unique space outside the planet Blue Star. Besides sand and lava, I can also take you to see the ice and snow space, acidic liquid space, and the most peculiar supergravity space. I suspect that these spaces are all other planets that the Otsutsuki clan has visited, planets far from Blue Star. My Rinnegan ability Heaven Center allows me to freely enter and exit these alternate space worlds. Now do you understand? Your reinforcements cannot arrive, no matter how they try. They cannot reach the alternate space outside Blue Star. Lei Yuan looked at the strange sights beneath the Sky City, feeling a sense of bitterness in his heart. The means Wu Sheng employed, that ability to bring the entire floating city from Blue Star to another planet, could be described as a miracle. His power had reached the level of a deity. Can a person really fight against a god? Sharply sensing a hint of wavering in Lei Yuan, Wu Sheng's lips curled slightly. The reason I talked so much nonsense is that I want to give you one last chance. His body gradually rose, as if he were God in the sky. After I destroy the old 9 provinces, I need a creative genius like you to help me rebuild a new world. I believe that with your involvement, the new world will be a perfect one. I could use the ability of my kaleidoscope, Sharingan Kodo Emetsukami, to forcibly control your brain. But I didn't do that. Lei Yuan, I respect you as a strong individual. However, my patience is limited. Lei Yuan, this is my last tolerance. And your last chance. As he spoke, a huge woman wearing a white robe adorned with black Magatama patterns appeared behind Wu Sheng. This was Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had reached the pinnacle of power after merging with the tailed beasts. Lei Yuan, submit to me or die. Wu Sheng and Kagaya Otsutsuki spoke simultaneously, their voices rumbling like thunder in the sky. Lei Yuan remained silent. Wu Sheng was right. He had great value to him. But he would also make Wu Sheng understand that even a god would have to pay a price to kill him. To betray humanity? How would the children he had educated view him? So his decision was clear. That was to fight to the end. The silence once again made Wu Sheng's expression darken. You really don't know how to appreciate a toast, and instead ask for a punishment drink. You're the only one in the 9 provinces world who can repair the 9 provinces defense array. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, you must be eliminated from my subsequent plans. With that, Wu Sheng raised his hand. However, faster than his action was Lei Yuan's attack. Bloom Redheim. With Lei Yuan's furious shout, an abundance of red light shields suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Tiangong Academy, on the ground, and on the walls of the teaching buildings. Clearly, these light shields had not just been set up, they had been arranged by Lei Yuan long ago. Just as he said, he had made many preparations for this battle. The red spiritual power light shield was named the Shield of Snow and Mist, a basic release skill inherited from Urahara Kisuke, which could not only defend, but also release light arrows for offense. However, as the entire academy had been transformed into a part of Lei Yuan's body, the power of the basic release skill had been terrifyingly enhanced. In an instant, hundreds of red spiritual power shields shot countless red spiritual arrows at Wu Sheng, who was floating in the air. Foolish. Wu Sheng spread his arms. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force swept through the entire world, dispersing the countless spiritual light arrows that were about to attack him. Even the spiritual light shields in various places shattered into pieces under the powerful repulsive storm. Even standing far away, Lei Yuan was affected by the immense repulsive force, being blown backward. But his attack was not over. During the backward flight, he plunged his Zanpakuto into the ground to barely stabilize his form. Now's the time. Play with fire, Hongji. Enduring the pain of the impact, Lei Yuan growled softly. In the air, the ground covered with rubble floated thousands of black-red small orbs. This was also a backup plan he had set in advance. The power of the black-red flame orbs lay not in burning, but in explosion. Countless black-red spiritual power orbs enveloped Wu Sheng's body tightly, then launched a continuous series of explosions. The information regarding the Rinnegan had already been made public to all the academies after the battle between Qinshi and Jinchuriki. They had reason to believe that as the leader of the Jinchuriki, Wu Sheng, who inherited the Uchiha clan from the Naruto world, very likely possessed the ability of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Lei Yuan knew clearly that the skill Shinra Tensei had a drawback that required intermittent use. After forcing Wu Sheng to use Shinra Tensei by unleashing thousands of light arrows, he then used the fire play skill Hongji to summon countless flame orbs for explosions. Unconsciously, he adopted the same approach as Konan from Naruto. At this moment, Wu Sheng was amidst endless explosions. Chapter 259, Arrival of Qinshi. Just like in Naruto, when Konan used God's Paper Jutsu to detonate 6 trillion explosive tags in the ocean, Lei Yuan's spiritual power flame orbs exploded for a full 10 minutes. The entire Sky City had already been riddled with holes due to the incessant explosions and battles, showing signs of imminent collapse. Lei Yuan was gasping for breath. Even though the red haze shield and the flame orbs were set up in advance, the massive control still drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. He stared hard at the sky in the distance. He knew that the powerful Wu Sheng, almost godlike, would not be defeated by such an attack. He was not Konan, and Wu Sheng was certainly not Obito. As the dust settled, at the center of the explosions, Wu Sheng brushed off his sleeves, his body, and scathed. Boring moves. Suddenly, an eyeball emerged from his arm. The eyeball bore the unique black tomo of a Sharingan, and it was slowly closing at that moment. Wu Sheng used the same method as Obito from the Naruto world. By sacrificing a Sharingan, he activated the unique ocular technique, Izanagi, allowing him to negate all damage for the duration of the technique. But seeing the way Wu Sheng's arm seemed to have insects wriggling beneath the skin, Lei Yuan knew that this one-time Sharingan would not be the last. Finding him, Hongji, Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and poured more spiritual power. In addition to the explosions, he had hidden something within the red spiritual power flame orbs. That was a binding thread made of spiritual power. After countless fireballs exploded, the spiritual threads ensnared Wu Sheng in the center like a giant net. Then, a murky emblem faintly appeared. He quickly chanted, completing the incantation in an instant. Baikud number 90, Black Coffin. Wu Sheng looked up, somewhat bored, at the descending black stone coffin above him. This was one of the top-tier Kido in the Soul Society. Those sealed within the black coffin could not escape. Inside the black coffin, all of the enemy's items would be rendered ineffective, and all skills would be heavily suppressed, ensuring absolute containment. This naturally included the clone Sharingan on Wu Sheng's arm. This was the only breakthrough method Lei Yuan could think of in a short time after witnessing Wu Sheng's Izanagi. As the black coffin descended, 9 black spiritual pressure spears pierced into it, vowing to bring absolute death to anything within. The edge of the 1,000 hands, unreachable darkness. As the black coffin was just forming, Lei Yuan gasped and immediately began chanting again. Baikud number 91, 1,000 hands, celestial cannon. Countless spiritual power light cones formed around the black coffin, and the moment the black coffin dissipated, the light cones poured down like a torrential rain. Explosions occurred once more. Kido is a unique combat technique in the Soul Society that can be cultivated. High-level Kido can even exceed Bankai in power, and Kido at levels above 90 represents the pinnacle of Kido. These high-level Kido often require a long time to chant. However, Lei Yuan had made special arrangements for them, allowing him to greatly compress the chanting time. This was also part of his preparations. The consecutive use of 2 Kido above level 90 drained Lei Yuan's remaining spiritual power. Even the giant puppet-like Hongji behind him could barely be maintained. He gritted his teeth, kneeling on one leg, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and nose. At this point, he had almost exhausted all his trump cards. If that still wasn't enough, he could only resort to his final means. Lei Yuan smiled bitterly, looking up at the sky. Unfortunately, the enemy remained completely unharmed. Is this all? In the midst of the dust, Wu Sheng sighed and slowly walked out. It's not your fault. After all, you have too little information about me and can only create methods to counter me based on limited information. Only half of his body was in the air, while the other half was in a black space. The skill Wu Sheng was using at this moment was called Yomi Shirisaka. This was a top-tier space-time ninjutsu that required the combination of the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan to use. Its effect allowed the user to freely traverse space, moving freely among 6 alternate spaces they controlled, without needing hand seals. In Wu Shang's hands, a skill that didn't require hand seals was equivalent to an instant spell. No matter how powerful the Black Coffin seal was, it could not seal an enemy from another space. Is that it? Lei Yuan painfully closed his eyes. His final trump card was the nuclear power furnace built in the underground core of the Sky City. This nuclear power furnace provided the power for the Sky City to fly and also supplied energy to the entire Sky Academy. It was something Lei Yuan discovered while training in the demon domain, found in a damaged device known as Iron Man armor. After he modified the entire academy with his Bankai ability, he could detonate the nuclear power furnace with just his consciousness. Once detonated, it could produce power akin to a nuclear explosion. However, this ultimate move could not threaten an enemy with space-time traversal abilities. I have done my best. Students, the teacher has fought hard until the end. Leaning against the ruins, Lei Yuan held a Zanpakuto that was already cracked. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng rose into the sky, preparing to launch his attack. Unsure of what traps Lei Yuan had left in this floating city, he decided to obliterate both Lei Yuan and the floating city together. He raised both hands to the sky. A massive black sphere appeared in the air, resembling a world-ending meteorite. This was an enlarged version of the Orb of Truth, similar in shape to a tailed beast bomb. But unlike the pure destruction of the tailed beast bomb, the power of the Orb of Truth was nothingness. It could devour the properties and objects of the 5 elements and yin-yang, reducing the attack target to nothingness. This move could not be blocked by any shield. There was no way to evade. Lei Yuan despairingly closed his eyes. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Moments later, Lei Yuan hesitantly opened his eyes. He was still alive. Was there anything that could block the enormous Tao-seeking jade, which could decompose all powers and return all matter to nothingness? He looked up at the sky. Before him was a black barrier resembling a round mirror. The massive Tao-seeking jade collided with the circular black screen, rapidly disappearing. This was mutual annihilation. Lei Yuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, there was a substance capable of resisting the Tao-seeking jade that returned all things to chaos. That was the Tao-seeking jade itself. At this moment, the person who had saved him landed steadily on the ground. In his hand was a kunai engraved with special markings, and his pupils exhibited unique ripples and black tomo. Phew, I finally caught up. Qinshi stood up straight and smiled, greeting Lei Yuan, who was not far away. Dean Lei, we meet again. Chapter 260, Repelling Strong Enemies. Qin. Dean? Lei Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, he felt death closing in, and now he had regained his life. You finally made it. Sorry, Dean Lei, I came a bit late. Qinshi glanced at the surrounding ruins and quickly approached Lei Yuan, handing him a few recovery pills. You've worked hard to hold on this long. Lei Yuan calmed his excitement of surviving and gratefully looked at Qinshi. No, Dean Qin, you came just in time. At this moment in the sky, he watched his massive Tao-seeking jade being blocked. Wu Sheng, who had maintained a calm demeanor, finally showed a look of shock. Qinshi? He stared intently at the young boy who had appeared abruptly on the battlefield and said fiercely, Why? I clearly transported the entire Sky City to another space, and Lei Yuan's information couldn't possibly be sent out. How did you find us? Things had slipped from his control, and Wu Sheng felt both angered and confused. Only a fool would answer you. Qinshi held his weapons with both hands, the left holding the flame blade and the right gripping the 3 life fangs. Quickly floating up into the sky, he utilized the magical martial technique from the Dragon Ball world, Sky Dance Technique, granting him the ability for aerial combat, just like his opponent. However, Wu Sheng did not get angry. Instead, he remained silent for a moment, then sighed deeply, turning his gaze to the already lying Lei Yuan, who was gasping for breath. Little Lei Yuan, I ultimately underestimated you. In a short time, he understood where he had gone wrong. Reviewing the entire battle, after absorbing all 9-tailed beasts into the parasitic beast, Otsutsuki Kagaya, she had finally reached peak strength. She possessed power equivalent to the late-stage boss of Naruto, Shippuden. It was precisely because he had obtained the complete Otsutsuki Kagaya that Wu Sheng, having hidden for hundreds of years, finally had the capital to implement his plan. Being stabbed by the water column was merely a small variable. Although the secret sword, Divine Spear Kill, used during the water column's assassination was forged by the dean of the Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, Wu Sheng knew even better that Lei Yuan's greatest threat lay in his ingenious creative abilities. Therefore, he had to either possess or eliminate Lei Yuan to ensure the smooth progression of his subsequent plans. Thus, he took a huge risk. infiltrating the 9 provinces to either recruit or kill Lei Yuan. At the beginning of the battle, he had analyzed his circumstances sufficiently. The dean of one of the 4 major academies, Tiangong Academy, was already ranked among the 5 strongest in the 9 provinces. But facing Wu Sheng, who had already attained the complete Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was simply not enough. His true enemies were the thousands of powerful inheritors in the 9 provinces. Even though he had nearly become a god, he calmly realized that he did not possess the strength to combat the entire 9 provinces alone. Therefore, after using Byakugan to locate the Tiangong Academy, he immediately transported the entire academy to another space, forming an absolute one-on-one situation, which allowed him to attack with confidence. Once transported to another space, Lei Yuan could not send any information out. Whatever he did, he could not summon reinforcement from the 9 provinces. But I still underestimated you. No, it's you all. Wu Sheng calmly looked at Qin Shi and Lei Yuan. I was ultimately arrogant. It wasn't hard to guess that the Tiangong Academy had a signal transmission device, although I didn't know what method you would use to send information. After the Demon Hunt Academy was attacked, you must have prepared for my attack on the 4 major academies. Therefore, there must be similar signal transmission devices that would quickly send information to the other 3 academies whenever I appeared in any of the 4 major academies. I had thought that transporting the entire academy to another space would nullify the effectiveness of the signal transmission device, but I did not expect that. The real signal transmission device was not 1, but 2. One type actively sends signals outward after I transported the entire academy to another space. Such signal transmission devices lost their effectiveness, but the other type was just the opposite. The device itself continuously sent signals, and once the signal was interrupted, it indicated that I had arrived. It was because I transported Lei Yuan and the entire academy to another space that the signal transmission was interrupted. Qin Shi remained silent, but deep down, he was somewhat surprised. Wu Sheng, upon seeing him, quickly guessed the methods of the 4 major academies. They had set up a technique on the 4 major academies and, most importantly, on the 4 deans. The function was the same as Wu Sheng described. The technique periodically released signals outward, and once interrupted, it could only indicate that the 4 deans had encountered Wu Sheng's attack. And that technique was designed to send information every 10 minutes. After failing to sense Lei Yuan's information, he rushed over immediately. If it were just to make you aware of my attack on Lei Yuan, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wu Sheng continued to sigh. After all, I've already transported people to another space. Even if you wanted to rescue Lei Yuan, you wouldn't be able to find him. But I overlooked you. He stared at Qin Shi. You, clearly a descendant of ShiGets, can almost use all ninjutsu, including the Flying Thunder God technique that allows you to teleport to the target's vicinity. When the water column reported to me, it mentioned that during your principal inauguration ceremony, the deans of the 3 major academies also attended and fought with you. You probably set the Flying Thunder God's mark on the 3 deans at that time, right? The Flying Thunder God technique. Only you, Principal Qin, could track me so closely even after I transported Lei Yuan to another space. Wu Sheng said fiercely, I should have personally eliminated you during the battle against the Demon Hunt Academy. You can make your move now. Qin Shi said leisurely. Although it was a bit late, the other deans and the Academy's experts would also arrive at this battlefield through the Flying Thunder God formation I set up. Dean Wu, old grievances and new grudges. Let us settle them together now. You. Wu Sheng coldly glared at Qin Shi, his expression fluctuating. Ultimately, his body sank into a black space for spatial transfer. Kid, this time you win a hand. But just a hand. Let me see how much power the humans of the 9 provinces still have. After saying that, his figure vanished from the alternate space. Phew, he finally left. Qin Shi patted his chest and immediately flew to Lei Yuan's side. Luckily, Wu Sheng is gone. This is his home turf. If the other deans and teachers had come to fight here, who knows how many casualties there would be. Wu Sheng might return at any moment. We need to leave quickly. Dean Lei, are you all right? Qin Shi knew that although he had given him a recovery pill, Lei Yuan's condition was not ideal. He himself was not injured, but under the effect of the Kuan Yin's Red Maiden modification, the entire academy had merged with him. The recent battle between the two had already turned the academy into ruins, with the ground cracking and on the brink of collapse. As a result, Lei Yuan's body was also affected, and his injuries were quite serious. This was one of the reasons Qin Shi did not want to engage Wu Sheng. If a fight broke out again, the academy would be affected once more, and Lei Yuan would likely die for real. Chapter 261. Infinite Tsukuyami. It's fine, I won't die. He forced a smile. Since that's the case, let's hurry up. Qin Shi nodded. The surrounding molten lava was now 10 times more violent than before. The rolling lava had risen like a giant dragon, ready to pounce on the crumbling Sky City. Lei Yuan looked at the entire academy with a reluctant expression. Ever since he saw the secret of the Sky City in the Demon Realm, he had been continuously constructing a similar mechanical floating city. This Tiangong Academy had become closely related to him, especially after using to merge it with himself, creating a significant connection. Qin Principle can only take me away. Without this academy, my strength would be greatly diminished, and I probably wouldn't have the power to repair the Juzhou array. Lei Yuan thought to himself. From this perspective, although Wu Sheng did not kill him, his strategic objective had been achieved. Dean Lei, what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up, Qin Shi urged. I just want to take one last look at Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan sighed. If you want to see it, we can go back and look slowly, Qin Shi said, puzzled. I have already set up the Flying Thunder God technique around Tiangong Academy. Once we leave, it will also be transferred to Juzhou. You can even transfer such a massive floating city? Lei Yuan asked in disbelief. That's no small feat, hurry up. The lava is almost at the academy, Qin Shi said. Pulling Lei Yuan's hand, and the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. Then the entire floating city vanished from the molten space, just as Qin Shi was taking Lei Yuan and Tiangong Academy back to Juzhou. In the Demon Realm, Abyss Valley. Wu Sheng floated above Abyss Valley. The area of the Demon Realm far exceeded Juzhou and was fraught with danger. Demon beasts, secret realms, and mutated natural environments posed deadly threats to humans entering. Although every teacher from the 4 major academies had experience surviving in the Demon Realm, they often only explored the areas bordering Juzhou. Few ventured into the deeper parts of the Demon Realm. Wu Sheng, however, was the only human who had explored all areas of the Demon Realm. The Abyss Valley, where he was currently located, was also one of the secret realms, specifically the Great Abyss from the Abyss. Unlike in the anime, the monsters lurking in the Abyss were not limited to slimes and goblins, but included demon beasts from various anime worlds. Here, 6th and 7th tier demon beasts were not uncommon, making it the area with the highest density of demon beasts in the entire Demon Realm. This is the last of the 9 demon beast gathering spots. Wu Sheng said with a faint smile. Humans, accept my trial and strive to survive. Wu Sheng's eyes widened as a massive woman with horns and dressed in white appeared behind him. Otsutsuki Kagaya, at this moment, opened her 3 eyes. The black tomo spun rapidly in her eye sockets. A massive spiritual power swept through the surroundings like a storm, turning the weaker monsters into dust. The Blue Star and the world of Naruto were different. The area was far larger than the Naruto world. Likewise, the moon was not comparable to the one in the Naruto world. Therefore, Wu Sheng's method to use infinite Tsukuyomi was to first create a small moon. Rinnegan Super. God Explosion. Wu Sheng shouted in a low voice. A tremendous suction swept up the surrounding soil, rocks, and trees into the sky, forming a massive stone ball nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. Then, the stone ball ascended, hovering over Abyss Valley. Otsutsuki Kagaya, behind Wu Sheng, had her eyes turn red, with the black tomo emitting a strange power. Sharingan Illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The moon, under Wu Sheng's gaze, transformed into a sphere with the same black tomo spinning as in his pupils. The demon beasts in Abyss Valley roared, looking up at the sky. In that instant, black tomo appeared in the eye sockets of all the demon beasts. They had fallen under the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. Go, march eastward, trample the human kingdoms, and bring them fear and death. An emotionless voice escaped from Wu Sheng's mouth. Countless demon beasts roared, trampling over each other as they crawled out of the abyss, then madly rushed towards Juzhou. In Juzhou, a 3rd-tier city. Xiaonuan, why aren't you asleep so late? What are you looking at? The father, who had just finished his night shift, washed his hands and walked over to his daughter, who was standing by the window. Dad, there's a red moon. The little girl pointed at the sky with an innocent expression. The man looked outside and froze in place, his body trembling slightly. This is a red moon. At the Demon Hunting Academy, teacher Qingji anxiously ran towards Principal Yan. Usually calm and composed, he was now stumbling as he ran. He encountered Qin Shi on Principal Yan's platform. At this moment, Qin Shi was looking up at the red moon in the sky. There was not just one moon in the sky. The highest moon shone yellow-white, round and bright, much like the usual moon. However, at a lower altitude, there were other moons. That moon was entirely red, with special black ripples and black tomo on its surface. He was very familiar with this red moon. It was the moon that changed after Uchiha Madara used the Rinne Sharingan to cast infinite Tsukuyomi in the Naruto world. Principal Qin, The moon has turned red. The Red Moon Beast Tide is about to begin. Qin sure nodded. There had been some previous speculations, but when the reality unfolded before him, he still found it unbelievable. So, the true cause of the Red Moon Beast Tide was Wu Sheng using infinite Tsukuyomi to control countless demon beasts to attack Jojo. Qin sure shared his reasoning with Qingji. Is it really like this? Qingji was so shocked he couldn't speak. It turned out that the Red Moon Beast Tide, which had caused countless casualties in the history of the Demon Hunting Academy and led many humans to lose family and friends, was actually man-made. Moreover, this person was the founding principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. But I still don't understand one thing, Qingji said, somewhat incredulous. When Wu Sheng was the founding principal, there had also been a Red Moon Beast Tide. It was during that battle that he was severely injured, forcing him to leave Jojo and delve into the demon realm in search of a glimmer of healing hope. If the Red Moon Beast Tide was caused by Wu Sheng using the Rinne Sharingan, an illusion to drive the demon beasts to attack Jojo, then what happened during the Beast Tide he encountered while in office? Qin sure looked at the red moon in the sky and slowly began to speak. Actually, I had speculated about the Red Moon Beast Tide before as well. The Red Moon, the frenzied monsters are indeed too reminiscent of the scene when infinite Tsukuyomi is activated. But I also had the same doubts as you, until I went to rescue Dean Lei of the Tiangong Academy and saw Wu Sheng in a fully activated state. I didn't understand everything. Chapter 262, The Truth of the Red Moon Beast Tide. In the other space, I saw the parasitic monster behind Wu Sheng, the most powerful beast in the Naruto world, which could almost be called a god, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, I understood everything. The first Red Moon Beast Tide was indeed not caused by Wu Sheng, but it was triggered when the Rinnegan activated the illusion Infinite Tsukuyomi. I speculate that the beast Kagaya Otsutsuki was born in the midst of the demon realm, and it was located very close to the 9 provinces. At that time, Kagaya had not yet devoured the 7-tailed beasts, and her power was at its lowest. However, even at her weakest, Kagaya still possessed the divine eye, the Rinnegan. The demon realm was fraught with danger, and powerful beasts were constantly replicated from other worlds due to the mist, posing a significant threat to Kagaya's survival. In a battle with other demon beasts, Kagaya encountered a crisis and had no choice but to overdraw her limited strength to forcibly cast the strongest illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi. It was under the influence of that Infinite Tsukuyomi that the humans of the 9 provinces were forced to suffer, manipulated by the illusion, and the irrational beasts attacked the 9 provinces, resulting in the first Red Moon Beast Tide. During the first Red Moon Beast Tide, Wu Sheng was severely injured but realized that a beast exceeding the 7 stars must have been born nearby in the demon realm, which triggered the disaster of the Beast Tide. Thus, after being severely wounded, Wu Sheng infiltrated the demon realm. He was not gambling on the minuscule possibility within the demon realm, but was directly heading towards the beast that triggered the tide. I believe that at that time, Wu Sheng had secretly researched a method to become a Jinchuriki, hosting a beast within himself. After all, Wu Sheng's legacy comes from the most talented ninja in the Naruto world, Uchiha Shursui, who possesses the strongest illusion, Kodo Amatsukami. He has the most powerful Manjiki Sharingan capable of subduing beasts. Thus, he found Kagaya Otsutsuki in the demon realm, and Kagaya, in order to cope with the attacks from other beasts, forcibly overdrew her power to use Infinite Tsukuyomi, but lost control of her strength and exhausted her power. Ultimately, this 8th-tier beast was subdued by Wu Sheng using Kodo Amatsukami and became his host beast. After Qin sure finished his speculation, he turned to look at Qingji not far away. The latter was still in deep shock. In fact, Qin sure had more to say. He believed that with Wu Sheng's intelligence, coincidences might occur, but certainly not many. He speculated that Wu Sheng might have encountered Kagaya Otsutsuki for the first time in the demon realm. At that time, although Wu Sheng did not have the strength to subdue her, being the most adept at illusions and formations, it was possible for him to control Kagaya for a period. Then, Wu Sheng used illusions to remotely drive the demon beasts in the demon realm to launch a siege against Kagaya. The intention was to exhaust Kagaya and find an opportunity to subdue her. Unexpectedly, Kagaya erupted with terrifying power and forcibly used Infinite Tsukuyomi, causing the first catastrophe of the 9 provinces, the Red Moon Beast Tide. However, the occurrence of the Red Moon Beast Tide was both a crisis and allowed Wu Sheng's plan to weaken Kagaya to be realized. Thus, disregarding his severe injuries, he forcibly went into the demon realm to subdue the weakest Kagaya, Otsutsuki. In the years that followed, he used Kagaya's Rinnegan to periodically activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, over 100 years to drive away beast attacks on humans. But what was Wu Sheng's reason for doing this? Qin Ji was still puzzled. After listening to Qin Shi's words, Qin Ji had already accepted the reasoning that Wu Sheng caused the Red Moon Beast Tide. However, why? Qin Shi looked into the distance. Previously, we received information that the undercover agent Dashasha from the Magic Academy within the Column organization had already died at Wu Sheng's hands. Dashasha's legacy was Rider, Medusa from the Fate World. Her method of transmitting intelligence was through her legacy noble phantasm, the Chains of the Rider, summoning flying demon beasts from the demon realm and placing information on them. Due to sporadic demon beast attacks on the Demon Suppression Pass, Dashasha took advantage of this opportunity, allowing her controlled flying demon beasts to blend in and successfully deliver intelligence to her informant stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass. According to the Magic Academy's sharing, the last piece of information Miss Dashasha transmitted was very simple and indicated that it was her own inference, lacking sufficient evidence. The core content of the lengthy intelligence was only 4 words: nurturing humans. Nurturing humans? Although I did not fully understand the meaning contained in these 4 words, just based on the literal meaning, it still gave Qin Ji a bad feeling. Yes, to him, humans were like a flock of sheep. He had actually been paying attention to the 9 provinces world and using the Red Moon Beast Tide to continuously reduce human strength. Qin Ji was at a loss for words. In fact, as the battle with the Column organization continued, the Beast Hunting Academy had already gained some understanding of Column. According to Jinchuriki Ron's statement, the mission of the Column organization is to find a way for humans to survive in the dangerous demon realm without relying on the great formation of the 9 provinces. According to past intelligence, the paths chosen by individuals within the Column organization varied. The Oni Column chose a path that involved using abilities similar to the Demon King in Demon Slayer to turn humans into demons, thereby gaining self-healing abilities and power. As for the leader of the Column, the first dean of the Beast Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng, chose a method, according to Jinchuriki Ron, to host demon beasts within humans, thus allowing humans to gain the power of demon beasts. But if Wu Sheng was merely trying to promote his Jinchuriki concept, why would he frequently launch the Red Moon Beast Tide against humans? Could it be? He was startled and looked at Qin Shi anxiously. Qin Shi nodded. You guessed correctly. Wu Sheng indeed wants to develop the Jinchuriki technology further, but he never intended to use this technology to benefit humanity. From start to finish, he only considers himself. He merely uses humans as bait to attract higher-level demon beasts. After obtaining Principal Bai's legacy, he saw fragments of the future. And I also saw some. Previously, I did not understand why, in the not-so-distant future, powerful demon beasts at the 10th tier would happen to move towards humans. Has the 9 provinces really not received an exterminating beast attack for so many years by coincidence? Clearly, a few years after the gray mist descended upon the Blue Star, Sakura Country and Eagle Country were both slaughtered by demon beasts one after another. Why did the 9 provinces escape disaster? Qin Shi looked at the starry sky in the distance. But now I roughly understand. Because the 9 provinces itself is a massive secret realm. A peculiar secret realm that cannot be easily perceived by powerful demon beasts. Chapter 263, World-Destroying Beast Tide. Wu Sheng continuously launching the Red Moon Beast Tide is actually breaking the effect of this secret realm, allowing the demon beasts deep within the demon realm to occasionally sniff the scent of humans and thus continuously attack towards humans. After Qin Shi finished his reasoning, there was a moment of silence. It seems that we must defeat Wu Sheng as soon as possible to end the cycle of the Red Moon Beast Tide. Qin Ji is a smart person. Under Qin Shi's reasoning, he has already sorted everything out in conjunction with past experiences of the Red Moon Beast Tide. Right now, we must first deal with this Red Moon Beast Tide, Qin Ji said, suddenly stopping and pointing to the sky, revealing a look of fear he had never shown before. What's wrong? Qin Shi followed his finger to look at the sky, momentarily stunned. One red moon after another slowly rose into the sky, and from Qin Shi's perspective, the red moons rising from different directions perfectly surrounded him in the center. A total of 9 red moons. Qin Shi's expression turned serious. According to the records of the Demon Hunting Academy, there had never been more than 1 red moon at a time. And this time, there were a full 9 red moons. This would be the greatest calamity that the human race in the 9 provinces had ever faced. One of the 9 demon suppression passes, the Demon Locking Tower Pass. A towering iron tower with 108 layers stood on the peak of Mount Shu. The outer layer of the Demon Locking Tower was secured by 4 iron chains, and countless talismans were stuck on the tower's body. This was the Demon Locking Tower. Originally, This place was just an ordinary tall tower, but under the cover of a fog, the tower mutated and formed a secret realm, transforming into the demon-locking tower from Xian, Jin, Qi Xiaozhuan. Thus, the secret realm of the demon-locking tower and the advancing city secret realm beneath the demon hunting academy became the two great prisons of the 9 provinces, imprisoning enemies and demon beasts that had committed serious crimes. After the original tower keeper, Xiao Wu, betrayed them, Lin Long took over his position and temporarily became the new tower keeper. Captain, the demon-locking tower has been patrolled, and no anomalies were found. A team member rushed over to report. Lin Long nodded. With the red moons rising, the beast tide was imminent, and the role of the demon-locking tower immediately shifted from imprisoning criminals to defending against the invasion of demon beasts. Many prisoners have been quickly transferred, and Lin Long activated the great formation of the demon-locking tower, relying on the power of the secret realm to defend against possible invading demon beasts. However, the pressure of the beast tide made all the tower guards extremely tense. Lin Long herself was also very nervous, but in order to boost morale, she pretended to be relaxed. Based on past experiences with beast tides, after the red moon's rise, there would be about a day's time before the beast tide would arrive. Everyone go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow won't be this peaceful. Just as she finished speaking, the microphone beside her suddenly crackled to life. Captain, it's bad, the beast tide. Lin Long's expression changed in shock, and she immediately rushed to the top of the tower, looking into the distance. The night was very dark, but it could not obstruct her vision, as she possessed the inheritance of the Fluffy King. A massive army of demon beasts was rapidly approaching, turning everything in their path to dust. And there was a demon beast walking in the air, moving gracefully, with an eerie smile and 2 long swords strapped to its back. It resembled a clown from film and television. This was the Clown King, a 7-star demon beast from the world of Digimon, one of the 9 demon suppression passes, the Dead Lake Pass, located on the vast grasslands of Mengzhou. So Knight, how did you end up here again? A girl wearing a conical hat and a sky-blue robe, with 2 decorative ribbons trailing behind her, ran over, panting heavily. The strong, irritating smell in the air made her frown involuntarily. In front of her was a huge silver lake. Unlike an ordinary calm lake, this lake not only emitted a pungent odor, but also occasionally bubbled up. The entire lake resembled stagnant water, devoid of any vitality. The holy lake on the grassland Huluan had turned into this ghastly sight. The girl complained. The lake in front of the girl was originally a precious holy lake on the grassland, but after being eroded by a mist, it was transformed into one of the secret realms, the sulfuric acid lake from the world of New Stone Age. The original holy lake severely threatened the survival of the people, forcing a large number of grassland residents to migrate. So the sulfuric acid lake was also referred to as the Dead Lake by the residents. Subsequently, the Dead Lake was chosen by the students and teachers of the first generation of the Demon Hunting Academy to become one of the 9 passes guarding the 9 provinces. The Dead Lake Pass. So Knight, hurry back. The red moon has risen, and the elder has asked you to come for a meeting immediately. The girl pinched her nose and shouted loudly at the lake. Suddenly, a man emerged from the sulfuric acid lake, swimming swiftly and effortlessly. Ulan, stop shouting. I can hear you. The naked man reached the shore and quickly put on his clothes. The Dead Lake is a bit unusual. I've reinforced the array in the center of the lake. The man who spoke was muscular and had 2 black horns growing from his head. The girl ran over, wanting to pick up a black robe from the shore to hand to the man, but he quickly scolded her to stay back. He took the black robe from the shore and draped it over himself. The beast tide is coming soon. Only I, who possess the inheritance of Magellan from the world of One Piece, can be unafraid of the sulfur of the Dead Lake, so I must immediately reinforce the defensive array. Also, keep your distance. I'm a poisonous person, so don't think you can get close just because you have a healing inheritance. Magellan is the warden of Impel Down in the world of One Piece, known as the strongest man in the prison, and is a paramecia-type user of the poison fruit. It is also because she has the inheritance of Magellan that Sunite can fearlessly face the sulfuric acid of the Dead Lake and become a powerful warrior of the Dead Lake Pass. Let's go quickly. Just as Sunite called for the girl Ulan to leave quickly, he noticed that the girl was staring in terror at the distance. Sunite frowned and looked into the distance. The dark grassland resembled a man-eating beast lying quietly, not knowing when it would launch an attack. Sunite knew that the girl in front of him was the healer of the Dead Lake Pass, possessing the inheritance of Karen, a member of the Eagle Squad in Naruto, who specializes in medical and sensory abilities. He did not know why the girl was terrified, but with her sensing abilities, she must have seen something incredible. Half a minute later, the man vaguely saw the moving darkness. It's the beast tide. Countless demon beasts were rampaging across the grassland, rushing toward the Dead Lake Pass. And flying at the highest point was a gigantic black dragon. This dragon had two massive dark wings. Its scales were black, and mysterious runes adorned its body. The black dragon soared above the beast tide, as if it were the king of the beast tide, and not a single demon beast dared to approach it. This was the only dragon transformed from a wizard in the anime fairy tale, the black dragon Acnologia. With 7-star demon beasts, is an apocalypse-level beast tide. Sunite shouted loudly. Ulan Run. Chapter 264, Crisis in the Nine Provinces, Part 1. The crisis was not limited to the Demon Locking Tower Pass and the Dead Lake Pass. Almost simultaneously, traces of beast tides appeared in the 9 demon suppression passes of the 9 provinces. Over the vast mountains, countless clouds gathered in the sky, forming a tangible island of clouds. This was the place where the cloud energy of the 9 provinces was most concentrated, Yunming's. After being eroded by the mist during the first beast tide, the cloud energy of Yunming's gradually transformed into a secret realm, becoming the residence of Enel from the world of One Piece, the island of God Appiato. After inspection, the secret realm of the island of God also became one of the demon suppression passes of the 9 provinces, the Island of God Pass. The Island of God, along with the Sky City where the Engineering Academy is located, is known as the 2 great wonders in the sky. Because of the need to shuttle back and forth between the land of the 9 provinces and the Island of God, the Island Guardians are all inheritors with flying abilities, mainly consisting of magic users. The commander of the Island of God is the president of the Magic Academy, who possesses an Ultra S-level inheritance, the inheritance of Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tail. The main force of the Island Guardians consists of Mavis and her students from the Magic Academy. At this moment, the magical girls guarding the island were nervously watching the fog mass that was constantly approaching in the dark. Illuminate, a young girl, inheriting the lineage of a light mage, waved her wand, causing a ball of light to float into the air from her fingertips. This is... The girl's face turned ashen. In front of her was a massive swarm of flying demon beasts, rushing towards her like mad. At the center of the flying demon beasts, there was a gigantic dragon. The dragon was mostly green, with red edges on its shoulders and lower body, and wing-like flaps resembling a rudder. Its tail had fins that looked similar, and its body was adorned with yellow, circular patterns. This was the 7-star demon beast from the Pokemon world, the Lord of the Sky, Rayquaza. Beast Tide. All the magical girls defending the city shouted in unison. Scale, world-destroying level. In the northern part of the Kyushu region, among the 10,000 Great Mountains, there were 2 towering mountains completely different in color. One was filled with floating ice, made up of massive ice blocks, resembling an iceberg. The other was steaming, with rolling magma inside and fire snakes splashing, resembling an active volcano. This was one of the 9 demon suppression passes in Kyushu, the Icefire Pass. Originally 2 ordinary mountains, they had transformed into mountains of ice and fire due to the erosion of mist. Between the iceberg and the volcano was a lush green valley. This was the residence of the Huatuwa Academy, the Valley of the Medicine King. Are the students settled? A tall old man spoke, standing on a boulder in the valley with his hands behind his back. He was the headmaster of Huatuwa Academy, possessing the inheritance of Yaochen from the world of Do Patsongxion. Rest assured, Headmaster, the students have all evacuated. The Academy's 72 teachers are here and ready for battle, said Chen Sisi, the vice president of Huatuwa Academy and head of one of the 10 great families. Her inheritance was Tsunade, the strongest healing ninja from Naruto. That's good. Prepare for battle. They have already come. The expression of Yao Lao turned grave. Our task is simple, to defend the Icefire Pass. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ground began to tremble. The earth cracked as if an earthquake had occurred. They are here, and 7-star demon beasts. Yao Lao's expression changed as he loudly warned the others. Roars echoed through the skies. One by one, the demon beasts descended into the 10,000 great mountains, rushing towards the Icefire Mountains. Among the demon beasts, all of them instinctively kept their distance from one particular beast. Just like monkeys in the forest wouldn't dare to wander in front of tiger. Thus, a strange circular area appeared in the crowded tide of beasts. In the center of the circle, a demon beast strolled leisurely. Its height could not be compared to the towering demon beasts that were 2 or 3 stories tall, and it was even shorter than an average human. It resembled a giant standing ant, with a crown-shaped head, blood-red eyes, and long earlobes. Its strong and powerful tail resembled a giant syringe, with a robust build and deep green and teal skin. This ant-like demon beast was the Ant King Meruem from the world of Hunter x Hunter, the strongest chimera ant among the 7-star demon beasts. I smell high-quality food, humans. I hope you can provide me with some sustenance. The Ant King laughed heartily, leading the swarm of demon beasts towards the valley of the Medicine King. In the endless desert, a modern city suddenly rose from the ground, bustling with people and lively. Within the city, there were iron buildings and city defense cannons stood around, seeming to guard against some kind of enemy. If a lost soul in the desert saw this city, they would find that no matter how fast they ran, the distance to the city never changed. This was a unique phenomenon in the desert, a mirage. However, this mirage city was somewhat different. Above this mirage city, a floating island appeared. The floating island magically hovered in the sky, featuring academy-like buildings, but they were dilapidated. Even the island itself had many visible cracks. This floating island was the residence of the Tiangong Academy, the Sky City. At this moment, the Sky City descended above the mirage because this mirage scene was one of the 9 demon suppression passes in Kyushu, the Mirage Pass. A mirage is originally a phenomenon of light refraction. However, under the erosion of the demon realm's mist, the originally illusory mirage changed, transforming into a special secret realm. The city within the mirage also turned from virtual to real, becoming a fortress city from Neon Genesis Evangelion. At the highest peak of this city, Lei Yuan, leaning on a cane, spoke with a hoarse voice. The city's cannons have all been calibrated, right? Beside him was a girl with long golden hair, an impressive figure, wearing a red combat suit. At this moment, her fingers were rapidly tapping on a tablet. My dear Principal Lei, you only gave me 1 day, just 1 day. The girl wailed while operating the tablet. Then she pressed the confirm button heavily. But I am the vice president of Tiangong Academy. There's no task I can't complete. Done. As expected of you. Lei Yuan, supporting himself with his cane, clapped for the girl. Humph. The girl completely ignored the praise from her superior. Letting you act like a hero alone. That's the leader of the column organization, the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. How could you deceive us into fighting alone? How much do you not trust your subordinates? The girl pouted angrily. My problem. Lei Yuan kept apologizing, but secretly thought, thankfully I didn't bring you all. The opponents are no longer ordinary beings. If I brought you all along, I really don't know how many would survive. He coughed. Now our task is to defend the Mirage Pass. Chapter 265, Kyushu Crisis, Part 2. Rest assured, whether it's my EVA mech or Vice Principal Shure's Iron Man armor, they have both been adjusted to peak condition, the girl confidently stated, patting her chest. Her inheritance was Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion, capable of summoning large mech weapons EVA unit 02 for battle. Although the teachers and students of Tiangong Academy mainly consist of craftsmen, such as one of the teachers inheriting Professor Oak from the Pokemon world, the overall inheritance does not focus on combat like the Demon Hunting Academy. But this does not mean that Tiangong Academy lacks combat power. Tiangong Academy also has several mech-related inheritances. For example, the 2 vice principals, Mingxiang and Shirko, inherit Asuka and Iron Man Tony Stark from the Avengers, respectively, both able to engage in combat in mech form, coupled with the terrifying artillery power of the entire academy. Tiangong Academy is also one of the teams guarding the Demon Suppression Pass in Kyushu. Here they come. Lei Yuan suddenly turned serious. His inheritance, Urahara Kisuk's skill, Cannon Opening Red Princess modification, fused him with Tiangong Academy. Utilizing the vantage point from the high Tiangong Academy, he quickly spotted the enemy. In the desert, sand swirled violently. The demon beasts growled within the sandstorm. At the center of the sandstorm was a gigantic regular octahedral demon beast. The swirling winds and sands filled the air, but scattered when approaching the octahedral demon beast. A troublesome big eye has arrived. Lei Yuan sighed. The octahedral demon beast in the eye of the storm was a 7-star demon beast, known as the 5th Apostle, Angel of Thunder, from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Attention everyone! Lei Yuan shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout Tiangong Academy. Enemy attack. There is a world-destroying level beast tide. Prepare for battle. On top of the high mountain, there stands a towering castle. The castle is vast, with numerous houses inside, resembling a small city. But what is even more astonishing is that the castle is not built from earth and stone, but is entirely golden. This is a castle made entirely of gold. This is one of the 9 demon-suppressing passes in the 9 provinces, the Golden City Pass. The castle at the mountaintop was originally the residence of the richest man hundreds of years ago, but after being eroded by mist, it transformed into a secret realm and became the golden city of ShiGets in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, it has also become the residence of the richest people in the 9 provinces. Dad, can our family really withstand this beast tide? On the watchtower of the Golden City, a chubby man nervously swallowed. He is Pei Bouillon, the eldest son of the Pei family, one of the 10 great families. Don't say such cowardly words. My Pei family has faced beast tides before. What are you afraid of? A tall and thin old man scolded. He is Pei Ma, the head of the Pei family, possessing the super S-level inheritance from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, the Kaiba Otter inheritance. As the richest family in the 9 provinces, they also bear great responsibility guarding the Golden City Pass. However, the old man did not say everything. Although the Pei family has not been destroyed by the beast tide every time, they have to pay an extremely high price each time. Did you manage to exchange all the money from each family sub-accounts for gold and transport here? Yes. The entire basement of the Golden City is filled with our family's gold, Pei Bouillon nodded. Pei Ma said solemnly, wealth is an external thing. You must remember, the richer you are, the less you should regard money as important. Spending money to avert disaster means the more gold we are willing to part with, the fewer Pei family members will sacrifice during the beast tide. Pei Bouillon nodded. He looked into the distance, and suddenly his legs trembled. Dad, they're coming. Pei Ma looked down the mountain, where countless monster beasts were climbing the peak, rushing towards the Golden City. Among the beasts, a particularly large one stood out. It was entirely golden, with 2 massive demonic wings and arms shaped like blades. It is the 7-star beast, the Thunder Emperor Harmon, one of the 3 phantom beasts from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, known as the god of gem beasts. Son, it's time for us to fight. Pei Ma, the head of the Pei family, felt a surge of energy and straightened his back. Fight! In the largest jungle of the 9 provinces, there's a special tree that soars into the clouds, wide like a sports field. It stands like a divine tree supporting heaven and earth. This is one of the demon-suppressing passes in the 9 provinces, the Divine Wood Pass. Originally just an ordinary mulberry tree, it was eroded by mist during the first beast tide and transformed into a divine tree. Which world did this secret realm come from? The nascent divine tree from under one person? Chi Quan casually asked, stroking the giant tree beside him. Yes, Vice Principal Chi. This tree has indeed become the nascent divine tree from another world. Standing next to Chi Quan are several middle-aged men dressed in short-sleeve combat uniforms. The leader, a man with a square face and brown hair, wears a protective headband and a fluffy black combat uniform. His name is Yuan He, the leader of the strongest mercenary organization, the Wooden Man, one of the 10 great families. Yuan He's inheritance is A-level, a wood-release ninja from the Naruto world. As the leader of a mercenary organization, he stands next to Chi Quan with great respect at this moment. It's not entirely your Yuan family's fault, but the growth of the column organization to such power is also related to your Yuan family, Chi Quan said coldly, looking at the respectful Yuan He. Years ago, Yuan He's youngest son had traveled on the same ship as Qin Shi, but fled alone when the monster disappeared, ultimately being captured by the column organization. At that time, the Monster Hunting Academy had already contacted your family and received information from an undercover agent that the column organization would capture those with special bloodlines from the Naruto world. However, your youngest son did not heed the advice and sneaked out with family servants, resulting in the column organization obtaining the wood release cells and further developing the Rinnegan. Does your Yuan family bear no guilt? Chi Quan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Yuan He lowered his head and sighed deeply. My reckless son has harmed the people of the 9 provinces. Our Yuan family is willing to bear this sin. In this beast tide, our Yuan family will fight to the last man, never retreating a step. Yuan He raised his head and proclaimed loudly. Chi Quan stared straight at him. Can I trust you, Leader Yuan? Since you say so, I, Chi Quan, will also risk my life. I will accompany your Yuan family to guard the Divine Wood Pass, fighting to the death. Chi Quan Sai Sholem Ni. Although your inheritance is not as strong as your ancestors, merely A-level, with the divine power of the nascent divine tree and the advantage of the surrounding vast forest, even an S-level inheritor may not defeat you here. Together, we will guard the Divine Wood Pass. As soon as Chi Quan finished speaking, he looked up at the distant dense forest. A large flock of birds suddenly flew up from above the forest, as if startled. They're coming. A black aura emanated from Chi Quan. This is the observation haki from the One Piece world, which has a powerful perception ability. Using this haki, he clearly sensed countless monster beasts rapidly approaching the Divine wood from deep within the forest. Among them, one beast, the size of an ordinary person, walked leisurely, and any beast that approached, it was mysteriously sliced into pieces. Is this the strongest among the beast tide? It truly has. A damn oppressive feeling. Chi Quan sensed the monsters in the distance. The beast had special patterns on its face, for arms, 2 faces markings on its tongue, and a large mouth on its abdomen. This is the 7-star beast from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna. I might meet my end here. Sensing the opponent's immense power, Chi Quan took a deep breath. Dying on a battlefield is also my wish. Let's fight. For the 9 provinces. Chapter 266. Crisis in the 9 Provinces, Part 2, as the Monster Hunting Academy, which possesses the highest combat capability, dispatches its elite to various demon-suppressing passes to fight against the monsters. A high tower stands in the middle of the great river in the far south. The tower spirals upward, resembling a chimney standing in the rushing river. This is the 8th demon-suppressing pass of the 9 provinces, the Maze Pass. Originally a small tower in the river, it was eroded by mist and transformed into the first maze in the world of the magic flute, the Tower of Bali. Inside the Bali Tower, Teacher Wong, wrapped in bandages, sat by the tower window with Lishani. It's truly incredible. A year ago, you were still my student, participating in my grab the bell activity with your 2 roommates. Now you become a comrade fighting alongside me, facing the once-in-a-century Red Moon Beast Tide. Teacher Wong extended his remaining arm, picked up a jug of wine, and gulped it down. Since surviving the mission against the Ghost King, Teacher Wong had developed a fondness for this spicy drink. Objectively speaking, my strength is still not as good as yours. Truly, heroes come from youth, Teacher Wong sighed. After leaving his dear roommates, Lishani wore a nearly expressionless face. He did not respond directly to Teacher Wong, but instead stood up and walked toward the door. At this moment, in the Maze Pass, besides them, the monster hunters guarding the pass, and some academy teachers, there were nearly 10,000 bounty hunters. There were monster hunters from all over the country, relying on completing tasks to earn commissions. After all, the Red Moon Beast Tide has over 10,000 demon beasts, and relying on just a few people to guard the Demon Town Pass is akin to dreaming. Especially since this time, the Red Moon Beast Tide is coming from 9 directions, making it nearly impossible to concentrate forces in one place to counterattack, hence the call for more manpower to join. Therefore, the Academy Alliance urgently summoned bounty hunters from across the country to strengthen the defense team at the Demon Town Pass. Just as Lishani opened the door, a bearded man walked in. He is the leader of the Bounty Hunter Alliance, Jeek, who has an SSS-level legacy, Jeek No, from Hunter x Hunter. This maze tower does not seem large from the outside, but it is vast inside. Not only is the space large, but there are also many traps. If someone accidentally walks in, they will definitely not make it out alive. The bearded man chuckled. Let's teach those foolish, big demon beasts a lesson, so they understand the power of humans. Lishani did not respond, just nodded, then took out a package from his pocket. The commission I promised you won't be a single cent less. This is your share. Weighing the gold in the package, the bearded man smiled. You have a business here. Our Bounty Hunter Alliance will naturally not let it go. Who wouldn't want to make money? Besides, if the demon beasts really invade the land of Jojo, my brothers will die too. Coming here to guard the pass not only allows us to earn money, but also to save our lives. My brothers are very willing. As for my commission, the bearded man laughed heartily and took only 1 piece of gold from the package. Fighting for myself is the life I aspire to. Taking this piece of gold is the professional ethics of a bounty hunter. This piece of gold is enough. After saying that, he threw the remaining gold back to Lishani and then left. He is indeed a man. I like him. If he survives this time, I will treat him to a drink. After the bearded man left, Teacher Wong continued to drink without turning his head. The enemy is coming. Teacher Wong's dejected expression suddenly vanished, and he leaped up, spilling wine from the pot into the river. After the battle against the Demon King, Teacher Wong broke through the life and death barrier, and his strength once again surpassed that of the reverse life triple Zoroadon, who is second only to one person. At this moment, he opened the wind behind the mysterious gate formation, with the 8 trigrams Tai Chi formation surrounding the entire Great River, integrating everything in this world into his perception. The demon beasts come from the river, the distant mountains, and the heavily clouded sky all at once. Among the group of demon beasts, there is a terrifying demon beast entwined in lightning. It has a head with 2 legs and wings on its back, sitting cross-legged in the lightning. It is one of the 7 demon gods in the MAG world, the demon god of anger and heroes, Ball. The tall tower ahead seems like my former residence. However, how could there be humans living inside? Ball rested his chin on his finger. Interesting. Let this demon god see if there are any humans in the tower with the qualifications of king. In the northern border of Chang'an City, less than 100 kilometers from the Demon Hunting Academy, there are towering sections of the Great Wall. The Great Wall winds through endless mountains like a giant dragon spiraling around the earth. This is the most spectacular demon town pass in Jiuzhou, the Great Wall Pass. At this moment, the Great Wall Pass, supported by hundreds of beacon towers, has purple flame barriers extending from the wall all the way into the high sky, preventing birds from entering. This is the Jiuzhou Demon Town Pass Formation, the 9 Crimson Sun Formation. The 9 Crimson Sun Formation has 9 Demon Town Passes as nodes, erecting a terrifying flame barrier across the vast Jiuzhou land, relying on the unique ability of the 9 secret realms to absorb enemies. The Beast-Tide army must attack the 9 Demon Town Passes to break through to the land of Jiuzhou. Vice Principal Qingji has summoned all past teachers and students of the Demon Hunting Academy, and even elderly people nearing 100 years old hope to rejoin the ranks to contribute to the fight against the demon beasts. On the city wall, a first-year student named Ming Guo, wearing a mink coat and inheriting an S-level legacy from Doflamingo, approached Qingji to report. In this battle to protect Jiuzhou, there are no distinctions between students and teachers, only warriors. Ming Guo originally came from a powerful underworld family in Jiuzhou, believing in strength. He once looked down on everything, and during the freshman trials in Dave's Paradise, he even took the initiative to attack Qinshi, only to be severely educated. A year later, the person who once educated him has now become the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. He has also further developed the abilities of the string fruit, becoming a qualified warrior who can fight alongside teacher Qingji at the Great Wall Pass. Where's Pei? Isn't he also a freshman from our class? Why haven't I seen him? A girl with a beautiful face and star-like charisma asked. She is one of the 2 S-level students in the first year of the Demon Hunting Academy, the most popular young star in Jiuzhou, inheriting the legacy of card captor Sakura. Mu Yang, what? Are you missing your fiancé? A boy carrying a large gourd joked. He, along with Mu Yang, is one of the 12 S-level students in the first year, inheriting the legacy of Gara AI Luo. Who misses him? I just think that while we are fighting for our lives, we can't let that fat guy escape back home to enjoy himself. The girl said disdainfully. He can't enjoy himself. The Pei family has always been the guardians of the Golden City Pass, and their situation is probably even more dangerous than ours. Speaking was a boy with his eyes tightly closed, one of the 12 S-level students in the first year, inheriting the legacy of Admiral Fujitora, Li Hu. That's even better. If he dies, I can get rid of this boring engagement. The girl raised her head proudly, but despite her words, there was worry in her eyes. Qingji smiled at the playful banter of the students, but soon felt a deep sense of worry. After this battle, how many will survive? He looked into the distance, where the lush mountains were shrouded in mist. That is the demon domain. Principal Qin, the entire Jiuzhou is entrusted to you. Qingji murmured. Chapter 267, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beast. 1. Qinshi is weaving through the woods. This is his first time deep into the demon domain. After Wu Sheng used infinite moon reading, Qinshi immediately entered Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, his perception of spiritual energy reaches an incredible level. In the sky, the 9 red moons each have faint strands of spiritual energy. All the strands of spiritual energy converge in one place. That is where Wu Sheng is. The battle is brutal. At the Dead Lake Pass, the black dragon Acnologia looked disdainfully at the entire prairie. The elder guarding the Dead Lake Pass, Sunabo, possesses the strongest poison-type legacy known as Dagobo from Doluwa continent. He has guarded the Dead Lake Pass for 60 years and is now of advanced age, on the brink of death. But he knows that in this battle, there is no retreat. 9th Soul Skill, Azure Phosphor Snake Emperor. The spirit, Azure Phosphor Snake, soared into the sky, spewing black poisonous gas from its mouth. The black dragon merely glanced disdainfully, opening its mouth wide. Devour magic. In an instant, all the poisonous gas was sucked into its belly. Human, you are too weak. I was once human too, but my frail body made me ultimately choose to become a dragon. Compared to you, I am a god. Die for being weak. The black dragon opened its mouth wide, and a massive black energy poured out. The roar of the black dragon. Boom! The huge energy wave swept through the heavens and the earth. A glint of death flashed in Sunabo's eyes, but only for a moment. The fighting spirit re-emerged in his eyes. He, who says humans cannot slay gods. 9th Soul Skill. Deadly Poison. His body became transparent, and endless toxins erupted from his body, rushing toward the sky from the ground like a nuclear bomb's mushroom cloud. The deadly poison and the black dragon's roar collided, and in an instant, the world was filled with endless gray toxic gas. Cough, cough. Elder. Sunaba desperately pushed forward. His fruit ability pushed to the limit. Thanks to the poison fruit, his power was unparalleled in this toxic sky. Within the poison, even the black dragon's body was continuously rotting. Even though he was immune to all magic, he was deeply hurt by this deadly poison that eroded his very life source. Damn humans. How dare they try to slay a god? The black dragon had fallen from the sky to the ground, struggling to rise. It saw its enemy transformed into a cloud of poison and laughed loudly. Ultimately, just an ant. An ant? That god is merely a larger beast. Within the toxic mist, Sunaba walked quickly. He had sensed his elder's presence from the poison mist. He understood that the elder had fought to the death to give him a glimmer of victory. At this moment, the dead lake bubbled like boiling water, constantly churning with toxic bubbles. The dead lake, already filled with hundreds of toxins, finally mixed in with the most lethal toxin capable of erasing existence from the very source of life. Sunaba spread his arms wide. Under the power of the poison fruit, the toxin was at his command. The lake water surged into the sky before pouring down onto his body. Toxic liquid giant. The water of the dead lake gathered on Sunaba, forming a towering toxic liquid giant, far larger than the black dragon. Judgment of hell. Sunaba roared, expending all his spiritual energy to bring the giant's massive hand crashing down, right on the black dragon. Under the relentless assault of the dead lake's water. Even the mighty black dragon's life was as fragile as an insect that accidentally fell into water, unable to control the loss of life. The true ant was actually me. In disbelief, the black dragon's life was completely devoured by the dead lake's water. Hoo-hoo. Sunaba gasped for breath. The black dragon was dead, and he had become a spent force. The water of the dead lake had not only drenched the enemy, but had also nearly drained his own vitality. Looking at the endless swarm of monsters rushing from afar, despair filled Sunaba's eyes. In the demon-locked tower, Lin Long felt a chill throughout her body. A terrifying pressure spread across the land. Let me see who is my most adorable toy. The Clown Emperor's gaze swept over the people in the demon-locked tower. A giant bird beside the Clown Emperor was restless, roaring as it charged towards the tower. TSK, did I allow you to move? The Clown Emperor's tone turned cold in response to the giant bird's actions. He waved his finger at the giant bird. Clown trick. The giant bird's flying body suddenly stiffened. Then it let out a mournful cry, rapidly shrinking, transforming into a keychain in the Clown Emperor's hand. All the monsters trembled, not daring to move. Seeing his subordinates become obedient, the Clown Emperor grinned. He beckoned to Lin Long woman. You are the strongest among them, right? Then come up and play with me. The Clown Emperor smiled wickedly, drawing 2 long swords from behind. The enemy outnumbered them, and the challenge of a one-on-one fight lightened Lin Long's heart. Let me show you the power of humanity. Come forth, the horse that exists not in this world. A horse, composed of a griffin's head, a steed's body, and eagle's claws, appeared before Lin Long. This was a noble phantasm used by Arf in the Fate world. As a successor of Fate, Lin Long could also use the same world's noble phantasms. For this battle, I made thorough preparations. Lin Long mounted the phantom horse and leaped out of the demon-locked tower, racing through the air. The game begins. The Clown Emperor laughed loudly, then waved his hand lightly. Toy spectacle. A strong wind suddenly whipped up in the air, lifting stones from the ground. The stones combined in midair, forming 9 stone dragons. The 9 stone dragons roared and lunged at Lin Long, shoot down 100 heads. A massive sword suddenly appeared in Lin Long's hand. This great sword was enormous, with a wild blade. As Lin Long swung it, 9 powerful slashes erupted from the sword. Each slash targeted a stone dragon, decapitating all 9. Not bad. This is how it's supposed to be fun. The Clown Emperor licked his lips. He threw away the long sword in his hand. After tossing it, a new long sword appeared in his hand. It seemed as if he could never run out of long swords. Hundreds of long swords spun through the air. Coupled with the masked square, the flying swords appeared and disappeared unpredictably in midair. Then dozens of long swords shot straight toward Lin Long. Lin Long wielded the sword of promised victory, knocking down the approaching flying swords. But more flying swords surged in. Like biting poisonous bees, they left numerous wounds on her. Be consumed by my long swords. The Clown Emperor sneered, his hands moving faster. The long swords darted through the air at nearly invisible speeds. There were sounds of breaking air. In just a moment, Lin Long was covered in blood. Boring. Is the toy ending like this? The Clown Emperor yawned. He waved his hand. All the long swords appeared in space, then all stabbed toward Lin Long Dai Toy. Just as the long swords were about to pierce Lin Long's body, a sword sheath appeared before her. Avalon, protect me, Lin Long shouted. Chapter 268, Fierce Battle with the Seven-Star Demon Beast, Part 2. The surrounding environment seemed to change. All the long swords halted in midair, no longer extending a single inch forward. The rate at which Lin Long's wounds bled slowed dramatically. In a moment, the Clown Emperor was stunned. Lin Long raised the sword of promised victory high. EscapesAx, she shouted, channeling all her spiritual energy into her hand. Then she swung the sword. A massive white light shot into the sky, splitting the Clown Emperor's body in two. I actually lost to a toy? The Clown Emperor stared in disbelief at his split body. Then he turned into smoke. Lin Long's spiritual energy was exhausted, and she fell from the sky. The Phantom Horse quickly flew over to catch her. Without the suppression of the seven-star demon beasts, the remaining monsters began to stir, all roaring in unison. Just as Lin Long was struggling to continue fighting, a voice came from behind her. Little beauty, it's about time. It's time to let us out. The speaker was a dangerous individual imprisoned within the Demon Lock Tower. They were all imprisoned for their crimes. Rather than die stifled in the tower, we would rather fight to our deaths. Everyone who spoke to me had already been cursed. The Demon Lock Tower was designed with such functionality. As one of the 9 gates, it could impose curses on imprisoned criminals. After today, regardless of whether we survive the battle, we will all die under the effect of the curse. Little beauty, don't doubt the truth of my words. You should have a way to know that what I'm saying is true. We are villains, accustomed to living in battle, and of course we must die in battle. Lin Long braced herself, thinking for a moment. She unsealed the Demon Lock Tower. This was originally a backup measure for the tower to deal with the demon beasts. Countless prisoners flew out from the tower. Come on, villains. The leading prisoner exuded a pressure no less than Lin Long's, making the group of demon beasts realize that this was their territory. They could commit evil here, but the beasts could not. Release all our malice upon these demon beasts. The prisoners laughed heartily as they charged towards the demon beast army, the island of the gods. Green dragons circled in the sky. Cold gazes watched over the mortals on the island of the gods. Various bird-like demon beasts screeched as they flew towards the humans. Roar! A large-mouthed sparrow lunged at a male human. Slash shell. The attacked boy took out a shell. A slash was released from the shell, splitting the large-mouthed sparrow in two. Flame shell. A girl dressed as a magician threw the shell in her hand. A flame erupted from the shell, turning the incoming messenger bird to ashes. Soon, countless students and demon hunters were entangled in battle with the demon beast army. They continuously used various shells with magical abilities, blocking the aerial forces of the demon beasts outside the island of the gods. The reason the island of the gods was chosen as one of the 9 major defense checkpoints was that it could provide a large number of magical shells. Principal May of the Magic Academy watched the situation nervously. The island of the gods, the Sky Island in the Pirate King's secret realm, is the birthplace of cloud shells. With these magical cloud shells, even humans without inheritance could gain considerable combat power. As the situation stalemated, the Sky King, Rupture's seat, finally moved. It flew at an extremely high speed above the island of the gods. A massive shockwave erupted from its mouth. This was a dragon-type attack skill, Dragon's Wave. Defense. The human warriors shouted loudly. Defense shell. They took out shells resembling shields, with cloud energy swirling around them, forming a solid protective membrane. But against the attacks of the 7-star demon beasts, all defenses were in vain. Boom! The dragon's wave created a huge pit in the ground. No warrior caught in the wave escaped unharmed. Spread out with cloud shells, Old Lady May flew down from the high clouds. A 6-star demon beast, Flamebird, blocked her path. Get lost! While flying at high speed, Old Lady May fiercely grabbed at the 6-star demon beast in front of her. A golden ring tightly bound the Flamebird. Super Dispel Magic, Fairy's Radiance. The golden ring that ensnared the flame bird emitted powerful stardust magic, quickly shrinking and instantly killing the 6-star demon beast, Flamebird. In just a moment, Old Lady May arrived in front of Rupture's seat. However, she not only did not slow down, but instead accelerated her flying speed. Seeing a human flying around it, Rupture's seat became even angrier. The surrounding air was manipulated into blades of air. This was one of its skills, Air Slash. Countless air blades danced in the sky, shredding all the clouds and causing blood to spurt from Old Lady May as she flew rapidly around Rupture's seat. Yet even covered in wounds, Old Lady May continued to fly swiftly around Rupture's seat. One by one, white shells were thrown from her hands, magically fixed beside Rupture's seat. Taste the power of impact shells and laser shells. Old Lady May laughed. Impact shells can unleash 10 times the power of ordinary impact shells. Laser shells can release devastating lasers of immense power. These shells are extremely rare and nurtured deep within the secret realm of the Island of the Gods. Yet, there are over 1,000 of these powerful shells around Rupture's seat. I spent a full 30 years collecting all these high-level cloud shells. The Sky King, huh? You will die at the hands of mortals. The use of cloud shells normally requires human control, but with the aid of control magic. Old Lady May successfully manipulated all over 1,000 cloud shells alone. Rupture's seat soon sensed the threat. Even as powerful as it was, if all these shells were released, it would only face a fate of plummeting from the sky. However, it was not afraid. Its greatest ability lay in flight. It only needed 0.1 seconds to escape from these powerful cloud shells. Want to run? There's no way I'll let you. Old Lady May gritted her teeth and released all her magic power. Absolute defense magic, Fairy Sphere. A massive sphere of magical power tightly enveloped Rupture's seat. This was an extraordinary magic that usually required the power of 100 people to cast. But under Old Lady May's sacrifice of all her magic power, and even most of her life, it was forcibly unleashed. Inside the fairy sphere, time stopped. Rupture's seat's flying body suddenly halted. Then, a second later, all the impact shells and laser shells exploded simultaneously. The Sky King, Rupture's seat, fell on the Island of the Gods. However, along with Rupture's seat, Old Lady May, whose magic and life were nearly exhausted, also plummeted. The 10,000 Great Mountains Ice Fire Pass. Elder Yao faced an army of insect demon beasts led by the 7-star demon beast, Ant King Maroom. Chapter 269, Fierce Battle with the 7-star demon beasts. 3. Lord Maroom, let the three of us scout ahead. A man with a human-like appearance, yet with butterfly antennae and beautiful wings, whispered beside Ant King Maroom. He was also from the Hunter X Hunter world, one of Ant King's 3 guards, Butterfly Man Poof. Be careful, Poof. The Ant King gazed ahead. I can sense a powerful human ahead whose strength is not inferior to Isaac Netero. Thank you for your concern, Lord Maroom. Butterfly Man's voice trembled, his tone choked, almost on the verge of tears. Even if I lose my life, as long as I can gather some information for Lord Maroom, it is my honor. No, the Ant King's tone was firm. I want you to return alive. This is an order. Yes, Lord Maroom. Butterfly Man smiled through tears and then flew towards the Ice Fire Mountain. Below Ice Fire Mountain, Butterfly Man Poof looked down at the humans. To become food for Lord Ant King is your honor as humans. As long as you surrender, I promise that except for your 10 strongest individuals who will be eaten, the rest will survive. This is Lord Ant King's grace. Grace? This kind of grace we will bestow upon you. Chen Cc, the vice principal of the Hua Tuo Academy inherited from Tsunade, suddenly leaped up. At the moment she jumped, the ground cracked. Chen Cc shot towards Butterfly Man Poof like a cannonball. Super strength, Heavenly Guardian Fist, facing the woman's rapid punch. Poof had no time to evade and immediately crossed his arms to shield his head. Defense. The Ant King and his 3 guards had all encountered guards with Nin abilities. Thus they also mastered the use of none in the Hunter x Hunter world. Defense is to concentrate none in a certain area, greatly enhancing the defense of that spot. Similar to the armament hockey in One Piece. However, Poof's confident defense completely crumbled upon contact with Chen Cc's punch. What incredible strength! Poof's defense was pierced like paper. His arms broke upon receiving the blow of the super strength ninjutsu. Realizing the opponent's strength, Poof immediately flapped his wings and quickly distanced himself. I really underestimated you, but hand-to-hand combat is not my forte. Saying this, his body began to split, turning into countless adorable-looking clones that somewhat resembled his original form. Go! The Puff's split bodies flew in all directions, colorful shimmering powder sprinkled down from the air. This unique shimmering powder could hypnotize and sense the emotions of others. Sensing the excess impurities in the air, Elder Yao snorted coldly. Don't put on airs with this drug powder in front of me. He extended his hands. Different fire. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The shimmering powder suddenly ignited in the air, transforming into tiny flames. Is your move fire? Although the shimmering powder lost its effect. After obtaining information about the opponent's top expert, Puff began to retreat rapidly. Countless split bodies flew back, as long as one escaped from the Ice Fire Pass. He could report the intel to the Ant King. You've come, don't leave. Elder Yao clasped his hands together. Burn everything, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The tiny flames burning in the air suddenly erupted. The flames connected, wrapping the entire sky in the scorching flames of Bone's spirit-cold fire. Under the flames that scorched like a burning sky, all the Puff split bodies failed to escape. Mai Luai. Lord. Looking into the distance, Puff's body turned to ash. Sensing the disappearance of the thoughts of the butterfly man Puff, the Ant King's other two guards, Catwoman Peter and Centaur Beast UB, looked up in surprise. My king, Puff is dead. The mountains ahead are dangerous. Let me and UB check it out. Catwoman Peter knelt on the ground, her head bowed, pleading. But the Ant King shook his head. A human expert who can easily kill Puff can also easily kill you. Stay here. Do not act without my command. If I die, you will return to the demon domain and do not engage in pointless fights. After speaking, the Ant King's figure vanished from the spot. It appeared at almost teleportation speed within the ice fire pass. The immense pressure immediately caused the human warriors to feel a suffocating tightness in their chests. The Ant King's gaze moved among the crowd, finally locking onto Elder Yao. You are the strongest among humans. The Ant King pointed at Elder Yao. You and I, one-on-one. If I die, the remaining insect demon beast army will return to the demon domain. If you die, all humans will be buried with you. Before Elder Yao could react, the Ant King continued. Dare you say a word of refusal? I will immediately order the insect demon beast army to come and kill you. Your numbers are too few. My insect demon beast army might pay a considerable price, but the ultimate victory will definitely be ours. Elder Yao looked straight at the opponent. Do your words count? The Ant King proudly raised its head. The king's words are never empty. Chen Sisi immediately stepped forward. Elder Yao, don't waste time talking to it. It dares to come to the ice fire pass alone. Let us attack together and take it down. Step back. Elder Yao said quietly. But Elder Yao, Chen Sisi was about to say something else. Step back. Elder Yao shouted angrily. Take all students and demon hunters and retreat from the ice fire pass. No matter what happens, do not come back. Elder Yao knew that the disparity in forces between the two sides was significant. Only by accepting the Ant King's suggestion could there be a glimmer of hope. Sensing Elder Yao's determination, Chen Sisi, as the vice president of Huaduo Academy, gritted her teeth and said, yes. Everyone, withdraw from the ice fire pass. As everyone retreated, the Ant King sat on a mountaintop, watching the humans move, motionless. The demeanor of a king did not allow it to take advantage of others' misfortunes. They are gone. Next. It's our turn. Elder Yao rolled up his sleeves. Damn it, I'm already 80 years old, and I still have to roll up my sleeves and fight. He wondered how that old lady Mei was doing on Divine Island. I hope she's safe. Just as Elder Yao's thoughts wandered, the Ant King moved. It almost teleported from the mountaintop to Elder Yao's side, then kicked out. It was as if hit by a speeding train. Elder Yao was sent flying, crashing hard into the mountainside. Cough, cough. Blood spewed out. Elder Yao took out a green pill and put it in his mouth. This was an extremely precious 7th grade pill. The Life Return pill, which had strong healing abilities. As long as one's head wasn't directly chopped off or their heart shattered, this pill could bring someone back to life. But it wasn't over. Elder Yao took out 2 black pills and swallowed them whole. Also 7th grade pills. The Life-Devouring Pill and the Instant Chi Pill. The Life-Devouring Pill could forcibly enhance the user's realm and strength, but the price was their own life. Taking one would reduce lifespan by no more than a year. The Instant Chi Pill could quickly restore spiritual energy in a short time. But similarly, after today, one's spiritual energy would be nearly depleted, and they could no longer use any skills. Don't underestimate me, you stinky ant. Elder Yao emerged from the mountainside. In this battle, I'm betting my life. Chapter 270, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beasts, Part 4, Under the Effect of the Pills. Elder Yao felt as if he had endless strength, but he also knew that this was all due to the pills, and their effects would gradually weaken over time. Therefore, he had to end it quickly. As long as I'm not dead, let us continue. The Ant King charged again as if teleporting. It threw a punch. However, Elder Yao did not retreat. Instead, he transformed his hands into palms and then clenched his fists. He struck back fiercely at the Ant King's punch. Mystic level advanced combat skill. 8 Extremes Burst. The Ant King felt as if its punch had struck a mountain rock. A powerful recoil force sent it flying. Not only that, but it felt the recoil force continually strengthening. Layer upon layer, a total of 8 layers of hidden power. This time, it was the Ant King that crashed into the mountainside. However, Elder Yao was not unscathed either. Just from the exchange of one punch, his entire arm turned into a blurred mass of flesh and blood. The life return pill immediately took effect, repairing the shattered bones, and then flesh grew over the bones. In just 2 breaths, Elder Yao's arm was reborn. However, this miraculous effect drained his life force. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere. The Ant King brushed off the dust from its body and emerged from the rocks. It was hit head-on by Elder Yao's 8 extremes burst, but only suffered minor injuries. What a freakish physical quality, Elder Yao lamented. If hand-to-hand combat doesn't work, then I'll use magic. He turned his hand, and a heavy black long ruler appeared in his grasp. This was his treasure, the mystic heavy ruler. Flames surged from his body. Although it was a low-level Earth-grade item, when mastered to perfection, it could cleave mountains and break waves. Flames gathered from his body onto the mystic heavy ruler in his hand. Take this, flame-splitting devouring wave ruler. A massive flame surged down from the mystic heavy ruler. Boom! The flame struck the Ant King squarely in the face. This impact slammed it hard into the ground. Flames erupted from the deep pit. Nearly half a minute passed before the Ant King crawled out from the fiery pit. Its body was covered in burns, clearly in severe condition. Huff huff. Human. I take back my underestimation. You are strong, even stronger than that unprincipled human Nitro. The Ant King gasped for breath. The flames on the flame-splitting devouring wave ruler were Bone's spirit cold fire. Besides the powerful damage from the alternating hot and cold, it also burned its body like a poison that attached to the bone, continuously consuming it. If no action was taken, even one as powerful as it would be slowly worn down by this Bone's spirit cold fire. However, unlike the battle with Nitro, this time, I have made ample preparations. You force me to use the abilities of others. I respect you, warrior of humanity. With a wave of the Ant King's hand, a giant female doll with a red cross on its arm appeared out of thin air. This is a special ability, Toy Repairer. Perhaps out of guilt for borrowing the power of others, the proud Ant King patiently explained to the old pharmacist. In the world of none, all strong individuals can enhance their none into a certain type of ability. For example, enhancement type can strengthen one's physical body. Specialization type, while often centered around supportive abilities, can have very magical effects. And the Toy Repairer is one such specialization ability. It can be used to repair damaged tissues and organs. As soon as the Ant King finished speaking, the Toy Repairer extended threads into the Ant King's body. The injuries from Flame Division Bite Wave were also healing rapidly. This is not my ability. It is the ability of my subordinate, the cat girl, Nephibit. My true ability is the emission type, Devour, which allows me to enhance my none by consuming the flesh and blood of other none users, even acquiring their abilities. Before the battle, Nephibit gave me half of her flesh and blood to prevent me from experiencing the severe injuries I had during my battle with Netero. The Ant King said with a hint of guilt, "So, you cannot kill me, even with this special flame. As a sign of respect for you, I promise to spare a path for your subordinates after your death. But for the other humans, my insect demon beast army will still devour them mercilessly." In just a few words, the Toy Repairer completely healed the Ant King's burns, even expelling the lingering bone spirit cold fire from within. The old pharmacist tried to shoot a spark at the Toy Repairer, but the spark passed through and did not hit the target at all. None abilities are troublesome. The old pharmacist sighed. His Huatua Academy is not lacking in none inheritors, and he knows that many abilities belong to the rule type, which cannot be destroyed by the abilities themselves. But to spare a path for my subordinate, the old pharmacist, with his white beard fluttering, laughed heartily. How arrogant, Ant King. You invade my Jojo and still want to kill my people. Do you think this is just a contest between the two of us? Ridiculous. To kill you, I would rather descend into hell. After saying that, the old pharmacist's face was filled with killing intent as he clasped his hands together. Black demon cauldron. Black magic energy filled the space, and a huge black medicinal cauldron flew out from the old pharmacist's body. The black cauldron was covered in strange flame patterns, and at first glance, those flames seemed to have a spirit of their own, writhing like living creatures. Do you think I guard the ice fire pass for no reason? The old pharmacist chuckled, his voice filled with anger and rage. Because this is my black demon cauldron, the best fire starter. He suddenly leaped into the air, standing atop the black cauldron. White bone spirit cold fire engulfed his entire body. Bone spirit cold fire is born in places of extreme cold and extreme heat. When touched on the surface, the flame is as cold as ice, but when reaching the heart of the fire, it is as hot as the sun. And my bone spirit cold fire is found within this ice fire pass. No, it should be said that the ice mountain and volcano within the ice fire pass are the true bone spirit cold fire. After he finished speaking, A terrifying guess flashed in the Ant King's mind. Could it be? The Ant King's face changed drastically, disregarding the old pharmacist who was casting spells, and suddenly exerted force with both feet, rushing out of the mountain, turning his back to the enemy. Doesn't that compromise your kingly dignity? Ha ha ha. The old pharmacist laughed heartily. However, the Ant King seemed to be deaf to the laughter, his face in panic as he used all his strength to escape. You madman. You're just like that old Netero. You humans are all mad. Just as the Ant King was frantically fleeing, a slight smile appeared at the corner of the old pharmacist's mouth. Now you want to leave? It's too late. He slowly extended his hands. Old Lady May, it seems I must leave first. In the next life, I'll come to court you again. The old pharmacist's voice echoed like a great bell between the heavens and earth at the Icefire Pass. With my flesh and blood as fuel, with my soul and life as the guide, to take the fire of both ice and fire from the dark source of the demon cauldron, burn the heavens and extinguish the earth. Ignite. In an instant, the bone spirit cold fire surged upwards as if it had gained consciousness. The surrounding ice and fire mountain peaks ignited under the spread of the bone spirit cold fire. Under the power of ice and fire, the bone spirit cold fire consumed the entire valley. In just a moment, the entire Icefire Pass resembled a cauldron for refining medicine, refining all living beings within the pass. Within the bone spirit cold fire that filled the sky, the Ant King turned into nothingness in a short time, and even the toy repairer could not repair him. The 7-star demon beast Ant King and the old pharmacist, one of the 3 strongest humans, both perished. And the Icefire Pass, burning for 49 days without extinguishing, kept countless insect demon beasts at bay outside the pass. Chapter 271, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beasts, 5, in the Boundless Desert, the Mirage Pass. Unlike the Bird Demon Beast Group attacking the Divine Island Pass and the Insect Demon Beast Group attacking the Icefire Pass, the Mirage Pass is filled with endless mechanical demon beasts. 4-star Demon Beast, Electronic Dragon, shaped like a giant dragon. 5-star Demon Beast, Giant Gold Monster, wielding huge steel claws. And 6-star Dinosaur-shaped Demon Beast, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, with broken wings and sharp iron claws. Countless mechanical demon beasts rushed towards the human defenses. Like the 9 great demon suppression passes, the Mirage Pass also possesses a unique ability that prevents entry into the Johto continent unless breached. Any demon beast rushing toward the desert oasis would be sucked into the secret realm by the Mirage Pass, and would not be able to leave unless the secret realm was broken. The true 7-star demon beast comes from the 5th apostle, Lightning Angel, in the Neon Genesis Evangelion series. It is firmly stationed in the rear airspace. As a mysterious life form with the fruit of life, the apostle has no personal feelings but possesses astonishing vitality and calculating abilities. It does not have the pride of a king like the Ant King, nor the playful demeanor of the Clown Emperor. Its only mission is to exterminate humanity. Whether in the original EVA world or now in the Blue Star world, its mission has never changed. To accomplish its mission, it will calmly calculate everything. Defending the Mirage Pass are the faculty and students of the Tiangong Academy. At field, Ming Xiangxiang, the vice president of Tiangong Academy, took on the role of the number 1 defensive position after President Lei Yuan and Pillar Organization leader Wu Shang were injured in battle. Her inheritance is Asuka from the Neon Genesis Evangelion, allowing her to summon the large mecha weapon EVA Unit 02 to fight. At this moment, the EVA Unit 02, equipped with a red B-type close combat armor and standing 40 meters tall, reached out its hand forward, and a mysterious at field expanded with it as the center. This is the special ability at field, a shared ability among all apostles and human-controlled mechas in EVA. By gathering the spiritual substance originally distributed around the body towards the direction of the attack, it spreads into a planar area centered on the point of attack, forming powerful defensive capabilities. The mechanical demon beast horde in front, the white laser emitted by the electronic dragon, the comet-like punch of the giant gold monster, and the 2 missiles of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus released from its chest were all intercepted by the powerful defenses of the F-field. Well defended, a human in red-yellow mechanical battle armor is flying through the air at high speed. He is another vice president of the Tiangong Academy, ShiGets. His inheritance is Iron Man Tony Stark from the Avengers. However, due to the limitations of his inheritance development, the strongest mech suit he can currently summon is Mark III. This suit is also the armor used most frequently by the protagonist Tony in the movie Iron Man. At this moment, Vice President ShiGets is attacking in the Mark III armor. Jarvis, auto-target. Shirka shouted loudly. Target locked. Launching cannon. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, in the armor immediately responded. 6 mini cannons opened on ShiGets' armor shoulders and then fired. 2 shots hit a beast. At the same time, the electronic dragon, giant gold monster, and mechanical Tyrannosaurus were all hit. The mechanical monsters did not howl. The electronic dragon and giant gold monster turned into a pile of debris. However, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, being a 6-star beast, withstood the 2 cannon shots thanks to its armor defense. Under attack, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus became even more furious. Its chest launch poured open again, and high-heat energy waves poured out. This was a mechanical Tyrannosaurus' stronger killing move, the Gigabyte Storm. The powerful energy wave struck the F-field, forcing the second machine to retreat repeatedly, nearly losing its defensive position. Ming Xiangxiang, who was controlling the second machine, cursed directly, "Damn, Lao Shi, what are you doing? If you can't kill the enemy will kill me." My. Iron Man ShiGets flew directly in front of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and his armored arms opened layer by layer, revealing a miniature nuclear bomb the size of a badminton. "Like to spray shockwaves, huh?" Vice President ShiGets shouted fiercely. "Here's a nuclear bomb for you." The micronuclear bomb shot out, hitting the mechanical Tyrannosaurus' chest, which was spewing the Gigabyte Storm. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, directly blowing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus into countless fragments. Nearby, hundreds of 6-star and below mechanical beasts were also caught in the overflowing Gigabyte Storm and nuclear explosion, resulting in numerous casualties. However, ShiGets was not unscathed. To accurately deliver the micronuclear bomb to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus' chest and prevent it from being blocked by other beasts during flight, he had to get as close as possible to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. As a result, he was affected by the explosion, and his armor shattered, sending him flying. "Principal, it's up to you." Seeing her partner severely injured, Vice President Ming Xiangxiang shouted anxiously. "Don't panic, leave it to me." Lei Yuan coughed and swung his long sword. "Unleash." Guanyin Kai Hong G modified. He initiated a powerful Bankai. A giant woman with a classical hairstyle, wearing a sleeveless kimono and having puppet-like limbs appeared behind him. "Pull him back, Hong Ji," Lei Yuan shouted loudly. A stream of black spiritual pressure extended from the giant woman's hands, pulling the wobbling ShiGets back. This was an advanced version of Lei Yuan's Zanpakuto's Shirkai skill, Bind, Hongji, which wove a net of spiritual pressure that could not only bind but also rescue. The moment ShiGets was pulled back, stitch-like repair marks appeared all over his body. Not only did it appear on ShiGets' flesh, but even the damaged Iron Man Mark III armor was covered with stitch-like repair marks. "Repair him, Hongji," Lei Yuan said solemnly. His Bankai, Guanyin Kai Hong Ji modified, has the ability to reconstruct and transform anything touched by the Zanpakuto, whether living or dead. Such a technique could not only harm enemies, but also heal others' injuries. Moreover, this repair could restore not just physical wounds, but also damage to any treasures held by the injured. This is the ability of Lei Yuan, the principal of Tiangong Academy. A combination of top-tier healing magic and top-tier repair magic. In just 2 or 3 seconds, ShiGets' bleeding was stopped, and his fractured arm was realigned. He slowly regained consciousness. The red-yellow armor on him began to stitch itself back together, becoming whole again. "Principal, thank you." "Thank you for what?" "Protecting you should be my duty, but after I got injured, I could only let you and Ming Girl go on an adventure." Lei Yuan sighed, feeling a bit guilty. "Stupid principal, what are you saying?" Ming Xiangxiang cursed from inside the second machine. "How can it be just your responsibility? Aren't Lao Shi and I also the principals of Tiangong Academy, the guardians of the Mirage Pass? Don't look down on us just because Lao Shi's and my titles have a vice in front of them. You jerk, Lei Yuan." Saying this, Ming Xiangxiang faced forward, her eyes firm. "Our plan is still perfect. I will hold the defense with the at-field. Lao Shi will use the Iron Man armor's cannons to attack, and Principal Lei, you will use Hong Ji for rescue, healing, and repairs. Trust us, we can definitely defend the Mirage Pass. We will." Chapter 272. Intense battle with 7-star beasts. 6. The battle situation did not worsen. Under Vice President ShiGets' nearly suicidal nuclear attack, half of the enemies and the 6-star beast, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, were eliminated, although the remaining mechanical beasts were still launching a large-scale attack. The Mirage Pass could materialize the other world. Before the beast army arrived, Tiangong Academy had successfully replicated the city fortress of the EVA world. At this moment, there were countless cannons on the ground. Countless red lights were flying in the sky, which were bullets soaring through the air. Countless low-tier mechanical beasts were torn to pieces under the bombardment. The high-tier and mid-tier beasts that could withstand the gunfire were met by the students of Tiangong Academy. Non-attack mechanism technique. MO family mechanism, sacred beast. An old professor resembling a sage roared, and 4 mechanical sacred beasts appeared behind him. Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu. His inheritance is from the MO family giant in Qin Shimingyu, capable of controlling the MO family's mechanical beasts for his own use. Zhuke specializes in flight, soaring through the sky, occasionally dropping bombs. Baihu specializes in single combat, directly pouncing on the beast army, using its powerful biting force to crush opponents. Xuanwu specializes in defense. The professor hid inside Xuanwu to avoid cannon fire from the mechanical beasts. Qinglong specializes in group attacks, facing a large number of 1-star and 2-star beasts. Qinglong summoned a strong wind, cracking the earth and burying countless low-tier beasts. The 4 mechanical sacred beasts worked together to hunt down and directly kill a 5-star beast, the UGIO-style mechanical beast, Revolver Dragon. However, they were later discovered by the 6-star beast, the UGIO-style ancient mechanical giant, which punched through the Xuanwu mechanical beast, severely injuring the professor and forcing him out of the front line. An excellent graduate with an inheritance from Kira Yamato, Seed successfully summoned his exclusive Gundam, Freedom, and pierced the ambushing ancient mechanical giant with a sword. But after exhausting his spiritual power, the Gundam disappeared, and at the moment of life and death, Ming Xiangxiang protected him with the field, forcibly withdrawing him from the battlefield. The battle gradually intensified. Cannons soared, and countless shells rained down on the ground. Mech fragments flew, and both beasts and humans gambled their lives in a frenzied slaughter. At this moment, the king of the entire mechanical beast army, the 7-star beast, Thunder Angel, moved. Its form changed from a regular octahedron to stacked square blocks. At the center of the blocks was a small round ball. A powerful particle cannon was fired from the small ball, striking directly at the field of the second machine. The particle cannon is not an ordinary artillery strike. Similar to the field of Unit 2, it still utilizes soul particles. The capability of the soul particles used by the 7-star demon beast far exceeds that of Vice Principal Ming Xiangxiang. The power of the particle cannon is extraordinary. Boom! With just one hit, the field developed cracks. However, the 7-star demon beast, Thunder Angel, did not give Ming Xiangxiang a chance to repair it. The particle cannon continuously fired like a machine gun. In just a few breaths, the Thunder Angel completely shattered Ming Xiangxiang's field. Just as she was struggling to re-establish the field, the Thunder Angel fired another particle cannon, directly hitting Unit 2's shoulder. Ming Xiangxiang screamed in pain. The operation of EVA Unit 2 is not based on the same principles as piloting a human-sized Gundam. Instead, it is a connection at the soul level, with senses fully interconnected. The moment the Thunder Angel pierced Unit 2's shoulder, the pain was transmitted directly to the consciousness of the pilot, Ming Xiangxiang. However, the Thunder Angel had no intention of letting her go. Another particle cannon shot out, swift and fierce, aimed directly at Unit 2's chest. At this critical moment, Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and used Binding Red Princess. He forcibly pulled Unit 2 to divert the attack's trajectory. However, although the particle cannon did not hit Unit 2, it still caused an explosion within the Mirage Pass. In an instant, the defense artillery within the Mirage Pass suffered significant losses. The 2 vice principals were unable to fight, and the situation became dire. Lei Yuan rescued Ming Xiangxiang from Unit 2. Principal, I can still fight. Ming Xiangxiang covered her shoulder. Her face, which was originally as smooth as cream, was now flushed red from the pain. Rest, you're the main force for the follow-up battle. Lei Yuan patted her head, and under the influence of Red Princess, Ming Xiangxiang reluctantly fell into a deep sleep. The battle situation was tense. The Thunder Angel's attacks were approaching the point where Lei Yuan could no longer repair EVA Unit 2. He had to confront the 7-star demon beast directly, or more people would die. Lei Yuan glanced at the sky city above. There lay the Tiangong Academy, to which he had dedicated half his life. At this moment, humanoid defense robots on the Sky City were continuously firing artillery to block the invading flying mechanical demon beasts. After fighting with Wu Sheng, the Sky City had already fallen into disrepair. Under the attack of the mechanical demon beasts, even with its powerful concealment effect, the Sky City was suffering even greater damage during the battle. As the Sky City had been transformed into a part of his body using the Bankai, Cannon opens Red Princess. It was a miraculous creation connected to his life and his last resort. Concealment function fully activated. Lei Yuan held his Zanpakuto, standing upright. Once again, the Sky City disappeared under the gaze of the demon beasts. No one knew where the Sky City had gone. Meanwhile, the Thunder Angel sensed a strong feeling of crisis. With the power of the fruit of life, it could foresee anything that harmed its life. The Thunder Angel immediately transformed, attempting to revert to a defensive octahedral form. Want to transform again? Dream on. Lei Yuan's Norted Coldly. The surface of the Thunder Angel had mysteriously developed seams resembling stitches. This was the ability of Lei Yuan's Bankai. You change forms, and at the moment you launch the particle cannon, you cannot release the F field or defend yourself, right? That is why you let the mechanical demon beast army attack first, and then strike from a distance when both sides are exhausted. Lei Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was just waiting for that moment of your attack. Then, I secretly extended the ability of Cannon Open's Red Princess into your body. He truly was the top-tier human powerhouse. Just by observation, he deduced the Thunder Angel's weakness. Your body has been modified by me. It cannot switch forms anymore. Lei Yuan laughed heartily. Just bear my wrath. The vanished Sky City reappeared. This time, it was directly above the Thunder Angel. Like a meteor falling, the Sky City struck the Thunder Angel, the massive city akin to the Sword of Damocles, which no one could resist. Boom! With the force of an entire city, it slammed into the Thunder Angel. The 7-star demon beast, Thunder Angel, was defeated, and the Sky City was connected to Lei Yuan's life. At the moment the city fell, Lei Yuan's life source also suffered great damage. Thud! Lei Yuan fell to the ground, his life unknown. Mirage Pass. Without the pressure from the 7-star demon beast, the human defense forces felt a significant reduction in pressure. However, the mechanical demon beast army continued its relentless assault. The battle continued, heading towards the Thunder Angel. Chapter 273. Intense battle with the 7-star demon beast, 7, on the mountain at the Golden City Pass. This time, the enemy was led by the 7-star demon beast, Thunder King Harmond, a vast army of game king-like demon beasts. It was also the largest army of demon beasts among the 9 demon suppression passes, except for the Great Wall Pass. Beside Thunder King Harmond, there were various demon beasts from 1 star to 6 stars, as well as ruby beasts, emerald turtles, amethyst cats, yellow tiger beasts, amber mammoths, cobalt eagles, and jade pegasi, almost all of the gem beasts. Dense and overwhelming, it seemed like it would flatten the mountains. Dad, this is too terrifying. On the city tower of Golden City, Pei Bu Liao looked down at the army of game, king-like demon beasts, his legs trembling in fear. Son, don't be afraid. A man has to stand tall. Beside him, the head of the Pei family, Pei Ma Hu, trembled slightly. Let these demon beasts see the power of our Pei family. At this moment on Golden City, besides the Pei father and son, there were also the housekeeper who graduated from the Demon Hunting Academy and the Pei family escort team, along with over 10,000 bounty hunters hired with a hefty sum. There were many people, but compared to the vast army of nearly 100,000 demon beasts below, they seemed insignificant. Thunder King Harmond raised his sharp finger. Roar! The army of demon beasts immediately accepted the command. The first to battle were the demon beasts from the Dark Realm. They resembled demons and came from the depths of hell. The demon beast army was led by 2 6-star demon beasts, Dark Realm Battle God Radna and Dark Realm Ghost God Keleth. Each 6-star demon beast had a 5-star demon beast under their command, namely Dark Realm War God Silver and Dark Realm Martial God Gold. In addition to the 6-star and 5-star demon beasts, there were a multitude of 4-star and lower demon beasts, such as the 4-star demon beast, Dark Realm Nightzor, the 4-star demon beast, Dark Realm Sentinel Ange, the 2-star demon beast, Dark Realm Strategist Green, and the 1-star demon beast, Dark Realm Intercelluli, among others. The dense army of Dark Realm demon beasts totaled nearly 10,000, marching towards the human demon suppression pass, Golden City Pass. They were coming with 1/10 of their forces. And even if the 7-star demon beast Thunder King Harmond was just testing, it was still a stormy test. Dad, so many demon beasts, and 2 6-star demon beasts. We're done for. Pei Bu Liao nervously clutched his father's arm, causing the latter to wince in pain. Stupid kid, let go. A few 6-star and 5-star demon beasts are just small fries. We don't have to do anything. They can't break through. Just watch quietly. The head of the Pei family, Pei Ma, glared at his son, then comforted him. Roar! The army of Dark Realm demon beasts launched their assault. In addition to the fierce melee of the demon beasts, dark energy released by the ranged attacking beasts from the Dark Realm surged towards Golden City. However, at the moment Golden City was attacked, it suddenly erupted with a strong brilliance. The incoming dark shockwaves were completely reflected back by the light of Golden City. In just a breath, the dark shockwaves released by the demons from the dark realm all fell upon the attacking beast horde. Cries of agony rose and fell. The demon army from the dark realm was instantly decimated by more than half. Wow, amazing! Seeing the demon beasts suffer during their attack. Bewley couldn't help but excitedly pinch his father's hand. Ouch! Paimon gave his son a playful slap. Just a small matter. Our Pei family's garrison at one of the 9 great passes, Golden City, is known to be the strongest among the 9 defensive checkpoints. Not only is it immune to any magic, fighting spirit, curses, and other offensive means, but can also rebound attacks, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Moreover, look! Paimon waved his hand. Below Golden City, a large number of soldiers had appeared out of nowhere. Thousands of red birds appeared in the sky. Below Golden City were 20,000 bearded men wielding iron axes and 20,000 knights clad in full iron armor. The giant birds, Iron Knights, and axe-wielding Hans charged towards the defeated demon beasts, slaughtering the remaining beasts. The forces of humans and beasts on the surface began to approach a balance. The strange birds, Iron Knights, and axe-wielding Hans are all monsters that our Golden City can summon. This is the strongest defensive checkpoint that only our Pei family can garrison. Paimon said proudly. Huh, why? Bewley asked curiously. Why can only your Pei family guard the demon suppression pass? Because whether it's the defense and rebound effect of Golden City or the summoning of Iron Knights, strange birds, and axe-wielding Hans, all come at a cost. That cost is gold. Paimon explained. The entire Golden City is essentially a wish machine that devours gold. It can provide you with powerful protection and a formidable army. But all of this requires a sufficient sacrifice of gold. Only our Pei family has enough gold to support an invasion of the Red Moon Beast Tide. Paimon patiently explained. Powerful effects come with huge costs. Just like alchemy, the principle of give and take is immutable. No wonder only our Pei family can guard this Golden City. But what if the gold runs out? What will our Pei family do then? Bewley expressed some concern. Silly child. The family head Paimon laughed heartily. If the gold runs out, we'll earn more later. As long as we're alive, anything is possible. Do you think our Pei family's greatest wealth is that gold? Silly child. He patted Bewley's head. Our greatest wealth is you children. Bewley felt an inexplicable emotion rise in his heart. Dad, but just as he was about to have a heartfelt conversation with his father, countless golden lightning bolts fell from the sky. The thousands of strange birds in the air howled and instantly turned into bubbles. Even the axe-wielding Hans and Iron Knights on the ground suffered tremendous damage. It was the 7-star beast, Thunder King Harmon, making its move. It unleashed its ultimate move, the Thunder of Lost Happiness. In just one strike, it wiped out more than 10,000 summoned troops of Golden City. The full-force attack of the 7-star beast was terrifying to such an extent. Paimon's expression turned serious. Son, it's up to us now. You guard Golden City well and use all the gold that should be used. I'll go face this 7-star beast. As he spoke, a card appeared in Paimon's hand. On the card was an illustration of a giant dragon with blue eyes. Cross the millennia of time and space and transform into a white dragon with shining white light in its eyes. Summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. The card vanished, and a giant dragon, pure white as silver with shining blue eyes, soared above Golden City. This is one of the top-tier monsters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. Chapter 274. Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Beast. 8. Bewley's father, the world's richest man, Paimon. His legacy is SSS level. The strongest male secondary character in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, Seto Kaiba. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is indeed Seto Kaiba's ace monster. The Blue Eyes White Dragon flew in the sky, and the surrounding jewel beasts attempted to interfere but were swept away by the Blue Eyes White Dragon's white light, turning into various colorful gems. Dad, you still have this kind of strength. Bewley was dumbfounded. The image of his father in his memory was always that of a pot-bellied, cheerful, wealthy man. He had never seen his father use his legacy abilities. Today, he discovered that his father had an SSS-level legacy, while he was only B-level, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Version of Yugi Muto. His father was even more formidable than he was, unlike his own preference for using various magic trap cards. His father's monster card was the Blue Eyes White Dragon, comparable to a 7-star beast right from the start. No tricks, just power. Awesome, Dad. Seeing the Blue Eyes White Dragon quickly eliminate many attacking demon beasts, Bewley cheered excitedly. Paimon smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth when Bewley wasn't looking. He was suffering from a serious illness and usually refrained from using his legacy abilities. But today, he knew he had to fight desperately to save his son. Upon seeing the appearance of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which had the strength of a 7-star beast. The Thunder King Harmon finally lifted its proud head. It uttered a deep incantation. The surrounding demon beasts became even more frenzied. The Annihilation King Demon wielded its long sword. The Inferno Queen Demon fanned out hellfire with its wings. The Death Castle Demon transformed its tentacles into scythes. And the Dark Bishop Demon raised its skeletal staff to release toxic gas. Most of the demons, upon seeing the Blue Eyes White Dragon, were like starving beasts seeing rotting meat. The humans inside Golden City could not attack, as long as the city remained intact. The reflected damage from their attacks would make them hesitant to act. However, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which had exited the city, no longer had the protection of Golden City, and Paimon could do nothing about it. Although Golden City's defenses were strong, the cost was also enormous. They were being worn down endlessly by the beast attacks. Ultimately, there would come a day when the city would fall. He had to take the initiative. After one wave of attacks, the Blue Eyes White Dragon wanted to retreat to the city. But in the sky and on the ground, countless demon beasts appeared to block its path. Although the Blue Eyes White Dragon was extremely powerful, facing such a multitude of demon beast attacks, even it could only be overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of demons. Blood flowed more from the corners of Paimon's mouth. The Blue Eyes White Dragon swung its wings, knocking down more demon beasts. But the wounds on its body had become unthinkable in number. These weaklings, seeing his father in danger, Pei Bewley almost shouted at the top of his lungs. "You dare attack my dad!" Opening a trap card, flashing shield, reflection power. In an instant, a white glow appeared around the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The demon beasts attacking the Blue Eyes White Dragon had their attacks returned by the white light. The Annihilation King Demon, which was attacking the Blue Eyes White Dragon with its long sword, for some reason, found its sword piercing its own body. The hellfire consumed the Inferno Queen Demon, reducing it to ashes. The scythe formed from tentacles uncontrollably stabbed into the brain of the Death Castle Demon. The toxic gas emitted by the Skull Wand drifted into the nostrils of the Dark Bishop Demon, slaughtering it. The demons and beasts that had just been besieging the Blue-Eyed White Dragon were almost entirely affected by the reflection mirror power. The ferocity of their own attack was met with equal strength from the reflected power. In an instant, the demon beasts fell around the White Dragon like countless dead insects. "Impressive. Did you set down this card as soon as the White Dragon appeared?" Paimon exclaimed. Trap cards are one of the 3 types of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster cards, magic cards, and trap cards. As the name implies, they need to be set in advance like a trap. However, when used correctly, they can exert an effect that is disproportionately powerful. For example, Paimon's trap card, Shining Protection, Reflection Power, which was set near the Blue-Eyed White Dragon, could only be used when the opponent attacked, perfectly reflecting the attack. It thrives on the idea that the more hysterical you are, the more excited I become. Just as the Blue-Eyed White Dragon shook off the entanglement of the demon beasts and was about to return to Golden City with flapping wings, a swift bolt of lightning struck the Blue-Eyed White Dragon accurately. This was the ultimate move of the Thunder King Harmon, Thunderbolt of the Fallen Paradise. Paimon spat out a mouthful of blood. The Blue-Eyed White Dragon was already on its last legs, and the full-force strike from the 7-star demon beast, the Thunder King Harmon, shattered the entire Blue-Eyed White Dragon into pieces. In Harmon's eyes, there was a deep disdain. Just a mere human, daring to contend with gods and demons? Even if you manage to gain a trivial victory using some tricks, how can you reverse the fate of being annihilated by gods and demons? Its voice echoed through Golden City like thunder. But moments later, the Thunder King Harmon fell from the sky like a demon with broken wings, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. It couldn't believe its eyes as it looked at the place where the Blue-Eyed White Dragon had been destroyed by itself. A card slowly opened. It was still a trap card. Usually traps are allies. This trap card could only take effect when a demon beast or a human from its own faction was eliminated. It could inflict high damage on the enemy that eliminated its own faction's demon beast or human. The stronger the eliminated human or demon beast from its faction, the greater the damage inflicted on the enemy acting as the executioner. Just like the name of this trap card, ally in the same path. It leads to the path of the underworld. And the Blue-Eyed White Dragon, as a top-tier monster, possessed the strength of a 7-stage demon beast. The death of the Blue-Eyed White Dragon triggered the effect of ally in the same path, causing even the Thunder King Harmon of the 7-star demon beasts to pay a heavy price. You actually calculated the gods and demons. The Thunder King Harmon roared unwillingly. The ally did not completely kill it, but it had significantly weakened its power. Harmon struggled to reach the countless colorful gems in front of it. These were the gems that formed after the death of the Jewel Beast within the Demon Beast army. As a special type of monster, the Jewel Beast does not shatter upon being eliminated, but instead transforms into gems. According to the card characteristics in Yu-Gi-Oh!, these gems belong to continuous magic cards. The food for the Thunder King Harmon was precisely continuous magic cards. The reason for incorporating the Jewel Beasts into the Demon Beast army was a contingency prepared by the Thunder King Harmon for itself. It was a healing potion prepared for itself after being severely injured. After swallowing a few gems transformed from Jewel Beasts, the Thunder King Harmon's injuries began to heal slowly. On top of Golden City, Paima was so anxious that his eyes were about to pop out. He had set 2 trap cards using the blue-eyed white dragon, one targeting the besieging demon beasts, and the other targeting the leading 7-star demon beast. Although both had achieved great success, it had completely drained his spiritual energy. He could hardly stand. However, the strongest enemy, the 7-star demon beast Thunder King Harmon, was slowly recovering. "Dad, seems like we might lose," Paima said with some despair. Similarly, Paima, who could barely stand and was spitting blood, struggled to get up. He looked at Paima, his eyes filled with paternal affection. "Son, I didn't expect you to do so well. These 2 trap cards have shown me your growth and your potential. Without you, I would have surely lost. But now, you have created a glimmer of hope for me. Son, you have grown up. In the future, walk your own path slowly. It's all right to take your time. Just walk steadily." After speaking, the head of the Pei family, Paima, gazed at the demon beast army below Golden City. The light of Golden City had already dimmed, and the effects of defense and summoning were nearing exhaustion. The human army summoned monster birds, axe-wielding Hans, and Iron Knights all launched a fierce charge while taking advantage of the Thunder King Harmon's weakened state. However, the demon beasts surrounding Harmon were being controlled by it, forming a formidable wall of beasts. After prolonged assaults, the human coalition suffered heavy casualties as well. Meanwhile, Harmon was continuously recovering. The battle seemed to be heading toward a disastrous conclusion. Countless people sighed, but Paima knew that relying on the 2 trap cards as child had almost sacrificed himself to activate. The dawn of victory had already appeared. He stood on the city wall, holding a card inscribed with ancient Egyptian characters. He chanted a spell. "Come forth, my strongest god. I summon you with my life as a sacrifice. When you arrive, the scorching winds will sweep the land, and the living will become corpses. Summon Obelisk the Tormentor." Thunder rumbled in the sky. The earth cracked, and the mountains trembled. Amidst the towering presence, a blue figure appeared. This godlike being had enormous blue wings and fists capable of destroying everything. Just its appearance caused the demon beast around Golden City to be blown into corpses by the hot wind. The Thunder King Harmon looked on in fear from afar. It claimed to be a demon, but at this moment, it saw an existence even higher than itself. That was a true god, Obelisk the Tormentor, a deity. It coldly looked down at the masses below Golden City. Then it raised its fists. All the demon beasts summoned by Golden City turned into energy and converged onto its fists. Divine Fist of Destruction. The enormous iron fist of the god struck out, annihilating all enemies. And the Thunder King Harmon was also turned into nothingness in this cataclysmic attack. After the punch, Obelisk the Tormentor vanished from its original spot. Though it had only summoned the god for a second, the cost of that second was life. Paima, head of the Pei family, closed his eyes amid his son's cries. Golden City Gate. Humanity wins. Chapter 275. Fierce battle with the 7-star demon beast. 9. In the largest forest area of the 9 provinces at the Divine Wood Pass. Shiquan opened his eyes. As one of the 3 powerhouses of the Demon Hunting Academy, he possessed the top-tier inheritance of the Pirate King and the Navy Admiral Akainu. Using the power of the magma fruit, he quickly completed his elementalization, transforming into a being of magma. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. The man had a square face, brown short hair, wore a protective face mask, and was dressed in a fluffy black combat uniform. He was the head of the Yuan family, one of the 10 great families and the leader of the Woodman mercenary organization, Yuan He. His inheritance was that of a wood-release ninja from Naruto. The battle had already begun. The beast-tide army was approaching. The leading 7-star demon beast has a special pattern on its face for arms and 2 faces, with a mark on its tongue and a large mouth on its abdomen. This is the 7-star demon beast from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, the Curse King, Ryaman Sukuna. It commands an army of demon beasts, consisting of various curse-type demon beasts. In addition to the 7-star demon beast, Ryaman Sukuna, there are also multiple grade 7 and grade 6 demon beasts. A child dressed like a monk, with a white bob hairstyle and ambiguous gender, steps forward first. It is a grade 7 demon beast, a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, Raimai. Raiman Sukuna, the woods ahead seem eerie. I should scout ahead. Raiman Sukuna smiled. Go. Kill 2 humans. Understood, my lord. Raimai vanished from the spot, instantly appearing in the woods. Enemy attack. In the forest, several individuals with detection abilities shouted immediately. Too noisy. Ice condensation technique. Frost calm. The demon beast Raimai released freezing air from its hands, sweeping towards the 2 people in front of it. In just a moment, the 2 individuals turned into ice sculptures. Damn it. Another individual thrust his hands forward. Burn him to ashes, blazing flame. A fireball appeared from his hands and shot out like a cannonball. Just as the flames were about to hit Raimai, an ice wall appeared beside Raimai, blocking the fireball. Then, with a flick of its hand, an ice spike pierced straight into the body of the individual. A human with special abilities? Raimai frowned. Their energy is weak. According to human inheritance, it should be of a low grade. But besides their own energy, there seems to be a larger source of energy. The one who used a fireball, I didn't sense any flame curse power from his body. Yet he was able to use a flame-like attack technique. I see. It glanced around. Within the forest, a mysterious energy flowed subtly. Is it because of this forest? In this forest, even ordinary people have a certain chance of gaining supernatural abilities. In a short time, Raimai figured out the strength of the Divine Wood Pass. The Divine Wood Pass contains the Divine Tree, Nascent Tree. The Nascent Tree is a divine tree from the world beneath one person. It possesses unknowable powers. Under the influence of the Nascent Tree, the surrounding forest is affected by mysterious forces, transforming it into a realm for supernatural beings. Even ordinary humans have a higher probability of awakening supernatural abilities the longer they stay in the forest. This is the source of power for the Wooden Man mercenary organization. At the same time, it is one of the 9 great demon-suppressing passes, the Divine Wood Pass. I must quickly inform Lord Raiman Sukuna of this intelligence. Raimai made up its mind and prepared to leave. Are you leaving so soon? A voice came from deep within the forest. Raimai frowned and quickened its pace. Suddenly, the trees in front of it seemed alive, twisting their branches to block Raimai's path. From deep in the forest, a square-faced man wearing a headband stepped out. He is Yuan He, the head of the Yuan family and the leader of the Wooden Man organization, possessing the wood release Yamato inheritance. Human, Raimai slowly turned around. I'm not afraid of you. I just fear a strong presence deeper in the forest, one that rivals Raiman Sukuna. He is the one I truly fear. As for you, you are not worthy. The demon beast Raimai said, summoning an ice blade in its hand. Your body's energy tells me you should only have an A-grade inheritance. This is not a battlefield you can meddle in. Saying this, Raimai raised both hands. Ice condensation technique. Vertical waterfall. A wave of cloud energy surged, and a massive ice spike suddenly formed in the air. Boom! The ice spike shot violently towards Yuan He's position. Is it resolved? A chill spread, and Raimai stared straight ahead. But beneath the ice spike, there was nothing. Raimai's eyes suddenly widened. It sensed a human presence behind it. You are right. My inheritance level is too low to reach the SSS level strength of the early family heads. However, I am the most powerful king in this forest. Yuan He spoke coldly. I am the true forest king recognized by the nascent divine tree, and it has granted me immense power. For example, the power of space. Raimai turned around to stab with the spike in its hand, but the man vanished again, stabbing a flower bud like a blade into his own body. The first family head could summon a wood release. Flower tree world descends like the forest. However, my strength is far inferior. I can only summon a bouquet. But small has its advantages. I have continuously honed it, finally making this bouquet sharper and more toxic than that of the first family head. I call this move Mandala. As the flowers pierced into its body, Raimai felt as if its soul was being corroded. Its body immediately began to fiberize. After taking 2 steps forward, it collapsed. Raiman Sukuna, my lord. Raimai reached out towards the forest's edge, but Yuan He stepped down on its hand, crushing it. Since you're no longer a human demon beast, there is no need to use a human disguise. Yuan He's expression was cold as he swung the bouquet in his hand, directly cutting Raimai in 2. There are more enemies. Yuan He licked his lips, his eyes filled with killing intent. Outside the forest, Raiman Sukuna slowly stood up. Raimai's aura had vanished. It chuckled softly. It seems there is more than one powerful enemy. Interesting, very interesting. With a wave of its hand, all the cursed spirit demon beasts roared and charged into the forest. In the center of the forest, beside the nascent divine tree. Chi Quan looked at the divine tree beside him. He honestly did not expect the divine tree to look so ordinary. Short, with tangled branches, it was no different from an ordinary fruit tree. Yet he was still attracted by a golden branch on the tree. He reached out and snapped off the golden branch. The golden branch emitted light. Like hypnosis, Chi Quan felt an endless sense of happiness suddenly surge in his brain. It seemed that as long as he protected this tree, as long as he was near this tree, he could attain absolute happiness. Just as Chi Quan got lost in thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly turned black, and a crow flew out. The crow's eyes had pupils like black magatama. At the moment the crow flew out, Chi Quan gasped for breath, like a drowning person who suddenly climbed ashore. Indeed, as Principal Qin said, the nascent divine tree of the divine would pass possesses terrifying brainwashing abilities. Fortunately, he had prepared Izanagi with the Sharingan from Wu Sheng's laboratory in advance, which saved him from being brainwashed. Izanagi, the top ability of the Sharingan, can turn unfavorable events that occur within a certain time into events that did not happen, only allowing favorable events to become reality. After the black crow flew out, the black pupils completely closed and then disappeared. A powerful ability comes with a powerful side effect. After using Izanagi, that Sharingan became completely blind. Chapter 276, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beast. 10. Having solved the brainwashing problem of the nascent divine tree, Chi Quan closed his eyes. A wave of black, domineering energy spread from his body, radiating outward. This is one of the 3 colors of Haki from the world of One Piece, Observation Haki. With Chi Quan's current strength, the Observation Haki almost covered the entire divine would pass. Found it. Chi Quan opened his eyes. Found a strongest demon beast. In the forest, human demon hunters and curse-type demon beasts were locked in battle. Under the ability to move through space, the army of demon beasts was scattered throughout the forest, unable to form a united front. Flying Sword, shouted a 3rd-tier demon hunter. 2 daggers flew rapidly around the man, splitting the 2 2nd-tier cursed creatures in front of him in half. However, the daggers that killed the cursed creatures suddenly stopped in place, then transformed into rust and dripped down. A cursed spirit demon beast, resembling a lump of mud, walked out with a sinister smile. The powerful spiritual pressure bent the surrounding trees. The demon hunter was shocked, and, just as he was about to draw a dagger from his waist, he suddenly found his hand corroded, turning into a stream of blood. In astonishment, the 3rd-tier demon hunter's entire body was rapidly dissolved. A 7th-tier demon beast. A special cursed spirit, Bloodstain. The expanded domain was corrosion technique. You are one of the 9 phases, a hybrid of cursed spirits and humans, with the ability to spray a large area of highly toxic blood at your opponent. A deep voice echoed through the forest. Chi Quan parted the branches and slowly walked out. Oh, human, do you know me? The demon beast Bloodstain chuckled. Since you know me, how dare you appear before me? Truly foolish. Saying this, its cheeks puffed up. The domain expanded, corrosion technique. A mysterious barrier opened up around. Chi Quan looked around. The trees had vanished, leaving only endless stinking blood. Hee, become nourishment for my blood. The demon beast Bloodstain sprayed blood towards Chi Quan. However, before the blood could touch Chi Quan, it had evaporated completely. Bloodstain suddenly showed fear. It felt the temperature around it rising continuously. Is this your domain? Chi Quan said indifferently. So boring. His body erupted with intense heat, his fists turning into magma. Evaporate everything, magma fist. The magma fist, filling the entire domain, directly penetrated Bloodstain's body, completely evaporating it. Warm-up is over. Chi Quan twisted his wrist. A powerful 7th-tier demon beast could not withstand even a single round in his hands. Next was king against king. Chi Quan sensed the presence of another strong opponent in the forest and exerted force beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yuan he had encountered the strongest demon beast. The demon beast before him had a human face, but a strong body, with 4 arms, 2 faces, a mark on its tongue, and a large mouth on its abdomen. It was the strongest cursed spirit, Double-Faced Shou Nua. Hey! Double-Faced Shou Nua extended a finger. Release. With a light sound, Yuan he widened his eyes. He almost exerted all his strength to shift his space. After teleporting 100 meters away, Yuan he looked forward. The ground where he had just stood had already appeared with a deep cut. One of Double-Faced Shou Nua's fingers had unleashed such a powerful slash from a distance. Without time to hesitate, Yuan he immediately formed hand seals. Would release, silent kill, binding technique. Countless branches extended from the trunks in the dense forest. Binding double-faced Sho Nuwa tightly. Would release. Violent spear technique. The attack did not stop. Almost the moment double-faced Sho Nuwa was bound by the vines. A massive wooden spear shot from Yuan He's hand, piercing deeply into double-faced Sho Nuwa's body. Would release. Flower tree realm descent. Yuan He shouted loudly. Buds grew from the wooden spear, piercing into double-faced Sho Nuwa's body and releasing extreme poison. When facing a 7th-tier demon beast, the poison from the buds could instantly turn the opponent's body into fibers. But double-faced Sho Nuwa only showed slight surprise. Is it very strong poison? Even I, if struck by this poisonous flower, would probably die. Saying this, it twisted its body and walked out from the vines and wooden spear. Yuan He widened his eyes. He did not understand why his attack had no effect. Do not doubt your attack. Double-faced Sho Nuwa chuckled. They are strong, but they just didn't hit me. It pointed around. The flow of energy became apparent, as if weaving a cage. And double-faced Sho Nuwa was at the center of the cage. This is the ultimate technique, void-weaving cage, double-faced Sho Nuwa patiently explained. This technique can neutralize your attacks, negating their guaranteed hit effect. Simply put, you didn't hit me at all. Yuan He gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. Would release. Thorn kill technique. More would surge from the ground, surrounding double-faced Sho Nuwa completely. Yuan He immediately turned to flee. The enemy was too powerful. He could not defeat them for now. Without any hesitation, he ran. Are you leaving this soon? Double-faced Sho Nuwa said coldly. I haven't had my fun yet. The domain expanded, Demon Suppression Buddha Shrine. A massive darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the darkness, there was only one enormous Buddha shrine. Although Yuan, he was surprised by the change in the surrounding scenery. He knew that he had the ability to move through space. Escaping was not difficult for him. The Buddha shrine had no special abilities. It merely increased the guaranteed hit range of my attacks. While double-faced Sho Nuwa was speaking, Yuan He had already entered the alternate space halfway. For example, this. Double-faced Sho Nuwa extended its palm. Space slash. Countless massive slashes erupted within the domain, and these slashes could even cut through space. Ugh! Yuan He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body falling like a kite with a broken string. He did not expect that the ability to move through space could also be severed by the opponent. The Yamato inheritance granted him Hashirama cells, preventing immediate death. However, with his meridians severed, he was almost half a foot in hell. Double-faced Sho Nuwa scratched the back of its head. Is the game over so quickly? It walked to Yuan He's side, extending 2 fingers. Technique, open. Its fingertips suddenly ignited with extremely high-temperature flames. You used a wood-type technique, so dying in flames should be a fitting death for you, right? Double-faced Sho Nuwa laughed as the flames shot towards Yuan He. Just as Yuan He was about to be hit by the flames, a fist made of magma flew in from the distance, knocking double-faced Sho Nuwa's flames away. My subordinate, do you think you have the right to kill? Chi-Quan walked out from the forest. Intense heat enveloped the surroundings. The Battle of Kings officially began. Chapter 278. Intense battle with the 7-star demon beast, 11, Principal Chi. Yuan He lay on the ground, already on the brink of death. He barely lifted his head and saw the golden branch hanging from Chi-Quan's waist. Principal Chi, have my family sins been repaid? Don't speak. Chi-Quan threw a potion he carried into Yuan He's mouth. Only if you survive and the enemy dies can it be considered true atonement. The enemy is still present, and you must hold on. After speaking, Chi-Quan set Yuan He aside and turned back to the battlefield. Double-faced Sho Nuwa did not take the opportunity to attack. This was respect for a strong opponent. All right then, we can fight now. I promise, I won't sneak attack that wooden brat. Double-faced Sho Nuwa said excitedly. It had no interest in invading human territory. Its interest lay in battling and killing true strong opponents. Chi-Quan remained silent. Instead, he raised his fist. Magma fruit. Underworld dog. His arm instantly turned to magma and extended out at high speed. Like launching a magma cannonball. The speed, the power. So exhilarating, although extremely fast. Raiman Sukuna is also highly skilled in physical techniques. By quickly retreating, he buys himself time to counterattack. Technique 8. This is one of Raiman Sukuna's 2 slashing skills. Compared to the technique, release 8 can be adjusted based on the curse technique and intensity. And its power is enough to instantly slice a special grade curse spirit into several pieces. However, conversely, this move requires physical contact with the opponent to release, unless a domain is deployed. Ryaman Sukuna's right hand touches the molten fist of the Hellhound. It's like wielding countless swords. The cannonball-like molten fist is instantly sliced into numerous small pieces. Chi Quan snorts coldly and suddenly opens his left hand. Explode, combo technique, great fire. The molten lava sliced into countless pieces by Ryaman Sukuna ignites with raging magma flames. Like volcanic bombs, they pour towards Ryaman Sukuna. This is a secondary attack. The Hellhound's speed has become so fast that it's hard to defend against, and in the moment of blocking the Hellhound, it can also transform into great fire for a second attack. Even someone as formidable as Ryaman Sukuna is hit by this attack. Countless volcanic bombs bring extreme, high temperatures, along with impact and explosive damage. Ryaman Sukuna's body suffers extensive burns. Indeed, he is one of the top fighters among humans. Ryaman Sukuna gasps for breath. Reverse technique, Iad. His cursed energy begins to transform, healing the burns on his body. Do you think I would give you time to slowly heal? Just as Chi Quan plans to attack further, a large snake suddenly bursts from the ground, biting down on Chi Quan. Hith hith. Luckily now, I can not only use my own abilities, but also indirectly master Fushiguro Megumi's technique by having him swallow my finger. Shadow technique, great snake. Ryaman Sukuna, who is healing nearby, chuckles. Shadow technique new. A creature resembling an owl appears, grabbing Ryaman Sukuna and flying away from Chi Quan. However, Chi Quan does not break free from the snake's jaws. Being molten, this bite cannot harm him. But even though the snake is burned, it still holds on tightly, severely delaying Chi Quan's attack. Watching his enemy escape, Chi Quan feels anxious. At this moment, Yuan He, lying on the ground, shouts loudly, "Principal Chi, there's a golden branch at your waist, and it has already been recognized by the divine tree. Now, as long as I die, you will gain the power of the divine tree and master the power of space. The mistakes made by our Yuan family will be resolved." After saying this, Yuan He thrust the flower bud from the flower tree realm, which he had aimed at Ryaman Sukuna, directly into himself. In an instant, the life that had just begun to recover turns into dust. Just as Yuan He dies, Chi Quan suddenly feels a surge of power within him that does not belong to him. In an instant, he understands how to use this power. Yuan He. Chi Quan's face is expressionless, but his words are filled with anger. "I will not let your death be in vain," along with the large snake. He instantly teleports in front of the fleeing Ryaman Sukuna. Ryaman Sukuna, who is using the shadow technique to escape, is taken by surprise. But his powerful combat instincts allow him to react immediately. Enduring the pain caused by the great fire, Ryaman Sukuna pinches his fingers. Domain open, Exorcism Buddha altar. A black space envelopes the surroundings, and a massive Exorcism Buddha altar appears behind him. Slashing technique, space slash. In an instant, within the domain, there's a slash capable of tearing through space. Using a big move while injured is also a tremendous burden for Ryaman Sukuna. However, this move cannot be avoided even by Yuan He, who was previously able to teleport through space. Yet Chi Quan does not dodge. Instead, he covers his entire body with armed color hockey, forcibly enduring the slash. In his eyes, there is an unstoppable momentum. The enforcement of justice has always required blood and life. The elementalized body allows Chi Quan to maintain himself amidst countless space slashes. The essence of the magma fruit, hellfire. A massive black flame ignites between heaven and earth. The hellfire, burning black stones, descend from the sky. Black devours black. The hellfire engulfs Ryaman Sukuna's domain, burning him at the soul level. Even the fully unleashed reverse technique cannot heal the injuries of the soul. Ryaman Sukuna turns to ashes under the burning hellfire. Meanwhile, Chi Quan falls from the sky. The slashing attack of Space Slash is not like an ordinary physical attack. It is a powerful move that can cut through space itself. Even though Chi Quan uses his elementalized body to resist the slash, his entire body is on the verge of collapse. He wants to raise his palm. There are still many monsters waiting for him to eliminate. But with a thud, he collapses to the ground, falling into a near-death state. The black flames envelop the surroundings. As if he is in hell, no monster dares to approach this fiery magma hell. In the southern border, in the middle of the great river, a spiral tower rises into the sky. This is the location of the maze pass. Teacher Wong stands on the top of the first maze, the Belita, suddenly sensing something. He looks far to the west. The teachers of the Monster Hunting Academy have all practiced sensing each other's aura to accurately gauge their teammate status during team combat. Now, he feels that Chi Quan's aura is extremely weak, almost dead. What's wrong? Sensing Teacher Wong's unusual demeanor, Lishani looks up and asks, "It's nothing." Teacher Wong shakes his head. "This is the Red Moon Beast Tide. This is the Battle of Guardians. In this battle, countless lives will be sacrificed. And now, they will also face their enemies. If the Golden City Pass is the town of demon hunting with the most attacks from monsters, then the Maze Pass before them is the one with the fewest troops from the demon army. However, although the number is small, their combat power is not to be underestimated. Anyone in the demon camp is above the 4th rank, possessing much stronger abilities than ordinary demon hunters. They are monsters from various anime worlds." Chapter 279, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Monsters, 12. The leading 7-star monster is one of the powerful demons from the world of the magic flute. The demon of wrath and heroism, All. Beside him stand several large demons. The rotund demon, Ammon, resembling a fat old man, has a large belly and strict demeanor. Below his body is a flame that burns everything permanently. The demon of chaos and passion, Paimon, dressed provocatively like a female fairy, has strong winds howling around her. The muscular demon of loyalty and purity, Saigon, stand where all plants are under his control. The lazy-looking female demon, Lillison, with a large smoking pipe in her mouth, merely hovering in the air causes the ground below to collapse. This is the ability to manipulate gravity. Other demons, who will lead the charge. The demon of wrath and heroism, Ball, booms. "I'll do it." The rotund fire demon Paimon says in a deep voice, "Let me bring them the hell of fire." As she speaks, her floating large body moves swiftly forward. Oh dear, aside from one true 7-star monster, there are actually 4 other 7th-tier monsters that are almost at the 7-star level. Our enemies are quite formidable. And look, the enemy is coming. Teacher Wong sat at the highest point of the maze and chuckled softly. "Lee, let's take a city first and quell their arrogance." Li Shani gripped the sunwheel knife in his hand. "I couldn't ask for more." "Then let's do it." Teacher Wong tossed aside the wine jug and abruptly stood up. The demon god Paimon flew in the sky with arms wide open. Fire of heaven. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in red. The white clouds turned into red, transforming into scorching flames. The fiery clouds circled the high tower of the maze, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Facing the endless flames, Teacher Wong smiled faintly. Water bullet. A massive stream of water surged from the great river beneath the maze, converging into the shape of a dragon. TSK, I could rename this move Water Dragon. Go. Teacher Wong waved his long sleeves. The water dragon charged towards the demon god Paimon. The surrounding fiery clouds clashed with the roar of the water dragon, erupting in intense steam. "Hey, Lightning Kid, it's your turn. I can't hold out against a demon god of this level for long." Amid the steam, Teacher Wong smiled at Lishani. "But don't be nervous. I trust you." Saying this, he formed a seal with one hand. Wind's backward strange gate, chaotic golden strike. In an instant, Paimon's movements seemed to freeze. Its time flow was infinitely extended for a brief moment. Breath of thunder, 7th form, fire, thunder god. Lightning erupted, like the arrival of a thunder god. A bolt of lightning shot straight towards the demon god Paimon. Then the world spun. Paimon's head fell to the ground. 7th-tier demon god, slain. Good. The onlooking humans couldn't help but applaud. Meanwhile, in the maze, the mercenary leader with the legacy of Gino and Zodike smirked. "Hey, isn't this quite capable? With so many of us, we can't let them from the Demon Hunting Academy steal the spotlight." Yalago. Psychic ability, Dragon Star Cluster. A massive golden dragon formed by psychic energy soared into the air, charging at the female demon god Lilac, who was holding a pipe. "Have you chosen me as your enemy? What a foolish decision." The female demon god lightly tapped her pipe, instantly generating a gravitational field hundreds of times stronger. Even the giant dragon formed by psychic energy was pulled down from the sky by this gravity. It's not just the boss who's showing off. A young man with long hair beside the mercenary leader chuckled. Psychic ability, Circular Nail. As the psychic dragon descended, countless iron nails suddenly surged from its body. Using the potential energy of gravity, the nails shot towards the female demon god Lilac like a rainstorm. Lilac was taken aback. Her massive body found it hard to evade the nails falling like rain. As the nails pierced her body, she discovered she couldn't move at all. These nails, which could originally be freely controlled to pierce living beings now, just controlling her movement, I could barely hold on. The mercenary's vice leader, the long-haired young man Eel, was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. But with his control, the psychic dragon successfully struck Lilac's body, piercing her heart. In just a moment, a 7th-tier demon god was slain. and Vice Leader Eel, unable to withstand his injuries, fell backward. Leader Gino quickly caught him. Boss, how is it? I didn't let them from the Demon Hunting Academy steal the spotlight, did I? After saying this, Vice Leader Eel smiled and closed his eyes, exhausted to death. Oh, you did well, Eel. Leader Gino gently laid the young man down. You lot, in this battle, I will die, and many of us will die. Don't be afraid. I will be down in the underworld with you. We, the Crow mercenaries, will cause a ruckus in hell together. He stood up, laughing heartily. Demon God, come again. Let me see how strong the monsters that dare to invade Jojo really are. With 2 major generals dying in a short time, the 7th-tier demon god Bale's expression turned cold. Humans, you're looking for death. Go into the maze. The humans hope to use the power of the first maze to divide us, and we also need to divide them. Let's see which side can walk out of the maze alive. After saying this, the demon army charged forward. The maze erupted with a strong light, engulfing everyone present. Inside the maze, arrows flew, and falling rocks were relentless. Various traps emerged one after another. The humans, having prepared in advance, suffered limited losses, but the advancing demon army faced numerous casualties. Lower-tier demon gods stepping on traps in the maze wouldn't die, but they would be severely injured. They would then face attacks from human warriors. Normally weak humans had no means against high-tier demon gods, but with the help of traps, low-tier demon hunters could compete with 4th, 5th, or even 6th-tier demon gods. However, these traps were ineffective against 7th-tier demon gods. Truly powerful demon gods had to be dealt with by powerful demon hunters. In one room of the maze, filled with rolling stones, Gino crossed his arms. I've been waiting for you. In front of him stood a burly male demon god, the god of loyalty and purity, Sigong, at a high point in the maze. A room filled with countless rolling logs. Oh, it seems my opponent is a handsome man. The scantily clad female demon god Paimon looked at Teacher Wong, who was leaning against a log, and said seductively, Thank you for the compliment, but I already have a lover. Teacher Wong stretched lazily. Demoness, don't disrupt my training. I'm here to fight you with the resolve to lose my life. Meanwhile, the 7th-tier demon god, Ball, filled with anger and heroism, had already reached the highest point of the maze. Standing at the top, he took in the scenic view of the great river. This secret realm was originally his residence, and he was very familiar with it. Not far away, a boy with an expressionless face floated in the air. Lightning flickered around him. Is it you? Here, get to be my enemy? Ball laughed heartily. Kid, you're very young. Let me see if you can defeat me and conquer my first maze. Let me see if you are worthy of becoming the new king I expect. Chapter 280. The Final Battle. 1. Just as Lishani and Teacher Wong were battling the demon god, in the demon domain forest, Qinshi was moving rapidly. Shadows appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his pupils turned into yellow horizontal lines as he used the ninjutsu known as Sage Mode. In this mode, his power merged with nature, allowing him to fully perceive the flow of energy around him. Infinite Tsukuyami, relying on the moon in the sky that could cast illusions. More and more demon beasts were driven to attack the land of Jojo, and Qinshi, following this flow of energy, gradually approached the final enemy deep within the forest. Sage Art. Wind Release. Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. A spinning energy ball resembling a windmill, with countless small chakra flows, shot from his hand, slicing the nearby 7th-tier digital beast, Steel Sea Dragon Beast, into countless fragments. This was the 5th 7th-tier demon beast he had killed on this journey. There were countless 6th-tier and 5th-tier demon beasts as well, and more demon beasts were still on their way to Jojo. Qinshi knew he had to finish this quickly. He took out a sage bean and put it in his mouth. He adjusted his state to the best. Then he took a big step forward. Ahead was a wide river. Following the river, Qinshi saw 2 enormous statues standing tall in the entire valley. At each end of the waterfall, there was a male statue. The man on the left had long hair flowing down, holding a sword in one hand and forming a hand seal with the other. The man on the other side was similar, clad in armor, holding a sword and forming a seal, but he wore a headband, and his hair was neatly arranged. Qinshi understood that the place before him was a secret realm where the chakra flowed, known as the Valley of the End from the Naruto world. The 2 statues represented the 2 strongest figures in the Naruto universe, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, originally adversaries. The hand seals they formed symbolized a reconciliation of peace. However, just like in the Naruto world, these 2 powerful figures representing 2 opposing forces ultimately fought to the death here, their conflict seemingly destined, dragging not only themselves but also their descendants into this cycle of blood hatred. Qinshi gazed at the two statues. He too had come here today to face the first headmaster of the Demon Hunting Academy in the Kyushu region to the death. The demon realm was not only filled with desolate scenery, it occasionally had such beautiful secret locations, didn't it? On the statue of Madara Uchiha, Wu Sheng was quietly sitting, smiling slightly at Qinshi. The scenery of Kyushu is more beautiful, so I cannot allow anyone to ruin that beauty. Qinshi replied lightly as he walked to the statue representing Hashirama Senju. Then, two long swords appeared in his hands. In his left hand, the Sanbiya. In his right hand, the Rijin Jaka. His body changed in an instant. He donned a pure white robe of the Sage of Six Paths, with 6 tomo in front and 8 sacred jewels behind him, and his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan with ripples and black tomo. You are right. The scenery of home is the most beautiful. Wu Sheng smiled faintly and slowly stood up. As he rose, his body changed with his movements. His long hair turned white, and he wore a white cloak similar to Qinshi's, with 9 sacred jewels floating in a circle behind him, and his arms and legs turned black. In his left hand, he held the 6 Paths staff. This was the 6 Paths form standing at the pinnacle of power in the Naruto world. His eyes also changed. The left, I was the Rinnegan with ripples, while the right, I was the Sharingan with black tomo. Furthermore, a third eye appeared on his forehead, empty and white, with only the color white and bulging veins visible. This was the Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques. At the moment the Byakugan opened, a massive white-haired woman's silhouette flashed behind Wu Sheng. That was the power of the supreme demon beast, Kagaya. You are more outstanding than that old man. Although he is gifted, his ultimate achievement is merely the strongest among humans. But you are different. You have touched the domain of gods. In this world, only you and I have reached such a realm. Now, it is time to prove your path. Come, young man, let's use all our power to prove the correctness of our respective ways. To the death. After he finished speaking, he floated into the air like a cannonball. Then, a fireball that seemed to want to engulf the sky shot toward Qinshi. This was a common ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. But this fireball, while also a great fireball, bore the momentum to incinerate the heavens and the earth. The fireball was red all around, but center was pure black. In addition to ordinary fire release, this great fireball also incorporated yin-yang release, making it impossible for even the black sphere of 6 Paths mode to fully defend against it. However, Qinshi did not dodge. He simply raised the blade of the Zanpakuto in his right hand. Bankai, Zantade, West, Zangokai. His spiritual power transformed into extreme flames, enveloping his body and blade like a blazing sun. This was the Bankai technique of the strongest fire type, Zanpakuto from the Bleach universe. A technique that combined offense and defense. Qinshi, clad in a fiery exterior, walked straight into the oncoming giant great fireball. Though it was also fire, under the protection of his fiery cloak, the flames of the great fireball posed no threat to him. Qinshi walked directly to the center of the great fireball and then swung his sword. Zantade eased the Sahi blade. The Zanpakuto in his hand was pitch black, resembling burnt and withered wood. But this was just the surface at this moment, although no flames were rising from the blade. All the heat of Rijin Jaka was concentrated at the blade's tip, neither burning nor releasing explosive flames. But everything it touched would be erased without a trace. With a single swing, all things were extinguished. The black core of the great fireball was sliced in half like a cut fruit, and then the entire great fireball suddenly dissipated. Such small tricks are useless, Director Wu Sheng. Let's not waste time. Saying this, Qinshi lifted the other sword in his hand, Sanbiya. Then he swung down. Sage Art. Wind Slash. The Sanbiya in Qinshi's hand was a fusion weapon of the 3 supreme sword from the Inuyasha world, Tetsusaiga, Tensiga, and Sona. The Wind Slash was one of the ultimate techniques of Tetsusaiga, utilizing the enemy's moment of weakness to unleash a powerful hurricane. In a short time, Qinshi combined the natural power of Sage Mode with the Wind Slash, unleashing a super hurricane far beyond wind release. The wind blades nearly shattered the rocks. And even though this was a secret realm with powerful chakra stabilizing the environment, Qinshi's Sage Art Wind Slash still left deep cracks in the surrounding mountains. However, on the statue of Madara Uchiha, Wu Sheng remained unscathed. His body was enveloped by a massive humanoid energy being clad in blue armor. It was under the protection of this energy being that he blocked Qinshi's Wind Slash. This technique was the most powerful ocular technique in the Uchiha Ninja Legacy, Susanoo. Chapter 281. The Final Battle, Part 2. You're not the only one who can use this technique. Qinshi snorted coldly, his chakra surging, transforming into a blue energy giant clad in armor. Both were top-tier Uchiha legacies, and both had opened their Mangeki Sharingan, making Susanoo equally adept for them. However, unlike Wu Sheng, Lin Shizunu held not an energy weapon like the Tenkin, but instead, in his left hand, a large bow, and in his right hand, he drew an arrow. Go! The gigantic arrow formed from chakra shot out rapidly. Unlike ordinary chakra arrows, the entire arrow was black. This was a chakra arrow similar to the tailed beast bomb. Qinshi's 6 PathsObito legacy was derived from the power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Understanding the 6 paths power, facing the chakra arrow imbued with a destructive aura, Wu Sheng formed seals with Susanoo's spiritual body. Inutsu, Tori Suru Umi, 5 towering stone gates adorned with demonic faces rose from thin air, one after another, forming a total of 5 stone gates. The gates stood in front of the arrow's trajectory, creating an indestructible barrier. However, when the chakra arrow touched the stone gates, it passed through as if it were a ghost touching something intangible. Wu Sheng raised an eyebrow. This is an arrow endowed with Kamui power. Kamui allows one to become intangible, thereby penetrating space. He did not expect Qinshi to apply this technique to his attack. But space-time ninjutsu is not something you alone can master. Behind Wu Sheng, the massive female demon Kaguya opened her 2 eyes with white veins. The black portal suddenly opened, teleporting half of Wu Sheng's body into another space. A chakra arrow shot straight through, ultimately landing in the distant ocean. Boom! A massive wave surged into the sky. If it's the power of the 6 paths. You're not my opponent, Wu Sheng said seriously. After all, the 6 paths power in the Qin era came from Obito's inheritance, which was a state that barely touched the 6 paths power relying on the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Compared to Kaguya's true 6 paths power, there is still a significant gap in level. I know, Qinshi raised his fist. With his movement, the Susanoo spirit surrounding him also raised its gigantic fist. But my power comes not only from myself. There are also countless predecessors who have fought with you and have firm beliefs. Saying this, Qinshi threw a punch. He swung at the air. In an instant, a shattering sound echoed all around. Wu Sheng's expression changed, and he quickly flew away from the newly opened portal to another space. Crack, 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 just as his front foot left. The portal to the other space shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless fragments. This is the power to shatter space. The Tremor Fruit. I didn't expect you to have acquired all of Old White's abilities now. You might even be stronger than him, Wu Sheng praised. It seems I can no longer hide in the other space. You talk too much, Qinshi replied coldly. His hand transformed from a fist into a blade. The Tremor Fruit's ultimate technique, Space Split Slash. A massive spiritual energy erupted from his body. A black aura entwined around his hand like a ribbon. This is the Conqueror's Haki of a king's qualification. In an instant, countless threads appeared in the space. It was as if a giant jelly was precisely cut by a chef. This is a slash capable of cutting through space. It is the strongest move developed by Qinshi after Principal Bai's death, having comprehended the ability of the Tremor Fruit. By wrapping a massive amount of Conqueror's Haki, he deeply activated the fruit's ability, developing the Tremor Fruit's capability to the extent of cutting through everything in a short time. The space shattered in an instant. This time, even the gods I will cut for you to see. The massive beast Kaguya was cut apart, turning into fragments with a painful wail. Centered around the Valley of the End, the entire secret realm crumbled and shattered under Qinshi's slash. All the mountains and rocks turned to dust. Whoosh! With one blow, the overwhelmingly powerful Qinshi felt exhausted for the first time. Is it over? He looked up. The phantom of the beast had vanished. The dust cleared. Wu Sheng's whole body was dripping with blood. But he was not dead. He was still floating in the air. What is this? Qinshi's pupils suddenly widened. In front of him, Wu Sheng, in addition to the kaleidoscope Sharingan on his face, had actually opened a third eye on his forehead. First, it had white veins, showing characteristics of the Byakugan. Then the veins disappeared, and the pupil of the third eye resembled a deep celestial body. This is the rebirth eye? Qinshi shouted in disbelief. Hee, I didn't expect you to know it. You indeed possess qualities that people of this world do not have. Wu Sheng's wounds healed rapidly. Qinshi, you did beautifully. From the very beginning, I never doubted that you could defeat my 8-star beast Kaguya. Therefore, I have implanted Kaguya's power into my own body, including her Byakugan. Hee, That woman didn't understand the true power of this white eye at all. The moment I first sensed it, I realized that the true might of this eye far surpasses the Rinnegan. So Qin Shi, this eye is specially prepared for you. Watch carefully, this is the ultimate power of the Byakugan. As he spoke, his whole body was enveloped in green chakra. Numerous black chakra orbs appeared around him. Each one possessed the power of yin-yang release, capable of both destroying and creating. A gigantic green chakra sphere extended from his hands, forming a massive shield. Its function was simple, to devour. This green chakra can consume all powers, including the slash that just cut through space. Now it's my turn to attack. Wu Shang smiled, and the black chakra orbs around him were suddenly enveloped by a layer of green chakra. Then the orbs began to spin rapidly, resembling sharp orbs like shurikens. Go! Countless orb shurikens rushed toward Qin Shi, and one or two hit the mountains, swallowing them like black holes. Qin Shi gritted his teeth, and his kaleidoscope activated. He intended to use the phasing ability of Kim Yui to evade the orb shurikens. But to his surprise, just as he activated his Kim Yui ability, countless orb shurikens flew out from the hidden space he had taken refuge in. The rebirth eye also possesses spatial manipulation abilities. Qin Shi immediately understood, waving his long knife. The Sanbiya, Netherworld Moonbreak. A massive crescent-shaped space was cleaved open, and the foreign power from the Netherworld sucked all those countless orb shurikens inside. However, just as he defended against the orb attack, Wu Shang appeared before him like a flash. Then, from his right palm, he released countless chakra orbs, which spun rapidly to form a silver whirlwind. Rebirth Eye, Silver Will Rebirth Explosion. A powerful chakra tornado hit Qin Shi, violently blowing him into the endless mountain range. Ugh! Caught off guard, Qin Shi felt a heat in his chest, and blood was about to spurt out. But before he could catch his breath, a powerful gravitational pull dragged him back. Controlling gravity and repulsion is also a capability of the Rebirth Eye, which is far superior to the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei, which has time limits. Wu Shang slowly walked up to Qin Shi. Chapter 282 Final Battle 3. By reasonably combining gravity and repulsion, one can generate the power to bind the entire moon. Qin Shi, what do you think? Wu Shang asked with a smile. Qin Shi struggled to look at him. It was as if countless invisible chains were firmly binding him in the air. God, Kim Yui. Qin Shi struggled, and just as he was about to activate Kim Yui, he saw the kaleidoscope in Wu Shang's eyes also spinning. My kaleidoscope ability is called Kodoamet Tsukumi. Qin Shi, Jr., you haven't forgotten, have you? Wu Shang reminded with a smile. You possess the powerful eye techniques of both the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Rebirth Eye, and carry the power of thousands of inheritors. Trying to use Kodoamet Tsukumi to control you is akin to dreaming. However, using Kodoamet Tsukumi to bind you in a short time is still achievable. As he spoke, Qin Shi felt his mental power scatter for a second, and before he could even use Kim Yui, he was forcibly pulled out of the kaleidoscope Sharingan state. So strong. For the first time, Qin Shi felt true strength. Even though he possessed the inherited powers of countless predecessors, he was still suppressed by the first principle before him. What a talent! You are truly a genius, Principal Wu. Qin Shi sighed, being able to awaken the ultimate form of the Byakugan through the power of the Kagaya beast. Wu Shang's talent is nothing short of divine, but he was not afraid. He still had a trump card, a fusion ultimate skill born from combining the power of the 6 paths, Kim Yui, and the Tremor Fruits ability. That was the strongest ultimate move capable of swallowing even space. Qin Shi named it Black Hole. Once the cost of using it is too high, he dares not guarantee that he still has the strength to deal with the remaining beasts of the Kyushu land. Therefore, he wants to have one last conversation. Fusion of the ultimate meaning, the dustless land. Qin Shi's body emitted an inexplicable aura, isolating the gravitational and repulsive chains that Wu Shang used to bind him. This was one of the ultimate techniques he developed by utilizing the spatial power of the and merging it with the inherited power of a certain professor from the era of the 3rd generation Dean, the invalid magic hand of Kamiju Toma from a certain magical index. It spread the ability of invalid skills throughout his spatial surroundings, forming an absolute magic-free zone. Thus, in such a domain, even the illusionary power of the other gods could not affect him. Relying on this skill, Qin Shi broke free from the repulsive chains set by Wu Shang's reincarnation eye. You have unraveled my bindings, proving that you are qualified to converse with me. Wu Shang did not launch another attack, continuing the fight. I did not think I would lose, but it would impact my next plan. Qin Shi's tone was calm. So, I want to have one last conversation with you. A brief silence ensued. Wu Shang's reincarnation eye state had not been lifted, but he also did not take further action. Go on. Qinshi glanced at the world that had turned to ruins due to their battle. Your entire scheme, even if you meticulously subdued the 8-star beast, Kagaya, and became its human pillar, even if you used infinite Tsukuyomi to incite countless beasts to attack Kyushu, the real reason is just one point. Qinshi extended his finger, pointing at Wu Sheng not far away. You are afraid. When you roamed the demon domain, you witnessed countless powerful existences, including the demon king that surpassed the strength of the 8-star beast Kagaya, the top demon beast from the gourmet Captor's Food Continent, and even the more powerful apocalyptic beast from Digimon. Not to mention the 10-star beast Biliudala, the monster fusion body from the Ultraman world that is constantly moving towards Kyushu. So you fear. Even though you now consider yourself a god, you're still afraid of whether you can continue to live. Even if this time you use infinite Tsukuyomi to transform Kyushu into a world identical to the demon domain, turning the remaining humans into human pillars with the breath of demon beasts. Even if you do all sorts of things to erase the human kingdom from the world, can you guarantee that Biliudala will change its trajectory? You must know that even if you become a human pillar, you cannot change the fact that you are human. In this demon domain, there are powerful existences that are either interested in humanity from the depths of their souls or disgusted by humanity. After Biliudala, what next? If the apocalyptic beast comes here, shrouding Kyushu in boundless darkness, or if the ancestral giant comes here, summoning hundreds of thousands of colossal giants to flatten every inch of land, what will you do then? Continue to use these means to beg the demon beast to spare you? Do you want to keep kneeling like this? Qinshi stared coldly into Wu Sheng's eyes and asked. Silence. A long period of silence. After a while, Wu Sheng finally raised his head and said impatiently, Then tell me, what should I do? The entire Kyushu is a huge secret realm, a realm that can shield all powerful demon beast perceptions. It is the world within the Mountain River National Map. The 9 demon-suppressing barriers I built back then were merely relying on the power of the secret realm, setting up 9 array eyes, allowing the demon beast that accidentally entered the Kyushu secret realm to appear at these 9 checkpoints. But no matter how powerful a secret realm is, there are times when it collapses. Principal Qin, do you know that the secret realm maintaining human concealment is about to disappear? I have given humanity opportunities. Yes, every Red Moon Beast Tide is my creation. I used the moon reading illusion to control those demon beasts to invade Kyushu. However, even a beast tide of this scale, even a mere 7-star demon beast that is insignificant in the demon domain, can bring disaster-like damage to Kyushu. After several attempts, I finally understood a principle. Wu Sheng sighed. The entire human population of Kyushu are too weak. Weak beings should be eliminated by powerful beings. This is a scene I have witnessed countless times in the demon domain. Why should humanity be special? Since inevitable disappearance is unavoidable, then the human kingdom should serve as my chess piece, using your sacrifice to gain my chance to survive. What is wrong with that? Wu Sheng asked in a deep voice. If you can only persuade me to be kind, Principal Qin, we can continue this life and death struggle. In his hand, the green light of the Seeking Jade transformed into a massive yellow chakra sword. This is the most powerful attack ninjutsu of the Reincarnation Eye, the Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. I have no desire to persuade your humanity. Qinshi still did not take a fighting stance. But I tell you, I have a way to solve all of this. To eliminate all demon beasts and their threat to humanity. As he spoke, he took out a glass ball from his storage space. The glass ball was completely yellow, with a red pentagram in the center. This was the 1-star inheritance stone he obtained when he first defeated a 1-star demon beast, Killian, on the cruise ship. Yes, the inheritance stone is an item that all inheritors have gained in battles against demon beasts. By shattering the inheritance stone, one can obtain the treasures from the realm where the demon beasts reside. This is the only understanding inheritors have of the inheritance stone. But the moment Qinshi saw the inheritance stone, he immediately realized. This so-called inheritance stone is the most powerful treasure. Its true identity is the Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball world, capable of realizing any wish. The inheritance stone in my hand is 1 star. Chapter 283. The Final Battle 4. To Qinshi's surprise, upon hearing his plan, Wu Sheng not only did not show any surprise, but rather appeared overly calm. There was no curiosity, no further questioning. He revealed a slight smile, as if something had genuinely made him happy. You want to tell me that you have a way to use these star-bearing inheritance stones to solve the predicament facing Kyushu? Yes, Qinshi said firmly. This is a method only he knows, derived from the wonderful settings of the Dragon Ball world. As long as he gathers the 1-star to 7-star inheritance stones and places them together, he can summon a god that can grant any wish. Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly widened, as if seeing a ghost. Wah, what is happening? 7 spherical inheritance stones, all the same size but with different numbers of stars, suddenly floated around Wu Sheng. The number was just right, exactly 1-star to 7-star. However, when the 7 inheritance stones, which closely resembled Dragon Balls, gathered together, nothing happened. Principal Qin, you might know some things that I cannot comprehend, but when it comes to understanding this world, you still fall short. Wu Sheng's voice was low. Long ago, I suspected the special nature of these inheritance stones. After all, I have slain even 8-star demon beasts. Yet unlike other star-level demon beasts, I did not drop an inheritance stone with 8 stars. At that time, I began to doubt whether these inheritance stones from 1-star to 7-star possessed some special power. I dissected countless pieces of inheritance stones and ultimately discovered that they all seemed to contain the power of a certain world. I thought that power might be the mysterious existence you just mentioned, capable of fulfilling any wish. However, that power has already perished. It should be said that it is precisely because of the disappearance of this power that Blue Star has become this way. Wu Sheng looked at the 7 different star-shaped Dragon Balls, inheritance stones, floating beside him. You must have noticed that after mastering the Sage Mode, your perception of natural power reaches a terrifying level. Following the unique energy within the inheritance stones, I ultimately saw something shocking deep within the demon domain. Saying this, he smiled at Qin Shi. Director Qin, can you guess what it is? Shocked by the scene of the 7 inheritance stones numbered from 1 to 7, Qin Shi's mind was in chaos. He had always believed that the 7-star Dragon Ball, the ultimate means, was right in front of him, starkly proving to be useless against the enemy he fought for his life. Like a collapse of faith, Qin Shi felt a crack in his ever-beating heart. If even the Dragon Balls are ineffective, if he cannot wish upon the dragon to save this lifeless world, then what else can he do? So many lives sacrificed, countless human predecessors stepping forward. Was it all for nothing? Under the siege of those defiant demon beasts, he would die. Everyone would die. If the will of the dead cannot be born or passed on by the living, then both the living and the dead will be meaningless. Not a bit of meaning. Crack! Qin Shi's world shattered. At this moment, his heart was like dead ashes. Faced with Wu Sheng's question, Qin Shi stood there in a daze, with no reaction at all. Wu Sheng, was indifferent. What I discovered deep within the demon domain is a dragon's corpse. It was a long dragon with green scales and yellow flesh, but by the time I found it, it had already been reduced to a skeleton. Judging by the degree of weathering of the remains, it probably died several hundred years ago, coinciding with the first outbreak of the red mist. Even though it was dead, the skeleton still exerted an extremely powerful pressure on me. This dragon may have, after being severely injured, somehow traversed time and space to Blue Star, and then completely died in the demon domain. However, even though it was dead, it seemed to possess the power to turn the false into the real and fulfill wishes. Countless red mists emanated from its corpse as the center, eventually enveloping the entire Blue Star. It was its power that created the red mist, breaking the barriers of dimensions. It is the origin of all the inherited power of Blue Star and the arrival of all the otherworldly demon beasts in the past few hundred years. This is the history of the inherited power of Blue Star. Director Qin, do you know? Just because this dragon died on Blue Star, the entire planet has to accompany it in burial. Wu Sheng spoke lightly, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. With the dragon dead, naturally, your wish to summon it using these 7 Dragon Balls cannot be fulfilled. The 7 Dragon Balls, inheritance stones, floating beside Wu Sheng, shattered one by one, until only one remained. On this one Dragon Ball, inheritance stone, there were 4 stars shining brighter than the other inheritance stones. Although these inheritance stones had become ordinary, capable of bringing otherworldly treasures, one of them was quite special. This inheritance stone contained a somewhat different power. Wu Sheng looked at Qin Shi, who had lost all interest. It seemed to have lost interest, so let me simplify things. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his position, almost teleporting to Qin Shi's front. In his hand, he had been gathering one of the strongest techniques of the rebirth, Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Qin Shi was still in a daze. The sudden change left a gap in his spirit, and he didn't realize that the opponent would suddenly launch an attack. Instinctively, he raised the Zampiket in his hand. That was the Zampiket Qin Shi had wielded after breaking the huge 6 paths fireball technique from Wu Sheng at the beginning of this battle. The Zampiket in his hand looked like a charred piece of dead wood, showing no unusual power. But it was indeed the strongest release of the flowing blade, like fire Zampakit, the remnant flame greatsword. Concentrating all the heat of the flowing blade like fire at the tip of the sword, it neither burned nor released explosive flames, but simply erased everything it touched without a trace. Qinshi instinctively raised his sword, knowing that the opponent had spatial abilities and he couldn't possibly hit him, only hoping to push him back a step. Then he was stunned. For some reason, the remnant flame greatsword in his hand actually pierced into Wu Shang's body. Meanwhile, the golden wheel rebirth explosion in Wu Shang's hand shot straight toward Qinshi's forehead. Dead. A sense of despair surged in Qinshi's heart. But at the same time, there was a hint of relief. If struggling with all his might couldn't save him, then what was there to accept about death? It was just a helpless, damned fate that could not be redeemed or changed. Qinshi slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, just as the attack was about to pierce Qinshi's brow, the golden wheel rebirth explosion in Wu Shang's hand suddenly disappeared. Wu Shang coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. But a sly expression appeared on his face, like a child whose scheme had succeeded. He began to laugh, looking completely relaxed. His fingers slowly extended toward Qinshi's brow, gently tapping it. There, forgive me, Qin. Sure. Chapter 284 Wu Shang, Part 1. Wu Shang smiled, spitting blood. Then his body slowly sank, kneeling at Qinshi's feet, and finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sudden change left Qinshi frozen in place. Why? He looked at Wu Shang lying in a pool of blood, confused and puzzled. Why? Why didn't he use his spatial ability to dodge? Why did he let me go? Why did he die right in front of me? Qinshi suddenly felt a piercing pain in his mind. He dropped the twin swords in his hands and clutched his head in agony. In a daze, he felt as if he were in an endless void, with countless black and white bubbles floating in the emptiness. The rebirth has the ability to transmit consciousness into another's mind. Qinshi looked at the bubbles around him. This is Wu Shang's world of consciousness. Crack. A black and white bubble burst. An image unfolded in the void, like a black and white movie playing. Signing this will dissolve your marriage. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a uniformed staff member handed over 2 agreements. A man and a woman eagerly snatched the agreements and quickly wrote their names. What about your child? Have you agreed on who will take him? The staff pointed to a boy standing motionless at the door. The staff checked the boy's ID. His name was Wu Shang, and he was 7 years old. Love whoever you want. I don't care. It's not even certain he's my kid. The burly man said casually. Wu old ghost, you bastard. That's your son. A beautifully dressed woman shouted from the side. You irresponsible domestic violence man. You deserve to be single for life. Mom, does the child stay with you? The staff asked cautiously, as these two were hot-tempered and not easy to deal with. Poor child, standing at the door for so long, yet not crying or making a fuss, just quietly watching his parents get divorced. I don't want him either. If I take him, how can I go catch a rich guy? The young woman, dressed flamboyantly, said nonchalantly, once I sign this, I'm free. The staff sighed helplessly. She looked at the little boy, standing at the door. Wu Shang remained motionless, quietly listening to his parents' words. There was a tear at the corner of his eye. He blinked and swallowed it back. Pop! Another bubble burst. A new scene appeared. Wu Shang was 10 years old. He raised the test paper in his hand. His small arms were covered in bruises. You little brat, daring to disturb me while I'm drinking. A fat man, reeking of alcohol, lifted a bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls, then slapped Wu Shang's right cheek, sending him flying, wiping the blood from his mouth. Wu Shang calmly got up, picked up the paper from the ground, and raised it again. What is this? The drunk man exhaled alcohol from his nostrils and snatched the paper Wu Shang was holding. The man's eyebrows raised. A smile appeared on his face. This is a competition paper. You got a perfect score, not bad. He grinned. With this, I can ask that damn woman for more money. He raised the bottle in his hand and smashed it down beside Wu Shang's feet. Kid, if you don't get your money back, you're dead. The shards of the bottle cut into his ankle, blood dripping down. Wu Shang lowered his head, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes where the man couldn't see. The bubble disappeared. Another black and white bubble floated over and exploded. Police station. Wu Shang finished giving his statement and walked out coldly. Behind him, 2 police officers whispered to each other. I said long ago that bridge was dangerous. It doesn't even have a railing. It was only a matter of time before something happened. That man was just unlucky. He slipped on the bridge while drunk and rolled straight into the river. Poor kid. Losing his father at such a young age. She'll keep it down. What if it triggers that child? He's only 11. Wu Shang's expression was emotionless, but his fingers trembled slightly. The night before, He had quietly gone to the dilapidated bridge and nudged a loose brick up by 1 centimeter. Behind the two officers, a station demon hunter named Marco was smoking Panda and slowly exhaling smoke rings. Next to him was the entire file of the boy named Wusheng. He was a child of divorced parents, just like himself when he was young. Just by looking at the bruises on the child's face, one could understand the inhumane treatment he had suffered. He stared at the damaged photo of the stone bridge on the table, especially focusing on the subtle bulge on the bridge surface. It was a raised stone brick, with fresh mud showing signs of having been moved. After hesitating for a moment, he put down the photo of the bridge. The rope always breaks at the thinnest point. He didn't want this child to be cut off. Pop! Another bubble burst, and a new scene began to unfold. Wusheng was 15 years old. I'm back. He pushed the door open. The 30-year-old house creaked as the door opened. I'm back. Sit down. Uncle's cooking will be ready soon. The smell of cooking wafted in as a tall man, holding a panda, poked his head out from the kitchen. He was a local 2-star demon hunter named Marco, who volunteered to be Wusheng's guardian after an accidental encounter with Wusheng's father's drowning case 4 years ago. Wusheng nodded slightly, put down his backpack, and took out his study materials. With the high school entrance exam approaching, all his classmates were studying hard. Although Wusheng didn't know why he could achieve results far beyond others just by looking at books, he still pretended to work hard, acting like everyone else. Even his grades were kept in the middle of the class. Glancing at the table, there was a file bag containing his medical examination records. Last week, Marco took him for a checkup. The psychiatrist had smiled and told him to go play for a while before closing the door. Marco, we've been old friends for a while now, the psychiatrist said somewhat anxiously. This child you adopted, because of childhood trauma, his emotions are highly closed off. He's an alexithymia patient and has significant self-destructive tendencies. To put it bluntly, he is like the snake in the story of the farmer and the snake. If you raise him, sooner or later, he will bring you down. The psychiatrist sighed. Marco smiled slightly, just as he was about to take a smoke. He remembered he was in the hospital and awkwardly withdrew his hand. I understand, but I am a demon hunter, the heir of the hunter commander Marco. As long as he doesn't do evil anymore, I will never give up on him. Outside the door, the two were talking, unaware that Wusheng was standing outside. Simply by seeing the movement of their lips through the glass door, he had already guessed their conversation. Pop! A new bubble burst. Wusheng was accepted into the best high school in the area. The old demon hunter Marco was overjoyed, cooking personally, setting up 2 tables at home, and getting drunk with friends. After the feast, Wusheng sent everyone away and lifted Marco back to bed with effort, feeling no wave of emotion inside. He imitated the adults, sipping on alcohol without any spiciness. After losing his emotions, his sense of taste gradually faded as well. Living seemed meaningless, but he understood that although he couldn't feel warmth, he still knew who treated him well. He wanted to continue living. Although he couldn't taste the wine, under the influence of alcohol, he still fell into a hazy sleep. Late at night, a red mist enveloped the entire city. Wusheng suddenly opened his eyes. A drop of red blood fell at the corner of his eye. Awake! Awake! A massive figure sat beside him, breathing heavily and coughing occasionally. You little brat. Who taught you to drink? Wusheng rubbed his eyes, looked around, and widened his eyes. There were 7 or 8 monster corpses surrounding him. They had snake heads, dog bodies, and limbs resembling human hands, with several filamentous objects like hair near their ears. Cough, cough, we have bad luck. This area has turned into a doomsday-like secret realm. The old demon hunter Marco explained with difficulty, patting Wusheng's head. Wusheng felt liquid dripping down Marco's hand, and he immediately got up and turned on the light. His pupils constricted sharply. Marco's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. The most terrifying was the hole in his stomach, the size of a fist. You're injured, and it's very dangerous. I'll bandage you, Wusheng said, about to get off the bed to fetch the first aid kit. Marco stopped him. It's useless, don't bother. I've known for half my life whether my wounds can be treated. I'm really going to die here today. He coughed violently. Some internal organ fragments coughed out. Wusheng remained silent. Why not escape? Why? With your 2-star demon hunter strength, if you wanted to escape, you could definitely get away. Why? Why do you have to die here for someone as dispensable as me? Marco laughed hoarsely, trembling as he pulled out a cigarette, trying to light it twice without success. Wusheng took the lighter and lit the cigarette for him. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. I am your guardian, as long as I don't die. You're not allowed to die. Moreover, I am a monster hunter. If I don't kill these monsters, how can I escape? He exhaled a smoke ring and patted Wusheng's shoulder. In the past, he thought death was the end, but now that it was truly imminent, he felt a bit reluctant to leave you, and also reluctant to leave this 9 provinces. Wu Sheng, promise. Promise me live well. Ma Ke's eyes looked out the window. The moon under the red mist had turned a bit red. I haven't had enough of being a monster hunter yet. What a wonderful night. Live on and protect. It, for me. Smoke fell from the corner of his mouth. Ma Ke's head drooped weakly. Wu Sheng reached out his hand to support Ma Ke's body. A woo. The roar of a monster echoed. The scent of blood attracted more devouring beasts. One devouring beast opened its large mouth and pounced towards Wu Sheng in the room. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, and a bullet accurately hit the devouring beast's head. Bang, bang, bang. The flashes of fire continued. Wu Sheng picked up the artifact Infinite Desert Eagle from Ma Ke's hand and shot at the approaching monsters with lightning speed. In his eyes, the black Magatama spun rapidly. First 1 Magatama, then 2, then 3, and then it transformed into the shape of a 4-cornered windmill. He awakened the inheritance of Uchiha Shursui between life and death. Under the stimulation of Ma Ke's death, he activated the ultimate form of the Sharingan, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In just a few breaths, all the devouring beasts that wanted to rush into the room were killed by him. The remaining monsters sensed the powerful aura of the person inside and turned to flee in all directions. Inside the room, Wu Sheng gently laid Ma Ke's body down. He was trembling. After losing his emotions when he killed his father, this was the first time he trembled again. After a moment, his body calmed down, still as a pool of water. But the water was alive, and he was no longer the stagnant water he once was. Wu Sheng raised his head, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Protecting, if this is your wish, I will take it on. Chapter 285, Wu Sheng, Part 2. In the subsequent bubble projection, Wu Sheng became a wandering monster hunter in the 9 provinces and established the Monster Hunter Academy, becoming the first dean, training countless human warriors to protect the 9 provinces. He discovered the secret of the mythical artifact Map of the Nation in the ancient ruins of the 9 provinces. Using the mysterious power of the secret realm that destroyed the town where he and Ma Ke lived, he blessed the entire 9 provinces over a vast area. He united the combat power of the Monster Hunter Academy, fighting on the front lines, and at the cost of sustaining 36 injuries. He withstood the first large-scale beast tide and captured the 7-star beast Ninetails. He pursued the monsters to the outskirts of the monster domain and saw the dying 8-star humanoid beast Kagaya. The first beast tide in human history was actually part of the hunt for Kagaya, a monster that accidentally stepped into the 9 provinces on a full moon night. Although he drove away the monsters, the location of the 9 provinces was leaked by some fleeing beasts. He placed the unconscious Kagaya in the nearby secret realm of Yu Ing village, taking care of her meticulously. Kagaya's injuries gradually healed, and during their long time together, she fell for the human before her and accepted his request to guard humanity at the outskirts of the monster domain. He returned to the 9 provinces and developed a super-large defensive array, uniting the students of the 9 provinces to set up 9 demon-suppressing passes based on 9 secret realms to resist the monsters. But during this process, he also deciphered that the Map of the Nation's secret realm would only last for a few hundred years, and the ceiling would gradually weaken on the night of the full moon. He had to find a way to prevent the destruction of the 9 provinces within his lifetime. He ventured alone into the depths of the monster domain and discovered 8-star and even stronger monsters. He experienced a moment of despair, but then dispelled that emotion and threw himself into finding a way to save the 9 provinces. In the monster domain, he found the secret realm's Orochimaru's laboratory and Urahara Kisuk's shop. With only the remaining papers, he mastered all the research results of Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk. Using the ghoulish technique from Urahara Kisuk's secret realm, he created his own clone body and endured inhuman pain with the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru's secret realm to forcefully prolong his life. He was not attached to this world and did not care whether he lived or died, but Uncle Ma Ke was attached. The 9 provinces were far from safe. He knew he could not die yet. He saw that after his departure, due to the awakening of extraordinary powers, humanity was fighting among themselves. This was not the world Ma Ke had hoped for. In their old house, he sat for a night and ultimately made a decision to use Kagaya's power to activate the infinite Tsukuyami, causing a large-scale beast tide with a 100-year deadline. He transformed himself into the Sword of Damocles, forcing billions of humans in the 9 provinces to unite and evolve. In the depths of the monster domain, he saw the enormous footprints of the Demon King, and the residual pressure left him feeling shocked. He also saw that as the secret realms of the 9 provinces weakened, more terrifying monsters with a keen interest in humans were on their way. He returned to Yu Ing village, where Kagaya had healed under his care and had guarded the outskirts of the 9 provinces for nearly 200 years. She followed Wu Sheng's arrangements and merged with him based on the information obtained from Orochimaru's laboratory. She became the Jinchuriki. He established the Zhu organization, attempting to find a way for humans and monsters to coexist, but soon realized that this was impossible. Even if all humans could become vessels for monsters, they could not escape the fate of destruction. He collected inheritance stones with peculiar stars, following their guidance to the center of the monster domain, where he saw the corpse of a divine dragon. After 6 months of research, he understood the origins of the red mist, the monsters, and the power of inheritance. Using thousands of shadow clones, he took on ordinary jobs all over the 9 provinces, observing the changes in the 9 provinces, hoping to find a breakthrough to escape the doomed fate with a gambler's mindset. In the lower city of Linhai City, he transformed into the owner of a ramen shop. One day, he saw the monster hunter Lin Long bring a young man. At the moment he handed over the ramen, his face changed slightly. Then he turned and walked away, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He had finally found what he was looking for. A month ago, late at night, coughing sounds occasionally echoed. Rain washed the tall tower. This was the secret realm Yuing village in the monster domain. At the very top of the tower, Wu Sheng slumped on the cold floor of a laboratory, and the surroundings were empty. But he wore a long-lost smile. In his hand was a spherical inheritance stone. Unlike other inheritance stones, this one shone with a dazzling golden light. Illusions of life and death, like a dream or a bubble. In a short time during the Qin dynasty, the revolving lantern-like view of Wu Sheng's life unfolded. All the black and white bubbles disappeared, leaving only the last one. The black and white bubble floated before him. Qin Shi reached out his finger and popped this bubble. The scene gradually unfolded. The morning before setting off for the Valley of the End, Wu Sheng deliberately wore an old suit, and his hair had been styled. There was a rare hint of color on his pale face. He felt a bit awkward as he walked into a room, where a wooden chair was placed in the center. Wu Sheng sat on it, looking ahead, and paused. "Hello, what should I call you, Qin Shi? Or perhaps, friend from another world?" Qin Shi's heart jolted as if watching a movie. Wu Sheng was talking about himself. He actually knew of his existence. "You need not be surprised. When I first saw you at Yao Noodle House, I felt that you, like the corpse of the divine dragon, possessed a unique aura that did not belong to this world." Wu Sheng crossed his hands and smiled slightly. "Hin Si, when you see this memory, it means I've already died. You should have read through all my memories. I've told you everything I know." He coughed twice, covering his mouth with his hand, and blood flowed out. After the arrival of the red mist, humanity in this world was abandoned by nature. He felt a bit sorrowful. The red mist enveloped the world, and countless demons invaded. Humanity's strength was far behind them, and extinction was only a matter of time. I was originally in despair. I made countless efforts, but still could not stop the decline of the JoJo's secret realm or the inevitable fate of humanity's extinction. And after repeatedly using the technique of undead rebirth, I fear even the Grim Reaper could not bear to watch, and soon I would die. I feel I can no longer protect the world that Uncle Marco yearned to safeguard. But now I have discovered hope. Saying this, Wu Sheng suddenly sat up straight. He looked straight ahead, in the empty room, that was a void without anyone. But Qin Shi knew he was looking at himself. A glimmer of light shone in Wu Sheng's eyes as he slowly spoke. "This hope is you." Chapter 286. Final chapter. The golden-haired savior, you are very special. Ever since I first sensed your aura that does not belong to this world in Linhai City, I have been watching over you. Wu Sheng smiled faintly. "Including myself? All the people of Blue Star can only obtain one inheritance, but it seems you do not have such a taboo. Although I do not know why. All the powers of different inheritances can exist within you. I have tried to collect the inheritance stones with 7 stars. They might summon the divine dragon at some point. But now, the divine dragon is dead. However, among these 7 inheritance stones, I discovered one that contains the inheritance of another world. This power of inheritance seems to come from the same world as the divine dragon's corpse, although it is weak like a spark. It has the potential to ignite a prairie fire. 4-star inheritance stones appeared beside Wu Sheng. Unfortunately, I have tried all techniques, but still cannot bear a new inheritance. Every human on Blue Star can only endure one power of inheritance. Until I met you." He raised his head and picked up a photo from the table. The photo contained some old houses, some were the ruins of the Demon Hunting Academy, and some were sunsets by the sea. Humanity is a lovely yet somewhat helpless group, constantly in conflict and entangled. He gently touched the photo, his tone soft. "Now, I become the biggest villain in this world. They are working hard to cope with the crisis I created. Qin Shi, when you defeat me, You will save the entire Jojo. All human forces, whether they are willing or not, will take you as their leader. They will truly put aside their conflicts and unite, develop, and evolve under your guidance. Heroes eventually grow old. The continuation of Jojo requires the efforts of all humanity. The remaining matters depend on you. Principal buys disciple. My inheritor, Qin Shi. The scene disappeared. All the bubbles returned to nothingness. The illusion before Qin Shi vanished, and his gaze returned to the Valley of End. A golden light burst forth from his body. This was the power of inheritance that Wu Sheng transmitted into his body using the Rebirth Eyes ability. The power of the strongest being in the Dragon Ball world contained within the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ding, you have obtained the inheritance power of the Dragon Ball dimension, Kakarot. During this time, the number of enemies fought, the number of demon beasts, and the points obtained are being calculated. Ding, calculation complete. Your available points are 1,000,000. The long-lost system prompt sounded. Just as the system sounded, endless darkness enveloped the Valley of End. A gigantic mechanical hand reached out, tearing apart the barrier of the secret realm. Qin Shi looked up. It was a dodecahedron with a blood-sucking beast form at its apex. That was a 9-star demon beast capable of producing infinitely expanding darkness, reducing everything to nothingness, the apocalypse beast. There are humans, still very powerful humans. What a delicious scent. If I eat you, my strength will surely rise to a new level, and perhaps I will no longer fear that horse. The apocalypse beast grinned savagely, extending its mechanical hand. Qin Shi looked at the approaching mechanical hand, unafraid. He used all his points to raise the level of his inheritance. Points consumption in progress. Your inheritance level rises to 2, 3, 4. His aura rapidly ascended. Your inheritance level has broken through 100. With the system's prompt, Qin Shi felt an indescribable power filling his body. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Boom! A tremendous aura enveloped the entire secret realm. Qin Shi's body slowly floated, and his golden hair swayed gently. This was the realm that only the strongest could achieve in Dragon Ball, Super Saiyan. You. Sensing the terrifying aura of the human before it, the apocalypse beast was taken aback. Who exactly are you? Its words were left unfinished, as the human's figure had already vanished. Then it looked down at the dodecahedron beneath it. A massive hole suddenly appeared. Shouldn't we provoke humans? The apocalypse beast exclaimed, and its entire body exploded, dissipating the darkness that enveloped the secret realm. A golden aura radiated from Qin Shi's body. He slowly walked out of the Valley of End, stepping out of the demon realm. His body gradually rose to the same height as the red moon. Roar! Qin Shi no longer held back his aura, shouting in anger as a vast amount of energy burst forth. In the entire demon realm, all demon beasts stopped their movements. They looked up at the golden human in the sky, trembling and kneeling on the ground, fear enveloping them, not daring to move. In the extreme north of the demon realm, the secret realm, Hill of the Horse King, the 30,000-meter long demon beast, Horse King Heracles, also lowered its head. This was its posture of submission. In the center of the demon realm, the 100-bodied monster, Beliutala, let out a long howl, its massive body soaring into the air, then flying out a blue star. It knew that this blue star had given birth to a new overlord. Even if it hesitated for a moment, the other party would come and kill it. Qin Shi formed seals with his hands, and 9 clones surged in 9 directions, flying at almost teleportation speed. Boom! The 9 red moons in the sky were shattered with a punch. In the 9 demon suppression passes, the hypnotized demon beasts gradually regained consciousness. The humans who had been struggling received a moment of respite. Chi Quan stood on the city wall, gasping for breath. Even the blood flowing from his wounds turned into ice. After the demon beast's gazes shifted from confusion to clarity, they howled a few times. Although they did not launch an attack, they were reluctant to leave. Come on. Even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I won't let you beasts step into my Jojo. Chi Quan shouted, and blood transformed into columns of ice shooting into the sky, freezing the eager demon beasts in the front row. The red ice columns stood tall in front, yet more demon beasts remained unmoved, until the arrival of a golden figure. Qin stood quietly on the Great Wall, his cold gaze fixed on the demonic beasts on the wall. Get lost. His voice was like thunder. In an instant, all the demonic beasts felt the overwhelming power of this tiny human before them. It was a life level far beyond their own. Oh woo! All the demonic beasts frantically fled by trampling over each other. Within less than a minute, the Great Wall had been cleared. It was him, Director Qin. Quan looked at the golden figure in the sky and couldn't help but howl. We won, we won. On the Great Wall, countless guards cheered and shouted in excitement. At the same time, Qin appeared simultaneously at the Golden City Gate, the Island of God's Gate, and the Demon Locking Tower Gate using his clone technique. Just his presence above the major demon suppression gates caused the demonic beasts to retreat like a tide at night. As demonic beasts, they understood far better than humans the overwhelming strength of the man before them, in a state akin to a super scion. He was an existence capable of dominating the entire demon domain. We survived? At the demon suppression gate, humans who had just been fighting to the death found it hard to believe. Everyone looked at each other. After a long time, a tsunami-like cheer finally erupted. We won. We won. The cheers of humanity echoed through the night, shouting to the entire demon domain. Chapter 287 Epilogue. Our future for 20 years. Under the leadership of the Qin Alliance leader, we initiated the Humanity Rescue Movement. The remaining humans in the demon domain were brought to the 9 provinces, where they could settle down happily. The territory of the 9 provinces doubled in size, and after the people from various countries came to reside, the 9 Provinces Alliance was established. 5 years ago, the Pei family focused on developing spacecraft and collaborated with the Demon Hunting Academy to repair the spacecraft in the Dragon Ball Secret Realm. For the first time, humanity flew out of the blue star, which had expanded due to the red mist, and saw the scenery beyond the universe. Humanity successfully evolved from the blue star era to the interstellar era. We discovered new groups on the moon, the Otsutsuki clan and the Gem Country Moon people. We have sent envoys, Pei Liao, the head of the Pei family, and his wife, Lady Nightingale, to the moon to sign a friendly strategic relationship and discuss trade matters. We believe they will have good communication results. In the conference hall of the Demon Hunting Academy, cameras at various positions were working nonstop. The following is a report from the chief reporter of Demon Hunting Gear, Dong Xiaoman. In front of the camera, a woman wearing round-framed glasses smiled as she explained. Next, we will interview the current dean of the Demon Hunting Academy. Ms. Lin Long opposite reporter Dong Xiaoman sat a middle-aged woman in a white formal dress, with golden hair and skin as delicate as a 20-year-old girl. Ms. Lin, as a fellow woman, I really envy you. You truly seem to be forever 18. Can I ask how you take care of your skin? Dong Xiaoman complimented with a smile. It's nothing, just carry my life treasure-distant utopia with me, Lin Long casually replied. That treasure can prevent aging. Well, that's something I can't learn. Dong Xiaoman chuckled softly. Now in the 9 provinces, people from various countries have come to reside, and students at the Demon Hunting Academy come from all corners of the world. There are even some foreign forces with ill intentions that have arranged for students to enter the academy. With such undercurrents as the dean of the Demon Hunting Academy, do you feel any pressure? Lin Long took a sip of Long Jing tea. With the invasion of beast tides reduced, people are also willing to plant crops for enjoying life on a large scale. Pressure? Not at all. My husband is Qin Shi, the strongest man on Blue Star. What pressure could I possibly have? Well, that's true. Dong Xiaoman touched her forehead, feeling that today's interview was a bit difficult. But she was a professional reporter. She flipped through the materials at hand. Dean Lin, your son with Alliance leader Qin, also participated in the inheritance ceremony this year. I've heard he is a kind person. He will surely inherit your legacy in the future, right? Your child is named Lin Qi. Dong Xiaoman flipped through this year's awakening roster, a bit puzzled. The surname is Lin. Qin, Alliance leader Qin, is the one who has come into the family? That can't be. He is the strongest man on Blue Star. No, even in the solar system. Dong Xiaoman found it hard to believe. What's wrong? The strongest man in the solar system can't come into the family? Lin Long raised an eyebrow. The marriage house was paid for by my parents, and my child was raised by my mother. Qin Shi, is busy with his career all day. A few years ago, he was still running around Blue Star, but in the past few years, he's been even worse, flying the universe every day with Lishani. Why marry me? He should go with his blonde roommate, a man who has a job, but no family, with his wife and children worrying about him every day. Why should our son take his surname? When he can come home 3 times a week, then our son can change his name to Qin Shi. Lin Long finished with a cold snort. In her youth, she was the Academy's beloved senior sister, but unfortunately, she ended up with a husband who was always on business trips. This made her maintain her youthful appearance, but experience psychological changes of menopause early. However, although the admission ticket says Lin Qi, it was also a reflection of her long-standing anger. On her ID card, she still used the name Qin Shi because of significant matters. How did your son's grades turn out this year? He will definitely apply for the martial arts major at the Demon Hunting Academy in the future, right? Dong Xiaoman coughed. planning to ask one last question before leaving. Awakening results? They're quite average, sea-level inheritance. Lin Long sighed and waved her hand. It's fine as long as he's happy. With grades like these, there's no way he can think about the Demon Hunting Academy. I'm planning to enroll him in Blue Xian Academy instead. It's more important to learn skill. With his talent, I won't push him too hard. He can work steadily in a factory in the future. With me and his dad around, he won't starve. Dong Xiaoman. On Mars, light years away from Earth, a spaceship stood on the desolate land. Qin brushed off the Martian dust from his spacesuit. In front of him were millions of special demonic beasts, Martian variants. Respected human warrior, we, the Martian Variant Committee, have completed our meeting and promised not to attack Blue Star's cosmic merchant ships anymore, and to engage in friendly trade with Blue Star. Of course, we Martian variants also fully agree to join the United Star Alliance you established in the solar system, and relevant trade policies will be formulated according to the standards of the Alliance. The leader of the Martian variant, who looked like a beaten-up cockroach, said humbly, "That's right. Stop the fighting. Mutual win is the way to go." Qin patted its shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. The solar system is one family, and we are all a community of shared destiny. Joining our alliance for common development is the right path. Now disperse. We need to go home. On the spaceship, thousands of Martian variants respectfully left. Returning to the cockpit of the spaceship, Qin took off his space helmet and let out a long breath. Old Qin, shall we head back to Blue Star? Li Shani, at the pilot's seat, moved his wrist. For long-distance space travel, sustainable energy has always been a tricky issue. But as long as Li Shani was there, energy wouldn't be a problem. What if we run out of power? We have someone with the ability of the Thunderfruit. The ability to discharge was incredibly powerful. After the interstellar era began, Qin sure always acted together with Li Shani. No, I'm going to the moon base to sign the agreement with the Otsutsuki clan. If I'm not there, I'm afraid Old Pei won't be able to hold the fort. Qin sure sighed. Putting work aside, I just received a message from Lin Long. My son's awakening results are out, and I heard they're not very good. He scored AC, even worse than me. Not only that, this year, there hasn't been a single Super SSS in the entire Blue Star. What are we going to do? Li Shani listened without speaking. As Qin Shi's most compatible roommate, Li Shani knew what he was worried about. After leaving Blue Star, everyone realized that the red mist shrouded not only Blue Star, but had even spread throughout the entire solar system. Moreover, the much larger Milky Way galaxy was also being rapidly affected. Blue Star had managed to unite thanks to Qin Shi's strength. But now humanity had to face competition not only from the beasts in the demon realm, but also from other planetary races in the solar system, and even the galaxy. With Qin Shi's unmatched power, Blue Star could still maintain a leading position in the solar system. However, Scions could also suffer from heart disease and grow old. Qin Shi looked at the big sun outside the porthole, his expression somewhat melancholic. If I die, can humanity maintain good relations with other races in this solar system where extraordinary powers are fully awakened? Can they even survive? Although technology is developing rapidly, in terms of time, is still too urgent. If another super strong individual like me were to emerge, humanity would have enough time. Li Shani nodded. It was precisely because time was urgent that Qin Shi had neglected his family for many years, tirelessly traveling between Blue Star and the universe, pushing for a system similar to the United Nations. He just wanted to ensure that human civilization on Blue Star could flourish for a longer time. Of course, he also wanted to ensure that his wife and children could live longer. By the way, I just received the latest files. The specific inheritance role information of the inheritors for various countries has been released. I just looked at it, and your son's sea-level inheritance is the hero class Saitama. Li Shani said while starting the spaceship. Qin Shi was taken aback. What? What did you say? My son's inheritance is Saitama? Li Shani didn't turn around. Yes, I just looked at it twice. There's no mistake. Qin Shi pinched his own face. It hurt. Oh my God, Saitama. My son's inheritance is Saitama. No wonder it's AC. C is great. C is the most powerful inheritance. Qin Shi excitedly jumped up in the spaceship. With his jump, the entire spaceship shook. Old Qin, are you losing your mind from excitement? Li Shani quickly stabilized the ship and prepared to release a thunder welcome to calm his roommate and lead her down. Haha, I'm very clear-headed. Qin Shi laughed heartily. Huang Mao, don't go to the moon anymore. Let us head straight back to Blue Star. If we don't go back soon, Lin Long will definitely divorce me. My son, Saitama inheritance. TSK. The future of Blue Star is secured. Return immediately at full throttle. Li Shani nodded with a smile. Understood. The spaceship's engines ignited all at once, creating a bright light in the universe, heading towards the most beautiful blue planet. Summary: countless beasts from other worlds descend upon Blue Star, and the world is in a precarious situation. Fortunately, humanity can gain the power inheritance of anime characters. Some inherit the absolute defense of the 5th-generation Wind Shadow, Gaara, made of maternal love sand. Some inherit the Navy Admiral Fujitora, summoning meteorites with a swing of his sword. Some inherit the captain of the Soul Reaper, Toshiro Hitsugaya, summoning a frost dragon with the release of his Zanpakuto. Hinsei, who crossed into this world, gains a god-level inheritance system, starting with the inheritance of the big boss from Naruto, 6 PathsObito.